A young boy, endowed with the dual bloodlines of the Thousand Hands and Uchiha, possesses a remarkable destiny. He was destined to be the most promising heir to become the fourth Hokage. Yet, due to the machinations of Uchiha Madara and the betrayal of Konoha, he suffered the loss of vision in his left eye and the tragic death of his mother. The depths of his anguish awakened the long-coveted Mangekyo Sharingan. A profound fury stirred the latent power of yang released deep within his cells. These two opposing forces intertwined, heralding the birth of all creation. The Sage of Six Paths once proclaimed that the harmonious interplay of yin and yang could usher in peace for the ninja world. Uchiha Madara asserted that the one who wields such power would attain true happiness, and as the Uchiha Ryan who awakened these two powers through sheer will, he yearned to tread the path of Kagaya Otsutsuki, aspiring to amalgamate all the power of the ninja world into one. Chapter 1. Rebirth as Uchiha, a startling encounter that terrifies Kushina. Within the ninja academy of Konoha, a scruffy-haired boy from the Uchiha clan suddenly jolted awake from his desk. Uchiha Ryan clasped his head in agony, as an overwhelming flood of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind. Before long, two distinct memories commenced their fusion. Within that small head, the merging of consciousness and spirit triggered a peculiar mental transformation. An immense psychic force pride opened the latent bloodline power within him, and in the next moment, a crimson hue emerged in Uchiha Ryan's eyes. The first, second, and third black tomo materialized around his irises. Not far away, a red-haired girl perceived the abnormality in the classroom. At this moment, it was recess, and they were the only two present. Observing her desk mate clutching his head in apparent distress, she gently patted Ryan's shoulder, inquiring with concern, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Uchiha Ryan abruptly turned to her, his eyes a terrifying blood red, causing the red-haired girl to fall to the ground in fright. "Is this hell?" Before him lay a landscape drenched in blood, and coupled with his recollections of death, he believed he had arrived in the afterlife. "No, I'm not dead. Wait, I must be dead." Ryan stared at his small hands, muttering in shock, his blood-red eyes filled with disbelief. His ramblings left the nearby red-haired girl pale with fear. She let out a startled cry and quickly bolted toward the classroom exit, determined to find a teacher. Uzumaki. Kushina. Watching the retreating figure of the red-haired girl, a familiar name surfaced in Ryan's mind. Konoha Village, Ninja Academy, Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha clan. I see now. After a brief moment of contemplation, he began to grasp the situation. After my death, I have been reborn. He had traversed into the world of Naruto, inhabiting the body of the namesake Uchiha Ryan. The amalgamation of two consciousnesses resulted in Ryan possessing over 2 decades of memories, taking the reins. A youthful body brimming with ocular power, Ryan occasionally gazed at his tender form and caressed his 3-tomo Sharingan. A smile began to grace his lips, and his expression gradually transformed into one of exhilaration. The mundane life I once led has come to an end. A new chapter begins. From this moment forth, I am Uchiha Ryan. In a mere span of minutes, Ryan had embraced the reality of his rebirth. In truth, acceptance was beyond his control. He could only resign himself to the phrase, "Since I am here, I shall make peace with it." "Teacher Oda, hurry, come with me." Ryan has lost his mind. His eyes are terrifying. Kushina rushed to fetch their Chunin teacher. As they hurriedly entered the classroom, they found Uchiha Ryan nonchalantly performing eye exercises. Kushina suddenly sensed something amiss. How had he returned to normal so abruptly? After a moment of contemplation, Kushina swiftly approached Liuyun's side and promptly brushed his hand away. What are you doing?" "Kushina." Liuyun opened his eyes, gazing at Kushina with an expression of utter bewilderment. His large, bright eyes sparkled with vitality. There was nothing alarming about his red eyes. "Your eyes were distinctly different just a moment ago." Kushina found herself momentarily at a loss for words. "What are you talking about? What is wrong with my eyes?" "Just now, your eyes were as crimson as blood. How did they suddenly return to normal?" Kushina inquired urgently. Were they really that red?" "Perhaps it was due to a lack of sleep last night. I wonder why they felt so sore. And now I'm rubbing them to alleviate the discomfort." Liuyun offered an awkward explanation. He could not afford to reveal the existence of a Sharingan, so he had to put up with Kushina's confusion. "But what was all that nonsense you were spouting earlier? You said this place was hell, claimed you were dead, and then insisted you were alive. Is this some sort of delusion?" Kushina exclaimed, her voice laced with urgency, while their bewildered Chunin teacher looked on at Liuyun in astonishment. Wasn't I just dozing off at my desk? I must have been dreaming, thinking I was dead and had come to hell. Liuyun chuckled awkwardly. So you were just caught in a daydream. Kushina, you're overreacting. Both of you should take a break and stop acting so erratically. After reprimanding the two with a stern expression, teacher Oda left the classroom. His face darkened. Kushina scratched her head, returning to her seat, her mind engulfed in self-doubt. No, that's not right. I distinctly saw three. In those red eyes. Before Kushina could finish her thought, Liuyun hastily covered her mouth. Teacher Oda had not yet gone far. They could not allow any prying ears to overhear. Keep your voice down. This girl was evidently not so easily deceived. With her mouth covered by the boy, a blush crept onto Kushina's cheeks, and she quickly pushed Liuyun's hand away. Clarify, what is going on? Kushina inquired with curiosity. Don't ask, just promise to keep it a secret. Liuyun was reluctant to elaborate further. What secret? Those three black dots resembling Magatama? Why should I keep that from you? Kushina blinked her beautiful eyes, questioning him. You were just pretending to be oblivious, weren't you? You made me get scolded by teacher Oda for no reason, and now you expect my help? You must be dreaming. I will clarify everything with teacher Oda shortly. Kushina threatened with a cold smile. Please don't. Why must you always resort to telling the teacher? Liuyun expressed his frustration. Were elementary students in this ninja world so astute? Kushina found his subconscious address amusing. If you wanted to keep your secret, you must first explain what is happening with your eyes. After a prolonged silence, Liuyun sighed helplessly. Have you heard of the bloodline limit? The Uchiha clan's bloodline limit. Chapter 2. First, indulge in a grand spectacle, then inquire about your own worth. Show me your bloodline limit once more. I didn't quite catch it earlier, Kushina Uzumaki remarked. Swallowing hard. She had nearly been frightened out of her wits, having only caught a fleeting glimpse of it. Now that she had regained her composure, her curiosity was piqued. You saw all three of the Tomo, and that wasn't enough? Liuyun replied, utterly speechless. He was about to retort when a group of elementary school students entered the classroom. There are too many people. It's inconvenient. I'll show it to you another time, Liuyun muttered softly, attempting to evade the issue. All right then, let me see after school, Kushina replied. Hey. Rotten tomato and scruffy hair, what are you two whispering about? One of the elementary students provocatively shouted. The rotten tomato referred to Kushina Uzumaki, while scruffy hair was directed at Liuyun. Most members of the Uchiha clan sported lustrous black hair, but Liuyun's long hair had a hint of purple, earning him the nickname Scruffy Hair. This moniker had originally been coined by the adults of the Uchiha clan, and soon the children began to echo it as well. Since his mother was not a member of the Uchiha clan, but an ordinary villager with purple hair, the Uchiha bloodline was slightly diluted, resulting in Liuyun's hair not being entirely black, thus giving rise to his nickname. I told you not to stir up trouble, or you'll end up crying and looking for the teacher later. Kushina glared at the student. You rotten tomato. Haven't you been seeking out the teacher yourself? The student retorted, clearly agitated. Exactly. You're always running to the teacher to complain, aren't you, you rotten tomato? Another student chimed in. Kushina had already taken to beating them up, and after each scuffle, she would report them to the teacher. The teachers, regardless of right or wrong, invariably favored Kushina, leaving the boys enduring both beatings and scolding, much to their chagrin. This led them to harbor a deep-seated rivalry with Kushina, preferring to endure punishment rather than let her off lightly. Isn't it you lot who enjoy provoking others for no reason? Whether it's insults or pulling my hair. Kushina snapped back, her temper flaring. Well, your hair is just too red. It's blinding us. Who else should we blame? They retorted, laughing heartily. Right? It's all your fault. The group of students erupted in laughter, refusing to engage in reasoned debate with Kushina and instead opting for sheer mockery. Oh, and look at the scruffy-haired one beside you. You two must be a perfect pair with your bright hair. They jeered, their laughter echoing through the classroom. In their minds, teasing classmates by pairing them up was merely a form of malicious fun. Kushina's vibrant red hair was despised by her classmates, while Liuyun's scruffy locks were viewed as a mark of impure lineage by the Uchiha clan, resulting in mutual disdain. You scoundrels, get away from me. You buzz around like flies, it's infuriating. Kushina's face flushed with anger, her unusual catchphrase slipping from her lips. With a bit more pent-up rage, she was ready to unleash her fury. Sighing softly, Liuyun remained quietly seated in the classroom, having not provoked anyone nor offended anyone, yet trouble still found him. What's wrong, scruffy hair? Not satisfied? Why the sighs? A student named Sato taunted. Well, with hair color like that of a rotten tomato, who would like you? It's quite a burden to match up with you. Before Sato could finish, Liuyun leaned over his desk, scrutinizing Kushina's bright red locks. The color is quite nice. It's rather adorable, he murmured earnestly, his words genuine. Stunned silence enveloped the room. Even Kushina was taken aback. What did you say? You think this hair color is nice? And that Kushina is cute? Sato exclaimed incredulously, yanking a strand of Kushina's red hair. As Kushina was still in shock, she had no time to retaliate and was instead focused on Liuyun. Doubts clouded their minds. Had they truly heard correctly? Indeed, it's quite adorable, don't you think? Liuyun emphasized, pointing at her round face. The distinctive features of her round face, combined with her fashionable attire, made it impossible for Liuyun to deny her charm. A burst of laughter erupted from the group of students. Kushina's face turned a deep shade of crimson, resembling an oversized tomato, as she buried her head in embarrassment, unable to meet Liuyun's gaze. Her fiery temper and combative nature meant she spent her days either arguing or preparing for a fight with the boys at school. How could any of her peers find her adorable? The fierce red-hot pepper was adorable? One could hardly fathom. After all, even the fourth Hokage had been reprimanded for merely glancing at her. Having grown up, it was the first time a boy her age had genuinely complimented her hair and appearance. Furthermore, it was a sincere, unabashed acknowledgement. Her heart swelled with an indescribable joy, her pulse racing uncontrollably. In the world of ninjas, girls tended to mature early, with many understanding shyness by the tender age of 10. Ha! One student laughed until tears streamed down his cheeks, instinctively ruffling Liuyun's hair. Hey! Liuyun exclaimed, his patience wearing thin. After being called scruffy hair multiple times, the audacity to touch his hair was the final straw. Fuming, Liuyun sprang to his feet and delivered a swift slap, the sound resonating sharply in the classroom, abruptly silencing the laughter. The student stumbled backward, nearly falling to the ground. I despise it when others pull my hair. How insolent can you be? Liuyun declared, his expression steely as he dusted off his hands. This decisive action sent several students retreating in fear, while the boy on the ground burst into tears. Yes, I too detest it when others pull my hair. How shameless can you be? Kushina quickly stood up in solidarity. It seemed this little desk mate was indeed a kindred spirit. Overwhelmed with emotion, Kushina felt tears welling up. After enduring bullying for so long, she had finally found an ally. Uchiha Liuyun, that familiar face, suddenly appeared somewhat unfamiliar to Kushina. The once soft, delicate boy now seemed to possess an unexpected handsomeness. Seeing the two of them united, Sato and his friends hesitated, intimidated by their combined presence. Just dealing with Kushina was daunting enough. Now there was also Uchiha's scruffy hair. Lacking the courage to fight, the group hastily fled the classroom, dragging the weeping boy with them. Such cowards. Ha! Kushina laughed heartily, hands on her hips. Just as she was reveling in her triumph, she caught Liuyun regarding her with an odd expression, causing her laughter to falter. The warmth in her cheeks returned with a vengeance. Chapter 3. The Peeping Tom Kushina and the Mischievous Naruto. As Liuyun observed Kushina, who had suddenly turned bashful, he was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. As the lunch break concluded, more students trickled into the classroom. Liuyun's class was small, barely comprising 30 students. A boy with yellow hair entered, offering Liuyun a friendly nod as he passed. Liuyun noted that this boy's gaze was not on him, but rather on Kushina. In the ninja world, children, regardless of gender, tended to mature early, particularly in their mental faculties. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Liuyun smiled at him, though a sense of unease stirred within. In his childhood, the fourth Hokage was undeniably quite handsome, nearly akin to a girl. Liuyun mused silently. He subconsciously overlooked his own appearance. In truth, he was also quite attractive, with smooth, straight hair that, if left unbound, could rival even Minato in femininity. All right, class, quiet down and pay attention, the instructor announced. The first lesson of the afternoon was moral education, which, in Liuyun's perspective, was merely a session dedicated to indoctrination. The ninja school prioritized loyalty above all else, and such brainwashing lessons were a daily occurrence, often more than once a day. The curriculum was vast, encompassing reading, writing, various ninja knowledge, moral education, practical training, and combat skills. Over the span of 6 years, young ninjas had a plethora of subjects to master, with their schedules filled to the brim. As Liuyun surveyed the familiar yet strange faces in the classroom, his tumultuous thoughts gradually settled. He paid little heed to the instructor's drivel about loyalty, instead turning his focus inward to assess his own state. A vast reservoir of spiritual energy activated the latent power within his bloodline, leading to the awakening of his 3-tomo Sharingan, while he distinctly sensed that his chakra had increased more than tenfold, given his naturally limited chakra reserves. Even this tenfold increase merely placed him slightly above the average Chunin. This was the utmost energy his body could currently accommodate, as he was still young and his physical strength was relatively weak. With rigorous training and continued growth, he would undoubtedly be capable of harnessing even more chakra. While he might not reach the levels of Naruto or Sasuke in the future, he would certainly possess more chakra than the average Uchiha, starting from a higher baseline. Liuyun was chastised for not paying attention to class and was caught practicing hand seals beneath his desk. Kushina, glancing sideways, caught a glimpse of his covert actions. Sensing her gaze upon him, Liuyun turned to look at the red-haired girl. Upon meeting his eyes, she quickly feigned nonchalance, though her stiff posture betrayed her nervousness. Initially, Liuyun chose to ignore her, but upon being caught a second and third time, he decided to take action. He tore off a small piece of paper, scribbled a few words, and discreetly tossed it her way. The act of passing notes was a typical maneuver for elementary students. He had done it countless times in his previous life, and now it felt oddly refreshing. Kushina soon noticed the paper ball, unwrapped it, and read his message. "Why do you keep sneaking glances at me?" Her cheeks flushed, and she picked up her pen to respond. Tossing the note back, "When did I sneak a peek at you? Don't make things up." Liuyun tore off another piece of paper, writing, "Really? You didn't?" Her reply came swiftly, "No? Then why is your face as red as a teapot?" Upon reading this, Kushina's cheeks reddened even further. "What is it to you? I still didn't tea." The paper ball landed squarely on Liuyun's handsome face. "Fine, just don't let me catch you again." That was the extent of their exchange. While they were engrossed in their playful banter, Minato, seated behind them, was taken aback. As soon as the moral education class concluded, all the students rushed outside, eager for their next lesson, which consisted of outdoor activities and a practical examination. Seizing the opportunity while the majority had left the classroom, Minato swiftly approached their desks and discreetly picked up the fallen paper ball. Curiously, he opened it and was met with a perplexed expression. Why was Kushina sneaking glances at Liuyun? What on earth is a teapot? He couldn't help but feel that something was amiss between the two. The day's examination involved throwing shuriken and kunai, progressing according to their assigned seating numbers. On the training ground, the Chunin instructor produced a notebook for scoring. Number 1. Sukataro. The boy called upon stood up, took a kunai from the bucket, and hurled it towards a target 20 meters away. His first throw missed entirely, eliciting a round of laughter from his peers, and a flushed Taro prepared for his second attempt. Each student was required to throw 6 times, 3 kunai and 3 shuriken. Taro hit the target 4 times and missed twice, barely scraping by the passing mark. The standards for this assessment were not overly stringent. Not everyone possessed the keen eye and throwing skills of the Uchiha clan. As long as they could hit the target, there were no demands for perfection. "Hey, Liuyun, this is your forte. You should score full marks, right?" Kushina whispered, sidling up to him. At this moment, candidates could move freely as their names had not yet been called, and there were no strict limitations during outdoor lessons. "I hope I don't mess up." Liuyun replied modestly. He had little ambition for a perfect score, as there were no tangible rewards, and drawing too much attention could attract unwanted scrutiny. "How could you? You've always excelled in this subject, especially now that you've awakened your Sharingan." Before she could finish her thought, Liuyun swiftly covered her mouth. Looking around cautiously, he grasped her delicate wrist and pulled her away from the crowd. Kushina's heart raced, feeling a rush of warmth at his intimate gesture. She contemplated resisting, but ultimately chose not to pull away, allowing Liuyun to lead her. "Didn't I tell you to keep it a secret? If anyone finds out I have the Sharingan, it could be troublesome." Liuyun whispered reproachfully in her ear. This moment, so close to Kushina, caught the attention of someone with ulterior motives. Minato's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized that from this afternoon onward, the relationship between Liuyun and Kushina had taken on an ambiguous tone. He couldn't fathom what had triggered such a change. Chapter 4. Will you still show me your eyes? I have already seen through you. At the age of 10, possessing the 3-tomo Sharingan was unprecedented in the history of the Uchiha clan. If this were to become known, it would not only create a stir within the entire clan, but would likely send shockwaves throughout Konohagakure. The 3-tomo Sharingan was a hallmark of the Uchiha elite. Should certain influential figures learn of it, would he still have any semblance of a peaceful life ahead? Setting aside the twisted researchers like Orochimaru and Danzo, even other members of the Uchiha might not wish him well. Isn't having a bloodline limit impressive? Why can't others know? Kushina tilted her head in confusion. Liuyun sighed heavily in response. "You're still too young to see the darkness of this world." He hesitated, realizing he shouldn't be sharing such truths with her, as she couldn't possibly comprehend them. "In any case, don't mention that I have the Sharingan to anyone, unless you want to see me dead." Liuyun's tone turned grave. "All right, I'll be careful," Kushina replied, sensing the seriousness in his demeanor, which made her take his words to heart. After a round of assurances, she seemed to ponder something, gazing into Liuyun's eyes with eager anticipation. "Will you show me your eyes after school?" "Sure, I'll show you. But you must keep your promise," Liuyun replied with a hint of exasperation. "Okay." Kushina beamed with joy, not entirely understanding why she felt so elated. Liuyun, too, was perplexed. attributing her happiness to the whims of a girl's curiosity being satisfied. Number 18, Uzumaki Kushina. The Chunin instructor soon called out her name. Kushina stepped up and delivered a rather unimpressive score of 1 out of 5 hits, with her projectiles landing somewhat off target. Her skills in kunai throwing could only be deemed average at best. Kushina, with a cumulative score of 72 points. The examiner provided specific scores. Next up, number 19. Uchiha Reborn. The Chunin instructor called out Ryun's name. It is Reborn, and this subject is his forte. Prepare to witness his performance. Reborn, give it your all, and aim for a perfect score. Several girls voiced their encouragement, as he was quite popular in the classroom, particularly among the female students. With his amiable temperament and handsome appearance, he garnered slightly less popularity than Minato, yet boys from the Uchiha clan generally enjoyed considerable admiration from the girls. A regard that Reborn surpassed Minato in significantly. Reborn, go for it. Kushina waved her tiny, rosy fist, vociferously cheering him on. Her voice ringing out as the loudest in the class. Reborn found it somewhat amusing. After taking a deep breath, he picked up a kunai. At that moment, the target, situated 20 meters away, appeared as if it were within arm's reach, ready to be struck. Since awakening his Sharingan, even without activating it, his senses were magnified many times over, particularly his eyesight. At that point, it was not merely the 20-meter target he could hit. Even a target 100 meters away would succumb effortlessly to his aim, should he desire it. With a flick of his wrist, Reborn sent the kunai flying. And though it hit the target, it landed a little off-center. The onlooking elementary students gasped. The outcome was indeed somewhat unexpected. The first throw, seen by others, seemed rather average. The second kunai was launched, striking the bullseye with precision. Well done, Kushina exclaimed excitedly. Now that's Ryun's true level. Perhaps he was just a bit too nervous for the first shot. A girl explained. The third kunai flew forth, missing the bullseye, but landing significantly closer than the first. After completing his 3 kunai throws, Reborn effortlessly grabbed 3 shuriken from the barrel. He couldn't be bothered to throw them one by one. With a suave flick of his hand, all 3 shuriken flew simultaneously. Thud, thud, thud. All 3 struck the target, though none found the bullseye. This display emphasized a certain flair, prompting applause from the girls on the playground. To throw 3 simultaneously and still hit the target showcased a throwing technique that surpassed most of his peers, befitting his Uchiha lineage. Uchiha Reborn, cumulative score 90 points. The examiner announced, noting that even though he did not hit the bullseye, throwing 3 shuriken simultaneously earned him considerable bonus points. Reborn appeared somewhat dissatisfied with this score. And at that moment, another individual shared his discontent, the Chunin instructor specializing in throwing techniques. This was Reborn's strong suit, and he felt that the boy's score should exceed 90 points. Reborn, what is going on? Your kunai should not have been thrown so poorly. Reborn paused momentarily at the remark, but then scratched his head and offered an explanation. Perhaps it's because I didn't sleep well last night. Not far away. Kushina wore a look of disbelief upon hearing this. Is that the excuse again? Always blaming it on lack of sleep? It was precisely this comment that made Kushina certain that Reborn was concealing his true capabilities. Though she couldn't fathom his motives, her curiosity about her desk mate deepened. In just one afternoon, she found herself inexplicably drawn to him. Of course, it all started with that one remark. Your hair color is quite lovely. Next up is number 23, Namikaze Minato. Unbeknownst to them, it was now the turn of the future 4th Hokage. Minato deftly tossed a kunai, each one hitting the bullseye flawlessly, prompting a wave of applause and cheers from the crowd. Receiving such accolades, Minato couldn't help but flash a smile as bright as the sun. However, when his peripheral vision caught sight of a certain red-haired figure, his smile faltered slightly, as Kushina seemed not to acknowledge him at all. Come on, admit it, did you intentionally fail? Kushina murmured next to Reborn. I have no idea what you're talking about. ISNT 90 points a good score? You didn't fail with your 72 points, so how could I fail with my 90? Reborn replied, hands in pockets, deliberately ignoring her. Kushina found herself at a loss for words, momentarily considering that Reborn had a point. No, wait, that is not right. She suddenly recalled something and swiftly refuted her own thoughts. Your tone and attitude in that first statement were exactly like when you were deceiving me earlier. You're just pretending to be oblivious, Kushina declared, seizing Reborn's collar with a triumphant expression, as if she had seen through him entirely. Reborn was taken aback, staring at this self-satisfied little girl in surprise. Why was it that he was always caught when he attempted to play dumb? Chapter 5. A pair of individuals who have each other figured out, as Reborn spins tales. Haha, why stop pretending? That surprised look has already betrayed you. Kushina couldn't help but burst into laughter. While they engaged in their lively banter, the playground erupted with even more fervent applause and cheers. Just like Reborn, Minato simultaneously threw 3 shuriken, 2 hitting the bullseye and 1 landing very close. He became the first, and only, student in the class to achieve a perfect score. The elementary students unconsciously began comparing him to Liuyun, with many believing Minato to be far superior, including a majority of the girls. Except for Kushina. In fact, Kushina didn't even glance at Minato, as her mind was consumed with thoughts of how clever she felt. Unmasking Liuyun's facade gave her a sense of accomplishment. From initial self-doubt to self-denial, and finally to revealing someone's true nature. In terms of physical prowess, she ranked among the top in class. But when it came to intellect, she was notoriously at the bottom. Being able to see through Liuyun's disguise proved she was not just the dumb girl who only knew how to fight, as others labeled her. Outshining him intellectually brought her far more fulfillment than physical victories. Her brain praised her cleverness, and with such recognition, how could Kushina not feel pleased? Typically, her mind would only commend her physical abilities and fighting prowess, all based on strength. Yet, now she had triumphed in intellect twice. Liuyun, oblivious to Kushina's complex thoughts, found himself beginning to doubt himself. Regardless, this is my score, believe it or not. Ultimately, Liuyun stubbornly pouted. Even if Kushina noticed this, it wouldn't matter much. She could voice her opinions, but others would neither acknowledge nor believe them, and even if it were true, it wouldn't prove anything significant. A score of 90 and 100 are both excellent, with not much difference. All right, I want to expose you in front of others, Kushina said playfully, waving her hand. Upon hearing this, Liuyun felt an inexplicable annoyance, something he had not felt before. Soon, with the outdoor class concluding, the group of elementary students returned to the classroom. This was their final lesson of the day, taught by their homeroom teacher, Oda. In class, Liuyun was multitasking, listening to Oda's lecture while quickly forming hand seals beneath his desk. In ninja combat, the speed of hand seals could sometimes influence the final outcome. Moreover, to utilize the Sharingan to replicate ninjutsu, having rapid hand speed was paramount. After all, every second on the battlefield could determine victory or defeat. Kushina occasionally stole glances at Liuyun, and after a moment, she seemed to come up with an idea and slyly tossed a small paper ball at him. Behind her, Namikaze Minato stood, somewhat dazed as he observed Kushina's back. He noticed that this time, it was Kushina who took the initiative. Hey, can you teach me throwing techniques? Read the note on the paper ball. She believed Liuyun's skills in throwing hidden weapons must be formidable, and if he were willing to teach her, she could surely achieve a higher score in the next assessment. Upon reading this sentence, Liuyun was evidently taken aback. Kusanai felt a surge of anxiety within her. Having uttered that phrase, she immediately regretted it, fearing that Liuyun might reject her. She longed to observe the expression on his face, yet was also terrified of being caught, her large eyes betraying her distress. Liuyun appeared lost in contemplation, offering no immediate response. His hands ceased their intricate gestures, with his index finger rhythmically tapping the desk in silence. Unable to contain herself, Kusanai stole a glance at him, her impatient nature unable to withstand the silence. Desperately yearning to know the outcome, regardless of whether he would acquiesce or decline. Yet, Liuyun remained unperturbed, comfortably ensconced in his own thoughts, occasionally making casual eye contact with her, his gaze revealing nothing of his intentions. As time passed with no reply, a wave of deep disappointment washed over Kusanai, leading her to believe that he was unwilling to entertain her request. She had hoped that someone might be inclined to befriend her, an outsider. Yet the reality felt as remote as ever. She even lost interest in observing Liuyun's reactions, her attention diverted entirely from the teacher's lecture. Just as her spirits began to plummet, a small crumpled paper ball struck her head with unerring accuracy. Startled, Kusanai glanced at the culprit, her heart inexplicably racing once more. Feigning composure, she waited a moment before retrieving the paper ball, as if this action might serve as a form of retribution, though her heart was already eager to discover its contents. Ultimately, with trembling hands, she unfolded the paper. Teach me sealing techniques, and I shall instruct you in throwing techniques. The words caused her ears to flush crimson, and the corners of her mouth betrayed her joy, refusing to be suppressed. Upon witnessing Kusanai's reaction, Liuyun instantly recognized his objective had been achieved. This emotional tug-of-war had proven too much for the young girl. He felt a sense of mastery over her, which, in truth, was entirely accurate. At that moment, Kusanai remained blissfully unaware of a significant question. How did Liuyun know she had knowledge of sealing techniques? While it would be an exaggeration to say she fully understood them, she certainly possessed a fair amount of foundational knowledge. She had never employed sealing techniques at the Ninja Academy, yet Liuyun was aware of her familiarity with the subject. This was a thought that could induce considerable unease. However, Kusanai's mind was far too occupied to ponder such matters. The cleverness she had recently displayed felt like an illusion, as her thoughts had quietly morphed. Quickly, she scribbled a character on the paper, then tossed it towards Liuyun's head. He deftly caught it with his toes and discovered the word good. Soon, the bell rang, and teacher Oda announced the conclusion of the final class, much to the delight of the students. Just as Liuyun began to pack his bag to return home, Oda called out, "Liuyun and Kusanai, stay behind." A few students, led by Sato, wore mischievous grins. "Teacher Oda, is there something you need?" Liuyun inquired softly, his head lowered. "You slapped Kamita this afternoon?" Teacher Oda asked sternly. Liuyun, typically reserved and reticent, had suddenly resorted to violence. Kamita's tooth had nearly been dislodged. Had it not been for Kamita's urgent need to attend to a matter, he would have already been summoned to the office for a scolding. "Teacher, please let me explain. Be quiet. I have not asked you yet." "Let Liuyun speak for himself," Oda interrupted, glaring at Kusanai. "He called me a little pest and pulled my hair," Liuyun replied candidly. "Is that so?" Oda turned to Kamita. "I merely nudged him slightly." Kamita hastily defended himself. With both sides adamant in their positions, Oda shifted his gaze to Kusanai, gesturing for her to share her perspective. "Kamita did pull my hair, and quite forcefully. I witnessed it with my own eyes," Kusanai asserted with unwavering conviction. In truth, she had seen nothing. She had merely been too shy, her gaze averted, unaware of Kamita's actions. It was only through Liuyun's account that she had come to know of it, yet this did not deter her from taking a stand. Fabricating a story not only allowed her to annoy those troublemakers, but also shielded her desk mate. What could be more advantageous? "I wasn't doing anything wrong," Kamita protested. His face flushed with indignation, nearly brought to tears. "Enough with the pity act. Weren't you and Sato the ones who instigated trouble during recess? Cursing at me and Liuyun? Now you have the audacity to play innocent? Shameless," Kusanai retorted, refusing to coddle the little troublemaker. Upon hearing her words, the other students instinctively lowered their heads, and teacher Oda realized that Kusanai was indeed telling the truth. It was these rascals who had initiated the conflict. "You all will write a 200-word reflection for me to submit tomorrow. If it does not satisfy me, you will rewrite it until it does," Oda decreed, dismissing the rowdy group. "Kusanai, you may go as well." "Okay," Kusanai replied, albeit hesitantly, wanting to wait for Liuyun. "Liuyun, while they were in the wrong, your response was rather excessive. Kamita's tooth is now loose. This afternoon, you will stay behind to assist with cleaning the classroom in Kamita's stead," teacher Oda assigned. "Ha ha. Serves him right." The troublemakers, hiding outside, chuckled maliciously. "You little rascals," Oda exclaimed in anger, rushing out after them, causing the students to scatter in fright. Liuyun found Oda's mild punishment reasonable from an adult's perspective, yet from a child's viewpoint, it felt profoundly unjust, especially for Kusanai, whose teeth ground in frustration as she muttered incessantly against the offending students. After venting her frustrations, Kusanai picked up a broom to help Liuyun clean the classroom, considering them kindred spirits in their shared plight. "Hey, Liuyun, aren't you angry?" she asked curiously, noticing his calm demeanor as he worked diligently. "Angry about what?" Liuyun replied without looking up. "About those rascals. They were the ones who started it, and you merely retaliated, yet teacher Oda punishes you like this," Kusanai protested, her small fists clenching in indignation. Liuyun glanced up and smiled at her, a charming expression that momentarily left Kusanai dazed, her anger dissipating significantly. "They almost knocked out a tooth. What more could I wish for? I can't exactly go around killing people, can I?" Liuyun remarked casually, but his words struck Kusanai with surprising intensity. "Indeed," she mused, "one cannot simply take a life. Those ruffians, while despicable, did not deserve death. You're right. But perhaps next time, you should strike harder, ideally knocking out a tooth. That way, they'll think twice before bothering you again." With this revelation, Kusanai felt her anger subside. Liuyun remained silent, reflecting on her words. "You, with your fiery temper, beat up others, yet they still don't avoid you." Suddenly, Liuyun noticed something peculiar, unable to suppress a soft exclamation. "What is it?" Kusanai wiped the sweat from her forehead, inquiring. "Where have all the paper balls gone? I distinctly remember tossing them under my seat, yet they have vanished completely, no remnants at all." Upon hearing this, Kusanai hurried back to her seat. Lowering her gaze, she discovered that her discarded paper ball had also disappeared. "Indeed, my paper ball is gone too, not a scrap in sight, cleaner than if a dog had licked it." Kusanai was taken aback. However, she quickly dismissed the thought. Perhaps the wind carried them away. Liuyun nodded, equally unconcerned about the trivial matter. "This dreadful weather. It's unbearably hot." After exerting herself, Kusanai was drenched in sweat, her cheeks flushed. Liuyun nodded slightly, then abruptly tore off the white cloth that had long been wrapped around his forehead. The original owner was indeed peculiar, always binding his head with several layers of white cloth regardless of the weather. In his childhood, aside from being ridiculed for his unruly hair, he was often teased by his peers for having a forehead that was deemed too broad. Yet, Liuyun was indifferent to others' opinions. After discarding the cloth, he casually tossed aside the hair tie that had pulled his hair uncomfortably tight. His silky long hair cascaded down onto his shoulders, making him resemble a girl so closely that Kushina was momentarily entranced. With a wide forehead, dark eyes, and straight long hair, every aspect of him struck a chord with Kushina's aesthetic sensibilities, aligning closely with how Naruto had once admired Sakura in his youth. Just as Naruto was captivated by Sakura's broad forehead, Kushina found herself similarly mesmerized. Her gaze fixated upon him. She instinctively took several steps closer, yearning for a clearer view. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Liuyun inquired, perplexed. However, he soon lowered his head slightly and chuckled as he asked, "Do you think a broad forehead is ugly?" This feeling of inferiority stemmed from the original owner. "No, it's not like that." Kushina hastily waved her hands in denial. "Your forehead is beautiful, and your hair is lovely, and your eyes too." Her voice grew progressively softer until Liuyun could barely discern her words. "Thank you." Although he could not catch her last two sentences, he certainly heard her compliment on his forehead. "You're welcome." Kushina's voice was still as faint as a whisper, and her cheeks flushed an alarming shade of red. "Why is your face so red? Is it too hot?" Observing her rosy cheeks up close, Liuyun couldn't resist reaching out to touch her. "Ouch, that is hot," Kushina exclaimed, then promptly shoved him to the ground. "How embarrassing." Oh, just as Kushina intended to flee, she heard Liuyun's pained cry. Upon closer inspection, she realized she had pushed him too forcefully, causing him to hit his head against the chair. Liuyun winced, cradling the back of his head as he inhaled sharply. He felt around, thankful that there was no blood, though the pain was undeniably real. "Good thing my head is tough. Are you all right?" Kushina, momentarily forgetting her embarrassment, rushed to help Liuyun up. You're too violent," he complained. "Who told you to touch me?" Kushina chuckled awkwardly, her unusual catchphrase slipping out. "I merely touched you." Was that such a drastic reaction? Liuyun glared at her. Kushina instinctively lowered her head, adopting a sheepish expression. However, it wasn't long before she seemed to recall something, lifting her head to retort. "Don't you know that girls are sensitive about their faces? You can't just touch a girl's face. I thought you looked unwell with how red you were. And how was I supposed to know you were aware you were a girl? None of your business." Kushina pushed him away, causing Liuyun to bump painfully against the corner of the desk. Another sharp intake of breath followed. "Oh no, I'm so sorry." Kushina panicked at her accidental aggression. "Don't touch me. Keep your distance." Chapter 7. The Three Tomo Sharingan Beneath the Setting Sun. A child resembles their mother like a treasure. I'm sorry. It's all my fault." Kushina apologized repeatedly, grabbing Liuyun's arm in an attempt to help him up. "Just let me be, please," Liuyun pleaded, holding his lower back. "All right, fine." Kushina awkwardly released her grip. "Can't you be a bit gentler? You just accused me of being rough." Liuyun grumbled while rubbing his back. "I was wrong," Kushina admitted, her head bowed in apology. "How about I give you a massage?" "Please don't. I still need my back." Liuyun shot her a glare. Once he felt sufficiently recovered, Liuyun slowly stood up and dusted off his clothes. "Looks like it's time to head home." The sun was already setting, and if he lingered any longer, the school would soon close. "Oh right." Kushina nodded in agreement. As Liuyun walked ahead, Kushina obediently followed behind. Just as Liuyun was about to exit the classroom, Kushina could no longer contain herself and called out to him. "Liuyun, didn't you say you would show me your eyes after school? Now is the perfect time since no one is around." She looked at him with eager anticipation, specifically focusing on his eyes. Liuyun had forgotten about that promise. He glanced outside the classroom to ensure that most of the students had left. "All right then." As he spoke, he concentrated his chakra into his eyes, revealing a pair of blood-red orbs. With his back to the setting sun, he gazed intently at Kushina, the bright light enveloping him, rendering him almost ethereal. The sunlight glinted off him, making him appear both sacred and blinding. Kushina squinted against the glare and found it difficult to make out Liuyun's features. Once she rubbed her eyes and looked again, she was greeted by the sight of his enchanting three-tomo Sharingan, gleaming radiantly against the backdrop of the sunset. This pair of eyes was mesmerizing, yet not seductive. Breathtakingly beautiful to the point of disarming anyone who beheld them. A true masterpiece of nature. There was once an individual who, captivated by the artistry of explosions, was nearly entranced by the sight of the three-tomo Sharingan at dusk, causing him to waver in his beliefs. He had deemed the Sharingan to be the epitome of artistry, surpassing even the beauty of blooming fireworks. At that moment, Kushina was equally entranced. her spirit seemingly consumed by those eyes, her focus solely on their allure. The brilliance of the three-tomo Sharingan overshadowed even the brightest sunlight, rendering it pale in comparison. Liuyun did not employ any genjutsu on her, yet at that moment, Kushina felt as if she were ensnared in the mightiest illusion. Her mind was filled solely with those beguiling eyes and that charming face. Instinctively, she reached out her palm toward his fair visage, which was so near. Liuyun allowed her warm hand to graze his cheek and the area around his eyes. Yet, as he met Kushina's entranced gaze, he found himself blushing for once, instinctively averting his eyes. As her ruby-like eyes shifted downward, Kushina suddenly jolted awake, her hand retracting as if shocked, and she hurriedly fled the classroom. Liuyun watched her retreating figure as he closed his Sharingan. He chose not to pursue her, instead letting out a sigh as he locked the classroom door. On his way home, Liuyun felt an unusual lightness in his heart, as if the very breeze surrounding him was sweet, and he unconsciously quickened his pace. It was a feeling of impending happiness, as if he were nearing home. As he rounded a corner, he caught sight of a figure that was both familiar and slightly unfamiliar. It was an exceptionally striking woman with purple hair, standing at the door, quietly awaiting his return. Liuyun lowered his head, feeling inexplicably nervous, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "You know to come home? Where have you been playing around until now?" The woman chided gently, her expression devoid of anger, instead graced with a faint smile. "Mom." The way he called out to her felt entirely natural. As if she were indeed his mother. "Mikoto, where's your headband?" Mikoto observed him curiously. "It's too hot, so I took it off," Liuyun replied, standing there awkwardly with his head bowed, unable to meet her gaze. "Aren't you afraid of being teased for having a broad forehead?" Mikoto couldn't help but chuckle at this remark. Upon hearing her laughter, Liuyun glanced up, and his anxiousness inexplicably lifted. "I'm not afraid. I won't be binding it anymore." "Oh my, when did our Liuyun become so bold?" Mikoto laughed as she affectionately ruffled his hair. "Today, a girl complimented my forehead," Liuyun blurted out, and immediately, he froze in surprise at his own words. In front of his mother, he felt a wave of childlike innocence wash over him. This is merely the original self's thoughts playing tricks, as even with the intention to control, it proves futile. "Ha. I was wondering why you weren't wearing a headband. It turns out a girl complimented your forehead." Asuka laughed so hard that tears nearly streamed down her face. After a bout of laughter, Asuka gently ruffled his hair and spoke earnestly. "Our Liuyun has always been exceptionally handsome. It was only a matter of time before a girl praised you." She never believed her child fell short in any regard, particularly in terms of looks, where she held absolute confidence. Although she noticed Liuyun's slight insecurity about his forehead, she dismissed it as inconsequential. When he matures, he will naturally comprehend the concepts of beauty and ugliness without any need for instruction. Furthermore, given Liuyun's natural charm with the ladies, not allowing him to wear a headband might actually garner him even more admiration from girls, which could inadvertently lead to complications like fear of women, disdain for them, or even early romantic entanglements, none of which would be ideal. "Now go wash your hands and face, then it's time to eat." Liuyun nodded and hurriedly left. After a hasty cold shower, he emerged to find Asuka already kneeling at the dining table, having prepared his meal. They were but a pair of orphans. His father had heroically perished in the war 2 years prior. He was a chunin blessed with the dual Sharingan, named Uchihas. "Let us eat. The food is getting cold," Asuka remarked as she began her meal. In his previous life, Liuyun had been an orphan. Now, having a mother felt quite nice. "Where did you go this afternoon?" "Returning home, so late had your mother worried sick. I was on cleaning duty in the classroom, which is why I'm late," Liuyun explained after swallowing a mouthful of food. "Wasn't it just recently that you had cleaning duty? How come it's your turn again?" Asuka questioned, a look of suspicion crossing her face. She was not easily deceived. Her mind was quite perceptive. "I made a mistake and was punished by the teacher to clean." Liuyun contemplated and eventually decided to come clean. After all, it was a trivial matter. "Mistake? What did you do wrong?" "I hit someone." "Huh." Asuka doubted her hearing. "You hit someone? Did you not get hit instead?" "I hit someone." Liuyun's lips twitched as he reiterated. "You dare to hit someone?" Asuka raised an eyebrow, her expression one of surprise. "How did you do it? Tell your mother." Upon hearing this, Liuyun was momentarily stunned. Logically, shouldn't she first inquire why he hit someone? The fact that a mother was curious about how her son struck another was rather perplexing. Chapter 8. If one does not strive in youth, they enter the Pure Land to become brothers with their father, a girl in the throes of adolescence. "I just slapped a classmate. He provoked me first." "Just a slap? He provoked you, and yet you were punished to clean the classroom?" Asuka's cheeks were puffed out. Her mouth full of food, whether from anger or simply too much to eat, was unclear. But your courage has indeed grown. This is something your mother finds commendable. At that moment, Asuka appeared rather proud. Liuyun found it hard to comprehend. With such a mother, why did the original self always appear so timid? Ultimately, it might stem from his father, Uchihas, whose character was quite amiable, treating others kindly and avoiding conflict. After dinner, Liuyun began exercising in their small courtyard. Push-ups, squats, hitting a wooden post, his diligent efforts causing Asuka to marvel. My son, why have you suddenly become so diligent? Her son rarely took the initiative to exercise, especially at night. Liuyun preferred to hide in his room reading comics until he grew tired and then slept, seldom venturing out for activities. Why the sudden transformation today? Liuyun paused his workout upon hearing her. He didn't want to work hard, but he recognized the necessity. It was important to remember that this was the world of ninjas. The second great ninja war had yet to escalate. And there were still the third and fourth wars to contend with. As a ninja, without strength, how could he withstand the trials to come? He was neither the protagonist nor an important supporting character. The chaos of the Nine Tails, the Uchiha massacre by Itachi, the invasion by Pain, various ninja missions could easily lead to his demise. He had no desire to traverse into this life only to meet an early end, nor to follow in his father Sei's footsteps, leaving his family behind to suffer in sorrow. In a year, I will become a ninja. I need to prepare in advance. Liuyun stated vaguely. But this seems a bit premature, Asuka remarked, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Liuyun shook his head, believing that time was indeed too tight. Rumor had it that even freshly graduated children would be sent to the battlefield during the Third War, while the Second War did not have such tales. He could not guarantee the same. If the Second War unfolded like the Third, danger would be imminent, especially for a character like him, a mere backdrop. Every bit of strength increases the assurance of life. Enhancing my own power is essential. Well said, your mother supports you. Asuka clapped and smiled, pleased that her son was ambitious. Understanding the importance of physical training was beneficial in every regard, and as a mother, she would certainly support him. She only hoped her precious son wouldn't abandon his efforts halfway. Tomorrow, I'll give you money to buy fitness equipment. Make sure to train hard and don't slack off. Asuka encouraged, shaking her fist in motivation. Liuyun felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. After completing 100 push-ups, 100 squats, striking the post 100 times, and kicking it 100 times, Liuyun found himself breathless. Compared to his peers in the ninja world, his physical abilities were indeed lacking. As he was now, without activating the Sharingan, he might not even match Kushina in terms of physical prowess, let alone geniuses like Minato. Despite his exhaustion, his mental state was remarkably good, likely due to the surge in spiritual energy following the fusion of the two souls. After resting for a while, his caring mother prepared drinks and ice water for him. Once he alleviated his fatigue, he began practicing chakra control against the wall, engaging in the two training exercises known as tree climbing and water walking. Son, what are you doing? Asuka asked, unable to suppress her curiosity as she watched him repeatedly kick against the wall only to fall back to the ground. She was not a ninja and had no exposure to such training methods. I'm training my chakra control abilities, Liuyun explained briefly, indifferent to whether Asuka understood. Shall I get you a mat? I don't want you to hurt yourself, Asuka said, intending to fetch one from inside, but was called back by Liuyun. No need. Mom, let me fall. With chakra protecting me, I won't get hurt. This was indeed true. Every fall would serve as a means of honing his body, ensuring that he wouldn't be easily defeated by a few punches in the future. Alright, then take your time practicing, finish up, and rest early. Don't stay up too late. After a moment of novelty, Asuka decided to return to her room to rest. In the dead of night. Within the Senju clan's territory, in a brightly lit pink bedroom, a young girl sat cross-legged on the floor, patiently studying the sealing scroll in her hand. These scrolls contained the secret arts of the Uzumaki clan. Two knocks sounded at the door, and an elderly woman pushed it open. Mito, why are you still awake? Kushina quickly stood up. It's so late. Why haven't you gone to bed? Uzumaki Mito gazed at the scattered sealing scrolls on the ground, a look of surprise crossing her face, soon followed by joy and pride. These were the most precious treasures of their Uzumaki clan. With the fall of the land of whirlpools and the near annihilation of their clan, it was heartening to see the few remaining members willing to carry on this legacy. Previously, Kushina had been too busy reveling in her adventures, making it difficult for her to study sealing techniques. What had prompted this sudden change of heart? I can't sleep, so I thought I'd learn a bit more about sealing techniques, Kushina replied softly, lowering her head. Her mind involuntarily drifted to a certain boy, recalling a particular promise. She contemplated acquiring more knowledge of sealing techniques, so that in the future, she would not be devoid of anything to impart. Good. It's rare for you to show such eagerness to learn. If you encounter any questions later, feel free to ask me." Uzumaki Mito smiled with satisfaction, unaware of the thoughts swirling in the girl's mind, believing instead that the girl had finally come to her senses. However, it was quite late today. "You should turn off the lights and retire for the night." Upon hearing this, Kushina glanced at the clock, only to realize that, having been so engrossed, she had lost track of time, and it was already deep into the night. Yes, I will sleep now." "Grandma Mito, you should also head to bed early." Kushina replied sweetly with a smile. "Good child," Mito praised, gently closing the door behind Kushina. As she lay on her bedding, Kushina tossed and turned, unable to find repose. The moment she closed her eyes, thoughts of that boy surged forth, particularly the enchanting and exquisite three-tomo Sharingan that graced his eyes. The memory of his hand brushing against her face, and her own fingers delicately caressing his handsome visage, made the corners of Kushina's mouth involuntarily lift. How had she never noticed how handsome he was before? Her heart felt as though it were coated in honey, sweet enough to keep her awake. Concealing his strength yet achieving remarkable results. Surely he must be the top of the class. What a modest fellow he was. Clutching her pillow, Kushina rolled from side to side, muttering to herself and wearing a silly grin. "Ah, bless." Liuyun lay on his bedding, sneezing occasionally, believing he might have caught a cold. Chapter 9. The Great Conflict Within the School. Rather than waiting for you to make a move, I would rather take the initiative. Early in the morning, as dawn barely broke, Liuyun had already risen and completed his morning routine, possessing formidable mental strength. He found that merely 5 to 6 hours of sleep sufficed to rejuvenate him, a discovery that astonished him and could be deemed the only advantage of his transmigration to this world. Stealthily opening the door, Liuyun embarked on a new day of physical training. Beginning with a morning run, he set out to rectify his endurance shortcomings. After running approximately a quarter of the way around Konoha, the sun had fully risen. Only when he could run no more did he leisurely make his way back home. Upon his return, Asuka had prepared breakfast, and after consuming milk and bread, Liuyun donned his backpack and headed off to the ninja academy. What has gotten into this child, suddenly so diligent? Asuka pondered, staring at his retreating figure with a face full of confusion. Not only was he diligent, but many of his habits had also changed, such as his attire and his tendency to sleep in. Numerous trifles that she, as a mother, would typically need to nag about, he had taken upon himself to resolve. Thankfully, these changes were all for the better, so Asuka felt no cause for concern. Upon arriving at the ninja academy, before Liuyun could even reach his classroom, several elementary students intercepted him. "Isn't this the little scruff? Why aren't you wearing your headband today?" Liuyun remained silent, instead thoughtfully scrutinizing the group of elementary students. These individuals, with their dark eyes and hair, wore the emblem of the Uchiha clan and were a year older than Liuyun, currently in the 6th grade. "Hey, I'm talking to you." One of them, seeing Liuyun's silence, attempted to reach out and ruffle his hair. Liuyun preemptively seized the boy's wrist with one hand. "Speak if you wish, but keep your hands to yourself." Liuyun's expression was cold as he deftly shook off the boy's arm. Though his words were not harsh, they landed on the ears of others with considerable displeasure. "Oh, you think you're something now, huh? This little scruff has developed quite the temper since we last saw him." Uchiha Kanzuya sneered, a malicious grin adorning his face. "It seems it's time to teach you a lesson. Let it go. Kanzuya, we are all from the same clan. Let's not make a spectacle of ourselves." One of the Uchiha youths interjected, attempting to defuse the situation. Their commotion had attracted quite a few onlookers, many of whom were from the Hyuga clan, the Uchiha's long-standing rivals. A normally timid individual was daring to confront him today, maintaining a scowl throughout the encounter, which irked Uchiha Kanzuya immensely. "Humph, I'll let you off this time, but outside of school, don't let my friends catch you, little scuff." Uchiha Kanzuya threatened as he prepared to leave, not wanting to be the subject of ridicule. "Did I give you permission to leave?" Before he could depart, Liuyun called out in a deep voice. While he could overlook being called a little scruff, the term little bastard was something he could not pretend to ignore. "Oh, what do you want?" Uchiha Kanzuya replied with a smile, but before he could finish his sentence, Liuyun struck him with a powerful slap. His arm was charged with chakra, allowing for an astonishingly swift strike that sent Uchiha Kanzuya flying before he had a chance to react. 2 pristine teeth mingled with blood as he crashed unceremoniously to the ground. Everyone stood in stunned silence, unable to believe that the seemingly soft-spoken little scruff had actually struck someone. Moreover, it was an attack against a fellow clansman of the Uchiha, and one so fierce at that, rather than wait for your retaliation, it is better to deal with you now, having already forged an enmity. Even if he were to back down, others would not necessarily let him off the hook. Besides, why should he be the one to back down? Kindness invites bullying, and a gentle horse is ridden, Allowing oneself to be bullied would only embolden those who sought to do so. As Liuyun spoke, he advanced swiftly. And before the dazed Kinzuya could process the situation, a heavy boot crashed into his face. The impact caused a rush of blood from his nose. Liuyun's harshness was understandable. No other child had ever dared to address him as a little bastard, and yet this fellow, who was also from the Uchiha clan, had done so. This illustrated why Asuka had chosen to take him away from the Uchiha compound, given the mischievous nature of elementary school ninjas. If Liuyun did not teach him a thorough lesson today, someone would surely come around tomorrow to call him a little bastard again. You bastard, stop right there. Before Liuyun could continue his assault, two Uchiha clan members hurriedly intervened. One of them kicked Liuyun back forcefully, brushing off the dirt from his wrist. Liuyun's expression remained calm. Concentrating chakra in his arm rendered it powerful and resilient, making the kick appear formidable while causing him no pain at all. This was one of the benefits of mastering chakra control. After a night of training, he had already begun to scale walls, having made initial strides in his practice. His rapid progress was still attributable to his formidable mental strength. Mastering the flow of chakra requires a robust mental will, and with his dual souls united, his greatest asset was his mental power. Moreover, having awakened the three-tomo Sharingan, his personal mental strength had reached extraordinary levels. Liuyun's newfound ability to manipulate the chakra within him greatly enhanced his personal prowess. Just this capability alone was sufficient to keep this group of elementary students in check. You bastard Liuyun, we are from the same clan. Isn't your response a bit excessive? Uchiha Chiya scolded, her face filled with anger. Why don't you address how he insulted me more harshly? Do you truly believe I have no temper and will allow others to insult me? He had often been bullied, and the nickname Little Scruff had been propagated by this very group. Otherwise, among a sea of colorful-haired students who wouldn't be considered a scruff, why would anyone even utter the term Little Scruff? If he acknowledged me as kin, he would not have resorted to such vile insults. Since he wished for me to remember this lesson, I shall ensure he does. Should he dare to speak disrespectfully in my presence again, he mustn't blame me for being heavy-handed. With that, Liuyun ignored the astonished crowd, hands in pockets, and strode directly towards the classroom. Is this truly the Little Scruff I once knew? How has he suddenly become so bold? The fellow possesses a notably broad forehead and a visage reminiscent of a girl. Yet when it comes to combat, he exhibits an unexpected ferocity. The observing elementary school students are abuzz with chatter. What of his wide forehead? And how can such a handsome face be deemed feminine? He is undeniably striking, and his spirited personality is simply too manly. Some girls have already begun to swoon. Haha. The Uchiha clan is truly entertaining, engaging in a dog-eat-dog manner, as members of the Hyuga clan mock from the sidelines. Numerous scions of the prominent families wear expressions of derision upon hearing such remarks. Oh, I shall confront him. Uchiha Hayato, having finally regained his composure, immediately attempts to rise and seek vengeance against Liuyun, tears streaming down his face. Hey, Hayato, do not act rashly. Class is about to commence, and the instructor will arrive shortly. Exercise patience and wait until after the first lesson to exact your revenge, suggested a clan member who had befriended him. Let us report to the teacher. You are injured and must see the infirmary, counseled Uchiha Chiya. No. If I report, how can I take my revenge? I'll just claim I fell. Uchiha Hayato spat, blood trickling from his mouth, a grimace etched across his face. If I don't knock out a few of his teeth, I shall not bear the Uchiha name. Hayato realized that his earlier complacency had allowed Liuyun to strike him. In a true brawl, Liuyun was no match for him. He had bested him before and, moreover, had allies on his side. Chapter 10. Am I the fool? Don't run after school. Shortly after delivering a beating, Liuyun nearly collided with Kushina at the classroom entrance. What are you doing? You seem flustered. Oh, I heard from classmates that you were fighting outside. Are you hurt? Kushina inquired anxiously, scrutinizing him. The concern etched on her face made Liuyun chuckle involuntarily. Are you worried about me? Afraid I might have been beaten? No, I'm not. Kushina almost nodded in affirmation, but suddenly realized the ambiguity of her statement and quickly shook her head in denial. Oh, so you're not concerned about me? Fine. I must have been imagining things. Liuyun averted his gaze, feeling dejected, and slowly made his way to his seat. His silhouette appeared particularly solitary, resembling a soulless husk. Kushina felt a pang of urgency. She wanted to clarify her intentions, but, being somewhat shy, she hesitated to admit her concern. Just then, the teacher entered the classroom. Kushina dutifully returned to her seat, her cheeks flushed as she glanced at Liuyun, who had lowered his head, his long hair obscuring his expression. He appeared to be in sorrow. Could it be that my words have caused him distress? Am I truly that significant to him? With this realization, Kushina's earlier anxiety dissipated, replaced by a sense of delight. Why is she exhibiting such an attitude? Initially, Liuyun had intended to tease this little girl, hoping to make her blush like a ripe tomato. However, upon catching a glimpse of Kushina, he noticed that she was merely slightly flushed, not anxious or flustered, but rather smiling. Could it be that I am the one being overly sentimental? Confronted with this possibility, Liuyun felt a sudden wave of disillusionment. After finally encountering a charming companion suitable for nurturing, the experience seemed to have ended before it truly began. The jester, it seems, is none other than myself. Liuyun sighed in bewilderment, then slumped over his desk like a puddle of mud. This was not an act of surrender. He was genuinely paying attention in mathematics class. Leaning on the desk alleviated the soreness in his legs, which had endured a rigorous morning run and a lengthy walk, leaving him quite fatigued. Unbeknownst to her, Kushina misinterpreted his posture as a result of her words, believing he was merely disheartened. She tore off a piece of white paper, scribbled a note, crumpled it, and discreetly tossed it in his direction. Liuyun felt a slight thud on his head, glancing around to see a wadded paper ball. Turning to look at Kushina, he found her sitting upright, eyes fixed ahead, appearing to focus intently on the lesson. She did not glance his way, so he chose to ignore the paper ball, letting it remain beside him. This sight caught Kushina's eye, causing her to feel flustered. Could it be that he is upset with me? With this thought, she quickly threw another paper ball. This one landed squarely before Liuyun. Amused, he blew the paper ball away with a puff. You jerk, Liuyun. Is it really necessary to react this way over a mere denial of concern? Do you not know that girls are sensitive? Kushina seethed, her teeth clenched. Undeterred, she tossed a larger paper ball that struck Liuyun squarely on the head. Liuyun pretended not to notice, even scratching the spot where he was hit, showing no intention of picking it up. Seeing this, Kushina's frustration boiled over, her face flushed with irritation. Suddenly, Liuyun heard an odd series of joint crackling sounds, followed by a chilling gust of wind that raised the hairs on his neck. Curious, he turned to look at Kushina, only to find her glaring at him. Two strands of red hair rising as if caught in an unseen breeze, her fists clenched tightly, making a crackling sound. Startled, Liuyun hurriedly picked up the two paper balls from the ground. An angry Kushina was truly terrifying. Cold sweat beaded on Liuyun's forehead. The infamous blood-red chili pepper was no myth, and he instinctively felt a sense of dread. Are you trying to provoke me? Do you want to die? Kushina thought to herself, though her lips curled into a slight smile. Are you looking for trouble? Do you believe I one-T hit you? Seeing this, Liuyun's forehead glistened with perspiration. He forced a strained smile. Don't be angry. I ran out of the classroom to help you, but you finished so quickly. You weren't hurt, were you? This initial paper ball conveyed his genuine concern. As he read the words, Liuyun felt a wave of relief wash over him. His sweat ceased, and he sat up straighter. Liuyun penned a response and tossed it back. Kushina hesitated for several minutes upon receiving the paper ball, ultimately shooting him an exasperated glare before picking it up. I'm not hurt. You already know I can conceal my strength, right? My brother is actually quite strong, so there's no need to worry about me. Reading the note, especially the mention of brother, made her cheeks flush and her heart race. Suppressing her intense embarrassment, Kushina inhaled deeply and nonchalantly tucked the note into her bag. The conversation was far too embarrassing to be seen by anyone else. Otherwise, she would experience what it truly meant to die socially. Tearing off another piece of white paper, Kushina resumed her note passing. I've never seen you fight anyone. How would I know how strong you are? How about we practice together after school? Liuyun felt utterly speechless upon reading those words. She was undeniably adorable, but her boldness was rather wild. Was it typical for a girl to suggest sparring sessions so readily? Before Liuyun could respond, another paper ball struck him on the head. What's the matter? Afraid? Coward. Upon reading this, Liuyun shot her a withering glance. This insufferable girl was getting too bold. Did she really think he was still the easily pushed around Uchiha Liuyun? Liuyun picked up his pen and wrote with assertiveness. If you have the guts, don't run after school. Upon reading this passage, Kushina couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. The noise she made instantly caught the attention of the teacher. Kushina, what is so amusing? Is my lesson that funny? The mathematics teacher reprimanded with a stern expression. Kushina stammered, cold sweat beading on her forehead, unable to articulate a coherent response. Seeing this scene, Liuyun struggled to suppress his laughter, his eyes brimming with schadenfreude. Out of the corner of her eye, Kushina caught a glimpse of Liuyun stifling his laughter. And in the next instant, her brows furrowed as she pointed at him, exclaiming, Teacher, it's all Liuyun's fault for making funny faces. The smile on Liuyun's face froze instantly, and he hurriedly defended himself. I wasn't. You too. Go stand at the back and listen to the lesson. Without further ado, the mathematics teacher ordered them to the back of the classroom as punishment. You rotten tomato, you set me up? Liuyun muttered under his breath. It's all your fault, you little rascal, Kushina retorted quietly. Did I make you laugh? With such a low threshold for humor, you blame others. Liuyun shot her a fierce glare. Well, when I got caught by the teacher, what were you laughing at? If I'm not having a good time. You shouldn't either. Kushina, her smile unwavering, decided to play the rogue. Already feeling fatigued, being forced to stand was truly a tearful predicament for Liuyun. As the first period neared its conclusion, Kushina noticed Liuyun's legs trembling incessantly and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Hey, why are your legs shaking?" "It's all you're doing." Liuyun shot her a glare, as he had ample time to rest. "It's just standing. Are your legs that weak?" Upon hearing this, Kushina burst into laughter. "I went for a morning run, and considering how far the ninja school is from my home, standing here is quite a trial for me." Truth be told, had it been Kushina, she wouldn't have felt weak at all. After all, she possessed the formidable physique of the Uzumaki clan. Even after being forcefully extracted from her tailed beast, she didn't perish immediately, but managed to restrain the complete form of the Nine Tails for quite some time. In contrast, Naruto, possessing Sage Body, nearly met his demise after losing just half of the Nine Tails. Had it not been for his protagonist as Halo, he would have already been buried. This illustrates the terrifying physical prowess of Kushina, making it evident that she could easily overpower Liuyun based on that alone. I'm not as weak as you." Kushina taunted mercilessly. "Shut up." Liuyun gritted his teeth in frustration. Soon, the first period came to an end. Fortunately, noticing Liuyun's trembling legs and his perspiring, visibly exhausted state, the mathematics teacher chose not to press them further, scolding them a few times before turning to leave. As Liuyun took a few steps, he nearly stumbled due to his numb legs, but Kushina was quick to catch him. "Let me help you back to your seat," she said softly, her cheeks flushed. The two stood quite close, both able to catch the scent of each other. "I want to thank you," Liuyun grumbled, attempting to maintain his pride. "Then I want to help you." Kushina feigned releasing her grip. "I don't need your help." Liuyun struggled to push her away, only for Kushina to cling to him again. All right. Seeing how pitiful you look, I want to hold it against you," she said with a beaming smile, making Liuyun wish to punch her, yet he ultimately refrained from resisting and allowed her to assist him. "What is going on with Liuyun?" Minato approached to lend his support on the other side. Liuyun's legs were numb and weak. Before he could speak, Kushina interjected, giggling. "You really should work out more." After being helped back to his seat, the moment Liuyun sat down, he immediately pushed Kushina away, instead smiling at Minato in gratitude. Kushina, unfazed by being pushed away, cheerfully settled beside him. Minato observed this curious scene, wondering when Kushina's temperament had become so amiable. Just then, a group of rowdy elementary school students stormed into their classroom. Upon seeing the leader among them, Liuyun couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. This brat named Uchiha Waki hadn't learned his lesson. Just recently, he had been thoroughly beaten, and now, only after a single class, he was back to cause trouble. "Some people never learn," Liuyun remarked, propping himself up on the desk as he stood. "What do you want?" Sensing the escalating situation, Kushina quickly stepped forward to intercept several Uchiha clansmen. They glared menacingly at Liuyun, recalling his previous altercation, and Kushina understood their intention to invade the classroom. "This is none of your business. Get lost, or we'll beat you up too," an Uchiha member coldly retorted, attempting to shove Kushina aside. However, in the next moment, she preemptively took action. Seizing the opponent's wrist, she utilized her strength to execute a powerful shoulder throw, leaving him dazed. "You want to bully Liuyun? As long as I'm here, you want to lay a finger on him," Kushina exclaimed, stepping on the fallen Uchiha, her aura radiating confidence, leaving the remaining Uchiha members stunned. Bravo! Liuyun couldn't help but applaud her. With such a charming protector, how could he not feel affection for her? The sensation of being sheltered was simply marvelous. "Go, Nai, I'm supporting you in spirit." He raised a small fist, cheering for Kushina. Hearing this, Kushina's cheeks flushed crimson. Did he just call me Nai? He called me Nai? Damn it. Everyone, attack together. Beat those two to a pulp. Uchiha Waki seethed, his face contorted with rage, and he waved his hand to initiate the fight. Ignoring her embarrassment, Kushina unleashed her strength, using the fallen Uchiha as a weapon to strike the advancing group of elementary students, causing them to cry out in distress. Her ferocity terrified many of them. Even Liuyun found himself gasping in astonishment. He knew Kushina was strong, but he never expected her to be this formidable. The rampaging Crimson Pepper could take on a crowd, and most of those facing her were merely 6th graders. The Uchiha clan members were not without strength either. Yet they couldn't gain the upper hand against her, and were instead forced to retreat. The Uchiha being used as a weapon fared even worse. frothing at the mouth and nearing unconsciousness. Seeing Kushina in such a frenzy, Liuyun, suppressing his discomfort, quickly advised, Hey, Nai, put him down first. Or switch to another person as a weapon. This guy can't take much more. Fighting too hard at school isn't allowed. If something happens, the teacher 1T let it slide, even if she is the future Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. After all, the Uchiha in her grasp was already frothing at the mouth. Liuyun rushed forward to urge her to calm down, at least to let her current weapon catch a breather. Chapter 12. Bravely shielding her from Kanai. The assailant becomes a hero in the eyes of others? Kushina heeded the advice, violently tossing the Uchiha she held into the crowd, causing a commotion among the students. After this, she clapped her hands, placing her hands on her hips, and fixed her gaze on the remaining Uchiha. You think you can bully others? Before she could finish her sentence, a sudden whoosh filled the air, and a kunai shot directly towards her. In that moment, Kushina's face paled with shock as she attempted to evade, but it seemed too late. With his brows furrowed in urgency, Liuyun's hand shot out instinctively, seizing the shuriken with remarkable acuity and reflexes. Crimson droplets of blood began to drip slowly from his palm, where the sharp edges of the shuriken had sliced through the skin, leaving 2 small gashes. This was merely a practice shuriken intended for training, dull and unsharpened. Had it been a true weapon, his hand would undoubtedly have been severed. Ignoring the pain, Liuyun deftly flipped the shuriken in his grasp and hurled it back at its original wielder without a moment's hesitation. A chilling scream pierced the air as the shuriken embedded itself into Uchiha Yahiko's thigh. Witnessing the bloodshed, several onlooking elementary students sensed the gravity of the situation and swiftly dispersed in fright. A few Uchiha clan members, realizing the chaos that ensued, hurriedly lifted the howling Uchiha Yahiko and fled the scene. Their minds were too preoccupied with the escalating turmoil to consider continuing the fight. It was evident that the teachers would inevitably intervene. Liuyun. Kushina grasped his hand, her voice trembling as she struggled to articulate her concern. Had Liuyun not intervened to catch the shuriken, she would surely have been the one injured. The thought of someone willing to shield her from danger brought tears to Kushina's eyes, her emotions overwhelming her. Why are you so foolish? Do you not realize the peril of a shuriken? You dare to catch it barehanded. Precisely because it is dangerous that I acted, Liuyun replied earnestly. If it had struck you, it could have pierced right through. His words momentarily rendered Kushina speechless, before she burst into tears, her emotions spilling forth. In all her time in this unfamiliar village, this was the first instance where she felt the earnest regard of her peers. It was a testament to selflessness, an act of unwavering protection. What girl could remain unscathed by such a display? Kushina enveloped Liuyun in a tight embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. When did they become so intimately connected? A few girls witnessing this scene gasped in astonishment. Indeed, they had reached the point of defending each other, of standing in harm's way for one another. Many classmates were left in shock, pondering when this bond had blossomed. They were unwittingly consuming the proverbial dog food, completely unaware of the romantic saga that had unfolded between the two. However, in the eyes of some girls, a man willing to shield his beloved from danger was undoubtedly a paragon of true love. A hint of jealousy flickered in the gazes of some girls directed at Kushina, all wishing to find a gallant boy like Liuyun. Enough of this weeping. It is but a minor injury, and will soon form a scab, Liuyun chuckled, patting her back. There are many eyes upon us. The moment those words left his lips, Kushina snapped back to reality. A cursory glance at their classmates revealed a sea of curious faces, and her cheeks flushed crimson as she hastily pushed Liuyun away and dashed back to her seat, burying her face in her arms to avoid further embarrassment. Liuyun accepted a piece of paper from a classmate, compressing it gently to staunch the bleeding. As anticipated, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Oda, soon arrived to apprehend the situation. Uchiha Liuyun, Uzumaki Kushina, both of you come with me to the office immediately. Once in the teacher's office, Mr. Oda first assessed Liuyun's injuries, relieved to find them merely superficial. Nonetheless, he produced a bandage and diligently tended to the wounds. What exactly transpired between you and Uchiha Yahiko? Mr. Oda inquired, his gaze fixed on Liuyun with an air of seriousness. With a resigned demeanor, Liuyun recounted the events leading up to the confrontation, knowing that many had witnessed it. Rendering deceit futile, he aimed to absolve Kushina of any blame. So you were the one who initiated the altercation? You knocked out 2 of his teeth? Mr. Oda massaged his temples in frustration. Given the vile insults he hurled and his threats to harm Liuyun, losing 2 teeth was a mild consequence. Kushina muttered under her breath. Silence. I have yet to address you. Mr. Oda barked, nearly spitting in exasperation. Mr. Oda, this incident is not Kushina's fault. She acted out of loyalty to her classmate. Had she not intervened, I might have been gravely injured, Liuyun asserted solemnly, casting Kushina in the role of a valiant protector. Thus, she not only escaped blame, but also gained merit for her actions. In truth, she had been the one to strike first, but Liuyun sought to frame the narrative differently. Is that so, Kushina? Mr. Oda scrutinized her with skepticism. Absolutely. She does not know Uchiha Yahiko, and there are no prior grievances. Her actions were purely to defend a fellow classmate. Liuyun interjected, eager to clarify. Mr. Oda, I believe Kushina's intentions were noble. We cannot deem her at fault simply because she emerged victorious. If such noble acts are to be punished, who would dare to stand up for others in the future? Liuyun continued, seizing the opportunity to advocate for Kushina. To his surprise, Mr. Oda instinctively nodded, acknowledging the validity of his argument. Kushina gazed at Liuyun in awe. She could not deny his eloquence, as a few simple words had effectively exonerated her. She even mused that Mr. Oda might commend her for her bravery. When has a student ever received praise for fighting at school? Setting aside thoughts of Kushina, Uchiha Yahiko's injuries were severe, and his homeroom teacher was fuming, insisting the matter be reported to the Hokage. What do you propose we do? Mr. Oda turned his gaze to Liuyun. Given the circumstances, I believe Uchiha Yahiko should face serious repercussions for his actions. He brazenly attempted to harm another student. Such malice warrants stern punishment. Liuyun spoke with gravity, astonishing the surrounding teachers with his conviction. The shuriken belonged to Uchiha Yahiko, and he had intended it as a lethal weapon, targeting Kushina's throat. Had Liuyun not acted swiftly, Kushina might have lost her life. What? Mr. Oda was taken aback, realizing the severity of the situation was far worse than he had anticipated. This matter must be escalated to the Hokage, he declared, recognizing that he could no longer manage the situation on his own. Chapter 13. A divergence in the third Hokage's attitude, two completely opposing approaches. Before long, the events at the ninja school reached the ears of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. To everyone's astonishment, this busy Hokage took the time to personally address the matter at the school. This action underscored the significance he placed on the incident and the importance of Uzumaki Kushina as the vessel for the Nine Tails. Was there an intention to assassinate the future Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Had Uchiha Yahiko acted on impulse, or was he following orders? It was imperative to uncover the truth behind the situation. Of course, as the head of the ninja school, he held a vested interest in the welfare of the children within its walls. After a thorough inquiry, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly grasped the essence of the conflict. At its core, it was merely a case of infighting among the Uchiha clan's youth. However, the one aspect that warranted serious attention was Uchiha Yahiko's reckless use of a weapon. Can you confirm that Uchiha Yahiko aimed the shuriken at Kushina's throat? Sarutobi Hiruzen queried Liuyun with a serious demeanor. Yes, I am certain, Liuyun replied, his gaze unwavering. In truth, Liuyun could not definitively say whether the target was her throat or shoulders, but given that lethal force had been employed, he would not show mercy or leave any room for leniency. Were it not for his own limitations, Liuyun would have proclaimed, this boy must not be spared. Based on the trajectory of the shuriken, the height of the flowing clouds, his action of raising his hand to catch the shuriken, and the testimonies of the witnesses present, it can be reasonably concluded that his words are likely credible. A ninja with professional criminal investigation skills conducted an analysis based on intelligence. He decided to return that child to the Uchiha clan and subsequently arrange for his withdrawal from school. He also advised the Uchiha clan to reinforce their ideological education and supervision of their children, emphasizing that the ninja school is not a place for dealing with one's own kin. Sarutobi Hiruzen decisively rendered his judgment. His pronouncement left many teachers stunned, even causing a sense of shock in Liuyun himself. The third Hokage's actions were excessively swift and forceful, and for an elementary school student, this punishment seemed rather severe. Was he using this incident to admonish the Uchiha clan? Or was it a response to Kushina's peril? Perhaps he merely intended to use this incident as a warning to other students in the ninja academy? Or was it because Uchiha Kagami's nature was too malicious, rendering him unfit to be a ninja? Liuyun found it difficult to ascertain the exact motivation. Wasn't the third Hokage supposed to be a benevolent leader? How? Liuyun felt a tumult within, yet dared not meet his gaze, fearing to reveal any hint of his thoughts. Perhaps it was due to his youth. The current third Hokage was no longer the kindly old man of the original narrative. Liuyun realized he could not judge his character or intentions based on that portrayal. Alternatively, Sarutobi Hiruzen himself might not be inherently merciful. He might only reveal his compassionate side when addressing those of significant influence. Liuyun's mind raced, and within mere minutes, he pondered numerous possibilities. Uchiha Liuyun, Do you recognize your error in resorting to violence against a classmate simply due to a verbal insult? Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke in a measured tone, yet his immense authority pressed upon Liuyun, causing his breath to quicken. Resorting to violence over a minor insult could be understood. Had he merely injured the other lightly, he might have garnered sympathy. However, should the injury be severe, such behavior could not be tolerated. I understand my mistake. Liuyun lowered his head at the appropriate moment. Even though he felt justified, he knew he must feign humility and admit fault. Considering your willingness to disregard your own safety to protect your companion from danger, I shall temporarily overlook your wrongdoing. Strive to study diligently henceforth, and do not provoke further incidents. In light of Liuyun's transgression, Sarutobi Hiruzen chose a lenient approach, a stark contrast to his previous judgment regarding Uchiha Kagami. This attitude mirrored the compassion that Liuyun had associated with the third Hokage from his readings of the original narrative. The reasons for Sarutobi Hiruzen's leniency towards Liuyun were twofold. Firstly, Liuyun's father, Uchiha Moru, was a martyr who had perished on the battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen typically displayed mercy towards the widows and offspring of fallen heroes. Secondly, Uchiha Liuyun demonstrated a commendable appreciation for his companions, even risking injury to protect them. Such qualities were deemed worthy of nurturing within the village of Konoha. Talents like him were invaluable, and Sarutobi Hiruzen held high hopes for young individuals with a spirit of sacrifice. It was this very spirit that had enabled him to seize the position of Hokage during a time of great crisis by volunteering to cover for his comrades. Your father, Uchiha Moru, was an exceptional ninja, courageous and unyielding on the battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen commenced an extensive ideological education session lasting over 10 minutes, during which Liuyun listened attentively, his face occasionally betraying a melancholic expression. I hope you will study diligently, so that you may inherit his will of fire and become a valuable asset to Konoha. In the face of Sarutobi Hiruzen's indoctrination, Liuyun behaved obediently, nodding when appropriate and feigning sorrow, even if he could not shed tears. Overall, Sarutobi Hiruzen was highly satisfied, graciously forgiving Liuyun's transgressions, even letting go of the incident where Kushina had knocked someone unconscious. The unfortunate ones were those who instigated the conflict, particularly Uchiha Kagami, who not only endured 2 substantial beatings, but would also no longer be able to serve as a ninja in Konoha. Being expelled from school meant he would be ineligible to receive the Konoha headband, and without it, he could not be considered an enrolled ninja, thus barred from the Konoha security force. Henceforth, he might only remain within the Uchiha clan, becoming a private soldier for some elder. As Liuyun returned to his seat in the classroom, Kushina hurriedly passed him a small note. What happened? Did the Hokage make things difficult for you? The words were infused with concern. No, everything has been resolved satisfactorily. That's good. Why are your eyes so red? And why do you keep sniffing? You cried, didn't you? Kushina asked, her eyes full of curiosity. I got too immersed in the situation. I just need a moment to recover. What do you mean? Literally. Within the Uchiha clan grounds, upon receiving news of his son's injury and expulsion, the Jonin Uchiha could no longer focus on his duties within the security force and rushed home in a panic. After uncovering the full story, Uchiha was nearly driven to the brink of madness by rage. His son had been struck hard enough to lose 2 teeth, suffered a nosebleed from kicks, and was even wounded in the thigh by a shuriken. Yet the perpetrator faced no consequences, and instead, the victim was expelled from school. Truly outrageous. Do not fear, my son, I will ensure justice is served. In his fury, Uchiha's Sharingan involuntarily activated. He suppressed his anger to console the tearful Uchiha Kagami, but then, fuming, he intended to confront the third Hokage directly. However, as he stepped outside, he reconsidered. Rather than head to the Hokage Tower, he decided to make his way to the Konoha security force. He aimed to leverage the power of his clan to pressure the third Hokage, believing that only through such means could he compel the Hokage to relent and allow his son to return to school. It would be impossible to achieve this solely on his own. Chapter 14. The future head of the Uchiha clan and the Uchiha clan's fallout. Inside the Konoha security force, the Uchiha clan's elder, Uchiha Zosei, sat solemnly, sipping tea. Due to a minor infraction, the third Hokage intended to revoke Kagami's right to become a ninja, clearly signaling an intention to use his son's case to admonish the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage's actions are so unjust. Elder, you must advocate for Kagami. Uchiha, eyes reddened, bowed deeply. I have already investigated the matter. It was Kagami who instigated the trouble and hurled insults, targeting our own kin. After being beaten, he did not temper his temperament, and even conspired with several clan members to engage in a brawl in another class. It would be one thing if they couldn't best the others, but they had the audacity to draw a shuriken and openly threaten a female student's throat. Kagami has been too reckless. How can you expect me to assist? Both parties involved were from the Uchiha clan, and this internal strife was becoming a topic of gossip throughout the village, nearly turning them into a laughingstock. Given the circumstances, it was no surprise that the Hokage was incensed. Even Uchiha, too, the clan's de facto leader, found himself growing discontented with Uchiha Kagami. However, it was his son who had suffered the brunt of the harm, while the girl had not incurred any real injury. The third Hokage's judgment seemed excessively unfeeling. Uchiha argued loudly, taken aback to find even the elder of his clan sharing such a viewpoint, with everyone attributing the blame solely to his son. At this moment, the Uchiha clan remained unaware of Kushina's unique identity, believing her to be an ordinary girl. The selection of the Nine-Tails vessel was regarded as a top-secret matter by the higher-ups in Konoha, with few privy to this information, and it was impossible for the Uchiha clan to be informed. The third Hokage's punishment was indeed excessively harsh. I shall discuss the matter with him to see if we can provide Kagami with an opportunity for redemption. The elder of the Uchiha clan sighed deeply. After all, Uchiha Do was a high-ranking shinobi of the family, and he could not allow the other party to feel disheartened. He had to lend a hand, regardless of the circumstances. Upon hearing this outcome, Uchiha Do appeared distinctly dissatisfied. How should we deal with that little brat? He insulted Hien and knocked out 2 of his teeth, and in the end, even shot him in the thigh. This child has acted with cruelty, disregarding the bonds of kinship. I implore the clan to take action against him. Uchiha Zong fell into silence upon hearing these words. I asked the elder to uphold justice for my son. Uchiha Do bowed once more. Grandfather, Uncle Do has worked diligently in the security team for many years. While he may not have earned any accolades, he has certainly endured hardships. Please, if you can help, do so. Uchiha Fugaku, the elder's grandson and a jonin, spoke up at this moment. He had been out of school for several years and was currently employed within the Konoha security department. To resort to violence over a mere jest is indeed excessive. This little rascal has gone too far. Our Uchiha clan has been reprimanded by the Hokage and mocked by other clans. While it cannot be said that all the blame lies with that individual, he must bear a portion of the responsibility. Uchiha Fugaku continued, his words resonating with Uchiha Do, who listened intently, taking them to heart. Uchiha Do looked at Fugaku with deep gratitude. He had never anticipated that the one to stand up for him would be young Fugaku. Uchiha Zong nodded in agreement with Fugaku's sentiments. It was quite satisfying to see his grandson's simple yet effective words win over an elite jonin. He had kept Uchiha Fugaku close to himself for the purpose of nurturing him, as the Uchiha clan had not elected a clan leader in many years, and he desired his grandson to assume this position. The woman named Asuka had taken the little brat far from the clan grounds, likely harboring resentment against the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Zong sighed heavily, believing that the little rascal's violent outburst was influenced by his mother, Asuka. Fugaku, please summon Uchiha Ken. Uchiha Ken was the cousin of Uchiha Mori and, by extension, the great-uncle of Liuyun. Shortly thereafter, Uchiha Ken entered the office. He was also part of the security team, as most Uchiha shinobi worked there. Elder, how may I assist you? Uchiha Zong gestured for him to take a seat, and then recounted the events involving Hien and Liuyun. The elder wished for Ken to act as a mediator, ideally persuading Asuka to come and apologize to Uchiha Do's son, thus bringing the matter to a close. However, Uchiha Ken appeared somewhat troubled. What is it? Is there something weighing on your mind? Uchiha Zong furrowed his brow. Mainly, it is that Asuka is not easy to communicate with. I shall go and see what I can do. Uchiha Ken reluctantly accepted the task. As night fell, Uchiha Ken knocked on the door of the Liuyun residence under the guise of a visit. What do you want? Upon seeing him, Liuyun did not immediately open the door, but instead coldly questioned him. This fellow named Uchiha Ken was not on friendly terms with their family. He had always looked down on them, and his nickname was first coined by the outsiders. As Uchiha Mori was relatively weak and had married an ordinary foreign woman, Uchiha Ken held them in contempt. You little brat, you don't even know to open the door when your uncle arrives? Is this how Asuka has raised you? Uchiha Ken reprimanded with a stern face. Liuyun already held a very poor impression of this person, and with the insults being hurled at him, he had no intention of tolerating it any longer. Who do you think you are? Who even knows you? Get lost, we have nothing to spare for beggars like you. The moment those words left his mouth, Uchiha Ken was infuriated, nearly losing his composure. You disrespectful little brat, you clearly lack any manners. Before he could finish his sentence, a purple-haired woman emerged, brandishing a broom with an expression of fury. He swallowed his words, barely able to contain himself. Try insulting him again, I dare you. Asuka opened the door, standing resolutely in front of Uchiha Ken, her voice cold and unyielding. Despite being an ordinary person without any chakra, her fury was such that even the Jonin Uchiha Ken did not dare to meet her gaze. "Asuka, may we come in to discuss matters concerning little Liuyun?" Uchiha Ken forced a smile, his tone stiff. The commotion attracted the attention of several passers-by, and Uchiha Ken felt humiliated to be cornered at the door like this. "Not a chance. We do not welcome you here. Please refrain from disturbing us, or I won't hesitate to involve the Hokage to seek justice for my son and I." Asuka spoke bluntly. Among the Uchiha clan, she held the deepest disdain for Uchiha Ken's family, as they had been the most relentless in bullying the Liuyun family. To prevent Liuyun from living a life of ostracism, Asuka had moved away from the Uchiha clan grounds shortly after Uchiha Mori's death. The Uchiha clan looked down upon her as an outsider, criticizing the purity of Liuyun's hair, and she, in turn, held disdain for the Uchiha clan, wishing to avoid their territory entirely. At this moment, facing Uchiha Ken, Asuka chose to sever ties. Chapter 15. A mother of distinct affection and hatred. What constitutes the youth of a true man? Asuka had already learned from Liuyun about the events that transpired at the ninja school. She did not believe her son had erred. The fact that the third Hokage had not punished her son was proof of Liuyun's innocence. She was unaware of what the elders sought from Liuyun, but instinctively rejected any dealings with them, convinced that their intentions would not bring any good. Thus, without a second thought, she dismissed them, giving no mind to what the elder might wish to say. After all, she had no intention of returning there, nor would she allow Liuyun to go back, so she felt no need to consider others' opinions. "You are free to do as you please. I will report the situation here to the elder truthfully." Uchiha Ken, in a fit of rage, managed a bitter smile before retreating in disgrace. He dared not confront Asuka, for the laws of Konoha were in place. Although the Konoha security team had the authority to apprehend individuals, they required sufficient justification. Otherwise, they risked severe consequences if matters escalated. In Uchiha Ken's eyes, Asuka was the type of unruly individual who was not afraid of trouble. Dealing with someone like her could easily lead to dire repercussions. "Let us return." Asuka placed her hand on Liuyun's shoulder, guiding him back home before promptly locking the door. "Why did you suddenly lose your fear of him? In the past, you always acted so submissively in his presence." Asuka initiated the conversation, noting her son's newfound courage, which made her question whether he was truly her son. Sensing the doubt in Asuka's gaze, Liuyun broke into a nervous sweat and half-heartedly explained, "Back in the clan territory, we would see each other often, so I had no choice but to avoid him. Now that we've moved, why should I fear him?" Asuka paused, taken aback by his response, and moments later, a smile spread across her face. It seemed that moving had been the right decision. "I should never have allowed you to remain in such a dark place for so long, causing both of us to become weak and lacking in confidence, allowing anyone to humiliate you." As she spoke, she gently caressed Liuyun's head. The Uchiha clan was notoriously exclusionary. Asuka had endured considerable hardship and disdain after marrying Uchiha Mori. However, this woman had a clear sense of love and hate. While she despised the Uchiha clan, she had always held a deep love for Uchiha Mori. Even after reaching this point, she had never once complained about marrying into the Uchiha clan, for she had no regrets about her union with Uchiha Mori. Due to her association with Uchiha Mori, she has now become Uchiha Liuyun. "As time progresses, anyone who dares to insult me shall face my wrath, and anyone who dares to harm you shall meet their demise." Liuyun expressed her innermost thoughts with unwavering determination. Upon hearing these words, Asuka could not help but chuckle softly. "Oh dear, you mustn't resort to violence so easily. All I wish is for you to grow up safe and sound, living a life filled with joy," she said, pulling Liuyun into her embrace. The overwhelming love of a mother left him breathless, and with a flushed face, Liuyun extricated himself from her hold. "Mother, I will go train now. Go on, go on. Put in your best effort." Soon, the sounds of wooden posts and sandbags being struck echoed throughout the courtyard. While Liuyun could make a commotion in the early hours, he knew he must refrain from doing so late at night. For Asuka needed to rise early each day for work to support the family, requiring ample sleep. After exhausting his surplus energy in the courtyard, Liuyun took a cold shower before returning to his room. He sat at his desk, quietly studying the ninjutsu left behind by his father. Uchiha Mori was merely a chunin, possessing a limited repertoire of techniques, a shadow clone technique, 2 C-rank fire release techniques, and a C-rank jinjutsu. Of course, if one included the body replacement technique and kunai throwing technique, his arsenal was not insignificant. Shadow clone technique. Liuyun formed the necessary hand seals and executed the technique. With a resounding bang, a clone identical to him appeared in an instant. He chuckled lightly, finding it easier than he had anticipated. With his formidable mental strength, he learned swiftly, particularly in the realm of Jinjutsu. Regrettably, his father, Uchiha Mori, was not well versed in illusion techniques, leaving behind only a minor Jinjutsu. Should I use a shadow clone to attend class in my stead? This thought crossed Liuyun's mind. The original Uchiha Itachi had done just that, given Liuyun's mental prowess. This was entirely feasible. However, he feared that if his clone were to excel too much, it would attract unwanted attention. In the early stages, it was imperative to lay low. If possible, Liuyun even wished to remain inconspicuous until the end, though that seemed unlikely. Never mind, I will think about it later. He neatly stored away the scrolls and then lay on the floor, drifting into a deep slumber. The following dawn, he rose early as usual. Venturing out for a morning run around Konoha, he did not seek to run a great distance. Merely exceeding the previous day's distance by 200 meters would suffice. With a clear goal in mind, Liuyun set off with renewed vigor. As he sweated profusely, halfway through his run, a familiar yet unfamiliar green figure abruptly entered his line of sight. Hey there, little brother. Out for a run again today? Impressive. I've never seen a diligent elementary student like you. The green figure approached him cheerfully, adorned with an innocent and friendly smile. Unmistakably the kind of person one would find easy to get along with. Dressed in green, with bushy eyebrows, a watermelon-shaped haircut, and a dazzling white grin, wasn't this just Guy, the father of Mike Guy? Liuyun was taken aback, but his expression remained composed. Yes, uncle, I see you're out for a morning jog too. Upon hearing this, Mike Guy stumbled and fell to the ground. Don't call me uncle. I'm not married or have children yet. Just call me brother. Mike Guy chuckled awkwardly, wiping the sweat from his brow. All right, what should I call you, big brother? Liuyun continued his run, smiling as he asked. I'm Mike Guy. You can call me Dai. Mike Guy gave a thumbs up, striking a classic Guy-style pose. Liuyun's 24K pure gold Sharingan nearly sparkled from the brilliance of that dazzling grin. I am Uchiha Liuyun. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. So, you are a child of the Uchiha clan. Mike Guy exclaimed in surprise, instinctively glancing at Liuyun's hair. The color of Liuyun's hair, a blend of black and purple, was quite rare among the Uchiha. In fact, it could be considered unique within all of Konoha. It was neither purely black nor distinctly purple. Otherwise, he would not have been dubbed Little Messy Hair. Liuyun, little brother, waking up so early, don't you have school today? Mike Guy inquired curiously. I do. After I complete my running goal, I will head home for a meal before going to school. Is that so? Little brother, you are quite ambitious. Mike Guy exclaimed, feeling as though he had encountered a kindred spirit. It's not that ambitious. I just believe that youth should not be squandered in bed. As Liuyun spoke, he halted and pointed towards the rising sun, wiping the sweat from his forehead and letting it drip from his fingers. Do you see? The sweat flowing in the morning sun is the essence of a true man's youth. Mike Guy was profoundly moved by his words, and the next moment, he covered his cheeks, choked with emotion. You speak so beautifully. As he spoke, he wiped away tears with his arm, astonished that his soulmate was a mere elementary student. The tears flowed freely as he pondered this revelation. Chapter 16, A Battle of Words with the Uchiha, the Guardian of Grass, Kushina. Handsomeness attracts allies. After running a considerable distance with Mike Guy, the two reluctantly bid each other farewell when they could run no longer. Little brother, see you tomorrow at dawn. We shall continue our romantic camaraderie. Mike Guy flashed him another Guy-style smile. Liuyun found the situation both amusing and perplexing, ultimately nodding in agreement. Perhaps I should spend more time with this fellow. As he walked home, a myriad of thoughts swirled in Liuyun's mind. Mike Guy was a master of taijutsu, and Liuyun hoped to learn some of the gentle fist techniques from him. The sweltering weather, even in the morning, was unbearable. Liuyun panted heavily. Upon returning home, he drank several glasses of chilled milk and hastily consumed a few slices of bread before grabbing his backpack and heading to the Ninja Academy. This child, pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion, will he be able to attend class in this state? As she observed Liuyun's weary demeanor, Asuka's face reflected her growing concern. Upon arriving at school, before the class was set to begin, Liuyun found himself surrounded by a group of elementary students. To his dismay, they were the very students he despised the most, all Uchiha. Little Messy Hair, you've ruined Hyan's life. We heard he is being expelled from school. Are you pleased now? A 6th grade student spoke ominously. Their commotion quickly attracted the attention of many. With the class yet to officially commence, the crowded hallway buzzed with activity. And given the Uchiha clan's penchant for forming cliques, they drew attention wherever they went. Is that so? I'm absolutely delighted. One less menace in Konoha. A toxic presence eliminated. How could I not be happy? Liuyun's words were intentionally provocative, igniting the fury of all the Uchiha descendants present. You little brat. You're truly looking for death. A friend of Uchiha Heian stepped forward, grabbing Liuyun by the collar. I advise you not to lay a hand on me. Do you wish to be expelled as well? Liuyun coldly met the gaze of his assailant. If possible, he preferred not to make a scene in front of so many witnesses, as any altercation would undoubtedly draw the attention of those with ulterior motives. The expression of the Uchiha descendant shifted, and he instinctively released Liuyun's collar. Witnessing this unfold, Liuyun could not help but shake his head in amusement. To him, the Uchiha surrounding him were merely a disorganized mob. Fool, why are you afraid of him? Do you think he is the principal of the ninja school? Just because he says expulsion doesn't mean it will happen. One of the Uchiha shouted angrily, jolting the previous individual back to reality. Realizing he had been played, he was about to lash out in fury. Stop! A loud female voice rang out, causing everyone present to instinctively turn their gaze. The protector of the grass, Uzumaki Kushina, made her grand entrance. Liuyun seized the opportunity to push aside the few individuals blocking his path, and then he briskly ran to stand behind Kushina. Nana, these shameless ruffians intend to bully us with their numbers. You must stand up for me. Liuyun lamented, feeling wronged by the Uchiha clan. The onlooking students, taken aback, were left speechless by Liuyun's unexpected actions. Just moments before, he had portrayed himself as a stalwart figure, fiercely debating his opponents. But now he had reverted to a state of retreat, hiding behind a woman. I told you, that guy didn't even throw a punch, but broke into a sweat. Looking like a frightened rabbit. With such a feminine appearance, how could he possibly be a tough guy? One boy muttered. Many others nodded in agreement. Having just completed a morning run, Liuyun was utterly exhausted, and it showed on his face. In front of so many witnesses, when called Nana, Kushina, despite her usual composure, found her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. However, rather than reproach Liuyun, she instinctively shielded him, like a protective hen guarding its chick. You persistent troublemakers. Do you wish to bully someone again? Kushina glared at the Uchiha clan members. You, the meddling redhead. This is a family matter of the Uchiha. What business is it of an outsider? A 6th grade student named Uchiha and spat. Exactly, you outsider, foul tomato. What does our family matter have to do with you? Some Uchiha members who recognized Kushina joined in the insults. Kushina clenched her silver teeth, her anger causing her red hair to sway, nearly transforming her into an embodiment of rage. Witnessing her being insulted, Liuyun decided not to indulge the Uchiha any longer. Who the hell considers you family? Let's be fair here. Have you ever seen family members who bully their own kind? As soon as he spoke, the crowd erupted in astonishment. How brazen. Who dares to claim that it's a family matter when no kin would bully their own? I told you, the Uchiha clan loves infighting. They're far more vicious towards their own than outsiders, a Hyuga student sneered. In an instant, countless students outside pointed and whispered about the Uchiha, who were now blushing with shame and embarrassment. You, Uchiha Liuyun, do not slander. You were the one who caused Hayashi's expulsion. How dare you claim we bully you? Uchiha N retorted, his face reddening with anger. The remark struck a nerve, awakening the Uchiha, who immediately began to hurl insults. You're unworthy to be our kin. The Uchiha clan has no place for traitors like you. Seeing the Uchiha clan in a fury, the onlookers fell silent. All eyes fixed on Liuyun, eager to hear his explanation. I caused Uchiha Hayashi's expulsion? Pray, can you think before you speak? You too. Who came with Hayashi yesterday? Can you explain why he was beaten? Liuyun questioned, unperturbed, pointing at 2 Uchiha members. Uchiha Chiya and the other were left pale, stammering, unable to respond. Is it excessive to be slapped and kicked after instigating trouble, insulting others, and threatening to beat them up? I know what happened yesterday. It was Uchiha Hayashi who instigated the conflict and got beaten for it. And when he couldn't accept it, he sought out his allies to gang up on me. Only to be soundly defeated by Kushina, a witness who had seen the events unfold, stepped forward to set the record straight. So that is what happened. The Uchiha clan is shameless, daring to accuse others of wrongdoing. It is they who are the true disgrace. A bold member from another clan took the opportunity to chastise the Uchiha. Indeed, I know this kid. He has always been gentle and has never bullied anyone. Rather, he has always been the one bullied by his own clan members. What kin? They are merely a pack of bullies. Liuyun's association with the Uchiha clan felt like a stroke of bad luck. They were heartless, always targeting their own. The crowd erupted in laughter and criticism directed at the Uchiha, leaving them red-faced and humiliated, and in mere moments, they scattered in retreat. Witnessing this scene, Liuyun couldn't help but reflect, those who are handsome surely have many allies. Chapter 17, The Mischief of the Outsider. In a fleeting moment, the Uchiha clan gained notoriety as bullies throughout the ninja school due to Liuyun's predicament. In truth, Their reputation was already tarnished. The Uchiha clan, known for their formidable strength and unity, was generally unchallenged in the ninja school, often regarded as untouchable. Accustomed to their family's dominance, it was easy for some members to become arrogant, inciting resentment and provoking the ire of others. However, this time, the rebellion against the Uchiha clan came not from outsiders, but from their very own kin, leading to widespread discussion and shaming of the entire Uchiha clan. That despicable brat. After school, we must make him pay. One Uchiha member seethed. At that moment, a group of Uchiha huddled in the restroom, each wearing a grim expression. Let us not forget that he is still one of us. Hayashi was at fault first. Uchiha Chiya began, only to be interrupted by a fierce shout. Silence. That brat has already distanced himself from our clan. Today he has humiliated the Uchiha, and we must make him remember this day. A member named Uchiha Yuta declared angrily. If we let him go, anyone will dare to use this to humiliate the Uchiha in the future. We must teach him a lesson, regardless of right or wrong. Upon hearing this, many clan members nodded in agreement. Fine, do as you please, Uchiha Chiya sighed. He recognized Liuyun and considered him somewhat of a friend. Liuyun was typically timid and a decent person. Initially, he had no intention of bullying him. But as Liuyun reached his breaking point and stood up against Uchiha Hayashi, the situation deteriorated further. That once weak and easily bullied boy had transformed into a defiant force, making the Uchiha clan suffer loss after loss. The arrogant Uchiha believed their authority had been challenged, viewing Liuyun as a traitor to their clan. In their mindset, as a member of the Uchiha clan, Liuyun could privately confront Uchiha Hayashi, but was not permitted to seek external assistance. Yet Liuyun not only sought help, resulting in Hayashi's expulsion, but also audaciously insulted them, openly declaring they were not family. This statement marked a definitive rift with the Uchiha clan, leading them to believe there was no longer a need to regard clan ties. They were determined to confront him. It's all that vortex Kushina's fault. That meddlesome tomato had a hand in Hayashi's expulsion, one clan member spat in frustration. I believe that brat was deceived by that vortex Kushina, leading him to become what he is now. Think carefully about what kind of person he was before, Uchiha Chiya suggested, attempting to deflect blame onto the outsider, hoping to mitigate Liuyun's punishment. Exactly. Liuyun was always honest and mild-mannered. How could he suddenly become so defiant? It must be that woman. She must have incited him against us. As soon as these words were uttered, numerous clan members found them to be quite reasonable. A once upstanding and honest clansman suddenly became an adversary to all of them. They were convinced that outsiders must have played a role in this transformation. You're absolutely right. After school, let us deal with her as well. Thus, aside from Uchiha Liuyun, the Uchiha clan members within the ninja school reached a unanimous agreement. In classroom 501, lessons were in progress, yet beneath one desk, crumpled paper balls flew about, creating quite a ruckus. Hey, Liuyun, can we discuss something? Go ahead. Could you please refrain from calling me Nanai in public? It makes me feel rather shy. Upon reading this note, Liuyun nearly burst into laughter, and an idea to continue teasing her began to blossom in his mind. The implication that such a name could be used in private suggested a tantalizing prospect. Upon reading this, Kushina's face turned crimson once more. She had been the subject of playful teasing by a certain someone these past few days. Despite feeling embarrassed, she found herself delighting in the experience. That is not permissible either, Kushina replied, her head lowered as she wrote back. What then is acceptable? It took her a moment to muster the courage to send this message. Do you dislike me calling you that? Liuyun asked, suppressing a smile and feigning ignorance. It's just that I prefer not to be called that in public. Upon reading this response, Liuyun directed a knowing grin at Kushina. You really do have a knack for being cheeky. I never realized you could be so mischievous. It's because I'm not usually like that, she retorted. You're quite brazen, yet still deny being so. Kushina leaned over her desk, exchanging playful glares with Liuyun, while their teacher diligently lectured at the front of the room. Unbeknownst to them, Kushina found this secretive exchange to be thrilling and amusing. This scene caught the eye of a certain yellow-haired boy, stirring within him a mix of bitterness and jealousy. It was evident that these two were flirting, and he felt an urge to stand and report them to the teacher, exposing their brazen conduct. Yet, upon contemplating the consequences of such an act, he forcibly quelled his impulse, striving to appear oblivious. Honestly, I feel that the Uchiha Clan 1T let this matter rest easily. After class, don't leave the classroom. Don't be alone, stay by my side. Kushina penned a lengthy message. You will protect me, 1TU? Liuyun tossed a paper ball her way, his eyes filled with hope as he gazed at her, his tearful eyes brimming with emotion. He certainly wasn't genuinely afraid of that group of Uchiha children. If he wished to deal with them, it would take mere moments. However, at present, It seemed unnecessary. Kushina, blushing, shot him a fierce glare. This audacious fellow always posed leading questions, compelling her to make declarations that left her feeling mortified. What if I can't hold it in? What if they block me in the restroom? You can't possibly expect to accompany me to the boys' bathroom. Liuyun, suppressing a laugh, feigned seriousness as he queried. Then wait until the final minute before class to go. Due to time constraints, they won't be able to make a move against you. Kushina evidently anticipated this solution, or perhaps she was simply quite experienced in such matters. Having been cornered by mischievous boys in the past, Liuyun was somewhat taken aback by her response, realizing that Kushina was so protective of him that he felt reluctant to tease her any further. Kushina, he whispered softly, lowering his voice. Kushina instinctively responded, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. Thank you. Chapter 18. To enter the system, one must swallow their pride. Within the Konoha security department, the elder spoke angrily. That wretched woman, Asuka, is utterly ungrateful. I personally visited her, even mentioning your name, yet she wouldn't even let me through the door. Uchiha Kin's face burned with anger, his disdain for Liuyun's family growing by the moment. After listening to Kin's grievances, Uchiha Zone felt speechless, reflecting on how utterly incompetent this so-called cousin appeared. In normal circumstances, how could one be turned away without even entering? It seems I have chosen the wrong person. The elder had initially believed that the blood ties between the two families would facilitate communication, yet it only led to a misstep. Forget it, you may leave. Uchiha Zone waved his hand dismissively, no longer wishing to hear Kin's complaints. Yes, once Kin departed, Uchiha Zone turned his attention to Uchiha Do. Do, I have spoken to the third Hokage. He has agreed to allow Heian to return to school. The elder had personally gone to the Hokage building to plead for the sake of a child, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen could not afford to dismiss him entirely. Politics operate on the principle of give and take. Politicians seldom contend to the point of bloodshed over a single individual or matter. Every significant issue, no matter how small, can serve as a political bargaining chip, and as long as these matters hold sufficient value, politicians will not turn a blind eye. Thank you for your efforts. Uchiha Do bowed, his eyes reddened. The third Hokage has stipulated a condition. Heian must obtain the forgiveness of the two individuals involved. What? Uchiha Do was momentarily taken aback. Upon processing this, he erupted in anger. Has the third lost his mind? My son is the victim. Heian can barely walk properly. And we haven't even sought retribution from them. Yet the third expects my son to apologize? Uchiha Zone sighed upon hearing this. In truth, it was not the third Hokage who had proposed this demand, but rather one of the Hokage's advisors, the old woman, Toka Kamachi. She simply wished to vex the Uchiha clan, and the third Hokage either unwittingly or otherwise nodded in agreement without a second thought. As a weaker party, the elder could not voice too many objections, especially since the fault lay with Uchiha Heian. He could only acquiesce to the request, rationalizing it as a gesture to appease the third Hokage, allowing Heian to admit his mistake, acknowledging that he had indeed instigated the incident. Before Uchiha Do could retort, Uchiha Zone continued. Heian must graduate to obtain a ninja headband. To work within the security forces, he must also become a Konoha ninja. Surely, you don't want Heian to be unable to become a ninja or only work within the clan, do you? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Do found himself at a loss for words. Would he sacrifice his son's future for the sake of momentary anger? Ninja school. As the school bell rang, signaling the end of the day's classes, throngs of elementary students joyfully rushed out of the campus. You mischievous rascal. Packing up so quickly, where are you planning to run off to? Just as Liuyun finished organizing his backpack and was about to exit the classroom, he was seized by Kushina by the sleeve. Of course, I'm heading home. Where else would I go? Liuyun tilted his head in confusion. Didn't you tell me not to run off after school last time? Today, I shall grant your wish. With a wicked smile, Kushina's eyes sparkled with determination. She was intent on confronting Liuyun in a one-on-one spar. I was joking before. Are you afraid now? The timid Kushina employed some reverse psychology. Believe what you will. A true gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. Enough of your nonsense. You made me laugh out loud, and the teacher punished me by making me stand. Now you wish to back out? That is not up to you. Kushina clutched Liuyun's collar, refusing to let go. Are you even being reasonable? Despite the fact that it was your own low sense of humor that led to your punishment by the teacher, causing me to suffer alongside you. How can you now audaciously claim that I am the one who has harmed you? Liuyun's irritation was palpable, to the point where he felt an overwhelming urge to seize that delicate, fair arm and take a hearty bite out of it. I won't relent, after all. Promises must hold weight. With time still on our side, why not engage in a friendly brawl before heading home? In truth, Her intentions for seeking Liuyun were not solely for the purpose of a duel. She simply felt too shy to voice her true motivations. Very well. This is all self-inflicted. Just remember, if I manage to hurt you, no tears allowed. Liuyun, unable to withstand her relentless insistence, reluctantly acquiesced to her unreasonable request. This girl was itching for a fight. A good slap on the backside would likely bring her back to her senses. As the two emerged from the ninja academy, a group of suspicious-looking elementary students peering around the corner instantly aroused Liuyun's wariness. He instinctively furrowed his brow, though it soon relaxed as he feigned indifference. Closely trailing behind Xi and Nai. Nai? Are we not permitted to fight within the academy? Must we select a venue for our duel? After walking a short distance, Liuyun could no longer contain his curiosity and posed the question, unaware of Xi and Nai's destination. Less chatter, just follow my lead. Xi and Nai replied, her spirits evidently high. Hold on, Liuyun interjected once more. What now? Xi and Nai raised an eyebrow, her mood beginning to sour. Liuyun offered no reply, hastily entering a convenience store, where he withdrew his pocket money to purchase a sizable popsicle. Here, he broke the popsicle in half, extending one portion to Xi and Nai. Xi and Nai stared at him, momentarily taken aback, before her cheeks flushed as she regained her composure. Is it sweet? Liuyun inquired with a squint and a smile. Sweet. Xi and Nai nodded instinctively, savoring the cool treat. Not only was the popsicle sweet, but her heart was also filled with a delightful sweetness at that moment. Her smile, pure and radiant, captivated Liuyun, prompting him to summon the courage to grasp her small hand. Startled, Xi and Nai's face reddened, and she instinctively attempted to shake off his grasp. But then she heard Liuyun's hushed warning. Don't move. We are being followed by members of the Uchiha clan. Upon meeting his serious gaze, Xi and Nai glanced back and indeed spotted dark-haired Uchiha youths shadowing them. They must be planning to ambush me, but this street is too crowded for them to act. Liuyun mused. Let us find a more secluded spot. I intend to teach them a lesson today, so they remember it. As he spoke, he tugged on her cool, delicate hand, and Xi and Nai immediately ceased her resistance. In truth, being followed and holding hands were entirely unrelated matters. Spending a couple of coins on a popsicle hardly seemed excessive for a little hand-holding, did it? Chapter 19. When reason fails, can fists prevail? Liuyun led Xi and Nai to a less populated, secluded area, and soon enough, the group of Uchiha youngsters had converged. 8 members of the Uchiha clan. Each of these individuals was an exemplary student within the ninja academy, holding commendable ranks in their respective classes. Xi and Nai, step aside. Liuyun gently nudged her away. No, you know my strength. I can assist you. Xi and Nai exclaimed urgently. There's no need. If I struggle against them, you can come to my aid later. Liuyun replied confidently, leaving Xi and Nai in a state of uncertainty. All right, just be careful, she relented, stepping back with clenched fists, visibly anxious. Little brat. We are unaware of how you have fallen to this state, Uchiha Chinyi began. However, if you are willing to publicly apologize to all your peers at school, including Hien, we might consider welcoming you back. Otherwise what? Liuyun inquired nonchalantly, following his lead. Otherwise, we will beat you until you are afraid. Until you submit. Uchiha Yin declared vehemently, clearly irked by the smile on Liuyun's face. Just as Liuyun was about to invite them to come at him, Chinyi interjected once more. You were not always like this. We know you were influenced by that wretched woman. If you can recognize your error, I can ensure you suffer less physical punishment. Liuyun was taken aback, struggling to comprehend Uchiha Chinya's words, instinctively asking, which woman? That one. That vile tomato. An Uchiha member pointed accusingly at Xi and Nai. Liuyun's expression shifted as he realized the Uchiha clan had misconstrued the situation entirely. Why should Xi and Nai be blamed for something that was plainly his affair? Why should he be the one to apologize for the Uchiha clan's issues with Hien? Why were they attempting to publicly humiliate him? And why could they not acknowledge their own misdeeds that led to the Uchiha clan's tarnished reputation? Liuyun's barrage of questions left all 8 Uchiha youths visibly shaken. You idiot. I told you not to engage in pointless reasoning. Just beat him up. Uchiha Yong-ta growled in frustration. They held no valid argument, and thus could not respond to Liuyun's inquiries. How laughable. Since you all seem so confident in your abilities, believing that fists can substitute for reason, then let us see what you've got. Liuyun beckoned, discarding any hope of reasoning with these arrogant fools, opting instead to let his fists do the talking. Little brat, do you truly not know your own strength? Uchiha Yong-ta was the first to take action in response to Liuyun's provocation. Unable to withstand the challenge from a normally meek and timid individual, he charged forward. Fists raised, directly targeting Liuyun's face. As the powerful punch approached, Liuyun stood firm, his feet planted slightly apart, showing no intention of dodging. He channeled chakra into his arm and raised his fist to meet the oncoming blow. Bang! The two fists collided with a thunderous sound that sent shivers down the spines of all present. Ah! Uchiha Yong-ta yelped in agony as he recoiled. However, before he could retreat, Liuyun, moving like a specter, surged forward and delivered a fierce uppercut to Uchiha Yong-ta's chin. The cry was abruptly silenced as Yong-ta was sent flying, blood spraying as he landed heavily on the ground, creating a stark contrast against the mud. 2 punches, and Uchiha Yong-ta was knocked out. In terms of physical prowess, Liuyun was no match for Uchiha Yong-ta, but when it came to chakra manipulation, Liuyun surpassed everyone present. Chakra, when focused on a specific part of the body, could enhance strength and significantly increase resistance to damage. When applied to weapons, it could sharpen them, amplifying their power. This was a training method accessible only to Chunin-level ninjas in the original story. Kakashi had imparted chakra manipulation techniques to the 3 genin in advance, greatly enhancing Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura's abilities. The Uchiha clan members were left bewildered, unable to comprehend where Yong-ta had faltered. They had yet to awaken their Sharingan and could not perceive the subtle shifts in chakra. All they saw was the surface. The crowd was left in disbelief, assuming that Liuyun had triumphed over Uchiha Yong-ta purely through physical strength. Liuyun's physique appeared slender and frail, while Uchiha Yong-ta was tall and robust. The stark contrast left everyone dumbfounded, unable to reconcile the outcome. Witnessing their stunned expressions, Liuyun seized the opportunity to strike. With a swift leap, he dashed before a Uchiha youth, delivering a powerful blow with his adamantine arm directly to the young man's handsome face. The Uchiha boy was instantly sent spinning through the air by the sheer force, crashing heavily to the ground. How formidable! Kushina couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Liuyun's strength and speed were impeccable, and she never anticipated that this seemingly unassuming classmate harbored such depths of power. The battle had scarcely begun, yet he had already decisively taken down 2 opponents. Don't just stand there. Everyone, attack together. Uchiha and shouted, his voice jolting the 6 stunned individuals back to reality. No longer could they afford to be blindly arrogant. If they did not unite and engage, they risked being thoroughly defeated by this scrappy challenger. Liuyun's eyes brimmed with fighting spirit as he faced the oncoming onslaught of 6 Uchiha, remaining remarkably composed. All of them were unarmed, following the incident involving Uchiha hate. The Uchiha clan's youths had become hesitant to wield weapons. The school had tightened its regulations regarding concealed weapons, and the Uchiha children had been sternly warned by both teachers and parents that, beyond regular training, they must never use kunai or shuriken to harm their classmates. As Liuyun channeled chakra throughout his body, if one possessed Byakugan or Sharingan, they would witness an incredible azure energy flowing with astonishing rapidity within him. Each punch and kick he unleashed contained immense power, forcing Uchiha N to retreat repeatedly, his limbs throbbing with pain. When a comrade took his place to confront Liuyun, he hurriedly stepped back, gasping for breath. A glance at his arms and calves revealed painful red welts that caused him to inhale sharply whenever he pressed down on them. Observing Liuyun gain the upper hand against the 6 attackers filled Kushina with excitement, and she exhaled a sigh of relief. Liuyun, my dear godfather, defeat these relentless scoundrels. She cheered, raising her small, pink fist and vociferously rallying her classmate. Chapter 20. The 2 joined forces to defeat Uchiha. The sudden appearance of Orochimaru. The 6 Uchiha worked in concert to battle Liuyun. While he initially held the advantage, he soon learned the hard truth that 2 fists could not counter 12 feet. These youths, being descendants of the Uchiha clan, possessed martial skills far superior to those of ordinary individuals. Defeating them without sustaining injuries was beyond Liuyun's capacity, especially as they had yet to resort to concealed weapons or ninjutsu. Amidst the chaotic fray, despite his exceptional eyesight and reflexes, he inevitably endured several strikes. However, these hits had little effect on him. With ample chakra still coursing through his body, he could withstand the blows of children without difficulty. When faced with a pincer attack, he absorbed a kick to his back and, seizing the moment, delivered a powerful punch to the abdomen of one Uchiha boy. The force expelled the contents of the boy's stomach, sending him flying a considerable distance. Liuyun staggered from a subsequent kick, but swiftly regained his balance, narrowly evading a punch aimed from behind. Liuyun, I'm coming to help. Unable to contain her anxiety any longer, Kushina joined the fray upon seeing her classmate take several hits. Liuyun wished to call out for her to stay back, but another attacker leaped high, executing a whip-like kick aimed at his head. At that moment, he could not afford to utter a word. With fierce focus, Liuyun, aided by his remarkable eyesight, instantly discerned the opponent's movement. He raised his arm, advancing rather than retreating, and executed a sharp elbow strike that collided forcefully with the boy's leg. The impact was unforgettable, causing the boy's face to flush crimson and his eyes to bulge in shock. "Ah!" he screamed, his voice a heart-wrenching wail, before collapsing to the ground, clutching his leg in agony. This brutal exchange left his shin bone with minute fractures, rendering him unable to continue fighting. Of the 8 Uchiha, 4 had already been bested. Kushina chose Uchiha Chiya as her target, leaving Liuyun with only 3 adversaries. One of them, sensing the tide turning against him, became increasingly anxious, and as a result, fought without conviction, allowing Liuyun to take full advantage and send him sprawling. After dispatching another opponent, Liuyun set his sights on Uchiha N, and they engaged in yet another fierce clash. Uchiha N, possessing considerable strength and skill, proved a challenging foe, and for a moment, Liuyun found it difficult to gain the upper hand. However, he still had ample chakra and stamina remaining, and it was merely a matter of time before he could secure victory over Uchiha N. "Wait, I give up." After enduring a brutal exchange of blows, Uchiha N could no longer withstand the pain in his limbs and waved his hands, signaling Liuyun to cease his assault. His exposed arms and legs were swollen and red, and in terms of injuries, he was not much better off than his fallen clan members. "Humph, you think you can just stop fighting? How naive," Liuyun scoffed, his offensive unrelenting. A minute later, he kicked Uchiha into the ground, shattering any semblance of his aloof demeanor, and cries of agony escaped his lips. Meanwhile, Kushina had easily overpowered Uchiha Chiya in their one-on-one confrontation. He was quickly sent crashing to the ground as Kushina unleashed a flurry of stomps upon him. "You're a monster." The last remaining Uchiha, recognizing the gravity of the situation, felt the pain in his limbs and lost all will to fight, fleeing in terror while emitting panicked screams. Liuyun pursued him, delivering a fierce kick to his back. The boy hit the ground face first, tears streaming down his cheeks from the pain. Liuyun surveyed the fallen Uchiha, and upon identifying those in slightly better condition, he approached to deliver a few more punches and kicks. "You scoundrels," bullied Liuyun. "You Uchiha have been the most arrogant in the entire school. Aren't you fond of showing off? I'll make you pay." Kushina was now thoroughly caught up in the frenzy of battle. As she continued to strike, she unleashed a torrent of insults, inadvertently dragging Liuyun into the fray as well. The two of them relentlessly pummeled the 8 young students, forcing them to flee in a panic despite their injuries. To avoid further punishment, the 8 could only grit their teeth and hastily escape the scene. In this secluded clearing, only a boy and a girl remained. "Haha, Liuyun, you're incredible. I never imagined you could be this strong," Kushina exclaimed, laughing joyously, reveling in the thrill of the battle. She had never dreamed of a day when she could so thoroughly thrash the Uchiha clan, renowned as the true school bullies. Clap, clap, clap. Just as they shared laughter, the sound of applause suddenly drew their attention. That was quite the spectacular battle. I had no idea there were such formidable students within the Ninja Academy, capable of taking on 7 Uchiha alone. A tall, slender man with a hoarse voice and snake-like eyes approached, clapping his hands as he spoke, his gaze toward Liuyun filled with admiration and curiosity. "Is that Orochimaru?" Liuyun thought in astonishment, realizing that the man had witnessed the entire confrontation. His focus had been on the Uchiha, leaving him unaware of Orochimaru lurking in the shadows. A chill of apprehension crept down his spine. "Orochimaru-sama, what brings you here?" Kushina exclaimed in surprise, clearly recognizing him. At this time, while the legendary Sannin had yet to earn his title from Hanzo the Salamander, he still held considerable renown within the village. Due to Kushina's temporary residence with the Senju clan and her amicable relationship with Tsunade, she had encountered both Orochimaru and Jiraiya on several occasions. "Oh, how delightful." Liuyun first uttered the name of Orochimaru, then quickly realized the other's identity as a Jonin, promptly adding honorifics akin to Kushina. Orochimaru did not find it surprising that Liuyun recognized him, for the legendary Sannin frequently accompanied the Hokage, leaving few in Konoha unfamiliar with his presence. The corners of Orochimaru's mouth twitched slightly, his serpent-like pupils fixated on Liuyun. The term "sir" sounded somewhat odd, and Orochimaru sensed something amiss, yet could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. "Your accent is rather peculiar," Liuyun thought mischievously, attributing it to his Huaxia accent, while outwardly feigning confusion. "Kushina, it's nearly dark. Should you not return home? Lady Mito must be waiting for you," Orochimaru said with a gentle smile directed at Kushina. At this hour, Orochimaru was not yet venomous. He exhibited a demeanor of humility and courtesy, exuding a noble charm that instinctively evoked fondness in others. He was currently held in high regard and trust by the third Hokage, surpassing even Jiraiya and Tsunade in esteem. Ah, right, I must return, Kushina exclaimed, glancing at the setting sun, fully aware that it was late and that Mito would indeed be anxious. Liuyun, Orochimaru-sama, I shall take my leave. With a slight blush adorning her cheeks, Kushina waved goodbye to the two. Yes, do take care. I must head home as well. Liuyun smiled warmly. The two watched Kushina's retreating figure, yet neither felt inclined to depart immediately. What is your name? Orochimaru inquired. In response to Orochimaru-sama, I am Uchiha Liuyun. Liuyun bowed his head respectfully, striving to avoid the cold gaze of Orochimaru's serpentine eyes. Chapter 21. Targeted by Orochimaru. Is the Hyuga clan truly the most adept in taijutsu? Uchiha, you are of the Uchiha clan? Orochimaru exclaimed, astonished, as he scrutinized Liuyun's hair, which was an unremarkable mix of neither black nor purple. Indeed, Liuyun nodded with a smile. What led to your conflict? Orochimaru inquired with keen interest. It was merely a trivial matter. We were compelled to retaliate, Liuyun replied, wishing to avoid elaborate explanations, as such matters were inconsequential to Orochimaru. His response surprised Orochimaru more than he anticipated. Ah, a mere triviality, and a compelled retaliation, you say? Uchiha Liuyun, is it? I shall remember you well. Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely, his narrowed eyes appraising Liuyun before he gently patted his shoulder and took his leave. Only after Orochimaru's silhouette had completely vanished did Liuyun snap out of his stupor. Unbeknownst to him, his back was drenched in cold sweat. Being targeted by Orochimaru was hardly a favorable circumstance. Although the serpent was currently harmless, it remained a cold-blooded creature. Observing the dimming sky, Liuyun sighed and hurried home, knowing that if he did not arrive soon, Asuka would undoubtedly worry. Upon reaching a corner, he found Asuka waiting for him at the entrance. After enduring a scolding from his mother, Liuyun finally sat at the dining table. Run. All you do is play and run about. Are you too worn out to eat? Asuka exclaimed, noticing Liuyun's lack of appetite and scolding him once more. First, take a shower. Then sit at the door for a while before coming back to eat. Oh. Liuyun hastily retreated from the dining table. The cool water washed away much of his fatigue, and as he gazed at his somewhat swollen limbs, Liuyun couldn't help but sigh. His physical condition was still too weak. Despite being able to manipulate chakra to enhance his body, he remained susceptible to injury, and pain was unavoidable. Taking on 7 Uchihas was no easy feat. The original body was not one to indulge in physical activity. Hastily training for a few days would not drastically improve his physical prowess. Building physical strength requires prolonged effort, and haste yields no results. After dinner, Liuyun refrained from his usual training regimen as his body ached from the earlier skirmish, making excessive exercise inadvisable. Instead, he diligently completed his homework at his desk. After finishing his assignments, he meticulously documented the majority of the plot lines and events from the original Naruto series in Chinese characters. At present, Orochimaru had yet to leave the village for the Land of Rain, indicating that the Second Shinobi World War had not officially commenced. Hanzo of the Salamander had not yet declared war on the Land of Fire, but Liuyun surmised it would likely occur within the next year or so. The timeline of the Second War was vaguely addressed in the original series, having only watched the anime without delving into supplementary materials. Liuyun found it challenging to accurately assess the plot. Naturally, he held a sense of reverence for the Shinobi World War, preferring to avoid participation if possible. The conflicts of others were of no concern to him, as long as Konoha did not descend into madness by sending young ninjas to battle. He simply wished to lead a tranquil life until the conclusion, feeling no discontent with his current happiness. The following morning, Liuyun embarked on a new day of morning training. It was the weekend, and with no classes to attend, he felt it was an opportune time to intensify his training regimen. While jogging until dawn, he encountered Might Guy, seizing the opportunity to inquire about his experiences and methods in physical training. Haha, Liuyun, my young friend, physical training is quite straightforward. Simply focus on the areas that require improvement, ensuring that your blood and energy flow freely throughout your body. My training experience is simple. Train until your body feels sore every day, as insufficient effort will fail to enhance your physique, while overexertion can lead to exhaustion, which is detrimental. As Liuyun and Might Guy performed push-ups, they exchanged insights on their training experiences. At that moment, they were at the public training grounds in Konoha, an open area equipped with numerous fitness facilities. Brother Dai, you must be quite knowledgeable about taijutsu. If you have the time, could you teach me? Liuyun could no longer contain his eagerness and asked Might Guy for guidance. Taijutsu? To be honest, I only have a superficial understanding of it, Might Guy confessed. surprising Liuyun with his candidness. Are you joking? If Kai were merely superficially knowledgeable about taijutsu, who in the shinobi world would dare claim to understand it? I am not joking. Liuyun had yet to finish his thought before Might Guy earnestly explained, in the shinobi world, the only clan that truly comprehends taijutsu is the Hyuga clan. Those of us who follow the strong fist style only scratch the surface of taijutsu. Most practitioners focus primarily on speed and strength, often lacking in technique, insight, and reaction ability. Only the Hyuga clan can be considered true masters of taijutsu. They possess ample speed and strength, their Byakugan grants them insight, and their various gentle fist techniques showcase their skill. Moreover, their clan inherently possesses remarkable body flexibility and exceptional reflexes. Might Guy extolled the virtues of the Hyuga clan, firmly believing that they were the true authorities on taijutsu. After hearing his words, Liuyun understood why he stated that only the Hyuga clan truly understood taijutsu. Of course, understanding is one thing, while strength is another. As a transmigrator who had watched Naruto, Liuyun was aware that mere knowledge does not equate to strength. Proficiency is equally crucial. Many in the shinobi world have achieved success in taijutsu, with the notable exceptions of Might Guy and his father, as well as Tsunade, who is a powerhouse in physical strength, and the third and fourth Reikage, who combine ninjutsu with taijutsu for unparalleled speed. They have all chosen specialized paths, and have achieved remarkable accomplishments. In terms of genuine combat prowess, they undoubtedly surpass the versatile Hyuga clan. The father and son duo of Might Guy possesses impressive speed and strength, and their forbidden technique, the 8 Gates, significantly enhances these attributes. This has been a crucial factor in their illustrious renown. Liuyun, I believe that a focus on speed would suit you well. Speed generates power, and as a member of the Uchiha clan, you surely possess exceptional perceptive abilities. Suggested Might Guy, can I truly become a speed-type ninja? Liuyun murmured softly. Absolutely, as long as you desire it, you can achieve it. Might Guy asserted with unwavering conviction. Liuyun was the most diligent young student he had ever encountered. Such a person could accomplish anything they set their mind to. Might Guy held the belief that hard work surpasses innate talent, a principle he would instill in his son, Might Guy. Chapter 22. The Overabundance of Japanese Cold Dishes, Being a Dutiful Son. For the entirety of the morning, Liuyun dedicated himself to rigorous training at the outdoor practice ground. Meanwhile, Old Dai had to bid farewell to Liuyun midway through to attend to a mission and earn money, heading towards the Hokage building. 997, 998, 999, 1000. After gritting his teeth to complete 1,000 frog jumps, Liuyun could no longer bear it and collapsed onto the ground. Given his physical condition, it was initially impossible for him to complete this training goal without interruption. However, with chakra enhancing his legs, accomplishing 1,000 frog jumps became feasible. Frog jumps primarily train the explosive power of the legs, allowing blood and chakra to remain in the lower limbs for extended periods, thereby nurturing muscle activity. This ensures that their strength can be unleashed at any moment, making it an essential component of the body flicker technique. Liuyun had begun to grasp chakra manipulation, effortlessly directing chakra to his legs, which enabled him to engage with Old Dai's training methods ahead of schedule. Old Dai remained unaware of this, as he doubted that a young student could master chakra control, let alone possess sufficient chakra for training. After resting on the ground for a good 10 minutes, Liuyun mustered his weary legs and returned home. Approaching noon, he gazed silently at the Japanese lunch prepared for him. Rice balls, sashimi meatballs, and vegetables. This was the nutritious meal his mother, Asuka, had prepared for him. Typically, Asuka would not return home for lunch due to work commitments, leaving Liuyun to eat the cold dishes she had prepared in the morning. Liuyun had nearly grown nauseous from the monotony of these Japanese dishes, harboring deep resentment rooted in the original body's memories. He closed the lunchbox, took his meager allowance, and set out to buy some ingredients to prepare a warm meal. Hoping to improve his diet, given his family's financial constraints, he dared not purchase expensive ingredients. He bought a few eggs, a cheap large taro, and, after some deliberation, a small pack of crab sticks. After busily cooking for a short while at home, he successfully prepared 2 visually appealing dishes, steamed crab stick eggs and sweet taro. Creating these dishes required skill, and most would struggle without knowing the little tricks involved. Enjoying his meal with rice balls, Liuyun devoured half of it in no time. His small stomach feeling pleasantly full, he packed the other half of his dish into a lunchbox and stepped out, intending to deliver it to his mother, Asuka, for her to taste. While this act might raise suspicion due to the original character's persona, Liuyun was unperturbed. Spending every day with Asuka, he found it impossible to completely hide his true self without being discovered. Moreover, Home was a place of relaxation. He did not wish to wear a facade or a mask in his own space, as that would be too exhausting. Hence, he chose to be genuine, believing that as long as he acknowledged Asuka in his heart and could call her mother, he would still be Uchiha Liuyun. Asuka juggled the responsibilities of earning a living while caring for Liuyun's daily meals, making life quite challenging. Liuyun contemplated helping alleviate her burdens, determined not to be a burden like the original character. At that moment, Asuka had yet to eat lunch and was also consuming the same cold meal she had prepared in the morning. "Asuka, come out. Your son has brought you food." A woman suddenly shouted. "What?" Asuka, who was about to eat, was taken aback. Her son was delivering food to her. Did she not already have food? What could her son possibly bring her? She quickly rose and rushed to the factory door. "Mom, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I just made 2 dishes and thought you might want to try them," Liuyun said as he extended the lunchbox towards her. "You made all of this?" Asuka gazed at the dishes in disbelief. "Yes, I followed a recipe." "Give it a try," Liuyun replied, nodding with a smile. "Is your child still in school? How can he already cook?" A woman overheard their conversation and was instantly astonished. "Goodness, this little one is so thoughtful." Another woman chimed in, praising Liuyun. The commotion quickly attracted a number of female workers to gather and watch. "What a considerate, dutiful child. Asuka, how did you raise him?" they marveled, each woman expressing admiration for the mother-son duo. Asuka, however, paid no heed to their chatter. It was the height of summer, and the sun blazed mercilessly outside the factory. Seeing her son, drenched in sweat from the heat, Asuka felt a lump form in her throat, her eyes brimming with tears. Did she have doubts about whether someone had taken her child's place? Indeed, she did. Liuyun's excessive maturity and strangeness made it difficult for her to dismiss her suspicions. Yet, gazing at this good child before her, the sincerity and purity of his love were palpable and undeniable, especially in Liuyun's eyes, which sparkled with earnestness and a hint of anticipation, the expression a son wears when seeking his mother's praise and approval. From that look, Asuka could unequivocally ascertain that this was her son, Uchiha Liuyun. Only a mother could comprehend such an expression. From that moment onward, Asuka viewed her son as suddenly having grown up and become responsible, casting aside any doubts about his identity. Asuka wiped away her tears and took the lunchbox, enveloping Liuyun in a tight embrace. "Thank you, my son," she said, her voice thick with emotion. Liuyun stood frozen for a moment before gently extricating himself from Asuka's embrace. "Mom, you should eat your lunch now. I'll head home first. This heat is unbearable, and being hugged tightly is a bit uncomfortable, especially with a crowd of women around." "All right," Asuka nodded instinctively. "Wait, just a few steps away." Liuyun was called back by Asuka. She quickly pulled a bill from her pocket and pressed it into his hand. "Son, it's too hot. Go buy some ice cream and drinks to cool down." Liuyun paused for a moment upon receiving the bill, but quickly regained his composure and smiled. "Thank you, Mom. I'm off now. You should go eat." Yes, it's scorching outside, so stay home and don't run around too much." Asuka waved goodbye with concern. "Understood." Asuka watched his slender figure fade away, her mind lingering on him until a colleague playfully snatched the lunchbox from her grasp, snapping her back to reality. Chapter 23. Asuka, the protector of food, the fluttering heart of a young girl. Let me see what delightful dishes Asuka's precious son has prepared for her. The forewoman opened the lunchbox, and a delightful aroma of eggs instantly wafted through the air. How fragrant! These eggs are steamed to perfection, and there are crab sticks mixed in. I have never encountered such a dish before. Does it have a name? Is there anyone here who can replicate it? While the forewoman praised the dish, she also inquired about it. She refrained from tasting it, as it was a meal made by someone's son for his mother. She could only observe, not partake. The novelty of the dish was tantalizing, both in scent and appearance, prompting her curiosity. "I have no idea. Why not ask Asuka?" The workers chimed in unison. "I don't know either. Perhaps it's a new recipe that Liuyun learned." Faced with the barrage of questions, Asuka blushed and shook her head. "Look at this dish. It resembles a snack. The taro has been fried and is evenly coated with a delicate layer of sugar. How did he manage that?" The forewoman picked up a piece of taro. "Asuka, let me have a taste." She couldn't help but ask. "All right, everyone can have a try." Asuka willingly shared the sugary taro. "I want some too. Let me have a taste." There were only 10 pieces of taro, yet many eager workers, each receiving only half a piece. As the taro melted in their mouths, a wave of sweetness washed over them. The exterior was crisp while the inside was tender, and the fried taro burst with an intense aroma in their mouths, a medley of flavors that compelled applause. Crispy on the outside, soft and sweet within. The taste was simply exquisite. This was the first time the group of women had savored such a unique delicacy, and their faces lit up with astonishment. This seemingly bland taro turned out to be incredibly delicious. Is this really made by my son? Asuka's eyes widened in disbelief. A humble wild taro could be transformed into something so delightful? Asuka was utterly baffled by her son's culinary prowess and resolved to inquire about it thoroughly after work. Lingering on the remnants of sweetness in her mouth, Asuka regretted sharing all the sugary taro. Had she known it was so delectable, she wouldn't have been so generous. With this thought in mind, she hurriedly closed the lunchbox, for there was another dish inside. Hey, Asuka, let me have a taste of that steamed egg. Just a tiny bit. The forewoman urged, and the other workers chimed in, eager to sample the diverse flavors of the meal. Not now, I haven't eaten yet. If I share with you, I will go hungry. Asuka tightly clasped the lunchbox to her chest. But you have your bento, right? Don't worry about going hungry. I can trade you sushi. If not, I have prawns in my bento. I can offer those too. We are just curious to taste. The group of women clamored for Asuka to share the new dish, even offering their own lunches and utensils. No, this is made by my son. I don't want to trade. Asuka firmly declined. Just a small taste. Don't be so stingy. We won't eat much. No, if you want to taste, let your sons cook for you. Unable to withstand their persistent entreaties, Asuka finally lost her patience and snapped. What if I don't have a son? Then go have one. Stop interrupting my meal. Asuka, how could you be so selfish? What a miser. Observing the envy and admiration of her colleagues, and hearing their praises of Liuyun, Asuka felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Her son had truly brought her honor today. The dishes she tasted were remarkably fresh and tender, and in just a few bites, she devoured the crab stick steamed eggs. After parting with Asuka, Liuyun did not head home immediately. Instead, he ventured to a secluded forest not far from his house, following a small stream to a quiet glade. This area, scarcely frequented, with water and trees, was perfect for his discreet training. Shadow clone technique. Liuyun created 2 shadow clones and began a new phase of chakra control training, commonly known as water walking. He concentrated chakra in his feet and gently stepped into the stream. With a splash, he found himself submerged in the water. The shadow clones ignored him, picking up kunai and shuriken from the ground and practicing the Uchiha clan's unique throwing techniques. What a thrill! The submerged Liuyun felt no discouragement. Rather, the cool river water brought him joy. After a considerable time underwater, he leisurely emerged from the stream. On the shore, the seemingly chaotic clashing of kunai and shuriken surprisingly hit their targets. The shadow clones assisted Liuyun in gaining training experience, their accuracy with the projectiles rapidly improving. Becoming increasingly adept, the river's cool water and the gentle breeze under the trees provided a soothing respite. On this sweltering afternoon, Liuyun was wholly absorbed in the joy of training. Within the Senju clan, Kushina sat in a pavilion with Uzumaki Mito, studying the intricate and esoteric sealing techniques. After a morning of intense focus, Kushina found her attention waning in the afternoon. All right, dear, let us call it a day. You may go and play, Mito said kindly, not insisting that Kushina continue, recognizing that mastering profound sealing techniques required both talent and a good state of mind. Kushina was not in the best condition to retain much information. Oh, no, Mito-sama, I can keep going. Kushina chuckled, unwilling to slack off. For how could she teach someone sealing techniques if she didn't learn herself? Go on and play. I'm a bit tired. Mito gently ruffled her beautiful red hair. All right then. With Mito's acquiescence, Kushina felt free to leave the pavilion and dashed out of the Senju clan grounds. I wonder what Liuyun is up to now. The lovesick girl wanted to seek him out, but felt shy. She stood at a crossroads, wavering, her head downcast as she paced back and forth, unable to make a decision. Oh, I almost forgot. I didn't get to spar with him yesterday. With a newfound purpose, Kushina's spirits lifted, and she strode purposefully toward Liuyun's house. Chapter 24. The Girl Under the Tree, experiencing the taste of being cherished. Around 3 in the afternoon, is Liuyun home? When Kushina arrived at Liuyun's doorstep, she found the door firmly locked. She called out twice, but no one responded. Where could he be? Skipping school. Kushina mumbled to herself, a hint of disappointment creeping in. She lingered at the entrance, torn between leaving and staying, contemplating that he might return soon. The sun blazed fiercely, the ground radiating heat, and the air was thick with oppressive warmth, shielding her eyes from the sun. She could no longer endure the heat and sought refuge beneath a nearby small tree. As the clock approached 4 o'clock, after a long afternoon, Liuyun finally mastered the water walking skill. He faced the river and swam upstream, a smile of joy unconsciously spreading across his face. Every increment of his strength brought him immense happiness. Bang, bang. As the 2 shadow clones simultaneously dissipated, a substantial influx of training experience surged into Liuyun's mind. Thud. This was no small mental shock. Liuyun, caught off guard, lost his footing and fell back into the water. It appeared that he needed to practice more diligently, striving to achieve the level of treading water without a single drop touching him. After climbing ashore, Liuyun set a new goal for himself. If he could master his treading water technique to perfection, he might even become immune to A-rank ninjutsu like the Great Waterfall technique. Much like how Pain confronted the rampaging Naruto, effortlessly walking upon the surging underground waters as if they were mere solid ground. This required an extraordinarily advanced level of chakra control, a skill Liuyun still had yet to attain. After wringing out his clothes slightly, Liuyun ambled towards home. Upon nearing his doorstep, a familiar figure beneath a small tree caught him by surprise. He quickly approached, drawing the attention of Kushina. "Are you here to find me? How long have you been waiting?" she asked shyly, her cheeks flushed. Liuyun, unable to catch her words clearly, took her small hand and hurried towards his house. On this sweltering day, he worried about how long the little girl had been standing beneath the tree. Her entire face was crimson, her dress damp with sweat, and he feared she might suffer from heat stroke. Upon opening the door, Liuyun promptly led her to the shaded area behind the house, where the air was cooler and more ventilated than indoors. Previously, he would occasionally hide here to read comics and take afternoon naps. "Please sit here," he urged, settling Kushina on a bench before rushing inside to fetch some chilled beverages. "Here, drink this quickly to cool off," he said, handing her the drink while fanning her vigorously. Seeing his attentive care, Kushina's eyes crinkled into a smile. She took several gulps of the icy orange juice, its refreshing sweetness invigorating her spirit, washing away any lingering heat or grievances. "You said you would come today, but you didn't mention waiting outside in this sweltering weather. What were you thinking? You could have just jumped over the wall and come in to escape the sun." "How foolish," Liuyun teased while fanning her. "Who are you calling foolish? Do you dare to challenge me?" Kushina threatened, clenching her fist with a feigned sternness. When Liuyun remained silent, she dropped her fist and shot him a glare. "I just arrived. Besides, who jumps over the wall at someone else's house on their first visit? Am I a thief?" Liuyun, finding her reasoning valid, scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. "You big fool." Kushina couldn't help but scold him, though a smile tugged at her lips. They fell into a comfortable silence. But soon Kushina noticed his drenched state. "Did you fall into the water? You look like a drowned rat." "Yes, I slipped and fell in." Liuyun chuckled, explaining. "Ha ha ha. I told you, you're such a big fool. How can someone be so clumsy as to fall into the water while walking?" Kushina laughed uncontrollably. Once her laughter subsided, Liuyun spoke up. "Wait here. I need to take a shower and change into dry clothes." "Okay, go ahead," Kushina replied, her cheeks slightly flushed, waving him off. Soon, Liuyun washed away the mud and odor with soap, then dried his long hair with a towel. After completing these tasks, he sat beside Kushina on the bench, their closeness revealing a tender intimacy. The scent of soap wafting from Liuyun enveloped Kushina, filling her with a refreshing sensation that was indescribably pleasant. She instinctively lowered her head, her face burning with embarrassment. Noticing her unusual state, Liuyun felt a twinge of concern. "Why is your face so red? You aren't really suffering from heat stroke, are you?" As he spoke, he reached out to touch her forehead. "You're so hot." Feeling his cool palm on her forehead, Kushina quickly turned her head away. "I'm not suffering from heat stroke. Please don't touch me." Kushina's voice grew softer, but Liuyun remained unresponsive. When she turned back, she found him missing, having entered the house. Kushina froze for a moment, her face falling in disappointment. As time passed, the feeling of loss intensified, and she contemplated leaving in frustration. "Damn Liuyun. Can't you at least say something before going inside?" she muttered, her cheeks puffed in irritation. "Here, wash your face to cool down." Liuyun suddenly reappeared, handing her a clean, damp towel. He had gone inside to fetch the towel and prepare a basin of cold water for her. "Don't worry, it's a new towel. No one has used it," he reassured her. Observing Kushina in her daze, Liuyun couldn't help but chuckle. "Why are you just standing there? Do you want me to help you wipe your face?" "No, I'll do it myself," Kushina quickly insisted, shaking her head as she took the refreshing towel and wiped her face haphazardly. Liuyun took back the towel, rinsed it in the icy water, and handed it to her again. "Make sure to clean well. Use it one last time to cool down." "Ah, this is nice," Kushina exclaimed as the cold towel pressed against her flushed face, bringing her immense relief. Watching the thoughtful boy diligently wash the towel for her, she felt a flutter in her heart, a blossoming sense of happiness from being cherished. Is this what it feels like to be valued? He is so gentle. Chapter 25. Uninvited guests apologizing. Transferring hatred. Liuyun and Kushina sat on the bench, chatting and laughing for quite some time, until two unexpected visitors arrived, dispelling the joyful atmosphere in an instant. Uchiha Obito. Liuyun's brow instinctively furrowed at the sight of the newcomers. Uchiha Obito was accompanied by his mother, Uchiha Kurinai, both of them standing at his doorstep with a basket of fruits. Vortex Kushina, you are here too. Uchiha Obito exclaimed upon spotting Kushina beside Liuyun, unable to contain his surprise. What? Uchiha Kurinai was equally astonished. They had initially planned to find Liuyun first, and then seek out this troublesome girl. But to their surprise, the two were enjoying each other's company during their break. Apologies for the disturbance. I brought my son Obito here today to extend our apologies regarding the incident at the Ninja Academy. It was our Obito's fault. We hope you can forgive his transgressions. Uchiha Kurinai stated, suppressing her discomfort as she explained their purpose, bowing slightly in a gesture of humility. Ha! Wretched pair, Uchiha Obito muttered silently. Yet his face wore a stiff smile. Liuyun and Kushina exchanged glances, both expressions filled with astonishment. Their homeroom teacher, Otaka, had already spoken to them about Obito, stating that he would ensure Obito sincerely apologized and suggested they consider forgiving one another. After all, ruining someone's future is akin to taking away their parents. One should leave a thread for future encounters. Otaka advocated for harmony. This is a small token of goodwill. I hope Liuyun and Miss Kushina will accept it. Uchiha Kurinai offered the fruit basket. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Uchiha Obito needed to secure their forgiveness to smoothly graduate from the Ninja Academy and pursue his dream of becoming a ninja. Otherwise, the teachers at the academy would not permit him to return. However, Liuyun did not immediately accept the fruit basket. Instead, he gazed calmly at Uchiha Obito, and the four of them fell into a heavy silence, the atmosphere growing tense. Uchiha Saiin's arms grew weary from the extended gesture, yet her two companions remained silent. In her frustration, Saiin discreetly signaled Uchiha Hayato with her eyes. I apologize, Lord Liuyun, Lady Kushina, I was in the wrong. Uchiha Hayato exclaimed. His face flushed as he confessed loudly. What was your wrongdoing? Liuyun inquired, raising an eyebrow. I should not have bullied Lord Liuyun, nor should I have threatened Lady Kushina with a kunai. At that moment, my intention was merely to shoot at the shoulder. I had no desire to harm Lady Kushina. Hayato explained, bowing deeply to the two. I humbly ask for your magnanimity to overlook this transgression and forgive me this once. Liuyun regarded him with an impassive expression, maintaining his gaze until it became unsettling for Hayato, who then turned to Lady Kushina. What say you, Lady Kushina? Liuyun inquired, his demeanor serious. Observing his feigned solemnity nearly caused Kushina to burst into laughter, but she managed to restrain herself at the critical moment. Very well, given your reasonable attitude. I shall forgive you this time. Just refrain from bullying others in the future, she generously decided. Thank you, Lady Kushina, Hayato murmured, his head bowed, concealing his expression. Liuyun, what about you? Saiin smiled as she glanced at Liuyun. However, the next moment, she saw him completely disregard her, his countenance darkening as he fixed his gaze on Uchiha Hayato. The group of clansmen from yesterday, you summoned them, did you not? What? Hayato lifted his head. Confusion etched on his face. Liuyun appeared slightly taken aback, realizing that Uchiha Hayato seemed unaware of the events that transpired the previous afternoon. It was likely the initiative of those Uchiha clansmen themselves to encircle Liuyun and his companion. Are you pretending to be ignorant, or are you genuinely clueless? 8 Uchiha surrounded me yesterday. Were you not the one who called them? Liuyun retorted with a cold smirk. I did not. I had no involvement, Hayato protested, shaking his hands repeatedly. He had been confined at home, nursing a leg injury for the past few days, with his parents forbidding him from going out, leaving him no chance to interact with his peers. No involvement? Liuyun scrutinized him with a frosty glare, his sinister demeanor startling Hayato considerably. Oh, had you not mentioned it? I might have forgotten about yesterday's incident. Those ruffians must have been sent by this fellow. Kushina glared angrily at Hayato, her memory rekindled, unwilling to let this troublemaker escape unscathed. I truly did not. I have no idea what happened. Hayato's desperation nearly brought him to tears. At that moment, Uchiha Saiin hurriedly stepped forward to clarify, stating that her son had been grounded and had not left the house these past few days. Is that so? I find that hard to believe. If you did not instruct them, how could they possibly unite to bully me? Moreover, Uchiha N explicitly stated they were coming for you. You should decide how to address this matter, Liuyun said, arms crossed, his tone indifferent. I genuinely did not. Hayato lamented, feeling utterly helpless, unsure of how to defend himself. He feared that his fate was sealed, contemplating the possibility of never becoming a ninja. This matter does not involve Hayato. We will investigate thoroughly when we return home. Lord Liuyun, Lady Kushina, I kindly ask for your patience, Saiin reassured, bowing once more after a brief moment of anxiety. Since Auntie has said so. I shall grant her some consideration, Liuyun conceded, choosing not to exert further pressure. Uchiha and the others were eager to defend this boy, so Liuyun was curious to see whether Hayato would accept their goodwill and how he would ultimately respond. They had banded together, viewing Liuyun as an outsider. Thus, he would assume the role of an outsider himself, attempting to fracture their unity and scatter them like grains of sand, denying them the opportunity to confront him collectively. Take the fruit basket back with you. I trust you are all aware of the ninja code. We shall neither accept nor consume these fruits. Liuyun rejected their offering. What kind of ninja would carelessly accept a fruit basket? If they were to slip in a few explosive tags or some colorless, tasteless poison, who knows what might happen after a few days? Cyan felt embarrassed upon hearing this, and after exchanging farewells, she and her son departed. Humph, a duplicitous scoundrel. That group from yesterday must have been summoned by him, Kushina scoffed, watching Uchiha Hayato's retreating figure. I doubt he was involved, Liuyun replied with a smile, his countenance devoid of any negative emotion. Is that so? Should we forgive him then? Kushina asked, surprised. Forgiveness is indeed necessary. After all, Uchiha Hayato's father is an elite jonin. When our strength is insufficient for self-preservation, we must maintain a sense of respect. Even a cornered rabbit can bite. Let alone an elite jonin, Liuyun explained. However, the time for such respect has not yet arrived, which is why I intend to exert some pressure on Uchiha Hayato. Given Hayato's notorious temperament, should he learn of yesterday's incident, he would only blame Uchiha and the others for meddling, feeling wronged. Liuyun's intent to sow discord among them was merely to divert their animosity, even if their hatred remained. At least he and Kushina would no longer be targeted in unison by the Uchiha clan. Chapter 26. The spark that captivated Kushina, meeting the parents. Upon hearing Liuyun's profound words, Kushina regarded him thoughtfully. Her initial reaction was not to marvel at the wisdom of his statement, but rather to notice that Liuyun spoke with the gravitas of an adult. A sentiment not typical of children their age. He seemed to harbor countless secrets. Although she could not fully discern them, the events of the past, his current words, and certain subtleties she had observed led her to increasingly view this boy as exceptional and trustworthy. Her attraction began with his appearance, deepened through his talents, and was further intensified by an enigmatic allure that compelled her to seek deeper understanding. His formidable strength provided her with ample security, allowing him to maintain a low profile while effortlessly dominating. His gentle demeanor, thoughtfulness, and humor, coupled with his ability to complement her hair and beauty without succumbing to societal pressures, made him all the more appealing. Each individual quality was sufficient to draw Kushina in. But when combined, how could she possibly resist? Son, are you waiting for me here? Asuka had just returned from work, her heart swelling with joy upon seeing her son at the door. Mother, Liuyun greeted with a smile. Oh, is that your mother? Seeing Liuyun rush to greet her, Kushina's heart raced, instinctively feeling nervous. Oh, who is this young lady? Asuka inquired, her gaze sweeping over Kushina with a warm smile. Mother, this is my classmate, Uzumaki Kushina. She is my desk mate and dear friend, here to visit me during the holiday. Liuyun introduced, his cheeks flushed. Ah, hello, auntie. Kushina bowed respectfully, her face noticeably reddening compared to Liuyun. So, she is your desk mate, is she? How delightful, Asuka said, slightly bowing as she extended her hand. At her words, both boys' faces flushed deeper, particularly Kushina, who resembled a ripe tomato. Girlfriend. Kushina instinctively reached out her hand to shake Asuka's, feeling shy and unable to meet the gaze of this beautiful lady. Your hair is truly lovely. Asuka could not resist reaching out to touch it. And your little face is so rosy, just like a little tomato. How adorable. Asuka exclaimed, her admiration evident as she held Kushina's hand with an affectionate grip. Her taste and aesthetic sensibilities mirrored Liuyun's, with their praises almost identical, a testament to their mother-son bond. Mother, Kushina dislikes being called a tomato, Liuyun chuckled, offering a gentle reminder. Apologies, I was unaware. Asuka was somewhat taken aback. She stifled her laughter, wishing to apologize, yet heard Kushina hastily waving her hands in explanation. No, I simply dislike tomatoes. You can call me Tomato if you wish. Ha ha ha. Asuka could no longer contain her laughter, finding the little girl utterly adorable. Even Liuyun was amused by her words. The three of them stood at the door, chatting for quite some time. Asuka wanted to pull her inside, but Kushina politely declined. Auntie, it's getting late. I must return home. Come dine with us tonight. Auntie, I will prepare something delicious for you. Asuka wished to keep her there. Mom, dinner requires prior arrangements. Otherwise, Kushina's family will be worried if she doesn't return. Liuyun interjected to alleviate the tension. You're right. Well then, Kushina, do visit us again next time. Asuka gently pinched Kushina's round face, smiling. All right, Kushina shyly nodded. Liuyun, please see her off. I will go prepare dinner. Hom. Liuyun walked alongside Kushina, escorting her to the fork in the road. I'm off now. You head back, Kushina, she spoke softly. Okay. See you tomorrow. Liuyun replied with a smile. The ninja school curriculum was extensive, with only Sundays free, so they would be attending classes the following day. Hom. See you tomorrow. Kushina beamed sweetly, then darted away like a little sprite. After running a short distance, she suddenly recalled something. Oh no. I came here to challenge him to a fight. Upon this realization, she instinctively turned back, only to see that the boy remained in place, not having left. As she turned, he flashed a knowing smile and waved vigorously. How embarrassing. Caught in a moment of reluctance, Kushina suppressed her shyness and quickly veered into another path. Given how considerate he was today, she decided to forego the fight, thinking she might address it another time. As she walked, she muttered to herself, her lips curving into a smile that seemed to reach the heavens. As soon as Liuyun returned home, Asuka mysteriously approached him. Son, Kushina is the girl who complimented your forehead, isn't she? Liuyun was momentarily speechless by his mother's prying, but eventually nodded in acknowledgement. Good job, son. That little girl has exquisite features, a slender waist, and long legs. She is a quintessential beauty, destined to captivate hearts in the future. You should make your move now. Mom, weren't you supposed to cook? Hurry up. Liuyun interrupted, eager to halt her flow of teasing. This woman had struck the nail on the head, and he couldn't allow her to continue. Haha, look at you trying to be shy. Your face is as red as Kushina's. Asuka laughed until tears streamed down her face. Liuyun, flushed with embarrassment, shot her an annoyed glare before fleeing the room, prompting Asuka to laugh even harder. When dinner time arrived, mother and son sat at the table, and Asuka finally broached the subject of Liuyun's newfound culinary skills. Son, were those 2 dishes at lunch made by Kushina? I still can't believe my son can cook. Had she not seen Kushina, she might have doubted it. But upon hearing that Kushina had been in their home, her suspicions were confirmed. I made them, but only because Kushina taught me. She has quite an array of unique recipes. After a moment's thought, Liuyun attributed his newfound cooking skills to Kushina. I knew it. How could my son suddenly possess such culinary prowess and manage to create dishes I've never made? It must be thanks to that little girl. Asuka felt a slight pang of disappointment, but Liuyun's next words brightened her expression once more. Kushina has taught me many dishes. I will prepare them for you to taste in due time. Wonderful. Wonderful. Asuka nodded enthusiastically, her fondness for that little girl growing ever deeper. It seemed she was the one who had made Liuyun so considerate. Young love? Although it was indeed early, it wasn't out of the question. Chapter 27. The Self-Fragmentation of Uchiha and the Family Feud in Public. Within the ninja school, that ungrateful beast. I took a beating from that little brat for him. He didn't even thank me, and instead blamed me for seeking out trouble. Who was I doing this for? On the playground, the Uchiha clan gathered. Uchiha Yuta's expression darkened as he cursed vehemently. Ah, did he come after you too? One of the Uchiha youths exclaimed in surprise. He came after me. That scoundrel not only showed no concern for our injuries, but he also accused us of meddling, claiming we would ruin his chances of becoming a ninja. Uchiha, his eyes red with anger, spoke up, having been disgusted by the events of the previous night, which had robbed him of a good night's sleep. Uchiha Kazuki had sought out 8 individuals in one night. His efficiency was indeed commendable. He feared he wouldn't receive forgiveness from the little brat and would be unable to become a ninja, which led to the chaos. Uchiha Chiya sighed softly. What nonsense are you speaking? Should we be blamed for this? The hot-tempered Uchiha Yuta was incensed. That is not what I meant. I'm saying this matter can't be blamed on anyone. Nonsense. Don't try to smooth things over. This is all Uchiha Kazuki's fault. If he hadn't called that little brat a bastard, how could this have escalated? One of the Uchiha stepped forward to voice their grievances. Exactly. It's all that white-eyed wolf's fault. Uchiha Yuta echoed. I spent the whole day in bed nursing my injuries. My mom asked how I got hurt, and I couldn't even tell her the truth. The Uchiha who had suffered a bruise to his calf from an elbow spoke up. They all seemed to have synchronized their narratives, not daring to admit they had been beaten by someone else. 8 against 2. They had been pinned down and mercilessly pummeled. They couldn't voice this, for even if they did, their parents likely wouldn't come to their aid. They had brought this upon themselves. Yet with so many of them unable to defeat a single person, any parent with a shred of dignity wouldn't confront Liuyun's family over this. Moreover, being a ninja was inherently a combat profession. Getting injured by classmates or inflicting injuries was commonplace, as long as it wasn't too extreme. Parents typically wouldn't escalate matters. I warned you all the other day not to provoke that little brat, Yet you insisted on playing the righteous savior for Kazuki. That idiot. A 6th grade student named Uchiha Aomong snorted derisively. He was among the few who opposed bullying the little brat. His previous warnings had been ignored, and he had faced considerable backlash. Now, seeing his clanmates suffer for ignoring his advice, he felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. To put it plainly, you just thought that little brat was easy to bully, didn't you? Wanting to step on them to elevate your own status amongst the younger clan members. But you ended up getting thoroughly beaten and now have no friends left. Uchiha Aomong publicly embarrassed them, laying bare the bloody truth of the situation. His words incited fury among several individuals. Bastard, stop spouting nonsense. Aren't we doing this for the clan? Yes. Aren't we doing this to uphold the Uchiha name? Aomong, don't you dare be so sarcastic, slandering us. Uchiha Yuta, Uchiha N, and the others appeared frantic. But Liuyun is also our clan member. A younger Uchiha spoke up timidly. Uphold the Uchiha name? I say you are tarnishing the Uchiha clan's reputation. Little Zhao Mao was originally a member of the Uchiha clan. His affair with Heian is a private matter, yet it is you self-proclaimed guardians of justice who publicly harass him, forcing little Zhao Mao into a corner, ultimately leading him to sever ties with the Uchiha. How can you still believe you are in the right? Another voice has emerged in support of Liuyun. Indeed, your intentions were never for the Uchiha. You merely exploited their name for your own benefit, for the foolish Heian. You deserve to be reprimanded and resented. You scoundrel. Dare to speak again. What is the matter? When reason fails, you resort to violence. You, a mere jester, presume to administer justice? This is not how things are. Allow me to explain. In a fleeting moment, the Uchiha clan within the school erupted into chaos over Liuyun's incident. Originally, they had managed to maintain a semblance of unity, but differing ideologies led them to blame, insult, and even brawl with one another. The commotion attracted numerous onlookers, and the Uchiha became a laughingstock within the school. The moment Liuyun stepped onto the campus with his backpack, he immediately sensed the peculiar atmosphere on the playground. The Uchiha clan was embroiled in infighting, even resorting to physical confrontations in broad daylight. Occasionally, he heard his name and nickname mentioned among certain clan members. It appeared that the events were rooted in him, with grievances from the previous day extending into today. Liuyun coldly observed the group of Uchihas on the playground, showing no intention of intervening to quell the turmoil. In fact, had he chosen to speak up at that moment, he could have easily united their hearts. And even the likes of Uchiha N and Uchiha Yuta might have been swayed. Alas, such thoughts did not cross his mind. When no one from the Uchiha stood up to speak justly for him the day before, why should he now intervene to calm the storm? The fact that he had pressed those Uchihas to the ground proved a singular truth. The so-called hearts of men and notions of justice are utterly worthless in the face of power. Moreover, what purpose would it serve to rally a group of Uchiha youths? To become their leader? Besides drawing attention, it would yield no tangible benefits. Furthermore, the outcome of today was intentionally orchestrated by him. Both he and his mother had been treated as outsiders, as mere weeds by the Uchiha, and he certainly would not degrade himself to appease them. In this world, when one possesses wealth, friends are abundant. In the ninja realm, when one possesses strength, followers are ever present. Liuyun's current plan involved secretly engaging in internal competition while concealing his capabilities beyond taijutsu. If possible, he wished to refrain from revealing his abilities to anyone other than Kushina. With classes about to commence, he had yet to return to the classroom. Amidst the crowd of onlookers, Liuyun spotted Kushina's unmistakable red hair, making her impossible to overlook. Ah, you're here. Yes, let us go to class. Upon seeing him, Kushina beamed with joy, following closely behind Liuyun as they ignored the crowd and made their way to the classroom. I have to tell you about that group of Uchihas. Chapter 28, the near social death of Minato, the eccentric Uchiha clan. Kushina sat beside him, recounting the Uchiha clan's infighting on the playground. Liuyun listened with keen interest, nodding occasionally to acknowledge her. Hey, Minato, why do you always sneak peeks at us? Is there something you wish to say? Kushina suddenly fixed a stern gaze upon Minato Namikaze. This fellow frequently cast furtive glances their way, and upon being caught, swiftly diverted his gaze elsewhere, behavior that irked Kushina significantly. She had noticed this more than once, and at last, she couldn't help but voice her irritation. Liuyun turned to look at the petite Minato behind them. It wasn't me, I didn't do it. Minato's face flushed crimson as he repeatedly denied the accusation, his forehead beading with sweat, terrified to admit to sneaking glances. Still denying it, huh? Too timid to own up? Kushina glared at him with a fierce expression. Minato nearly faced social ruin on the spot, but fortune smiled upon him as a Chunin instructor entered the classroom, redirecting attention. Liuyun seized the moment to diffuse the tension. Minato sits behind us. Isn't it natural to look forward? It's an unavoidable circumstance. One can't expect him to keep his eyes closed during class. Oh, thank goodness for you, Liuyun, for speaking reason. Minato felt a surge of gratitude as he cast a thankful glance at Liuyun. Did Minato sneak peeks? Certainly, he did. Not only did he sneak glances, but he also strained to eavesdrop on their conversation. Had it not been for this, he would not have been caught by Kushina and reprimanded. After all, he was not the only one sitting behind them. Kushina's other classmate had not exhibited such peculiar habits. Kushina found some merit in Liuyun's words. Yet she did not believe she had misjudged Minato, prompting her to mutter under her breath, "It's just that he always looks at others with such a strange gaze." Ultimately, she shot Minato a warning glare. Minato felt deeply wronged. Previously, he had been scolded for looking directly at someone, and now he was reprimanded for glancing sideways. He believed Kushina's animosity toward him was excessive. It was not as if he had mocked her upon her arrival at school. He had simply joined his classmates in jesting about her once, and at that time, he had found it impossible to suppress his laughter. Talking about you ever since then. She had held a grudge against him and had never shown him a friendly demeanor, instead labeling him as a coward. All right, class, settle down. We will now commence the lesson. As the first class concluded, Liuyun intended to step outside with Kushina for some fresh air when several Uchiha elementary students approached him. Liuyun, we know about your situation with Han and the incident with Yuta blocking you last time. Those scoundrels brought it upon themselves. We are all in support of you. Indeed. We support you. Liuyun, you are incredible. You managed to defeat An and Yuta all on your own. Uchiha Qingmong spoke first, and several members of the Uchiha clan echoed their support. Liuyun's expression appeared somewhat astonished as his bright eyes scanned the group of Uchihas, yet he remained silent, choosing not to respond. These individuals had previously referred to him as Little Zhao Mao, but today marked a change in their address. Just as the atmosphere in the room grew a tad tense, Liuyun smiled gently and spoke softly. Thank you all for your enthusiastic support. You are well aware of my capabilities. It is impossible for me to defeat them alone. I lack that ability. It was Kushina who aided me, and that is how I managed to drive them away. Liuyun's words reflected a deliberate choice to remain modest. Kushina stared at him in disbelief. This guy was undeniably strong yet lived as though he were a mere shadow. This was clearly a moment to shine and establish his reputation. Wouldn't it be better to let the world know of his prowess? After all, who would dare to bully him or call him Little Zhao Mao in the future? To Kushina, Liuyun was a unique flower within the Uchiha clan, his character standing in stark contrast to the rest. Now I see. Uchiha Qingmong instinctively nodded. He had a general understanding of Liuyun's abilities. While he might misjudge at times, he did not believe that Liuyun could take on 8 opponents simultaneously. Such a notion seemed unreasonable. Upon hearing Liuyun's explanation, everything suddenly made sense. It was entirely plausible that with the assistance of the fiery red pepper, he could successfully fend off Uchiha and the others. The group chatted and laughed for a while, unfazed by the revelation of the truth. Although there may have been some exaggeration regarding Liuyun's strength, it was evident that he was not far from the mark. As for why Uchiha Yuta and the others chose to embellish their tales, claiming they had been beaten by Liuyun, in the eyes of Uchiha Qingmong, it was likely that the opposing party sought to preserve the dignity of the Uchiha clan, especially considering the disgrace of being defeated by an outsider like Uzumaki Kushina, particularly a woman. The mere thought of it was mortifying. Rather than enduring such embarrassment, it would be more palatable to concede defeat to a mere brat. The Uchiha youths gathered around Liuyun incessantly criticized another faction of the Uchiha clan, while Liuyun maintained a serene smile, offering little more than the occasional nod in acknowledgement. It was not until the school bell rang that this group bid farewell and departed. Why do you lie? It was clearly you who defeated that group of Uchiha. Yet you claim it was solely through my assistance that you triumphed, Kushina muttered softly, exasperated by his blatant fabrications. I am not lying. Just admit whether or not you lent me a hand. Liuyun grinned at her. Well, I did, Kushina stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Then isn't that the crux of the matter? It was entirely thanks to you cheering me on and alleviating the pressure that I didn't meet a dire fate. Liuyun whispered softly near her ear. A gentle, warm breath brushed against her fair neck, causing her heart to race and her breath to quicken. Such almost teasing words turned Kushina's cheeks a vibrant shade of crimson. Meanwhile, the usually idle Minato Namikaze, observing the scene, was rendered momentarily speechless. Consumed by curiosity about what Liuyun had said to Kushina that could reduce her to a blushing, timid state, hesitant to move. What business is it of mine? Minato suddenly chastised himself, having resolved not to eavesdrop. Why was he so intrigued? Did he perhaps possess an unusual penchant for such matters? He found himself engulfed in self-doubt, a stark contrast to his former self. Lately, he had struggled to focus during class, frequently distracted by the antics of the two individuals in front of him. Days swiftly passed, and Uchiha Ihan returned to the ninja academy. However, he faced isolation and ridicule from his clan, as no one was inclined to befriend this proverbial white-eyed wolf anymore. Liuyun paid little mind to his fate, after enduring a painful lesson. Ihan dared not provoke him or Kushina again. Yet, what truly vexed Liuyun was that his classmates, such as Sato and others, continued to seek trouble with him and Kushina relentlessly. They had yet to experience the true extent of Liuyun's abilities, and seeing him unfazed by being called a brat. They resumed their usual antics, attempting to amuse themselves at his and Kushina's expense. These persistent nuisances were insistent to the point that Liuyun found himself begrudgingly admiring their tenacity and audacity. Indeed, there existed students who were unafraid of a beating. Kushina remained as fierce as ever, unafraid to confront those who wronged her. This time, Liuyun took the initiative to assist her, and together, they made quick work of Sato and his gang, leaving them in tears, even when they summoned help from other classes. In no time, Kushina and Liuyun garnered notoriety within their grade, inspiring an enterprising individual to coin the formidable nickname the Black and Red Duo. Who was the fool that spread that ridiculous moniker? I shall ensure they regret it. Kushina fumed, her cheeks puffed, and her small fists cracking with indignation. Liuyun, caught between amusement and exasperation, silently followed Kushina, playing the role of her loyal subordinate. His penchant for verbal sparring often spared him from being scrutinized by those with ill intentions, though he occasionally faced scorn for his avoidance of physical confrontation. He often hid behind Kushina during fights, aggravating opponents to no end while appearing to relish the situation. He believed that as long as his days were filled with joy, it mattered little if he played the fool for others' entertainment. Kushina excelled in combat, but often found herself at a disadvantage in verbal disputes. Liuyun's presence complemented her perfectly. Recently, anyone daring to provoke the duo would find themselves met with disastrous consequences, earning them the fearsome title of the Black and Red Duo. Liuyun, there's no class tomorrow. Do you remember our previous agreement? Kushina, her cheeks flushed, eagerly posed the question during the last moments of recess before the weekend. What agreement? Liuyun instinctively inquired. The day we looked into each other's eyes. Have you forgotten our promise? Kushina urged, her brow furrowed in frustration. As Liuyun pondered the memory, he struggled to recall the specifics. Just as he began to feel the weight of her disappointed gaze, the bell signaling the end of class rang, compelling him to hurriedly excuse himself to the restroom. Upon his return, he found that class had commenced, leaving him no opportunity to continue their conversation. The final lesson of the day focused on the fundamentals of ninjutsu, a subject that captivated Liuyun's attention, causing him to become engrossed while remaining oblivious to Kushina's lingering, discontented glances. When the bell heralding the end of the school day rang, the excitement among the students was palpable as they hastily packed their belongings and rushed out the door. Liuyun, taking his time, organized his things with a smile. But as he turned, he noticed that Kushina had already risen and was leaving without a word. Kushina, he called out, but she paid him no mind, striding away resolutely. What could be the matter with her? Liuyun wondered, his thoughts interrupted as he quickly grabbed his backpack and hurried after her. As he reached the entrance of the school, he spotted Kushina's retreating figure just as he noticed someone stealthily trailing behind her. What is Sato up to? Liuyun puzzled, though curiosity compelled him to follow discreetly. He was eager to uncover the mischief that was brewing and why Sato felt the need to stalk Kushina. Isn't that Sato? Is he indeed following Kushina? Minato, who had been on his way home, suddenly took note of this strange occurrence. After a moment's hesitation, he quietly began to follow as well. How did Minato join in? Liuyun noted Minato's presence as he lagged behind. Meanwhile, Kushina was experiencing a whirlwind of emotions, sometimes downcast, sometimes sorrowful, and at other times restless, unaware of the procession of followers trailing her. As they passed through a cherry blossom grove belonging to the Senju clan, a scene unfolded that would leave a lasting impression on Liuyun. Sato, having been thoroughly bested by Kushina on multiple occasions, had enlisted the aid of his lower-ranked ninja brother to exact revenge within the confines of the cherry blossom grove. Originally hidden among the branches, Watergate discreetly observed the three individuals embroiled in a dispute below. However, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Upon turning, he discovered Liuyun perched upon another grand tree. Shoo! Liuyun playfully gestured for silence. When had this fellow also arrived? Though surprised, Watergate managed a forced smile and nodded in acknowledgement. As he watched the genin pursuing Kushina, Watergate noted Liuyun's remarkable composure, seemingly devoid of any intention to intervene. Was he truly planning to remain in the shadows? Watergate was taken aback. After all, these two were renowned as the black and red duo, their reputation resonating throughout the school. Liuyun concealed his presence, quietly observing Kushina just as Watergate did. This skirmish would serve as a valuable lesson for Kushina, illustrating the stark contrast between a mere elementary student in the ninja academy and a true ninja. In Liuyun's perspective, experiencing a minor setback would ultimately benefit her understanding of the ninja world's perils and cunning. Yet, when he witnessed Kushina being knocked to the ground and her hair violently yanked, he found it impossible to remain entirely apathetic. Did she not recognize this as a substitution technique? Truly just a child. That thick, red hair was quite a nuisance. The genin, reveling in his triumph over a girl who was not even a ninja, wore a smug expression. You deserve it, Sato remarked gleefully from the side. Suddenly, a shuriken sliced through the air, striking the back of the genin's hand with lightning speed, causing him to release his grip on Kushina's hair in pain. Liuyun could tolerate Kushina facing some minor hardships to grasp the treachery and dangers of being a ninja. However, he could not bear to see her in tears. Why are you crying? Your brother is here. Chapter 30. Liuyun's intent to kill? Giving Sato a new hairstyle. Hearing that familiar voice, Kushina's tears ceased immediately. A shadow swiftly fell before her, and before she could look up, a rough yet warm hand extended toward her. Instinctively, she placed her palm against it, and Liuyun, with a smile, effortlessly pulled her to her feet. The warmth and strength of his hand enveloped Kushina in a sense of security, and upon seeing his familiar gentle smile, the grievances buried deep within her heart gushed forth like a flood. She pouted, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. This moment would be etched in her memory forever. Liuyun raised his hand to wipe away the tears from her cheeks. After all, she was the undefeated blood-red chili pepper. How could she cry over such a minor setback? Upon hearing the praise of being undefeated and the moniker blood-red chili pepper, Kushina's sorrow transformed into laughter. Realizing her loss of composure, she felt a surge of embarrassment and anger, and she playfully butted her head against Liuyun's chest. Humph! Liuyun's smile faltered, and he let out a muffled grunt, nearly losing his breath from the sudden impact. The sight of Kushina, a blend of tears, laughter, and shyness, left Watergate, hidden among the branches, utterly astonished. Their bond was far closer than he had imagined. That little rascal. Brother, this guy has bullied me at school too. They call themselves the black and red duo. You should teach him a lesson, Sato exclaimed, pointing at Liuyun with frustration. The black and red duo? How audacious. The genin scoffed. That shuriken was thrown by you, wasn't it? Mind your own business. With that aim, you dare to play the hero? With a mocking grin, the genin pressed on his slightly injured hand, revealing that Liuyun had intentionally held back. To avoid unnecessary trouble, it was best to minimize the use of weapons. Causing severe injuries to the village's ninjas would inevitably draw the attention of the Umbu. Here you are, a graduated genin, bullying a little girl still in school. How proud you must be. Liuyun's cold gaze settled on the genin as he pulled Kushina aside and boldly approached his adversary. Let me show you how to properly use a shuriken, you sharp-tongued brat. The genin sneered, retrieving a shuriken from his ninja pouch and hurling it towards Liuyun's face. The shuriken raced towards Liuyun, but with a calm shift of his head, he deftly avoided it, the weapon whizzing past his cheek. His movements were precise, his footing unwavering. This display astonished everyone present, leaving the genin in disbelief. He had just proclaimed his intent to teach others how to throw shurikens. Yet he was easily outmaneuvered by a mere child. Damn it! The genin gritted his teeth, tightening his fists as he charged at Liuyun with a powerful punch aimed at his face. Liuyun, mirroring his evasion of the shuriken, deftly dodged several punches with ease, stepping back to evade a sweeping kick. To Liuyun, the genin's movements appeared both slow and rigid, rife with openings. Setting aside the question of whether he could utilize ninjutsu, this individual's taijutsu was, in some respects, inferior to that of the elementary student Uchiha. Pathetic. All you can do is dodge, the genin growled, throwing another punch that was effortlessly sidestepped by Liuyun. Before he could finish his sentence, Liuyun flashed forward, delivering a powerful blow to the genin's abdomen. The sheer force propelled the genin back, and he was unable to stifle a cry before being launched far away like a cannonball. How impressive! Watergate gasped softly from the tree. The sudden burst of speed was so swift that even he struggled to comprehend it. Was that the body flicker technique? Watergate pondered, recalling a formidable ninjutsu his teacher had once described. No, there were no hand seals. This was pure explosive power generated by his legs. The genin tumbled across the ground, rolling several times before coming to a halt, feeling as if the world were spinning. His stomach churned, and moments later, He vomited the lunch he had consumed. Brother! Sato screamed in horror. Just as he intended to check on his sibling, Liuyun appeared before him, kicking him to the ground. Ah! Sato cried out in pain, tears welling in his eyes. However, before he could rise, Liuyun sat on his back, holding a kunai menacingly. Ah! What are you doing? You're going to kill me. Sato was utterly terrified. Upon witnessing Liuyun's stern expression as he brandished the kunai, Watergate was equally alarmed. Liuyun, don't do anything reckless. Watergate urgently called out to intervene. Liuyun disregarded Watergate's plea, grinning maliciously as he seized Sato's hair, his demeanor suggesting he intended to behead him. Sato, aghast, wept profusely. Don't kill me, help. Desperately, he clawed at the ground and kicked his legs, but no matter how he struggled, he could not escape Liuyun's grasp. Liuyun, no. As Liuyun raised the kunai high, ready to strike, Kushina's mind went blank, and she instinctively shouted to stop him. If Liuyun were to take a life over this incident, his bright future would likely be irrevocably tarnished. Though she harbored disdain for Sato, she knew he did not deserve death. If Liuyun were to kill him, Kushina could scarcely fathom the terrible consequences that would ensue. Watergate could no longer bear to watch. He hastily leapt down from the tree, but before he could intervene, he saw that Liuyun had already taken action. Whoosh! A flash of cold light zipped past, leaving Watergate with no time to assist, his eyes widening in disbelief as the scene unfolded before him. Kushina, terrified, covered her eyes. On the ground, Sato had already soaked his pants. Aren't you the one who loves to mock people's hair? Today, I shall grant you a free haircut, ha-ha. Liuyun laughed heartily as he stood up. Watergate, witnessing this spectacle, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Upon hearing Liuyun's laughter, Kushina quickly raised her gaze. The anticipated bloodshed did not materialize, but upon seeing the bald-headed Sato, she was momentarily stunned. My hair. Gazing at the short strands carelessly tossed before him and feeling the chill of his bare scalp, Sato's face was one of utter disbelief. And the next moment, he let out a blood-curdling scream. Stop your wailing and hurry up and take your brother and scram, or I might just shave your eyebrows off. Liuyun chuckled as he playfully kicked his backside. The scream abruptly ceased, and Sato scrambled to his feet, dragging his injured brother along as they fled, their appearance utterly disheveled. Serves you right. Ha ha ha. Once she regained her composure, Kushina could not help but burst into laughter. The sight of the bald Sato was simply too amusing and pitiable. In that moment, her grievances were nowhere to be found. Her laughter was so hearty it nearly hurt her belly. Standing side by side, Liuyun and Watergate also found it impossible to stifle their laughter at the sight of the two brothers making their hasty retreat. Chapter 31. The pouting and adorable little spicy pepper, a path to prosperity. A gentle breeze rustled, and cherry blossoms danced in the air. Within the picturesque cherry blossom grove, an exceptionally attractive pair of students strolled together amidst the floral sea. When did you and Watergate arrive? Kushina inquired, her face beaming with joy. Of course. We followed closely behind you. It's astonishing that you didn't notice all these little followers trailing after you. How foolish. Liuyun shot her a glance of disbelief. Ah, why are you all following me? Kushina regarded him with a peculiar expression on her face. What kind of expression is that? Do you think I'm some sort of pervert stalking little girls? Liuyun glared at her, clearly displeased. Hee, you said it yourself. I never claimed that. Humph. If it weren't for Sato trailing behind you, do you think I would want to follow you? Then why didn't you tell me? Kushina blinked her large eyes, asking innocently, do you dare claim that I didn't call you? Didn't I call your name when school was over? The more I called, the faster you walked away. Liuyun's voice involuntarily rose several pitches. Well, whose fault was it that you forgot that promise? Kushina mumbled softly, looking down. When did I forget? Wasn't it just teaching you the throwing technique? I'll come find you tomorrow. Liuyun gazed at her with an air of melancholy, recalling how she had thrown a tantrum and ignored him before he could even explain after school. Hee. Kushina suddenly giggled, wrapping her arms around Liuyun's, shaking them playfully as she acted cute. Her mischievous and adorable demeanor left Liuyun momentarily dazed, yet somewhat helpless. So, this girl could also be charming and endearing, huh? In truth, the little tomato was quite sweet when she wasn't throwing fits, and Liuyun felt a pang of reluctance to scold her further. I've arrived, it's getting late. So you should head back. Liuyun escorted her to the entrance of the Senju clan, where Kushina, beaming, gave him a gentle push on the back, signaling that he could leave. Tomorrow morning at 7, I'll be waiting for you here. Kushina set a time with enthusiasm, waving goodbye to him with a smile. Oh. Liuyun nodded, but his gaze was drawn to two figures within the Senju compound. He recognized them, Tsunade and Nawaki. At that moment, Tsunade stood with her hands on her hips, reprimanding her mischievous younger brother. Due to the distance, Liuyun couldn't discern her words. Nawaki had graduated early from the Ninja Academy and was now a direct pupil of Orochimaru, learning ninjutsu by his side. With a forehead protector already adorning Nawaki's brow, it was evident that the second great ninja war was drawing near. Liuyun murmured softly. In fact, by this time, Konoha ninjas had already engaged in combat with the Suna ninjas in the Land of Rain. However, both sides were exercising restraint, and no large-scale battles had yet erupted. The second war had effectively begun, once the Hidden Rain village officially intervened and declared war on the Land of Fire. The three legendary ninjas would gradually make their way to the battlefield in the Land of Rain. As for Nawaki, he would accompany his master Orochimaru to the battlefield, where he would meet a glorious fate on the very first day of combat, becoming the first minor character in the original story to perish in an explosive tag trap. Orochimaru witnessed his bravery, succinctly summarizing it with a simple phrase. Nawaki had great momentum, charged swiftly, and soared high. Liuyun sighed lightly, gazing at the youthful figure, feeling a twinge of regret. Yet, he knew he couldn't offer any warnings, and even if he did, it would likely be in vain. It was too far-fetched. And they would never believe his words, nor would they scrutinize their steps with such caution. If he voiced such concerns and the person lived on, it would be inconsequential. However, if he spoke up and the individuals still met their demise, and a third party became aware of it, he would likely find himself in a predicament. Especially with someone like Orochimaru, whose cunning mind would not view such matters as mere coincidence. Liuyun would not place himself in jeopardy, especially since he was not even acquainted with Nawaki, thus avoiding any unnecessary trouble. The next morning, Liuyun strapped on weighted leg bands to commence a new day of training. One of the new body-enhancing gear he had purchased. Asuka feared that using the weights would stunt his growth, so she only permitted him to wear them on his lower legs, not above the knees. Fitness equipment was quite expensive, body enhancement gear was costly, weapons and shurikens were pricey, and explosive tags and sealing scrolls were even more so. Thus, Liuyun planned to seek employment to earn some money. Asuka was under considerable pressure and worked hard, and he could not afford to add to her financial burdens. Shadow Clone Technique. Liuyun formed hand seals, creating a shadow clone. The original made its way to the Senju clan's entrance to keep their appointment, while the shadow clone headed toward a bustling district. As Liuyun arrived at the Senju clan's entrance, he found Kushina already waiting there eagerly. "Where shall we practice the throwing technique today?" she asked, her face brimming with excitement. Today, she had even brought along a pouch of ninja tools, filled to the brim with secret weapons. "Anywhere will do," Liuyun replied with a smile. "It doesn't matter where you throw the shurikens. Just grab a piece of chalk, find a tree, draw a circle, and you're good to go. No specific location is required. Then let's go to the cherry blossom grove. The scenery is beautiful, and it's relatively quiet," Kushina suggested excitedly. After all, the cherry blossom grove was a splendid place for a date. "All right, lead the way. Let's go. Kushina, as she had the day before, gently pushed against his back, urging him along. Meanwhile, at the location of the shadow clone, Liuyun waited outside a bookstore for a considerable time. As it approached 9 a.m., the bookstore owner, yawning, finally opened the shop's doors. Is that you, little Liuyun? Up so early to buy comic books?" The owner, named Akira Ashiyama, was both a bookstore proprietor and a manga artist. He was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Liuyun at the entrance. They were quite familiar. Liuyun was a comic enthusiast and a regular customer at his store. "No, I'm here to discuss business with you today." Liuyun stepped into the bookstore. "Business? What could you possibly want to discuss?" Ashiyama asked, a bit puzzled. "I would like to collaborate with you. I will write the stories, and you will illustrate them, creating a new comic together." Liuyun looked at Ashiyama earnestly. "Are you joking?" With a scowl, Wu Shanming begrudgingly addressed the situation, contemplating that had it not been for Liuyun being a regular patron of the store, he would have preferred to dismiss him outright. "I am not jesting," Liuyun remarked, presenting the draft he had meticulously prepared the previous night. "You may peruse it. If you find the story captivating, we could collaborate. If it fails to pique your interest, I am more than willing to seek other narratives." Wu Shanming, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the draft, was initially skeptical. However, upon hearing Liuyun's confident exposition, combined with the absence of customers in the bookstore at that moment, he reluctantly commenced reading the manuscript. "Dragon Balls," he instinctively muttered, taken aback by the peculiar title. Yet, he soon found himself entirely engrossed in the innovative narrative, his eyes widening and brightening with intrigue. Chapter 32. Exchanging Stories for Coin. Teaching Kushina Skills. Before long, Wu Shanming had thoroughly reviewed the opening of the story and its outline. The premise of collecting 7 Dragon Balls to summon a dragon was refreshingly novel and compelling. Are the character designs for the protagonist and supporting roles truly your own creations? Wu Shanming could not help but exclaim in admiration. In comparison to other Japanese and Chinese animations, Dragon Balls was remarkably suited for dissemination in the ninja realm and resonated well with the youth of this world. This was a concept Liuyun had contemplated deeply before committing to paper. Indeed, Liuyun replied, hands tucked into his pockets, ready to engage. I must say, I am pleasantly surprised by your imaginative prowess in crafting such an outstanding piece. Wu Shanming expressed his heartfelt astonishment, perceiving Liuyun as a prodigy, seemingly destined for this vocation. So, uncle, do you harbor any interest in this story? If not, I shall simply seek another collaborator. Liuyun smiled, confident that his remarkable tale would attract partnership, for there were numerous bookstores in Konoha and myriad manga artists. While I am intrigued, are you certain you can produce subsequent installments? I worry you might abandon or mishandle it. Wu Shanming voiced his hesitance, genuinely fond of the story but concerned about Liuyun's youth potentially jeopardizing its continuation. Rest assured, the ensuing chapters will undoubtedly be thrilling, Liuyun responded with calm conviction, particularly confident in Dragon Balls. Then let us proceed. Create an initial issue and gauge the market response. Wu Shanming, a man of decisive action, quickly solidified a series of agreements with Liuyun. He had contemplated outright purchasing the entire narrative, but Liuyun, aiming for greater rewards rather than quick profits, politely declined the offer. I have more stories to share. As long as you maintain a swift update pace, we shall have ample opportunities for collaboration in the future. Liuyun smiled, aware that for some exceptional manga artists, a comprehensive main outline sufficed to craft an exceptional comic. Liuyun had watched countless anime in his previous life, finding it all too effortless to adapt several tales. Dragon Balls, One Piece, Bleach, Digimon, Demon Slayer, Attack on Titan, Fullmetal Alchemist, Fairy Tail, and so on. Which of these tales could not yield profit? If original manga fell short, there remained the wealth of stories from his homeland, Huaxia. Merely borrowing a few would suffice to sustain a household comfortably. You need not worry. I have a professional team ready to ensure Dragon Balls reaches the world at an accelerated pace. Liuyun assured, nodding as he continued to discuss collaborative matters with Wu Shanming. In the Cherry Blossom Grove, be mindful of the wind direction and speed. Maintain a calm demeanor, and ensure your movements are fluid and natural. Do not be rigid. Liuyun instructed Kushina as he meticulously taught her the art of throwing techniques, while his true self navigated the intricate forest with agility. Each step left an imprint upon the cherry blossoms, while his chakra was rapidly expended in the endeavor. Achieving explosive speed atop the trees without causing harm or leaving traces was an arduous task. Liuyun gazed at the clear footprints behind him, sighing softly. This was the next stage of mastering body flicker technique, requiring a state of effortless grace. The first stage involved the instantaneous explosion of chakra in synchrony with the body, while the second demanded mastery over that explosive force. It was said that at the pinnacle of this stage, one could even tread upon air itself, a principle taught to him by Might Dai. Liuyun did not dismiss this assertion as mere bravado, having read the original work. He understood that opening the 8 gates to unleash one's physical potential could indeed enable such feats. Might Guy's comprehension of the body flicker technique was profound. While speedsters existed in the original narrative who surpassed him, they were exceedingly rare. This was under the assumption he did not open the 8 gates. Once unleashed, the exaggerated speed would evidently eclipse even the flying thunder god technique, swift enough to outpace even 6 paths Madara. The body flicker technique was a high-level ninjutsu mastered only by Jonin. However, the body flicker itself was categorized under taijutsu, making its learning curve tenfold more challenging. Crucially, the speed of the body flicker was not fixed. It would enhance as one's physical strength increased, with speed limits determined by one's physical prowess. Besides these two forms of body flicker, there existed a more advanced variant known as ninjutsu body flicker technique. For instance, Hanzo's water body flicker, the Raikage's lightning body flicker. And before mastering the flying thunder god technique, Minato utilized wind body flicker, alongside the unknown forms of body flicker, such as the stopping water technique. All those who mastered the ninjutsu body flicker were renowned for their speed and formidable reputations. Currently, Liuyun had no access to the ordinary body flicker, let alone the advanced ninjutsu body flicker, with his current teacher being Might Dai, a perpetual genin with no knowledge of ninjutsu yet proficient in body flicker technique. Liuyun, eager to grow stronger, was determined not to miss the opportunity to learn this technique. Most ninjutsu and skills could be learned through shadow clones, so he was untroubled about his future ability to acquire ninjutsu and jinjutsu. He aspired to be a versatile ninja, mastering ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu. Liuyun, I want to learn the shadow clone technique as well. Kushina implored, waving her arms and playfully pouting. She was astonished that Liuyun had mastered such a powerful ninjutsu. Teach you? You can't even grasp the basic clone technique. How do you expect to master the shadow clone? Liuyun playfully tapped her on the head. Who says I can't use the clone technique? I just need a bit more practice. I occasionally fail once or twice out of 10 tries. Kushina retorted defiantly. In truth, her prowess was commendable among her peers, yet Liuyun believed that it was still insufficient. First, learn the throwing technique. Then I will teach you tree climbing training. And only after that, we will tackle the shadow clone. One step at a time. Do not aim too high too soon, Liuyun advised earnestly, intending to impart genuine skills to the girl. Tree climbing? Isn't that simple? Why do I need instruction? Why not teach me the shadow clone directly? Kushina tilted her head, puzzled. Climbing is not as straightforward as you think. I told you not to aim too high too soon. Are you still interested in learning the throwing technique? Liuyun lightly tapped her head again to reinforce the lesson. That hurts. I will learn. Just don't hit my head. I'll become dull. Kushina lamented, covering her head with a disgruntled expression. Chapter 33. Enticing and persuading the young girl. Treating Kushina to pork trotter rice. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the shadow clone that had previously visited the bookstore dissipated, relaying a wealth of memories back to Liuyun. He let out a muffled grunt, instinctively closing his eyes as his brain quickly processed the intricate recollections. What's the matter? Kushina noticed Liuyun's peculiar demeanor and approached him with concern. Nothing. Liuyun once again opened his eyes, and his shadow clone had reached an agreement with the bookstore owner, Wu Shanming. He might soon find himself in possession of some money. It was getting late, and he decided to wrap up his morning activities. Liuyun planned to return home to prepare a meal, as his mother, Ming Ri-xiang, wished to savor his cooking once more. He nodded in agreement to this modest request. Oh, is it really that early? Are you heading home already? Zhou Xian Nai expressed a hint of dissatisfaction. Joyful moments always seem fleeting. Liuyun casually explained that he was going home to cook. Cooking? You can cook? Is that true? Zhou Xian Nai appeared somewhat incredulous. I know a little. I must go buy ingredients and deliver food to my mother, so I can't be too late. Buying ingredients, cooking, and delivering food? You can't be serious. Zhou Xian Nai still wore a skeptical expression. In the ninja world, there were few men who could cook, and even fewer children, let alone boys. She suspected Liuyun might be jesting. Suddenly, Liuyun flashed a charming smile. Would you like to come home with me? I can cook for you. Come home with you, and you'll cook for me? Zhou Xian Nai instinctively murmured, her face turning as red as a ripe tomato. I'll be home alone this noon. Liuyun leaned closer to her ear, his tone laced with an unspoken intimacy. Zhou Xian Nai's already flushed cheeks deepened in color, her heart racing wildly, and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Didn't you want to know if I can cook? Don't you want to taste my culinary skills? After the meal, we can train together. Don't you wish to grow stronger? Liuyun continued to tempt her, his gentle voice and warm breath incessantly igniting her nerves. I. Liuyun had successfully stirred her intense curiosity. She longed to agree, but her modesty and sense of shame held her back from nodding in assent. Come on. Liuyun suddenly grasped her delicate white arm and gently shook it, his demeanor oddly reminiscent of the previous day when she had playfully pouted. Zhou Xian Nai's mouth opened in surprise, staring at him blankly. After a moment, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she found herself nodding. Haha, then let's go. Come home with me, Liuyun said, taking her hand. At that moment, he resembled a charming rogue luring a young girl home, step by step, with coaxing and persuasion. Wait. No, I can't. My grandmother, Mito, will worry if I don't return home for lunch. Zhou Xian Nai quickly freed herself from his grasp. That's easy. It's still early. Your grandmother probably hasn't started cooking yet. Just tell her you'll be late, and it'll be fine, right? We're often seen eating together at school, aren't we? Liuyun shrugged, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Suddenly, Zhou Xian Nai found Liuyun's reasoning compelling. It's just lunch, after all. It's broad daylight. What is there to be embarrassed about? What could possibly be wrong? Well, all right then. I'll go home and ask Grandma Mito. Zhou Xian Nai looked down, her hands fidgeting with the hem of her clothing. All right, then it's settled. I'll go buy the ingredients first. Soon, they parted ways. Zhou Xian Nai returning to the Senju clan, while Liuyun headed to the market. Damn, seafood is so cheap, but pork is ridiculously overpriced. Liuyun lamented. Carrying a pig trotter with a pained expression, he had already spent 2/3 of the money his mother had given him for groceries. The green vegetables were exorbitantly priced as well, prompting Liuyun to abandon the idea of buying them. Fortunately, he had gathered a few wild zucchini during his morning jog through the fields, which were free, while others might not enjoy them. He relished them and knew how to cook them deliciously. Why are there no braising spices for sale? He recalled that in the original story, Naruto had eaten braised ramen, and it seemed Uchiha and Nai enjoyed that flavor as well. Liuyun entered a grocery store, but found no desired spices. He did, however, find soy sauce. Having already purchased his ingredients, he realized he couldn't switch to another dish and, resigned, decided to browse a few more stores. Ultimately, he found what he needed in the third grocery store. With the ingredients procured, he hurried back home. Due to the time constraints, he called upon his shadow clone for assistance. Fire release, fireball technique. A small fireball was expelled from his mouth, instantly singeing the hair off the pig trotter. Before long, he had prepared the midday meal, and just as lunch approached, Uchiha and Nai arrived at Liuyun's doorstep. "Liuyun, I'm here," Uchiha and Nai said shyly. Her face flushed as she stood at the door. Her voice was soft, but Liuyun heard her clearly. "I'm here, come in." "Oh." Uchiha and Nai lowered her head as she stepped inside. As soon as she entered, she saw Liuyun and a shadow clone. "I've prepared the food. You should wash your hands first, then you can eat." "All right." Liuyun took out a lunchbox and packed a portion of the freshly prepared meal, which he then handed to his shadow clone. "Take this to my mother. You must hurry, or it won't taste good when it's cold. Rest assured." The shadow clone took the food box and turned to leave, leaving Uchiha and Nai astonished at this display. "You can use shadow clones like that? How convenient." "Of course. But you must be able to endure the impact of shared memories," Liuyun casually explained, not bothering to consider whether Uchiha and Nai could comprehend such fragrant braised meat. Inhaling the rich aroma and gazing at the tender, enticing slices of meat on the plate, Uchiha and Nai's eyes sparkled with surprise. She hadn't expected Liuyun to be truthful. He truly possessed culinary skills. "And this rice, why is each grain so translucent? Give it a try." Liuyun offered her chopsticks. "All right, I'll dig in." Uchiha and Nai accepted the chopsticks and performed a small pre-meal ritual. "The meat can be cooked like this? And it has this glistening, gelatinous texture. What kind of meat is this?" Uchiha and Nai looked astonished, seeing Liuyun smile without answering. She promptly placed a tender slice of meat in her mouth. The moment the meat entered, a burst of rich flavor exploded in her mouth. Tender and juicy. Fatty yet not greasy. The most remarkable aspect was the explosive, savory aroma. "This must be pork, right?" Uchiha and Nai's eyes widened in delight. It was her first time tasting such delicious braised meat. "To be precise, it's pig trotter," Liuyun replied gleefully. "This is a dish from Huaxia, braised pig trotter rice." "Huh? Pig trotter? Where are the trotters and bones?" Uchiha and Nai stared wide-eyed, utterly astonished. "In the pot. I haven't taken them out yet." Liuyun pointed to the nearby pot, which contained not rice, but the pig trotters. "Huh? You braised the pig trotters in the rice pot? Then what about the rice?" Uchiha and Nai exclaimed, picking up a translucent clump of rice and placing it into her mouth. "What a chewy rice. So fragrant, much tastier than rice balls. How did you cook it?" Uchiha and Nai's face was filled with shock. How is it that the rice at Liuyun's home was so extraordinary? "It's not boiled. It's steamed." Chapter 34. Not only can melons be eaten, but they can also be used for scrubbing, the feeling of being cherished by someone. "What? Steamed rice? Can rice be steamed?" Uchiha and Nai, still inexperienced in cooking, appeared somewhat bewildered. "Yes, but it requires a bit of technique," Liuyun patiently explained. "The rice is so fragrant, and the meat is delightful. Together, I feel like I don't need anything else." Uchiha and Nai was thoroughly satisfied with the pig trotter rice, her cheeks puffed with food. "Try this dish." Liuyun pointed to the green vegetables on the plate. "All right." Uchiha and Nai swallowed a mouthful of rice, took a sip of cold juice, and nodded with a smile. "This seems to be a type of gourd. Stir-fried gourd with shrimp?" She picked up a slice of stir-fried gourd, the thick sauce whetting her appetite. So tender and sweet. Although it was a savory dish, Uchiha and Nai found it remarkably sweet. The sautéed gourd had a naturally sweet flavor, which was further enhanced by absorbing the shrimp essence. "What kind of gourd is this?" Kushina indulged in multiple pieces, finding this dish far more delectable than braised pig's trotters. "Heh." Liuyun couldn't help but chuckle audibly. "What are you laughing at?" Kushina asked, her expression one of confusion. "What do you use to scrub yourself while bathing?" "Why do you ask that?" Kushina felt a tinge of embarrassment. "Aren't you curious about the origin of this dish?" Liuyun remarked, ladling a spoonful of stir-fried gourd sauce over the rice. "Is there a connection? I used loofah pulp." "You know? You mean this is loofah?" Kushina's eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment. "Well, to be precise, it is a horned loofah." "How did you prepare it this way? Why does it lack any grassy odor?" Kushina recalled that loofah usually had a strong, earthy taste, one she had regretted after tasting it once before. How could Liuyun's stir-fried loofah be devoid of any such flavor, yet be so fresh and sweet? utterly delightful with rice. Is it because of the shrimp? Kushina inquired eagerly. No, the shrimp merely enhances the flavor. First, blanch it in boiling water to eliminate the odor. Then stir-fry it vigorously. Liuyun divulged the crucial technique. The fierce heat transforms the fishy taste into a sweet savor. Kushina felt somewhat lost, but instinctively recognized Liuyun's remarkable prowess. He seemed to possess an abundance of knowledge. You are truly impressive. She couldn't help but praise. This admiration transcended mere appearance, encompassing various aspects. A sparkling light shone in Kushina's eyes. She believed Liuyun to be the legendary treasure boy. Humph. Liuyun let out a satisfied hum. Just as they were relishing their meal, Liuyun suddenly turned his gaze sharply towards the window. It was empty, devoid of anything. Who is it? Liuyun sensed an almost imperceptible feeling of being watched. If he wasn't mistaken, someone had just been outside the window. He refrained from pursuing, as chasing after an empty space would be futile, yet if someone was indeed there, ordinary individuals could not possibly react so swiftly. If a person had been outside, they would undoubtedly be a ninja. Beneath the window, Tsunade squatted, her exquisitely beautiful face marred by shock. Did he notice me? What a coincidence. As an elite jonin, it was astounding that her concealed presence could be detected by a mere elementary school student. Such a thought was almost unfathomable. Granny Mito, noticing Kushina's peculiar behavior, felt uneasy and feared that she might encounter some unexpected trouble, so she sent Tsunade to keep an eye on her. Tsunade hadn't anticipated that this little girl, Kushina, would be so bold as to dine at a boy's house. She had been observing with great interest when that little rascal suddenly turned and startled her. Her heart was still racing. After stepping away from the window, Tsunade exhaled a breath of relief. She had lost the desire to continue spying, as long as Kushina was safe. Meanwhile, she contemplated investigating the little boy's background upon returning home. If Kushina had been lured to someone's house, what if she fell victim to such tricks again? Wait. Let me finish eating before you pile more onto my plate. Kushina waved her hands repeatedly. She had already devoured 2 large bowls of rice. And any further intake would be quite unladylike. Is it appropriate to eat so much on a first visit? Even if the food is delicious, one shouldn't overindulge. What if I frighten him? What if he thinks I'm a glutton? What if he decides never to cook for me again, or believes he can't afford to feed me? You must finish the last bowl. If you don't, it will go to waste, and I'm sure you wouldn't want my efforts to be squandered, would you? I will do the hard work, and you must take care of your appetite, Liuyun said, filling her empty bowl with more rice. The bowl was cleaner than a dog's lick. Liuyun had no reason to believe she was full. In the world of ninjas, most individuals had hearty appetites, especially those with unique physiques. Fine, I suppose I will just have one more bowl then. Liuyun presented her with a heaping bowl of rice, then refilled her large cup with sweet and sour juice. Kushina observed this scene, feeling that Liuyun was incredibly thoughtful. A blush of embarrassment bubbled up within her. Would you like some pig's trotters? They're quite easy to chew. Liuyun retrieved half a pig's trotter from the pot, nibbling on it while enticing Kushina. Seeing Liuyun disregard table manners and eat so appetizingly, she felt an unexpected sense of relaxation. All right, just a little bit then, Kushina said softly. In the next moment, Liuyun placed the majority of the pig's trotter in front of her. Just grab it and eat. There's no need to feel shy at my place. I'm not shy, Kushina muttered under her breath, mimicking Liuyun's actions as she savored the dish. After consuming 3 large bowls of rice, 2 hefty cups of juice, and cleaning the plate entirely, Kushina finally felt satisfied, patting her round belly, signaling that she truly could eat no more. Next time, I'll prepare more dishes for you, Liuyun said earnestly. In the southern regions of China, it is considered quite rude if guests leave food uneaten. He hadn't anticipated that Kushina could eat even more than he could. The food was sufficient, yet it appeared that the dishes were somewhat lacking. In truth, Kushina felt quite content and full. It was merely Liuyun who retained some traditional notions of hospitality, believing he hadn't tea prepared enough. Kushina failed to discern the subtext, but her eyes sparkled with joy. To her, being cared for by Liuyun was an immense happiness. She felt quite at ease in Liuyun's home. Aside from the initial nervousness, once she relaxed, she found herself utterly comfortable. Far more so than during her time at the Senju clan's residence. Chapter 35. The Senju clan never disappeared. Future troubles. After finishing their lunch, the two settled in the living room, idly sipping tea and engaging in light conversation. Kushina, where have the other members of the Senju clan gone? Why do only a few of you reside in the Senju territory? Liuyun inquired, expressing his curiosity. Kushina, living in the Senju territory, should have some insight into the matter. Where did they go? They haven't gone anywhere. They're all still in Konoha, right? Kushina tilted her head. somewhat puzzled by Liuyun's question, but after a brief moment, she realized why he was asking. You're referring to why they've chosen to conceal their identities, aren't you? Liuyun nodded in surprise, but quickly affirmed. I heard Granny Mito mention it. It is said that the Senju clan traces its origins back to the era of the Sage of Six Paths. The surname originally signified not just the descendants of one individual, but rather a collective. The Senju is not merely one person's hands, but the combined efforts of many, leading to the emergence of the Senju clan. A collective of hands? Liuyun murmured softly. The original text described the second son of the Sage of Six Paths, Ashura, who ultimately became the inheritor of the shinobi religion, surrounded by a multitude of followers. Perhaps it was from that moment that the Senju clan was born. After recounting the origins of the Senju, Kushina proceeded to explain the specific reasons for their anonymity. It was said that during the founding of Konoha, the Senju clan, being the largest, gave rise to numerous privileged classes. They believed that since Konoha was established by the Senju, they should hold an absolute leadership position over all clans and be regarded as superior. The Senju clan was so prominent at that time that its name carried immense weight, to the point that no other clan dared to offend them. From that moment, the villagers of Konoha transitioned from respect to fear towards the Senju clan. Hashirama believed that when a small collective's power reached a certain level, it could influence or even destabilize Konoha, and the more united the Senju clan became, the greater that possibility. Even Tobarama could not deny this. Their arrogance grew increasingly unbearable, suffocating all the clans of Konoha. Eventually, the first Hokage, unwilling to permit any clan to overshadow Konoha, disregarded the objections of many and voluntarily eradicated this surname, dissolving all lineages. Except for the second Hokage, who retained the surname due to fierce resistance. The surnames of others were no longer allowed, including those of the descendants of the first Hokage, who were also forbidden from carrying the Senju name. Fearing that the hard-won peace of Konoha might ultimately lead to fragmentation, Senju Hashirama, with a heavy heart, disbanded everyone on the spot, and thus the Senju clan was split. Originally, the Senju clan possessed vast territories and immeasurable wealth, but after the division, all these assets were distributed among the clansmen, leaving only two estates remaining. One belonged to Senju Hashirama himself, currently inhabited by Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina, while the other belonged to the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, now home to the Tsunade siblings. In truth, the Senju clan had always existed, once a collective of many. They had now become a collective of Konoha, a sentiment echoed by the first Hokage. It was precisely because of this sentiment that the concealment of their surname and the division of the clan were accepted by the other clansmen. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Kushina was taken aback. Once a collective of many, now a collective of Konoha, as someone well-versed in the subsequent plot of the original work. She couldn't help but marvel at Hashirama's magnanimity and foresight. The integration of the Senju clan into Konoha, although resulting in the loss of their surname and certain privileges, genuinely preserved the integrity of all its members. The Uchiha clan, which could barely contend with the Senju, became the new object of fear among others. The hollow reputation of being the foremost clan in Konoha brought the Uchiha clan nothing but suffering, while the Uchiha reveled in their perceived victory over their longtime rival. They were oblivious to the fact that they had become the new target of the villagers' fear, quickly turning into pariahs despised and ostracized by all in Konoha. Failing to recognize the true nature of their situation would inevitably lead to their downfall. Had the Senju clan retreated, they would have perished. Had the Uchiha clan retreated, they too would find no acceptance, making their annihilation inevitable. Moreover, the more united they became, the quicker their demise would come. Did the Uchiha truly wish to rebel? Did Uchiha Fugaka genuinely desire insurrection? No, they were compelled to rebel, as they had no path of retreat. An overly prosperous clan is not necessarily a blessing. The pie of Konoha is finite. If one partakes more, others must partake less, and over time, this will foster enmity. Unless a visionary emerges to resolve these conflicts, enmity between the two factions becomes unavoidable. Throughout the history of the 5 great shinobi villages, there have been instances where ninja clans influenced their villages and were subsequently annihilated. Yet there has never been a case of a clan successfully overthrowing a village. The clan model from the Warring States period has long been supplanted by the villages. Clans that fail to adapt and understand the changing times will ultimately face decline and extinction. It is no wonder that throughout the entirety of the over 700 episodes of the Naruto anime, Tsunade and her brother have never truly revealed their surname, Liuyun mused. How is Mito-san's health these days? Having gained some understanding of the Senju clan, Liuyun posed a second question. Mito-san, she's doing wonderfully, Kushina replied. Puzzled by Liuyun's inquiry about Uzumaki Mito, Very well indeed. Yes, her health is quite robust. Kushina smiled. Liuyun nodded in response. His concern for Uzumaki Mito stemmed primarily from the Nine Tails. Of course, the main reason was still Kushina, the vessel of the Nine Tails. Being a Jinchuriki is an unfortunate fate, and Liuyun sincerely hoped that Uzumaki Mito could live a few more years, ideally an additional 10 or 20, allowing him ample time to grow and ultimately alter Kushina's destiny. As long as she did not wish to become a Jinchuriki, he would not permit anyone to compel her. Although he was still relatively weak, he firmly believed that through dedication and his foresight regarding Naruto, he could acquire sufficient strength before Kushina became the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. While he might not be able to prevent Konoha's actions, he was confident in his ability to extricate Kushina from Konoha. Unbeknownst to him, he had already begun to regard this young girl as a cherished possession. The importance of Kushina in Liuyun's heart had grown alongside the deepening of their relationship. To the outside observer, they appeared merely as classmates, yet their bond had quietly transformed. Each day spent together had already indicated the exceptional nature of their relationship. While it may not have reached the extremes of absence makes the heart grow fonder, they had developed an unconscious desire to be together. Unless Liuyun chose to sever ties with Kushina or sought a different goal for his development, the barrier posed by the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was one he had to cross. It was evidently impossible for him to relinquish this adorable girl at present. Chapter 36. Battling Kushina, the perverse one who only aims for the bottom? Afternoon. Liuyun took Kushina to the riverside where they had previously trained. His water-walking skills still required improvement, while his shadow clone remained on the shore, continuing to instruct Kushina in her throwing technique. Incredible. You can actually walk on water. How did you manage that? Seeing the real Liuyun on the water's surface, Kushina couldn't help but inquire. Did I not tell you about climbing trees previously? Water walking is merely an advanced version of tree climbing. You must first learn to climb trees before you can master water walking. The shadow clone demonstrated tree climbing, and the sight of a figure upside down on a tree trunk left Kushina in awe. I want to learn. Teach me how to climb trees quickly. Kushina exclaimed with excitement. One step at a time. First, master the throwing technique, at the very least achieving perfect accuracy, then I will teach you how to climb trees. The shadow clone shot her a fierce glare. Ah, fine then. After practicing diligently for half the afternoon, Kushina suddenly tossed aside her kunai and suggested, Liuyun, let us have a spar. I want to see how much of a gap there is between us. She felt she might not be able to defeat Liuyun. Yet her curiosity compelled her to try. Are you feeling restless? Liuyun asked, slightly taken aback yet serious. Humph, who is feeling restless? Are you sure you'll win? Kushina huffed, her small face displaying defiance. You couldn't even defeat a lowly genin. Do you still wish to challenge me? Liuyun teased her deliberately. In truth, even without his intervention, Kushina could have easily triumphed over the opponent. His intent was mainly to provoke her, instilling in her the motivation to train and grow. It was always beneficial to possess additional self-defense capabilities. That time was merely because I was too careless and fell for a substitution jutsu. If it came to a real fight, he certainly would not have stood a chance against me. Oh, was that the cute little one who was crying at the time? If you could win, why would you need to cry? Liuyun playfully taunted her once more. Shut up. Kushina's face flushed red with anger as she retaliated. Delivering a punch at the shadow clone, Liuyun raised his arm to block, being pushed back several steps by the furious Kushina. Wow, you pack quite a punch, he remarked, shaking out his arm. In terms of physical prowess, Kushina was undoubtedly far superior to Liuyun. She could eat 3 large bowls of rice without a second thought, eclipsing his own appetite. As Kushina charged towards him at high speed, the shadow clone quickly assumed a fighting stance. The two exchanged blows for over 20 rounds, before the shadow clone was ultimately defeated, dissipating into smoke due to the accumulation of minor injuries. Defeating a shadow clone was not something Kushina should celebrate. The next moment, she hurled a shuriken at Liuyun's real form, who was observing from the riverbank. I see you're feeling particularly feisty. Liuyun swiftly dodged the shuriken, his gaze towards Kushina now imbued with seriousness. Enough chatter. Come up here and face me, Kushina declared, a smirk gracing her lips as she beckoned him with her finger, boldly challenging him. Liuyun was taken aback for a moment, but then let out a sinister laugh. Hee, since you wish to dance, so be it. He leapt directly from the surface of the river to stand before Kushina. In the next instant, Kushina dove down, delivering a fierce kick aimed at him. Liuyun raised his arm to block, then swiftly grabbed her ankle with his other hand. Kushina, possessing remarkable flexibility, kicked out with her other leg while suspended in midair. However, before her second kick could land, Liuyun exerted his strength, disrupting her rhythm, and hurled her away by her ankle. Kushina spun several times in the air before landing firmly on her feet. Without missing a beat, she sprang back into action, charging towards Liuyun once more. Impressive. Liuyun couldn't help but commend her, then deftly sidestepped the punch aimed at him. After a few exchanges of blows between them, Liuyun delivered a kick. But Kushina managed to block it with her arm, only to be pushed back a mere 2 steps. What's the meaning of this? Do you regard me with disdain? Kushina questioned, unable to suppress her irritation, feeling that Liuyun was deliberately holding back. What you are witnessing is my true strength. I simply haven't infused my chakra into my strikes, so the power is considerably diminished. Liuyun replied candidly, elucidating the underlying reason. Mastering chakra control is a training regimen for those beyond the Jinin level, encompassing the techniques of tree climbing and water walking. Should you master these, your strength will naturally see rapid enhancement. So that's it. I thought your body seemed frail, yet your taijutsu is so formidable. It all comes down to your precise chakra control, Kushina remarked, causing Liuyun's expression to darken. Who are you calling frail? He retorted. You're the one who looks weak. Kushina teased, sticking out her tongue in defiance. You're looking for a fight, even without actively infusing chakra. I can still take you down, Liuyun declared, advancing towards her, his speed catching Kushina off guard, compelling her to respond quickly. With exceptional visual acuity and keen reflexes, Liuyun managed to keep Kushina firmly under control. It proved difficult for her to land a hit on him, and instead, she found herself on the receiving end of several punches and kicks, leaving her seething with frustration. After exchanging dozens of blows, it became evident that Kushina was remarkably resilient and possessed an extraordinary stamina, even after an extended bout. She showed no signs of fatigue and seemed to grow more emboldened with each clash. Liuyun's endurance began to wane, and to avoid the risk of being bested, he ceased holding back. The Uzumaki clan was known for their exceptional physique and recovery capabilities, far superior to ordinary individuals, so Kushina was not easily defeated. And Liuyun continued to focus his attacks on a single point. I'm done. You pervert. Kushina screamed after receiving a particularly stinging slap, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. At that moment, she clutched her backside with both hands, her tear-filled eyes blazing with fury. I never intended to fight. You were the one itching for a beating, Liuyun mocked, slightly out of breath. You jerk, Kushina exclaimed, her face flushed with anger, and in the next instant, she turned and ran away. Truly incensed, she no longer wished to play with this obnoxious rogue. Hey, where are you going? We still need to practice the throwing technique. Liuyun called after her, but Kushina did not look back. Liuyun shook his head, chuckling at her retreating figure, having no intention of pursuing her. After all, it was getting late. The following day at school, with her bottom slightly swollen from the earlier encounter, Kushina was in a huff, and no amount of coaxing from Liuyun could assuage her anger. It wasn't until a bald figure entered the classroom that Kushina burst into laughter, grudgingly forgiving Liuyun for his earlier misdeeds. Sato had been left bald after a kunai incident. There was no remedy for his hair other than to shave it all off. Kushina pointed and laughed at his shiny head, managing to make Sato cry multiple times. After this incident, the other students dared not provoke Liuyun any further. While they may not fear a beating or scolding, the thought of losing their hair like Sato was far more daunting. After all, no one wished to be ridiculed by their peers. The greatest fear for elementary students was the judgmental gazes of their classmates. It seemed these little rascals had their vulnerabilities too. Observing the well-behaved students, Liuyun couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Of course, it was impossible to expect Sato to settle down. At this moment, he had no weaknesses. Other students dared not confront Liuyun, but Sato still had the audacity. Unless his hair grew back, there was no hope of him calming down. During a character education class, Liuyun's eyes were half closed, his hands resting on his legs. As he focused his spirit and intention inward, refining his chakra, indifferent to the droning on about self-sacrifice. All he wanted was to work on his chakra. That fool. Beside him, Kushina felt neglected, tossing crumpled paper balls without a care. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and one evening, Ushin Akira came to visit Liuyun. The initial chapters of Dragon Ball had debuted in the Naruto world and received rave reviews in the comic book stores of Konoha, achieving remarkable sales figures. Little Liuyun, this is your share of the early profits from the manga, totaling 100,000 ryo. Ushin Akira pushed a large stack of bills along with a profit statement towards Liuyun. As Asuka, seated beside Liuyun, beheld the heap of money, her expression turned to one of astonishment, still unable to comprehend the situation. Liuyun brushed his fingers through the bills, his face betraying no emotion. To his mother Asuka, he appeared just like a little adult. Don't be quick to judge the amount. Currently, the manga is only being sold in Konoha and nearby villages. The publisher is working around the clock to print more copies, and soon the manga will be distributed nationwide and even to other countries, which will multiply the profits many times over. Ushin Akira continued with a smile. The success of Dragon Ball was hardly unexpected, as the story itself was incredibly engaging. As long as Liuyun continued to create and update, earning significant wealth from this manga was merely a matter of time. I understand. Thank you for making the trip. Uncle Ushin. Here's the continuation of the plot I've been working on, along with character sketches. Liuyun retrieved a draft and several character illustrations from a long box. The images of Goku, Master Roshi, Krillin, and others from Dragon Ball were all crafted by him. It could be said that there were very few aspects that required Ushin Akira to exert his intellect. He was earning this money with ease. Wonderful. With this draft, the next issue of the manga is assured. Ushin Akira exclaimed with delight. This draft was like a soothing balm, allowing him to continue his creative endeavors. After reviewing the later plot, Ushin Akira was even more overjoyed. The story of Dragon Ball was becoming increasingly thrilling, and although Liuyun's writing skills were somewhat lacking, he had nevertheless sketched a rough outline. It was entirely feasible for Ushin Akira to illustrate the manga based on that. In areas of lesser importance, Ushin Akira would make slight adjustments in the comic, as long as the general framework remained intact. Liuyun permitted him to incorporate some of his own less wholesome ideas. For instance, adding cherries and various small plants. The youth of the ninja world relished such content, and at this moment, Jiraiya had yet to pen Make Out Paradise. After bidding farewell to Ushin Akira, Liuyun handed over 50,000 ryo to his mother, Asuka. For me? Asuka stood frozen in place, clutching the stack of cash. This amount was equivalent to several months of her salary. How on earth did her son acquire such a fortune? Well, Mom, you won't have to work hard anymore. I can support you, Liuyun said with a smile. Ah, my son, how on earth did you come by so much money? Asuka's face was etched with shock. Liuyun recounted the entire story in detail. Good heavens, you've taken to writing novels? And you even approached Akira Yoshima for a collaboration on a comic? Asuka found herself increasingly baffled by her son. He was nothing short of a prodigy. How had he transformed into such a person? It seemed that ever since he removed his headband, his mind had become quite different. Could it be that covering his head had stifled his intellectual growth? Unable to deduce the reason, Asuka began to spiral into whimsical thoughts. Giddily, she accepted the money and eagerly snatched a newly released volume of Dragon Ball from Liuyun, delighting in the small comic. Initially, Liuyun had no intention of giving her the comic, especially since it contained contributions from Akira Yoshima, but he knew she would inevitably seek it out at a bookstore. Reluctantly, he offered a warning, deflecting any blame onto Yoshima, and shared the original draft of the story to absolve himself of any accusations of being a lecherous pervert. Son, I must tell you, collaborating with Yoshima is fine, but you mustn't let him lead you astray. That guy has a mind full of filth, turning a perfectly good story into something tawdry. Asuka admonished, brandishing the comic. Did you hear that? Noticing her son's silence, she gently tapped his head with the comic. Ah, I got it. Liuyun quickly replied, cradling his head. From now on, we should limit our consumption of such comics. They aren't beneficial for the mental health of young people. Yes, I'll listen to Mom, Liuyun replied with a compliant demeanor, prompting a satisfied smile from Asuka. The following day, buoyed by the cash, Liuyun ventured to a ninja store to purchase a plethora of training equipment, including ninja blades, shuriken, and wooden training dummies. He spent money lavishly, yet he felt no remorse, for the value of money had diminished significantly for him. Strength was his true aspiration. Extracting a costly chakra test paper from his pocket, Liuyun infused it with his chakra, eager to discern his chakra nature and determine his future training direction in ninjutsu. Chapter 38. The Development of Chidori, under the gaze of the two legendary Sannin. As Liuyun infused the chakra into the test paper, it crumpled and then instantly ignited into ashes. Lightning and fire attributes? Not bad, Liuyun mused, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Almost every member of the Uchiha clan possessed a fire attribute. Some even had dual attributes, predominantly lightning and fire, with very few exceptions. With his dual attributes, Liuyun's innate potential was already commendable. He planned to focus on the mastery of these two types of ninjutsu. For fire release, the Great Fireball technique and Phoenix Fire technique provided a medium-range and long-range area attack, respectively. Both were currently sufficient for his needs. What he lacked were close combat ninjutsu with formidable power, making lightning releases Chidori his prime choice. As for defensive techniques, it is often said that the best defense is a good offense, so for now, he deemed them unnecessary. However, devising Chidori from scratch would not be a simple task, as it was an A-rank ninjutsu. If only he could learn the complete sequence of hand seals, coupled with shadow clones, he might grasp it swiftly, but at this moment, the creator of Chidori, Kakashi Hatake, had yet to be born. Attempting to conceptualize a ninjutsu solely from an idea would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time and energy. Thus, he resolved to temporarily delegate his studies to his shadow clones, planning to return to school once he had successfully created Chidori. With this thought, Liuyun summoned his shadow clones and embarked on his ninjutsu research. Although he was uncertain of the initial steps to create Chidori, he believed he needed to manifest electricity in his palm first. With one original body and 3 shadow clones straining for half a day, the only result was the original body inadvertently passing gas, without a single spark of electricity produced. It appeared he would need to guide the chakra conversion through hand seals. Initially, he wondered if he could forego the hand seals and instead use his formidable mental focus to direct the chakra conversion, but it seemed he had overestimated his capabilities. Utilizing hand seals to guide chakra conversion was a method taught in ninja school. For instance, Liuyun knew how to perform the seals necessary to expel fire release from his mouth. His foundational knowledge of ninjutsu was adequate, allowing him to understand which seals to employ to convert chakra into electricity. Merely generating electricity from his palm required 6 different seals. He made a mental note of this sensation, planning to simplify it gradually in the future. Chidori appeared to require only 3 seals. But even if Liuyun were to learn those 3 seals now, it would be of little use. Those seals were a simplification mastered only after fully grasping the technique. Attempting to use them without mastering the ninjutsu was simply impossible. Days passed, and after completing his physical training each day, Liuyun devoted the majority of his remaining time to intensely practicing lightning release and Chidori. After 2 weeks of persistent effort, the prolonged exposure to electricity caused some damage to his palms, and fearing potential hidden injuries, he was compelled to pause his development of Chidori. Additionally, with the end of term approaching, he would soon face an extended summer break. 2 days later, Liuyun attended the ninja school for his final exams. A series of assessments awaited him, and after today, he would return to school as a proud 6th grade graduate. On this day, the 3rd Hokage set aside his busy schedule to personally oversee the examinations at the ninja school. As the principal, he was typically absent, but he felt compelled to attend both the final exams and the new student orientation. The 3rd Hokage had brought along his 3 prized disciples, who were now gathered in the principal's office, encircled around a crystal ball, watching the graduation assessments of the 6th grade students. "Where are you off to, Orochimaru?" Jiraiya inquired. Noticing his companion suddenly rise to leave. "A bit bored. I thought I'd take a stroll," Orochimaru replied, waving his hand dismissively. Shortly after Orochimaru departed, Tsunade also stood up and exited the principal's office. "Tsunade, you want none of your business." Tsunade snapped impatiently, cutting Jiraiya off mid-sentence. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya exchanged glances, the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward. "I'll go see what those 2 are up to," Sarutobi remarked, casting a glance at Orochimaru's retreating figure without saying anything further. Orochimaru wandered aimlessly around the ninja school until he came to a halt by the window of Class 5. His snake-like eyes scrutinized Liuyun, who was diligently working on his exam paper. Sensing the gaze upon him, Liuyun abruptly looked up towards the window, and their eyes met in an instant. "An interesting little Uchiha," Orochimaru mused, a knowing smile creeping across his face at Liuyun's slightly startled expression. "What are you doing here?" Tsunade suddenly approached Orochimaru. "Oh, nothing much. Just observing an intriguing little fellow," Orochimaru rasped, lowering his voice so as not to disturb the students engrossed in their exams. "Interesting little fellow? Are you referring to Kushina?" Tsunade was somewhat taken aback. She was aware that Class 501 was where Kushina was situated. At this moment, she had approached with the intention of catching a glimpse of Kushina, as well as her little desk mate. As she glanced over, it appeared that neither Kushina nor Liuyun had noticed her arrival, as they were both engrossed in their own work. "No," Orochimaru responded with a negative. "Not. Then who are you?" Tsunade initially expressed surprise, but then seemed to recall something, tentatively uttering a name. "Uchiha Liuyun? You know him too?" Now it was Orochimaru's turn to be astonished. "Hey, what are you 2 up to, sneaking around like this?" Just as they were about to delve deeper into conversation, Jiraiya's arrival caused both to frown in silence. His voice was rather loud, even startling some of the students in the classroom. Teacher Oda stepped out to take a look and made a shushing gesture. "Idiot." Tsunade scowled, grabbing Jiraiya by the collar and dragging him away. "You fool. Don't you realize you can't disturb the examinees?" 30 minutes later, the final written exam concluded, and all the examinees from Class 501 gathered in a corner of the playground. The final examination still included an assessment of throwing techniques, which held even greater significance than the shadow clone technique. Regardless of whether they were in the 5th or 6th grade, all instructors placed a strong emphasis on the art of throwing concealed weapons. Those who could not accurately throw shurikens or kunai would become a liability on the battlefield, merely wasting valuable strategic resources. Such individuals were deemed unworthy of possessing the Leaf Village headband. If one struggled with the shadow clone technique but demonstrated some other merits, the Leaf Village might still consider allowing them to graduate as a ninja. However, if one could not even pass the throwing test, the village would likely not even spare them a glance. Chapter 39. The remarkable Kushina. Is her messy hair due to the Senju bloodline? During this throwing assessment, each participant had 10 chances to throw concealed weapons, with the target distance increased from the original 20 meters to 30 meters. Given that this was the final assessment of the semester, all the examinees appeared somewhat anxious. After all, poor performance could genuinely lead to expulsion from the ninja academy. The rules of the ninja school were exceedingly harsh, although the original text did not disclose this. As students progressed, the numbers dwindled. In the class where the protagonist Naruto Uzumaki was situated, there were no underperformers. Those who reached the 6th grade typically possessed their own strengths, and most managed to graduate smoothly. Only Naruto, influenced by the Nine-Tails chakra, became the exception. Don't be nervous. Your brother has taught you throwing techniques for so long. You can handle this assessment with ease. Liuyun noticed that Kushina remained silent, her body slightly trembling, and he found it somewhat amusing. What are you talking about? I'm not nervous at all. I'm actually quite excited. Finally, it's my turn. I intend to score full marks today, Kushina declared, clenching her fists with enthusiasm. Under Liuyun's patient guidance, her throwing skills had improved to the point where she could hit the target with every throw. And now it was time for her to impress everyone. Number 18, Uzumaki Kushina. Soon, the examiner called out Kushina's name. 5 kunai and 5 shurikens were thrown from Kushina's hands in succession. With a series of bullseyes ringing out, the surrounding elementary students couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. My goodness, how did that tomato's throwing skills improve so rapidly? Did she hit the target with all 10 throws? Kushina scored a total of 98 points. With 9 hits on the bullseye and 1 shuriken slightly off mark, the examiner announced her score loudly. His words drew a wave of astonishment. No one had anticipated that Kushina would achieve such a score, not even Minato, who looked utterly incredulous. After all, throwing techniques had never been Kushina's forte. Why had her skills improved so dramatically? Many were puzzled by this. Haha, are you all dumbfounded? Although she hadn't achieved a perfect score, Kushina couldn't help but bask in the pride of her classmates' astonished remarks. Especially Sato and the other elementary students, their expressions turned sour at the sight of Kushina's triumphant grin, as if they had swallowed something distasteful. Well done, Kushina. A female voice suddenly rang out from the playground. Everyone turned to see 3 adults watching them, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. Sister Tsunade. Encountering Tsunade at school, Kushina expressed her surprise, but due to the ongoing class, she couldn't approach to greet her. So she could only wave in acknowledgement. Liuyun felt the weight of the Sanin's gaze, sensing a bit of pressure and tension. He was unsure who they were focusing on but felt a persistent sensation of being scrutinized. Number 19, Uchiha Liuyun. Upon hearing his name, Liuyun exhaled a breath of relief before picking up the concealed weapons from the bucket. He threw 5 kunai in succession, and then, with his left hand gripping 2 shurikens and his right hand gripping 3, he launched all 5 simultaneously. His 10 concealed weapons showcased a striking elegance, astonishing many of the elementary students. Uchiha Liuyun hit the target with all 10 throws, 4 of which were bullseyes, earning a composite score of 94 points. A commendable achievement, eliciting applause from some classmates. You, of all people. Kushina crossed her arms, visibly displeased. Despite Liuyun's evident mastery of throwing techniques in private, he chose to downplay his abilities in formal settings. It wasn't entirely fair to say he was hiding his skills. He simply performed slightly better than the average, which left Kushina feeling somewhat irked. Orochimaru, who had been observing the scene, suddenly chuckled. What are you laughing at? Tsunade inquired curiously, and Jiraiya immediately turned to look as well. This Uchiha's performance is rather mediocre. His abilities are not significantly different from those of other Uchiha children. It is entirely normal for the Uchiha clan to excel in throwing techniques. He's hiding his true potential, Orochimaru asserted. Hiding? Surely not. Scoring 94 points. Does he really need to conceal anything? A mere 6 points shy of full marks. Why not go for it? Besides, what child has that much cunning? Jiraiya thought Orochimaru was overthinking it. I witnessed him defeat 7 fellow Uchiha children single-handedly, Orochimaru disclosed. Both Tsunade and Jiraiya's expressions shifted instantaneously. Is that true? Jiraiya's face was filled with astonishment. Although the Uchiha clan did not hold a prominent reputation in the Leaf Village, their strength was undeniably formidable. Even within the ninja academy, the children from that clan tended to outperform their peers. The seemingly frail and unkempt Uchiha before them had managed to defeat 7 opponents of his own clan. What could his true strength be? If Orochimaru was not lying, this young boy was indeed likely concealing his abilities. For in the ninja academy, the strongest skill was the art of throwing concealed weapons. If this boy possessed such prowess, he shouldn't have only scored 94 points. I see now. That day was not merely an illusion, Tsunade murmured instinctively. What are you saying? Orochimaru frowned. Nothing. I too believe he is hiding his strength. Recently, Kushina has been closely following him, and her significant improvement in throwing techniques is likely due to his guidance. Tsunade shared her insights. Even Kyubi, who is not adept at throwing techniques, managed to score 98 points. Could it be that Uchiha Liuyun, who frequently spends time with her, is even less capable? Have you investigated him? Orochimaru inquired once more. Well, his father, Uchiha Sei, was a chunin who valiantly sacrificed himself 2 years ago. His mother, Asuka, is an ordinary person, but interestingly, she has some blood relation to our Senju clan, Tsunade elucidated, having thoroughly investigated his background, uncovering details that even Liuyun himself was unaware of. A trace of Senju blood, you say? No wonder his hair color deviates from the norm. The Uchiha lineage has not entirely darkened his locks, Orochimaru chuckled, teasingly. The notion of a man from the Uchiha clan marrying a woman from the Senju clan could only arise after the Senju family had distanced themselves from their roots. This insight allowed Tsunade to comprehend why Liuyun's family had chosen to relocate from the Uchiha territory, as ostracism was inevitable. Why are you investigating him for no reason? Jiraiya interjected curiously, wondering why both of them were interested in the same Uchiha boy. Mind your own business. What does it matter to you? Tsunade glared at him fiercely. Hey, why am I being targeted? Just because I asked Orochimaru doesn't mean I'm being nosy. Jiraiya feigned an injured expression, but Tsunade was clearly unimpressed. I want to tell you. What is it to you? Chapter 40. Shall we find a time to assassinate Sato? I'm feeling quite irritable. Next up, Namake's Minato. As the highly popular genius of the class, Minato's appearance elicited quite a cheer. He did not disappoint, hitting all 10 of his thrown weapons with precision, achieving an extraordinary score. While others took 10 shots to complete their throws, he finished his in just 4, all landing perfectly on target. His throwing technique was swift and graceful, executed with such finesse that it captivated many of the girls in his class, even drawing applause from several boys, including Liuyun. That kid is quite impressive. Does anyone know his name? Jiraiya asked, now intrigued by Minato. Namake's Minato, a rare talent who consistently ranks first in his grade. And it seems he has a good reputation, Orochimaru commented. Namake's Minato. I'll remember this name, Jiraiya noted. Indeed, Minato had been charming since childhood. Liuyun couldn't help but admire Minato's skill and charisma. He was undeniably remarkable. If he didn't secretly engage in competition, he might truly be outshined by Minato. What is so special about him? I can perform multi-hit kunai throws too, Liuyun muttered under his breath, his face displaying dissatisfaction. She scored 98 points and received barely any applause, while Liuyun with his 94 points received little recognition as well. Yet when it was Minato's turn, before he even threw, a throng of admirers erupted in cheers. Kyubi did not deny Minato's immense popularity, but she firmly believed Liuyun was superior. However, she felt that Liuyun was too sly, unwilling to give his all in front of others, except for his banter. Look at Minato, and then look at you. You used to be quite popular. Why are you becoming less so? Kyubi scolded Liuyun with disappointment. He hadn't expected to be caught in the crossfire. In the next moment, he rested his hands behind his head, offering an explanation. We are now infamous as the black and red duo at school. They all say I'm your little brother. That brat Sato keeps telling others I'm your offspring, and now no one wants to play with me. Can I be blamed for having no popularity? Upon hearing this, Kyubi's face flushed with embarrassment. She felt utterly humiliated. What was worse was that he had the audacity to say such things without any shame. Kyubi glared at Liuyun, unable to contain her anger. Are you just going to let him talk nonsense? Aren't you going to hit him? I did, but does it even matter? You don't know? Liuyun replied with a look of exasperation. Kyubi found herself momentarily speechless. I'll find a chance to deal with him later, Liuyun declared, mimicking a slashing gesture. Seeing his serious demeanor, Kyubi felt a shiver run down her spine, quickly grabbing his arm to prevent any rash actions. No, those who insult me must, sooner or later, be punished, Liuyun stated solemnly. Realizing that Liuyun was genuinely angered, Kyubi hurriedly reassured him, "That's not necessary. That scoundrel may be infuriating, but he doesn't deserve death. Calm down and don't do anything foolish." Kyubi forced a smile while holding onto Ryun's arm, her heart racing with fear that he might actually attempt to assassinate Sato during the summer break. If that were to happen, it would be catastrophic. Not stooping to his level? Too late. Liuyun scoffed, his eyes fixed intently on Sato among the crowd. "I'm quite furious right now." Sato suddenly felt an inexplicable chill, causing him to shudder involuntarily. "See, calm down." Kyubi urgently cupped Ryun's face, trying to divert his gaze from Sato to prevent him from losing control. "How about I give him a good beating for you, just to vent your anger, but you mustn't do anything truly reckless." "Are you expressing concern for me?" Liuyun asked, sensing the warmth of Kyubi's palms, his tone shifting to one of playful ambiguity. Upon hearing this, Kyubi's face turned crimson. "Hey, what are they doing?" Jiraiya exclaimed, excitedly intrigued. With their blushing cheeks and face-holding gestures, one could almost expect a kiss to ensue. "Shut up." Before Jiraiya could finish, Tsunade delivered a punch that sent him flying, her expression darkening. Kyubi was like a sister to her. She couldn't allow such early romance to go unchecked. After dealing with Jiraiya, Tsunade furiously prepared to confront Liuyun, but was halted by Orochimaru grabbing her arm. "Do not disturb the children during their examination. It likely isn't as Jiraiya foolishly imagines." Indeed, as his words settled, the atmosphere between Kyubi and Liuyun lost its flirtatious tension. Someone could no longer maintain composure when faced with Kyubi's close-up, round face, and burst into laughter. Kyubi realized she had been tricked again, and in a fit of rage, she struck Liuyun, causing him to flee, clutching his head. After the final outdoor class ended, all the students returned to the classroom. Teacher Oda had already graded the papers during their outdoor session, and each student received their final evaluations. Both Liuyun and Kyubi ranked among the top students, while Minato stood out as an exceptional prodigy. After assigning summer homework, Oda bid farewell to the students. Once he departed, some classmates eagerly rushed out of the school, while others lingered in the classroom to say their goodbyes. Liuyun, Kyubi, see you next semester. Minato, with his backpack on, approached to greet them. See you next semester. Liuyun smiled and extended his hand, and Minato responded with a slight smile, shaking it. See you next semester, Minato-kun. Kyubi slightly bowed, this time refraining from giving him the cold shoulder, as she was, after all, a polite girl. Once Minato left, Kyubi dropped her ladylike facade, kicking Liuyun sharply on the shin, causing him to grimace in pain. "Hiss, even my brother has admitted his mistake, yet you just gave him a beating again. Aren't you still unsatisfied? How do you plan to spend your vacation?" Kushina, disregarding his grievances, placed her hands on her hips and inquired, "What other arrangements could there be?" "Naturally, I shall continue my training," replied Liuyun, rubbing his calves absent-mindedly. "In a few days, I shall teach you the sealing technique. You should have taught me that long ago. Well, then I want to teach you how to climb trees or perform the shadow clone technique. You dare?" Kushina clenched her fists, the sound echoing ominously. Outside the school gates, the two exchanged farewells with a wave, for to them, vacation time was ample, and thus, they felt no particular sentiment about parting. As Liuyun strolled down the path home, a figure suddenly emerged, blocking his way. "Oh, are you the fool who came to play?" Chapter 41. The Curious Orochimaru, with brilliant lightning gathering in his palm. "Liuyun-kun, are you heading home now? It's still early. Would you like to find somewhere to chat?" Liuyun was taken aback by Orochimaru's unsolicited invitation. Yet he ultimately nodded and followed him to a picturesque, secluded spot. "Liuyun-kun, might you enlighten me as to why you choose to conceal your strength?" Orochimaru directly posed the question that had lingered in his mind. "Conceal my strength?" Liuyun gazed at him in bewilderment, as if the meaning of the words eluded him. Orochimaru fixed his penetrating gaze upon Liuyun, his snake-like pupils sending a shiver down Liuyun's spine. "What are you afraid of? What concerns you?" Orochimaru inquired once more. A youth of impeccable lineage, possessing strength far surpassing his peers, yet he remains unassuming to an almost excessive degree. Such atypical behavior piqued Orochimaru's curiosity. He yearned to understand the cause of Liuyun's pronounced wariness. Liuyun longed to express his fear of Orochimaru, yet he thought better of it. At this juncture, Orochimaru was well regarded in Konoha, and being wary of him seemed unnecessary. Moreover, having previously exposed his strength, pretending to be oblivious now felt redundant, and he struggled to concoct a suitable excuse to dismiss the inquiry. Who would have anticipated encountering Orochimaru in such a remote location? "Very well, since Liuyun-kun is reluctant to speak, I shall not press you." Observing Liuyun's prolonged silence, Orochimaru graciously offered him an escape. "Liuyun-kun, have you been practicing lightning release techniques recently?" Upon hearing this, Liuyun's pupils involuntarily contracted. When practicing Chidori, he would typically activate his Sharingan to better control his chakra. Could it be that Orochimaru had discerned all his secrets? No, that can't be right. Liuyun instinctively glanced at his right hand, where a subtle scar from an electric shock remained. Did you deduce it from the scars on my hand? He was surprised by Orochimaru's meticulousness. Indeed. Eventually, after much contemplation, Liuyun nodded in acknowledgement. Could you share what lightning release technique you were studying? Techniques requiring direct contact with lightning are not unheard of in the ninja world, but they are undoubtedly rare, further igniting Orochimaru's curiosity. I am currently attempting to develop a close combat lightning release technique, but progress has been somewhat sluggish, Liuyun replied with a sheepish grin. You aspire to create a new ninjutsu. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, astonished. Just to pass the time, Liuyun chuckled nervously. Liuyun's thoughts are truly elusive. Orochimaru suddenly licked his lips, an unconscious gesture of his excitement. For ordinary jonin, creating new ninjutsu is an arduous task, requiring extensive knowledge and experience. So how dare a mere elementary student boast of developing ninjutsu? Moreover, he aimed to craft a particularly challenging lightning release technique for close combat. In the ninja world, only the lightning armor from the land of lightning achieves such a feat. Were anyone else to hear Liuyun's audacious claims, they might dismiss them as childish fantasies. However, before Orochimaru, even the most ludicrous declarations would not elicit skepticism if they piqued his interest. Liuyun, could you elaborate on your ideas for this new lightning technique? Perhaps I could assist you. Orochimaru spoke earnestly. Prior to being ruthlessly defeated by Itachi Uchiha, Orochimaru's greatest passion lay in researching various ninjutsu, with the ultimate aspiration of mastering every technique in existence. Liuyun's words struck a chord with him. Certainly, with Lord Orochimaru's guidance, I believe the challenges of developing this new technique will soon be surmounted. Excitement flickered across Liuyun's face. If Orochimaru was willing to mentor him now, it could prove to be a fortuitous opportunity. Initially, Liuyun had intended to remain wary of Orochimaru. For countless children in the original story had been treated as mere pawns, many ultimately discarded. Not everyone, like Naruto, could elicit Orochimaru's unreciprocated devotion. Even Sasuke Uchiha was initially groomed by Orochimaru to be a vessel for reincarnation, which motivated his painstaking efforts in training. Thus, Liuyun firmly believed that vigilance toward Orochimaru was essential. According to the original narrative, Liuyun understood that Orochimaru possessed an insatiable curiosity and a peculiar penchant for abducting and nurturing child prodigies, especially those who captured his interest. Liuyun's current persona, a young genius in ninjutsu research, had already amassed two compelling attributes. It was too late to evade the inevitable. Rather than that, it would be wiser to embrace this seemingly harmless serpent. At this point, Orochimaru was in good health, both physically and mentally. It would be after witnessing the deaths of his disciples, Jonin and Kato, that his psyche would begin to twist and distort. Presently, Orochimaru bore no apparent motive to harm him, so Liuyun momentarily set aside his psychological defenses. I aim to create a lightning release technique that can be anchored to my palm, allowing for rapid, close-range thrusts. As Liuyun spoke, he formed hand seals, and soon, a dazzling current of electricity manifested in his palm. As he intensified the release of chakra, the current surged and multiplied. Orochimaru gazed in astonishment at the spectacle. The scene exceeded his expectations. He never anticipated that an elementary student could wield such formidable chakra control. While the Ninja Academy indeed taught the theoretical aspects of chakra manipulation, the practical methods were seldom shared, as children typically possessed limited chakra and lacked the mental fortitude required for such control. How had Liuyun achieved this? To concentrate lightning in his palm was an ingenious feat indeed. As the current grew increasingly brilliant, Orochimaru anticipated witnessing a miracle, only for Liuyun to abruptly cease the flow of chakra. Holding up his scarred hand, Liuyun earnestly inquired, Lord Orochimaru, how can one control lightning powerful enough to pierce an enemy's body without harming the palm? Chapter 42, The Challenges of Chidori, The Causes of Failure. At this moment, the current Liuyun conjured was far from capable of penetrating a solid object. This was not due to a deficiency in chakra, but rather the pain inflicted on his palm by the current. This conundrum perplexed Liuyun, for it seemed that Kakashi in the original story had not encountered such an issue. This was the difficulty Liuyun faced, a hurdle that needed to be overcome for Chidori to be developed. Thunder itself is an exceedingly challenging force to control. To harness it within the palm of one's hand without inflicting harm upon oneself, while also maintaining its penetrating power, is theoretically a daunting task. At that moment, Orochimaru found himself at a loss as to how to resolve the conundrum posed by Liuyun. Liuyun was not surprised. After all, Chidori is an A-rank ninjutsu, with a level of complexity rivaling that of the Rasengan. The original work merely touched upon it, leaving the essential issues for them to explore independently. He entrusted this challenge to Orochimaru, hoping that this master of ninjutsu could offer him some guidance. Please write down the sequence of hand seals from earlier. I will study it, and you can come to my home tomorrow morning, Liuyun requested. His speed with the seals had been exceedingly swift, and with so many hand signs, he hadn't taken a close look, hence his request for Liuyun to document it. Liuyun nodded, retrieving pen and paper from his bag, while Orochimaru provided his home address. After receiving the paper, Orochimaru studied the hand signs thoughtfully. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, he took his leave. The prospect of a new ninjutsu piqued his interest, igniting a desire to delve deeper into this newfound knowledge. Liuyun returned home, set down his bag, and exchanged a few words with Asuka, who was at home tending to her flowers, before striding out once more. He sprinted to the Konoha hospital, paid the fee, and sought out a medical ninja. I have a hand injury from an electric shock. I would appreciate your medical ninjutsu to treat it, he stated, proactively revealing his condition. Let me take a look, little brother, the female medical ninja said, examining his palm closely, confirming it was indeed an electric shock injury. She immediately employed her medical ninjutsu to commence treatment. How did you sustain such an injury? And judging by your palm, this doesn't seem to be the first time, she inquired with a frown as she continued to treat him. Well, sister, you're correct, but the specific circumstances are a bit too personal to divulge. Liuyun replied with a sheepish grin. The female ninja raised an eyebrow at his response, slightly surprised, but merely nodded without pressing further. After 10 minutes, Liuyun felt a significant reduction in the pain of his palm. Sister, I noticed in the hospital lobby that there are recruitments for medical ninjas. Is it necessary to be a genin to learn medical ninjutsu? Out of curiosity regarding medical ninjutsu, he posed this question. Oh, are you interested in medical ninjutsu, little brother? She replied with a smile. Indeed, I am. I believe medical ninjas are akin to angels in the ninja world. Liuyun flattered her slightly. Haha, little brother. If you do not pursue powerful ninjutsu, why would you think of learning medical ninjutsu? One must possess a forehead protector to become a medical ninja. If one isn't a ninja, and perhaps lacks chakra, how could they learn any medical ninjutsu? She answered with a light-hearted laugh. Is that so? Liuyun murmured, contemplating the prospect of learning medical ninjutsu. After all, having multiple skills is never a disadvantage, and in critical moments, medical ninjutsu proves invaluable. Besides, his mental fortitude was already quite formidable, and with the assistance of shadow clones, he learned anything with remarkable speed, without concern for energy depletion. Especially since summer vacation was upon him, it was the perfect time to prepare for several training endeavors. Unfortunately, the requirement of being a ninja to enroll in medical ninjutsu training meant he would have to wait until he acquired a Konoha forehead protector. All done, the female ninja announced, having successfully healed Liuyun's injury. Your injury isn't severe, but it would be best to minimize hand activities and avoid further straining your palm. She kindly advised. Liuyun's hands were calloused and rough, clearly indicating he was no ordinary young boy. Thank you, sister. I will be cautious, he replied, slightly bowing before taking his leave. It was inconceivable for him to abandon the development of Chidori. The following morning, Liuyun, as per his usual routine, completed his daily morning training regimen. After a hurried breakfast, he rushed to Orochimaru's residence. Orochimaru, a war orphan, lived alone in a notably spacious yet secluded abode, strategically located near the Konoha cemetery. Lord Orochimaru. Upon encountering him, Liuyun bowed respectfully. No need for such formalities. Come in, Orochimaru gestured, leading them to the garden. In the garden, Liuyun was met with a plethora of peculiar snakes, of various colors, sending a shiver down his spine. With a wave of his hand, Orochimaru commanded the snakes to retreat to the corners, vanishing from sight. I have thoroughly reviewed the new technique you demonstrated yesterday. I must say, Liuyun, you are truly a genius of ninjutsu. At such a tender age, you have already grasped the fundamental concepts of chakra's transformation in both form and nature, Orochimaru praised. Though Liuyun felt little impact from the compliment. After all, he merely replicated what he had learned. The original work had seen Kakashi elaborate on the concepts of chakra transformation and nature alteration on multiple occasions. Coupled with the various ninjutsu knowledge acquired at school, understanding these principles was not particularly challenging for Liuyun. He had devoted considerable time and effort to developing Chidori, with a significant portion of that focus on researching the transformation of chakra's properties and forms. To create Chidori, These two aspects were foundational prerequisites. Though Liuyun's previous display of gathering electricity in his hand appeared deceptively simple, in the eyes of an expert like Orochimaru, executing such a technique required profound mastery of ninjutsu. Only someone who had delved deeply into the new technique could comprehend how exceptional this elementary student truly was. Liuyun's understanding of chakra and ninjutsu vastly surpassed that of his peers, placing him in a league of his own. Extraordinary was an understatement. He resembled an anomaly hidden within the crowd, capable of remaining undetected even amidst ordinary company. This notion was unsettling, even causing Orochimaru to harbor a faint, inexplicable apprehension. Had he not witnessed Liuyun's victory over 7 Uchiha disciples, he might have remained oblivious to the existence of such an anomaly within the Ninja Academy. I am aware of the difficulties you mentioned yesterday. In truth, your approach to the new technique is sound, and the ninjutsu and hand signs are fundamentally correct. The reason for your self-inflicted injuries lies in your overly cautious nature. Additionally, it may also be due to an insufficient amount of chakra, which hinders the formation of the new technique, Orochimaru explained. Upon hearing Orochimaru's insights, Liuyun eagerly inquired about the specific reasons. Now, attempt the new technique once more. And heed my commands, Orochimaru instructed, signaling Liuyun to try Chidori again. Understood. Liuyun swiftly formed the hand seals. And soon arcs of electricity began to manifest in his palm. Increasing the chakra output is the key to this technique. Do not hesitate to channel your chakra. Failing to allow the arcs to fully expand will result in injury to your palm. Orochimaru suddenly called out, and upon hearing his words, Liuyun instantly recognized his mistake. I see. He had previously failed to realize that he had been holding back during the exertion, which had been the root cause of his repeated failures. It was a simple misunderstanding, yet it had gone unaddressed for a considerable time. Now enlightened, Liuyun resolved to abandon any hesitation and unleashed all of his chakra in a surge towards his palm. Gradually, the arcs of electricity began to emit an ear-piercing thunderous sound, showcasing the full might of the technique for the first time. The intensity of the thunderous power caused Orochimaru's pupils to involuntarily constrict, while the snakes lurking in the shadows scattered in fright at the resounding thunder. Finally, it resembles something of substance, Liuyun exclaimed, lifting the sphere of lightning in his hand and bursting into joyous laughter. Despite the chakra within his body being consumed at an observable rate, he could not help but feel a surge of joy. The previous arc of electricity was nothing more than a mere whisper. This, however, was the true essence of Chidori. The blinding radiance was overwhelming. Orochimaru instinctively squinted, mentally categorizing this intense light as a flaw, for it could create blind spots for the user, easily exploitable by adversaries. Moreover, the jarring thunderous roar was yet another shortcoming of the technique. The moment one initiates their ninjutsu, the enemy is forewarned of their impending powerful strike, an obvious cue for them to defend or evade. Let us see how formidable it truly is. Orochimaru gestured towards a large, peculiar stone positioned within the garden. With narrowed eyes, Liuyun dashed forth at remarkable speed, striking the stone with a dazzling hand chop. In an instant, a torrent of terrifying lightning surged forth, shattering the massive stone. Impressive power. Orochimaru applauded, unable to restrain his enthusiasm. Liuyun examined his hand, which still crackled with remnants of lightning. Only minor injuries marred his palm. Unavoidable, but entirely acceptable. The significant depletion of chakra left him breathless. Such an attack could only be executed 3 times at most. Of course, once he fully mastered this technique, employing chakra more judiciously and adeptly would likely reduce its consumption. While the power of Chidori was substantial, its flaws were glaringly apparent. The multitude of hand seals, the overwhelming light and sound, and the immense chakra drain, along with a fixed attack trajectory, all constituted its shortcomings. Despite the apparent drawbacks of this new technique, Orochimaru still regarded it as a triumph in ninjutsu. Liuyun, having created this ninjutsu, have you thought of a name for it? Orochimaru inquired with a playful smirk. After a brief moment of contemplation, Liuyun responded with a smile. Let us call it Chidori. The cacophony of thunder resembles a multitude of birds singing in unison. You truly have a knack for naming. Orochimaru praised generously. Liuyun silently mourned for Kakashi for 3 seconds. The theoretical knowledge of chakra involved in this new technique was exceedingly complex, given the difficulty in mastering it. Orochimaru classified it as an A-rank lightning release ninjutsu. Could you share why you were inspired to create this ninjutsu? Who imparted this ninjutsu knowledge to you? Orochimaru did not believe that the ninjutsu taught in school could suffice for the creation of an A-rank advanced technique. He surmised that there must be someone behind Liuyun. To be honest, my father stumbled upon a scroll of ninjutsu during a mission, found on the body of an enemy ninja. Since he lacks lightning affinity and the ninjutsu was incomplete, it has remained stored in our family's warehouse. My mother discovered it while organizing the storage. And seeing the power of the technique, I felt compelled to refine this lightning release ninjutsu, especially since I possess lightning affinity, Liuyun explained, recounting the excuse he had devised the previous night. Though the rationale lacked authenticity, it at least provided a semblance of an explanation. Orochimaru nodded, not inclined to delve deeper. To deduce a complete advanced ninjutsu from merely a fragment speaks volumes of your talent, Liuyun. Would you be interested in learning more ninjutsu? If so, I could certainly teach you. Upon hearing this, Liuyun's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected Orochimaru would consider taking him on as a disciple. After all, he was currently the mentor to Konoha's prince, Shotri. What is the matter? Do you not wish to? Orochimaru chuckled at Liuyun's stunned expression. No, I absolutely do. Liuyun quickly exclaimed as he came to his senses. With Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, guiding him, he would undoubtedly avoid many pitfalls in his journey of growth. The benefits far outweighed the risks. After a moment's reflection, he recognized the rarity of this opportunity. He could not let it slip away. Master, allow me to pay my respects. Liuyun bowed deeply, performing a formal apprenticeship gesture. Haha, I never stated I would take you on as a disciple. Orochimaru laughed heartily, delivering a comment that left Liuyun feeling somewhat embarrassed. With his recent idleness, Orochimaru had intended to guide Shotri's training while also offering insights to Liuyun. After all, he was a valuable prospect, and although Orochimaru had no immediate plans to take on another apprentice, he was eager to assist in his development. School is on summer break now. If you find the vacation too dull and wish to learn ninjutsu, feel free to come to me. You can ask about ninjutsu or any other training inquiries at any time. Orochimaru provided his contact details and even gifted him a communication white snake, which could be used to relay messages should Liuyun need to reach him. The two engaged in light conversation within the garden for some time, with Orochimaru teaching him how to simplify the hand seals for lightning release Chidori and outlining its various flaws. Liuyun listened intently, fully aware of Chidori's shortcomings. The rapid advance generated during its execution and the visual blind spots caused by the blinding lightning could be mitigated by activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. While Orochimaru deemed the most troublesome aspect to be the visual impairment, Liuyun already possessed the means to counteract it. However, he was hesitant to disclose the existence of his Mangekyo Sharingan at this juncture. Here is a scroll containing foundational knowledge of lightning release ninjutsu, filled with the experiences of those who came before you. You may take it home to study. It will greatly assist you in mastering Chidori, Orochimaru said. Handing Liuyun a scroll, he believed that Liuyun's chakra nature transformation and shape transformation needed improvement, as this would hinder the formation of ninjutsu and lead to greater chakra consumption. The knowledge within the scroll would aid Liuyun in better controlling Chidori. Thank you, Orochimaru-sensei. Liuyun accepted the scroll and immediately bowed deeply, a smirk lurking beneath his disheveled hair. Orochimaru's mouth twitched slightly, though he found the title somewhat inappropriate. It was certainly more palatable than some of the alternatives. Chapter 44, A Dismal Path to Wealth? Upon departing from Orochimaru's residence and returning home, Liuyun settled in the corridor to study the ninjutsu scroll. After watering the garden flowers, Asuka approached him. Her son, who once delighted in reading comics, now seemed captivated solely by scrolls, particularly those pertaining to ninjas and the study of ninjutsu. No longer did he indulge in lazy mornings. His days revolved exclusively around training. Previously, he would occasionally venture out to play with friends, but now it seemed his social life had dwindled. Liuyun, shouldn't you go out and play with your classmates? A break now and then might be refreshing. Doesn't daily training feel a bit monotonous? Asuka tentatively suggested. Break? ISNT school already on summer vacation? Liuyun replied without lifting his gaze from the scroll, his voice casual. What I mean is that you shouldn't push yourself too hard. Ambition is commendable, but it's also important to rest occasionally. Liuyun raised an eyebrow, tilting his head with a quizzical expression as he regarded Asuka. Weren't you always urging me to work harder and study more? Why the sudden change of heart? I'm starting to doubt whether you're really my mother. Liuyun countered with a playful challenge, leaving Asuka momentarily lost in self-reflection. Indeed, wasn't I always hoping for you to strive diligently and study well? Now that you're finally obedient, why had she changed as well? Once, she questioned if he was truly her son. Now he was questioning if she was his mother. Was that not the same sentiment? People inevitably change. No one remains the same, though the degree of change may vary. Asuka felt as though she had experienced an epiphany. Make sure to spend time with your aunt and chat or go shopping with her, Liuyun resumed his focus on the scroll. Where can I find someone to accompany this idle person like me to go shopping and chat every day? Everyone else has to work, Misaki murmured. Now relying on her manuscript royalties and dividends, Liuyun was comfortably supporting the family, no longer needing to toil in the stifling factory during the scorching summer days. However, resigning from her job left her feeling quite unaccustomed. She found herself somewhat bored at home, unsure of how to pass the time. Taking care of flowers, cultivating plants, or even considering opening a small business could all be viable options. Liuyun casually suggested, knowing that her mother was simply too idle and needed something to occupy her time, which would prevent her incessant chattering in his ear. This suggestion sparked a glimmer of interest in Misaki's eyes. I'll venture out later to see if there's a suitable small business opportunity. Upon hearing her mother's interest in entrepreneurship, Liuyun suddenly conceived an idea. Actually, I know of 2 promising small businesses. I wonder if you'd like to give them a try. Misaki immediately perked up at his words. What small businesses? Tell me. You could open a flower shop, primarily selling chrysanthemums, carnations, and lilies. A flower shop. That's a fascinating idea, but why focus on those particular flowers? Misaki asked. Her face clouded with confusion. Liuyun shook his head, chuckling without answering. What's the other business? Misaki, intrigued by the prospect of a flower shop, pressed for more details on the second option. You could also establish a clothing store or a garment factory, specializing in funeral attire. What? Misaki was taken aback for a moment, and once she regained her composure, she felt her face flush with anger. You foolish child. What kind of ridiculous thoughts are swirling in your head? She twisted Liuyun's ear in reprimand. Chrysanthemums are for the deceased, carnations are for the sick, and black clothing is worn during mourning. How could you suggest 2 businesses that are so morbid? Misaki felt compelled to scold him further. Ow, 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 that hurts. Liuyun winced, repeatedly apologizing until Misaki finally relented and released his ear. With World War II looming, there will inevitably be casualties. If ordinary civilians want to earn a living without being superstitious, these 2 businesses are indeed opportunities not to be missed, Liuyun lamented, feeling wronged for receiving such a harsh reprimand. Earning money isn't shameful. You're being overly sensitive, Mom. He rubbed his ear, his eyes filled with a hint of melancholy. What money? Tell me, who would buy these funeral items now? Misaki shot him a fierce glare. You should first ascertain the sources of distribution. By the time your shop is fully operational, you may not have to worry about sales. As he spoke, Liuyun couldn't help but smile mysteriously, only to be met with another reprimand from Misaki, who pinched his cheek once more. Fortunately, Misaki eventually absorbed part of his suggestion, finding the flower shop idea promising, especially since she had a fondness for fresh flowers. Thus, she began contemplating the prospect of opening a flower shop, though she firmly rejected the idea of selling chrysanthemums and white flowers. As she left the house, Liuyun couldn't help but murmur softly to himself, silly mother. Soon you'll realize which flowers sell best. 3 days later, a series of piercing thunderclaps echoed by a secluded riverbank. 1,000 birds. Liuyun grasped the lightning, his chakra erupting from his feet as he surged forward at an exaggerated speed, his electrified blue palm striking its target with precision. Liuyun. A girl's voice suddenly called from a distance. Sensing someone approaching, the 3-tomo Sharingan in Liuyun's eyes flickered and faded. Whether it was the joy of mastering A-rank ninjutsu or the delight of seeing the newcomer, a broad smile spread across his face as he waved vigorously at the approaching Kushina. Here you are? Kushina beamed, her expression radiating joy. Didn't you say you'd come find me in 2 days? Why are you only showing up now? Liuyun stepped closer to her, circling around Kushina while showering her with compliments. Oh, what a lovely dress you're wearing. I've never seen you in such a beautiful outfit at school. Flattered by his praise, Kushina blushed, having specifically worn this new dress for the day. If I hadn't come, would you have made the effort to seek me out? What kind of boy are you, waiting for others to come to you? She placed her hands on her hips, feigning displeasure, yet her adorable demeanor only enhanced her charm. Isn't it the same? Next time, I'll be the one to seek you out, he replied playfully. That sounds more like it. Kushina huffed, her face glowing with pride. Before long, a charred tree emitting smoke caught her attention. I think I just saw you wielding a bolt of lightning. The tree bore an astonishingly large charred hole. Confirming that what she had witnessed was not an illusion, Liuyun seemed to have mastered a powerful ninjutsu. Chapter 45, Making Kushina Call Him Daddy? An intimate confession at close quarters. How did you do that? Kushina's face reflected her astonishment. It's just a lightning release technique, Liuyun replied casually with a smile. That's incredible. You've learned so many ninjutsu. I want to learn powerful techniques too. Please teach me. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Women are drawn to strength, and she was no exception. Well, let us start with climbing trees. Liuyun contemplated for a moment before deciding to teach her the basics, beginning with chakra control. However, since you're wearing a dress today, it might be inconvenient to move around. He pointed at her beautiful dress, slightly furrowing his brow. Oh, that's okay. I'll change into some casual clothes tomorrow, Kushina replied, not in any rush. Do you want to learn sealing techniques? I came prepared today, she exclaimed, pulling out 2 small scrolls from her waist. Yes, I want to learn. Liuyun's face lit up, nodding eagerly. Sealing techniques in the original anime were akin to a cheat. These mystical arts defied logic, with few things or beings that could not be sealed. In the ninja world, regardless of strength, be it the Tintails or the progenitor of chakra, sealing techniques could subdue them completely. Liuyun had long coveted the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, having yearned for them since the day he traveled to this world. Kushina was his sole opportunity to learn these techniques, the most reliable and ideal route. If you call me Annie, I'll teach you sealing techniques. The Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques were closely guarded secrets, and Kushina believed she shouldn't make demands without offering something in return, otherwise it would be too unfair to him. Liuyun was momentarily taken aback, but then leaned in closer to Kushina with a mischievous grin. What are you up to? As Liuyun stepped closer, Kushina was startled, retreating repeatedly until she found her back against a large tree trunk, realizing she had nowhere else to escape. Liuyun reached out, trapping her in front of him. Though he hadn't done anything yet, Kushina couldn't bring herself to meet his gaze, her heart racing uncontrollably. Nana, if you keep playing like this, when it's my turn to teach you tomorrow, don't blame me for making you call me daddy, Liuyun whispered softly in her ear, the faint scent of her fragrance invigorating him as he took a deep breath. Perverted. You creep. Kushina's cheeks burned with embarrassment, and she attempted to push him away, but as soon as she laid her hands on him, she realized she couldn't budge him. Liuyun had clearly been prepared, his hands utilizing chakra to cling to the tree trunk while his feet anchored him to the ground. At that moment, it was impossible for Kushina to move him. Hee. Nana, what are your hands doing? Who asked the pervert now? Liuyun grinned mischievously at the delicate hands pressed against his chest. I'm not. I didn't do anything. Stay away from me. Kushina appeared flustered, unsure whether to leave her hands where they were or pull them back. Kushina found herself contemplating whether to deliver a swift kick to this insufferable rogue, yet the peculiar sensation in her right hand caused her to pause momentarily. It dawned on her that this fellow was merely feigning composure. She noticed that the rapidity of his heartbeat was remarkably swift, indicating that he might be even more anxious than she was at that moment. With this revelation, Kushina's spirit soared, and the shyness and trepidation that had once gripped her heart dissipated significantly. Did you not wish for me to call you Annie? How can you possibly hear me if we don't draw closer? The rogue maintained an expression replete with mischief. Oh, is that so? Then go ahead and call me. I'm all ears. Kushina suddenly grinned at him, the rosy hue on her cheeks fading slightly. The rogue's smile faltered. How was it that this girl defied all expectations? Observing his bewildered expression, Kushina felt her confidence swell, and her smile broadened. Come on, shout it out. Why the sudden silence? Are we not close enough? As she spoke, Kushina leaned in closer, their faces nearly touching. The rogue was caught off guard by her boldness, his pupils dilating as his heart raced even faster. Kushina, acutely aware of these subtle changes, felt a surge of pride, believing she had turned the tables and could soon have the rogue at her mercy. Are you truly unafraid of me? The rogue's dark eyes fixed on Kushina, his cheeks flushing involuntarily. Kushina instinctively swallowed, feeling a sudden awkwardness as they were so uncomfortably close. She had expected him to retreat, yet he remained steadfast. The rogue murmured, his gaze dropping to her flushed lips. Kushina's heart raced, her mind racing with uncertainties. What was he planning? Surely he wouldn't dare to kiss her? What should she do? As she hesitated, contemplating whether to shy away, she saw the rogue tilt his head, closing the already ambiguous distance between them. They could even feel the warmth of each other's breath. The rogue was inching closer, while Kushina found herself retreating, her back pressed against the trunk of a tree, unable to move further back. No. Startled by the proximity of his lips, Kushina turned her head, instinctively shutting her eyes tightly. Just moments ago, she had been so brazen. Why was she now filled with fear? The rogue whispered softly in her ear, his warm breath sending a shiver down her spine, eliciting a peculiar sensation within her. Has anyone ever told you that your embarrassed expression is quite adorable? The words resonated within Kushina's heart like a resounding bell, her eyes widening in shock. Has anyone told you that your crimson hair is quite beautiful as well? Another soft murmur caused Kushina's pupils to contract, her mind echoing the seductive phrases. What I wish to convey is. The rogue's words trailed off as his nose brushed against her ear. I like The pressure of her delicate hand on his chest suddenly dissipated, and Kushina's eyes rolled back as she fainted. The rogue hastily caught her, only to discover that she had succumbed to unconsciousness. The overwhelming rush of blood had surged to her head, leading her to faint. What a predicament! The rogue couldn't help but chuckle to himself. It was indeed surprising that someone as carefree as Kushina could faint from embarrassment, reminiscent of Hinata Hyuga. However, upon reflection, he realized that his teasing had been rather intense. It was only natural for a girl unaccustomed to such verbal provocation to succumb to it. He gently leaned her against the tree and picked up the scroll that had fallen to the ground, opening it with keen interest. Chapter 46. Pretending and playing along with the first Hokage of the Nine Tails. Kushina's unconsciousness was brief. After a moment of allowing her heated mind to cool, she naturally awakened. However, as she slowly opened her hazy eyes, she discovered that she was leaning against the rogue's chest. Before her were rough hands and a compact sealing scroll. The warmth radiating from his not overly broad yet supportive shoulder, combined with his unique and pleasant masculine scent, left Kushina feeling both flustered and strangely comforted. Unsure whether to rise immediately, she was torn between the fear of impending awkwardness and the allure of this comforting embrace. Perhaps it would be best to feign sleep a little longer? The fragrant scent of youthful femininity was undeniably attractive to the young man. Although his mind was focused on the scroll, he unconsciously found his breathing slightly heavier. My neck is so sore. After quite a while of maintaining an awkward position, Kushina felt discomfort creeping into her neck. Just as she mustered the courage to pretend to awaken, she felt a pair of hands resting on her shoulders, gently lowering her onto the grass. In truth, the rogue had known all along that this little girl was awake. He could sense the change in her breath from such close proximity. However, he had not anticipated that she would remain still, pretending to be unconscious against him. Had it not been for the multitude of incomprehensible symbols within the scroll, which required Kushina's expertise to elucidate, he might have been tempted to see just how long she could maintain this charade in his embrace. Wake up, Kushina. The rogue chuckled softly as he patted her cheek. Soon, Kushina played along, pretending to just awaken. Facing his meaningful and sunny smile, despite having prepared herself mentally, she couldn't help but blush. Perverted rogue. What are you staring at? Kushina pushed him down, hastily rising, her mind racing with thoughts of escape. Hey, where do you think you're going? You can't run off without learning the sealing technique. The rogue called out to her. Kushina hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding to stay. If you keep being cheeky, I won't teach you anything, and I'll ignore you, Kushina declared, glaring at him fiercely. It was perplexing how what had been a sincere compliment had morphed into banter. The girl's thoughts were utterly inscrutable, prompting a resigned sigh from the rogue. Very well, today, whatever Kushina-sensei says goes. Hearing this title, Kushina's expression almost faltered, nearly bursting into laughter. I could just strangle this guy. At that moment, she felt a mix of frustration and amusement, utterly at a loss for how to deal with his irreverent demeanor. The rogue broke the tree branch that had been pierced by Chidori and invited the girl to sit beside him. Kushina took the scroll and began to explain to him what sealing techniques were. The rogue listened intently, asking questions whenever he encountered confusion, and Kushina patiently answered each one. By the tranquil riverside, the two youths, no longer bickering, shared a harmonious moment. Sealing techniques proved to be even more intricate than the rogue had anticipated. Mastering the basics might take him 10 days or more. Sealing techniques are quite challenging. Are you truly certain you wish to continue learning? As dusk approached, Kushina had nearly completed her explanation of the two fundamental sealing scrolls she had brought, uncertain of how much the rogue had grasped. Of course I want to learn. I have never shied away from challenges. The rogue replied with a smile. It's getting late. Shall we head back? The rogue stood, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and extended the invitation to Kushina. Today, you have worked hard. To express my gratitude, the students wish to invite teacher Kushina to dine together. Haha, it seems you still have a bit of conscience. Kushina couldn't help but laugh heartily. However, I didn't inform my family in advance, so perhaps it's best to let it go. Isn't that simple? I can just accompany you home to inform them. Can I? Liuyun, with boldness, took her small hand in his. But there's no but. After dinner, brother will take you to stroll through the night market. Liuyun encouraged gently as he guided her along. The little girl quickly lost her ability to think, her mind consumed solely with thoughts of feasting and enjoyment. Liuyun dispatched a shadow clone to inform his family, and then led Kushina toward the Senju clan's territory. To their surprise, they encountered Uzumaki Mido right at the entrance of the manor. Is this the first generation of the Nine-Tails Jinchuri? Liuyun approached Mido politely to greet her. Yet his mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. At that moment, Uzumaki Mido appeared aged and frail, her once vibrant long hair now dulled and faded to a dark brown, signaling the dwindling of her lifespan. Why is her chakra so weak? Liuyun sensed no oppressive aura from Mito, which struck him as quite abnormal. With his formidable mental strength, he possessed exceptional perception, able to distinctly feel the pressure emanating from Orochimaru, and could generally gauge the strength of chakra. As a member of the renowned Uzumaki clan, known for their vast chakra reserves, Liuyun found it perplexing that he could not detect any significant chakra fluctuations from Mito. Moreover, not only her, but even the slightest essence of the Nine Tails was absent, as if she were merely an ordinary elderly woman, without knowledge of her identity. Even sensory-type ninjas might fail to perceive her anomalies. In truth, Liuyun's inability to sense the Nine Tails chakra stemmed from the firm seal within Uzumaki Mito. The Jinchuriki was stable, preventing the Nine Tails from exerting influence externally. I was wondering why her chakra felt weaker than mine. I almost forgot about this sealing technique. Observing the diamond mark on Mito's forehead, Liuyun suddenly realized that is the Uzumaki clan's Ein seal, a technique with boundless utility. Typically, it requires a certain amount of chakra to be infused into it, allowing the Ein seal to bestow eternal youth in times of battle. It can serve as a hidden reserve of energy. Most of Mito's chakra was stored within the Ein seal, enabling her to suppress any signs of the Nine Tails rampage with the vast chakra contained therein. Having lived to this age, especially after the passing of her husband, Senju Hashirama, she no longer relied on the chakra from the Ein seal to maintain her appearance. Now, her chakra served only two purposes. First, to prevent the Nine Tails from going berserk. Second, to sustain her daily vitality, prolonging her life as she awaited the emergence of a new Nine Tails vessel. While Liuyun discreetly observed Uzumaki Mito, the elderly lady was also scrutinizing him carefully. As a princess of the Uzumaki clan, she possessed remarkable perceptive abilities. Uchiha Liuyun, is it? What a splendid young lad. Mito reached out, gently ruffling the disheveled hair atop Liuyun's head. She couldn't shake the feeling that the brightness in his large eyes was somewhat excessive. That's a manifestation of mental strength, an external reflection of his extraordinarily potent ocular prowess. Even though Liuyun had not activated his Sharingan, in Mito's eyes, his gaze was distinctly different from that of an ordinary child. Chapter 47. Secrets Revealed Beneath the Heart's Eye. The bloodline legacy of two clans. Over the years, Uzumaki Mito had encountered many formidable Uchiha warriors, and the one who left the most profound impression was undoubtedly Uchiha Madara. In her youth, due to her husband Senju Hashirama, she had no choice but to meet with Madara. That man, even without activating his Sharingan, possessed black eyes that shone with a brightness akin to Liuyun's, etching him into her memory. Her husband had privately explained that this was an external manifestation of the Sharingan's power reaching a certain threshold. Mito, dear grandmother, tonight Liuyun intends to treat me to dinner. May I? Kushina lowered her head, her cheeks flushed as she timidly inquired. Of course. If your little classmate wishes to treat you to a feast, how could you possibly decline? Mito responded warmly, displaying a deep understanding, and was very amiable towards Liuyun. Just as the three were engaged in light-hearted banter at the door, a discordant voice suddenly pierced the air. Hey, you shameless little brat. Daring to flirt right at our doorstep? I see you're tired of living. Tsunade strode toward them, her pretty face etched with displeasure. This Uchiha brat's ambiguous relationship with Kushina at school was one thing, but now he had the audacity to flirt right at their home? Does he really think the Senju clan is without guardians? Sister Tsunade. Kushina quickly greeted, her head lowered, too embarrassed to meet Tsunade's gaze in light of her teasing words. Oh dear, you foolish child. Liuyun bowed politely, appearing quite respectful, yet Tsunade felt inexplicably irked. Especially with that accent, it was far too ridiculous. Tsunade, show some decorum. You're setting a poor example as an older sister, always making such a ruckus, not adhering to proper conduct. How have I taught you? Mito scolded with a stern expression, disapproving of her granddaughter's antics. Grandma, I'm just guarding against little thieves. If I don't intervene, your dear heart might be stolen away. Tsunade, though somewhat intimidated by her grandmother, stubbornly defended herself. Liuyun stood silently, his expression one of confusion, as if oblivious to Tsunade's words. Seeing Liuyun's expression, Tsunade's irritation escalated further. Oh, pretending, are we? What are you scheming, you little thief? I see right through you. Tsunade bent slightly, her head leaning closer to Liuyun, as if to convey that she had already figured him out. Liuyun, startled by her mischievous grin, took a small step back, forcing a stiff smile. Enough, Tsunade. Mito raised her cane, ready to tap her on the head. Tsunade, frightened, ducked away, no longer daring to tease the young pair. It's getting late. You should hurry and eat. Don't let yourselves go hungry. Mito smiled gently at the two, waving her hand in farewell. Yes, we'll take our leave now. Grandma Mito, you should eat too. Liuyun bowed to her. Soon. The two youths walked away under Mito's watchful gaze. Grandma, the meal is ready. Let us go eat. Seeing her grandmother standing still, fixated on the departing figures, Tsunade gently nudged her arm. Tsunade, have you noticed how special that boy's eyes are? Mito suddenly spoke softly. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback by the remark, but after a moment's thought, she responded, with the bloodline of the Uchiha clan. It's quite normal for his eyes to be bright and expressive, I senti it. In truth, Tsunade also sensed something unique about those eyes but struggled to articulate it, settling instead for the description of brightness and expressiveness. No, his ocular prowess is distinctly extraordinary, even surpassing that of most adult Uchiha. Pay close attention in the future, and you'll notice the difference. Mito's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. What? Upon hearing this, Tsunade's expression changed. Her grandmother, when serious, never spoke lightly. Her words must have stemmed from something she had perceived. The Uzumaki clan possesses a unique perceptive ability known as the heart's eye, and her grandmother had awakened and mastered this ability. I suspect he may have already awakened the Sharingan. Impossible. How old is this child? At present, he isn't even a ninja. Tsunade instinctively dismissed the notion, struggling to believe her grandmother's speculation. You're mistaken. The amount of chakra he possesses is already comparable to that of an average jonin. When Uzumaki Mito uttered these words, a hint of apprehension was evident on her face. Nanny. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, but in the next instant, she exclaimed in astonishment. This situation defies all logic. Grandmother, could it be that you misperceived? Although she was aware that Uzumaki Mito was often forgetful, the likelihood of error was minimal, yet Tsunade couldn't help but entertain such thoughts. In truth, Uzumaki Mito had already confirmed this repeatedly and had even physically examined Liuyun's body, concluding that the possibility of error was non-existent. Even though she herself was perplexed by this circumstance. There's no mistake. I was initially skeptical as well, but the truth is undeniable. That child is extraordinary, if possible. You should pay closer attention. Tsunade, upon hearing this, appeared somewhat indifferent, still reeling from the shock. After a pause, she seemed to recall something and, gazing at Uzumaki Mito, spoke in a tremulous voice. Uchiha Liuyun possesses both the Uchiha and Senju bloodlines. Grandmother, could it be that the simultaneous possession of these two elite bloodlines is the reason for this anomaly? The fusion of strengths resulting in such a transformation? The Uchiha and Senju clans are the two most formidable clans in the ninja world, their chakra reserves inherently surpassing those of others. Tsunade pondered whether Liuyun, this little rascal, had fused the two powerful bloodlines and, as a result, awakened the Uchiha clan's Kekkei Genkai. This would also conveniently explain why he possesses the chakra level of a jonin and why his ocular powers are notably stronger than others. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Mito's pupils constricted sharply. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Historically, during the Warring States period, there were indeed unions between the Uchiha and Senju clans. Had all been like Liuyun, the two clans would have long since intermarried and conspired for greatness, rather than squabbling over trivial matters. However, Uzumaki Mito dared not dismiss this possibility, for Liuyun was a living testament. A fifth-grade elementary school student possessing jonin-level chakra and allegedly having awakened the Sharingan. Such occurrences are utterly outrageous. They are preposterous. Uzumaki Mito had an inkling that Liuyun's value might surpass even Kushina's. This matter must be kept confidential, otherwise it would surely attract calamity upon that child. Uzumaki Mito offered a solemn reminder, her expression grave. I understand. Tsunade nodded vigorously. She comprehended the gravity of the situation without her grandmother's admonition. Chapter 48. Is Liuyun a hidden rich kid? At that moment, Liuyun was unaware that his secrets had been largely unveiled. He and his sister wandered through the bustling streets of Konoha in search of ramen, but found none. The famed Ichiraku ramen, renowned in the original story, was devoid of patrons at this hour. Liuyun was uncertain whether he had gone to the wrong place or if the establishment had yet to open for business. Ultimately, undeterred by financial constraints, the young gentleman Liuyun treated Kushina to a lavish barbecue feast, and they both indulged heartily. Satisfied after their meal, Liuyun took her to explore the vibrant night market. Passing a jewelry stall, Kushina's eyes were drawn to a delicate butterfly hairpin, and without a second thought, Liuyun retrieved his wallet and purchased it for her. The items at the stall were reasonably priced, and Kushina graciously accepted the small gift without hesitation. Oh, this bracelet is quite lovely. How much is it? Liuyun inquired, captivated by a meticulously crafted bell bracelet. Aside from a few tiny bells, The main body was made of gold, making it perhaps the finest and most expensive piece in the entire stall. The vendor clearly showcased it as a centerpiece. "You have a discerning eye. This is the treasure of my stall," the female vendor stated, smiling as she gestured a number. 28,000. For a mere bracelet? A small accessory commanded such an exorbitant price. This bell bracelet was crafted by my mother as a gift, a dowry. She passed away last year due to illness. While I am in dire need of money now, I do not wish to part with this precious item, the vendor explained with a bittersweet smile. "If this item holds such significance for you, why put it up for sale?" Liuyun casually queried. "My husband passed away a few months ago, and I have 2 children to care for," the vendor replied, her smile tinged with sorrow, eliciting Liuyun's instinctive sympathy. Her situation seemed to mirror that of his mother, Asuka, but it was evident that her circumstances were far more challenging. It seemed that ordinary life in the ninja world was fraught with difficulties, particularly for widows lacking a male provider. Were it not for such dire straits, she would not be selling such a treasured dowry. "Liuyun, shall we explore elsewhere?" Kushina gently tugged at his arm. To her, while the bell bracelet was indeed beautiful, its price was simply too steep. They were but elementary school students, after all, and had no spare funds to acquire such a precious piece of jewelry. The vendor, too, did not expect the young Liuyun to afford such a treasure. Her earlier explanation was merely a matter of politeness. The materials may not justify the price, but the craftsmanship is exquisite. "It is clear that your mother poured great care into creating this piece," Liuyun assessed after closely examining the bell bracelet. Gold in the ninja world was not as valuable as one might think, but combined with the craftsmanship, it certainly warranted the price. This was a handmade piece, and without genuine skill, it could not have been fabricated, requiring immense effort and time. Moreover, the cost of materials alone was not trivial. "Are you certain you wish to sell this bracelet?" Liuyun asked earnestly. A gentleman does not take away what others cherish. Unless the woman genuinely wished to part with the bracelet, he would consider whether to proceed. "Yes, for my children, I believe my mother would understand." The vendor replied with a soft laugh, a hint of tears glistening in her eyes. "Very well, I shall take it," Liuyun declared, pulling a thick stack of bills from his wallet. "What? You truly intend to buy this bracelet?" The vendor's face was a portrait of astonishment. Were today's elementary school students this affluent? Or had she stumbled upon a hidden heir? Kushina mirrored the vendor's expression, astounded. She received only a few hundred yen in pocket money each month, sufficient for small snacks and trinkets. The barbecue feast they had just enjoyed had already consumed a month's worth of her allowance, and now Liuyun was presenting an impressive sum. Could it be that Liuyun was a concealed rich kid? Such a thought sprang into Kushina's mind. Of course, was my inquiry merely for entertainment? I hope the lady isn't suddenly having second thoughts about selling it. "If you truly wish to keep it, I would not insist," Liuyun said, a gentle smile gracing his face. "No, you are overthinking it. I will package it for you right away," the vendor hastily replied, tears streaming down her cheeks. Liuyun nodded, accepting the jewelry box handed to him. After departing from the stall, Kushina appeared somewhat discontent. "What's wrong?" Liuyun inquired with a knowing smile. "That sister." Kushina hesitated. "Are you suggesting we shouldn't have bought her bracelet?" Liuyun guessed, and she instinctively nodded. "If we don't purchase it, it may not be easy for her to find a buyer." Liuyun spoke candidly. Recently, he has indeed earned some money. Yet this does not imply that there are numerous affluent individuals within Konoha. The jewelry in question primarily attracts a youthful demographic, but how many among them possess substantial wealth? Moreover, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that who among the wealthy would deign to patronize such a modest stall? They would likely not even spare it a second glance as they pass by. She requires funds to provide for her 2 children. Purchasing this bracelet is a means of assisting her through a difficult time, rather than depriving her of something precious. If her mother were still alive, she would undoubtedly support her daughter's decision. For a mother, nothing in the world is more invaluable than her own children. When he articulated these sentiments, Kushina's expression was one of shock, even more profound than when she observed Ryan purchasing items at extravagant prices. She had not anticipated that Ryan would possess such depth of thought and consideration. The acquisition of the bell bracelet should not evoke feelings of guilt. Once she grasped this pivotal truth, her previous discontent noticeably shifted to a brighter disposition. "Ryan, where did you acquire such funds?" She eventually remembered to inquire. "Follow me, and soon you shall understand why your brother is able to indulge in such expenditures," Ryan replied, a mysterious smile gracing his face. They were not far from Ushin's bookstore, where he intended to take Kushina for a visit. "So, who do you intend to gift this bracelet to?" Kushina's voice dwindled to a whisper, her cheeks flushing red, her gaze dropping lower. "Who do you think?" In a secluded corner devoid of bystanders, Ryan leaned closer to her. "I I don't know, Kushina stammered, nervously fidgeting with the hem of her dress, her voice barely audible. In the next moment, Ryan opened the jewelry box and delicately extracted the golden bell bracelet. The clear, melodious sound of the bells resonated in Kushina's ears, enchanting and delightful. Chapter 49. A precious gift for a cherished one, the collision of emotion and reason. Beneath the dim glow of the streetlight, the occasional passerby on this narrow street would catch sight of a young couple blushing and shy. The two standing opposite one another appeared somewhat awkward, with the girl keeping her head bowed, too bashful to meet anyone's gaze. Her small hands incessantly fiddling with her dress hem, as if it were the most fascinating object. Ryan held the bell bracelet in one hand and gently extended the other to take Kushina's delicate, pale hand. Her icy, soft palm trembled slightly. At the moment he grasped her hand, there was a brief, instinctual struggle, but as Kushina turned her head away, her arm quickly lost its resistance. This bracelet once bore witness to the precious bond between a mother and daughter. Now, it had found a new owner, and that cherished past had become a memory. It was now merely an unremarkable piece of jewelry, yet I shall imbue it with new sentiment, transforming it once more into something invaluable. Today, I wish to present it to someone I hold dear. Ryan earnestly and boldly expressed his feelings. He gently pulled Kushina's hand closer. Kushina, do you wish to accept this precious gift? Though Ryan did not declare his affection directly, his words resonated more deeply than a straightforward confession. He did not hastily fasten the bracelet onto Kushina's wrist. Rather, he first articulated his feelings and sincerely inquired about her willingness. The best form of affection should be mutual, rather than one-sided. This bell bracelet served as a token of commitment, embodying a different kind of love, transcending the simplicity of mere ornamentation. To offer it, he required her consent. The process could not be hasty or careless, nor could it be forced upon her. Upon receiving the heartfelt confession from the boy before her, a flicker of joy involuntarily crossed Kushina's face, her body trembling slightly from the emotional surge. This precious gift is meant for me, and I am also someone he cherishes. Is Ryan confessing his feelings to me? Should I accept him? Kushina's mind raced, her heart pounding fiercely, but after a moment of contemplation, she gradually regained her composure, descending into a prolonged silence. Should I agree to him? But is it too soon? Teachers and elders have always said that young love is ill-advised. If I accept him now, will I not appear too forward? What if he does not cherish it? No, I cannot agree. It is too soon. I am not prepared. This cannot be the way. Kushina's arm instinctively began to struggle. Ryan was momentarily taken aback, his previously steady breathing becoming somewhat erratic and hurried. This outcome had caught him off guard. He did not wish to release her, yet as Kushina sensed the tightening grip, her initial reluctance intensified. Noticing her struggle, Ryan's heart twisted painfully, his expression revealing hints of disappointment and distress. Have I been too hasty? Time is still on their side. There will be ample opportunities for them to be together, and there is no need to rush things. Realizing this, he promptly loosened his grip, fearing that he might frighten Kushina, inflict harm, or evoke her aversion. However, at the very moment he released her hand, Kushina felt an immediate emptiness within her. The next instant, a sharp pang shot through her heart, causing her to instinctively bite her lip. The distress spread rapidly throughout her entire being. She raised her gaze to Ryan, only to find him with his head bowed, his once bright and spirited eyes now dimmed. Am I not someone you cherish? Why did you let go so easily? With teary eyes, Kushina stared at Ryan, yet her feet instinctively took several steps back. Sensing her unusual behavior, Ryan turned his gaze toward her, and it seemed they both shared the same emotion, disappointment intertwined with disbelief. Kushina believed he should not have released her. That declaration of cherishing her had just been made, so why did it immediately turn into a lie? Conversely, Ryan felt she should not have struggled, nor should she have retreated. His decision to let go was merely a sign of respect for her wishes, not wanting to frighten her or impose his feelings upon her. It was precisely because he cherished her that he chose to temporarily release her. This marked the first collision between emotion and reason. Both seemed to misunderstand each other's reactions. Kushina parted her lips, wishing to confront him directly, yet the words remained lodged in her throat, refusing to escape. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Witnessing the girl in tears, Ryan felt a tremor within his heart. He instinctively reached out his hand. However, before he could even approach her, she took several steps back, and in the next moment, she turned and fled from the scene. Kushina. Ryan attempted to call out to her, yet observing her retreating figure, it was evident there was little room for reconciliation. He did not pursue her, for it was clear that both needed time alone to reflect. His outstretched arm fell limply to his side. Ryan gazed at the golden bracelet in his hand. his expression vacant, rooted in place, unable to regain his composure. After what felt like an eternity, he carefully placed the bracelet back into its box, burdened with a heavy heart as he returned home. Upon his arrival, Mikasa approached him eagerly, yet before she could utter a word, she immediately sensed something amiss in Ryan's demeanor. "Son, what troubles you? Why do you look so dejected?" Mikasa's face was etched with curiosity. "Weren't you supposed to be out dining with your classmates this evening? Why do you appear so disheartened, as though you've experienced a heartbreak?" "It's nothing," Ryan replied softly, shaking his head, reluctant to elaborate further, feeling too embarrassed to explain. Ignoring Mikasa's persistent inquiries, he retreated to his room and promptly locked the door. "That boy." Asuka furrowed her brow, hesitating to knock on the door and disturb him. She could only wait for tomorrow to inquire thoroughly. Liuyun sat at the desk, taking the initiative to pick up the 2 scrolls of sealing techniques placed before him. These had been gifted by Kushina, who suggested that he should delve into these fundamental concepts during his free time, admitting that her explanations might be incomplete and that it was essential for Liuyun to study the scrolls diligently. He created a shadow clone, picked up the scrolls, and began to read them attentively from start to finish. Immersed in his training, the feelings of frustration and disappointment within him had notably diminished by 7 or 8 parts. In a shadowy corner in front of the Senju clan's estate, a red-haired girl squatted on the ground, burying her head in her arms and silently sobbing. After a long while, the girl, whose eyes were evidently swollen from crying, stood up straight. "I will never speak to that fraud again," Kushina declared with a face full of resentment, wiping away her tears and snot with her hand before slowly walking into the Senju clan's grounds. Chapter 50. The King of Konoha's Competitive Spirit. Temporarily accompanying Orochimaru and his disciples on a mission outside the village. The following morning, after his routine morning exercises, Liuyun arrived early at the entrance of the Senju clan's estate. The two had already agreed the previous day that he would come to find Kushina today to teach her the skill of climbing trees. Unfortunately, after waiting for nearly half the day at the entrance, he still did not catch a glimpse of Kushina. However, Uzumaki Mito noticed him, came out with her cane, and chatted with him for a while. She mentioned that Kushina seemed to have had a sleepless night, finally managing to fall asleep only as dawn approached, and would likely be unable to wake up in the morning. Mito then inquired about the two of them, asking why Kushina had been crying. Liuyun stammered, unable to articulate a coherent explanation. Fortunately, she did not press further, which visibly relieved him. With no hope of seeing Kushina in the morning, he decided not to waste time idly. Under the blazing sun, he resumed his physical training. Youth should not be squandered. Before the summer break, he had requested Might Guy to devise a scientifically reasonable daily training regimen for him. If he completed all the tasks, he found that he had very little free time left. Thus, he sometimes employed shadow clones to help manage trivial matters outside of his training, while his original self ensured that he completed his daily physical regimen. In all of Konoha, there was no one else who could match his level of competitiveness, let alone children of his age. Even the adults could not surpass him. In his past life, he had also been very competitive for a better life, but in China, there were countless others more competitive than he, and he had not amassed much wealth or status. Now, having been reborn, he retained his competitive habits. However, this time, his focus was not on acquiring superficial possessions. In this world, strength is the foundation of survival. He needed to cultivate his power swiftly to ensure self-preservation, after which he could leverage his understanding of the narrative to realize his ambitions and aspirations. At noon, Liuyun shared a Chinese feast with his mother, Asuka. Afterward, he spent an hour crafting a segment of the Dragon Ball storyline. Having completed his daily tasks, he stepped out of the house, intending to visit the Senju clan's estate once more. However, as he neared his destination, he fortuitously encountered two figures. Liuyun-kun? Orochimaru's face displayed a hint of surprise. Orochimaru-sensei? Liuyun met Orochimaru and Shinjuro at the intersection. Hehe, what brings you here, Liuyun-kun? Orochimaru inquired with a smile. Oh, I just happened to pass by. Liuyun scratched his head, offering a sheepish explanation. Just happened to pass by? I find that hard to believe. Shinjuro crossed his arms, sporting a knowing smile. Aren't you here to see Kushina? After all, you took her out for dinner last night, and seemed to have upset her to the point of tears. Shinjuro directly exposed the situation, causing a strange expression to flicker across Orochimaru's face. Liuyun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, momentarily at a loss for words. All right. Orochimaru waved his hand to rescue him from the awkwardness. Where are you two headed? Liuyun inquired, eager to change the subject. We have a minor task that requires us to leave the village, Orochimaru casually explained. After saying this, he seemed to recall something and turned to Liuyun with a sly smile. Do you have time today, Liuyun-kun? This question caught him somewhat off guard. But after a brief moment of contemplation, Liuyun nodded gently, indicating that he had time every day. In that case, would you like to join us on our trip out of the village? Orochimaru suggested, licking his lips and extending an invitation. Liuyun had not anticipated that Orochimaru would invite him to leave the village, and based on his earlier words, it seemed he intended for Liuyun to participate in the mission. To be honest, he was curious about Orochimaru's motives. But he had planned to find Kushina in the afternoon. What? Do you have a date this afternoon? Orochimaru teased with a smirk. And no, I mean, with Orochimaru-sensei's invitation. Even if I didn't have time, I would make time. Liuyun chuckled awkwardly. He still hoped to learn ninjutsu from Orochimaru, and since the invitation had been extended, he naturally could not refuse. Haha, very good. Orochimaru was pleased with his attitude, finding Liuyun's words amusing and particularly agreeable. Humph, flatterer, Shinjuro muttered under his breath. Rolling his eyes, Liuyun shot him a sidelong glance, choosing not to engage with him. Casting a glance in the direction of the Senju clan's estate, Liuyun sighed internally. Perhaps it would be best to let her rest for a while longer. Given the current circumstances, he could not afford to send out a shadow clone, so he would have to wait until tomorrow to seek out Kushina. Sensei, when did you take on another apprentice without telling me? I never heard anything about this. Shinjuro gazed at Orochimaru with a look of grievance. Hehe. I'm simply teaching Liuyun some knowledge. It's only reasonable for him to call me Orochimaru-sensei. Orochimaru explained with a light chuckle, not explicitly clarifying their relationship. However, Shinjuro gathered the underlying meaning of his words. It was clear that the teacher had not taken on a new apprentice, and he remained the sole disciple. Could you divulge anything about the mission outside the village? Do I need to prepare anything? Liuyun quickened his pace to catch up with the two and inquired about Orochimaru's intentions. The mission is currently confidential, and you do not need to prepare anything. Once we leave the village, you only need to observe, Orochimaru replied, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Liuyun forcibly suppressed his curiosity, nodded, and refrained from further comments. Within the Senju clan's estate, after lunch, Kushina appeared somewhat anxious, glancing toward the entrance from time to time. Mito had already informed her during the meal that Liuyun had waited for her for the entire morning at the gate. Initially, upon hearing this news, Kushina felt a surge of joy, as the unpleasantness from the previous night had dissipated considerably. Liuyun had not forgotten their agreement. This indicated that he still valued her. However, the events of last night had left Kushina quite upset. The thought of Liuyun waiting for her all morning brought her a sense of satisfaction and pride. Yet, as time passed, her pride morphed into anxiety and unease. It seemed that Liuyun had not come to find her in the afternoon. Is he angry with me? Is he upset because I didn't go out this morning? I overslept. Kushina hid in a corner not far from the entrance of the clan's estate, her heart racing with anxiety, far removed from her earlier joy and pride. Liuyun's absence genuinely troubled her. That jerk, claiming to treasure me. He's nothing but a liar. Telling Mito that he would come find me in the afternoon? Just a mouthful of lies. No, generally speaking, he would not break his word. Perhaps he had encountered some circumstances that delayed him. Throughout the entire afternoon, she found herself embroiled in an internal struggle. Her heart a tumult of emotions, one moment reflecting on the virtues of the boy, and the next, fixating on his shortcomings, his visage haunting her thoughts. Unbeknownst to her, Liuyun had fully infiltrated her heart, and Jioshinai's emotions were intricately entwined with his every word and action. In truth, both were ensnared in similar circumstances. One had learned the art of diverting attention, while the other, still unversed in life's complexities and devoid of guidance, was prone to spiraling thoughts, resulting in a persistent state of melancholy. Chapter 51. A dark night for deeds of blood. As night fell, Liuyun accompanied Orochimaru and his disciples to an unfamiliar mountainous region. The destination was not far from Konoha, yet their pace was deliberately slow, as if they were waiting for the cloak of darkness to envelop them. As ninjas, they were inevitably drawn into the chaos of conflict. And tonight's mission was to eradicate a bandit stronghold. Orochimaru pointed towards a brightly lit encampment, clearly delineating the objective of their endeavor. Liuyun was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Orochimaru would lead him into a night of bloodshed. Shingshu, tonight's task falls solely upon you. Ensure that we leave no survivors. Orochimaru commanded, assigning the mission to Shingshu without pressuring Liuyun in the slightest. Understood, Sensei Orochimaru. Shingshu replied respectfully, exhibiting little tension. He had already been seasoned by the harsh realities of life and death, having taken a life before. He was no longer gripped by fear when confronted with a killing mission. A competent ninja inevitably faces bloody trials. After all, they are synonymous with assassins. Agents of darkness whose hands are stained with blood. On this moonless night, as the wind howled, Shu stealthily dispatched the lookout guards, both visible and concealed. With decisive precision, in mere moments, he slipped into the stronghold under the watchful eyes of Orochimaru and Liuyun. "Follow me." Orochimaru beckoned to the concealed Liuyun as he leaped from the tree and strode purposefully towards the stronghold. Liuyun emerged from the underbrush, hastening to keep pace with his mentor. Upon arriving at the stronghold's entrance, the sight of bloodied corpses sent a chill through him. Bandits and their vicious dogs lay dead, their throats slit by Shu's swift hand, their lifeblood spilled upon the ground. Having grown up in a rural setting, Liuyun had witnessed the slaughter of pigs in his youth. Despite the brutality of such acts, he had always approached them with a certain boldness, unperturbed by the cries and the blood. While he recognized the cruelty of the moment and felt a twinge of discomfort at the sight of blood, he did not experience fear. Fear prompts one to flee, yet he found himself repeatedly drawn to observe such grim spectacles. In this moment, confronted by the sight of the slain bandits, he found an absence of the sympathy he had felt when witnessing the death of cattle. Instead, a heightened sense of discomfort washed over him, causing his complexion to pale, though he quickly composed himself with several deep breaths in the evening breeze. "Ah, Liuyun, your fortitude is commendable, far surpassing Shu's first encounter with death," Orochimaru rasped with a hint of praise. Liuyun managed a stiff smile, saying little in response. As they ventured further into the stronghold, a foul stench mingled with the metallic tang of blood invaded their nostrils. Concurrently, the cacophony of curses and skirmishes erupted from within, indicating that Shu had indeed been discovered by the bandits. Orochimaru remained unfazed, confident in Shu's abilities, dismissing the notion that mere bandits could stand against a ninja. Even those who had trained and acquired chakra would prove no match for Shu. With each step Liuyun took, he encountered more lifeless bodies. The rooms of the bandits were strewn with corpses, many still lying in slumber when their throats were mercilessly cut. The encounter between a ninja and an ordinary person was inherently one-sided, especially when the ninja concealed their presence and aura. "Liuyun, I entrust you with a task. Gather all the bodies." Orochimaru's hoarse voice echoed through the air. Liuyun's face turned pale, yet he ultimately nodded and commenced the grim task of collecting the dead. Orochimaru had not summoned him merely to observe. He was to learn through experience and understand the necessity of obeying commands. As Liuyun traversed the rooms, he carried the bodies one by one, discarding them carelessly in an open area. The acrid stench of excrement and blood filled his nostrils. The sight of the bandits, their throats slit, did not overwhelmingly disgust him until he encountered one who had been cleaved in two, the carnage forcing him to retch, cursing Shu's lineage in his mind. Liuyun felt fortunate he had not dined that evening, sparing himself further discomfort. Battling through the nauseating stench, he ultimately managed to gather the dismembered remains together. Moments later, a sudden explosion shattered the stillness, plunging the stronghold into eerie silence. "Teacher, the task is complete. All have been dealt with," Shu reported as he approached Orochimaru, his pallor betraying the psychological toll of his actions. After all, he was still a youthful spirit, and the role of executioner weighed heavily on his conscience. "How many dogs perished? How many bandits were slain?" Orochimaru inquired, his expression inscrutable. "3 dogs outside, 2 large dogs, and a litter of pups inside. As for the bandits, I did not keep count," Shu replied candidly. "Not keeping count? Did you truly not notice? I have told you before, maintain clarity of thought during battle. If you can remain calm while taking a life, you will not forget the number of foes you've dispatched, especially when their numbers are not particularly great," Orochimaru chided. Disappointment etched upon his face. "I apologize, sensei," Shu murmured, his gaze lowered in remorse. "Next time, be mindful. Do not allow excessive negative emotions to cloud your judgment. Your mind must remain clear and composed at all times," Orochimaru sighed, waving his hand dismissively, refraining from overly chastising his pupil. "Understood. Now, assist Liuyun in clearing the battlefield and collecting any valuables," Orochimaru instructed, delineating the subsequent tasks with clarity. Yes, their roles were distinctly defined, one directing, one collecting bodies, and one gathering treasures. "Liuyun, you've worked hard," Shu teased as he encountered Liuyun amid the grim task of corpse gathering. Liuyun maintained a stony expression, ignoring the boy's jests. "Liuyun, come here," Orochimaru's voice suddenly called from outside, prompting Liuyun to furrow his brow instinctively. "I'm coming." Chapter 52. Offering to the Sinister Serpent. A night of blood and fire. Orochimaru-sensei, what is your command? Liuyun inquired, having discarded a body onto the pile and cleaned the blood from his hands as he approached. Come and take a look at this individual. He appears to still be breathing, Orochimaru said, gently nudging a bandit with his foot and gesturing for Liuyun to examine him. Liuyun approached the bandit, gently placing his hand over the location of the man's heart. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in affirmation of Orochimaru's assertions. There remained a heartbeat. Yet due to excessive blood loss, the man would likely not survive for long. Orochimaru let out a raspy chuckle, then kicked a long blade towards Liuyun. He was to take up this knife and bring an end to the bandit's wretched and sinful existence. Gazing at Orochimaru's malevolent grin, an involuntary shiver coursed through Liuyun. He instinctively picked up the long knife. His face bore little sign of panic, yet his trembling hands betrayed the turmoil within. Hurry, thrust it into the heart, and the mission will conclude. Orochimaru's smile faded as he coldly urged Liuyun, who hesitated to act. Beside them, Shengshu had already managed the aftermath and now silently observed Liuyun. Only those who had experienced such a moment could truly grasp its terror. Plunging that blade would mark the end of their once innocent youth. Even under the blazing sun in the future, there would always be a shadowed corner within, forever untouched by light. A hand stained with the blood of the slain, no matter how thoroughly it was cleansed, would always feel tainted at heart. Liuyun's expression gradually shifted to one of grim determination. Under the watchful eyes of Orochimaru and Shengshu, he drove the long knife forcefully into the bandit's body. The heart, still faintly beating, was pierced directly, and the blade even emerged from the other side, embedding itself into the ground. At this sight, Shengshu's eyelid twitched involuntarily several times. He had never possessed such ferocity. That murderous glare, that frenzied strength. This bandit seemed to have a vendetta akin to a father's murder. Clap, clap, clap. Watching the youth kneeling and gasping for breath, Orochimaru could not help but applaud, praising the display of ferocity. In his eyes, such determination was a hallmark of youth, and he held high hopes for Liuyun's future. Unaware of their thoughts, Liuyun had been fixated on a singular thought as he acted. In a past life, he could not avenge his country, but now, in this life, he had the opportunity. A man must not be ineffectual, nor should he show weakness. He merely hypnotized his mind momentarily, and suddenly, his hands ceased to tremble. The desire to kill arose naturally within him. Orochimaru bit his right thumb, drawing blood, then traced a line in his left palm. Slowly, he began to form hand seals before forcefully slamming his palms onto the ground. Summoning jutsu. With a resounding boom, a thick mist enveloped the area, and a fearsome giant serpent materialized before them. Orochimaru, you had better provide a reasonable explanation. The voice of the serpent resonated through the smoke, laced with irritation, as it seemed on the verge of unleashing its wrath. The moment the monstrous serpent appeared, it sent Shengshu staggering back several steps. Even Liuyun instinctively retreated 2 steps, but upon realizing the creature's origins, his fear dissipated. 10,000 snakes. This is the offering I have prepared for you. Orochimaru gestured toward the pile of corpses on the ground, a stiff smile adorning his face. The serpent's eyes brightened at the mention of an offering, but upon seeing the heap of bodies, its demeanor soured. Dead bodies? I need something to fill my belly first. Orochimaru chuckled awkwardly, appearing quite humble before the colossal serpent. Humph. The serpent snorted, its massive form writhing slightly. In the next instant, it erupted in fury, its enormous frame moving with alarming speed, its foul, venomous maw lunging toward Orochimaru. Startled by the sudden movement, Orochimaru's pupils constricted, and he instinctively took a small step back. For the sake of food, I shall let it pass this time. The serpent halted its massive form, demonstrating its formidable physical prowess in the transition from aggression to stillness. Next time, prepare me 100 offerings, all alive. Facing the serpent's menacing attitude and terrifying presence, Orochimaru felt no trace of discontent. Instead, he instinctively nodded in agreement. You two brats, hurry and come serve your lord's meal. The serpent lay prostrate, its cold, serpentine gaze sweeping over the 2 youths. If you dawdle any longer, I shall swallow you whole. Seeing the 2 remain unmoved, the serpent's anger flared anew. You two, toss the bodies in. Orochimaru sighed, issuing the command. Be attentive, and ensure to strip off any clothing and debris. I detest anything other than flesh and blood. The serpent's tone was exceedingly arrogant. Shengshu hurriedly complied with the instructions, while Liuyun instinctively narrowed his eyes. This beast was indeed audacious, but his Sharingan was a natural nemesis to such large summoning creatures. Were it not for the presence of others, he would have relished demonstrating what reverence truly meant. What are you staring at? Is my command ineffective? The serpent suddenly noticed Liuyun's gaze, and the disdain and murderous intent that arose within it were palpable. Quit dawdling, come help. Shengshu's face paled as he vigorously waved Liuyun over. Haha, this child is too timid. He has been frightened into a stupor. Orochimaru quickly interjected, seeking to alleviate the tension. He had also noticed Liuyun's expression. This boy showed no fear of the massive serpent. In fact, for a fleeting moment, it seemed he bore a glint of ferocity. Such audacity truly astonished and impressed Orochimaru. Liuyun averted his gaze, no longer meeting the serpent's eyes. Instead, he joined Shengshu in the grim and odorous task of stripping the corpses. One by one, the bodies were hurled into the serpent's foul maw. It was absurd that this beast required attendants to serve its meals, an affront to the heavens and an egregious insult. Unfortunately, the timing was not right for him to act. Liuyun could only hold his breath and endure. As the serpent continued to devour the corpses, the heaps of bodies were gradually eliminated. After a hearty feast, it vanished into a cloud of smoke without so much as a word, returning to its lair, clearly showing no regard for Orochimaru. Oddly enough, Orochimaru exhibited no signs of anger. His expression remained one of acceptance. Let us return to the village. The mission is complete. He turned away, leading the way back to Konoha, setting the entire bandit camp ablaze in the process. Shengshu instinctively followed in his footsteps. Murder and arson, all in one. Witnessing the flames soaring into the sky, Liuyun's lips moved as he softly murmured. In the next moment, he exhaled a breath of stale air, decisively turning to stride after the two figures ahead. Chapter 53. The caring yet gossiping mother, squatting on the ground playing with leaves, the big fool. By the time they returned to Konoha, it was already the dead of night. Fortunately, Liuyun had previously returned home to inform Asuka before his departure. Near the small river not far from home, Liuyun plunged into the water to wash off the foul stench of blood, discarding his not-so-easily clean shirt into the flowing water before returning home bare-chested. Upon arriving home, he washed himself again with soap and changed into clean clothes, finally regaining a semblance of normalcy. Son, are you hungry? May I prepare something for you to eat? Asuka's voice called from outside the door. Mother, did you just wake up? Or have you been awake all night? Liuyun opened the door to find Asuka. I got up when I heard some noise. I don't have work right now, so I can wake and sleep whenever I please. Just a moment. Let me go to the kitchen and make you something delicious. The caring mother did not immediately inquire about the specifics of Liuyun's mission. Instead, she worried that her son had gone without dinner and might be hungry. Liuyun rubbed his stomach. Indeed, he felt somewhat hungry. At the dinner table, watching her son eat heartily, Asuka could no longer suppress her curiosity and gossiping nature, finally asking, "What mission did you accompany Lord Orochimaru on today?" Had she not truly witnessed Orochimaru himself standing at the doorstep, Asuka would have found it hard to believe her son's words. The esteemed elite Jonin, a disciple of the Hokage, seeking the companionship of a mere elementary student who is yet to graduate from the ninja academy to embark on a mission outside the village was simply unfathomable. At that moment, Asuka was rendered speechless. However, due to Orochimaru's presence, she refrained from probing further. Instead, she meticulously advised Liuyun to prioritize his safety and entrusted Orochimaru with the care of her son, ultimately granting them permission for this venture beyond the village. After all, once her son became a ninja, it was inevitable that he would undertake missions outside the village. Orochimaru had asserted that accumulating experience in advance was beneficial, continually assuring her that no harm would come to him, which allowed Asuka to feel a modicum of relief and nod in agreement. It's nothing much. Just dealing with a few petty thieves. Lord Orochimaru merely asked me to observe and learn, Liuyun recounted, deliberately omitting certain details and providing a vague overview. Oh, I see. Lord Orochimaru truly is kind to you. You should spend more time with him. After all, he is a disciple of the Hokage, and there's no doubt that learning from him will be advantageous. Asuka's curiosity grew. By the way, how did you come to be favored by Lord Orochimaru? Why haven't you mentioned this to your mother? As she spoke, her questions multiplied. Liuyun, unable to withstand her inquisitive barrage, could only manage to appease her with half-truths while they shared a meal. After concocting a web of fabrications to placate his caring mother, Liuyun returned to his room, yet found himself unable to slumber. The vivid imagery of the gruesome slaughter replayed in his mind, leaving him with considerable psychological distress. Shoju offered to share his insights, stating that such reactions were entirely normal, yet Liuyun could only force himself to refrain from dwelling on the matter. However, as he tried to suppress thoughts of the bloody scenes, his mind inadvertently drifted to the emotional conundrum involving the red-haired girl, which seemed to trouble him even more than the violent memories. Lost in thought, he dozed for a mere 2 hours, and as dawn broke, he rose and ventured outside. resuming his morning run and training as per usual. As a being of dual souls, he required only a brief respite to swiftly restore his mental state. In fact, even if he were to go 2 or 3 days without sleep, it would unlikely cause any decline in his vigor, a testament to his formidable mental fortitude. In the morning, Liuyun arrived early at the entrance of the Senju clan, but upon failing to encounter the fiery-haired girl immediately, a hint of disappointment crossed his features. Nevertheless, he lingered, seeking a discreet spot to crouch and amuse himself with a small leaf. He picked up a leaf with 2 fingers, channeling chakra into it in an attempt to ignite it. Achieving this was no simple task. He would need countless attempts, as this was the practice of manipulating the nature of fire chakra, which he employed to pass the time. Meanwhile, Kushina, having experienced the bittersweet pangs of affection the previous day, fought against fatigue and drowsiness as she made her way to the clan's entrance. She intended to see if that wretched boy had come to find her. Since the previous afternoon, the distance between the estate and the clan's gate had been traversed so many times that she could scarcely recall. Each visit to the entrance was marked by a fervent desire to see him, coupled with the dread of actually encountering him, a conflicting emotional turmoil that had plagued her for an extended period. Today, she resolved to end this mental torment. If she did not see him in the morning, she would seek him out herself, regardless of the potential for future disdain. Longing is a malady, and Kushina was blissfully unaware that she had already succumbed to it. Still not here? Gazing through the gate at the desolate street beyond, a bitter smile crept onto her lips, and she felt an overwhelming urge to weep. She had experienced a restless night, and at this moment, the thought of returning home to sleep was tempting, yet she feared a repeat of yesterday's events. Allowing that boy to wait another morning could irreparably damage their relationship. Thus, despite her overwhelming fatigue and poor condition, she steeled herself and stepped out in search of the boy. At worst, she would apologize to Liuyun, and they might return to their previous state, freeing her from the torment of her restless heart. Last night, she had come to realize that her own impulsiveness and sensitivity had caused rifts in their relationship. Upon reflection, it was difficult to pinpoint any shortcomings in Liuyun's treatment of her. The moment she had let go, she now understood, had been precipitated by her own struggles. It dawned on her that Liuyun had never wronged her in the slightest. Exiting the clan's gate, Kushina instinctively glanced around. At first glance, she appeared to find no sign of Liuyun, her expression still clouded with disappointment. However, a sudden thought struck her, and she hurriedly turned her gaze to a corner. There, squatting on the ground with a comically contorted expression, was the ever-absurd Uchiha Liuyun, engrossed in playing with leaves. Kushina's face registered shock as she spotted Liuyun, who, in turn, quickly noticed her presence. Chapter 54. 2 Hearts Unveiled. The Strength Required to Confront the Nine Tails. Kushina, tossing aside the leaf, Liuyun hurriedly rose and jogged toward her. Watching the exuberant boy approach, the astonishment on Kushina's face faded, her heart racing uncontrollably as he drew nearer. Kushina, noticing the redness around her eyes and her weary demeanor, Liuyun could not help but call out gently, instinctively stepping closer. The moment he spoke her name, Kushina's tears began to fall uncontrollably. Realizing her lapse in composure, she quickly turned away, unwilling to reveal her vulnerability. "Why do you still seek me out?" Kushina's voice rose several pitches in a fit of agitation, her back to Liuyun. In truth, she had not intended to confront him, but rather to apologize. However, the tears transformed her words into something entirely different, an epitome of insincerity. As soon as the words left her lips, she regretted them, momentarily neglecting her desire to conceal her fragility. Wiping her tears with her wrist, she swiftly turned to gauge Liuyun's reaction. The anticipated anger and discontent were conspicuously absent. Instead, his expression bore guilt and concern. "I'm sorry." Liuyun's apology came forth before she could utter her own, his tone imbued with tenderness and sincerity. "Forgive me, Kushina." Hearing these heartfelt apologies, Kushina instinctively covered her mouth in disbelief, tears of gratitude streaming down her cheeks anew. Liuyun extended his palm, gently brushing away the tears from her face. At that moment, Kushina could no longer suppress her feelings and emotions. She nodded emphatically, then leaped into Liuyun's embrace, her delicate hands wrapping tightly around his back. Feeling the warmth radiating from her embrace, tenderness illuminated Liuyun's face as he held Kushina close, his right hand soothingly patting her back in a gesture of comfort. Within the Senju clan estate, Uzumaki Mito witnessed this tender scene unfold. Regarding her children's budding romance, she harbored no intentions of interference. Rather, she might even lend her support in secret. As the new vessel for the Nine Tails, Kushina required an abundance of love to fill her container. One cannot become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails without love. For decades, Uzumaki Mido coexisted with the Nine Tails, fully aware of the formidable strength of its hatred and resentment, a veritable amalgamation of negative emotions. The Nine Tails, devoid of love, regardless of its formidable sealing prowess, would inevitably succumb to its own vulnerabilities, leading to seduction and control, ultimately resulting in a catastrophic outburst. The only force capable of counteracting such hatred and resentment is love. Affection, romantic love, and even friendship can serve as vital counterweights against the Nine Tails. Mido's time was dwindling, and the window for Kushina's growth was equally limited. Before the transition between the old and new Jinchuriki, she must ensure that love exists within the new vessel. Only in this way could she depart with peace of mind. Furthermore, as a contemporary of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, she was acutely aware that the Uchiha clan Sharingan possessed the ability to directly control the Nine Tails. This fact was likely unbeknownst even to the current third Hokage. Liuyun was no ordinary child. Not only could he potentially awaken the Sharingan, but he also bore the bloodline of the Senju clan. He hailed from a noble lineage, possessed exceptional talent, exhibited maturity, and appeared quite dependable. Most importantly, Kushina held a fondness for Liuyun, leading Mido to believe that no one in Konoha was more suited to be the future partner of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki than he. Entrusting Kushina to Liuyun's care instilled great confidence in her. Moreover, she could discern that the boy genuinely harbored affection for Kushina, even willing to tolerate her capriciousness. Overall, Mido held high hopes for both of them and was quite satisfied with the current circumstances. How delightful it was. Observing the two tightly embraced, Mido smiled contentedly, only to have an unwelcome visage intrude upon her thoughts. How could Tsunade, that reckless girl, not take a page from Kushina's book? At her age, she still lacked a boyfriend, spending her days consumed by alcohol and gambling. Mido had a foreboding sense that she might not witness Tsunade's wedding day. As for cradling a great-grandchild, that seemed an even more far-fetched possibility. I'm sorry, I too am at fault for my impulsive anger. Kushina earnestly apologized to Liuyun after drying her tears. She was not lacking in the courage to admit her mistakes, and once composed, she could articulate her desires clearly. No, it was my fault. Liuyun smiled, taking the blame upon himself, believing that he had been too hasty and could not fault Kushina. No. Kushina waved her hand in denial, but in the next moment, Liuyun grasped her palm. Forget it. Today I will be the teacher and show you how to climb trees. Kushina paused for a moment, then nodded with a smile, eagerly wrapping her arms around Liuyun's. Yes. As they walked towards the training grounds, Kushina once again apologized, recalling the misunderstanding from the previous day. I overslept yesterday morning, missing our appointment and leaving you waiting all morning. I know, Grandma Mido told me, Liuyun replied with a grin. Ah, then why didn't you come wake me? To learn how to climb trees, one needs a good mental state. If you don't sleep well, it's counterproductive to learn. So I plan to let you rest and find you in the afternoon. Before Kushina could inquire why Liuyun had not come, he recounted his unexpected encounter with Orochimaru and his disciples, who had summoned him for unsavory tasks. As a ninja, Kushina would inevitably encounter bloodshed, unlike ordinary folk like Asuka. So Liuyun felt it appropriate to share more of the truth with her. Ah, so that is what happened. I knew you wouldn't miss an appointment without reason. Kushina laughed, playfully shaking his arm as the knot in her heart untangled, her mood blossoming beautifully. At that moment, their closeness deepened, and after opening their hearts to each other, their bond evidently grew stronger. But what does Lord Orochimaru think? He had you face blood so soon. You must have had nightmares last night, right? The thought of a scene littered with corpses made Kushina's complexion pale, sending shivers down her spine as memories of her hometown flooded her mind. Chapter 55. Can I sleep at his house? Dragon Ball, who created it? While it evoked some sentiments, it was merely a matter of necessity. Ninjas must endure the trials of blood, and fear must be overcome. This was an inevitability. As Liuyun spoke, he noticed Kushina's unusual demeanor. Kushina, what's wrong? At that moment, Kushina's face was ashen, her body slightly trembling. The destruction of Uzumaki village had left a profound impact on her young psyche. This psychological scar might fade with time, but it would never vanish entirely. It's nothing. Kushina forced a smile, her rigidity betraying her true feelings. Were my words frightening? Liuyun expressed mild surprise, unaware that Kushina had been reminded of Uzumaki village, thinking instead that she was startled by the impending bloody trials. Do not fear. I will accompany you in facing all difficulties in the future. Sensing her anxiety, Liuyun reached for her hand, his face radiating a sunny smile. The warmth and strength from his grip instantly quelled her trembling, alleviating much of her inner dread. Thank you, Liuyun-kun. In that moment, Kushina seemed to grasp the essence of reliance and love. Let us postpone our tree climbing practice by the river. Come back home with me. Rest this morning to restore your energy, and we'll resume learning to climb trees in the afternoon. Kushina's dark circles were quite pronounced, her delicate face betraying fatigue, and Liuyun suspected she had endured another sleepless night. Sounds good. I'll follow your lead. Upon hearing Liuyun suggest resting in the morning, Kushina instinctively exhaled a sigh of relief, fully aware of her need for rest. Yet, the thought of going to Liuyun's house ignited a whirlwind of uncontrolled thoughts in her mind. Liuyun couldn't he possibly mean for her to sleep at his house? Could he? The mere thought sent her heart racing, her cheeks blooming like a ripe tomato. Liuyun, is your mother at home? Upon arriving at Liuyun's doorstep, Kushina was as anxious as ever. Fortunately, she was out that morning, having mentioned she would visit a few shops to scout suitable locations for a flower shop. Liuyun explained with a smile, prompting Kushina to relax slightly as she straightened her posture upon entering. Has she not gone to work? What made her consider opening a flower shop? They settled in the living room, and Kushina casually inquired. She quit her job long ago. I suggested it. As for the flower shop, it was mainly because she found being idle at home too dull and wished to keep herself occupied. Liuyun produced a plethora of snacks to treat Kushina, nearly filling the low table with delicacies. What? You encouraged her to quit? Kushina felt as if she must have misheard. Yes, her previous job was quite taxing, so I told her to stop. After all, I can support her. What? Kushina realized she had indeed heard correctly, and Liuyun's words seemed increasingly outrageous. They were merely ungraduated elementary students. How could he possibly afford to support his mother? Moreover, she was well aware of Liuyun's employment status. As these thoughts raced through her mind, she suddenly recalled a night spent at the night market. Liuyun had casually spent thousands. Where had that money come from? Noticing Kushina's bewildered expression, Liuyun revealed his endeavors in writing and creation. Nanny? Kushina's eyes widened. Disbelief etched across her face. Liuyun's words sounded like a fantastical tale, akin to a bizarre fable. In that moment, Kushina felt a tempest of uncertainty. It was not that she doubted him. Rather, the absurdity of Liuyun's claims was beyond her comprehension. Without witnessing it firsthand, no one would believe that an elementary student could earn substantial wealth through writing. As she gazed at the astonishment etched upon her face, Liuyun casually retrieved a comic book from beneath the low table. This was a comic adaptation of my story, and you can check the name of the scriptwriter. Liuyun nonchalantly tossed the comic book in front of Kushina. To her surprise, it was Dragon Ball. Kushina couldn't help but exclaim. She had vaguely seen Shinju read it, and had overheard numerous classmates discussing this comic. Although she held little interest in comics, she was aware of its considerable fame within Konoha. Could it truly be genuine? Trembling, Kushina picked up the comic. And as her eyes fell upon the lower right corner of the cover, she instinctively widened her gaze. The lower right corner of Dragon Ball bore a few lines of small print along with two names: comic author, Akira Toriyama; story scriptwriter, Liuyun; character design, Liuyun. This comic was jointly created by the two aforementioned individuals. Originally, the author's name should have solely indicated Liuyun, but since the copyright belonged to both, and Akira Toriyama sought to gain recognition, his name was also included. Liuyun, however, did not mind this. He had no desire to achieve fame through imitation. And the success of Dragon Ball was hardly unexpected. In the future, it was inevitable that someone would have to step into the limelight. And sharing half of the fame with Akira Toriyama was not a significant concern for him. What Liuyun truly desired was simply wealth. Liuyun, it really is you. Kushina stammered, her words faltering. In fact, there had been instances within the campus where some students had made jokes about Liuyun using the name Liuyun, a matter Kushina had vaguely heard about. However, she was unaware of what Liuyun represented, as her knowledge of comics was limited. Furthermore, she vaguely recalled Liuyun smiling and admitting that this name indeed belonged to him, that he was Liuyun. Kushina remembered a group of bullies mocking him, with some audaciously calling him a pretentious dog. In her attempt to defend Liuyun's honor, she had even given one of them a good thrashing. Now, reflecting on it, could this Liuyun truly be him? Well, you can consider Liuyun as my pen name, Liuyun replied nonchalantly while munching on some snacks. Kushina instinctively covered her mouth, and the look in her eyes, once filled with shock, gradually transformed into admiration. While others viewed Liuyun as a pretentious dog, doubting his intelligence and capability to create a comic like Dragon Ball, Kushina firmly believed in his talent. Had she not seen the name, she might have held some skepticism. But now that she had, she was entirely convinced that this comic was indeed the work of Liuyun. Uchiha Liuyun and Liuyun. What a peculiar coincidence for a small village like Konoha. The talents displayed by Liuyun were so numerous that Kushina felt she could not even count them on her fingers. The notion of a treasure boy was not merely a figment of her imagination. Even now, she struggled to comprehend the extent of his abilities. The key was that Liuyun maintained an incredibly low profile. It seemed as though only she had discovered this treasure boy. With this thought in mind, Kushina felt a sense of glee, involuntarily letting out a snort of laughter. Chapter 56. When I say you're tired, you must lie down. The one with the purse strings calls the shots. Nana, what are you laughing about? You don't believe that Yi Liuyun is me, do you? Liuyun raised an eyebrow, a hint of displeasure evident in his tone. No, I believe. I just didn't expect that brother Liuyun is a polymath. I'm laughing at how fortunate I am. Kushina's voice diminished, her demeanor turning bashful, leaving Liuyun perplexed. What did you find? Never mind if you didn't hear. She replied. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation for quite some time, but as the atmosphere grew relaxed and jovial, Kushina began to feel drowsy, yawning repeatedly. You're tired. You need to get some proper rest, Liuyun observed, his tone light yet earnest. Oh no, I'm not tired. The moment she remembered she was at Liuyun's home, her fatigue evaporated significantly. The thought of sleeping at his house, should anyone find out, would be mortifying. Thus, even if she were genuinely tired, she dared not close her eyes, nor could she afford to lay down on the tatami without regard for her image. I say you're tired, Liuyun repeated, his voice now laced with an undeniable authority that commanded attention. Kushina instinctively looked at him, only to be met with a pair of blood-red, three-tomo Sharingan. In that brief moment of eye contact, Kushina collapsed onto the tatami. Liuyun closed his Sharingan and approached her, a faint smile gracing his lips. Jinjutsu hypnosis was merely one of the basic abilities of the Sharingan, and given Kushina's significantly weakened mental state, she was utterly defenseless against his hypnosis. In truth, even if she were in a better condition, it might not be enough to resist. Liuyun's mental prowess was overwhelmingly strong, and in a one-on-one scenario, no peer could withstand his Jinjutsu. Gently lifting the pliant girl with fiery red hair, Liuyun made his way to his room. Kushina was heavier than he had anticipated. He was certain she outweighed him considerably. Girls typically develop faster than boys, and at this age, Kushina was nearly his height, but evidently more developed. Liuyun carefully placed her on his bed and then covered her with a blanket. After completing these tasks, he exited the room, gently closing the sliding door behind him. Shadow clone technique. In the courtyard, Liuyun gathered a heap of dry leaves and began training in the transformation of fire nature chakra. This training could be delegated to the shadow clones while Liuyun's main body engaged in a series of physical training tasks on the ground. Push-ups, handstand push-ups, sit-ups, frog jumps, weighted squats, and weighted horse stances, nearly exhausting most of his muscle groups. Liuyun sweat profusely under the sun. He was unbothered by the prospect of getting tanned and even welcomed the sun's rays. With his somewhat feminine features, overly pale skin would only accentuate his likeness to a girl, and he had no desire to be seen as effeminate. Sunbathing had numerous benefits, including calcium absorption and bone strengthening, as long as one was cautious not to suffer from heat stroke. Time swiftly passed until noon. At that moment, Asuka returned home, carrying a plethora of ingredients. I'm back. Mom, did you find a suitable location? Liuyun casually inquired. I've narrowed it down to 2. Son, come help me decide which area is best for opening a shop, Asuka replied, pulling out a map of Konoha. Didn't I give you a general area to look at? Did you check it out? Liuyun asked while busy preparing a meal in the kitchen. I did, but that spot has very little foot traffic. It probably isn't suitable for a flower shop. Asuka scratched her head. She believed a flower shop should be situated in a bustling area, yet the location Liuyun had suggested clearly lacked sufficient customers. Just tell me if there are any affordable and spacious storefronts there. Liuyun rolled his eyes. The area he indicated was perfectly positioned between Konoha Hospital and the cemetery. An ideal location, just lacking in timing. There are, and not just one, but. Asuka hesitated, feeling her son hadn't grasped her point. No buts. Choose a sufficiently large place there. The foot traffic may be low, but the rent is cheap, and it can be purchased outright, Liuyun decisively concluded. What? Buying the storefront? Isn't renting better? Asuka exclaimed, astonished. Why rent? In a busy area, the rent would be nearly as much as buying a place outright. Liuyun replied. That is not entirely incorrect, but the key is that the location isn't very suitable for business, Asuka quietly countered. Who said that? It's just that the timing hasn't arrived yet. This is the perfect opportunity to build the flower shop's reputation. Very well. I shall heed your advice and proceed accordingly. However, should there be any financial losses, you must not blame me. Misato sighed, acknowledging the situation. Given that the financial backer was her own son, she felt compelled to acquiesce to his judgment. Rest assured, the profits will be yours, and any losses will be mine, Liuyun declared with a grand gesture, exuding confidence. Those are your words, Misato chuckled softly, admiring her son's assertiveness. He truly appeared quite dashing. Oh, why have you prepared so many dishes? Surely, the two of us cannot finish them all, she queried, perplexed as she assisted in the kitchen. Kushina will be dining with us today, Liuyun replied with a smile. What? When did she decide to come? You should have informed me sooner. I could have prepared more dishes. Misato feigned annoyance, realizing the importance of properly hosting her son's potential girlfriend. She's in the house, currently resting in my room, Liuyun casually mentioned while cooking. What? Misato gasped, dropping the ingredients from her hands. Surely, you did not sleep in the same bed as Kushina last night. At your age, that is entirely inappropriate. Upon hearing her outburst, Liuyun instantly understood his mother had jumped to conclusions. He quickly clarified the situation, and Misato finally breathed a sigh of relief. While she could tolerate her son's early romantic inclinations, she firmly believed that engaging in reckless behavior at such a tender age was absolutely unacceptable. I will go wake her for lunch, Misato volunteered as she finished preparing the meal. I'll handle it, Liuyun interjected, stepping towards his room. Watching his retreating figure, Misato couldn't help but smile. Her son was far superior to his late father. At such a young age, he was already adept at charming young ladies and had even invited one into their home. The duality of her feelings as a mother, fearful of her son's potential misbehavior while simultaneously proud of his charm and capabilities, was a bittersweet experience. Chapter 57. An enthusiastic mother-in-law and an enraged Kushina. Liuyun knelt beside Kushina, channeling his chakra into her. In a short while, she slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing him, she paused momentarily before instinctively breaking into a smile. Still dazed from sleep, she believed she was dreaming. The handsome figure of Liuyun, with his captivating smile, seemed too good to be true. Time to wake up, he gently called, causing Kushina to break into a cold sweat. Where am I? She stammered, surveying her unfamiliar surroundings. Where else? This is my home, Liuyun replied with a grin. And this is my bed, he added, confirming her unspoken question. Kushina's pupils dilated as she swiftly sat up. How did I end up in your bed? How long have I been asleep? What time is it? What happened? Her face flushed with embarrassment as she bombarded him with questions, struggling to recall what had transpired. Having been hypnotized by his 3-tomo Sharingan, she felt as though she had slept for an eternity, her energy revitalized. This morning, you fainted at the table from exhaustion. I feared you wouldn't rest well, so I carried you to my room. You've been asleep for 3 hours. It's now noon, Liuyun explained, dispelling her confusion. I fainted? No wonder I lost consciousness and can't remember anything. Kushina lamented, raking her fingers through her hair in disbelief, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Let us not dwell on the details. Come join me for lunch. My mother is waiting for you, Liuyun urged, standing up. What? Your mother is waiting for me? For lunch? Kushina stuttered, taken aback. Yes, don't be nervous. My mom has always remembered you and genuinely likes you. Since our last meeting, she has insisted that I invite you over, Liuyun reassured her, noticing her anxiety. But I haven't informed my family. Kushina fretted, worried about her grandmother's concerns. You needn't worry. I've already sent a shadow clone to inform her. Your grandmother knows and has given her approval, Liuyun said, noting her surprise at his reliability. And, does your mother know I stayed here? She asked, her voice tinged with embarrassment. Rest easy. I told her you had a mishap during training and fainted from overexertion. She is worried about you and won't think ill of you, he assured her, watching her visibly relax. You're so clever. Let us hurry before my mother grows impatient, Kushina urged, grabbing his hand. Wait, I need you to help me with something, Liuyun requested. What is it? She inquired. I may have told Misato that my culinary skills are a result of your teaching. If the two of you sit down for a meal together, I'm certain she will inquire about it, he explained, anticipating her reaction. What? You lied to her? And how did you even learn to cook? Why the deception? Kushina was both astonished and curious. Liuyun was a master of deception, and she wondered what else he might be concealing. Let us eat first. My mother is waiting for us. Afterward, I will explain everything, he urged. Fine. But you must promise not to lie again. After lunch, I expect a full disclosure, Kushina threatened playfully. Before long, they arrived at the dining table. Nana. Misato greeted Kushina with open arms, displaying an enthusiastic warmth. The endearing nickname seemed to slip from her lips naturally, surprising Liuyun. Hello, Auntie, Kushina responded shyly. Her cheeks flushed as she navigated Misato's attentive inquiries. Come on, if we don't eat soon, the food will grow cold. Liuyun's stomach protested audibly, prompting laughter. Right, let us eat. Misato cheerfully ushered Kushina to take a seat. During the meal, Misato indeed praised Liuyun's cooking skills, lavishing compliments on Kushina for her culinary talents despite her young age, declaring her one of the most capable and considerate girls in the ninja world. Kushina was caught in a whirlwind of embarrassment, her face a constant shade of crimson as she awkwardly laughed and focused on her food. Liuyun, meanwhile, continued to shift the attention onto her, making it impossible for Kushina to deny her newfound reputation. She shot him glances of annoyance, her frustration mounting as she yearned to retaliate. Liuyun remained unfazed, happily serving both women while offering praise, thoroughly enjoying the chaos he had orchestrated. As lunch concluded, Misato engaged Kushina in light conversation until Liuyun suggested they go outside to train, reluctantly allowing the young lady to leave. You deceitful, charming trickster, Kushina muttered under her breath, unable to suppress her irritation. As soon as they stepped out of the house, Kushina could no longer contain her fury and forcefully kicked Ryan down to the ground. I am trying to help you maintain your facade, yet you, ungrateful wretch, not only fail to assist me in my predicament, but also audaciously label me. And during our meal, you wore that insufferable smirk? Weren't you just reveling in laughter? Why the silence now? Leaning down, Kushina grasped Ryan by the collar, her face twisted into a sinister grin. What a grave injustice. I am not taking delight in your misfortune, Inai. Please, allow me to explain. Ryan frantically waved his hands, attempting to calm her down, his face frozen in a strained smile. The moment he smiled, however, Kushina's eyes blazed with fury, and without a moment's hesitation, she delivered a powerful punch to his handsome visage. Chapter 58. The Art of Climbing Trees. Is Ryan truly Kushina's offspring? Not far from the riverbank near their home, a bruised and battered Ryan was instructing Kushina on the art of tree climbing. Having lost faith in his dubious claims, Kushina decided that rather than entertain his nonsense, it would be far more satisfying to give him a good thrashing to vent her frustrations. Focusing her thoughts, she channeled her chakra to her feet, following Ryan's meticulous guidance. Armed with a kunai to mark her progress, she commenced her training. Inevitably, Kushina suffered numerous falls, wincing in pain and becoming dirtier with each attempt. Unable to bear the sight, Ryan stood at the base of the tree to catch her when she tumbled down. Initially, the two enjoyed a harmonious training session, even sharing some laughter. However, an unfortunate misstep occurred when Ryan grasped the forbidden Wangzai little bun. The next moment, Kushina shrieked, instinctively slapping him across the face. Perverted scoundrel. I'll make sure you meet your demise, you wretched tomato. If I ever acknowledge you again, I shall be your kin. Ryan, furious yet amused, decided to ignore her and resumed his daily training. Kushina, pouting, continued her climb. Yet, after a couple more falls, she began to regret her decision. Naturally, despite her feelings of regret, she would never concede defeat or bow her head, especially after having just struck him. Ryan was still in a huff, and it seemed he took delight in her misfortunes, particularly with that smug grin of his. He may master this training overnight, but I can surely surpass him. This fool won't be laughing for long. Rubbing her sore backside, she mentally encouraged herself while shooting a threatening glare in his direction. If Ryan were to discover her thoughts, he would likely burst into laughter. Climbing trees was no trivial task, unless one possessed a natural talent for it, or had a peculiar mental fortitude like Ryan. Mastering it in a single afternoon was utterly implausible. Kushina had much more falling to endure. Ryan was not inclined to coddle her anymore. After a period of training, a familiar figure approached Ryan along the riverbank. Sakura, what brings you here? Ryan inquired, puzzled. Kushina, I didn't expect to see you here. Sakura exclaimed in surprise upon spotting Kushina. I'm here training with Ryan. Did Granny Mito send you to find me? Kushina paused her training momentarily. Not quite. It was Orochimaru-sensei who asked me to come find you, Sakura replied, retrieving something from her ninja tool pouch. Looking for me? Is there a mission? Ryan asked. No. During your last mission outside the village, the teacher completed the assignment and collected the reward. He divided the payment into 3 portions and sent me to deliver your share. Sakura explained. That's unnecessary. I'm merely doing some trivial work. Ryan scratched his head, attempting to decline. That's out of the question. The teacher is firm in his decisions, and you contributed significantly during the mission. We don't wish to take advantage of you. You must accept this payment, Sakura insisted, outlining some ninja protocols for Ryan and Kushina. Fine, please convey my gratitude to Orochimaru-sensei for making you run this errand. Ryan conceded, accepting the payment. The teacher also asked me to deliver this scroll to you, Sakura remarked, tossing a small scroll to Ryan. After a final glance at the dirty, disheveled Kushina. Ensuring she hadn't been bullied, she took her leave. Look at that. I haven't even become a ninja, and I've already earned a decent mission reward. Ryan, what is that to you? Kushina's words were cut off as Ryan rolled his eyes, interrupting her. Her smile froze instantly, and the next moment, her crimson hair stood on end, her demeanor exuding exasperation. How dare you treat my kindness with such disdain? I won't acknowledge you ever again, you big jerk. Likewise, I'll return those very words to you, you rotten tomato. Ryan retorted, instinctively touching his face, shooting back defiantly. Dare you utter another insult? Kushina's expression darkened, her fists cracking ominously, on the verge of an explosion. A true gentleman does not engage in quarrels with a lady. Ryan chose to rise above her provocations. Witnessing his retreat, Kushina snorted dismissively and resumed her climbing practice. Ryan, anticipating her impending misfortunes, deliberately shifted his training position closer, eager to witness how she would turn her backside into a mosaic of bruises. Initially, he found amusement in her struggles, but as her training faltered, the number of falls increased, and she began to unleash her frustrations upon him. What are you laughing at, you filthy mutt? If I see that smirk of yours again, I'll make sure you regret it. Kushina glared fiercely, openly threatening him. Ryan merely rolled his eyes, continuing his training, though the grin on his face faded. Half an hour later. What are you staring at? What is so interesting? Ryan fled the scene, darting to the side to practice on a wooden post, adopting an air of indifference. Witnessing this, Kushina seethed with frustration, unable to devise a way to retaliate. An hour later, with a distinct thud, an eerie silence enveloped Kushina's vicinity. Ryan, hearing no gasps or groans of pain, paused, then quickly turned to check on Kushina, only to find her lying motionless on the ground, eyes shut tight, seemingly unconscious. Oh no, she hasn't hurt her head, has she? Panic surged through Ryan as he rushed to her side. Hey Kushina, he called, gently tapping her face, yet she remained unresponsive. Could she really have injured her head? I distinctly warned her to be careful. He scooped her up into his arms, examining her head anxiously. It doesn't seem like she's hurt. Suddenly, Kushina burst into laughter. Realizing she had feigned unconsciousness to tease him, Ryan's face flushed with indignation. You. In an instant, he pushed her away, attempting to rise. But the next moment, Kushina clung to him like a persistent leech. Didn't you say you wouldn't acknowledge me? Didn't you say that if you did, I'd be your kin? Kushina pinned him down, a sly grin spreading across her face. Chapter 59, Kushina's second breakdown, the arrival of the Uchiha. Kushina had deliberately pretended to be injured and unconscious, knowing Ryan would not abandon her, simply to play a prank on him. Ha. Should I call you mommy to see how you react? Faced with her mocking jeers, Liuyun's temper flared instantaneously. In a swift motion, he flipped over and pinned Kushina down to the ground, then landed a heavy slap on her rear. Smack! The sharp, resounding sound echoed, and Kushina's cheeks flushed with a visible hue of crimson. She exclaimed, letting out a piercing scream, the pain nearly bringing tears to her eyes. You bastard! I swear I will kill you. At that moment, Kushina's face was a portrait of indignation, her fiery gaze fixated on Liuyun as he withdrew. Her bottom already throbbed from the fall, and this slap was likely to inflict even more pain than the last time she was struck. Transforming into a furious red pepper, she abandoned her practice of climbing trees, consumed only by thoughts of seeking revenge against him. Unfortunately for her, Liuyun was cunning. He effortlessly leapt to stand upon the surface of the river, inciting further fury in the little firecracker on the shore. Swish, swish, swish. Kunai and shurikens flew from her hands, but Liuyun, having anticipated her moves, deftly deflected them with a kunai of his own. Are you even a man? If you have the guts, come ashore and fight me, you filthy scoundrel. Kushina fumed as she stomped her feet on the bank, simultaneously exasperated and helpless. After all, he could tread water, whereas she couldn't even climb a tree. If she dared to swim over, it would be a miracle if she didn't end up being toyed with by that rascal. I'm not going to. If you have the ability, jump over here and fight me, you big fool. Liuyun capitalized on his verbal prowess, provoking Kushina into a series of exasperated screams. I'm coming up, he suddenly declared, leaping onto the shore, prompting Kushina to rush after him. I'm jumping back. Just as she was about to reach him, he playfully leaped back onto the water's surface. What now? Can't catch me, can you? Ha, you silly tomato. The sight of his smug demeanor left Kushina utterly dumbfounded, marveling at his audacity. Back in school, she would often find herself laughing until her stomach ached at Liuyun's witty banter. Those elementary school kids would frequently become infuriated to the point of losing their composure, sometimes even brought to tears by his antics. In that moment, She fully grasped the sentiments of her former adversaries. The feeling of being unable to outsmart him or vanquish him was truly disheartening. Kushina trembled in fury, tears flowing uncontrollably down her cheeks. Hee, weren't you just so arrogant? Why the tears now? Observing the little girl crouched on the ground, weeping, Liuyun's expression morphed into one of mischievous delight. Oh dear, what a little crybaby you are. He teased as he sauntered closer to her. Stop crying. I'll let you hit me just once. With a devilish grin, he stood before her. Sensing his presence, Kushina's sobs abruptly ceased. The next moment, she sprang up and delivered a powerful punch to Liuyun's mouth. Her speed was unparalleled, catching Liuyun completely off guard. After hitting her target, Kushina broke into laughter, but suddenly, she seemed to sense something amiss, and her smile froze in place. Boom! Liuyun, struck by her blow, erupted into a cloud of smoke. Shadow clone. Ha ha ha. You silly tomato, so adorably foolish, it's almost heartbreaking. Liuyun's laughter rang out, and Kushina experienced what could only be described as a double blow to her pride. Ah! She screamed in frustration, her fiery hair rising without a breeze. The overwhelming chakra emanating from her body, startling Liuyun. Holy crap! This chakra presence. Liuyun's complexion paled slightly. If he provoked the sage of the Uzumaki clan, it would truly be entertaining. In a fit of impotent rage, Kushina hurled everything she could find on the shore. But alas, nothing could harm a single hair on Liuyun's head. Infuriated, she turned and stormed off, vowing never to play with that little scoundrel again. Liuyun had imparted a valuable lesson, whether it was climbing trees, treading water, or employing shadow clones. Any of these skills could be used to bully her. After this encounter, the little girl would surely strive harder in her training. Umph, you think you can take advantage of me and still make me call you big brother? I'll make sure you regret it, you little brat. Liuyun huffed, a hint of pride in his demeanor. It was only right for girls to be treated well. But one mustn't indulge them too much. Otherwise, they might become unruly and overstep their bounds. Casting a glance at the sun hanging low in the sky, Liuyun felt that there was still ample time. He decided to lean against a large tree and peruse the scroll that Orochimaru had sent with Shoju. To his surprise, it contained 2 lightning-based ninjutsu. Orochimaru was quite pleased with Liuyun's performance that night, thus sending him 2 lightning techniques as a small reward. The lightning release, lightning bolt, and lightning release, earth walk. Though neither technique was of high rank, they would prove immensely beneficial to Liuyun at this stage. After contemplating by the riverside for nearly an hour, he finally stood up and dusted himself off as the sun dipped below the horizon, making his way home. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he was greeted by a stern-looking young ninja adorned with the Uchiha clan's fan emblem. An Uchiha? Liuyun furrowed his brow, quietly inquiring. Are you Uchiha Liuyun? Yes. May I ask what brings you here? Liuyun nodded. In 2 days, there will be the Uchiha clan's mid-year assembly, and your family is required to send a representative. The Uchiha envoy spoke coldly. Liuyun was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that the Uchiha clan would send someone to notify them, especially since his family had already relocated from the Uchiha clan's territory. I appreciate the clan's concern. May I ask, is this message from the clan itself, or from one of the elders? Liuyun bowed respectfully, his demeanor humble. He was aware of the assembly, but felt it necessary to inquire further. The Uchiha Chunin, slightly taken aback, hadn't expected a mere child to articulate such formalities. It is the clan's directive. The elders have not stripped you of your surname, so it is customary for me to inform you to attend. Chapter 60. The Uchiha clan's mid-year assembly and the action plan against the red-haired thief. Upon hearing the envoy's explanation, Liuyun nodded thoughtfully. I must remind you that even if you do not reside within the Uchiha territory, each household is still required to send a representative. This is the bare minimum respect owed to the clan. Last year, your family failed to send anyone to the assembly. And should you choose not to attend this mid-year meeting as well, under the current circumstances, the clan may consider stripping you of your surname. The Uchiha Chunin, having noted Liuyun's composed demeanor, felt compelled to offer a few words of caution. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Liuyun replied with a smile. And the Chunin nodded slightly before departing. Mom, why do you seem so preoccupied? At the dinner table, Liuyun inquired with a smile, having just shared the news of the mid-year assembly with Mikoto. Oh, it's nothing, dear. Mikoto opened her mouth, hesitating to speak. You don't want to attend the Uchiha clan's mid-year assembly, do you? Liuyun discerned her thoughts and prompted her gently. Given the recent passing of Uchiha Senju, coupled with Liuyun's young age, there were concerns about him being bullied or not understanding the social nuances. Thus, Mikoto had attended the previous assemblies with great reluctance, feeling like an outlier among a sea of black-haired individuals. For such an insular clan, merely being allowed into the ancestral hall was a privilege. Receiving even a semblance of kindness was asking for too much. The Uchiha clan, in fact, does engage in intermarriage with women from outside their lineage. However, during grand occasions such as clan gatherings, foreign women typically make a concerted effort to avoid attending. It is only under unavoidable circumstances, as seen with Asuka from the Liuyun family, who is left with no choice but to muster her courage and participate. Her strikingly vivid purple hair sets her apart as an anomaly within the Uchiha clan, and her presence at the clan meeting naturally invites disdain from others. Liuyun remains uncertain about the trials she has faced, yet it is evident that she has experienced ostracism in previous gatherings, and it is only natural for her to harbor fears about attending such events. Do you wish to go, Liuyun? If you want to avoid losing your surname, mother can. Asuka began, but Liuyun swiftly interrupted with a smile. I certainly do not wish to attend. To hell with the Uchiha name. Asuka gazed at him in astonishment. To be candid, I have no desire to entangle myself with that clan, and I share this sentiment with mother. Liuyun made his stance clear. Ensuring his mother understood, he firmly stood by her side. If it were merely a surname, it would hold no significance for us. Our family does not rely on the Uchiha clan. Do you not agree, mother? As he spoke, he endeavored to uplift Asuka's spirits, attempting to alleviate her anxiety and unease. Indeed, my son is absolutely right. Asuka nodded emphatically. The Senju clan, even more formidable than the Uchiha, places little value on surnames, opting instead for a life of anonymity, while the Uchiha clan clings to their surname as if it were etched upon their very faces. Liuyun is aware that this insular family is destined for ruin, which is why he does not seek to engage with them excessively. However, he finds himself unable to fully sever ties just yet, as his father, Uchiha Mori, rests in the Uchiha clan's designated burial grounds, situated within their territory. While the surname may be dispensable, they are obligated to honor his father's remains. Thus, he resolves to attend the upcoming clan meeting alone, with the intention of later retrieving his father's body from the Uchiha cemetery when he is more capable. The anniversary of Uchiha Mori's passing is approaching, and without the Uchiha identity, they may not even be granted the opportunity to pay their respects. Therefore, despite his disdain, Liuyun knows he must attend this mid-year clan meeting. Upon hearing her son mention Uchiha Mori, Asuka's eyes glistened with emotion, and after a moment, she managed a comforting smile, praising Liuyun for being reliable and understanding. She regularly visits to pay homage to Uchiha Mori, never missing the anniversary. And should her surname impede her from entering the burial grounds, while she may not resort to foolish actions, it would surely cause her great distress. Understanding this, Liuyun, despite his aversion to the clan, feels compelled to participate in this gathering. The following day, a cunning red-haired girl lay in ambush at Liuyun's doorstep. Aware of his morning jogging routine, she concealed herself in the nearby bushes, ready to launch a surprise attack. However, she was oblivious to the fact that Liuyun, who tends to sleep later than most, rises much earlier, and due to his recent efforts to familiarize himself with the terrain of Kanagakur, his jogging route is unpredictable. Thus, the would-be ambusher was effortlessly detected by Liuyun, whose keen senses allowed him to devise a counter-ambush plan in silence. It seems Little Pepper enjoys playing ninja games. I shall indulge you today, Liuyun thought, a wicked smile curling upon his lips. Unbeknownst to Kushina, hidden in the bushes, her role had shifted from hunter to prey. Foolish and patient, she wore a sinister grin, convinced that soon she would have her revenge on Liuyun for the previous day's slight. Before long, a cheerful and carefree Liuyun emerged from his home, directly entering her line of sight. Here he comes. Kushina's excitement surged, her eyes gleaming as she instinctively tightened her grip on the wooden stick. Laugh while you can. Soon enough, you shall have no reason to smile, she thought, resolute in her intention to strike him down despite his sunny disposition. Liuyun appeared oblivious to her presence, walking directly toward her. Just as he was about to pass by the bushes, Kushina could no longer contain her delight and prepared to launch her surprise attack. Yet, at that very moment, a familiar voice rang out, startling her to her core. Liuyun. Asuka suddenly emerged from a side street. Thank goodness it's Aunt Asuka, Kushina thought, her body tensing with anxiety. To strike at her son in front of his mother would surely cause her carefully crafted facade as a docile girl to crumble instantaneously. If she were to expose her intentions, she might never be allowed back into Liuyun's home. Mother, what is it you need? Liuyun deliberately paused near the bushes, positioning himself strategically to obscure Kushina's escape route. Today he was determined to teach this red-haired little thief a lesson about the treachery of the human heart. Where are you headed? Should we invite Kushina over for lunch? Mother adores her, Asuka remarked, casting a surreptitious glance at the bushes while subtly blocking the other escape route. Hearing Asuka's affectionate words, Kushina's heart swelled with joy, an involuntary smile gracing her face. Auntie is so kind to me. Invite Kushina for lunch? I certainly do not wish to go. Liuyun retorted immediately. Upon hearing this, Kushina's smile faltered, her brows knitting in disbelief. You cannot simply refuse like that. Do you not like her? Asuka inquired casually, digging into her nose. At the mention of such a sensitive topic, Kushina's ears involuntarily twitched, her heart racing with anxiety. It's not that simple. Liuyun hesitated, observing her fidgeting. What is it? Asuka pressed. I am simply too afraid to go. I made Kushina angry yesterday, he confessed. Upon hearing this, Kushina felt a swell of pride. Humph, so now you know fear, do you? Yet her moment of triumph was short-lived, as Liuyun's next words sent her into a panic. Kushina said she would kill me. She is serious about it, and will not let me off easily. Liuyun feigned distress, adopting an exaggerated posture of despair as he crouched with his hands on his head. Given their close proximity, Kushina's face drained of color, sweat trickling down her back in terror. However, as Liuyun was preoccupied with his act of lamentation, he failed to notice her presence, providing her a slight reprieve from her mounting anxiety. But just as she began to relax, a sudden loud reprimand jolted her back to reality. How absurd. Kushina is such a sweet, thoughtful, and adorable girl. How could she ever consider killing someone? You wretched child. How dare you slander her? From Asuka's tone, it was evident that she was genuinely upset. Oh, so I am truly esteemed in Aunt Asuka's eyes, Kushina thought, covering her mouth in disbelief, nearly moved to tears. I am not slandering her. I woke up this morning with a terrible feeling, as if disaster were looming. I have a premonition that Kushina may be plotting to assassinate me, or at the very least, she might ambush me and deliver a severe beating. Upon hearing this, Kushina nearly lost her mind. Stop being so paranoid. Kushina is not that kind of person, Asuka retorted loudly. Really, Kushina would never let my mother off the hook. You have no idea how terrifying Kushina can be when she's enraged. Everyone at school calls her blood red pepper. When she goes berserk, she even hits herself. Upon hearing this, a look of incredulity unconsciously crossed Kushina's face. I hit myself? Immediately, her bewilderment transformed into a raging fury. Shut up. Unless I see it with my own eyes, I absolutely will not believe you, Asuka scolded sternly. Mother, I am your biological son. Why do you not trust me? But instead believe Kushina? Liuyun shrugged helplessly. Humph, you foul-mouthed brat. Who would believe your tall tales? You want to slander me? Thankfully, Annie is wise. Kushina felt a swell of pride. Had she been able to appear at that moment, she would have wanted to embrace Annie Asuka and shower her with kisses. I don't believe you for a second. That perfectly decent girl you speak of, and yet you portray her as a violent maniac, a murderer? You even say she tries to assassinate you and ambushes you. Why don't you mention that Kushina is hiding in the bushes right now? Asuka said, a wicked grin creeping onto her face. Kushina's heart sank in fear, and she clamped her mouth shut, hardly daring to breathe. Why do I smell a familiar fragrance? It seems to be emanating from the bushes. Liuyun delivered a potent dose of terror, the kind that is meant to frighten one to death without recompense. Is that so? Let me see what's going on. Asuka's brow furrowed in curiosity, and she slowly bent down to inspect the unusual scene in the bushes. Bang! A small cloud of smoke erupted, and Asuka's expression momentarily shifted to one of shock. She did not see the girl she had anticipated. Instead, there was an elderly woman with red hair. In that critical moment, Kushina had resorted to her transformation technique. However, as the school only taught person-to-person transformation techniques for now, the technique to transform into inanimate objects would not be taught until the 6th grade. Thus, she was unable to transform into bushes, stones, or animals. Moreover, the hurried transformation had many flaws. She needed to have some understanding of the person's appearance and attire. In her panic, she instinctively mimicked the likeness of Uzumaki Mido. Who are you? Asuka's face first displayed astonishment, then a fleeting appreciation, and soon transformed into fear. The red-haired old woman looked alarmed. She remained silent, hastily leaping out of the bushes and covering her face as she fled towards the gap beside Asuka. A bit of quick wit, but not much more. Watching the elderly woman dart away, Liuyun's wicked grin grew even wider. In the next moment, he sprang into action, vanishing from his spot. The red-haired old woman was fast, but Liuyun was evidently faster. Stop! Liuyun appeared before her in an instant, nearly causing Kushina to lose her wits. How could that be so fast? Kushina never imagined that someone would employ shadow clones, transformation techniques, and body flicker techniques, all to toy with her. Old hag, you think you can run after scaring my mother without apologizing? Liuyun advanced menacingly. I am sorry. Hearing this, Liuyun almost lost his composure. You fool. In a moment of panic, you even blurted out your catchphrase. What? Liuyun's face showed confusion, realizing that she had unwittingly revealed her catchphrase. The red-haired old woman quickly covered her mouth. To my knowledge, there is only one person in all of Konoha with such thick, bright red hair. Asuka wisely interjected, standing up with a strange expression, unusually contrary to her usual demeanor. And to my knowledge, there is only one person in all of Konoha who utters such peculiar catchphrases when flustered. Liuyun let out a sinister laugh, seamlessly continuing Asuka's train of thought. Both of them advanced towards the red-haired old woman, leaving Kushina trembling in fear, instinctively retreating further. Chapter 62, skillfully pinning down Kushina, specializing in various forms of defiance. Unaware of the underlying scheming, Kushina remained oblivious to Aunt Asuka's own strangeness. Out of panic and fear, she simply wished to escape swiftly. Just as she was retreating, her back unexpectedly collided with a soft figure. A pair of familiar small hands gently rested on her shoulders. Kushina's pupils dilated, and in the next moment, she mechanically turned her head. Got you, silly Kushina. The person behind her wore a wicked grin, their crimson and mesmerizing Sharingan causing Kushina's emotions to spiral out of control, rendering her utterly defenseless. A mere glance exchanged, and she melted into a puddle of mush. Ha. The trio could no longer contain their laughter. With Asuka promptly shedding her transformation technique, and Liuyun shutting his Sharingan, effortlessly hoisting Kushina onto his shoulder. Near the riverbank training ground, not knowing how much time had passed. When Kushina slowly opened her eyes, she was astonished to find herself bound tightly with soft ropes, resembling a human-shaped maggot. The mastermind sat before her, observing her with a mocking expression. Realizing this, Kushina knew she had once again fallen into a trap. If Aunt Asuka were not a mere illusion, then she certainly would not have been treated this way. It was all a scheme orchestrated by this insufferable brat. He must have discovered her beforehand. You scoundrel! If you have the guts, let me go and face me one-on-one. Kushina shouted in frustration, her face flushed with anger. Yet, the moment she screamed, Liuyun swiftly stuffed a large tomato into her mouth. This was her most loathed food. Woo-woo. Kushina was so enraged she could have exploded, struggling fiercely yet fruitlessly, rolling around like a large maggot, which only served to amuse Liuyun further. When she finally grew weary of her struggles, Liuyun cheekily removed the tomato from her mouth. Look at you, little cutie. Do you dare to ambush me now? Are you beginning to understand my prowess? Liuyun poked her chubby face with his finger, his tone dripping with schadenfreude. In the next moment, Kushina fiercely bit at his finger, startling Liuyun. Fortunately, he retracted his finger in time. Otherwise, he would have surely drawn blood. I'll bite you, you scoundrel. Kushina snarled, baring her teeth in a threatening manner. Are you a dog? It seems you have no intention of yielding, huh? Today, I shall teach you a lesson. As Liuyun declared, he picked up an assortment of small items he had prepared. First came a small jar of red paint and a brush. Liuyun dipped the brush into the paint and held it out before Kushina. What do you think you're doing? You big bully. Kushina screamed in alarm. I'm going to paint a large tomato on one side of your face and a big pig's head on the other. Hee. Liuyun cackled, bringing the brush closer. No. Get away. Terrified, Kushina screamed repeatedly, causing Liuyun's eardrums to ache. The next moment, he shoved the large tomato back into her mouth. He secured her body with one hand while the other wielded the brush, starting to paint on Kushina's pretty face without a hint of hesitation, delivering exactly what he had promised. Woo-woo. With red eyes, Kushina glared at him. If looks could kill, Liuyun would have surely met his demise on the spot. Ha. Liuyun tossed aside the brush, unable to contain his laughter as he admired his handiwork. Hee, little flower face, you don't seem to be satisfied, do you? Liuyun leaned closer to her, and rather than relenting, a sinister smile crept across his face. The moment Xian beheld his perverse reaction, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, extinguishing the fiery anger within her heart by several degrees. Brother excels at dealing with any form of defiance, Liuyun proclaimed, moving to her side. I recall that yesterday, I delivered a strike to this particular spot, did I not? He pointed at the area of her bottom that had escaped his bindings. Oh no. Xian's eyes widened in horror as she watched Liuyun raise his hand high. Just the thought of what was about to occur drained the color from her cheeks. Before that hand could descend, tears had already begun to well in her eyes. The pain of being struck on the bottom was indeed excruciating, and she had developed a slight psychological aversion to it. Catching a glimpse of the tearful girl from the corner of his eye, Liuyun felt a flicker of compassion, and ultimately, he could not bring himself to strike her. His raised hand was immediately lowered. Never mind, I'm in a good mood today, so I shall spare your little behind. He clapped his hands and stood up. Xian visibly exhaled in relief, but her heart sank once more at Liuyun's subsequent words. However, I have my ways of dealing with you, Liuyun declared, retrieving a new brush from his belongings. He then removed the tomato from Jiao Xian's mouth. You scoundrel, let me go? If you continue to bully me like this, I shall never speak to you again. I shall inform Auntie, and you will regret it. Don't come any closer. As Liuyun disregarded her warnings and threats, Jiao Xian screamed in terror once more. Liuyun approached her from behind and directly removed her sandals. What are you doing? Let me go, you filthy rogue. Liuyun grasped her delicate foot, a malicious grin plastered on his face. Go on. Keep cursing. I dare you to see if I cannot tame you. Holding her ankle, he used the fuzzy tip of the brush to gently stroke the sole of her foot. You perverted fiend. Jiao Xian bit back laughter and tears, once again unleashing a shrill stream of curses. Hearing her exclamations, Liuyun did not cease his actions. Before long, her small foot succumbed to unbearable ticklishness, and she erupted into laughter. Ha ha, Liuyun Gij, ha ha. This is wrong, ha ha. Tears streamed down Jiao Xian's face as she could not hold out any longer. Pleading for mercy. What's wrong? Liuyun paused momentarily. As he stopped, Jiao Xian could not help but gasp for breath, having nearly laughed herself to the brink of fainting. I shouldn't have ambushed you, Liuyun Gij. I shouldn't have threatened you. You are magnanimous. Please spare me this time. Once she regained her composure, her tear-streaked face truly exemplified the essence of vulnerability. Liuyun, enchanted by her pitiable appearance, cast aside the brush and approached her directly. If only you had yielded sooner, you wouldn't have had to endure such torment. Liuyun cupped her face, ensuring her eyes met his, and upon completing this gesture, he began to untie her bindings. A faint smile graced Jiao Xian's lips, yet her gaze shifted from innocent to sharp and menacing. Sensing the shift in her demeanor, Liuyun's hands froze mid-action. Jiao Xian felt a shiver of fear course through her. Liuyun Gij, I truly was in the wrong. Chapter 63. Did Liuyun meet his untimely end? The blurred line between reality and illusion. I truly was in the wrong. Jiao Xian's complexion paled in fright, tears almost spilling forth. My little darling, what troubles you? Why the sudden tears? I merely wished for you to submit. You already admitted your mistake. I've forgiven you, and now I shall release you from your bindings. Liuyun gently caressed her cheek and smiled while untangling the ropes that bound her. All right, the hour is late, and our training has been delayed. We should commence without further ado, Liuyun declared, taking Jiao Xian's hand to lead her to the grand tree where they had previously trained. Indeed, we should begin. Liuyun Gij. Jiao Xian lowered her head, her eyes flashing with a chilling intensity, and her red hair rose without a breeze. Suddenly, she called out to Liuyun. What is it? Liuyun instinctively turned to look back, only to find Jiao Xian gazing at him with a wicked grin. In the next moment, an overwhelming force seized his wrist, and he was forcibly pulled toward her. Die! A pale fist collided violently with his face, sending Liuyun reeling, spitting out saliva in the process. Before he could react further, the force gripped his wrist again, and he felt himself lift off the ground, only to be violently slammed onto the hard surface below, thrown to the ground by a shoulder throw. Liuyun barely had time to comprehend the situation before a dainty foot came crashing down onto his handsome face. Jiao Xian, her face alight with malevolence and excitement, unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks upon the fallen Liuyun. In her frenzy, she struck with brutal force, appearing to have lost all sense of reason as she mercilessly assaulted the boy. Before long, Liuyun lay bloodied and bruised upon the ground, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, the scene spiraling into utter chaos, the level of brutality reaching an extreme. Gazing at the bloodied figure on the ground, Jiao Xian's pupils shrank to pinpricks, her grin freezing in place. How could this happen? Staring at her blood-soaked hands, Jiao Xian's once flushed face turned pale. Liuyun. She had merely intended to teach Liuyun a lesson. How could there be so much blood? How could Liuyun be so gravely injured? In reality, Liuyun was merely digging his nose while observing the dazed expression on Jiao Xian's face. The ropes binding her had not been loosened. From the moment their eyes met, she had succumbed to his illusion, utilizing his overwhelming spiritual power to dominate Jiao Xian. Liuyun could ensnare her in his illusion even without activating his Sharingan, merely through close proximity. Seeing her transition from sinister laughter to manic glee, then to shock, fear, and ultimately tears, Liuyun recognized the moment was right and promptly dispelled the illusion, yanking her consciousness back into the realm of reality. Jiao Xian, who had been kneeling beside Liuyun, sobbed uncontrollably, only to find the world spinning around her. When she opened her eyes again, she beheld the unscathed Uchiha Liuyun standing beside her. You. Gio Xionai's face was a mixture of astonishment and disbelief, her mind reeling for some time before she finally snapped to attention. She had just been directly manipulated by Liuyun's illusion. How did you accomplish that? Gio Xionai's reaction this time was not one of anger, but rather a deep curiosity and wariness. Her earlier fury had been fully expended within the illusion. Moreover, this was not her first encounter with his illusion. She needed to understand the mechanics to avoid falling into the same trap again. Upon hearing her question, Liuyun smiled gently. He lifted Gio Xionai's face once more and pressed his forehead against hers, his dark eyes quietly observing her. So that's how it works. Is it? The eyes, perhaps. Gio Xionai's face paled, her throat tightening involuntarily as her voice trembled slightly. After a pause, Liuyun prioritized untying the ropes around her lower body, then suddenly knelt before her, embracing her thighs in a gesture of surrender. Nai, I was wrong. Please forgive me. He suddenly changed his demeanor and offered a sincere apology, his tone earnest and his attitude remarkably humble. The hour was growing late. The commotion had ensued, and if they did not hasten their training, the morning's tasks would remain unfulfilled. Kushina was taken aback by his unexpected behavior, momentarily at a loss as to what mischief he was up to. After a prolonged contemplation, she realized he had provided her with a means of retreat. Understanding this, Kushina promptly delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling to the ground. Hurry and untie the rest of the ropes from me. She glared at him fiercely. But don't hit me. He chuckled nervously. Her anger flared at his words, and she retorted, I will count to 3. 1, 2. In a flash, a glimmer of cold light appeared, and the ropes binding Kushina were instantly severed by a kunai. Rubbing her sore skin, she felt the clarity of sensation, entirely unlike the state of being ensnared in an illusion. Yet there he stood, that troublesome fellow, utterly defenseless before her, seemingly rife with vulnerabilities. Liuyun held onto the hem of her clothing, his posture of submission appearing rather out of place. Kushina's expression flickered between suspicion and confusion. For a moment, she could not discern reality from illusion. Although she felt she had not fallen under an illusion again, Liuyun's behavior was peculiar, almost as if he were enacting yet another deception. Especially when they had just pressed their foreheads together, she distinctly noted a fleeting crimson glimmer in his eyes. The conditions for the illusion had once more been met. Perhaps she had unwittingly succumbed to yet another trick. Unfamiliar with how to dispel illusions, and unable to determine what was real or false, Kushina could only helplessly wave her hand. Remove the illusion. I won't hit you anymore. Nana, what are you saying? I haven't cast an illusion on you. Liuyun tilted his head in confusion. Are you certain? Kushina frowned, her fists tingling with discomfort. Absolutely. If I'm not attacking you, why would I cast an illusion on you? As he spoke, he took her hand. All right, it's getting late. We should not delay our training any further. Kushina felt on the verge of madness. Wasn't this precisely the language of an illusion? Even the tone was perfectly replicated. Liuyun's silhouette looked identical to that of moments prior. How could he claim it was not an illusion? I was wrong. Let us make up. This time, Kushina was genuinely frightened and humbled. After all, Liuyun had not truly harmed her. He had merely provoked her ire. Forgiving him seemed the simplest course of action. Besides, since yesterday afternoon when she had received a slap on the backside, she had been the one at a disadvantage, continually bullied. If the two of them continued to clash, the outcome would likely remain unchanged. This fellow was simply too formidable. Kushina realized she was far from his match at this stage. Rather than risking her health and succumbing to confusion, it was wiser to cease hostilities and reconcile. Once she had mastered his skills, she could always seek a reason to settle the score later. Chapter 64. The Best in the World? A dialogue before entering the clan ancestral hall. Yes, it was my grave mistake. I will cease the commotion. We are still the best in the world. Liuyun proclaimed, gently pulling her closer and enveloping her in his embrace. Feeling the softness and warmth of his body, infused with an enticing masculinity, Kushina couldn't help but blush. She murmured softly, realizing she must not allow herself to become easily angered. This way, Liuyun would not be driven to exasperation and would continue to dote on her. However, just as this thought crossed her mind, she suddenly noticed a vivid splash of red at the collar of Liuyun's shirt, the very spot where her cheek had rested. Red, the hue of paint, was still adorning the sides of her face, remnants of Liuyun's handiwork. You scoundrel! Kushina erupted in fury, delivering a punch that sent Liuyun crashing to the ground. A bewildered Liuyun stared in disbelief. What happened to the best in the world? Hurry and remove your shirt to clean my face. If that paint doesn't wash off, I swear I'll make you pay. Kushina bellowed, exuding an aura of terror that turned Liuyun's face pale. "I'll do it right away." He hastily shed his shirt and scrambled toward the riverbank. The red paint, devoid of stubborn ink-like components, was easily wiped away with a damp cloth, successfully removing the tomato stain from Kushina's face. The girl, with her round visage, remained indignant throughout the process. Liuyun couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of her slightly enlarged rosy cheeks, which earned him a swift reprimand. With hands on her hips, Kushina stood in a dark mood, allowing Liuyun to meticulously cleanse her face. Her gaze occasionally strayed to the bare-chested boy beside her. After considerable training, Liuyun had developed a hint of muscular definition. Kushina found herself unable to look away. Though he appeared somewhat lean when clothed, he was well-proportioned without his shirt, radiating strength that was evident at a glance. If not for her sense of modesty and pride, she might have succumbed to the urge to touch. Watching but not daring to reach out, she unconsciously swallowed several times. Liuyun remained oblivious to her unusual behavior as he washed his shirt at the riverside before putting it back on. "Today, you'll continue to climb the tree," Liuyun announced, summoning a few shadow clones to commence their daily training. Wait. Can you have one of the shadow clones catch me when I fall?" Kushina mustered her courage to make this request, thinking of her own posterior. Liuyun shot her a sidelong glance and, after a moment's reluctance, nodded in agreement. "Fine, but don't go losing your temper again," he cautioned. I know. You're so tedious," she retorted. The main body commenced a new day of physical training. While one shadow clone practiced fire nature transformations, another assisted Kushina in climbing the tree, and yet another had scampered to the riverbank to experiment with a new fishing technique. Lightning release, body flicker technique. The shadow clone swiftly formed hand seals and then slammed his hands onto the earth's surface. In an instant, an electric current surged underground, swiftly traveling into the river. Fish leaped from the water, startled by the current. The shadow clone remained unperturbed. A technique that couldn't even kill fish was undoubtedly a failure in Liuyun's eyes, indicating that he required much more practice. Time passed quickly, and by the end of the day, Kushina had yet to master the tree climbing technique. This left her feeling disheartened, perceiving herself as a failure, merely a glutton who excelled at eating. Thankfully, Liuyun had provided ample encouragement, preventing her from losing hope. That day, while Liuyun was away, 2 Uchiha clan members had come to pay him a visit, but upon finding him absent, they left in disappointment. Liuyun was not surprised when he learned of this from his mother, as the Uchiha clan's mid-year gathering was the following day. The Uchiha were fond of forming small groups, and he was held in high regard among the younger members at the Ninja Academy. Some approached him seeking favor, while others did so out of fear. Naturally, a few harbored animosity, even hatred. However, following the incident involving 1 against 7, no Uchiha dared to brazenly confront him. After all, the scrappy youth was no longer the easy target he once was. His fists were formidable, and those who had truly experienced his strength were well aware. Of course, beyond his physical prowess, his sharp tongue was equally formidable. Uchiha clan members often found themselves avoiding him, let alone provoking him. While other elementary school students believed that Uchiha Liuyun was shielded by Uzumaki Kushina, only those who had previously suffered at the hands of the Uchiha clan's youngsters knew that Liuyun was the true patriarch. The infamous duo known as the Black and Red Calamity emerged from the lips of an Uchiha clansman, with Black Calamity ranking above Red Calamity in the eyes of the Uchiha schoolyard bullies. The blood red pepper was still too tender, standing alongside Zamioji. The duo could only be considered barely qualified. The following day, Liuyun donned a short-sleeved t-shirt emblazoned with the clan's fan emblem, and then, mindful of the time, made his way to the Uchiha clan grounds. Uchiha Liuyun, representing his mother, Uchiha Asuka, had come to attend the gathering. Before entering the ancestral hall, he needed to announce his identity to gain admittance, as clan members were tasked with registering the identities of attendees. In truth, he was merely there to go through the motions, as he was not even his true self, but rather a rather special shadow clone. The clan registrar observed the unruly black and purple hair and instinctively frowned. "Which branch do you belong to? Who is your father?" "I am from the 3rd elder's line. My late father was Uchiha Shung," Liuyun responded to the inquiry. Soon, the registrar found the names of Asuka and Liuyun in the clan registry. "Why was no one from your family present at the last year-end clan meeting?" he questioned sternly, regarding such an absence as a sign of disrespect towards the family, as it was rare for Uchiha members to miss such significant gatherings. "We were delayed by some matters," Liuyun casually replied. "What matters could possibly take precedence? What could be more important than family? And why did you not send word? Do you not regard your clan?" The registrar's face was etched with displeasure. The registrar, a middle-aged man, relished lecturing the youth and was typically quite rigid in his demeanor. "I don't know. I seem to have forgotten the details since that was last year. Liuyun said nonchalantly, hands in his pockets. He had come to attend the gathering, not to endure this old man's interrogation. You. Liuyun's simple retort left him flushed with anger. Yet, in the next moment, Liuyun disregarded him and strode directly into the ancestral hall. Chapter 65. The iconic scene of Zamyoji. Uchiha Hayato's provocation once more. The Uchiha clan's ancestral hall was broadly divided into two sections, encompassing a vast area. Today marked the mid-year clan meeting, and the hall was bustling with activity. Alive with excitement. Upon arrival, Liuyun could hear clan elders delivering speeches. After listening for a while, he found it dreadfully dull, filled with discussions of family glory, mere empty rhetoric. Enduring nearly an hour of the elders' monologue, the most crucial mealtime of the clan meeting was fast approaching. Liuyun needed to partake in this family banquet before he could request to leave early. Otherwise, departing was not an option. These were the customs of the Uchiha clan. As Asuka had informed him prior. What a hassle, he muttered, dragging his feet before finally ambling over to the table designated for his age group. Being merely a shadow clone, he could not eat, so arriving early meant he could only sit awkwardly, and being seen idly at the table was rather embarrassing. Thus, he decided to time his arrival, waiting until the meal was well underway. As he approached the dining area for his age group, he heard someone call out his name. Hey, isn't that the infamous Zamyoji from school? Why are you so late? Come to wash dishes? A graduated Uchiha genin, Uchiha Sho, smirked mockingly. Having previously been on the receiving end of a beating from Liuyun in 6th grade, he no longer needed to return to the ninja academy and thus felt emboldened. Upon hearing his words, the genin's peers erupted into laughter. Clearly, they were all connected, and upon hearing their comrade's taunt, some understood how to play along. Do I have a reputation for arriving early? Liuyun's astonishing retort wiped the smiles off the faces of those at the table, replaced by shock and anger. Who does this brat think he is? What is his name? How dare he speak so arrogantly? One of the genin exclaimed in indignation. Liuyun had not intended to linger at their table, but upon hearing this remark and with his appetite non-existent, he decided to confront them directly. Who do you think you are to inquire about my name? He was aware that others came to this gathering to forge connections, and since he had no intention of eating, he felt free to disrupt their camaraderie. After all, fighting was prohibited during clan meals, yet he excelled at verbal sparring. Moreover, he held no regard for this group of youngsters. He felt unfazed even if he encountered a clan jonin or elder. After all, he had caught the attention of Orochimaru. And should any dispute arise, who would dare disregard a student of the Hokage? What did you say? The genin's face contorted with disbelief, as if he could not comprehend what he had just heard. Yet, Liuyun ignored him entirely and walked over to Uchiha Sho, placing a hand on his shoulder. Don't think that just because you've graduated, you can spout nonsense in front of me. I won't grant any face to those whose words I find disagreeable. My name, Uchiha Liuyun, is known to all at school. Did you not know? He said, lightly patting Sho's cheek. He then pointed to the youngest student at the table. Do you not know him? He's your cousin, Uchiha Sho, who will be repeating a year at the academy next term. At this moment, the boy suddenly called out, turned as pale as a sheet, repeatedly waving his hands and awkwardly smiling, as if to convey that he had no part in this. In the 5th grade, who did not know of the black and red calamity? Even a single red calamity could teach him a lesson, let alone the far more formidable black calamity. How outrageous. Many children who overheard the commotion gasped in astonishment. They had never witnessed someone so audacious, so brazen in demeanor and speech, leaving many utterly flabbergasted. Where did this impudent brat come from? He is simply too arrogant. An unfamiliar Uchiha genin murmured, though his voice unconsciously softened. Just a joke, my brother Liuyun. Don't take it seriously, Uchiha Sho awkwardly chuckled, attempting to explain himself. His strength was inferior, and he dared not speak with bravado, as many speculated that Liuyun might have close to the strength of a chunin. Liuyun, come over here. A group at another table noticed the commotion and waved him over eagerly. The speaker was Uchiha Aomon, who maintained a decent relationship with Liuyun at school, and they had formed a small group. Liuyun and Zamoji. As he approached this table, several elementary students stood to greet him warmly. This older brother was quite popular at school, and many clan members were eager to befriend him. Unfortunately, he had made it clear that he did not wish to form a gang or be publicly followed. If it were otherwise, he would likely have a sizable entourage by now. Liuyun sat among them, sharing laughter. Yet he did not touch the delicious food laid out before him. Nonetheless, several individuals still took the initiative to serve him dishes. I'm feeling a bit unwell today and can't really eat much. I appreciate the thought, brothers. Let's plan for a meal together another day, Liuyun graciously remarked. If you're not feeling well, why are you still here? If you can't eat, just leave. A particularly discordant voice suddenly rang out. Under the drifting clouds, Liuyun instinctively turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, only to find himself face to face with a familiar figure. Uchiha Kagami. Liuyun uttered the name in astonishment. Liuyun-kun, that fellow Kagami has taken Fugaku as his elder brother since graduating. You'd best avoid direct confrontation with him. Just endure it and let it pass. Uchiha Aomon whispered at that moment. Uchiha Fugaku, Liuyun murmured to himself, then glanced at Fugaku, who was seated at the same table as Uchiha Kagami. Of course, Liuyun was well aware of Fugaku, as even his original self retained memories of him. This individual was the beloved grandson of the clan's elder and the future leader of the Uchiha clan. At such a tender age, he had already attracted a multitude of followers. Having just witnessed Liuyun's arrogant demeanor, Fugaku deemed that such an individual, lacking in humility, could never achieve greatness and would ultimately meet with a tragic end. Thus, he discreetly signaled for Uchiha Kagami to speak up, eager to see what astonishing audacity the once timid boy would now dare to proclaim. Chapter 66. Confronting Men, Flirting with Women, the Spotlight of Shadow Clones. Faced with Uchiha Kagami's provocation, Liuyun disregarded Uchiha Aomon's suggestion to hold back. With a shadow clone at his disposal, what was there to fear? If necessary, he could simply detonate it without a second thought. Even if his shadow clone were to be discovered, it would merely result in a slight elevation in his clan's regard for him, akin to a technique that Uchiha Itachi had mastered at a young age. Moreover, even if it were not a shadow clone but Liuyun's true self present today, he would have no fear of a brat like Uchiha Kagami, let alone the grandson of the clan elder. Liuyun slowly rose from his seat and strode directly towards Uchiha Kagami. Oh, who do we have here? It's the Uchiha Kagami, the white-eyed wolf. So, has obtaining your graduation forehead protector made you bold? Have you forgotten the time you came to me seeking forgiveness? Liuyun taunted as he approached, a playful smile adorning his face. Shut your mouth. The words sent Uchiha Kagami's face flushing crimson, trembling with rage. Who is a white-eyed wolf? Who came to you for forgiveness? Speak another word, and I swear I will kill you. The revelation of his past misdeeds in front of so many clan members caused Kagami's eyes to redden with fury. Whether you are a white-eyed wolf or not, all present know that you were once an ungrateful one, and now you lack any sense of responsibility, not even possessing the courage to admit your wrongs. Liuyun reached their table and vociferously chastised Uchiha Kagami. Many peers among the clan bore amused smiles. Kagami had long been labeled a white-eyed wolf, and his reputation was already quite notorious among his contemporaries. Were it not for his father, Uchiha Do, a renowned elite shinobi, Fugaku would likely not have taken such an individual under his wing. At that moment, Liuyun resembled a social butterfly, the gathering spot transformed into his stage, with the majority of attendees' attention fixated upon him. This seemingly delicate and quiet boy exhibited no signs of stage fright, his words overflowing with audacity, effortlessly confronting others with a well-rehearsed repertoire. Be quiet. Uchiha Kagami rose in a fit of anger, and in the next moment, he lost composure, attempting to engage Liuyun in a brawl. Fortunately, someone nearby quickly intervened, restraining him. Is this all you can muster? When you can't reason with someone, you resort to violence? Liuyun observed the unhinged Uchiha Kagami with a mocking smile, his words only serving to incite further rage. Kagami, fighting is prohibited during clan meetings. Calm yourself. Uchiha Fugaku spoke up, casting a disapproving glance at Liuyun. And you, little imp, as a clan member, it would serve you well to refrain from speaking so much. These are matters of the past. Do not cling to them, nor expose others to embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Liuyun immediately furrowed his brow. Fugaku's words, though noble in appearance, painted him as the virtuous one, while casting Liuyun in the light of a petty individual. Kagami had provoked him, yet Fugaku chose not to mention it, clearly seeking to stand on Liuyun's shoulders to elevate himself. Excuse me, who are you? We don't seem to be acquainted. Does anyone here know who he is? Liuyun suddenly exclaimed, eliciting incredulous expressions from the surrounding youths. It was astonishing that someone dared to question Fugaku's identity. Liuyun scanned the crowd, and then his gaze fell upon a familiar figure. Isn't that Miss Mikoto? He remarked, noticing the beautiful girl seated beside Uchiha Fugaku, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. Uchiha Mikoto, of the same age as Liuyun and on good terms with Kushina, felt a flutter of nervousness as she stood politely upon being acknowledged, though a spark of delight flickered within her. Liuyun-kun, the little imp has become quite the sensation this year. I find myself quite curious about this handsome and powerful boy, she mused, noting Liuyun's remarkable transformation from a timid boy to a social dynamo. Apologies. I didn't notice you were here, Miss Mikoto. Had I known, I would have approached you sooner. Could you tell me who that fellow beside you is? Liuyun feigned ignorance, his inquiry aimed solely at irritating Uchiha Fugaku. Ah, that is Fugaku-kun. Liuyun-kun, you don't know him? Uchiha Makoto replied with a nervous chuckle. What a fool, who in the clan doesn't know Fugaku-kun? An Uchiha Fugaku follower barked in reprimand, as several others had already grown weary of Liuyun's presence. Well, I wouldn't know him. Otherwise, would I need to ask Miss Makoto? Liuyun retorted with a smile, unfazed by the insults hurled at him. His gaze fixed on the pallid face of Uchiha Fugaku. This individual, attempting to assert dominance over him, clearly underestimated Liuyun's current resolve. If he sought to provoke Liuyun, then Liuyun would not grant him any satisfaction. Are you blind? You don't recognize the grandson of the elder? Another follower of Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward to berate Liuyun. What? I thought we were dealing with someone important, but it turns out he's just a grandson? Liuyun exclaimed in disbelief, eliciting gasps from the nearby girls and a wave of astonishment from the other male youths. Liuyun's audacity shocked everyone. Uchiha Aomon and the others were drenched in cold sweat, having never anticipated that Liuyun would publicly confront someone of such high status within the clan. It appeared that Liuyun was not only bold within the school, but also displayed remarkable courage among his clan members, unafraid to engage in verbal duels regardless of the strength of his opponents. Are you seeking death? Uchiha Fugaku rose in a furious rage, his face flushed with humiliation. He had never before endured such public disgrace, especially in front of all his clansmen. Hey, Fugaku brother, don't be angry. It was just a slip of the tongue on my part. Blame this guy, who, without cause, called you a grandson, and thought your lineage should be common knowledge among all clan members, making it impossible for me not to regard you as such. Liuyun shot a fierce glare at the sycophant. The moment those words left his lips, both the follower and Uchiha Fugaku were left utterly flabbergasted. Moreover, it was not just the two of them. The throng that followed Fugaku instantly reacted, all glaring furiously at Liuyun. You seek death. I advise you to apologize to Lord Fugaku immediately. You sharp-tongued wretch. Shut your foul mouth. Witnessing the rising anger of the crowd, Liuyun maintained a cheeky, insolent demeanor. Unfazed by the impending storm, he was merely a shadow clone. What did he have to fear? Chapter 67. Dare to lay a finger on me, and you will see. Uchiha Hayato's eyes ignited with fury. The essence of the shadow clone technique was to embody resilience and audacity. If you dare to strike me, I shall retaliate with explosive force. Even if trouble were to befall the original, the latter could easily withstand it, as he was in dire need of sparring partners. Mike Guy had suggested he seek opponents of equal caliber to refine his taijutsu, for such encounters were essential for rapid improvement. Relying solely on solitary practice was futile. In the original narrative, Kai and Lee frequently ventured to challenge others in their dojos, and finding a suitable opponent was no simple task. Liuyun's actions today in the clan territory were akin to an audacious challenge, inciting a palpable animosity that threatened to erupt into violence. At this moment, many young men had gathered around Liuyun, their tempers flaring, as if they were ready to strike at any moment. Uchiha Aomon and his companions watched in horror, their faces paling, too intimidated to rise in support, let alone approach to defend. Uchiha Fugaku was renowned within the clan, having awakened his Sharingan at a young age. His talent, strength, and connections were unmatched among his peers. Fresh graduates, or even those yet to graduate, dared not provoke such a formidable figure. Is it a matter of many bullying the few? Or do you wish to undermine the clan's established rules? Fighting during the clan meeting? Liuyun stood out like a crane among chickens, surrounded by a throng of furious roosters, yet he exhibited no signs of fear or panic, astonishing a nearby group of girls. His audacity in facing such hostility without flinching was not typical for boys of his age. They had never witnessed such a spectacle. Do they all look as if they wish to devour me? If so, why not stop circling? Whoever wishes to strike, let them come. Liuyun danced on the edge of recklessness, and his words ignited the fury of the youths, each one eager to take action. Yet, as his next words echoed, their expressions shifted, momentarily paralyzing their resolve. The grandson of the Uchiha clan's elder, leading a brawl during the clan meeting, surely, the elders will remember this. A sinister smile crept across Liuyun's face as he spoke. Do you dare touch me? If you lack the courage, cease this encirclement. A pack of sycophants who aren't even worthy of being called grandsons. What are you trying to prove? Instantly, the atmosphere shifted, and the young men lost their appetite. Now mere spectators to the unfolding drama, Liuyun continued to incite the crowd, verbally dismantling those around him, leaving the sycophants seething with resentment, yet they were cautious. Keenly aware of Fugaku's watchful gaze, fighting during the clan meeting, even if dismissed as youthful folly, would still warrant severe punishment under clan rules, including confinement for multiple days. They could rally behind Fugaku, but should they disrupt the clan's laws, neither Fugaku nor their parents would be able to shield them from repercussions. Order is essential. The Uchiha clan's growth to its current stature was founded on strict regulations. Everyone, cease at once. Uchiha Fugaku's voice boomed, his expression dark and foreboding. At his command, the encircling crowd retreated a few steps. When the leader speaks, the followers must heed. One must possess self-awareness and a sense of reverence, but alas, you understand neither. As Fugaku uttered these words, he revealed his Sharingan before the assembled crowd. The oppressive aura of his crimson eyes caused many to gasp. During the clan meeting, to speak so brazenly and openly insult others, according to clan rules, warrants 10 slaps. With a cold demeanor, Uchiha Fugaku wielded the clan's regulations as a weapon. Slap, slap, slap. The sound of applause echoed, though it was not Liuyun receiving the blows. He clapped for himself, giving Fugaku a thumbs up. Truly commendable, grandson of the elder. Your grasp of clan rules is impeccable. However, such rules should not be weaponized for personal vendettas, nor should they be misapplied, lest one be deemed lacking in fairness and dignity. I concede to your accusations of arrogance, but I refuse to accept the charge of openly insulting others, Liuyun declared, pushing aside 2 genin blocking his path with an audacious gesture. His demeanor was brazen, yet it unnerved several youths, who instinctively recoiled. The individual moments ago asserting Fugaku's status as the elder's grandson, I too emphasize your lineage. It cannot be acceptable for others to highlight it while I am condemned for doing the same. I hold great respect for the elder. Liuyun strode directly to Uchiha Fugaku, their eyes locking in a tense standoff. Though he stood a head shorter than Fugaku, his aura was no less potent, impressing all clan members present. Sharp-tongued. Yet what of Hayato? Did you not openly insult him moments ago? Do you lack the courage to admit your faults? Fugaku struggled to contain his rage, maintaining his composure. At that moment, even Liuyun had to acknowledge Fugaku's remarkable restraint, worthy of succeeding Uchiha Madara as the second clan leader. Were it any other privileged heir, they would have already resorted to violence. But this individual remained calm and collected. Uchiha Hayato. Is not the title White-Eyed Wolf universally acknowledged? Moreover, this moniker did not originate from me. Does it not warrant recognition simply because it is a popular sentiment? If you claim my words insult him, then does your calling me a little wretch not constitute an open affront? You are distorting concepts and clouding perceptions. Fugaku had never encountered anyone so brazenly shameless. What concept have I distorted? Am I not stating facts? You need not feign decorum before the clan members. Everyone knows Hayato is your subordinate. You merely wish to defend him, do you not? Liuyun's final remark was directed at the clan members. Enough of your nonsense. Before Fugaku could react, Uchiha Hayato's eyes blazed with fury. This time, his Sharingan had truly activated. Chapter 68. The fool is none other than myself. While the shadow clone is encircled, the original is still accompanying a little girl to catch goldfish. Enough of your nonsense. A voice, laced with a sob, erupted in rage. Uchiha Hayato had experienced the bitterness of disdain these past days. None of his peers dared to associate with him, all due to the presence of that detestable little wretch. Now, this scoundrel sought to incite the crowd against him once more. And Hayato could no longer suppress the wrath bubbling within. The intense emotional turmoil caused his eyes to blaze crimson, each eye sprouting a black tomo out of thin air. Hayato has activated his eyes. What? As the crowd turned to look, they were instantly captivated by the mesmerizing Sharingan in Uchiha Hayato's eyes. Oh my goodness. A wave of astonishment rippled through the onlookers. Who would have thought that a mere quarrel could lead to the awakening of a Sharingan? The spectators, in disbelief, could not help but marvel at the prowess of the young Uchiha, whose sharp tongue seemed unmatched even among the illustrious Uchiha clan. My word. Gazing at the enraged Uchiha Hayato, Liuyun found himself utterly dumbfounded. Upon hearing the gasps and exclamations of the surrounding clan members, Hayato's fury momentarily waned as realization dawned upon him. Did I just awaken my eyes? Uchiha Hayato murmured softly as he caressed his eye sockets. And in the next instant, pure elation spread across his face. Ha ha ha, I really awakened them. Even without a mirror. Uchiha Hayato understood that he had unlocked the bloodline limit of his clan. In that moment, he laughed joyously, exuberantly, tears of happiness streaming down his cheeks. He owed his gratitude to Uchiha Liuyun, that rascal who had inadvertently enabled his awakening. A 12-year-old awakener, from this day forth. Uchiha Hayato would be counted among the ranks of geniuses. Those who could awaken their eyes at such a tender age were indeed a rarity within the clan. In truth, his innate talent was far from lacking. His father, Uchiha, was a distinguished elite jonin with 3 tomo, regarded as a formidable figure in the clan. Could his son possibly be inferior? Yet, as he reveled in his triumph, Uchiha Liuyun's expression morphed into one of utter dismay. The sensation was akin to swallowing a pound of rat droppings combined with another pound of dead flies. Had he known such an outcome would transpire, he would have feigned submission rather than provoke that wretched creature. What is happening? At long last, an elder noticed the commotion and several senior clan members approached the area. He has awakened. A member of our clan has manifested the Sharingan during the clan banquet. Someone shouted. What? Is that true? Who has awakened their Sharingan at this moment? The esteemed elders of the clan were suddenly intrigued. Such an occurrence, in their eyes, was a splendid omen, heralding the flourishing future of the Uchiha clan. In an instant, the name Uchiha Hayato began to circulate, and he was personally escorted to the high platform by the elders, who praised and encouraged him face to face. Not only did he gain recognition before all the clan members, but he also brought immense pride to his father, Uchiha, watching this spectacle unfold from below the platform. Liuyun felt as if he were in a daze, lost in the cheers and applause directed at Uchiha Hayato. The realization struck him. The fool was none other than himself. As the clan meeting progressed, Uchiha Hayato, seizing the opportunity just as Liuyun was about to depart, intentionally approached him. Ha ha ha, Liuyun, where do you think you're going? Uchiha Hayato blocked his path. At that moment, he exuded an unyielding confidence, addressing Liuyun as brother with unabashed pride and mockery evident in his demeanor. Liuyun's lips involuntarily twitched as he averted his gaze, refusing to engage or even look at him. In such circumstances, any words would seem futile. Haha, Liuyun, take a look at my Sharingan. This is all thanks to you. Uchiha Hayato stepped into Liuyun's line of sight, forcing him to notice the one-tomo Sharingan gleaming in his eyes. I must thank you, Liuyun. You are the reason I awakened my Sharingan. The elders have already promised to cultivate me with great care. Haha. As he spoke, Uchiha Hayato boldly grasped Liuyun's hand, feeling the clammy warmth of Hayato's palm. A wave of revulsion surged through Liuyun, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. In the next moment, he forcefully yanked his hand away from Uchiha Hayato's grip. Get away from me, you disgusting creature. Liuyun spat, his expression a mixture of anger and frustration. Ha ha ha, what's wrong, little Dramal? Are you getting flustered? You were so arrogant before. What happened to that bravado? Uchiha Hayato reveled in his newfound status, buzzing around him like a persistent fly that simply could not be swatted away. Excuse me, uncle. I'm not feeling well and wish to leave early to rest at home. Shortly after the banquet began, Liuyun had already considered making an early exit. The mid-year clan meeting was just getting underway, with jonin, elite jonin, and clan elders gathered to discuss clan affairs. As for lower-ranked ninjas, women, and children like Liuyun, they were free to leave at their discretion, as the clan imposed no restrictions. Upon exiting the ancestral hall, Liuyun distinctly sensed a group of unfriendly figures trailing behind him, clearly intent on blocking his path. Today, he had made quite an enemy of Uchiha Fugaku. As a jonin and the grandson of the elder, Fugaku expected him to attend the evening clan meeting. However, that did not mean they would allow him to leave without a fight. Uchiha Fugaku had issued a directive. After the evening meeting, he expected to see all 10 of Uchiha Liuyun's teeth intact, with not a single one missing. Casting a glance back at the group of lower-ranked ninjas pursuing him, Liuyun frowned involuntarily. These were not mere freshly graduated rookies. Many possessed jutsu and exceptional throwing skills. Even his true self would likely find it challenging to deal with them, let alone his shadow clone. Moreover, since they were unaware of his ability to create shadow clones, he deemed it unwise to reveal his true identity in front of them or engage in a reckless confrontation, as taking down a few soft targets would not be of much use. Naturally, his shadow clone was also unwilling to simply explode without accomplishing anything, believing it still had a chance to shine. As long as it could keep moving without revealing its identity, it would continue to dance until its chakra was expended. With these thoughts in mind, Liuyun suddenly surged forward, propelling himself into an astonishing sprint. Not good. That little Damao is trying to escape. Everyone, chase after him. At that moment, there were many bystanders. The pursuers had initially intended to follow at a distance and strike when the crowd thinned. However, with Liuyun making a break for it, they abandoned their cautious approach, and a throng began to pursue the shadow clone relentlessly. 15 Uchiha members split into 3 groups, launching a grand encirclement. Meanwhile, Liuyun's true self was happily engrossed in catching small goldfish with a lovely girl at a night market stall, blissfully unaware of the predicament faced by his shadow clone. Chapter 69. The Scapegoat, the pitiful clan soldiers, and the indignant lower ninjas. Have they found him? No. That little rascal is too swift. He vanished around the corner. At this moment within the Uchiha compound, a group of young Uchiha were hot on the trail of Liuyun's shadow clone. Be cautious of any transformation or invisibility techniques. All living beings within the encirclement must be thoroughly examined. Let's not let them slip through our fingers. As ninjas, they were well aware of the evasive tactics employed by their kind. Hiding atop a tree, Liuyun frowned at these words. Most of the clan members were currently gathered in the ancestral hall, with few wandering outside, and those who were present were primarily women and children. It would be challenging for Liuyun to utilize transformation techniques to escape, let alone incite any chaos. Wait a moment. Perhaps I can turn this to my advantage and let these little brats suffer a great loss. With a clever mind, Liuyun devised a cunning plan. In the next instant, he leaped down to the ground and sprinted in a specific direction. That little Zamao is over there. Quick, everyone! A lower-ranked ninja yelled, instantly capturing the attention of the pursuing group, who all rushed toward the same direction. I remember seeing some patrolling clan soldiers nearby. Where did they go? Liuyun murmured to himself, a hint of urgency flickering across his face. Found them, over there. Upon encountering the individual he sought, Liuyun wasted no time and stealthily positioned himself nearby. What was the situation? Where did this little imp come from? What was he up to? Uchiha-chun, who had been languishing on the rooftop, leisurely admiring the moon, regarded a scruffy-haired boy who was pinching his nose and diving into a large trash bin with a perplexed expression. If the child were truly acting clandestinely, he would not have waved his hand in greeting. Conversely, if he were innocent, his furtive behavior was indeed peculiar. Who in their right mind would willingly delve into a garbage bin? Surely, there could not be anything appealing within. Uchiha-chun scratched his head, contemplating whether to leap down and investigate the situation. Had he found what he was looking for? No, but he was undoubtedly in the vicinity. There was no way he could escape. A group of children, seething with anger, converged around him, placing Uchiha-chun squarely at the center of their encirclement. Someone had spotted the figure on the rooftop. Soon, one of the elite genin shouted, "Don't let him escape. That fellow is likely the little scruff." What was happening? Faced with the advancing horde of genin, Uchiha-chun felt a flicker of panic. As a patrolling clan member and a chunin, he was tasked daily with safeguarding the clan's territory from intruders, thieves, and other disturbances. Why were there so many of them? Were they displeased to find him idling about and had come to confront him? Seeing the unfriendly expressions on their faces, Uchiha-chun's imagination began to run wild. Yet, it was illogical. They were merely a bunch of unruly genin. What audacity did they possess to meddle in his affairs? "You want to escape?" sneered one of the genin. Who are you cursing?" Uchiha-chun glared, incredulous. "Still playing dumb? Foolish mutt. Can't even find a genin to transform into? Don't you know the chunins are all in a meeting at the shrine? With your kind, how dare you openly insult Lord Fugaku?" Another genin chimed in, their laughter echoing as they ridiculed the little scruff as foolishness. They believed the scruffy boy was panicking and had lost his composure, leading him to act so foolishly. What nonsense are you spouting? What transformation technique? Moreover, what is the meaning of surrounding me like this? I am a clan soldier. My duty is to patrol. If you all go to the clan meeting, who will stand guard? Who will ensure the safety of the clan territory? Uchiha-chun's face darkened, and had it not been for the numbers against him, he might have chosen to retaliate at the insults directed at him. "Step aside. Obstructing a clan soldier in the line of duty is a serious offense," he threatened coldly. "Keep pretending, and soon you won't be able to maintain that facade." The elite genin retorted icily. At that moment, some individuals were meticulously surveying the surroundings. Not all had closed in. There were not many places to hide nearby. The building beneath them was merely a single-story structure. 3 genin had entered to search, yet none had discovered the whereabouts of the scruffy boy. "How is the search progressing?" the elite genin inquired, suppressing the urge to take action. "Nothing found. There is only this one person in the entire encirclement. No other living creature," came the loud report. Hey, you lot must be searching for a 10-year-old imp, right? That little rascal is hiding in that trash bin." Uchiha-chun interjected urgently, clarifying the situation. He sensed something was amiss with the earlier boy. This group must be his enemies, and he did not wish to unjustly bear the brunt of their mistake. "Bull. I've searched that place. Quit pretending, you mutt." A genin bellowed angrily. Bakayuru, provoked by the insults hurled at him. Uchiha-chun could no longer contain his fury and delivered a sharp slap to the offender's face. The genin, caught off guard by Uchiha-chun's sudden aggression, forgot to evade and was sent sprawling, tumbling off the rooftop and landing with a painful cry. His decisive action startled many. "You blind fools. There's clearly someone hiding in there. Why would I deceive you for no reason? Go check again if you don't believe me." Uchiha-chun had kept part of his attention on the large trash bin. The person inside could not possibly escape right under his nose. The one who claimed there was no one there was clearly lying. The elite Jinin, witnessing Uchiha-chan's expression, began to doubt the validity of their accusations. Surround him. I will personally investigate, the elite Jinin commanded, leaping from the rooftop and approaching the trash bin. As he drew close, a foul odor assaulted his senses, prompting him to instinctively pinch his nose. Peering into the bin, he found nothing but a meager collection of food scraps and a bulging black plastic bag. Initially intending to unleash his anger, a sudden thought struck him. Could the mutt have employed a transformation technique? Realizing this, the elite Jinin suppressed the urge to retch and drew a kunai, slicing at the black plastic bag. A wave of intensely foul odor surged forth, revealing that the bag contained nothing but cat litter and excrement, overwhelming him with a stench so potent that tears nearly sprang to his eyes. Realizing he had been humiliated, the elite Jinin kicked the trash bin over in a fit of rage, pointing at Uchiha-chun and shouting, "Beat him senseless." With his command, chaos erupted on the rooftop. Cries of agony piercing the night. Chapter 70. One cannot simply escape after mistakenly attacking the wrong person. The observers from Konoha's upper echelons. You little brats. Have you all lost your minds? Uchiha-chun roared, his Sharingan blazing with fury. Though he bore bruises and scrapes, he had managed to knock several Jinin to the ground. As the scuffle continued, the Jinin suddenly sensed something was amiss. Logically, a transformation technique would falter under such relentless blows. How could a Chunin withstand so many strikes without revealing his true form? Wait. Stop hitting. One Jinin shouted. We may have truly attacked the wrong person. As his words echoed, several others hesitated, quickly realizing the absurdity of their actions. How could this be? They had surrounded the scruffy boy. He had no chance to escape or hide. Yet how could he have eluded their scrutiny? Expressions of confusion spread across many faces. With a rare opportunity to catch his breath, Uchiha-chun swiftly sent out an urgent distress signal. Obstructing law enforcement and assaulting a clan soldier. None of you shall escape. He bellowed, suppressing tears of frustration. He had neither provoked nor wronged anyone, yet he had suffered an unwarranted beating, only to be told afterward that they had mistaken him for someone else. He had never experienced such humiliation in his life. Run. Upon realizing the clan alarm signal had been dispatched, the Jinin no longer dared question Uchiha-chun's identity as a clan soldier. They understood they had landed themselves in grave trouble and scattered like birds. None of you will escape. You think after attacking someone you can just flee? Do you truly believe clan soldiers are pushovers? Uchiha-chun pinned one elite Jinin to the ground. As he apprehended one, he soon noticed Clan Jounin converging on the scene. Today, none of these little brats would escape. They might evade capture today, but the clan soldiers would undoubtedly trace the matter to its source. In the bustling night market, Liuyun's original form, receiving memories from the shadow clone, underwent a series of emotional shifts. I can't believe I was so reckless. Liuyun could scarcely accept that the shadow clone had originated from him. The other party had completely inherited his sharp tongue and arrogance, surpassing him in both aspects. During the clan meeting, he unleashed a torrent of words, igniting an overwhelming tide of animosity. It was truly remarkable that he survived to the end without being struck dead on the spot. What wrong? Who being so reckless? Noticing the unusual demeanor of Liuyun, Kushina blinked her large eyes, filled with curiosity. Nothing, Liuyun replied, somewhat amused yet exasperated as he regained his composure. The brash words of his shadow clone were something he had to acknowledge, marking the beginning of his feud with Uchiha Fugaku, though he handled the encirclement quite well. The fact that Uchiha Hate had witnessed him was a source of discomfort for Liuyun that lingered for a considerable time. That dog's luck is truly remarkable. Not only has he awakened the Sharingan, but he has also caught the attention of the clan elders. Liuyun muttered in frustration. What are you talking about? Why do you seem so lost in thought? Kushina paused, looking at the distracted young man with intrigue. You remember that Uchiha Hate, right? Yeah, what about that scoundrel? He's awakened the Sharingan. What? The two walked hand in hand along the path home, engaging in a casual conversation. Yet, as they chatted, Liuyun suddenly halted, his words cut short. What's wrong? He sensed a feeling of being watched, and to his surprise, it seemed to emanate from the sky above. Stealthily glancing upwards, he failed to catch a glimpse of any figure. Could it be the third Hokage's telescope technique? Contemplating this, Liuyun maintained an air of calmness and resumed their previous topic. The old man occasionally used the crystal ball to check on Kushina's situation. He seldom looked in during school hours, estimating that he would only check once or twice a month, as there were few places within Konoha safer than the school. However, during the summer vacation, he checked more frequently, usually every 8 to 10 days. Kushina, as the future host of the Nine Tails, warranted some level of attention. Even if she wasn't set to become the Jinchuriki for several more years. These two youngsters seemed to share quite an extraordinary bond. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked as he took a puff from his pipe. Extraordinary doesn't he begin to cover it? It seems Kushina is nearly enchanted by him, Tsunade murmured. The Hokage's office was bustling with several individuals, including Tsunade, Jiraiya, and two advisors. The new Nine Tails host had been a closely guarded secret when Kushina first arrived in Konoha, even unknown to the legendary three. Now, however, anyone with a mind to investigate this red-haired girl could easily deduce her identity. Who was this little rascal? Tono Kamachi inquired with curiosity. To possess the ability to captivate the future Nine Tails Jinchuriki, I must know more. His name is Uchiha Liuyun. He once undertook a mission with Orochimaru, Jiraiya interjected. Uchiha. Tono Kamachi instinctively frowned. Why does his hair color seem a bit off? Am I seeing things? Mito gaped and raised his glasses and murmured softly, his head unconsciously leaning closer to the crystal ball. In the dim evening light, Liuyun's unruly hair appeared alternately black and purple, causing a visual spectacle. You're not mistaken. He is indeed a mixed blood, possessing the Senju clan's lineage. Which explains the incomplete blackness of his hair, Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled, exhaling a thick plume of smoke. Upon hearing Hiruzen mention Liuyun's Senju lineage, Tono Kamachi's previously furrowed brow relaxed unconsciously, a realization she herself did not notice. The fusion of Senju and Uchiha blood is indeed a rarity. Mito gaped and jested lightly. Last time Orochimaru registered a B-rank mission, I was asked to list 3 names, one of which was Uchiha Liuyun. It must be this little fellow. As the one responsible for recording missions, Mito gaped and recalled the name Uchiha Liuyun. This kid doesn't even wear a Konoha headband. He must still be a student. Yet Orochimaru dares to let him partake in a B-rank mission. Both advisors exchanged incredulous glances. Normally, this would be against the rules. When Mito gaped and filled in that name, he had been somewhat perplexed. Not immediately recalling who Uchiha Liuyun was, thinking it might be some Uchiha ninja. Now, upon reflection, he realized this was merely a child who had yet to fully mature. To attempt a B-rank mission before graduation, is he aiming for the heavens? Who knows? However, it seems Orochimaru has high hopes for him, Jiraiya remarked casually. The legendary 3 often gathered to drink and converse. And Jiraiya had heard Orochimaru speak highly of Uchiha Liuyun, describing him as a prodigious genius. Tsunade, what are you thinking about? Why have you been staring at the ground in silence? Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed his disciple's unusual demeanor. What were you just pondering? Faced with her teacher's inquiry, Tsunade snapped back to reality. Nothing. Just moments ago, her mind had been consumed with thoughts of Liuyun, this extraordinary anomaly. And she was uncertain whether to share this with her teacher. Her grandmother, Uzumaki Mito, had instructed her to keep it a secret, emphasizing that even her teacher, the third Hokage, should not be informed. At such a tender age, possessing chakra levels comparable to a Jonin, and having seemingly awakened the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Her grandmother had explicitly stated that he possessed exceedingly potent ocular power. Each of these facts alone would attract the attention and significant concern of Konoha's higher-ups, making Uchiha Liuyun an even more exceptional entity than Kushina. Tsunade could not fathom the heights this child might reach, for his talents were simply astounding, coupled with a frightening level of self-discipline. She had discreetly inquired about Liuyun from Kushina on multiple occasions and was aware of his daily activities. It could be said that his time was predominantly spent either training or studying, a stark contrast to his peers, with an intense focus on self-improvement. She was the second among the legendary 3, after Orochimaru, to develop a sense of wariness towards Uchiha Liuyun. Had she not delved deeply into understanding Uchiha Liuyun, Tsunade might have considered him merely an unremarkable youth, perhaps a minor prodigy at best. However, upon closer examination of his life and pursuits, it became evident that this child was singularly focused on quietly amassing power, growing at a breathtaking pace. If he were an ordinary individual, Tsunade would not harbor any trepidation towards him. Much like Might Guy and the original version of Rock Lee, who toiled immensely, Tsunade did not believe they could make significant waves due to their lack of ninjutsu talent, forcing them to excel solely in taijutsu. But Liuyun was different. He possessed immense ninjutsu potential and the dual heritage of Senju and Uchiha blood, not only laboring diligently, but seemingly awakening the powers of his lineage. What was most alarming was his ability to advance while remaining shrouded in secrecy, concealing his true capabilities with remarkable depth. Upon reflection, Tsunade couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. Fortunately, Liuyun hailed from an untainted lineage. His mother was of the old Senju clan, and his father's loyalty to Konoha was unquestionable. His cheerful and steady demeanor, coupled with his profound affection for Kushina, forged a strong bond that prevented Tsunade from considering him a threat. Were it not for these factors, Tsunade would have unhesitatingly exposed him. She would then have deliberated with Konoha's higher-ups about the potential risks posed by Liuyun, pondering whether he might endanger Konoha in the future, and whether measures should be taken to strengthen his indoctrination or forge bonds with him. While it wouldn't lead to his demise, increased scrutiny and oversight would be unavoidable. Her grandmother had deliberately instructed her not to reveal anything, which compelled Tsunade to keep a certain secret. Meanwhile, Liuyun was blissfully unaware that he had nearly exposed himself. However, in his mind, such exposure was merely a matter of time. Each dawn, he would embark on a morning run around Konoha. And surely the patrolling ninjas and Umbu could not be oblivious to the existence of such a prodigy. As long as he safeguarded the secret of his 3-tomo Sharingan and kept it concealed, he was indifferent to the revelation of his other ninjutsu talents. While escorting the fiery-haired girl home, they passed a quaint little park, where Liuyun was taken aback by an astonishing sight. His elder brother Dai was on a sweet date with a woman in the park. Realizing this, Liuyun hurriedly pulled Kushina into the shadows, stealthily observing the two on the bench. So, that's why Dai has been so lackadaisical about his training lately. He's been busy courting someone, Liuyun muttered, piquing Kushina's curiosity. Dai? Could it be the same person who has been accompanying you on your morning runs? Indeed, my brother has quite the unique taste, preferring more robust women. And he even knows how to present flowers, more romantic than I am. Liuyun chuckled while covertly watching the couple. You understand romance? You, a training fanatic. When did you ever grasp the concept of romance? Kushina shot him a disapproving glance. Having spent so much time with him, she had yet to receive even a single flower, yet he dared to claim he understood romance. Liuyun was momentarily at a loss for words, but quickly regained his composure. Isn't it romantic to accompany you to view the cherry blossoms? Or to invite you to admire the scenery at Hokage Rock? Or even to catch goldfish at the night market? What do you consider romantic? Besides, I was the one who took you to see the cherry blossoms, and I invited you to enjoy the view at Hokage Rock. As she spoke, Kushina playfully twisted Liuyun's ear. You, who clearly lack an understanding of romance, have the audacity to boast about it. Ouch. Okay, I concede. Just let go. Liuyun rubbed his ear, sensing Kushina's frustration. How about this? Tomorrow morning, I'll accompany you to Hokage Rock to watch the sunrise. Isn't that romantic enough? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy flickered across Kushina's face, but she quickly feigned modesty and hesitation. Should I go? If not, I'll just continue my morning run tomorrow, Liuyun scoffed. What kind of attitude is that? Is this how you ask a girl out? Kushina placed her hands on her hips, pointing an accusatory finger at Liuyun. Initially, she had found the idea romantic, but his words had swiftly extinguished that sentiment. I should learn from your brother. You are nothing but a clueless brute who knows nothing of romance. Hey, you can call me a brute. But there's no need to add clueless. Why not? Clueless brute, clueless mop top, clueless brat. Kushina smirked, launching into a playful tirade. Then I shall add my own descriptors. Clueless tomato, clueless redhead, clueless tomboy, he retorted, matching her banter. What? You insolent brat. What did you just call me? Kushina exclaimed, her hands gripping his collar in exasperation. One should engage in verbal sparring, not physical confrontations. Liuyun chuckled awkwardly, attempting to reason with her. But the next moment, Kushina resumed her playful insults. You shameless, pretentious, sissy brat. Stinky feet, Liuyun replied nonchalantly. In an instant, Kushina's eyes blazed with indignation, and their playful banter escalated into a full-blown skirmish. The commotion even startled Dai, who was engrossed in his sweet date. Chapter 72. A hasty end to a romantic outing. Orochimaru once again invites Liuyun on a mission. The next dawn, Liuyun stealthily jogged through the darkness, arriving early at the Senju clan's residence to collect a certain red-haired girl who had just risen. The two spent half an hour running to Hokage Rock, engaged in witty repartee for another half hour, and spent yet another half hour watching the sunrise. As Liuyun's legs began to itch, he expressed a desire to continue his morning run, prompting immediate protests from Kushina. After eagerly anticipating a romantic outing all night, struggling to get out of bed, and running like a dog, it ends in just half an hour? Ultimately, after another half hour of viewing, noticing Liuyun incessantly scratching his calves, Kushina reluctantly agreed to join him for another day of morning runs. However, lacking the habit of morning jogging, she soon became exhausted and had to stop. You're quite the weakling, aren't you? Liuyun chuckled, echoing her previous jabs at him. Girls naturally have less stamina than boys. Kushina retorted defiantly. Liuyun was speechless. If the Uzumaki clan lacked stamina, then there were likely no capable individuals in the shinobi world. How about I carry you on my back while we run? He suggested quietly, causing Kushina's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. But before she could respond, Liuyun's next comment darkened her expression. Perfect. I can use you as a weight. Kushina realized this guy truly had no tact. Fuming, she stomped her foot and turned sharply toward the Senju clan's residence. Where are you going? Come on, let us grab breakfast together. Liuyun hurriedly caught up. Leave me alone. What had started as a pleasant conversation had suddenly turned sour. In the afternoon, under the pretense of visiting his teacher, Liuyun entered Orochimaru's private abode. Ah, Liuyun-kun, how delightful that you thought to visit. Do you have any doubts regarding your training? Orochimaru teased with a smirk. Ha ha ha, no particular doubts, just passing by and thought I'd see if you were home, Liuyun replied. Having already mastered 2 ninjutsu techniques, he felt it necessary to visit his esteemed teacher to inquire about new techniques. You've come at a fortuitous time. I was just about to leave. If you had arrived a few minutes later, you might have missed me, Orochimaru remarked, chuckling. Where are you headed, teacher? Liuyun began. But he was abruptly interrupted by a loud voice. Teacher, I'm here. Rope jumped down from the wall. As he surmised, we were just about to head to the Hokage Tower to accept a new mission, Orochimaru explained, then added with a raspy chuckle, since you seem to be free, why not join us? Upon hearing this, Liuyun fell silent. He suspected Orochimaru might be recruiting him as a laborer once again. Fine, I'll go, he thought, for there was money to be made. With that in mind, he nodded in agreement. Although he wasn't in dire need of money, Orochimaru had previously rewarded him with 2 additional ninjutsu techniques, making it impossible for him to decline the invitation. Excellent. First, go home and inform your parents that we are leaving the village for a mission and the duration is uncertain. Once you've notified them, meet us at the village gate. Rope and I will be searching for suitable missions. As he walked home, Liuyun pondered deeply, having discerned much from Orochimaru's remarks, which contained several contradictions. Orochimaru had clearly stated they were embarking on an out-of-village mission with an uncertain duration, implying it would likely take a considerable amount of time. Yet, he had also mentioned they were merely seeking suitable tasks, not having accepted any missions yet. Why could Orochimaru be so certain it would take a long time? Liuyun reasoned that he must already possess a mission, one that would undoubtedly be time-consuming. Carrying a rope tree, they made their way to the Hokage building to accept a mission, not ruling out the possibility of tackling 2 tasks simultaneously. Efficiency is paramount in the life of a ninja. Individuals like Orochimaru, who perceive life as fleeting, exemplify this ethos. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Liuyun swiftly conjured a shadow clone. The original returned home to inform his mother, Asuka, of his itinerary while preparing the necessary items for their outing. The shadow clone proceeded to the Senju clan's territory to explain the situation to Little Tomato, suggesting that she practice climbing trees against a wall at home, with a bloodline ability even more formidable than that of the princess of the whirlpool. She could withstand countless falls without harm. Previously, when she complained of sore bottoms from falls, it was merely an excuse. Falling from great heights, she was always caught securely by someone below. Even after a full day of play, Kushina never grew weary of the game. An hour later, Orochimaru and his 2 young companions reached the village gate, with Shang-Chi burdened by numerous supplies while Orochimaru appeared unencumbered, exuding an air of ease. Let us depart, Orochimaru-sensei. With a grand gesture, Orochimaru led the way out of the village, and the 2 hurried to keep pace with him. 3 days later, at a small village on the border between the land of waterfalls and the land of fire, Orochimaru and the 2 youths had been lying in ambush within the village for an entire day. After leaving the village, Orochimaru had ordered a rapid march, and within 2 days, they arrived at the border. Their mission was classified as A rank, entailing the assassination of rogue ninjas from the land of waterfalls, who had recently plundered several small villages within the land of fire, prompting the Fire Country to take exceptional measures, instructing Konoha to eliminate the intruders completely. In truth, Orochimaru was the primary executor of this mission, as one of the rogue ninjas was a jonin. The mission carried a high level of danger, deemed unsuitable for genin or students. Yet Orochimaru, with his audacious prowess, felt it essential for his disciples to witness the true ferocity of high-level ninja combat. Thus, he disregarded the counsel of the Hokage's advisors and brought the 2 youngsters along once more. With a multitude of unfamiliar faces approaching, they may be our targets. You 2, conceal yourselves and do not reveal your presence or act without my command. Orochimaru, utilizing the summoned snakes dispersed outside, had already gained insight into the enemy's movements. Obey my orders, and wait for my signal before you reveal yourselves. Yes. Shang-Chi and Liuyun nodded solemnly from their hiding places atop a large tree. This mission was fraught with peril, necessitating their utmost vigilance. Chapter 73. Plans change, throwing technique to vanquish foes. Moments later, a gang of ferocious bandits swaggered boldly into the village square. Onward, commanded a rogue jonin named Mankuro with a sweeping gesture, as 2 chunin, 6 genin, and a small band of mountain bandits surged into the village with menacing intent. Observing this formidable lineup from the shadows, Orochimaru furrowed his brow. A few rogue ninjas might be manageable, but this group was approaching a well-organized force. Orochimaru had every reason to suspect that the rogue ninjas were deliberately dispatched by the village of Waterfalls to plunder the Land of Fire. In the ninja profession, as long as there was profit to be made, they would stoop to any unscrupulous deeds, devoid of any sense of ethics. Soon, the village echoed with screams of anguish and the sounds of combat. Orochimaru had not previously alerted the villagers to evacuate, fearing that such a warning might provoke the enemy, rendering civilian casualties inevitable upon the bandits' entry. However, he did not linger long. Upon confirming the number of enemy ninjas and assessing his ability to confront them, he decisively revealed himself. Ninjutsu, hidden shadow snake hands. Orochimaru erupted from the shadows, his arm transforming into numerous venomous snakes that lunged at Mankuro and a chunin. An ambush! Mankuro shouted, retreating swiftly, while the other chunin, caught off guard, was instantly bitten in the throat by a snake, meeting a grim fate on the spot. Orochimaru's strike was swift and ruthless, eliminating a chunin in a heartbeat. A jonin, retreat. Mankuro called to his comrades as they made a hasty withdrawal. Their objective was clear, to plunder the Land of Fire, and upon sighting Konoha ninjas, regardless of their strength, they had to flee without hesitation. Do you think you can escape? Orochimaru scoffed, and as his words echoed, 2 shadow clones appeared at the village entrance, blocking the enemy's escape route. You too retreat. I will cover you. Mankuro quickly issued commands and charged towards the shadow clones. Witnessing this scene, Orochimaru's frown deepened. Was there truly such loyalty among these rogue ninjas, willing to safeguard their subordinates' escape? Suddenly, the rogue ninjas from the village of Waterfalls hurled several explosive kunai at Orochimaru as they withdrew. The thunderous explosions resonated through the air. Once the chaos subsided, Orochimaru's voice rang out amidst the smoke. Shungtree, Liuyun, handle those genin. With his command, the 2 youths leapt from the tree. Initially, Orochimaru had intended to deal with the situation himself and allow them to observe. However, the unexpected number of rogue ninjas necessitated a change of plan, and he felt it was an opportune moment for the 2 youngsters to test their mettle. Remember, engage if you can, if not, delay. With this parting advice, he immediately clashed with the rogue jonin. Understood. The 2 youths responded and swiftly pursued the fleeing rogue ninjas, while Orochimaru engaged the rogue jonin. One shadow clone held down a chunin, and the other stealthily trailed behind the pair to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. Shungtree, do not rush too far ahead, and watch your footing. Liuyun instinctively kept a safe distance and couldn't help but caution him. Though in the original story, Shungtree did not perish in such a manner, he could not guarantee that there would be no deviations. The current scenario, combined with Shungtree's reckless pursuit, made the possibility of triggering explosive tags seem all too plausible. Liuyun, observing from the sidelines, felt a chill run down his spine and his eyelids twitch, instinctively moving further away. Stop dawdling. If you delay any longer, they'll escape. Shungtree, however, was not inclined to heed the advice of a mere student. Although he currently held the status of a genin, he was certain that most chunin were not his match, and Liuyun, being an ungraduated student, was expected to follow his lead rather than instruct him. I understand. Just remain calm and cautious, especially considering the enemy may have set traps to hinder us. Liuyun urged urgently. Having said all he could, he reached the limit of his warnings. If Shungtree were to falter, there was little he could do. There are many enemies. I may not be able to protect you. So be careful, Shungtree shouted. His words were a reminder rather than a retort to Liuyun's previous caution, as they had now caught up with the rogue ninjas from the Land of Waterfalls. Shungtree was the first to launch a kunai tied with an explosive tag. With a resounding explosion, the scene erupted into chaos. Liuyun, pulling 4 shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, hurled them towards the target genin without a second thought. One genin, startled by the incoming projectiles, raised his kunai to deflect 3 of the shuriken, but the final shuriken struck him squarely in the chest, causing him to cry out in pain. Liuyun's attack quickly attracted the attention of another genin. Seeing Liuyun's youth in the absence of a forehead protector, rage surged within the genin, and he halted, intending to eliminate this little brat before making his escape. Damn it, who do you think you are to block our path? The rogue genin spat, flinging his kunai at Liuyun. The trajectory aimed directly for his head. Liuyun raised the kunai in his hand and swung it forward. The incoming kunai was effortlessly knocked to the ground. Witnessing this scene, the Tekinen lower ninja's expression shifted dramatically, soon realizing that this young boy was far from ordinary. Liuyun extended his hand once more towards his ninja tool pouch, deftly grasping 2 more kunai, which he then hurled with great force at his 2 target lower ninjas. His movements were swift and precise, revealing him to be an adept practitioner of throwing techniques. The Tekinen lower ninja raised his hand to deflect the approaching kunai. But to his astonishment, just as he was about to act, another kunai arrived at an even greater speed. What? The latter kunai struck the first with pinpoint accuracy, altering the trajectory of both attacks instantaneously. Without exceptional perceptive abilities, it would be a formidable challenge to evade such an assault. The Tekinen lower ninja managed to deflect the kunai aimed at his vital points. Yet the other kunai found its mark in his shoulder. Fortunately, due to the peculiar nature of this collision-style throwing technique, the impact's force was significantly diminished, resulting in merely a superficial wound. He bled but suffered no serious injury, not even to the bone. However, while he faced little consequence, the other lower ninja was not so fortunate. Previously struck by Liuyun's shuriken to the chest, he was unable to evade the Uchiha kunai throwing technique and fell lifelessly. A kunai piercing his throat. Bastard! Witnessing the demise of a comrade, the Tekinen lower ninja's eyes reddened with rage, and he brandished his kunai, charging directly at Liuyun. The boy's throwing technique was too formidable. He could not allow him to continue playing with him like a kite. He believed that if he could close the distance, a single strike would be sufficient to fell this young brat. Chapter 74. Completion of an A-rank mission, another task begins. Confronted by the towering Tekinen ninja wielding a deadly weapon, Liuyun drew forth the last kunai from his possession. Having never engaged in combat with a ninja before, this was an opportune moment to hone his battle experience and test the efficacy of his skills. He had not brought many kunai or shuriken on his journey, and with all the concealed weapons in his pouch already dispatched, even if the ninja did not approach him, he would take the initiative to engage in close combat. Seeing the boy neither flee nor evade, the Tekinen lower ninja's eyes gleamed with fierce intent as he swung his kunai toward Liuyun's head. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated as Liuyun stood his ground, directly blocking the powerful strike. What? The Tekinen's eyes widened in shock. A mere child, not even fully grown, had withstood his attack head-on, and his full-force blow had not even pushed the boy back a single step. The Tekinen lower ninja's mind was trapped in the disparity of their sizes and ages, possessing a rudimentary understanding of chakra without any scientific precision in its control. Liuyun's feet were firmly planted on the ground, his arms gathering a substantial amount of chakra. The sheer strength in his limbs was sufficient to withstand the opponent's force. After blocking the strike, Liuyun exerted his strength, pushing the opponent back while simultaneously launching his weapon with great force. The kunai, propelled at high speed, aimed for the Tekinen's face, causing him to instinctively jerk his head in an attempt to evade the lethal strike. Unfortunately, Liuyun infused his kunai with lightning chakra, endowing it with blinding speed, making evasion nearly impossible. A small portion of his ear was severed by the kunai, though his life was momentarily spared. Before he could catch his breath, Liuyun surged forward at a speed so swift it was nearly imperceptible. The next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Liuyun's fist had accurately struck his body. The Tekinen lower ninja was sent flying backward, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood before even hitting the ground. Liuyun's punch was heavy. He faced an enemy from a rival nation and had no intention of holding back. The Tekinen was sent crashing into a large tree. Coming to a halt, Liuyun quickly formed hand seals, preparing to deliver a final blow. Fire style, great fireball technique. Liuyun unleashed a massive fireball, its terrifying force causing the lower ninja before him to tremble in fear. He could hardly believe that a mere child, not even a proper ninja, possessed such formidable strength and mastery of ninjutsu. The great fireball rapidly expanded in his vision before engulfing him and the large tree behind him. Boom! The explosion drew the attention of Orochimaru's shadow clone, who was observing the battle from a distance, as Senju was currently engaged in combat against 4 foes. The explosion prompted him to glance towards Liuyun's direction. Seeing Liuyun emerge victorious, Orochimaru couldn't help but lick his lips and chuckle softly. This child had indeed not disappointed him. A prodigy capable of developing Chidori would naturally have no trouble dealing with 2 lower ninjas, Orochimaru thought to himself. But the next moment, his pupils constricted as he shouted urgently towards the dazed Liuyun. Be careful. A kunai plunged forcefully into Liuyun's chest. Did you think you had won? Remember this lesson in your next life. The Tekinen lower ninja sneered, but before he could finish his taunt, he immediately felt something was amiss as the kunai pierced the boy's body. This lower ninja was not lacking in strength or reflexes. He was an elite lower ninja. In the final moments before the great fireball struck, he had executed a substitution technique. Taking advantage of Liuyun's momentary lapse, he delivered a fatal blow. This phrase, "I return to you," unchanged. As the voice echoed, the Liuyun pierced by the kunai transformed into a mere phantom. This was an illusory clone. Not even a shadow clone, yet it was sufficient to deceive such a lower ninja. The three-body technique taught in ninja school was not something a lower ninja could easily see through. Lightning release, lightning bolt technique. A bolt of lightning descended directly from above the Tekinen lower ninja, inflicting severe injury. The chakra-generated lightning was incomparable to natural lightning. And the lightning bolt technique was merely a low-level ninjutsu. It was not lethal to a large opponent, so Liuyun was not surprised. Liuyun stepped forward, delivering a decisive kick that ended the lower ninja's life. In this instance of close-quarters killing, he felt little psychological pressure. Perhaps it was the surge of adrenaline that rendered his hands and feet steady, with only his heartbeat quickening slightly. In the future, as he accumulated more lives taken, he would likely become desensitized to even that reaction. Having concluded his battle, he waved to Orochimaru to signal that he was safe. Orochimaru showered him with praise, smiling as he gave him a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Senju was engaged in a fierce skirmish. Without Orochimaru's intervention, he swiftly dispatched 3 lower ninjas and was presently entangled with another. Liuyun saw no reason to assist. As the remaining lower ninja was already wounded and nearing his limit, Senju would handle it without his help. 3 minutes later, the battles in the forest had come to a complete end. The two quickly made their way to Orochimaru's main body, only to find that he had already concluded his own fight, with the Jonin, Wanjiro, having perished on the spot. Orochimaru was interrogating a Tekinen Chunin, who was resolutely defiant, biting down on the poison hidden beneath his tongue, denying Orochimaru any chance for questioning. This was entirely within Orochimaru's expectations. The dying man displayed not a shred of emotional fluctuation. To him, these individuals were likely all from Tekinen village, merely masquerading as renegade ninjas. It is best if nothing goes awry. The Takigakure village can amass wealth without restraint. Even if discovered by the Leaf Village ninjas, it poses no concern, as a few rogue ninjas cannot implicate them. In truth, the Leaf Village is somewhat powerless against such nefarious conduct. It would be unreasonable to instigate war against a ninja village over a handful of rogue ninjas or a few minor settlements, wouldn't it? The only recourse for the Leaf is to eliminate them one by one. The resources of 10 small villages could hardly nurture a cohort of ninjas like this. This time, they have dispatched 1 Jonin, 2 Chunin, and 6 Genin, which is a significant blow to Takigakure village. If any other Jonin from the Leaf had taken on this task, there would likely have been a disaster, and retaining the likes of Manjiro would have been improbable. Yet, it was Orochimaru who accepted this A-rank mission, and it can only be deemed unfortunate for Takigakure village. The trio took a brief respite within the village, staying for a night, during which they were graciously entertained by the villagers. Shoju took the opportunity to inquire about the safety conditions in the vicinity. Upon learning the location of a nearby bandit den, the trio set off at dawn, subsequently annihilating the entire den without leaving a trace. After completing these tasks, Orochimaru had no intention of returning to the village. Instead, he led the 2 boys into another country. Chapter 75, S-Rank Mission, A Change in Task Nature. Expressing refusal through silence. The Land of Sound. Since its establishment, this nation has never developed a truly reliable ninja village, resulting in chaos and a lack of safety for its populace, with countless mountain bandits and thieves. The daimyo of the Land of Sound, compelled by circumstances, frequently expends considerable sums to hire ninjas from major nations to eradicate the bandits and marauders. At times, he even resorts to foreign assistance to suppress insurgents and riots. Upon entering the Land of Sound, Orochimaru focused solely on one objective: exterminating bandits. The trio cut a bloody path from the border, with Liuyun unaware of Orochimaru's true intentions until 3 bandit dens had been eradicated. Only then did Orochimaru vaguely clarify the mission. An S-rank mission? Hearing Orochimaru reveal the mission's rank, Shoju was instantly electrified, his excitement manifesting in jubilant gestures, for this was his first S-rank mission since he began accepting tasks. Moreover, it appeared that S-rank missions were privately communicated by the Hokage, never displayed for ordinary ninjas to view or choose at will. Each was classified as top secret. Was this S-rank mission merely the eradication of bandits? Liuyun inquired with curiosity. Initially, he was taken aback by the rank. Sending a mere student to undertake an S-rank mission seemed tantamount to courting death. Fortunately, Orochimaru clarified that while the task carried risks, the danger was not high. The Land of Sound offered a substantial reward, and the mission was labor-intensive, compounded by political factors, hence its classification as S-rank. Having completed over 100 S-rank missions in the original narrative, Orochimaru felt confident that taking along 2 young boys would pose no issue. The primary objective was the eradication of bandits, with secondary motives that he chose not to elaborate on. Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely, not intending to divulge the entirety of the mission. 2 days later, one fateful night, the 3 found themselves before a rare and large bandit den. Intelligence indicated that this den housed over 1,000 individuals, ranking among the largest bandit strongholds within the Land of Rice. For safety's sake, they lingered nearby for half a day to gather specific intelligence on the Liuyun stronghold. You two, guard each mountain pass. Ensure that not a single bandit escapes, Orochimaru instructed, pointing to a crude map. We only need to guard the pass. Without engaging in combat? Liuyun asked in a hushed tone. After days of killing, he had nearly grown numb to it. Who could say how many lives he had taken? His heart had darkened significantly, and now, upon seeing a person, he instinctively focused on their neck and heart. No need. Avoid killing if possible. Lonely Cave will handle it themselves. We merely need to guard the entrances, Orochimaru stated, his voice laced with a chilling indifference. Lonely Cave? Liuyun instinctively furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting that those serpents will go in to devour people? Orochimaru chuckled, praising Liuyun's cleverness. Upon hearing this, Liuyun's pupils constricted sharply, his eyes narrowing slightly. Truth be told, he felt some resistance to this task. If Orochimaru wanted him to kill bandits, there would be no objection. He would eliminate the entire 1,000-strong den without hesitation. However, the notion of allowing the serpents of Lonely Cave to enter the crowd to feast while he was tasked with blocking their path felt entirely different. It was not merely a feeling. The nature of the mission had fundamentally changed. Orochimaru appeared to be placating those beasts, leading Liuyun to feel less than human. What? Are you unwilling? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, his brows knitting together. In truth, he was even colder than Liuyun had anticipated. To him, ordinary people lived in suffering, and at times, killing was merely a means of offering them release. For instance, in the original narrative, upon first encountering Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, 3 orphans, his immediate reaction was to eliminate them, thereby ending their tragic and painful lives. This perspective had shocked both Jiraiya and Tsunade at the time. At this moment, Orochimaru's true intention was to exploit the useless. The death of bandits was inconsequential, and they might as well serve as living sacrifices for Lonely Cave. Liuyun's belief was that killing should not be inflicted upon the innocent. He dared to kill and could do so. But to harm others merely to satiate a pack of cold-blooded beasts, while being instructed to block rather than kill. Turning humans into sacrifices to please Lonely Cave, this was a task he genuinely resisted. To put it plainly, he had come merely to execute a mission, yet was being told to forsake his humanity. Even if he were to be granted 10 ninjutsu afterward, he had no desire to accept such a task. Silence signified his unwillingness. Orochimaru glared at him coldly for a moment before turning to Shoju. Shoju, what is your stance? To Liuyun's astonishment, Shoju's face reddened, his gaze wavering, and he hesitated to voice his opinion. Very well. Observing the resistance in both boys, Orochimaru sighed softly, choosing not to pressure them. After all, the thoughts of individuals differ, and he could somewhat understand the perspectives of the 2 youths. In his past, he too had his own boundaries, but as time passed, that boundary had long since vanished. You two just watch. Old teacher. Shoju hesitated for a moment, attempting to express his willingness, but Orochimaru waved him off, interrupting his words. Orochimaru formed hand seals, summoning 6 shadow clones, which then dispersed to guard the routes. Summoning technique. A white serpent appeared before him. Liuyun and Shoju observed from a high vantage point, noticing the 1 man and 1 serpent seemingly engaged in discussion. Half an hour later, a multitude of vividly colored, fearsome serpents surged into the Liuyun stronghold. The chilling screams of terror soon echoed throughout the entire stronghold. In Liuyun's eyes, the serpents of Lonely Cave devoured one person after another, relishing the experience. It was a veritable feast. They reveled in the sensation of the living struggling within their bodies. Ordinary people and a scattering of low-ranking ninjas were utterly helpless against these formidable serpents. Even explosive tags could not harm the thick-skinned giants. The Liuyun stronghold descended into despair. Countless bandits began to flee in all directions, yet all exits were guarded by Orochimaru's shadow clones, forcing them back into the stronghold. With ninjas in front and serpents behind, The number of inhabitants in Heiyun stronghold was rapidly dwindling at an alarming rate. The screams of anguish and terror spread even beyond the confines of the mountain stronghold, with the onlookers, Liuyun and Shangshu, acutely sensing the palpable despair in the air. Despite their inaction, they found their breaths quickening, eventually escalating into heavy gasps. Chapter 76. Orochimaru and the Indignities of the Feudal Lord of the Land of Sound. Mission accomplished. Night fell. The horrific screams and the hissing of Orochimaru within the Black Cloud stronghold finally subsided. Liuyun and Shangshu leapt down from a high vantage point and voluntarily entered the stronghold to meet Orochimaru. Pack up all the valuables inside, he ordered with a weary wave of his hand, casually taking a seat upon a large stone. Yes, the two nodded in unison and commenced a thorough search for treasures. In a settlement housing over 1,000 inhabitants, the wealth contained within was so abundant that even their storage scrolls could hardly accommodate it. Ultimately, they were left to gather only the most valuable items, setting ablaze all the commercial goods and provisions in a cleansing fire. After eradicating the Black Cloud stronghold, they proceeded to a black market, where they transformed the recently acquired valuables into cash. Orochimaru divided the money into 3 equal shares without hesitation. Aware that there was no evading the substantial profits from this mission, Liuyun proposed to Orochimaru that he should select a fine weapon for him, suggesting that he would cover any additional costs with the task's commission. Konoha has strict regulations on weaponry. A mere academy student cannot purchase a quality blade from the Konoha tool shop, he explained. Orochimaru-sensei, could you assist me in finding a weapon or sword capable of channeling chakra? If these funds, along with the mission's commission, prove insufficient, I shall make up the difference. Liuyun elaborated on his situation, revealing his lightning chakra, and expressed how a suitable weapon could vastly enhance his combat capabilities. Heh, you little academy student, you seem quite knowledgeable. Even about weapons that can channel chakra, Orochimaru remarked, squinting at him with a sinister smile. His disciple, Shangshu, had been by his side for quite some time, yet remained oblivious to such weaponry, while Liuyun, despite his youth, possessed knowledge beyond his years. Having previously overheard discussions about such weapons among the clan elders, Liuyun sheepishly provided an explanation. Orochimaru nodded slightly, finding the excuse somewhat acceptable and choosing not to press further. While metals that can channel chakra are indeed precious, they shouldn't cost an exorbitant amount. I shall look into it when I return. Thank you, Orochimaru-sensei. The trio spent half a day in a small town to freshen up and rest before heading directly to the capital of the Land of Sound. After a day's journey, Orochimaru led them to the feudal lord's estate. For a small nation, the lord's residence was impressively grand. They were greeted personally by the feudal lord, and Liuyun discerned that the relationship between him and Orochimaru was quite extraordinary, provoking thoughts about various matters. In the original narrative, Orochimaru established the Sound Village within the Land of Sound, and he had not anticipated that these two would connect so swiftly. As Orochimaru and the feudal lord engaged in a private conversation, Liuyun and Shangshu remained in the reception hall, enjoying refreshments while listening to music and watching dancers, reveling in the delightful atmosphere. The dancers, with their alluring and graceful forms, showcased remarkable skill, leaving the two boys momentarily entranced. Shangshu's face flushed crimson as he witnessed scenes reminiscent of the risque illustrations he had only seen in comics, now brought to life before him. The intoxicating fragrance of the dancers enveloped him, stirring both shyness and curiosity within him, causing his blood to race. Liuyun fared better, having been exposed to more mature content in the past. While the dancers were indeed captivating, they did not reach a level that would cause him to blush. Moreover, the dancers' exaggerated makeup was off-putting. Their faces were ghostly pale, with only a hint of crimson on their lips, creating a rather unsettling visage. Not that he was at a stage in his development to be overly affected, but even if he were, encountering such a sight at night would hardly be uplifting. In this moment, he found himself appreciating the dancers' artistry. Their movements, ethereal and fluid, left him in awe. He couldn't help but reflect on the luxurious lives of the aristocracy, reveling in their opulence. As night descended, Liuyun and Shangshu shared a room, while Orochimaru accompanied the feudal lord elsewhere, their whereabouts unknown. Upon his return to the estate the following morning, Orochimaru bore visible bloodstains on his clothing, leading Liuyun to speculate about the unsavory deeds he may have engaged in, likely related to another S-rank mission. He divulged no details of the task, and neither Liuyun nor Shangshu dared to inquire further. After a night's rest, Liuyun noticed a marked increase in the feudal lord's warmth towards them. The trio spent 2 days at the lord's estate, indulging in the joys of a life of leisure. Eventually, Orochimaru bid farewell to the feudal lord, seizing a large map marked with coordinates, and embarked once more on a journey to eliminate bandits alongside the two youths. They eradicated a significant portion of the bandit dens within the Land of Sound, thereby securing a more favorable living environment for the populace. Though this S-rank mission posed little danger, it proved more arduous than anticipated. Nevertheless, the rewards were substantial. Many sought to undertake such missions, but found no opportunities. It was only due to Orochimaru's status as a disciple of the Hokage that they could access these low-risk, lucrative tasks. With one S-rank and one A-rank mission completed, their endeavors had extended beyond a month. As they crossed into the Land of Fire and beheld Konoha village, Liuyun felt a palpable relief wash over him. The anticipation of returning home ignited a thrill within him, and as soon as they entered the village, he bid farewell to his companions and hurriedly made his way home. Regrettably, upon his arrival, he found his mother, Mikazuki Asuka, absent. After a brief contemplation, he decided to head to the Senju clan grounds. To his surprise, he also found no sign of Kushina Uzumaki, who informed him that she had left early, though her destination remained uncertain. What could be happening? Why are both mother and Kushina missing? Liuyun couldn't help but furrow his brow. After a moment of reflection, a realization struck him, and his eyes lit up with clarity. I know where mother is. Having been away from Konoha for a month, he surmised that Asuka's flower shop must be nearing its grand opening. If she was not home during the day, she was undoubtedly busy tending to her business. As he reached a street adorned with a flower shop overflowing with blossoms, a sign caught his eye. Yunxiang Flower Shop. What a lovely name. A smile crept across Liuyun's face as he recognized the establishment. Chapter 77. The harmonious relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Might Guy is getting married? Upon stepping into the flower shop, Liuyun was greeted by the sight of the two women he longed to see most. Mother, Kushina. So you are both here. With the new shop opening and the street being relatively quiet, both Asuka and Kushina were enjoying a moment of tranquility. The moment the two women laid eyes on Liuyun, their faces lit up with uncontainable joy. Son, Liuyun. Asuka rushed forward, enveloping her son in her embrace, tears of happiness streaming down her cheeks. Where have you been for so long? I've been worried sick about you. Having never been apart from her son for such an extended period, she had visited the Hokage Tower multiple times, seeking news from Sarutobi Hiruzen out of concern for his safety. Due to the assignment being in another country and quite time-consuming, it has only now come to fruition. Liuyun blushed as he extricated himself from Asuka's embrace and provided a brief explanation. However, since S-rank and A-rank missions are classified, even if he completed the task, he theoretically could not disclose any details. What? You went abroad? Asuka exclaimed, clearly astonished. She had thought her son was engaged in missions within the country under Orochimaru. From her perspective as an ordinary person, foreign lands were chaotic and perilous. Yes. I'll tell you all about it when we get home, Liuyun replied. Ninja confidentiality regulations applied, and although he was not yet a ninja, discussing missions in a flower shop was inappropriate. Let us go. We're heading home now. We want to open the shop today since there aren't any customers, Asuka said, already tidying up and preparing to close the store. Liuyun found her haste both amusing and bewildering. Little tomato. Liuyun approached Kushina and took her hand. She beamed upon seeing him, but due to Asuka's presence, she felt compelled to maintain a semblance of restraint, daring only to lean in closer, too shy to interject while the mother and son conversed. At that moment, faced with Liuyun's affectionate greeting, Kushina's cheeks flushed, yet her smile radiated pure joy. Did you miss your brother? Liuyun teased her as usual. Kushina cast a furtive glance at Asuka, who was engrossed in her tasks and oblivious to their exchange, and muttered softly, You've been gone for over a month. Auntie has been so worried she couldn't sleep well. And what about you, Nai? Did you worry about me? Liuyun leaned in to whisper in her ear. Don't pretend to ask when you already know, you rascal. Kushina shot him a bashful glare. Her endearingly shy demeanor elicited a hearty laugh from Liuyun. What is so funny? Hurry outside. I'm locking up. Asuka chimed in, ushering the two youngsters out of the flower shop. After securing the door, she took one of each of their hands and cheerfully led them home. Liuyun and Kushina exchanged amused glances behind her back. Once home, Liuyun recounted his mission in a vague manner, omitting details regarding its classification, and then inquired about their circumstances. Kushina, how did you end up at the flower shop? Nai has been helping me manage the shop lately. She's worried her mother might get bored, so she has been coming to keep me company. Asuka poured 2 cups of fragrant tea and took the opportunity to elaborate. Not really. I haven't helped Annie much. I just enjoy flowers and have nowhere else to go, Kushina explained sheepishly. Asuka treated her with great kindness and consideration, and Kushina felt a long-lost maternal affection emanating from her. With Liuyun away for extended periods, she found herself visiting the shop almost daily, seeking to bond with Asuka while waiting for Liuyun's return. Is that so? Liuyun observed her with a smile, causing her to feel a tad embarrassed under his gaze. By the way, son, Uchiha Akira has been coming by every day to inquire about your whereabouts. He said if you don't resume your updates soon, he'll hang himself at our doorstep. Asuka shared the news with a chuckle. Moreover, he recently sent a substantial amount of manuscript fees, claiming it was from the profit share, much of which is his personal gratuity for you. He just hopes you can expedite the continuation of the storyline. I had almost forgotten about that, Liuyun mused. The month-long task had caught him off guard, and it was only natural for Akira to be anxious. Quickly, Liuyun summoned a shadow clone to focus on writing the manuscript and send it to Akira. This was his source of income, and he couldn't afford to let it lapse. The current earnings from the manuscript were already quite considerable, and as the Dragon Ball manga continued to reach wider audiences, his profits would only increase. Additionally, your brother Dai got married a few days ago. He initially wanted to invite you to the wedding. Asuka delivered this significant news directly. What? Liuyun stood up from the sofa in shock. How long have Dai and his partner been dating? And they're already married? The sudden announcement of Might Dai's impulsive marriage took him by surprise, but upon reflection, such a development was not entirely unexpected given Dai's character. A sudden wave of emotion might well have driven him to propose on a whim. Did you contribute to the wedding gift on my behalf? Liuyun hastily inquired. Of course. They formally came to inform you. How could I be rude? However, he continually declined, and in the end, I gave the gift to his wife. Asuka explained the general situation. Well, that's good, but it's not enough. I must visit his home later to present another wedding gift. Liuyun considered Dai as a mentor of sorts, imparting valuable knowledge of physical techniques. With Dai now married, he couldn't just offer a token gift. With Dai's hasty marriage, Liuyun speculated that Might Guy's birth might also be imminent. Nai, have you completed your tree climbing training? Seated closely together on the bench behind the house, Liuyun took the opportunity to ask about her progress. Of course, climbing trees is no challenge for me. I mastered the chakra control technique the very day after you left Konoha. Kushina replied, her head held high, displaying a proud and somewhat spoiled demeanor, which made Liuyun laugh. Is that so? Nai is truly impressive. Liuyun exclaimed, genuinely surprised. This training required substantial chakra control, and both Naruto and Sasuke had taken several days post-graduation to master it. Yet Kushina had achieved it in under 2 days. In reality, she had fallen numerous times over 5 days before mastering the technique. She exaggerated her accomplishment, concerned that if Liuyun knew the truth, he might look down on her, making it difficult for her to endure any teasing about it in the future. Of course it's true. Who do you think I am? Kushina forced a smile, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Well, look at how capable you've become. Liuyun jested. Now that you've grasped the basics of chakra control, tomorrow I will teach you advanced techniques, specifically the water walking exercise. As he spoke, a mischievous grin spread across his face as he imagined Kushina in a swimsuit. Swimsuit Kushina? Or wet Kushina? He found himself eagerly anticipating the next day. Chapter 78. The one Liuyun fears most. Let me graduate early? Not a chance. You're going to teach me water walking tomorrow? That is wonderful. Kushina exclaimed, her joy evident. Ever since Liuyun had playfully teased her by standing on water during their last encounter, she had longed to learn the skill, envisioning a day when she could turn the tables on him should he ever provoke her again. Unbeknownst to each other, they were both lost in their thoughts. Yet the excitement was palpable. I'll teach you sealing techniques tomorrow night, Kushina declared, and upon hearing this, Liuyun's eyes sparkled with delight, a broad grin spreading across his face. Why are you suddenly smiling so lecherously? Kushina instinctively felt a sense of wariness at his expression. Is there? No. There isn't. As night fell, Liuyun prepared gifts and made his way to Dai's residence. By the time he emerged from Dai's home, it was nearly 9 o'clock in the evening. After parting ways with Dai, Liuyun sensed someone was trailing him. Before he could lead the follower to a secluded area, the individual stepped forward to block his path. It was a member of the Konoha Umbu. Uchiha Liuyun, the Hokage wishes to see you. Please come with me. The Umbu stated coldly. The mention of the Umbu made Liuyun instinctively furrow his brows. He wondered what Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted with him. He felt a nagging sense of foreboding. May I inquire what the Hokage needs from me? I don't know. You'll find out when you arrive. The Umbu replied brusquely. A moment later, Liuyun stepped into the Hokage's office. At this moment, the Hokage's office was brightly lit, though sparsely populated, with only 2 individuals present. Among them was one whose presence instilled a profound sense of trepidation, Shimura Danzo. If one were to ponder whom in Konoha should be regarded with the utmost caution, Danzo would undoubtedly occupy the foremost position. The reason for this is simple. He is a man devoid of principles and morals, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his objectives, capable of committing the most egregious acts. A zealot obsessed with power, he recognizes no boundaries in his pursuits, relentlessly chasing after personal gain. Such a person is exceedingly difficult to contend with. It is nearly impossible for Liuyun to sway or unsettle him with mere rhetoric. To confront someone like Danzo, one must either possess greater authority to keep him in check or possess superior strength that allows for a showdown. Regrettably, Liuyun found himself lacking in both regards, leading to a modicum of self-doubt. Hokage-sama, did you summon me for something? Ah, little Liuyun, you have arrived. Sarutobi Hiruzen set down the documents he had been perusing. There is nothing particularly urgent. I merely wish to clarify a few matters with you. Lighting a pipe, Sarutobi adopted a serious demeanor. You have participated in a B-rank mission, an A-rank mission, and an S-rank mission alongside Orochimaru. Logically, as you have not yet graduated as a ninja, you should not have been involved in such assignments. However, since you have completed them successfully, we shall have to expedite the recording of your name into the archives. These 3 missions will henceforth be part of your ninja career. Rubbing his temples in frustration, Sarutobi lamented Orochimaru's impulsiveness and disregard for rules, which had inadvertently brought Liuyun into such high-stakes missions, consequently implicating him as a mentor. This matter was relayed to Danzo by the 2 Hokage advisors, and the 3 of them subsequently unleashed a torrent of scathing reproach upon Orochimaru. Aware of his own shortcomings, the 3rd Hokage found himself unable to offer any counterarguments, resigned to shoulder the blame and rebuke directed at his treasured apprentice. Yet, the entirety of this situation could be attributed to Orochimaru's reckless nature, leaving Liuyun largely blameless. The Hokage's intention in summoning Liuyun was primarily to prevent such incidents from reoccurring. Tonight, I wish to inquire if you have any desire to graduate early. After all, your completion of 3 advanced missions attests to your capabilities. If you wish to graduate early and become a genin, I can facilitate that for you. And no, I don't wish to. Sensing the 3rd Hokage's intentions, Liuyun hastily interrupted him. What an absurd proposition. His current life was enjoyable and carefree. Why would he want to graduate early and labor like a mule? His dedication to mastering ninjutsu was rooted in a desire for self-preservation and strength. Who in their right mind would willingly choose to become a ninja otherwise? Was it fun to toil like a beast or to engage in acts of violence? Liuyun's aspirations have always been about becoming a formidable individual rather than merely a ninja. Lord Third, you flatter me. The advanced missions were primarily carried out by Orochimaru-sensei and Shoshin. I was merely there to broaden my horizons or to perform menial tasks like corpse retrieval, Liuyun awkwardly explained. Is that so? Sarutobi furrowed his brow, seemingly mulling over the credibility of this statement. Observing the Hokage's expression, Liuyun speculated that Orochimaru had likely not divulged the details of the missions to him. In truth, after registering the tasks, Orochimaru had vanished in a puff of smoke. Leaving a shadow clone to attend to the Hokage, he hadn't even afforded Sarutobi the opportunity to reprimand him. Shoshin was left to be interrogated, but he was notoriously uncooperative and evasive, seemingly intent on concealing the truth. Due to his esteemed status, others were powerless to compel him. Please recount the details of the missions, Danzo finally interjected, his expression inscrutable and perpetually serious. Which mission are you referring to? Liuyun scratched his head. Let us discuss the S-rank mission, Danzo replied, his gaze steady. Upon hearing this, Liuyun instinctively glanced at Sarutobi, who gave a subtle nod. The gears in Liuyun's mind turned rapidly as he recounted the events of purging bandits in the Land of Sound. He made an effort to downplay his own involvement, asserting that he was merely responsible for tasks such as collecting corpses, managing loot, and setting fires, essentially portraying himself as a mere tool in the operation. What purpose did you serve in collecting corpses? Why set fires only to have you retrieve the bodies? Danzo suddenly inquired. To feed the snake. A big snake, about the size of a mountain, Liuyun explained, gesturing with his hands. It was common knowledge among the higher-ups in Konoha that Orochimaru's summoning creature was a serpent, and he did not consider this a breach of confidentiality. Moreover, as Orochimaru had not imposed any secrecy regarding the 3 missions, Liuyun felt comfortable disclosing most of the information during his inquiry, as long as he deliberately omitted sensitive details. Liuyun elaborated in great detail, even extending the description of a single bandit den to span nearly half an hour. Get to the point, Danzo interrupted coldly, his impatience palpable. It's already 10 o'clock at night. Does this child not have a sense of time? Didn't you ask me to elaborate? Liuyun replied, bewildered, looking at Saratobi for support. Danzo's face darkened as he abruptly stood and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Lord Hokage, did I say something wrong? Liuyun asked innocently, casting a bewildered gaze at Saratobi. Chapter 79. The Unashamed Old Man, Uchiha Fugaku's beloved. Saratobi, puffing on his pipe, bore an expression of exasperation. I wish to know how you came to know Orochimaru. Upon hearing the Hokage's query, Liuyun couldn't help but acknowledge Orochimaru's reliability. It was clear that Orochimaru had not informed his teacher of Liuyun's circumstances. Of course, the matter regarding Chidori was something Liuyun had requested Orochimaru to keep confidential. How did I meet Orochimaru-sensei? Well, initially, I was introduced to him through Kushina, Liuyun pondered before responding. Please be more specific. Saratobi exhaled a plume of smoke, urging clarity. One afternoon after school, I was with Kushina when we were cornered by some troublesome individuals. Together, we managed to deal with them. And Orochimaru-sensei witnessed this and expressed his admiration for me. Liuyun recounted the events of that fateful afternoon. He couldn't conceal everything, as the Hokage was no fool. Naturally, he wouldn't divulge every detail. Some truths needed only partial disclosure, allowing astute individuals to connect the dots themselves. Saratobi nodded, refraining from probing deeper into the specifics or consequences, content with understanding the general circumstances. So, you truly do not wish to graduate early? Saratobi pressed again. With Orochimaru guiding you, I could expedite your Leaf Village ninja headband. Once more, Saratobi's inquiry emerged. His insistence was rooted in the desire to prevent his headstrong apprentice, Orochimaru, from continuing his reckless behavior. After all, it would be detrimental for a young student to be sent on high-level missions. If Liuyun could graduate, it would mitigate such issues. It would be said that his apprentice had taken on missions above his rank, and with Orochimaru's strength, no one would dare label him irresponsible. Liuyun was taken aback by Saratobi's shamelessness. He had just declared he did not wish to graduate early, yet the old man persisted. This was blatant interference in his peace. With the Second Great Ninja War already underway, graduating at this juncture would undoubtedly see him conscripted into the conflict as mere cannon fodder. He had seen students begging the Hokage for early graduation, but never had he witnessed a Hokage imploring a student for the same. I do not wish to graduate just yet. When I do, I will come to seek you out, Lord Hokage. Liuyun tactfully declined. Very well, however. You must refrain from accompanying Orochimaru on any missions ranked C or above in the future, due to your current lack of proficiency as a ninja. Should any unfortunate events transpire, not only would Orochimaru bear responsibility, but I, as the Hokage, would also find it difficult to absolve myself of blame. Saratobi Hiruzen patiently elucidated the stakes involved. So be it, he thought, expecting the youth to respond. Then I shall graduate early and become a ninja. However, to his surprise, Liuyun declared, I will wait an additional year before undertaking missions alongside Master Orochimaru. Very well, an extra year of study can be beneficial, Saratobi Hiruzen replied, his smile momentarily stiffening. Liuyun's desire to postpone his graduation left the Hokage with no justification for pressuring him, unless a war with another great nation erupted, prompting the school to consider abbreviating the 6-year curriculum, sending freshly graduated students to the front lines as fodder. Regarding the confidentiality of missions, Orochimaru must have briefed you? Saratobi Hiruzen inquired, tapping the ash from his pipe. Yes, Master Orochimaru mentioned that even upon mission completion, one must not divulge any details, Liuyun affirmed, standing straight, his expression serious. This demeanor swiftly amused Saratobi Hiruzen, who chuckled and waved his hand. Return home and get some rest. Otherwise, your mother will worry if she cannot find you. Yes. Upon leaving the Hokage's office, Liuyun instinctively wiped the sweat from his brow. Undertaking missions with Orochimaru bore both advantages and disadvantages, the advantage being the opportunity to utilize his mentor's reputation, while the disadvantage involved drawing the attention of Konoha's higher-ups, a reality that was unavoidable. Liuyun mused that with Orochimaru's current standing, he might not intimidate Danzo and his ilk. But should all-out war erupt between the Land of Rain and the Land of Wind, the esteemed title of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha would suffice. As Orochimaru's recognized disciple, he need not fear the higher-ups of Konoha, provided he refrains from making any grave mistakes. Within the Uchiha compound, a patrolling clan member delivered news to Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Liuyun has returned to the village. A clan ninja entered the security office to relay this information. Has he finally chosen to return? Uchiha Fugaku murmured darkly. Previously, Uchiha Liuyun had humiliated him in front of numerous clan members and subsequently ensnared the subordinates Fugaku had dispatched, resulting in his own punishment. This debt weighed heavily on Fugaku's mind. He had intended to confront Liuyun, making the young upstart aware of the consequences of crossing him, only for Liuyun to vanish outside the village, thwarting Fugaku's plans for retribution. Since the mid-year clan meeting, thoughts of revenge consumed him, yet Liuyun's disappearance lasted a full month. Fugaku surmised that Liuyun had fled to avoid his wrath. This sentiment was not unique to him. Many clan members who witnessed their feud shared similar thoughts. While some praised Liuyun's cunning, others deemed his retreat a sign of cowardice, knowing he could not remain outside the village indefinitely and would eventually have to confront Fugaku. Please inform Uchiha Aoki to come to me, Fugaku commanded. Yes. The clan ninja bowed, aware that despite being of equal rank as Fugaku, their standings within the clan were vastly different. It was an honor for him to be summoned. At Liuyun's residence, he approached Asuka with a letter in hand. Mother, where did this letter on my desk come from? I have no idea. It arrived nearly a month ago, Asuka replied, having discovered the letter at the front gate. By the way, what does the letter mean by warning you to be cautious of Fugaku? Do you have some sort of grievance with the grandson of that elder? The letter cautioned Liuyun to be wary of Fugaku and advised him to refrain from leaving home, especially at night. Liuyun scratched his head, having read the letter and recognizing the handwriting as that of a female. The delicate scent of orchids lingered on the paper. He was unsure which girl had sent him this note, but he quickly dismissed Kushina as a possibility. What does it mean to be cautious of Fugaku? Do you have some sort of grievance with him? Uchiha Fugaku was widely known within the clan, and few clan members would be unfamiliar with him. It's nothing. Just a minor issue, Liuyun replied vaguely, but Asuka instinctively furrowed her brow. You didn't offend him during the mid-year clan meeting, did you? Be honest with your mother. Asuka's concern grew. The esteemed Fugaku had achieved the rank of Chunin at a young age, making him someone ordinary folk could not afford to cross. Really, it's nothing, mother. You shouldn't overthink things. I know how to conduct myself, Liuyun reassured her, alleviating her worries. Asuka realized her son had matured and was quite responsible, easing her anxieties. Very well, if there's nothing amiss, it's best. It's quite late now. Go to bed, she said, kissing his cheek and gently urging him towards his room. Good night, mother. Liuyun's cheeks flushed as he dashed into his room. In the dead of night, he lay in his comfortable bed, unable to find rest. For the past month, he had infiltrated enemy hideouts nightly with shoju, leaving a trail of carnage. The prolonged violence had left him mentally exhausted, and although he should have felt relaxed at home, the scrutiny of Konoha's higher-ups instilled a sense of unease, particularly after hearing from Orochimaru about the escalating conflict between the Land of Rain and the Land of Wind, which signaled the true onset of the Second Great Ninja War. His anxiety deepened as Konoha contemplated reinforcing troops in the Land of Rain. The psychological toll of the recent killings, the war's commencement, the watchful eyes of the higher-ups, and concerns about the future all contributed to his insomnia. Simply put, he felt a profound lack of security, his strength insufficient to provide him with peace of mind. Why can't I have some sort of system or advantage now that I've traversed into the world of Naruto? Liuyun lamented. Others seemed to traverse dimensions with systems and powers that enabled them to confront formidable foes like Danzo and the Uchiha. His own Sharingan, forged through the fusion of two souls and the vast energy of Ein release, felt like a mere trifle compared to what others possessed. It hardly qualified as an advantage. Merely a slight benefit from his soul's transition, granting him greater spiritual strength than most. With these disjointed thoughts swirling in his mind, he gradually succumbed to sleep. The following morning, Kushina arrived early at Liuyun's home. Aren't you too warm-dressed like that? Liuyun quipped at Kushina's unusual attire. She donned a special waterproof bodysuit, clearly prepared for something. Swimsuit Kushina? What Kushina? Alas, I shall never witness such a sight, he mused, for Kushina always favored modest clothing. Nonetheless, the curves beneath her bodysuit offered him a modicum of visual delight. It is indeed warm, but it will be fine once we get into the water, Kushina replied cheerily. This little girl seems to have grown clever. Very well, let us proceed. Though he felt a twinge of regret for not seeing what he had hoped, he reminded himself that there would be ample opportunities in the future. At the river training ground, with a splash, Kushina tumbled once more into the water. The shadow clone of Liuyun lifted her from the river's embrace. Relax your body, do not tense up, and maintain a steady output of chakra from the soles of your feet, neither too much nor too little, and certainly not interrupted. Liuyun patiently guided her training. Kushina found this practice exceedingly challenging, more so than climbing a tree, had she not already possessed the ability to swim. She might have hesitated to embark on such a rigorous endeavor. Despite the presence of the gallant Liuyun safeguarding her, the moment her feet touched the frigid river water, an instinctive anxiety surged within her, indicating that considerable time would be required for her to acclimatize. Emerging from the water, the little tomato-esque skin was fair and radiant, complemented by her long, damp crimson hair, exuding a beauty that was almost mesmerizing, causing even the corporeal Liuyun on the shore to steal glances at her. As noon approached, the pair hastily concluded their morning training and returned home together. Upon reaching his doorstep, Liuyun suddenly sensed a prickle of scrutiny when he turned to investigate. He immediately caught sight of a fleeting figure. The individual appeared furtive, unmistakably up to no good, and upon realizing they had been discovered, hastily fled the scene. Liuyun had no intention of pursuing them. Instead, he stood in contemplation for a considerable time. The figure had black hair and eyes, and in conjunction with his previous grievances with Uchiha Fugaku and that ominous letter, he surmised that this sneaky individual was likely dispatched by Fugaku to monitor him. It seemed they were eager to confront him, suggesting that the shadow clone he had utilized a month prior had inflicted significant damage. It appears this matter can only be resolved by force, Liuyun murmured to himself, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Over the past month, he had engaged in numerous battles, his skills now finely honed. In a one-on-one confrontation, he felt confident in overcoming the Chunin Uchiha Fugaku, provided, of course, that his opponent did not bring along an excessive number of allies or shamelessly enlist the help of Clan Jounin. As these thoughts occupied his mind, a timid voice abruptly interrupted his reverie. "Liuyun, may I take a bath at your house?" Kushina inquired, her cheeks flushed. She was aware that she reeked of river mud and, with her clothes drenched, felt it would be somewhat embarrassing to return to the Senju clan in such a state. Therefore, she had decided to accompany Liuyun home, intending to change into fresh attire. "Of course. Did you bring a change of clothes? Would you like me to buy you a set right now?" Liuyun inquired with a warm smile. "No, that's unnecessary. I anticipated this and brought a spare dress with me," Kushina replied, lifting the small scroll in her hand, within which she had sealed her garments using a sealing technique. "That's splendid. Go ahead and wash up. The bathroom is stocked with new soap that will help eliminate the stench of mud." I know." A moment later, adorned in a pale blue dress, with her long hair still damp and radiating a delightful fragrance, the pure and innocent beauty emerged from the bathroom, standing before Liuyun. "You look lovely," Liuyun, who was busy preparing a meal in the kitchen, couldn't help but compliment her. "Thank you. I'll lend a hand," Kushina replied, her face aglow with bashful delight. The sight of Liuyun, skillfully cooking, only enhanced his charm, and the atmosphere in the kitchen grew harmonious. At noon, Asuka was having lunch at the flower shop, leaving the two alone at home. "Liuyun, this afternoon I'll teach you the sealing technique, so no more water training. I've memorized the key to this practice and will practice in the pond at home for the next few days," Kushina stated as she ate. Hearing the little tomato-esque suggestion, Liuyun paused momentarily in his meal. "Yes, practicing at home is perfectly fine. There is truly no need to venture to the wild riverbanks," he agreed with a smile. "However, I have some errands to run this afternoon, which might take about an hour. Please wait for me at home." He believed it prudent to resolve the issue with Fugaku sooner rather than later, especially since the latter had already made his presence known. He could no longer afford to act as if nothing were amiss. "Understood," Kushina nodded obediently, refraining from probing into Liuyun's affairs. "The food you prepared is delicious. I'm so full, yet there is still so much left. What a shame I can't eat any more," she said, patting her round belly with satisfaction. "I'm glad you enjoyed it." Liuyun chuckled, amused by her languid demeanor. Observing Liuyun preparing to clear the table, Kushina hurriedly stood up to assist him. "Let me help. You go take a break." Relenting to her insistence, Liuyun allowed her to tidy up the dining area. Sitting in the living room, Liuyun watched the red-haired girl, now donned in an apron, scrubbing the dishes diligently, and a wave of profound contentment washed over him. "Is this what it feels like to live with Kushina?" he pondered, a smile inadvertently breaking across his face. "What are you grinning about?" Kushina turned, a curious smile gracing her lips. "Oh, it's nothing. I'm heading out now. If you find yourself bored or sleepy, feel free to take a nap in my room," Liuyun said, grabbing his ninja tool pouch as he prepared to leave. "Are you leaving already? Come back soon," she reminded him while wiping a cup with a cloth. At her words, Liuyun's heart fluttered. Were it not for his concern of startling the little tomato, he would have rushed over to embrace her, showering her with fervent kisses. Alas, the girl was still too young, and he forced himself to maintain composure. "I'll be back shortly." With those words, he stepped out the door. As he glanced back, Kushina couldn't help but display a sweet smile. This life was precisely what she had longed for. For a fleeting moment, she envisioned herself in the role of a wife. Though it was embarrassing, the sensation was undeniably exhilarating. The moment Liuyun stepped outside, he immediately spotted the Uchiha spies lingering near his home. Adopting an air of nonchalance, he strolled leisurely down the street, hands tucked in his pockets. Soon, the number of figures trailing behind him began to swell, and sensing that the time was ripe, Liuyun made his way into a secluded area. Before long, several Uchiha genin had encircled him. "Uchiha Liuyun, it's time to settle our scores," Uchiha Kaido exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he could scarcely contain his joy. In his mind, today was undoubtedly the day they would have their revenge against the young upstart. "Whereas Fugaku? Why is it just you lot?" Liuyun inquired, furrowing his brow. "Do we need Fugaku to deal with a mere student who hasn't even graduated from the academy yet?" Uchiha Aoki retorted, curiosity etched across his face. "I'm intrigued. You must know we've been tailing you, right? Were you intentionally leading us here?" Though brash, Aoki was aware that many within the clan respected Liuyun's prowess, with some even claiming he possessed strength rivaling that of a chunin. He suspected Liuyun was aware of their surveillance yet remained unfazed, perhaps purposefully luring them to this isolated spot. Was he confident in his abilities? Or was there a trap or ambush awaiting them? Or perhaps he had accomplices lurking nearby? "Of course I led you here on purpose. And you needn't look around nervously. To deal with a handful of insignificant fish like you, I neither require allies nor any cunning strategy," Liuyun stated calmly. As if merely stating a fact, "You remain as arrogant as ever." "To be honest, I intended to deal with you during the clan meeting," Uchiha Aoki responded darkly. Today, although only 7 lower ninjas had come to besiege Liuyun, their combined strength could easily overpower a typical middle ninja. Liuyun's audacity in the face of such odds struck Uchiha Aoki as a clear sign of ignorance to his own mortality. Did he truly believe that the clan meeting offered him immunity from harm? "Continue your farce. Today, you and Uchiha Yenhan shall witness the true might of the Sharingan," Uchiha Yenhan declared as he unveiled his single Tomo Sharingan. "Do you see? In the presence of my eyes, you are but a mere nothing. The Uchiha clan values pure bloodlines, and you, a mere mongrel, are beneath contempt." Before Uchiha Yenhan could finish his taunt, Liuyun sprang into action. His speed was breathtaking, swift enough that the 7 were rendered unable to react. So fast, Uchiha Yenhan thought, watching Liuyun approach with terrifying velocity, a speed that left him breathless with fear. His Sharingan struggled to track Liuyun's form, and before he could comprehend the situation, a fist, as large as a sandbag, collided squarely with his mouth. The tremendous force sent him hurtling through the air. "Ah!" Uchiha Yenhan screamed in agony mid-flight. His pristine teeth, mingled with crimson blood, spilled forth from his mouth, and his eyes involuntarily rolled back in shock. With a single punch, Uchiha Yenhan was rendered unconscious. "You insolent brat. I've wanted to teach you a lesson during this clan meeting, and you dare show your face here, spouting nonsense?" Liuyun scoffed. This wretched fool had only awakened his Sharingan with the assistance of his shadow clones, a fact that had long irked Liuyun. Now, emboldened by the audacity to insult him again, Liuyun resolved to make him his first target. He intended to demonstrate that even with the so-called Sharingan, he remained nothing more than a minnow, easily dispatched at any moment. As Uchiha Yenhan was swiftly defeated, the remaining 6 Uchiha ninjas involuntarily gasped in shock. However, having matured as ninjas, they quickly regained their composure and launched a fierce counterattack. Multiple shurikens and kunai were hurled towards Liuyun's position. Liuyun, aware of the imminent danger, executed several backflips, leaping into the air to evade the initial wave of attacks. Yet, these Uchiha were not novices. They had seen blood and were not about to hold back. As long as they didn't cause a fatality, what did it matter if Liuyun was bloodied? Naturally, Uchiha Fugaku would take responsibility should anything go awry. As Liuyun found himself airborne, a keen-eyed Uchiha swiftly released a hidden weapon. Liuyun reached for his ninja tool pouch to retrieve a kunai for defense, but his assailant had timed their attack perfectly before he could react. 3 shurikens had embedded themselves into his body. Chapter 82, No Match, The Forsaken Child. Upon seeing Liuyun struck by several shurikens, the lower ninjas displayed expressions of delight. Yet, before their elation could fully blossom, a dull thud resonated as Liuyun's figure transformed into a wooden stump. It was a body substitution technique. The 6 were astounded that Liuyun, still a student yet to graduate, could wield such a technique so adeptly, with this skill alone. Graduating from the ninja academy would be a mere formality for him. "Watch out. He's over there." Someone spotted Liuyun's real position and shouted a warning, but Liuyun's speed was blinding. As soon as the direction was indicated, his figure vanished. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From within a patch of grass, the sound of weapons slicing through the air suddenly erupted. 3 shurikens flew forth, followed by another 3, all aimed at 3 Uchiha lower ninjas. Faced with the incoming projectiles, 2 attempted to block them head-on while 1 chose to evade. Clang, clang, clang. The 6 shurikens collided before they could be blocked or dodged, disrupting their original trajectories and leaving the 3 ninjas startled. In the next moment, a scream pierced the air as one shuriken found its mark in a lower ninja's shoulder. The second, the one who had opted to evade, was struck in the left arm by an errant projectile. The third ninja, however, demonstrated quick reflexes, successfully deflecting 2 shurikens with his kunai, emerging unscathed. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Technique. Uchiha Aoki unleashed his ninjutsu, sending a barrage of fireballs hurtling towards the grass where Liuyun had been. In an instant, the patch was engulfed in flames, accompanied by a harrowing scream from within. Upon hearing the cry, the others believed Uchiha Aoki's technique had succeeded, and they hurried towards the blaze. Yet, before they could close in, a cold voice emerged from the other side of the fire. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Technique. Fireballs erupted from Liuyun's mouth, hurtling towards the 4 approaching ninjas with astounding speed and ferocity, each larger and hotter than Aoki's, surpassing his fireballs in both power and speed. This demonstrated his remarkable prowess. As the 4 Uchiha faced the incoming fire, one elite lower ninja narrowly evaded using a substitution technique, while another screamed as a fireball struck his arm, prompting him to frantically pat at his burning flesh. The unluckiest of them was hit squarely, igniting him in flames. The last, positioned further away, managed to evade the onslaught through agile rolls and jumps. Help! The ignited lower ninja cried out in terror, as his nearest companion rushed to assist in extinguishing the flames. Time was of the essence. A moment's delay could lead to catastrophic burns. Liuyun made no attempt to hinder the rescue, but instead executed a swift body flicker, appearing before Uchiha Aoki. So fast. The sudden appearance startled Aoki, but as a wielder of the single Tomo Sharingan, he could somewhat perceive Liuyun's movements and mounted a counterattack. Aoki threw a punch aimed at Liuyun's face, but Liuyun's vision and reflexes far surpassed Aoki's, with a slight tilt of his head. He evaded the strike effortlessly. Seizing the momentum, Liuyun channeled his strength into his legs, raising his knee to deliver a devastating blow to Aoki's abdomen. The force of the strike caused Aoki to retch, expelling his midday meal, before collapsing to the ground, clutching his abdomen in evident pain. Liuyun paid no further attention to Aoki. His eyes scanned the grass for any signs of movement. Upon noticing an anomaly, he vanished from sight and swiftly dove into the underbrush. The next moment, a figure was forcefully expelled from the grass. Do you think you mere minnows can recklessly confront me? Liuyun emerged from the foliage, brushing off the leaves that clung to him, regarding the injured lower ninjas with disdain. Looking to cause me trouble? Then let Fugaku himself come to face me, Liuyun declared as he approached Uchiha Yenhan, delivering a fierce kick to his calf. Uchiha Yenhan, previously in a state of unconsciousness, jolted awake. The 3 less severely injured Uchiha lower ninjas, witnessing Liuyun's overwhelming strength, realized they were no match for him. They hastily gathered their wounded comrade and retreated. Help me. Don't leave me. Save me. Uchiha Kagami was utterly terrified at this moment, as it seemed that Liuyun had no intention of letting him off easily. Hold on. We're coming to rescue you, shouted the figure leading the charge. Trapped beneath Liuyun, Uchiha Kagami's companions, unable to carry him away, resignedly abandoned him. Soon, the desolate land was left with only 2 figures. You treacherous bastards! Uchiha Kagami cried, watching the fleeing silhouettes with a face full of despair and indignation. Liuyun seized Uchiha Kagami's hair, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Am I truly nothing before those eyes of yours? It's all a misunderstanding, Liuyun-kun. Uchiha Kagami forced a smile, his eyes betraying his evident fear. A misunderstanding? Weren't you the one shouting the loudest and cursing just moments ago? How did it turn into a misunderstanding? Liuyun leaned closer, feigning confusion. No, that's not it. It was Fugaku who sent me to find you. Yes. It's all that scoundrel's fault. Uchiha Kagami grinned widely, desperately trying to shift the blame onto Uchiha Fugaku. Liuyun, it's my fault for being so blind. Please show mercy and let me go. I promise I will never oppose you again. Uchiha Kagami bowed repeatedly, his attitude submissive and humble, willing to endure anything to avoid a beating. What happened to calling me a bastard just moments ago? During the clan meeting, you even referred to me as mop-haired little brother, and now I'm your brother? Liuyun sneered, increasing the pressure on Uchiha Kagami's spiky hair, forcing his face against the ground. As Liuyun exerted more force, Uchiha Kagami's face was harshly rubbed against the dirt. It hurts. I was wrong. Liuyun-sama. Uchiha Kagami cried out desperately, begging for mercy. Now, show me your Sharingan, Liuyun ordered, grabbing his hair once more with a laugh. Liuyun-sama. I truly made a mistake. Please spare me. Uchiha Kagami sobbed, tears streaming down his face. Crack. Liuyun slapped him twice across the face, the sound echoing. Show your eyes when I tell you to, and stop with the nonsense. Why do you want me to reveal my eyes? Uchiha Kagami whimpered, fear and tears filling his eyes. Without hesitation, Liuyun unleashed another pair of sharp slaps. If you keep whining, I'll just gouge your eyes out. Liuyun threatened fiercely, gripping his hair tightly. Wah, don't hit me anymore. I truly made a mistake, Liuyun-sama. Uchiha Kagami wailed, tears flowing. However, under Liuyun's menacing threat, he finally activated his Sharingan. Seeing that his opponent had awakened his eyes, Liuyun seized a handful of dirt from the ground and swiftly threw it into Uchiha Kagami's eyes. Uchiha Kagami screamed in agony as the dirt invaded his eyes. Before he could scream again, Liuyun took a handful of mud from the ground and shoved it into his mouth. You wanted to show off in front of me. If you ever trouble me again, I'll make sure you taste your own medicine. Liuyun had long wanted to throw sand into his eyes since the clan meeting, and this was a moment of sweet revenge that brought him immense satisfaction. Now get lost, and don't let me catch sight of you again. Liuyun stood up, dusting off his hands, and kicked Uchiha Kagami twice as a final dismissal. Uchiha Kagami, sobbing and coughing, desperately sought to escape the scene, longing for water to wash his eyes and mouth. Watching his disheveled and pitiful figure stumble away, Liuyun couldn't help but chuckle. This fool wouldn't dare to trouble him again. Having dealt with several Uchiha genin, Liuyun hummed a cheerful tune as he made his way back home. I'm back, Liuyun exclaimed with a grin as he pushed open the door, but the sight that met his eyes made his smile gradually fade. Whose letter is this, written by some girl for you? Kushina, sitting on the living room sofa, waved the letter in her hand, her cheeks puffed out in indignation, her large eyes glaring coldly at him. The elegant handwriting on the letter, the faint floral scent lingering on it, and the deep concern woven through its lines all indicated that it was penned by a girl. Kushina was certain that it was likely from a very gentle and sweet girl. Most importantly, Liuyun had left this letter on his desk, suggesting that he had read it numerous times. To be honest, I don't even know who wrote this letter. Liuyun scratched his head, offering a sheepish explanation. You're trying to fool me. I can tell you don't want to say, Kushina pouted, her eyes beginning to glisten with unshed tears. I truly don't know who wrote it. There is no signature on either the inside or outside of the letter. And I'm just as puzzled as to who would be kind enough to warn me about Fugaku. Liuyun continued, sitting next to the little tomato. This letter was found by my mother at our doorstep. If you don't believe me, you can ask her to see if I'm lying. Really? Kushina raised an eyebrow. Skeptical. Really. I've received plenty of love letters from girls at school. When have you ever seen me hide them from you? I've always either handed them in or burned them in front of you. Since the last time Liuyun risked himself to shield Kushina from a shuriken, his charm with girls had increased significantly. Even though he often spent time with Kushina, many girls had secretly written him love letters. Kushina was well aware of this, and hearing Liuyun's explanation made her believe him almost completely. The beautiful Uchiha with flowing hair was quite popular among the girls at school, a fact that Kushina could not deny. She felt a twinge of fear that the pretty girls at school might steal her beloved boy away from her. Sometimes, she even struggled to understand why Liuyun would choose her, with her fiery temper and numerous little flaws. Then why are you keeping this letter? Kushina asked, her lips pouting slightly, a hint of jealousy evident. It's not a love letter. Why should I throw it away or burn it immediately? I don't even know who the kind person is that wrote it. Shouldn't I study it a bit? Liuyun rolled his eyes. Well, have you figured out who the kind-hearted person is yet? And what is the deal between you and this Fugaku? Is he a threat to you? Kushina inquired with concern. Liuyun fell silent for a moment. He was certain that this letter must have come from a girl of the Uchiha clan, but he had no idea who it was. He had considered Uchiha Mikoto, but that girl had a good relationship with Uchiha Fugaku and didn't seem likely to betray him by secretly tipping him off. There were many girls from the Uchiha clan of his age, but he was unable to pinpoint who had written the letter. That night, the impression he left on the girls was far too deep. A handsome boy who was both daring and domineering. Who wouldn't he admire him? It was only natural that some girl would write him a warning letter. I don't know. Fugaku is just a minor nuisance, Liuyun said, stretching his arms and attempting to pull the little tomato closer, but seeing her turn to look at him, he lost his nerve and simply rested his arm on the back of the sofa. Are you really okay? If you're in trouble, I can help you, Kushina said earnestly, gazing at him. There is truly no issue. Are you not aware of my capabilities? The author of the letter is simply ignorant of my prowess, which is why they perceive this Fugaku as a potential threat, urging me to exercise caution. Liuyun smiled helplessly. Jo-Xian Nai thought to herself that it made sense. Liuyun was indeed formidable, possessing the 3-tomo Sharingan, making it unlikely that he would encounter any problems. Moreover, this fellow typically maintained an excessive level of modesty, rendering others oblivious to his true strength. Thus, it was quite reasonable for them to caution him. For some reason, I cannot shake the feeling that the fragrance of orchids in the letter is familiar, as if I have encountered it before, Jio-xn9 murmured softly, sniffing the letter once more. This little sly fox must have sprayed perfume on the letter, otherwise, such a scent could not linger for so long. Jio-xn9 felt that the other party was indeed very cunning. Does it smell pleasant? Liuyun chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. It's all right, but it feels familiar, as if I have inhaled it before. Sigh. Before Jio-xn9 could finish her sentence, she let out a gasp as Liuyun embraced her. Liuyun leaned in slowly, bringing his smiling face closer to hers, and then whispered softly in her ear, I believe you possess a far more enchanting fragrance than this letter. After uttering this, he could not resist inhaling deeply the sweet scent emanating from Jio-xn9's shoulder and neck. Jio-xn9's eyes widened, her fair face rapidly flushed with heat. Chapter 84. Agile Sealing Techniques. Uchiha Hiate's Tongue Jutsu. Attempting to feed Liuyun diluted water? Afternoon. At home, Liuyun covered his slightly reddened cheeks, attentively listening to the explanations of sealing techniques from the red-haired teacher. Moments ago, he had been reprimanded severely by the teacher for his mischievous behavior. Jio-xn9 could tolerate him hugging her or even taking a whiff, but if Liuyun dared to kiss her neck, that would be utterly intolerable. Try to see if you can utilize chakra to materialize the sealing technique. Jio-xn9 clarified the methods and techniques before preparing to have Liuyun attempt it on a blank sealing scroll. I'll give it a try, Liuyun nodded, placing his hands on the blank scroll. He closed his eyes, focused his mind, and envisioned the sealing technique in his mind. Then manipulated his chakra to induce a transformation before releasing it. Jio-xn9 patiently guided him, detailing every step with precision. In truth, mastering the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan is no simple feat. Some aspects even delve into the nature of chakra, which Jio-xn9 herself struggled to comprehend. Grandma Uzumaki had once informed her that certain specific Uzumaki sealing techniques could only be utilized by their clan, and mastering those techniques necessitated possessing potent yang chakra. The Uzumaki clan inherently possesses varying degrees of yang chakra, and only by awakening a certain level of yang release power can one learn the advanced Uzumaki sealing techniques. If an individual lacks this specific chakra attribute, then no matter how much they study or how well others instruct them, the results would likely be minimal. Jio-xn9 overlooked this aspect. She believed that mere sealing techniques would not pose a challenge for Liuyun, so she opted to directly impart some core skills to him. A few minutes later, a series of peculiar characters emerged beneath Liuyun's palms. Witnessing this scene, a look of surprise instantly adorned Jio-xn9's face. You succeeded on your first attempt. Liuyun, you are truly impressive, she exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. Initially, it had taken her several hours just to manifest the sealing technique, and even then, she had been praised as a genius by Grandma Mito. She had never anticipated that Liuyun could achieve it in mere minutes. Her treasure of a boy was indeed remarkable. As Jio-xn9's words fell, the sealing technique began to writhe as if it possessed life, then shrank back slightly. Hey, maintain it, don't let it retreat back inside. Jio-xn9 exclaimed in alarm, hastily reminding him. However, as soon as she spoke, the sealing technique shrank even more rapidly, ultimately vanishing completely. Liuyun opened his eyes and shot her a glare. Stop panicking. I apologize. Realizing that her words had influenced Liuyun, Jio-xn9 hurriedly smiled and offered her apologies. She extended her hand to fully unfurl the sealing scroll on the ground and gestured for Liuyun to continue. Extend the sealing technique from start to finish. And finally sever the connection to solidify it. If you can accomplish this, you will have thoroughly mastered the sealing knowledge we discussed today. Liuyun nodded gently. In truth, he did not find it particularly challenging. Possessing a small fraction of the Senju clan's bloodline, he inherently possessed yang release power. The sealing technique in his hands was far more agile than when Jio-xn9 had first manifested it, as if it truly breathed with life. Just as Liuyun was immersed in learning at home, a furious voice erupted from within the Uchiha clan grounds. Useless fools, 7 genin cannot even defeat a single elementary student. What use do I have for you incompetent wretches? Uchiha Fugaku glared at the individuals before him, his eyes tinged with anger, appearing quite exasperated. Wah, Fugaku, you must stand up for me. That beast, unable to awaken his Sharingan, out of jealousy, threw sand into my eyes. Look at my eyes. Uchiha Hate, at this moment, had bloodshot and swollen eyes, several teeth knocked out, and spoke with a lisp, his appearance utterly pitiful. observing the plight of his loyal subordinate. Uchiha Fugaku momentarily lost the inclination to continue reprimanding him. He rubbed his temples and instructed someone to fetch a small bottle of high-quality eye remedy. You have only just graduated. Your strength is lacking. I previously advised you against going. I suggested letting Aoki and the others handle it. Yet you insisted on joining the fray. Uchiha Fugaku sighed in exasperation, then handed the eye remedy to Uchiha Hate. Here, apply a drop to your eyes. Thank you, Fugaku. Uchiha Hate exclaimed, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. I want to contribute to Fugaku as well. Previously, those fellows abandoned me. That beast not only tormented me, but also spoke ill of you, calling you a grandson and a coward. Uchiha Hate activated his tongue jutsu mode, fanning the flames of discord with reckless abandon, and Uchiha Fugaku's veins bulged with fury, his animosity reaching its peak. In my anger, despite receiving several slaps, I retorted back. And guess what that beast did? He called me stubborn and shoved yellow mud into my mouth. Wah, Fugaku, look! Uchiha Hate exclaimed, opening his mouth to reveal remnants of dirt lodged between his teeth, combined with the distinct slap marks on Uchiha Hate's face. Uchiha Fugaku found himself unhesitatingly believing the words he spoke. He had never anticipated that this most incompetent subordinate would demonstrate such courage for him. Moved by this realization, he instinctively wrapped an arm around Uchiha Hate's neck. Good brother, I promise I will soon avenge you. That bastard knocked out several of your teeth. I will ensure he loses a mouthful as well, and that beast fed you mud. I will make him eat excrement. Uchiha Fugaku's expression was filled with seriousness and solemnity. Wah, thank you, Fugaku. You are truly my elder brother. Uchiha Hate wiped his tears, deeply touched. Brother, when the time comes for that bastard to eat excrement, I will provide it. That fellow is not worthy of eating anything clean, and I happen to have been experiencing a bit of diarrhea lately. Uchiha Hate said this with a disturbingly mischievous grin on his face. Ahem, do as you see fit. Uchiha Fugaku pretended to be serious, clearing his throat. Although he found this younger brother quite repugnant, with coarse manners and unrefined behavior, he had to begrudgingly tolerate him due to his unwavering loyalty and the formidable support of a powerful father. Thus, Uchiha Fugaku could only hold his nose and endure. Chapter 85. The Prophetic Dream of the Great Toad Sage, A Glance of Divinity. At the pinnacle of Mount Myaboku, within a vast palace, a grotesque giant toad lay ensconced upon its throne, soundly asleep. At that moment, the old toad found itself ensnared in a dream, one that was both a prophetic vision and a terrifying nightmare. It envisioned a dreadful transformation within the ninja world, one that veered starkly from the familiar trajectories of its previous dreams. A human, who appeared out of nowhere, altered everything. This was a man possessed of fearsome eyes, ever shifting in their appearance, leaving the toad in its dream in a state of perplexity and unease. The prophetic dream was peculiar and fragmented, rendering the visage of the individual instigating the upheaval indistinguishable, as if shrouded in a haze. Yet certain horrifying scenes within the dream, particularly the gaze of that individual, stood out in stark clarity and profundity. In the dream, the toad even glimpsed its own form, as well as fragments of the future of Mount Myaboku. It lingered intentionally at this dream node, eager to discern the fate of the mountain when that person would arrive. The old toad's dreams occasionally bore witness to two divergent outcomes, much like when it foresaw the savior of the ninja world years ago. One outcome heralded the destruction of the ninja world with Nagato as the savior, while the other forecasted peace under Naruto's guidance, both scenarios evolving from Jiraiya, the master of the savior. At this juncture, the dream node concerning Mount Myaboku presented two distinctly different fragments. One fragment depicted the sacred land in chaos, with the earth trembling and seas of blood littered with corpses, rendering Mount Myaboku a hellish realm. This vision sent chills through the old toad, akin to the depths of winter. The other fragment portrayed a serene, untouched sacred mountain, yet unfamiliar figures had settled there, sharing the bountiful natural paradise of Mount Myaboku with the toads. The first outcome was undeniably dire, one the old toad sought to vehemently avert, while the second, though not entirely favorable, was also troubling. The notion of sharing their sacred mountain with humans was something it had steadfastly rejected even during the era of Sage of Six Paths. In its eyes, the Toad clan were the rightful lords of Mount Myaboku. How could it permit others to slumber beside it? Yet, the existence responsible for both outcomes was the same individual, leading to a tentative conclusion: destruction or subservience. To oppose that individual would manifest the first apocalyptic outcome, and even with a host of sages to assist them, Mount Myaboku would be powerless in the face of such a foe. Conversely, surrendering to that person would inevitably lead to the division of their territory. It seemed there was no choice. The old toad lamented with a heavy heart, departing from the dream node of Mount Mayaboku. It soon witnessed the obliteration of the ninja world, the harbinger burying an entire era beneath their might. As the timeline progressed, the figure became increasingly ethereal, more elusive. The old toad rubbed its eyes vigorously, straining to glimpse further into the future. Alas, the fragments grew ever more fragmented and incomprehensible. It beheld a towering divine tree and a colossal figure clad in black armor, equally high as the heavens. In the dream's twilight, time became an enigma, the surrounding world having lost its vivid colors, yet that singular figure remained persistent and eternal, as if an embodiment of infinity. This being continued to stride forward, never halting. While the old toad, with its wide red eyes, fought against overwhelming mental fatigue in a desperate attempt to discern the figure's ultimate trajectory. Just as it exerted itself to focus on that tall silhouette, the figure abruptly halted. The dreamlike shadow swiftly morphed into reality, and the ever-elusive Supreme Being slowly turned to cast a glance in the toad's direction. That fleeting gaze sent shivers down the spine of the old toad. Indeed, a glimpse of their visage was revealed, yet it was too preoccupied to commit it to memory. The moment those eyes fell upon it, the toad felt a searing pain surge through its own eyes, and the dreamscape began to twist and shatter. The old toad, deep within the palace, suddenly let out a chilling scream, two streams of crimson tears cascading from its eyes. What transpired? A throng of toads outside, alerted by the anguished cry, hurried into the palace, with the swiftest being a diminutive green-skinned toad. "My lord, what has happened to your eyes?" the anxious Senjutsu sage inquired, bewildered by the absence of any apparent intruders. Why, indeed, were the great lord's eyes wounded and weeping blood? "Fetch the healing salves, and bring forth a talisman of sage energy. We must tend to the great lord's injuries." The Senjutsu sage commanded the nearby Shima sage, gradually regaining composure. "No need. It's of no great consequence." The great toad sage waved dismissively, fatigue evident upon its countenance. At that moment, its thoughts were entirely consumed by the image of that supreme being. No, more precisely, it was that final glance cast back that haunted its mind. The fragment of the visage had slipped from memory, or perhaps it had not been noted at all, as all its focus had been drawn to that terrifying eye. That was a left eye capable of ensnaring the soul. When it directed its gaze towards the old toad, 9 peculiar black tomo seemed to quiver ominously. The old toad distinctly sensed a dreadfully potent mental force emanating from that eye. The overwhelming magnitude of that force made it feel like a solitary boat adrift in a vast ocean, as a tidal wave of ocular energy surged forth, leaving no room for resistance. That eye left an indelible impression. It had witnessed a similar gaze a millennium ago. The old toad surmised it to be a unique form of the Rinnegan, for it bore similarities in hue to the Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths, even exhibiting the same ripples of reincarnation. Yet, this uncanny left eye was adorned with a multitude of black tomo, reminiscent of the 9 tomo Sharingan of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Was it indeed a Rinnegan? Or the 9 tomo Sharingan? How could such power exist? I am but a mere figment of existence, not even truly a specter. How could he perceive me? Moreover, how could he utilize that eye to shatter my dreamscape and inflict harm upon my very eyes? In the old toad's estimation, such an ability transcended the realm of humanity, surpassing its millennia of understanding. It felt less like a human and more akin to a true deity. The great toad sage paid no heed to the frantic green-skinned toad beside it, continuing to cover its eyes while muttering to itself. Its vision seemed irrevocably obscured. Uncertain how long this condition would persist, was it temporary blindness or a permanent affliction? Such a peculiar mental trauma was beyond the healing capabilities of both remedies and talismans. It understood this all too well, hence its refusal to allow its descendants to squander precious resources on its treatment. Chapter 86. An Unforeseeable Future, the Ominous Spiral Eye. My lord, are you truly all right? Blood continues to flow from your eyes. Allow me to stem the bleeding. The Senjutsu sage implored, hastily applying a hemostatic agent and bandaging the great toad sage's eyes. Once the situation stabilized, the Senjutsu sage dismissed the surrounding toads and turned to the great toad sage with a grave expression. My lord, what exactly transpired? Why are your eyes injured? The Wheel of Rebirth. What is the Nine-Tails Sharingan? Who is he? Did you have another prophetic dream? The sage of the great toad inquired, his voice laden with urgency. Indeed, it was a prophetic dream. I beheld a deity. At that moment, the great toad sage seemed to shed his usual stupor, his tone taking on a newfound seriousness. A deity? What manner of deity is this? The expression on the sage's face shifted dramatically as he pressed for answers. A being whom the great toad sage, a creature of millennia, would dare to call divine was beyond the sage's imagination. This was an entity both unfathomable and indefinable. It resembled a harbinger of annihilation and a savior alike, one who had brought the era of ninjas to a close while simultaneously heralding the dawn of a new epoch. My dream was fragmented, yet its very disjointedness allowed me to perceive a broader horizon. However, it seems that an enigmatic force is subtly obstructing my foresight, rendering the true visage of the deity elusive. Upon hearing the great toad sage's revelations, the sage felt a chill run down his spine. Yet a perplexing question lingered in his mind. My lord, did you not just have a prophetic dream concerning Jiraiya? Are you certain he is the future savior's mentor? You have never mentioned a deity before. The sage had justifiable grounds to suspect that the great toad sage might be succumbing to the frailties of age, or perhaps was merely in a state of confusion. Despite the peculiar tears of blood, your confusion mirrors my own. I am equally baffled as to why another prophetic dream has manifested. I had previously discerned the general trajectory of the ninja world for decades to come. The great toad sage issued a wry smile. Ordinarily, my prophetic dreams are infallible. I cannot comprehend what has caused this aberration, but I am certain that the enigmatic entity is the source of all transformations. What shall we do now? Which of your dreams is the true one? Who is the savior? Does the deity have any connection to Jiraiya? Should I summon Jiraiya through a summoning contract? The sage once again unleashed a torrent of inquiries. I, too, am uncertain which dream holds the truth, who the genuine savior is, or even the nature of the relationship between the two. I witnessed two saviors moving towards opposition, as if they do not belong to the same faction. The great toad sage patiently elucidated the dreams he had encountered before. I also glimpsed the fate of Mount Myaboku. What? Upon hearing this revelation, the sage could no longer remain seated. The great toad sage recounted two divergent outcomes within the dream: submission and annihilation, such tyranny from that being. The sage trembled, a mix of fear and indignation coursing through him. Since you assert that dreams represent the future, can I then infer that both dream scenarios are plausible? Given that the entity from the second dream covets our Mount Myaboku, should we not vigorously promote the development of the first dream, striving for that golden-haired, azure-eyed youth to become the savior of the ninja world? The sage proposed this idea. The great toad sage fell silent, contemplating the feasibility of the suggestion. Ultimately, he shook his head gravely, uttering a chilling proclamation that sent shivers down the sage's spine. A deity is deemed a deity precisely because they are irresistible and unconquerable. If Mount Myaboku could interfere with him, then he would not be worthy of being the ultimate deity. It is possible that your current decision may ultimately lead to the first outcome of the second dream. The great toad sage's words foretold the potential doom of the Toad clan of Mount Myaboku. Am I truly destined to become such a being? What then must we do? The sage was now rendered incoherent by fear. His every thought and decision could sway the fate of the Toad clan, leaving him hesitant to voice his opinions. The immense psychological pressure caused him to break into a cold sweat. With his character, experience, and capabilities, he felt ill-equipped to face such a dire situation. At that moment, his only recourse lay with the venerable great toad sage. Having lived for over a millennium, the great toad sage had witnessed life and death and the ravages of time. He would surely lead the Toad clan through this adversity and illuminate their path ahead. The sage pondered these thoughts, yet the subsequent words of the great toad sage shattered his faith, sending his anxiety and trepidation soaring to new heights. The future has become unknowable. The great toad sage offered a bitter smile, his words bearing dual meanings. The first signified that the future was fraught with uncertainty. Neither dream could be definitively established, thus he hesitated to make any pronouncements. The second implied his own state. His vision had plunged into absolute darkness, and he harbored a disquieting feeling that his foresight had been obliterated by that very being. The two toads, one great and one small, sat in silence within the grand hall for an extended period. The great toad sage reached out to touch the remnants of blood that had streamed from his eyes. My lord, what are you intending to do? Observing the sage's peculiar actions, the sage could not restrain his inquiry. The great toad sage did not respond, but instead busied himself with collecting the residual blood, carefully painting upon his own belly. Soon, with his continuous strokes, an extraordinarily eerie scarlet eye took form. What is this? Is it an eye? The sage exclaimed in astonishment. The eye depicted upon the great toad sage's belly was a swirling, grotesque orb, and the sage's initial impression of it was one of dread. The form of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan diverged from the eye the great toad had rendered, the pattern serving merely as a reference. He suspected it might be the eye of some malevolent creature or spirit. It is indeed an eye, though more accurately, it should be termed a kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Through powerful mental resonance, he could accurately depict the kaleidoscopic Sharingan from memory, even in his current blindness. It is the primal eye of the deity. What thoughts and feelings arise within you upon seeing this eye? The great toad sage gently inquired. Feelings? I can only express my discomfort. Forgive my candor. But this kaleidoscopic Sharingan exudes an unmistakable malevolence. Is its master truly a deity? Are you certain it is not a demon? This eye, drawn with blood, is clearly an ominous one, making it difficult to conceive that it could belong to the savior. Furthermore, what is the meaning behind the so-called primal eye mentioned by the great toad sage? Could the savior's eye possibly possess alternative forms? Your feelings align with mine from the dream. This deep, swirling, grotesque eye, when met with direct gaze, feels as though it could consume one's very spirit. It shall bring dreadful calamity and slaughter to the ninja world. As you surmise, it is indeed a purely ominous eye. Henceforth, upon encountering this eye's master, one must offer unwavering support and goodwill, lest they find themselves as adversaries. Chapter 87. The challenge letter from Fugaku Uchiha, the popular idol, mixed hair bro. Night fell. While studying sealing scrolls at home, Liuyun was suddenly startled by a clattering sound of metal at his front door. He set aside the scroll and stepped outside, quickly discovering a conspicuous letter at the entrance. What in the world? Liuyun cautiously picked up the letter, inspected it thoroughly, and upon confirming its authenticity, opened the envelope. It was a challenge letter from Fugaku Uchiha, inviting him to a fair fight in the clan's territory the following morning. The contents of the letter were quite melodramatic, as if merely engaging in a duel with Liuyun was a mark of respect. Fugaku Uchiha had not only chosen the time, but had also predetermined the location. Upon reaching this point, Liuyun could not help but shake his head in amusement. He crumpled the letter into a ball and promptly discarded it into the trash bin. Did he truly believe that a mere challenge letter could compel him to scurry over for a rendezvous? Did he think himself to be the esteemed elder of the Uchiha clan? While he had indeed intended to seek out Uchiha Fugaku for a sparring session, observing the latter's pretense made Liuyun quite content to let him stew for a while. After all, he was not in any hurry nor perturbed. What right did a mere fledgling have to instruct him? Liuyun had no intention of indulging him. If he were to indulge anyone, it would be his own little tomato, for eventually, the day would come when he could harvest its ripeness. Has the little tomato been practicing her water walking at home today? Liuyun mused to himself while strolling down the street. Today marked the monthly payment day for his manuscript, and he planned to visit the shop of Wu Shanming to collect his dues and assess the sales situation. Meanwhile, within the Senju clan's territory, Kushina was attentively listening to Granny Mizuho explain the vortex sealing technique, her focus surpassing even that of her school days by several magnitudes. Not long ago, she had boasted before Liuyun that she was the sovereign of sealing techniques, claiming no one understood them better than she did, not even the school teachers. Thus, if she did not diligently absorb more knowledge of sealing techniques, she feared she would quickly be exposed as a fraud before Liuyun. The treasure boy was far more astute than she had anticipated, and his learning ability was nothing short of extraordinary. If she did not strive to keep pace, she would soon find herself unable to face him while calling herself a teacher. Under no circumstances could she allow herself to be so swiftly humiliated. After departing from Wu Shanming's bookstore, Liuyun noticed numerous ninjas on the street, their hurried demeanor reflecting a palpable heaviness in their hearts. Konoha had been steadily reinforcing its military presence in the Land of Rain, and the situation was growing increasingly dire. Liuyun felt that should the Land of Rain declare war tomorrow, it would hardly be surprising. In recent days, the skies above Konoha had seen a marked increase in the presence of hawks, and even ordinary villagers sensed the looming shadow of war. Each heart was tinged with varying degrees of anxiety and trepidation. Let them fight. After all, I'm just an elementary school student. They should strike hard, and hopefully, the war against the rain will conclude within a year. That way, even if I graduate from the Ninja Academy and am forcibly summoned to the battlefield as cannon fodder, I might avoid that lethal tumor. The poisonous Hanzo of the salamander from the Land of Rain indeed harbored a genuine tumor within him. His toxic gas attacks had inflicted severe casualties on Konoha in the early stages of the conflict. Encountering him was a grave misfortune for anyone. In the early phases of the war, succumbing to his lethal poison meant enduring severe suffering, and even though Tsunade had subsequently developed an antidote, it primarily mitigated post-battle casualties. To inhale a breath of his toxic smoke on the battlefield was to jeopardize one's combat effectiveness, even with an antidote on hand. In those initial stages, the combined might of the legendary three ninjas could not contend with Hanzo, had it not been for the deep-rooted strength of the Land of Fire, and the divine necessity to retain power to drive away the Wind Country. the so-called legendary three ninjas of Konoha would have faced imminent demise. During this period, Hanzo was virtually an invincible presence in the ninja world. No one dared claim they could secure victory against him. Liuyun had no desire to confront a toxic adversary upon his graduation, as the risks were far too high, and the likelihood of his untimely demise was alarmingly great. The following morning, in an open area within the Uchiha clan's territory, numerous youths gathered. The news of Uchiha Fugaku challenging a prodigious elementary student had leaked, and they all wished to witness the impending confrontation firsthand. The elementary student had garnered immense fame within the Uchiha clan. In the 815 age group, it was nearly impossible to find anyone unfamiliar with Zhao Maogu. His outrageous quotes were widely circulated among the clan, with some youngsters even attempting to emulate him. When it came to popularity and fanfare, Zhao Maogu undoubtedly eclipsed Fugaku, particularly among the female admirers. In their previous verbal duel, Zhao Maogu had triumphed over Fugaku, and some diehard fans had even dubbed him the fearless tough guy. The key was that this elder had managed to humiliate Fugaku and walk away unscathed, earning him considerable respect. Many secretly mocked Uchiha Fugaku for his incompetence, ridiculing him for being humiliated and toyed with by an elementary student, yet being utterly powerless to retaliate. These remarks reached Fugaku's ears, inciting a fury that almost elevated his Sharingan to the next level. For the sake of reputation and face, even though the clan meeting incident had transpired over a month ago, he felt compelled to find a moment to thoroughly deal with that loquacious Zhao Mao. Alas, the individuals he dispatched were utterly inept. 7 Genin could not even best a single elementary student. Fortunately, he managed to suppress the incident before it became public, as otherwise, he would have been left with virtually no remaining dignity. Originally, this duel was meant to be a secret. After all, it was hardly a commendable affair for a Chunin to challenge an elementary student, even if the latter had a record of 1 against 7. However, it remained a mystery which indiscreet tongue had leaked the news, leaving Fugaku in a rather embarrassing predicament under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Let me find out which fool divulged this information. I swear I shall tear their mouth to shreds. Fugaku seethed internally. The only individuals aware of his intention to challenge the young rascal were primarily his most loyal subordinates and confidants, numbering merely a handful. First and foremost, he ruled out his most devoted subordinate, Uchiha Kaido. Kaido, what happened to that spectacular show where we were supposed to give Zhao Mao a sound thrashing? What happened to our epic duel? It's nearly noon, and yet the battle hasn't commenced? You're not stringing us along, are you? My skin is burning under this sun. A youth lamented, directing his complaint at Uchiha Kaido. This utterance reached Uchiha Fugaku's ears, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief. He had not anticipated that his most trusted subordinate was the one betraying him. Perhaps he is simply frightened. After all, my elder brother possesses overwhelming prowess. And that wretched boy might indeed be trembling in fear, Uchiha Kaido replied with a grin. Blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation and failing to notice Fugaku's darkening expression. Chapter 88. The messenger arrives, a formal duel with Uchiha Fugaku. The onlookers from the Uchiha clan were destined to wait in vain that morning. Many were using this incident to extol Fugaku while disparaging Liuyun. Yet Fugaku found little joy in it, as this challenge was inherently undignified. Had he not heard from Uchiha Kaido that the opponent sought to challenge him directly, he would never have succumbed to Kaido's persuasion to draft a challenge letter for an elementary student. In the afternoon, just as Liuyun was about to step out of his home and head to the training grounds, 2 familiar faces from the Uchiha clan arrived at his doorstep. Qingmeng, Qinyi, what brings you both here? Liuyun greeted them with a smile. Liuyun-kun, are you planning to head out? They responded, nodding with friendly demeanor. Liuyun invited them inside, and the 3 settled in the living room. Uchiha Qingmeng took the initiative to explain their purpose for the visit. To be honest, Fugaku-kun sent us to find you. Oh, what is this about? Liuyun poured 2 cups of tea and then took a seat on the sofa, eager to learn more. He wishes to know why you missed your appointment this morning. Uchiha Qinyi replied with an awkward smile. Missed my appointment? A peculiar expression crossed Liuyun's face. What gives Uchiha Fugaku the authority to dictate my whereabouts? Am I obliged to go wherever he commands, or show up at the exact hour he stipulates? Upon hearing this, the 2 were momentarily taken aback. However, after a brief moment of shock, Uchiha Qingmeng burst into laughter. Haha, Liuyun-kun speaks the truth. It is indeed unbecoming for a Chunin to challenge a mere student who hasn't even graduated yet. I had overestimated him. With a chuckle, Uchiha Chiya nodded in agreement, his smile appearing somewhat strained. Liuyun-kun, Fuyake-kun possesses formidable strength. It is said he is no weaker than an average jonin. Engaging him would put you at a significant disadvantage. Uchiha Chimong did not believe that Liuyun could contend with Uchiha Fayake, and as a friend, he felt compelled to offer a cautionary remark. Indeed, I would also advise against Liuyun Kun confronting him. Perhaps we could assist by introducing you? If Liuyun Kun were to apologize, this matter might be easily resolved, Uchiha Chiya suggested. Liuyun could not help but roll his eyes at this. Have you ever seen my brother bowing his head in apology? Uchiha Chiya was tempted to remind him that just months ago, he often found himself conceding and admitting fault. Since Fayake has summoned you, I shall extend him a courtesy. Return and inform him that 1 hour hence, at the Konoha No. 1 public training ground, I will gladly face him in a proper match. By the way, remind him that I shall only wait for 10 minutes. Tardiness will not be tolerated. Liuyun's words left both Uchiha Chiya and Uchiha Chimong in shock. They had not anticipated that this scruffy-haired young man was serious about a direct confrontation with the Chunin Fayake. Despite their attempts to dissuade him, Liuyun remained resolute. And the two had no choice but to comply with his wishes and return to the clan to relay this news to Uchiha Fayake. Excellent. Such audacity. I had underestimated this little rascal. Uchiha Fayake exclaimed furiously upon receiving the message, rising to his feet with a grim countenance. Without hesitation, he donned his ninja gear and set off for the meeting. Uchiha Chimong and Uchiha Chiya exchanged glances and hurriedly followed suit. An hour later, as Liuyun arrived at the Konoha No. 1 public training ground, he was greeted by the sight of Uchiha Fayake and others present. I never thought you would actually come. It seems you are not merely a loudmouth after all, Uchiha Fayake sneered at the newcomer. I, too, did not expect you to show up. I assumed you were just a spoiled heir relying on your grandfather's influence, Liuyun retorted with a cheerful grin. Sharp-tongued. I hope your skills are as formidable as your words. Uchiha Fayake replied darkly, dismissing the bystanders around him. At this moment, the audience was sparse, consisting solely of Uchiha clan members. Apart from the two main combatants, Uchiha Chimong, Uchiha Chiya, a Uchiha elite Chunin, and Uchiha Hakai were present. Uchiha Hakai had been slapped by his older brother Uchiha Fayake earlier that day, leaving his face slightly swollen. However, he had not been forgotten and was still brought along. Upon encountering Liuyun, he had lost his previous arrogance and now appeared rather subdued, though he longed to boast again. Yet, given his prior humiliating experience, he deemed it wise to wait until after Fayake's victory to express his sentiments. Whoosh! Liuyun flipped his palm, revealing 3 shurikens, which he promptly hurled toward Uchiha Fayake. The battle commenced with his assault. Uchiha Fayake responded by launching an equal number of shurikens, the 6 projectiles colliding with precision. The fallen shurikens seemed to signal the start of a fierce battle, as both combatants unleashed a torrent of hidden weapons in a spectacular display. Amidst the chaos, they darted about, evading one another while their eyes, one crimson and the other dark, darted back and forth, keenly assessing the trajectories of their opponent's attacks. Both were practitioners of the same throwing technique. Thus, the unpredictable paths of the projectiles made it easy to get caught off guard without exceptional eyesight. Incredible! The spectators gasped, their eyes wide with astonishment. The frequency of attacks was astonishingly high, with both sides unleashing their full might, demonstrating Liuyun's extraordinary prowess that was truly remarkable. After an intense exchange, both fighters' supply of ninja tools was nearly depleted. Liuyun had sustained 3 rips in his clothing but remained uninjured, while Uchiha Fayake bore a noticeable scrape on his arm. This round of combat ended in a stalemate. Liuyun's keen eyesight surpassed Fayake's, and even without the Sharingan, his perception was sufficient to handle Uchiha Fayake. With a slight advantage, Liuyun decided to press forward, brandishing a kunai and launching himself at Uchiha Fayake with explosive speed. So swift, Uchiha Fayake was taken aback by the sudden acceleration. Yet relying on the formidable dynamic vision of his Sharingan, he instinctively raised his kunai to meet the oncoming strike. What tremendous force! At the moment of contact, Uchiha Fayake's expression shifted dramatically. The powerful blow from Liuyun's kunai forced him to take a significant step back to dissipate the energy. The two kunai clashed, producing sparks as they struggled against each other, momentarily locking them in a stalemate. Chapter 89. Fierce Combat, Schemes, Unresolved Outcomes. The two figures, one tall and one short, remained locked in struggle for some time, but gradually, Liuyun's youthful weakness began to show. Uchiha Fayake started to gain the upper hand, forcing Liuyun to retreat, his face flushed with exertion. Ultimately, his youth proved to be a disadvantage. In a patch of grass nearby, 3 pairs of eyes were closely observing the battle. They were spectators outside the Uchiha clan. Initially intending to train at the No. 1 training ground, they had decided to hide upon hearing Uchiha Hakai's curses. Eager to witness the unfolding drama, The arrival of the scruffy-haired boy and the ensuing fight were entirely unexpected. They had not anticipated witnessing such a grand conflict. One of the onlookers pulled out a bag of chips, and the trio began to snack while watching the spectacle unfold. "You little rascal, I admit you are impressive. You have even mastered chakra manipulation. Unfortunately, you are not the only one who understands how to wield chakra. Today, I will teach you the consequences of blind arrogance." Uchiha Fayake sneered with a menacing grin. "Silence," Liuyun shouted, channeling strength into his arms to push Fayake away before launching into a new round of hand-to-hand combat. The clash of metal rang out repeatedly in the #1 training ground, sparks flying as both fighters moved swiftly. Seizing a momentary separation, Liuyun hurled his kunai toward Uchiha Fayake's forehead. However, this rapid assault was easily evaded by the inside of the Sharingan, and Uchiha Fayake swiftly deflected the kunai. Realizing that his physical techniques were ineffective, Liuyun liberated his hands and began forming hand signs. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. As the jutsu was completed, Liuyun unleashed a barrage of high-temperature fireballs. Witnessing Liuyun employ ninjutsu, Uchiha Fayake was momentarily surprised but quickly retreated, forming hand signs as he withdrew. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. After dodging a few of the smaller fireballs, Uchiha Fayake halted, preparing to launch a powerful counterattack. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth, obliterating all the incoming small fireballs in its wake. The Great Fireball technique, in an overwhelming display, shattered the Phoenix Fire technique and completely engulfed Liuyun's figure. Liuyun-kun. Uchiha Chimong and the others gasped in shock. If Liuyun were to be taken down by a single Great Fireball, it would spell disaster. Boom. Within the fireball, Liuyun's form transformed into a wooden stump. Substitution jutsu. How impressive. The trio hidden in the grass could not help but exclaim in awe, and the observing Uchiha members collectively sighed in relief. Damn it, this wretched cur is far more formidable than I ever imagined. Uchiha Kagami felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that Liuyun's strength exceeded his expectations by a considerable margin. This individual had concealed his true abilities so masterfully during their school days, allowing Kagami to bully him for years without any forewarning. Such cunning was truly chilling. Had he known the extent of Liuyun's prowess, he wouldn't have dared to provoke him, even if he had been granted tenfold courage. Substitution technique. Where could he be? Uchiha Fugaka gasped, his eyes filled with vigilance. Lightning release, lightning bolt. From the thicket at the edge of training ground #1, Liuyun's voice echoed. As his words fell, a bolt of lightning rapidly coalesced above Uchiha Fugaka's head. With a thunderous crash that sent shockwaves through the air, Uchiha Fugaku was struck directly by the lightning. Is it over? Liuyun murmured, panting as he gazed at the figure on the ground, barely clinging to life. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the silhouette erupted into a cloud of smoke. It was merely a shadow clone. Liuyun's eyes widened in disbelief. What a spectacle! Hai quickly sensed their precise location. We must hasten. A boy with a pineapple-shaped hairstyle urged a ponytailed youth. Understood. The ponytailed boy immediately closed his eyes, activating his sensory abilities. Over there. He pointed in a direction, and the trio promptly set off. You are indeed correct. It has come to an end. A grim voice resonated from a tree overhead, belonging to Uchiha Fugaku. When did this happen? Liuyun muttered under his breath, instinctively glancing upwards without turning his head. In the next moment, Uchiha Fugaku descended from above, delivering a crushing kick to his back. For over a month, Fugaku had yearned to dominate him, and now, that desire was finally fulfilled. The youth beneath him let out a muffled groan, eliciting a vicious smile from Uchiha Fugaku. However, before he could revel in his triumph, another dull sound echoed, and Liuyun's figure exploded into smoke once more. A shadow clone. Uchiha Fugaku's pupils constricted in shock. Yet, his astonishment was short-lived, as a deep purple orb beneath his feet suddenly detonated. The smoke generated from the earlier explosion obscured his Tomo Sharingan, preventing him from noticing the purple orb's presence. A trap. The thought flashed through Uchiha Fugaku's mind as a dense purple mist swiftly enveloped him. Liuyun had been strategizing since employing the lightning release technique. Had the smoke bomb been replaced with an explosive tag, Fugaku would have undoubtedly met his demise, with no time to react. Alas, Liuyun could not kill him, and the explosive tag had ultimately been substituted for a smoke bomb. Whoosh! A kunai shot forth, aimed at the spot where Uchiha Fugaku had previously stood. Thud! The faint sound of the kunai embedding itself into wood reached Liuyun's ears, prompting him to furrow his brow instinctively. Indeed, he was a step too late. That sound indicated he had struck a wooden substitute. While the smoke bomb caused no harm, it nevertheless granted Fugaku an opportunity to escape. Sighing, Liuyun leaped down from a tree. As he approached the clearing and reappeared before the others, Uchiha Fugaku soon revealed himself as well. Both were panting heavily, their stamina and chakra nearly depleted. While Fugaku's chakra was running low, he still had some energy left, whereas Liuyun was fatigued but retained a modicum of chakra. "Shall we continue?" Liuyun inquired, breathless yet indifferent. With victory still undecided, why not? Uchiha Fugaku replied coldly. "Heh." Liuyun sneered, choosing not to elaborate further. In the next instant, Uchiha Fugaku charged at him, kunai in hand, intent on delivering a lethal blow. Liuyun, devoid of weapons in his ninja tool pouch, stood unflinchingly against Fugaku's advance, even when unarmed. Chapter 90. The efficacy of Jinjutsu. A triple strike determines the outcome. Uchiha Fugaku lunged ferociously, wielding his kunai with a downward slash. His speed was not particularly swift. Liuyun stepped back, sidestepping the attack, then retaliated with a punch aimed at Fugaku's head. Uchiha Fugaku intercepted the blow with his hand, but Liuyun's strength had waned. Seizing the opportunity, Fugaku reversed his grip on the kunai and thrust it toward Liuyun's chest without a moment's hesitation. Liuyun raised his other arm to block, then swiftly grasped Fugaku's wrist, locking them in a stalemate as both held onto each other's limbs. "You should be grateful to reside within the Hidden Leaf Village and fortunate to have a commendable grandfather. Otherwise, with your ineptitude, you wouldn't stand a chance against me." Liuyun taunted from close range, their gazes locked. His eyes gleamed with an unusual intensity. Fugaku's veins bulged in anger. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner throughout his life. He could scarcely tolerate the humiliation, especially from someone he deemed inferior. The audacity of this upstart to repeatedly insult him ignited a fury within Fugaku, who yearned to slay him on the spot. Yet, he could not comprehend why Liuyun's power seemed to be growing stronger, as if he were on the verge of breaking free from Fugaku's grasp, despite both being near their limits. Where was this strength coming from? Uchiha Fugaku was utterly confounded. In the next moment, Liuyun broke free from Fugaku's hold, twisting his body and wrenching Fugaku's arm down with a brutal force. How is this possible? Uchiha Fugaku's pupils dilated in disbelief as he instinctively recoiled. However, before he could retreat further, Liuyun closed the distance, seizing his remaining hand. With a sickening sound, Fugaku's other arm was violently torn away. Why is this happening? He felt no pain. It was an illusion. Uchiha Fugaku was not foolish. He quickly realized he had fallen victim to a Jinjutsu. But how had Liuyun managed to ensnare him so effortlessly? He could not fathom this technique, as his mental strength should have been superior to Liuyun's. And he possessed the Tomo Sharingan. Even if his chakra was insufficient, the Sharingan's efficacy should not have diminished to this extent. Yet here he was. Despite his shock and confusion, Uchiha Fugaku had no time to ponder further. He hastily attempted to bite his tongue, hoping to use the pain to dispel the Jinjutsu. Regrettably, his reaction was still a fraction too slow. In reality, Liuyun delivered a swift kick to his groin, and the intense pain jolted Uchiha Fugaku out of the Jinjutsu. He cried out in agony, his eyes bulging in horror. Liuyun followed up with an uppercut that struck Fugaku's chin, silencing his cries as the force propelled him from a hunched position back to an upright stance. Liuyun, seizing the advantage, executed a powerful knee strike to Fugaku's soft abdomen. In that instant, Fugaku felt a wave of nausea rise in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. After enduring the crushing triple strike, Uchiha Fugaku collapsed limply to the ground. "Now, I shall ask you once more, do you wish to continue?" Liuyun panted, gripping Fugaku's hair and gazing coldly down at him. At that moment, Liuyun appeared terrifying in Fugaku's eyes. The mere thought of uttering another word was enough to make him feel as though his life was forfeit. Liuyun exuded a palpable aura of lethality, having personally dispatched countless bandits during a month of missions. At this moment, the murderous intent left Uchiha Fugaku pale and trembling, having stripped him of any will or courage to continue the fight. "Release Fugaku at once," exclaimed an elite chunin who had accompanied Uchiha Fugaku. "Liuyun, please, do not act impulsively. Liuyun, I implore you to show mercy." Uchiha Chiya and Uchiha Chingmong spoke up in rapid succession. Liuyun cast a fleeting glance at them before releasing his grip on Uchiha Fugaku's hair. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to withdraw, recognizing that Fugaku, after all, was the grandson of the Uchiha clan's elder. He had no desire to finish off the younger only to have the elder emerge. The Uchiha elder possessed the authority to mobilize the Konoha police force. Should he severely injure Uchiha Fugaku, the ninjas of the police would not hesitate to come for him. Although he was not easily apprehended, especially with Orochimaru as his mentor, it would still be unwise to alarm his mother or trouble Orochimaru. With a mature mindset, he considered the consequences before acting, and he recognized his current lack of strength necessitated a degree of caution. Picking up a kunai from the ground, Liuyun took a heavy breath and stepped aside. Should the others choose to rush him, he would not be intimidated. His chakra reserves were still ample, and even if he could not win, he could certainly flee. He believed he would not falter here. The elite Chunin quickly approached Uchiha Fugaku to assess his condition. At this moment, Fugaku was in excruciating pain, his jaw throbbed, his abdomen ached, and even his groin was sore. Every part of him was in agony. Speaking of which, Liuyun had indeed held back. Had he truly aimed to crush Uchiha Fugaku's groin, the Uchiha elder would undoubtedly seek revenge, and even others might struggle to intervene. This experience would serve as a valuable lesson for him. Fugaku, how are you? The elite Chunin inquired in a hushed tone, casting a wary glance at Liuyun. Uchiha Fugaku, drenched in sweat, managed to utter a single word, go. He had suffered a comprehensive defeat. All right, the Uchiha Chunin nodded. Then hoisted Uchiha Fugaku onto his back and turned to leave the training ground. Wait for me. Uchiha Yahan hurried after them, his complexion paler than even Uchiha Fugaku's. He had previously boasted that he would make Liuyun drink excrement. He could hardly imagine the torment Liuyun would inflict upon him should word of this reach his ears. He feared Liuyun might very well beat it out of him and then force him to consume it. Fortunately, Liuyun appeared to be in no condition to pursue him. Perhaps due to his silence, he had been entirely overlooked. Liuyun, you are truly remarkable. Even Fugaku stands no chance against you. Uchiha Qingmong and Uchiha Chiye approached him, showering him with praise. However, Liuyun's attention was evidently elsewhere, his gaze fixed upon a nearby thicket. Gentlemen, the skirmish has concluded. Do you not intend to reveal yourselves? Chapter 91. The three young masters of boar, deer, and butterfly, the rascals entering the courtyard. Gentlemen, the battle is over. Do you not wish to emerge? As Liuyun's words fell, three figures suddenly appeared from the thicket. Their appearance was both familiar and foreign to Liuyun. It was, indeed, the trio of boar, deer, and butterfly. Haha, brother, you're amazing. Even a genius like Uchiha Fugaku is no match for you. May I ask your name? Nara Shikahisa chuckled awkwardly, adopting a friendly demeanor. At this moment, Liuyun's hair color was unusual, and he bore no Uchiha clan fan emblem on his clothing, leading them to remain unaware of his lineage. They speculated he might be from the former Senju clan, as only that family could possibly overshadow the Uchiha clan. Seeing Liuyun remain silent, Nara Shikahisa snapped his fingers as if struck by a revelation, quickly introducing himself. My apologies, I forgot to present myself first. I am Nara Shikahisa. And this is Yamanaka Inoichi, and this is Akimichi Choza. The two named individuals offered Liuyun friendly smiles. Indeed, they were the three young heirs of the boar, deer, and butterfly clans. Liuyun nodded slightly in acknowledgement. I am Uchiha Liuyun. Uchiha, the three exclaimed in unison, their expressions filled with astonishment. They had never anticipated that Liuyun would belong to the Uchiha clan. After all, Fugaku was the grandson of the Uchiha elder, who would dare to lay hands on him. Furthermore, Liuyun's appearance did not conform to their preconceived notions. After a moment of surprise, it dawned on them that they had just witnessed a familial conflict. Liuyun, you must still be in school, right? Yamanaka Inoichi could not restrain his curiosity. Liuyun, lacking a forehead protector and ninja vest, had never crossed paths with these lower-ranked ninjas in the Hokage building. Moreover, they had never heard of Uchiha Liuyun at the Ninja Academy. Encountering a prodigious youth capable of decisively defeating Chunin Uchiha Fugaku was indeed a first. Such talent should not be obscure. Yes, I will soon be entering the 6th grade. Liuyun replied with a smile. A true elementary student. Akimichi Choza exclaimed, only to realize his faux pas and quickly covered his mouth. This individual possessed formidable strength. Should they provoke him, the three of them combined might not prevail against him. Who are you calling a little student? Are you three looking down on Liuyun? Uchiha Chiye reprimanded loudly. My apologies, Liuyun. My brother is just straightforward. He means no offense. Nara Shikahisa hurriedly interjected, giving Akimichi Choza a firm pat on the shoulder. Haha, it's all good. I am indeed just a little student, and I am delighted to meet you all today. Liuyun laughed heartily, extending a friendly hand toward the three. They were the future leaders of their clans, and forming a good rapport with them would undoubtedly be advantageous. At present, the boar, deer, and butterfly clans appeared to be quite amiable, making them easy to engage with. Haha, it is our honor to meet such a genius as you, Liuyun. Nara Shikahisa exclaimed as he reached out to shake hands. Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza followed suit, shaking Liuyun's hand in a display of camaraderie. Liuyun introduced Uchiha Qingmong and Uchiha Chiye, and the atmosphere grew lively as they exchanged pleasantries and laughter. Since it was their first encounter, The trio refrained from inquiring about the reasons behind the fight, understanding that it involved family disputes that could be sensitive topics. Thus, they stifled their curiosity. Before long, Liuyun took his leave from training ground number 1, citing other matters to attend to. Uchiha Liuyun, when did such a prodigy emerge from the Uchiha clan? He has yet to graduate from the ninja academy and has already bested Uchiha Fugaku. He is bound to defy expectations. Yamanaka and Noichi murmured in disbelief. I too am unsure. I shall have the clan investigate his background later to discern the origins of this remarkable individual. A talent of his caliber should not remain obscure. Nara Shikahisa replied with a serious expression. He does not seem as haughty as the other Uchihas. He appears quite approachable, Akimichi Choza remarked, munching on chips. The two nodded in agreement, but Choza's next comment left them both embarrassed. He looks so delicate, like a girl. Who would have thought he could fight so fiercely? The brutality of his strikes, one kick, one punch, one knee strike, left us all in shock. They felt that a single blow could have easily knocked them out. Yet Uchiha Fugaku had withstood 3 such strikes. After departing the public training ground, Liuyun headed toward the Senju clan's territory. What has Little Tomato been up to at home these past few days? The thought of Kushina brought a smile to Liuyun's face. As he crossed the grand entrance of the Senju clan and arrived at a luxurious estate, a subtle sound of water splashing caught his attention before he could even call out. Following the sound, Liuyun soon discovered Kushina struggling to learn how to tread water in a small pond. Nearby, in a quaint pavilion, Whirlpool Mito sat gracefully on a stone bench, observing her training. Although Kushina was aware of Liuyun's arrival, she feigned blindness, making no effort to alert Kushina. At that moment, Kushina was clad in a thin, breezy short-sleeved top and shorts, her damp appearance captivating Liuyun's gaze. The youthful beauty, though yet to fully mature, displayed an exquisite figure. Her slightly pert, delicate legs, skin so fair it seemed to glisten with moisture, a flat abdomen devoid of excess, and her long, wet hair framed her natural and unadorned features. Staring at this scene, Liuyun found his mouth agape, momentarily entranced and unable to regain his composure. It wasn't until Kushina inadvertently spotted the peeping Uchiha rogue and let out a shriek that he snapped back to reality. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, Liuyun showed no signs of embarrassment at being discovered and instead greeted Mito warmly. Good day, Mito-san. Perverted rogue, standing there silently. Are you trying to scare me to death? Kushina exclaimed, her cheeks flushed, too shy to even rise from the water. Isn't it because I feared disturbing you, worried you might make a mistake? Liuyun replied, boldly approaching the pond's edge. What are you coming over for? Don't look, you pervert. Kushina instinctively covered her modesty. Why fret so? You're not naked, are you? Treading water is something I taught you. How rude to insult me upon our meeting. Mito interjected, defending Liuyun. At that moment, despite being soaked, Kushina's modesty remained intact, which was precisely why Mito refrained from alerting her. Liuyun's confidence to approach stemmed from this very assurance. Exactly, what is there to be nervous about? Is there anything to hide? Liuyun chimed in. At this, Mito couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, you shameless rascal. Wait until I get my hands on you. Chapter 92. Informing Mito of the possibility of Shoju's death. You scoundrel, what did you just say about me? That I have nothing to hide. Are you wishing for death? Kushina demanded, having changed into a dress, tugging at Liuyun's cheeks. Wouldn't you know yourself? Liuyun retorted defiantly, his gaze drifting downward. Pervert. Kushina pinched his cheek with vigor, causing Liuyun to yelp in pain. That'll teach you to be a rogue. You shouldn't call yourself Uchiha Liuyun anymore. You should be Uchiha Rogue. She teased, releasing her grip. Why are you all muddy? You reek of sweat. Have you just finished training? Kushina sniffed around him. No, I just gave a little brat a beating, and now I'm drenched in sweat, Liuyun said, pulling the girl's south head close, allowing her to indulge her curiosity. Ugh, you're disgusting. Kushina pushed him away, her cheeks aflame as she scolded him. The little brat you mentioned, is that the one named Fugaku? She recalled hearing him refer to Uchiha Fugaku that way earlier. Yeah, Liuyun nodded with a smile. Is he strong enough to make you sweat? Kushina was aware of Liuyun's general prowess. Most genin were no match for him. He's decent, a chunin, but I can still handle him, Liuyun said, tossing his bangs aside with an air of arrogance. However, girls of Kushina's age often found such bravado appealing. Wow, so even a chunin isn't your match. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. My Liuyun big brother is destined for greatness. With such strength, you could easily graduate early as a ninja. As this thought crossed her mind, an inexplicable sense of worry washed over Kushina. You can't graduate early. You must stay with me through 6th grade. Or only graduate once I have the strength to do so. She grasped his arm earnestly. Liuyun appeared momentarily taken aback, but he quickly pinched her little nose and smiled. Are you worried I might leave you behind? Kushina nodded, her gaze downcast. Rest assured, I will accompany you through 6th grade. Even if I possess the strength. I want to hastily request early graduation, Liuyun assured her. Months of physical training could hardly rectify his stamina issues. That shortcoming required time to cultivate, and one could not rush such matters. Moreover, becoming a ninja involved taking on missions that might be tedious and time-consuming, rather than productive. It was far better to allocate time for training. As a student, he could practice whenever he wished, but as a ninja, such freedom would be curtailed by the higher-ups in Konoha. Hearing Liuyun's promise, Kushina beamed, clinging to his arm without minding the dirt, cherishing his presence. The two set off towards the Yunsong flower shop, and Kushina took the opportunity to ask Mito if she could stay out for dinner that night. Of course, go ahead. Mito nodded with a smile. Kushina initially intended to pull Liuyun along, but noticed he suddenly hesitated and appeared contemplative. Kushina, please wait for me at the door for a moment. I have something I want to discuss with Mito-san privately, Liuyun said, steeling himself to reveal a matter concerning Shoju. The situation on the battlefield in the Land of Rain was growing increasingly dire, with the 3 legendary ninjas poised to depart at any moment. The very first day of their journey to the Land of Rain would mark Shoju's potential demise. Liuyun felt a sense of camaraderie with him and could not bear the thought of his untimely death. He hoped to prolong the life of this Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, attempting to see if he could persuade Mito to intervene and spare Shoju from his fate. Oh, what is it that little Liuyun wishes to discuss with me? Mito inquired curiously. Indeed, what is it? Why the need to deliberately send me away? Kushina, too, was curious. Listen, just go as I instructed, Liuyun said, uncharacteristically serious. Such a mystery. Kushina pouted but ultimately complied with his request. Little Liuyun, what is it you wish to tell me? Mito asked gently. Mito-san, do you believe in me? Liuyun approached with utmost seriousness, instantly freezing Mito's smile. After a moment of silence, Mito nodded slowly. Although I do not know what you wish to convey, Kushina has always trusted you, and since I trust Kushina, I will trust you as well. Since you believe in me, I shall speak plainly. The situation in the Land of Rain indicates an imminent full-scale war. I trust you have heard of this? Mito paused, momentarily taken aback, before nodding. I have heard some things from Tsunade and Shoju. What I am about to say concerns Shoju's safety. If it's within your power, please ensure he does not go to the battlefield in the Land of Rain, Liuyun stated candidly, his next words causing Mito's expression to shift dramatically. Otherwise, he stands a significant risk of losing his life. Mito sprang to her feet in shock. What do you mean by that? Literally what I said. If you believe in me, then utilize your influence and authority to keep Shoju confined within Konoha. Liuyun's expression remained grave at this moment. I must know the reason. How did you come to know that Shunshu is in danger? Have you learned something? At this juncture, Uzumaki Mito finally recognized the gravity of the situation, her tone taking on a more assertive edge. I cannot divulge the specific reasons, for I merely speculate that Shunshu is a direct descendant of the first Hokage. There must be many who wish him harm, and some may covet the power of the Senju bloodline that he possesses. In any case, it would be wise for him to avoid leaving the village until he is capable of self-defense. Liuyun earnestly attempted to persuade Uzumaki Mito. Regarding Shunshu's demise, the anime depicted his death as a consequence of a detonation tag trap, occurring right before Orochimaru's eyes. However, the official report stated that he was first killed by the explosion, and by the time he was discovered, his innards had been completely extracted, rendering his appearance nearly unrecognizable. The gruesomeness of his death was such that Orochimaru advised Tsunade against viewing the corpse. Was his death an accident or a deliberate act of foul play? Liuyun could not ascertain, nor did he possess the capability or energy to investigate. He was but a mere elementary student, and voicing such thoughts was indeed a considerable risk. Chapter 93. A kind warning, the chakra blade is acquired. Upon hearing Liuyun's words, Uzumaki Mito's initial shock gradually transformed into a fierce determination. This intensity, however, was not directed at Liuyun, but rather aimed at those malevolent individuals who sought to harm Shunshu. What is your basis for this? What intelligence leads you to believe that Shunshu is in danger? This question plunged Liuyun into silence. Initially, he had no intention of revealing his thoughts, thus he had not contemplated any excuses. Yet, after interacting with these individuals, he had ultimately developed a sense of compassion. I regret to inform you that I cannot answer your question. I stand by my original statement. Trust me, and act as I advise. Liuyun shook his head, then offered his final counsel. Shunshu's character was akin to that of Uzumaki Naruto. He was not the type to heed warnings. Liuyun understood this all too well from their previous A-rank mission. Furthermore, Powerful figures like Orochimaru and Tsunade were often excessively confident and might not heed his advice. There was a significant risk that they could attract trouble themselves. After much contemplation, he concluded that only Uzumaki Mido might listen to reason and possess the capacity to restrain Shinshu. Lastly, I implore you, Mido, to keep this conversation confidential. Do not disclose it to any third party. Bowing slightly, Liuyun departed directly. Uzumaki Mido opened her mouth, but ultimately refrained from preventing his exit. Liuyun had merely alerted her to Shinshu's peril, and since her grandson was currently unharmed, she still had time to contemplate countermeasures. The seriousness of the young man's warning did not strike her as mere child's play. It seemed credible enough that there might indeed be sinister intentions aimed at Shinshu. Although she was curious about how Liuyun came by this information and its source, he was unwilling to disclose it, leaving her at a loss. Liuyun and Kushina soon arrived at the Uchiha flower shop. Just as they entered, a middle-aged woman stormed out of the shop, grumbling, not a single wreath. And hardly any chrysanthemums. The place is filled with frivolous flowers. I can't even find a few chrysanthemums to bring to the grave. What a pathetic flower shop. I sincerely apologize, I truly do. Unfortunately, all the chrysanthemums sold out earlier. The good ones were taken not long ago, Asuka replied apologetically as she escorted the woman out. Mom, Ani, oh, what brings you both here together? Upon seeing them arrive, Asuka's face lit up with joy. Inside the shop, after Liuyun listened to Asuka recount the earlier incident, a smirk of schadenfreude appeared on his face. I seem to recall someone mentioning that they absolutely do not sell funeral flowers or white flowers. Well, how's that working out now? Before the flower shop opened, Liuyun had suggested that Asuka focus on selling wreaths, funeral flowers, and flowers suitable for hospital visits, but he had been met with his mother's fierce disapproval. Asuka insisted on stocking colorful flowers for romantic occasions, indoor decoration, and festive celebrations. The reality proved that her mother was not cut out for business. With the initial batch of fresh flowers, Asuka nearly lost her shirt. Had it not been for her son's generous royalties, which allowed her to afford trial and error, she might have had to close shop within half a month. You cheeky child, laughing at your mother? Do you want to live? Asuka teased as she playfully tugged at his ear. Ouch, ouch, Mom, please let go. Serves you right. Kushina, observing the scene, found amusement in Liuyun's predicament. However, recently, many individuals had indeed been purchasing chrysanthemums for mourning and carnations for hospital visits. I never expected your business acumen to be so sharp. The shop hasn't even opened yet, and you already know what the locals need. Asuka praised her son, leaving Kushina bewildered. It will only increase, Liuyun murmured. Mother, if you were a bit more astute, you could communicate with nearby flower farmers to monopolize or manipulate the flower market, potentially earning even more. Unfortunately, Liuyun did not wish to overburden her. Money was sufficient for him, and he had no plans to help her expand her business. A flower shop was merely a means for her to pass the time and stave off boredom. By the way, a ninja delivered a beautifully crafted long sword, claiming it was what you requested. It's in the shop, and I've been entrusted to hand it over to you, Asuka said as she produced an elegant long box. The moment Liuyun laid eyes on it, he knew it must have been sent by Uncle Snake. The Uchiha flower shop was in close proximity to Orochimaru's residence, not far from the Konoha cemetery. Opening the long box, Liuyun extracted a black long sword. The blade was single-edged and straight-backed, resembling the Kusanagi sword wielded by Sasuke. The black scabbard housed a blade that gleamed with silver light, forged from a precious metal capable of conducting chakra. What a beautiful sword! Kushina's eyes sparkled with admiration. Liuyun drew the entire sword, its sharp, cold gleam intimidating, immediately conveying its lethal sharpness. He instinctively swung the sword, and a large bouquet of flowers before him was severed in an instant, the cut edges remarkably even. What a marvelous sword! Liuyun exclaimed, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Yet, before he could revel in his joy for long, he suddenly sensed a chilling aura emanating from behind him. These flowers were pre-ordered by someone. Do you know how costly this bouquet is? How dare you use it to test your blade? Asuka's icy voice drifted from behind, sending a shiver down Liuyun's spine. As expected, anguished cries soon echoed within the Uchiha flower shop. Not long after, Liuyun took Asuka and Kushina to a high-end barbecue restaurant. Tonight, they planned to indulge in a meat feast. Liuyun had dined here once before and found the flavors delightful. This place is quite pricey, Asuka murmured as she perused the menu. Even though their family was now affluent, dining at such an upscale barbecue restaurant still felt extravagant to her. Just a short while ago, she had been a frugal homemaker, meticulously counting every penny spent, hesitant to part with her money. The sudden wealth had yet to alter her spending habits. Expensive? You're not the one footing the bill. Besides, Kushina and I are at an age where we are growing. Should a mother not provide us with meat? Liuyun teased with a smile. Eat, eat, eat. Enjoy as much as you desire. Kushina, make sure to eat your fill. This guy has a stash of pocket money, so let us not be shy. Asuka initially shot him a glare, then turned to Kushina with a grin. Oh. Kushina, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, instinctively nodded. At this moment, her mind was preoccupied with the thought, is Auntie also my mother? Is Liuyun hinting at something so mortifying? She thought to herself, whatever, if you have the means. Go ahead and impoverish me. Liuyun, nonchalantly, pulled out an oversized wallet from his possession. The waitress serving at the side couldn't help but stare in astonishment. The wallet on the table was both large and bulging, making it abundantly clear just how affluent this young man was. Chapter 94. The war officially begins. Death persists. Time swiftly passed. Over half a month had gone by. While Liuyun indulged in a leisurely life of cultivation and flirtation, a momentous announcement reverberated from within the Hokage building. The Land of Rain had formally declared war on the Land of Fire. The semi-divine Hanzo of the Salamander personally led the Rain Ninja Army to decimate the forces of Konoha, plunging the battlefield of the Rain Country into a precarious situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen initiated a war mobilization within the village of Konoha, deploying his 3 most formidable apprentices to the Rain Country front lines, preparing to confront Hanzo. The news of the impending war spread through the ninja world like a clap of thunder, inducing a wave of anxiety among the smaller nations. While some larger powers appeared eager to seize the opportunity, after more than 20 years of peace, the world of ninjas was once again engulfed in the flames of war. Conflict had indeed returned. Listening to the Hokage's mobilization speech echoing from the distant loudspeakers, Liuyun could not help but let out a soft sigh. Yet, even with the onset of war, he felt little concern. The mere Rain ninjas could not penetrate the Land of Fire, nor could they breach Konoha. He surmised he still had over a year of leisure ahead of him. With a murmured determination, Liuyun propelled his legs forcefully against the ground, launching himself forward like a cannonball. In a flash of blue light, a tree as wide as his waist was effortlessly cleaved in two by his chakra-infused blade, which, empowered by lightning, was unparalleled in sharpness, achieving the effect of slicing through iron as if it were mere mud. Within the Senju clan's confines, Uzumaki Mido confined Rope Tree to their home, forbidding him from accompanying Konoha's ninja forces to the battlefield in the Rain Country. This decision quickly drew the attention of the legendary 3, who seemed perplexed by Mido's stance. Orochimaru believed that the battlefield was an excellent place for honing one's skills, and he sought to take Rope Tree along to the Rain Country to earn glory, a notion that received unanimous support from Tsunade and Jiraiya. However, Mido, who typically never interfered with her grandson's freedom, suddenly issued a firm command that he was not to leave the village, exhibiting a resolute attitude that left no room for negotiation. Tsunade, baffled, sought to reason with her grandmother, only to be met with a harsh reprimand. Of course, she was no easygoing individual herself, and in a fit of anger, the two found themselves embroiled in a fierce argument within their home. Rope Tree, not one to back down easily, was utterly unable to accept his grandmother's decision, which left him in a constant state of agitation as he clamored for the opportunity to fight. He expressed his desire to inherit the will of his grandfather and great-grandfather, asserting that he must become the 4th Hokage of Konoha. As the grandson of 2 Hokages, he felt he could not shy away from battle or evade it, accusing his grandmother of failing to understand him. Mido was torn. On one hand, she heeded Liuyun's warning, while on the other, reassured by the 3 legendary ninjas, she felt confident in their ability to protect her grandson. She had raised this child since he was young, and she fully comprehended his aspirations to become Hokage. Yet, she was genuinely terrified that Liuyun's words might come to fruition, fearing that the last scion of the Senju clan might perish on the battlefield. On the eve of the ninja force's departure, Mido bore immense pressure. The legendary 3 were urging her and assuring her that they would keep Rope Tree safe. The timing of the mission was set, and the unforeseen situation concerning Rope Tree would not delay the ninja army. As the wife of the 1st Hokage and the rare Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails, Mido invoked her authority, explicitly forbidding Rope Tree from participating in the war, a decree that even the 3rd Hokage dared not oppose. The absence of a single lower-ranked ninja would not significantly affect Konoha. Although Sarutobi did not comprehend Mido's actions, he complied with her wishes. "Grandmother, what are you thinking? Are you intent on destroying my dreams yourself?" Tears welled in Rope Tree's eyes, his voice tinged with desperation. Despite having reasoned with her and receiving counsel from the legendary 3, Mido remained steadfast in her refusal to allow him to go to the Rain Country. inciting his frantic outbursts and even leading him to utter hurtful words. I see now. You want me to be a coward. You want to ruin me. I hate you. Mito, overwhelmed with anger, felt tears streaming down her face. Yet, witnessing her grandson's despair and frantic demeanor, she could not harden her heart and ultimately chose to let him go. She understood that if she did not release him, Rope Tree would harbor a grudge against her for life, potentially leading to his emotional collapse. She wished to gamble, to trust that Liuyun's warning was merely the ramblings of a child, and that her grandson would remain unharmed. In the end, Rope Tree followed Orochimaru into battle. He departed with unwavering resolve, not once looking back to catch another glimpse of his grandmother, with Tsunade and the others watching over him. He believed firmly that his grandson would be safe. As Mito watched his resolute figure fade into the distance, she began to comfort herself repeatedly, though her tears continued to fall, and her heart ached profoundly. Lady Mito, Rope Tree will be fine. Kushina stepped forward softly to offer solace. Seeing Mito's sorrowful tears, she too felt a pang of sadness and a strong urge to weep. Stepping beyond the village's borders, Rope Tree appeared invigorated, even quickening his pace. In less than half a day's time, he had joined the main ninja force as they surged into the land of rain. Eager to prove himself and achieve glory, the youthful and impetuous Rope Tree displayed remarkable bravery, commencing combat operations that very night alongside Orochimaru. Orochimaru personally eliminated several formidable enemy ninjas, initially believing that Rope Tree would encounter little resistance. Thus, he relaxed his vigilance. However, a short while later, a deafening explosion shattered the air, marking the tragic end of his beloved disciple's short life. Orochimaru could defend against the powerful enemies targeting his apprentice, but was utterly unprepared for the explosive tags concealed beneath the ground. Rope Tree perished, meeting his fate precisely where it was prophesied, down to the very moment of death, mirroring the original narrative. When Orochimaru laid eyes upon the lifeless body, his fear of death magnified infinitely. He could not comprehend how a vibrant, living individual had so swiftly transformed into a charred and grotesque corpse. Why was life so fragile? Why did Rope Tree have to meet such an end? As he stroked the disfigured remains, he murmured to himself, his eyes filled with anguish and regret. Lady Mito was right. I should not have taken Rope Tree with me. Had I not insisted, perhaps he would still be alive. Just that morning, he had vowed with conviction to safeguard Rope Tree, yet less than a day later, the boy had perished before his very eyes. In that moment, the once indomitable Orochimaru found himself trembling, dreading the confrontation with the elderly woman and fearing the inevitable encounter with Tsunade. Picking up a crystal pendant from the ground, tears streamed from his serpentine eyes. Chapter 95. The pain brought by intervening in others' fates. Has the Ninetales Jinchuriki lost control? Upon receiving news of her brother's demise, Tsunade collapsed onto the ground, her spirit engulfed by overwhelming terror and remorse. She struggled to rise, intent on rushing to the morgue to see her brother, but Jiraiya intervened, reaching out to stop her. Don't go in there. Rope Tree had met a gruesome fate, his visage utterly unrecognizable. Were it not for the tattered remnants of clothing and Orochimaru's unwavering affirmation, Jiraiya would scarcely believe that this was his once lively and cheerful younger brother from his memories. Yet, it mattered little. Seeing or not seeing made no difference, as he could hardly distinguish between the two. Orochimaru murmured softly. Enough, Orochimaru. Jiraiya rebuked loudly. In the original narrative, he would have added, because it is war, no one can escape death, but having previously assured Uzumaki Mito, he felt too ashamed to utter such words. Tsunade, unusually, did not blame Orochimaru, for she was the one most terrified of confronting her grandmother. She bore the heaviest guilt. Gazing at the horrifying, mangled corpse before her, memories of her fierce argument with her grandmother flooded her mind, and Tsunade suddenly found it difficult to breathe. The surrounding scene began to swirl and twist, causing her to collapse to the ground. Jiraiya, witnessing this, hurriedly lifted her up. As he reached the intersection of the passage, he paused to glance at the silent, bowed Orochimaru. Then, he strode away from that sorrowful place. The news of Shinosuke's death returned to Konoha on the very second day of the two nations' official war. The demise of this prince incited a furious wrath throughout Konoha and simultaneously caused a significant upheaval in the Land of Fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately commanded the troops within the Rain Country to launch a full-scale assault, sparing no effort to ensure that the Rain Ninja paid a dire price. A brutally fierce, all-out war erupted between the Fire and Rain countries. Both sides fought with reckless abandon, and the battlefield in the Rain Country became akin to a colossal meat grinder, with horrifying casualty figures emerging within just a single day. While the foreign war raged on vehemently, Liuyun remained largely indifferent to the conflict, steadfastly continuing his physical cultivation routine day after day. Liuyun, you must come with me to the Senju clan's territory. Mito wishes to see you. One day, Kushina hurriedly approached him at the riverside training ground. Her eyes were swollen and red from crying, prompting Liuyun to swiftly inquire about the matter at hand. Shinosuke has died. Upon hearing this, Liuyun's pupils constricted sharply, and his complexion paled slightly. Did we ultimately fail to protect him? Mito must have insisted that he go to the rain country, right? Liuyun spoke in a detached manner. Standing at the riverbank while watching the water flow gently past, feeling no rush to meet Uzumaki Mito, or perhaps harboring a reluctance to do so. You must come with me. She has been crying and is filled with guilt. I'm terrified she might do something irrational, Kushina pleaded, grasping his hand with urgency. I understand why she wishes to see me. As for doing something irrational, that is simply impossible. Let us first discuss Shinosuke's journey to the rain country. I have not yet decided whether I will meet her. Liuyun's words left Kushina visibly taken aback. She sensed that Liuyun seemed to have anticipated Shinosuke's death, and his demeanor and attitude felt somewhat off. Moreover, he appeared to know exactly why Uzumaki Mito wanted to see him, suggesting that they were concealing something she was unaware of. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her impatience and recounted Shinosuke's insistence on heading to the rain country. Given his character, I knew this would be the case, Liuyun sighed softly. Warnings could not save his life. They only added to everyone's suffering. I was wrong, he added. Kushina, bewildered by his words, asked, what do you mean by that? She could not grasp the significance of his statement. How did Shinosuke's death relate to Liuyun? Why did he feel the need to admit fault? Liuyun gently shook his head, offering no reply. Moments later, he lifted his gaze to the ominously dark sky. He sensed an invisible force seemingly dictating the fates of all individuals. Despite his attempts to intervene, Shinosuke had still perished, the same manner of death. At the same time, had he not interfered, perhaps the legendary three ninjas and Uzumaki Mito would not bear such guilt and pain. This marked his first attempt to alter another's fate of death, but judging by the outcome, he had undoubtedly failed, and the cost appeared to have escalated. Those who cherished Shinosuke endured more anguish than before. This realization filled Liuyun with a sense of defeat, but as time passed, that defeat gradually morphed into fury. Our destinies, and those of our cherished ones, can only be determined by ourselves. No one else can wield such power. At that moment, Liuyun's crimson eyes brimmed with determination. As his words echoed, thunder rumbled ominously overhead, and scattered raindrops quickly transformed into a torrential downpour. Upon Kushina's return to the Senju clan territory, she found Uzumaki Mito standing dazed in the heavy rain, allowing the deluge to wash over her frail form. Mito, please come inside. You will fall ill if you remain drenched, Kushina urged tearfully, trying to pull her into the shelter, but Uzumaki Mito appeared like a living corpse, frozen in place. Utterly unresponsive. With her husband, son, daughter-in-law, and now even her grandson gone, she felt an unprecedented solitude and despair. The notion that longevity was a blessing was lost on her. She perceived her longevity as the most terrifying curse of all, were it not for the faint remnants of reason reminding her that she could not yet succumb, as the nine tails had yet to be transferred from her. Uzumaki Mito would have long since lost the will to live. Kushina had become her sole motivation to persist, if only to buy more time for this relative who called her grandmother. As the rain pattered, Liuyun stepped forward, treading through the puddles to stand before Uzumaki Mito. Although he had not yet formulated a plan for how to face her, he ultimately approached. I have come, Mito. You wished to see me, did you not? Let us speak inside. Upon hearing Liuyun's voice, Mito's dull gaze transformed into that of a predatory beast. A surge of crimson chakra erupted from within her. In the next instant, she stepped forward, instantly teleporting to Liuyun's side, her bony hands gripping his shoulders with a vice-like strength as she coldly demanded, tell me, who is the culprit responsible for Shinosuke's death? Chapter 96. The Complexity of Death, blaming Uchiha Obito, intentionally drawing near to Kushina. Her skeletal grip harbored immense power, causing Liuyun's shoulders to ache. Mito, the power of the nine tails is beginning to leak out, Liuyun stated calmly. As his words fell, a glimmer of clarity flickered in Mito's beastly eyes, and the chakra on her forehead surged forth, swiftly repressing the nine tails chakra back into its seal. You cursed old hag. You deserve to be childless, the nine tails snarled from within the seal. The moment that phrase escaped, massive celestial gates thundered down from above the seal, and the nine tails barely had time to emit a pained howl before its entire form was forcefully pressed to the ground. Tell me, who is the culprit responsible for Shinosuke's death? Inside the dwelling, Uzumaki Mito had regained her composure, The risk of losing control dissipated, yet she appeared to have aged significantly, as though she had lost a decade in an instant. I truly do not know. Would you believe me? Liuyun replied with a bitter smile. You simply do not wish to speak, do you? Mito's piercing gaze scrutinized him. Were it not for her understanding that Liuyun was only trying to remind her out of goodwill, Mito would have genuinely wished for someone to seize him and subject him to severe interrogation. Let me rephrase my question. Was it Sarutobi Hiruzen? Or did the higher-ups of Konoha secretly conspire? As soon as Mito posed this question, Liuyun's pupils involuntarily contracted. In his previous life, many fans of the Hokage series had analyzed this possibility, leaning towards conspiracy theories. Liuyun had found it somewhat plausible back then, but not overwhelmingly so. Yet now, with Mito asking such a question, it left him in a state of uncertainty. Did she know something? Liuyun began to speculate quietly within his heart. Indeed, the downfall of the land of whirlpools and the calamity that befell the Uzumaki clan occurred during the reign of Sarutobi Hiruzen. To assert that she bore no resentment would be utterly implausible. As a staunch ally of Konoha and a renowned powerful clan in the ninja world, how could the destruction of Uzumaki village be dismissed as mere gossip, while Konoha, the foremost nation in the ninja realm, remained oblivious, as if stricken deaf and blind? The combined obliteration of a nation by multiple countries would surely not escape the notice of Konoha. The question of whether they had covertly participated lingers ominously. In the past, the Senju clan treated the Uzumaki clan as kin and allies, which was entirely reasonable. Yet now, under Sarutobi's leadership, who still regarded them as relatives. As for allies, the mere fact that they had not plunged a dagger into their backs was already a gesture of goodwill. Which nation is devoid of spies from rival countries? If the Umbu and Root could not detect such a massive military mobilization from enemy nations in advance, they would indeed be as ineffectual as mere buffoons. Would the daimyo of the Land of Fire be caught off guard, unable to react when their stronghold was breached overnight? The higher echelons of Konoha were evidently aware. Yet they allowed Uzumaki village to be annihilated. It is impossible for Uzumaki Mito not to harbor grievances towards them. Alas, this elder still deeply loved Konoha, her husband. Senju Hashirama regarded the village as more precious than life itself. She wished to avoid inciting turmoil within Konoha, harboring only contempt for those treacherous leaders. Given the recent incident concerning Nagashi, it is only natural for her to suspect that the Konoha elite were complicit, especially since Liuyun had previously mentioned. Nagashi is a direct descendant of the first Hokage, and some may not wish for him to flourish. Based on these points, Uzumaki Mito's suspicions began to gravitate towards Sarutobi Hiruzen and his ilk. No. After a prolonged silence, Liuyun shook his head, offering a definitive denial. In truth, he could not entirely dismiss that possibility, but to ease the elder's heart and grant her a few more days of peace, he ultimately resolutely shook his head. Upon hearing the unwavering tone in Liuyun's words, Uzumaki Mito instinctively exhaled in relief. If it was not the higher-ups of Konoha, could it be the Uchiha clan? Uzumaki Mito inquired once more. As a former fierce rival of the Senju clan, she had ample reason to harbor suspicions against them. Hearing her question, shock once again flitted across Liuyun's face. How could the Uchiha, with their petty squabbles within the village, possess the audacity to scheme such machinations? Uchiha Madara had the prowess, yet it was unlikely he would deign to target a mere child. Wait, one cannot be certain, after all. The death of Nagashi could significantly exacerbate the conflict between the two nations. In a war-torn land of rain, it would serve to cultivate Uzumaki Nagato. Even if it were not him, Kagaya's dark presence, Black Zetsu, would relish the chaos that ensues. In truth, Nagashi's demise might indeed be a mere accident. Yet the situation had become convoluted due to his well-meaning cautionary warning. His mind was in disarray, and he remained silent for a long time. Surprisingly, Uzumaki Mito refrained from interrupting him, as she genuinely required an answer. She no longer believed in accidents. When Liuyun had cautioned her, the notion of chance had vanished from her heart. Liuyun, aware of this, dared not label it an accident. While it was not the Uchiha within the village, the possibility of Uchiha outside its borders remained. Liuyun uttered words that took Uzumaki Mito by surprise. What do you mean? Uzumaki Mito pressed urgently. Uchiha Madara is not dead. Liuyun intended to cast the blame upon Uchiha Madara. Otherwise, the truth could not be elucidated. What? Impossible. Uzumaki Mito gasped instinctively. She was certain that Uchiha Madara was slain by her own husband's hand, and she had even witnessed the body. How could he possibly still be alive? In all of Konoha, only Senju Tobirama might entertain doubts regarding Uchiha Madara's fate, as he had covertly concealed the corpse. Of course, One could not rule out the notion that he believed Madara's body had been stolen rather than having risen from the dead. After all, he would have confirmed Madara's death when he retrieved the corpse. Nothing is impossible. Certain jutsu, certain forbidden techniques, can reverse life and death. Impossible. What kind of technique could achieve that? You, a mere child. As Uzumaki Mito spoke, she began to grasp the implications. Realizing just how many secrets Liuyun seemed to know, his assuredness implied that he had witnessed the events of that time firsthand. He claimed that her grandson might very well die, and in the land of rain, she was skeptical, yet what would come of it? If you do not believe me, then have someone exhume Uchiha Madara's grave. I trust you know where he is buried. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Mito's pupils constricted sharply. Liuyun appeared earnest, and she began to entertain the notion that Uchiha Madara had truly defied death. I will send someone to investigate Uchiha Madara's fate. After a prolonged silence, Uzumaki Mito spoke in a low tone. However, before that, I wish to know how you are aware of so much. Are you also aware of my possession of the Nine Tails? Do you perhaps know of Kushina's other identity? Were you deliberately drawing near to her? Chapter 97. Konoha's first battle ends in defeat, a new semester. Upon hearing Uzumaki Mito's inquiry about whether he had intentionally approached Kushina, Liuyun's expression darkened immediately. Grandma Mito, what are you saying? Kushina finally could not contain herself any longer. The topic had shifted to her, and she had not comprehended the previous dialogue at all, remaining silent out of trepidation. Now, witnessing the tense atmosphere and the inappropriate questioning, she felt that remaining mute would lead to grave consequences. I possess a wealth of knowledge and am willing to share it with you solely out of regard for Kushina. However, that does not grant you the right to maliciously speculate about my intentions. Liuyun regarded her calmly, yet his voice bore an icy edge. Upon hearing this, Kushina instantly leaped to her feet. Although her intellect may not have been the sharpest, she could discern the underlying implications. Grandma Mito, Liuyun is not a person with ulterior motives, nor could he harbor any malice towards me. It was I who approached him willingly. You must have misunderstood him. Their exchange left Uzumaki Mito momentarily taken aback, and she soon found herself lowering her head in regret. I apologize, dear child. I should not have doubted you. As she spoke, tears fell unbidden, a sight that tugged at Kushina's heartstrings, prompting her to step forward to offer comfort. Logically, Liuyun could have chosen not to divulge so much to her. His willingness to explain stemmed purely from goodwill. Regarding Nagashi, he had provided a timely warning. Knowing that it might invite suspicion, he still chose to speak. Was there truly any reason to doubt whether this child was good or ill? Hadn't she already investigated his origins and background thoroughly? What if he possessed a wealth of hidden knowledge and intelligence? It was evident that he genuinely wished for Nagashi to survive and harbored sincere affection for Kushina. With these points, wasn't it sufficient to earn trust? Upon coming to this realization, Uzumaki Mito felt too ashamed to face Liuyun any longer. She lowered her head, repeatedly apologizing. Liuyun, observing her demeanor, waved his hand helplessly. It's all right. You were merely too concerned about Kushina. I understand. He did not blame the unfortunate elder, who, in the face of the pain of losing a grandchild, managed to maintain her composure, a feat that was commendable. Moreover, he himself had indeed exhibited some suspicious behavior. Grandma Mito, please take care of your health, if only for Kushina's sake. Liuyun uttered a profound remark, and after standing, he prepared to take his leave. Wait, it's pouring rain, don't rush off. Kushina stepped forward, clutching his arm. My clothes are already wet, I'm not afraid of the rain. You take care of Grandma Mito, I will leave first. Liuyun smiled as he affectionately ruffled her hair, then strode directly into the torrential rain. Kushina watched his retreating figure, her face laden with sorrow. After standing in a daze for a considerable time, she returned to the side of the whirlpool water gate. On the battlefield of the Rain Country, following a fierce and bloody conflict, both nations suffered astonishing casualties. The legendary three Sannin unleashed their full might for the first time, summoning massive summoning beasts that sent the Rain Country ninjas reeling in disarray. Subsequently, Hanzo of the Salamander entered the fray, revealing to the Sannin the terrifying prowess of a peak demigod. The trio experienced their first significant defeat, narrowly escaping death on the Rain Country battlefield. Hanzo's poison proved too formidable, causing Leaf Village ninjas to collapse in droves amidst the toxic mist. Faced with such dire circumstances, the Sannin had no choice but to retreat. Even as they yearned for vengeance for their fallen comrades, they had to consider the lives of their allies. Without a means to counter the poisonous fog, they risked their own demise, let alone that of the other ninjas. The initial confrontation between the Fire and Rain nations culminated in an unexpected victory for Hanzo and the Hidden Rain Village, catching the ninja world off guard. Major nations began to reassess the combat prowess of the Leaf Village, which had long been heralded as the strongest in the ninja realm, revealing it to be not as invincible as previously believed. The defeat of the Fire Nation precipitated a cascade of disastrous repercussions, prompting various countries to regard the Leaf Village with newfound contempt, considering it a mere paper tiger, vulnerable and easily toppled. Why should they monopolize the most fertile lands of the ninja world? Why should they possess the most abundant resources? Why should their descendants dwell in the most habitable environments? Once such sentiments and grievances took root, altering them would inevitably require a blood price. The Leaf Village's failure in the first round of the Second Ninja World War indirectly influenced the subsequent Third Ninja War, as many sought to bite a piece of the lucrative Fire Country, with the Leaf Village unable to mount a strong offensive and suffering heavy losses. A conservative and prudent strategy was adopted. Following high-level deliberations, the mode of warfare was altered, and the Fire Country commenced a contest of comprehensive national strength against the Rain Country. Economic blockades, trade disruptions, assassinations, and sabotage were employed as the Fire Country endeavored to drag the Rain Country into a quagmire of prolonged warfare, an intent that was abundantly clear. Hanzo, perceptive to this strategy, found himself at a loss for a fundamental solution. The conflict between the Fire and Rain nations raged fervently for over a month, coinciding with the commencement of a new semester at the Leaf Ninja Academy. Given the wartime context, the Leaf Village decided to shorten the curriculum for 6th grade students, imposing a heavier academic load on new students like Liuyun, while significantly accelerating their graduation timeline. As Liuyun accompanied Kushina into the ninja school, he was immediately on guard upon encountering a throng of Uchiha descendants. Liuyun Kuin, Liuyun and II, Zameo and II. The majority of Uchiha juniors bowed deeply to him, a scene reminiscent of gang members encountering their boss, leaving Liuyun momentarily speechless. Liuyun had gained immense renown among the younger generation, with many in his clan spreading tales of his extraordinary prowess, having personally triumphed over the genius Chunin, Uchiha Fugaku. The details of that battle had been strictly confidential, with high-ranking ninjas visiting to ensure that Uchiha Aomon and Uchiha Chiya kept their lips sealed. Unfortunately, despite Fugaku's meticulous precautions, the loose-tongued Uchiha Yahiko inadvertently spilled the beans. Thus, the outcome of that duel became widely known, leading to the amusing spectacle of Uchiha children addressing him as Big Brother on the first day of school. In the eyes of these youngsters, strength dictated hierarchy. Those who were formidable naturally garnered respect and admiration. All right, everyone disperse and attend to your own affairs. Do not cluster around me, nor attempt to follow me. Liuyun found the Uchiha children exceedingly bothersome. Regrettably, his thoughts were soon contradicted by none other than his closest companion, Uzumaki Kushina. Let me tell you, Liuyun is my little brother. If anyone wishes to be my little brother, just speak up, and if you greet me as big sister, I might consider looking out for you. With Kushina's proclamation, numerous Uchiha youths erupted in joyous excitement. I'm willing. Me, big sister, from now on, your little brother will be with you. Thus, the first female bully in the history of the ninja school was born. Chapter 98, One-on-one ranking battles, making the little turtle boy cry. What kind of girl collects little brothers? Acting like a big sister? With your demeanor, which girl would dare to play with you in the future? In the classroom, Liuyun grasped Kushina's little ear, chastising her repeatedly. What is the big deal about having a few little brothers? In the future, if I want to beat someone up, they can do it for me. I'll see who dares to provoke me, Kushina retorted playfully, her eyes darting towards Sato and his group nearby. Upon hearing this, the troublemakers instinctively swallowed hard. This semester promised to be quite challenging for them. Liuyun gave her ear a slight twist. Have you considered that others might use your name to bully others, and when they get beaten up, they will come to you for help? Wouldn't that be self-inflicted trouble? Do you really think being a big sister comes without responsibility? Ow. I get it, let go. Kushina winced, grimacing in pain. Liuyun chuckled as he released her. This tactic was one he had learned from his mother, effective against disobedient children. I'll only take in those who are well-behaved and strong. Surely that's acceptable, right? Kushina rubbed her reddened ear, her expression full of grievance. She simply wanted to experience the feeling of being a leader, not to bully others, but to avoid being bullied herself. Soon, the school bell rang, and Chunin Oda entered the classroom with a beaming smile. He warmly greeted the students, and shortly after commenced the educational activities for the new semester. Students, did you all diligently train during the break? Have you completed the summer assignments I assigned? Oda's tasks encompassed various written ninja knowledge as well as physical training. He needed to assess the students' progress at the start of the new semester. After reviewing the assignments, he found that all students had complied. None dared to neglect their submissions or turn in incomplete work. Those who failed to complete their assignments could face a punishment of at least tenfold the original workload. Should they continue to fall short, it would indicate their lack of seriousness about their tasks and their unsuitability for the path of a ninja. The academy would expel those troublemakers without hesitation. Very well, everyone has performed admirably. Next, we shall proceed to outdoor classes. As per tradition for the new semester, we will hold one-on-one ranking battles. Upon Oda's announcement, many students appeared invigorated, eager to participate. The Ninja Academy advocated a ranking system to stimulate the students' enthusiasm for learning and encourage competition among them. They would not coddle the fragile egos of the weak. If one did not wish to be the subject of ridicule as the eternal underdog, they must strive with all their might to grow. If one consistently found themselves at the bottom of the rankings, they could not complain when others mocked or trampled upon them. If one spent the summer merely indulging in food, sleep, and trivial distractions, the first day back at school would undoubtedly bring the consequences of their laziness. Scanning the classroom, Teacher Oda had already discerned which students had squandered their time. The pale-faced individuals undoubtedly had not taken his training assignments seriously. On the outdoor playground, the formal drawing of lots is about to commence. When the numbers are called, the chosen students are to step forward for a duel, while those not called must attentively observe and accumulate combat experience. Oda shouted, prompting the students to eagerly raise their heads, each silently praying to encounter a less formidable opponent and hoping fervently to avoid the likes of Namikaze Minato, a perennial top performer, or Kushina Uzumaki, a tenacious fighter known for her resilience and unyielding spirit. Number 4, Sasaki Kamita versus Number 13, Uzumaki Kushina. Oda randomly drew 2 paper slips, announcing the names. A wave of astonished gasps rippled through the students. Liuyun, upon hearing the announcement, couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. He never anticipated that Kushina would be the first to take the stage, and facing off against Kamita, who had once tugged at his hair, was indeed a twist of fate. Ha ha ha, Liuyun, watch closely as I deal with this little turtle boy. Kushina cackled, her fingers cracking ominously as she flexed them, momentarily frightening her opponent. Such a rare opportunity to unleash her strength was not to be squandered. Kushina appeared almost impatient to commence. I give up. I surrender. Kamita hastily rushed to Oda, declaring his capitulation. Though such conduct was shameful, every student was entitled to one instance of surrendering without a fight. And Kamita wasted no time in exercising that privilege. What a joke. To pit himself against Kushina? That would be tantamount to courting disaster. Kamita would rather face some scrappy kid than the fiery red pepper that was Kushina. As Kushina wore a displeased expression, preparing to return to the crowd, Liuyun suddenly stepped forward, speaking with unwavering resolve. Oda-sensei, I believe the first battle cannot conclude in such a manner. Kamita displays a complete lack of competitive spirit, showing blatant disrespect towards his peers and his teacher. Liuyun's face betrayed a sly grin as he continued. Ninjas should embody courage and fearlessness. This inaugural battle of the new term carries special significance. If one surrenders at the onset, what would that imply for our conduct in future battles? Would we not become a laughingstock of Konoha? Upon hearing Liuyun's words, the other students nodded in agreement, and Oda stroked his chin in contemplation, instinctively nodding along. Shut your mouth. Kamita, enraged, could no longer contain himself and erupted in fury. He was taken aback that this insufferable brat would say such shameless things to enable Kushina to pummel him. The worst part was that, at first glance, Liuyun's argument seemed quite reasonable, which only infuriated Kamita further. You conniving little scoundrel. You craftily spout lofty ideals just to see Kushina take advantage of me. Oda-sensei, I demand a one-on-one duel with this guy. Kamita's eyes burned with indignation, his face flushed with rage. Oda-sensei, Kamita has repeatedly insulted Liuyun. I must report him. Kushina raised her hand to lodge a formal complaint against Kamita. Kamita apologized to Liuyun this instant. Oda admonished sternly, his expression darkening. Kamita's face reddened further. Trembling with fury, this insufferable duo was infuriating beyond measure. See, Oda-sensei, I told you he disrespects his classmates and teachers. I spoke the truth, didn't I? Reflect on what I just said. Chapter 99. The most infuriating man? The unbearable black and red duo. I curse you. Kamita was on the verge of tears, ready to charge at Liuyun, but was quickly restrained by classmates nearby. Calm down, Kamita. You must remain composed. They are merely trying to provoke you into incurring Oda-sensei's wrath. Don't fall for their trick. Sato, Kamita's good friend, urged him to stay calm. Listen, Kamita. If Liuyun's words lack merit, you should refute him. However, insulting others is your fault. When you're wrong, you must admit it. Hurry and apologize to Liuyun. Or else, Oda's reprimand was interrupted as Kamita interjected boldly. Oda-sensei, I will not apologize. Punish me as you will, but I will never apologize to this shameless wretch. Kamita's declaration was resolute, garnering unexpected admiration from those around him. Very well. Since Kamita is so brave and steadfast, let us see you face Kushina in a duel. As long as you prove you are not a coward, the one who should apologize will be me. Liuyun adopted a patronizing demeanor, clearly relishing the situation. Kamita's complexion drained of color, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Aye. Could it be that you are afraid? If I have struck a nerve, then you are indeed a coward, and thus, you should apologize to me immediately. Liuyun's tone shifted to one of cold seriousness. Fine. I will fight. I am not a coward. I would never apologize to you, even if it costs me my life. Kamita shouted defiantly, attempting to bolster his courage. Yet, in his youthful exuberance, he fell prey to Liuyun's trap, knowing full well the pitfall that awaited him. Positions, begin. Oda commanded. Hee. Kushina approached with a sinister grin, while Kamita, witnessing her advance, instinctively recoiled in fear. He was all too familiar with the pain inflicted by the violent red pepper in this circumstance. There was no one to share the burden of harm. Kamita felt doomed. Unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure from Kushina, Kamita, in a moment of desperation, launched a reckless assault. Soon, the sounds of his screams echoed across the playground as Kushina ruthlessly pummeled Kamita, not allowing a single plea for mercy or surrender to escape his lips. Ultimately, Oda could no longer bear to observe and intervened, putting an end to the one-sided beating. You vile brat. You and your despicable partner will face dire consequences. Kamita sobbed, issuing his most venomous curses, his face bruised and battered. Having lost 2 teeth and struggling to speak coherently. Kamita-kun, I was wrong to accuse you. You are no coward and certainly possess the spirit of a fighter. Liuyun, bored, approached the wounded Kamita, trying to pass the time. Kamita-kun, you truly are this. Liuyun remarked, giving him a thumbs up. Kamita, witnessing this, felt his nose crinkle with rage as tears streamed down his face once more. Get lost, you scoundrel. Kamita had never encountered a more insufferable man than Uchiha Liuyun. He was utterly shameless, to the highest degree. Filthy tomato, I will not allow you to bully Kamita. Sato stood up indignantly. Upon hearing her beloved being insulted, Kushina bristled, hands on her hips as she prepared to counter. You bald-headed fool, when did Liuyun ever bully him? He was merely praising Kamita for being a crybaby, always shedding tears at the slightest compliment. And you dare speak of Kamita? Who was it that cried after being defeated by my brother last time? Sato retorted, grinning victoriously. Hearing this, Kushina's expression darkened momentarily, but soon her smile returned. Your brother? Isn't he the one who was obliterated in a single punch by my brother? You scoundrel. I will not allow you to insult my brother. Sato's fists clenched, his face flushed with anger. What now? I insulted him, so what? A mere graduate ninja, shamelessly bullying a little girl. What's wrong with calling him pathetic? Liuyun draped his arm over Kushina's shoulder, grinning as he observed Sato. Indeed, he is nothing more than a shameless bully, taking advantage of the weak. If he were truly formidable, would he still be balding? Laughter erupted between them as Kushina's words struck a chord, while Sato, publicly humiliated, felt a tempest of shame, anger, and resentment. Alas, he was no match for the infamous duo, and with no other recourse, he retreated to teacher Oda's side, seeking refuge from the pair. Number 6. Sukataro versus Number 11, Namake's Minato. Teacher Oda announced as he drew the names. It's Minato-kun. He has become even more handsome in these past few months. The moment Minato stepped onto the field, the cheers of the girls filled the air. True to expectations, as soon as Oda signaled the start, Minato swiftly dispatched Sukataro with a decisive blow, his movements clean and rapid, leaving the onlookers in awe. The victor is Namake's Minato, Oda proclaimed, raising Minato's arm as the crowd erupted in applause. Minato has clearly grown stronger over the past few months. Liuyun remarked, clapping and smiling. Kushina nodded instinctively beside him. Liuyun, do you think I could defeat him if we faced off? Kushina whispered, lowering her voice. Liuyun pondered for a moment before responding. Your strength surpasses his. Yet his speed is likely greater than yours. In a weapon duel, you might struggle, but in unarmed combat, he should not pose a challenge. Despite Kushina's training in climbing trees and water walking, facing an agile opponent like Minato would still be a daunting task. How can I prevail against him? Kushina pressed. Well, you could. Liuyun leaned closer to her ear, preparing to whisper, when teacher Oda unexpectedly called his name. Number 14, Uchiha Liuyun versus Number 9. Takahashi Koyaka. A peculiar expression crossed Liuyun's face. He had not anticipated that his first opponent would be a girl. To complicate matters, She had even confessed her feelings for him last semester, leaving him at a loss. Don't hold back. End it quickly, Kushina admonished sternly. Chapter 100. Subtly teased by a girl. Publicly displaying affection amidst battle. Are you even listening to me? Seeing Liuyun's silence, Kushina shot him a fierce glare. Before long, the battle commenced at Oda's cue. Takahashi Koyaka greeted Liuyun with a radiant smile. Liuyun-kun, please go easy on me. I'll do my best. Liuyun replied with a nod. Coughing lightly, Kushina interrupted. In an instant, Liuyun launched an offensive. At least you're perceptive, Kushina smirked, her expression one of triumph. In just a few exchanges, Liuyun's kunai was poised at Takahashi Koyaka's neck, bringing their confrontation to a swift conclusion. Liuyun-kun is truly impressive. Koyaka gazed at Liuyun with admiration sparkling in her eyes. As they formed a peace seal, Koyaka discreetly scratched his palm, eliciting a startled reaction from Liuyun. Quickly retracting his hand, he glanced nervously at Kushina. Fortunately, due to their angle, Kushina had not noticed Koyaka's flirtatious gesture, had she. Liuyun feared that Koyaka would face dire consequences. As Liuyun returned to Kushina's side with his head bowed, she furrowed her brow, perplexed. Why do you look guilty? What do you mean guilty? I'm not. Liuyun exclaimed hastily. Why are you so anxious? The more I look, the more something seems off. Are you hiding something from me? Kushina scrutinized him, leaning closer in an attempt to detect any abnormality. What could I possibly be hiding from you? Don't let your imagination run wild. It's broad daylight. And we're in public. What could I be doing? Liuyun chuckled awkwardly, then playfully pinched her round cheek. Kushina blinked, finding some logic in his words. Before gently swatting away his mischievous hand, blushing, there are many people watching. Don't be so touchy. If we can't be touchy when there are many people, does that mean we can when it's just the two of us? You're unbearable. Takahashi Koyaka, Namikaze Minato, onlookers. Their flirtatious antics had not escaped the notice of numerous spectators. They were arguably the most famous couple within the Ninja Academy, making it difficult for anyone to ignore them. As all the students completed the first round of battles, the morning slipped away. In the classroom, Liuyun unveiled a large food container brimming with a delightful array of dishes, the enticing aroma making the students nearby salivate. Kushina settled herself beside him, producing bowls, chopsticks, rice balls, and drinks from her backpack. They had agreed the previous day that they would share meals from now on, with Liuyun responsible for the main dishes and Kushina handling the rest. Unfortunately, the food was cold, and there was too much meat. I've gotten used to eating at your house during summer break. Now I'm quite picky about my meals, Kushina remarked as she ate. Cold meat is still edible, but cold vegetables are not, Liuyun explained casually. The flavor is delightful, but consuming too much meat will lead to weight gain. I've gained quite a bit lately. Kushina lamented. You're still growing. Of course, your weight will increase. Who isn't in the same boat? Liuyun rolled his eyes. Eating meat won't make you gain weight. If you're concerned, just cut back on the rice balls and juice. As he spoke, he added a piece of beef to her bowl. Is that so? But my face seems rounder, Kushina murmured. Liuyun found her concern amusing. You've always had a round face. Without it, you'd just be a small chili pepper. As he joked, he inadvertently made himself laugh, causing food to spew from his mouth. Don't make me slap you while we're eating. In the afternoon, one-on-one battles continued, with another teacher alongside Oda recording the student-specific abilities. Rankings and information would be updated in real time during the combat lessons. Number 13, Uzumaki Kushina versus number 14, Uchiha Liuyun. Upon hearing their names, both Kushina and Liuyun widened their eyes in disbelief. They had not expected to face each other so soon. Fortunately, they had previously devised a strategy for this scenario, and the outcome had been predetermined even before the match began. However, Liuyun sought to tease the young girl, deliberately engaging in playful tussles during their bout. To onlookers, it appeared as if they were dancing. In truth, Liuyun had indeed led Kushina in a few whimsical dance-like maneuvers, such as twirling her by the hand and lifting her overhead in a spin. The fusion of martial arts and dance presented an unexpectedly beautiful spectacle. Kushina felt a mix of embarrassment and joy, her cheeks flushed with color. This scene captivated many, leaving most, including the teachers, gaping in astonishment, each grappling with the overwhelming dog food being force-fed to them. Teacher, I want to report these two. They are openly dancing during battle, flaunting their affection in front of everyone. This is utterly disrespectful to their classmates and teachers. The boy, who couldn't bear to witness the couple's playful antics, immediately raised his hand to lodge a complaint. His voice jolted the crowd, and many instinctively nodded in agreement, clearly opposing such shameless displays of affection. Classmate Liuyun and classmate Kushina, please take the battle seriously. Upon realizing the situation, Oda immediately issued a warning. The two were enjoying themselves, and the interruption inevitably dampened their spirits. However, in the end, Liuyun waved his hand and voluntarily conceded. Unexpectedly, this fellow Liuyun could dance. I must find a time for him to teach me, thought the bashful Kushina, her head lowered shyly. Liuyun's ability to entertain is truly exceptional, and Kushina always finds new joys in his company. The battle between the black and red duo concluded rather hastily, leaving many students disappointed for having missed the grand spectacle. Particularly, Liuyun. Within the school, tales of the Uchiha clan's strength were legendary, yet few had actually witnessed his prowess firsthand. Many people's impressions of him remained at the level of a mere sidekick, for those who excel in verbal sparring are often not formidable in combat. They believed that if Liuyun were truly powerful, he would not need to hide behind women to engage in banter. Moreover, the fact that Liuyun had been weak in the past led many to doubt his rapid ascent to strength within just a few months. If Liuyun conceded, would there be no chance for a duel with him? Watergate felt a profound sense of regret. His greatest desire was to challenge Liuyun, having previously witnessed him effortlessly defeat a lower-ranking ninja. However, to become the top student, the rules dictated that he could only face opponents who had never suffered defeat. Unless he too experienced a loss, there would be no opportunity for a match between them. Chapter 101. Expanding the Medical Ninjas. In the face of the Uchiha 3 Elders recruitment. Throughout the day, the ranking battles had only progressed through 2 rounds, and it was estimated that it would take another 2 days to finalize the student standings. That afternoon, Oda revealed some battlefield news to the class. Due to the ferocity of the battles in the fire-rained battlefield, many had suffered injuries and poisonings. However, Konoha lacked sufficient medical ninjas to heal the afflicted, resulting in many ninjas regrettably perishing without timely aid. Konoha aimed to alter this dire situation. Thus, there was an urgent need to cultivate a large number of medical ninjas to safeguard their injured comrades. Oda swiftly conducted a comprehensive assessment among the students, requiring those who could channel chakra into their hands to enroll in additional medical ninjutsu courses. In this time of war, Konoha had exposed its shortcomings in medical capabilities, necessitating a rapid rectification of this deficiency. Consequently, they had to sacrifice some of the children's time, compelling them to dedicate more effort towards learning medical ninjutsu. Oda personally assured the class that once they mastered medical ninjutsu, they would receive their Konoha forehead protectors early, even bypassing the need for the 3-body technique assessment, thus becoming honorable ninjas of Konoha. This promise caused a stir among the students, with the majority clamoring to learn medical ninjutsu. Observing this outcome, Oda felt quite satisfied. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Given the dire circumstances on the battlefield, Konoha required a substantial number of medical ninjas for urgent aid. As long as they could alleviate the village's burdens, what harm was there in granting a lower-ranking ninja status early? Lack of strength was inconsequential as long as they could save lives. Konoha's emphasis on medical ninjas was beginning to take shape. It seemed that the implementation of Tsunade's proposal mandating a medical ninja in every squad was not far off. Liuyun pondered thoughtfully. Soon, he proactively showcased his talent for chakra manipulation and was successfully selected to attend the medical course. Alongside him was the little girl Kushina, who had already completed her training in tree climbing and water walking, making her selection for the medical ninja program a mere formality. Liuyun supported her desire to learn medical ninjutsu, for as the saying goes, the more skills, the better, and possessing additional abilities provided greater security. As for a lack of energy, that could be remedied with shadow clones. In truth, Kushina wasn't particularly interested in medical ninjutsu. Had she truly wished to learn, she would have approached Tsunade long ago. What intrigued her was that if Liuyun wanted to learn, she would follow suit. As night fell, Liuyun was sweating profusely in his courtyard, but the unexpected arrival of an uninvited guest disrupted his training rhythm. Chinya, what brings you here? Are you not on a mission? The sudden visit from Uchiha Chinya, now a lower-ranking ninja, surprised him. Liuyun-kun, the elder asked me to come find you, Uchiha Chinya stated directly. Oh, the elder? What could he want with a mere elementary student like me? Liuyun's confusion deepened. I suspect he may have taken an interest in you, which is a good thing. You should come with me, Uchiha Chinya said with a smile. Taken an interest in me? Liuyun was taken aback for a moment, then found himself smiling involuntarily. Recently, your name and deeds have been circulating fervently among the younger members of the clan. The elder inquired about you and Faik-kun, and I truthfully informed him of your victory over him. Then he asked me to find you, expressing a desire to meet you, likely with plans for your development. Uchiha Chinya explained the sequence of events. Liuyun instinctively furrowed his brow. He did not view this as a positive development, yet due to Uchiha Chinya's persistent urging, and out of curiosity, He ultimately followed him into the Uchiha clan grounds to meet the Uchiha elder. Since Uchiha Madara's departure, the Uchiha clan had not appointed a clan leader, primarily due to the absence of a qualified candidate, a collection of unruly individuals who refused to yield to one another. It was a rare occurrence for a powerful Uchiha like Uchiha Kagami to emerge, only to be a mere pawn of the Hokage. The position of clan leader remained vacant, during which time several elders collectively managed the clan's affairs, each wielding considerable authority, with the Grand Elder holding the most power, followed by the second and third elders, and the rest thereafter. In terms of family factions, both Liuyun and Uchiha Chinya belong to the lineage of the third elder, Uchiha Toyo. May I inquire what brings you to find me? Upon meeting Uchiha Toyo, Liuyun cut straight to the point, asking about his purpose. You've arrived. Uchiha Toyo greeted with a smile, setting down his teacup. I heard you defeated the Grand Elder's precious grandson. At such a young age, you possess such talent. Impressive indeed. Uchiha Toyo praised repeatedly. Fiake did not take me seriously, which allowed me to win by chance, Liuyun explained nonchalantly. Is that so? Uchiha Toyo nodded instinctively, finding this explanation reasonable. I heard that your mother moved away from the clan grounds. I would like to know the specifics behind it, Uchiha Toyo inquired. For someone in his position of power, the trivial matters of a small family were not something he usually bothered to investigate. After all, he was quite busy with his duties, and Liuyun's family held little value for him. Therefore, even though Liuyun's family had moved away from the clan grounds, he remained indifferent. After all, mother and son were still nominally members of the Uchiha clan, and representatives would attend the clan meetings. So it was merely a matter of not residing within the clan grounds. There's no particular reason. I just felt unhappy living there and wanted a change of scenery. Liuyun explained casually. Unhappy living there? This response surprised Uchiha Toyo, but seeing Liuyun's indifferent demeanor, he chose not to press for further details. With your abilities, you should be able to graduate from school with ease. Would you be interested in coming to work for me? I can provide you with training resources to help you quickly become a powerful ninja, Uchiha Toyo stated plainly, revealing his intent to recruit. I wonder what kind of training resources the elder can offer me. Liuyun did not immediately reject the offer. Instead, he smiled and inquired. The inquiry posed by Liuyun was remarkably straightforward, so much so that even the third elder was momentarily taken aback. Upon regaining his composure, Uchiha Fong furrowed his brow, displaying a hint of displeasure. He perceived the young lad as somewhat lacking in discernment. What is it that you desire? Wealth, ninja tools, an array of ninjutsu knowledge. Mentorship, should you prove yourself worthy. I can provide connections, beauty, and even power. I can offer you everything you wish for, but in return, I require but one thing, your loyalty. Uchiha Fong proclaimed with an air of authority, believing his words would sufficiently intimidate this naive youth. Yet, to his astonishment, Liuyun burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Uchiha Fong scowled, his dislike for Liuyun's demeanor growing. Apologies, I was merely overwhelmed with joy. I lost my composure. Liuyun quickly adjusted his attitude. I can indeed grant my loyalty to you, esteemed third elder. Since you can provide what I desire, I would like to present my requests. At this declaration, Uchiha Feng's expression darkened considerably. He had not anticipated that this boy would dare to propose conditions. Given his current stature, every clansman he encountered was eager to express their gratitude and loyalty. This young rascal was utterly unaware of his own audacity. First, I require 500,000 Ryo in silver notes, followed by 3 C-rank fire release or illusion techniques, 2 B-rank fire release or illusion techniques, 2 A-rank, and if possible, an S-rank fire release or illusion technique. As for anything else, we can discuss it later, Liuyun stated with utmost seriousness, his requests modest in his view. The sum of 500,000 was trivial for him. He merely sought to convey a point. The fire techniques were precisely what he lacked, and he had refrained from requesting S-rank techniques, fearing that such audacity might frighten his counterpart. Are you serious? Uchiha Feng's countenance darkened further. Did you think I was jesting? Liuyun replied, astonished. Observing the elder's demeanor, it appeared he was unwilling to comply with his requests. Had he been merely toying with the boy? Do you possess the worth to make such bold demands? How dare you approach me in such a manner? Uchiha Fong consumed the tea in his cup and regarded Liuyun with a frosty gaze. Did my victory over Fugaka not attest to my value? Furthermore, was it not you who claimed you could satisfy my requests? You mentioned you could provide everything. I have not asked for ninja tools, mentorship, connections, beauty, or power. Are my requests truly beyond your capacity to fulfill? Liuyun's expression soured in response. Have you ever encountered someone who demands so much without having exerted any effort? If everyone behaved as you do, how could I manage my subordinates? Uchiha Fong felt that while he could grant these requests, this boy should not be so presumptuous as to demand them. Liuyun's attitude irked him. He had never encountered such a brazen child. Wait, did you not say you would grant these to me? How has it become my responsibility to ask? And what do you mean by not having exerted effort? Did you not say that all you wanted was my loyalty? I could be obedient to your commands in the future. Logically speaking, was it unreasonable to exchange these requests for the loyalty of a three-tomo jonin? Although Liuyun had no intention of being wholly devoted, he would gladly serve if Uchiha Fong was generous enough. It merely depended on whether this so-called third elder had the mettle to deliver. After all, his current needs were limited. Apart from ninjutsu and illusions, he lacked little else. Uchiha Liuyun, you have certainly caught my attention tonight. Uchiha Fong set down his teacup with an impassive expression. What do you mean by that? Liuyun frowned again. Someone, escort our guest out. Uchiha Fong did not respond, instead rising to dismiss him. Liuyun stood, casting one last glance at the elder before departing in silence. He realized he had wasted his breath that evening. After all was said and done, he had gained nothing of value, merely a futile excursion that squandered his precious time. That old fool is merely offering empty promises. After all that talk, he has nothing to give, all while wearing a sour expression as if I owe him something, Liuyun muttered as he exited the Uchiha compound. It was clear that the elder was attempting to swindle him. He was not a naive child, and who would indulge someone without offering any benefits? Possessing both wealth and prowess, along with a solid grasp of ninjutsu, he saw no reason to serve an elder who provided nothing of tangible value. He was not some ignorant schoolboy to be swayed by trivial offers. Was it appropriate to attempt to appease him with such a paltry sum to secure the loyalty of a three-tomo jonin? He had earnestly engaged in negotiations, only to find that the other party was simply jesting and treating him as a joke. The Uchiha clan had once again left him disillusioned. The following morning at the Ninja Academy, following a session of ideological education, the outdoor ranking battles resumed. Match number 11. Namikaze Minato versus Uzumaki Kushina, shouted Oda, the instructor, announcing the names and numbers on the draw paper. Upon hearing the matchup, the students erupted with excitement. Both individuals were renowned for their exceptional strength within the class, and they were about to witness an epic confrontation. Do you remember how I instructed you? Focus on your strengths and avoid your weaknesses. Do not be hasty. Liuyun whispered urgently to Kushina during a moment of respite before her match. He had previously discussed with her the optimal strategy for facing Minato. Yes, I understand. Kushina nodded earnestly, taking a deep breath. Although she harbored some disdain for Namikaze Minato, viewing him as somewhat effeminate, standing before him filled her with pressure and anxiety. After all, the title of the top genius in the entire grade was not bestowed lightly. Relax, do not be too tense, just do your best. Winning or losing does not matter, Liuyun said as he stood behind her, gently massaging her tense shoulders, his supportive demeanor eliciting incredulous looks from those present. If one were to assert that Liuyun was not Kushina's loyal subordinate, no one in the class would believe it. Ha! A sycophant. Sato spat, followed by Kame, who echoed with a snicker, filthy bootlicker. As both competitors took their positions, Kushina and Minato faced each other, exchanging courteous bows. Let the battle commence. With the instructor's declaration, both combatants assumed their stances, yet surprisingly, neither made an immediate move. Bring it on, Minato. Kushina beckoned, raising her hand and calling out loudly. Minato, puzzled by her behavior, expected her to initiate the attack, given her character. Why was she so composed? He hesitated, and upon seeing her remain motionless for an extended period, he decided to take the initiative. With a powerful push off the ground, he launched himself toward Kushina, his speed akin to the wind, remarkably swift. How fast? Faced with the oncoming, unarmed Minato, Kushina was momentarily taken aback, but quickly prepared to counterattack. Just as Minato's fist was about to connect, she unleashed her own punch. Her hands infused with chakra, determined to endure the impact and see whose strike would prevail. Uncertain whether he sensed the formidable force behind Kushina's fist and deemed it insurmountable, or if he feared that engaging in a fistfight might injure her, Minato Namikaze propelled himself off the ground with a swift leap. Transitioning from a punch to an open palm, he deftly suppressed Kushina's strike while simultaneously vaulting over her head. Truly, he lived up to the moniker of the Yellow Flash. His reflexes were so extraordinary that it was no wonder he could master the space-time technique of Flying Thunder God. Witnessing this spectacle, Liuyun couldn't help but chuckle. However, it was somewhat dismissive of Kushina's capabilities. Minato was not of the Hyuga clan and could not perceive the chakra enveloping her fist. He mistakenly believed that a direct confrontation would harm Kushina, which prompted his evasive maneuver at a critical moment. In truth, had they collided head-on, It would have been Minato who sustained the injury, not Kushina. By a stroke of luck, he managed to narrowly escape a minor crisis. Yet, suspended midair, he could no longer evade. Kushina would certainly seize this opportunity to strike. In the next instant, Kushina pivoted swiftly, bending her knees. And with a powerful stomp that left two distinct imprints on the ground, evidence of her chakra utilization, she lunged at Minato with astonishing speed. Minato, taken aback by Kushina's sudden burst of velocity, barely had time to react. In a desperate attempt, he raised his arms to shield his neck and vital areas. However, Kushina capitalized on this moment, delivering a ferocious strike with her adamantine arm as Minato descended. Such overwhelming force. Minato's expression morphed into one of terror as he was sent hurtling away by the tremendous impact. He tumbled through the air, rolling several times before managing to stabilize himself, leaving behind two lengthy trails of mud upon landing. Remarkable. Minato shook his numbed arms, finally realizing he could no longer underestimate Kushina. Ha ha ha, impressive, isn't it? This is the culmination of my training over the summer, taught to me by Liuyun. Kushina exclaimed triumphantly, her laughter echoing with pride. Observing her exuberance, Liuyun couldn't help but cover his face with a smile. Indeed, she was extraordinarily powerful. It was time for him to take the matter seriously. With a smile, Minato produced a kunai. Come on. Kushina, equally resolute, drew a kunai from her ninja tool pouch, her eyes sparkling with confidence. Go, Minato-kun. A multitude of classmates rallied behind him, their cheers, especially from the girls, overwhelming the boys' voices. Noticing the crowd's overwhelming support for Minato, with no one cheering for Kushina, Liuyun promptly stepped forward to bolster his little tomato's spirits, shouting encouragement at the top of his lungs. His voice, infused with chakra, was hardly quieter than that of the enthusiastic girls. What a sycophant. A big boy who spends all day orbiting around Kushina. How shameless. And he shouts so loudly. Some girls, envious of Kushina, felt she, with her brash demeanor, did not deserve such a handsome protector. They also disdained Liuyun, this devoted little sycophant who only fawned over Kushina and not them, prompting them to unleash scornful remarks at him. What is wrong with shouting loudly? Just because you can shout, I can't? Just because you cheer for Minato, I can't cheer for Kushina? Aren't you all just as obsessed with Minato? Liuyun retorted, refusing to indulge them merely because they were girls. You shameless sycophant. How disgraceful. One girl spat, her indignation palpable. Look who is talking. A bunch of ugly ducks, always swooning over who is more shameless. Liuyun countered, launching into a verbal battle with the group of girls. Not far away, Kushina and Minato were engaged in an intense clash, while he was embroiled in a heated exchange with several female classmates. There was no decorum to be found. Even the girls were insulted. Was he still a man? Sato smirked, seizing the moment to add fuel to the fire, standing on a moral high ground to criticize Liuyun. Exactly, utterly devoid of decorum. The little turtle boy joined in, appearing exuberant, thinking he had found a chance to retaliate. Oh, you two crybabies dare to call yourselves men? What man cries at the drop of a hat like you? He continued. And you, Sato, the last time I styled your hair, not only did you cry, but you also wet your pants, didn't you? With such cowardice, how can you call yourself a man? Faced with a barrage of insults and provocation, Liuyun remained unfazed, responding to each one. You're full of it. Who wet their pants? Sato, having struck a nerve, became irate. You know whether you wet your pants or not. And you, with your fat head and big ears, are clearly jealous of Kushina's cuteness and envious of our relationship. You used to fawn over me, didn't you? To be honest, even without Kushina, I wouldn't look at you. Minato wouldn't either. He wouldn't even spare you a glance. Liuyun unleashed his sharp tongue. You're full of it. Who fawned over you? Shameless narcissist. Who are you calling fat-headed? You bastard, I'll tear your mouth apart. Several girls screamed in frustration, disregarding everything to confront Liuyun. In an instant, the crowd erupted into chaos. Many more interested in the verbal clash than the ongoing battle. Soon, their commotion caught Otada's attention. Are you all revolting? Silence. With a sharp reprimand, the crowd finally quieted. Liuyun, hands in his pockets, gazed ahead at the battle, appearing as if he hadn't just been arguing. This nonchalant demeanor infuriated those who had been insulted, but with teacher Otada nearby, they dared not act too recklessly. Shadow clone technique. Kushina formed hand seals, unleashing the powerful technique she had mastered over the summer. With a series of dull thuds, 3 shadow clones emerged simultaneously. She's using the shadow clone technique. Otada exclaimed in astonishment. The surrounding students gasped, taken aback by Kushina's mastery of such a formidable jutsu, producing several clones that appeared to be solid entities. In an instant, for versions of Kushina surrounded Minato. Minato's face registered surprise as he clearly hadn't anticipated such prowess from Kushina. As they had battled thus far, Minato's stamina was dwindling, while Kushina appeared unfazed. Though Minato was faster, he could not leverage this advantage to penetrate Kushina's defensive stance. Conversely, Kushina's strength far surpassed Minato's, and her defensive strategy made it difficult for him to find an opening, let alone secure a swift victory. From the beginning, Kushina had planned to engage in a war of attrition, having been advised by Liuyun that if she maintained her composure, avoided haste, and refrained from making mistakes, denying Minato any opportunities, she stood a chance of victory. Thus, she had been patiently waiting for Minato to strike while remaining steadfast. As time progressed, her stamina advantage became increasingly apparent. At this moment, brimming with chakra, Kushina decided to utilize her shadow clones to conclude the battle. Minato, initially impressed by her unexpected strength, inhaled deeply, preparing to counter. You should just concede, Minato-kun. The four Kushinas chimed, their confidence radiating. Concede? That's simply one to do. Although you are formidable, defeating me shall not be an easy feat. Minato is not the kind of person who surrenders easily. Furthermore, he feels that conceding hastily would be a sign of disrespect towards Kushina. With that in mind, before Kushina could finish her words, her figures launched an immediate and decisive assault. Minato retrieved a white pill from his ninja tool pouch and forcefully tossed it to the ground. Boom! A large cloud of white smoke instantly enveloped the two individuals, along with several aggressive shadow clones. Just as the onlookers strained to assess the battle's dynamics, Minato's figure leapt forth from the white mist. He swiftly formed hand seals, exclaiming, "Wind release, great breakthrough." A whirlwind erupted from his mouth, sending Kushina and her clones hurtling through the air. Ah! Kushina instinctively screamed. Liuyun gently rubbed his broad forehead, chuckling with a hint of exasperation. Observing that Kushina had been on the ground for over 5 seconds, Oda promptly declared the outcome of the match. Minato Namikaze is the victor. Wait. I can still fight. Kushina hurriedly struggled to her feet, signaling her willingness to continue, which was indeed true. However, Oda simply shook his head with a smile. You performed admirably, but in a ranking match, there are rules, and this time, Minato has the upper hand. How can this be? Kushina protested, feeling somewhat indignant. She had merely been caught off guard by the wind, and could not fathom how that equated to defeat. Liuyun called out to her, then gently shook his head. I've let you down. Kushina walked over, her head hanging low in disappointment. Disappointed? What do you have to be disappointed about? You did exceptionally well. Go on, exchange a peace sign with Minato. He.s. waiting, Liuyun encouraged, patting her on the head with a smile. Ah, I almost forgot. Soon, Kushina politely formed a hand sign with Minato. Next time, I will definitely defeat you, she declared with a smile, raising her fist. Haha, I look forward to your challenge. Minato laughed heartily, appearing quite gallant. Returning to the crowd, Kushina placed her hands on her hips, her gaze piercing as she scanned the group of girls. Which scoundrel was just insulting Liuyun? Are they tired of living? Don't think that being female gives you the right to speak carelessly. Just because Liuyun doesn't hit girls doesn't mean I want. During her battle with Minato, she had distinctly heard Liuyun arguing with some of the girls on her behalf. In an instant, the surrounding students fell silent, the girls not daring to utter a word, many instinctively lowering their heads, lacking the courage to meet her gaze. Blood Red Pepper is not one to merely threaten. She is not like Liuyun, who only engages in verbal sparring, and she certainly does not care whether you are male or female. Hey, calm down, Kushina. Let us not stoop to the level of certain ugly individuals, Liuyun interjected, adopting a conciliatory tone, though his words only incited further irritation among several girls. The ranking matches continued, and Liuyun was fortunate enough to be matched against Sato's younger brother. Unfortunately, the latter surrendered without a second thought. Come on. I'll let you use one hand. Let us have a proper spar. Liuyun insisted, refusing to let him leave the arena. Upon hearing Liuyun's offer to fight with one hand, Sato's face darkened. No way. You can forget that. What if I let you use one hand and one foot? Will you fight then? Liuyun pressed, stopping Oda from drawing more names, determined to teach Sato a lesson. Get lost. I can't be bothered with you. Sato was not easily fooled. He still remembered how his brother had been swiftly defeated in the cherry blossom forest. I won't use my hands or feet on you. That should suffice, right? Liuyun declared in frustration, announcing that he would allow Sato to use both hands and feet. What? Sato exclaimed, taken aback. You're insane. If you're letting me use my hands and feet, how are we supposed to fight? Should I use my head? Several students began to murmur, thinking Liuyun was joking. Hey, is this for real? You're not just showing off, are you? Letting me use my hands and feet. If you dare to allow that, I will certainly fight. Sato retorted urgently. Stop messing around. Don't waste time. Both of you get down there. Oda chided with an exasperated laugh. I assure you, I am serious. Even without using my hands and feet, I can still defeat you. You little brat. Reiyun declared confidently. You bastard, who are you calling a little brat? If you want to show off and get yourself killed, I'll gladly oblige. Sato had never encountered someone so arrogant. Allowing him to use his hands and feet was a clear insult. If he did not fight back, he would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the entire school this semester. Moreover, he did not believe there was any chance he could lose. If he were to lose, even with such a handicap, he would never be able to show his face again. Oda-sensei, you must act as a witness. Today, I will ensure this arrogant fellow gets a taste of his own medicine. Sato declared loudly, feeling a surge of adrenaline. You can't be serious about letting him use his hands and feet, right? How will that even work? Oda looked at Reiyun in disbelief. A gentleman's word is his bond. If I say it, then it shall be so. I am not joking, Reiyun replied earnestly. All right. Oda-sensei, did you hear that? The ranking match will continue, and I retract my earlier concession. Sato exclaimed, overjoyed. Reiyun, what are you thinking? Allowing hands and feet? How will we even fight? Should we use our heads against Sato? Kushina urgently pulled him aside, advising him. You are absolutely right, Reiyun replied with a confident smile, gently pushing her aside. Chapter 105. The Kamikaze Rocket Headbutt. The most stubborn individual in ninja school history. No way, we're really going to fight? Letting hands and feet? That is quite the insult. The students gasped in astonishment. I'm eager to see how he plans to win. If he loses, I wonder how he will face it. Sato, give it your all. Defeat that little brat. Kamita cheered for his good friend. Since both parties insisted on this arrangement, Oda, seeing no other option, reluctantly allowed it. Get ready. Wait. Sato suddenly recalled something and raised his hand to signal for a pause. Let us be clear. The use of hands and feet includes knees and elbows, so don't play any tricks with words later. Of course. Do you think I'm like you playing dirty? I don't need to resort to tricks to defeat you, you little brat. Reiyun mocked Sato with playful derision. Bastard. You're going to regret this. Sato threatened, pointing at him. All right, let us begin. We have wasted enough time. Oda motioned dismissively, and the two took their positions. As Oda called for the battle to commence, Sato pulled a plethora of hidden weapons from his pouch and hurled them at Reiyun. With exceptional agility, Reiyun dodged left and right, leaping and crouching, narrowly evading each attack. The spectators were left in awe, marveling at Reiyun's remarkable reflexes. You bastard! Frustrated that his weapons could not find their mark, Sato charged forward with a kunai in hand. After all, Reiyun could not use his hands or feet. He was determined to prove that he could still best him. Sato swung down with the kunai, but Reiyun sidestepped just in time. However, with his hands and feet restrained from offense, it appeared that he could only evade to protect himself. Undeterred by the failure of his initial strike, Sato unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, forcing Reiyun to retreat repeatedly. Come on, Reiyun. Seeing Reiyun in such a precarious position, Kushina could not help but feel a surge of worry. Sato, give it your all. Defeat that little brat. Kamita shouted, rallying support for his friend. Do you want to die? I'll make sure to knock a few more teeth out of you. Upon hearing the words of Kushina, the timid turtle-like boy broke out in a cold sweat and promptly fell silent. What kind of man hides and cowers? If you have the courage, then don't hide. Sato panted heavily, having failed to land a hit after exhausting himself to the point of near collapse. Moreover, such shameless remarks had left the surrounding students utterly speechless. How could one expect to avoid blows with both hands and feet restrained? Why not simply stand still and allow oneself to be struck freely? As Sato's stamina visibly waned and his defenses faltered, Liuyun seized the opportunity after evading a kunai slash by crouching low and immediately launched a counterattack. With legs propelling him like a frog, he soared upwards and delivered a powerful headbutt that struck Sato squarely on the chin. Humph! The force of that headbutt was tremendous. Sato emitted a muffled groan, his eyes rolling back as he was sent reeling off the ground. Capitalizing on his initial success, Liuyun utilized his forehead to deliver a crushing blow to Sato's chest. The weighty impact caused Sato to gasp for air, and he collapsed onto the ground. In the next moment, Liuyun gathered all his strength to leap high into the air. He performed a graceful flip, positioning himself head down with his limbs tucked in, ready to unleash a devastating suicide rocket headbutt. The entire class of elementary students, including Kushina, stood agape, their mouths agog, eagerly poised to witness the most audacious strike from the most headstrong of all. Just as Liuyun tucked his neck in, about to deliver the fatal blow to Sato's face, Teacher Oda intervened at the critical moment, grasping his legs and averting a potential disaster. Breathing a sigh of relief, Oda wiped the beads of sweat forming on his brow. I know you're headstrong, but coming down like that could truly result in a fatality. Upon witnessing the near catatonic Sato lying on the ground, frothing at the mouth, Liuyun could only offer a sheepish smile. With Sato knocked out, it was announced by Oda that this round belonged to Uchiha Liuyun. The most absurd one-on-one ranking battle in the history of the ninja school concluded with Liuyun's resounding victory. A tale destined to be remembered by future students. Years ago, a scrappy 6th grade boy had taken on a ranking battle with his head, rendering his opponent unconscious and foaming at the mouth. Had it not been for a teacher's timely intervention, it could have led to a tragic outcome. After Oda declared the results, the students erupted into applause, unable to contain their admiration for Liuyun. He truly is a genius, Minato exclaimed, clapping his hands. It seems no one in the ninja school possesses a more ironclad resolve than him. Upon hearing this, several students instinctively nodded in agreement, acknowledging the resurgence of the moniker iron-headed scrappy boy throughout the ninja school. Ha ha ha, Liuyun, you are simply too cool. Kushina rushed to his side, embracing his arm and laughing in praise, their close camaraderie igniting envy among many classmates. As the day's outdoor lessons concluded and the sun began its descent, some students were permitted to leave for home, while those wishing to learn medical ninjutsu remained behind. A large group of 6th graders crowded into the classroom, each receiving a small booklet on medical ninjutsu knowledge. A female medical ninja stood at the podium, passionately explaining the intricacies of the subject as the students listened intently. The classroom was predominantly filled with girls, and male students like Liuyun wishing to learn medical ninjutsu were a rarity, mostly consisting of those physically weaker and uninterested in combat. This supplementary medical course lasted an hour, extending into the evening when darkness would fall. In these times of war, the burdens on ninja school students were understandably heavy, and parents were somewhat sympathetic to Konoha's measures. Liuyun and Kushina, however, stealthily slipped away to return home, leaving their respective shadow clones to attend class in their stead. Initially, upon learning about the potential of shadow clones, Kushina excitedly suggested skipping school to secretly rendezvous with Liuyun. But her enthusiasm waned when Liuyun explained the drawbacks of shadow clones and shared his own discomfort from an hour of learning medical knowledge. Chapter 106. Once again, I find myself in the hospital, seeking Orochimaru in times of trouble. After several days of one-on-one ranking battles, Minato ultimately retained his position as the top fighter in the class, with Kushina following closely in second place, and Liuyun among several competing for third. Liuyun showed little interest in such meaningless rankings, and once the battles concluded, he dispatched his shadow clone to attend school in his place. In a secluded training area by the riverside, Liuyun sat cross-legged on the ground, clad in shorts and bare-chested, eyes closed in concentration as arcs of electricity erupted from his body, only to dissipate moments later. He was experimenting with developing the Chidori technique, or perhaps exploring the possibilities of the Raijin armor from the Cloud Village. Could electrical stimulation enhance his physical strength? He was methodically testing and exploring these possibilities. However, after just a day of such practice, he found himself battered and bruised from electric shocks, necessitating yet another visit to the Konoha hospital. I really need to learn medical ninjutsu quickly. Otherwise, if I keep this up, I'll eventually end up incapacitated. Familiar procedures of registration and payment awaited him, along with the all-too-familiar electric shock injuries and that familiar medical ninja. Young lad, why have you come to play with electricity again? Last time it was your hand, and now it's your entire body? You're quite the rascal. The medical ninja, with green luminescence emanating from her hands, began to heal Liuyun's electrical injuries. I apologize, miss. I didn't mean to. Liuyun chuckled sheepishly. Given the current shortage of medical personnel, your encounter with me can only be considered fortunate. As she worked on his injuries, the nurse engaged him in conversation. During this wartime, the hospital was overwhelmed with patients being brought in from the front lines, and with many medical ninjas deployed to the Rain Country. There were hardly any left at Konoha Hospital. It seemed like fate that Liuyun would run into the same medical ninja who treated him for his previous electric shock. They had a connection of sorts. What good fortune! They deemed my injuries not severe enough to warrant a medical ninja's treatment, so they initially intended to send me away. How did you manage to persuade the front desk to change their minds? The nurse asked curiously. It's simple, just throw in some money. What? The nurse could only smile wryly at Liuyun's unorthodox method of leveraging money for treatment. You little rascal, you're quite the schemer for someone your age. As Liuyun lay on the bed, eyes closed, enjoying the treatment, he suddenly called out to her. What is it? Would you like to earn some extra money? Liuyun asked earnestly. At his words, the nurse froze momentarily, her cheeks flushing bright red. What do you mean, you little brat? She had just begun treating Liuyun's thigh when he posed such an unexpected question, leaving her flustered. In that instant, she abandoned her medical duties, standing up ready to make this cheeky boy pay for his audacity. I want to learn medical ninjutsu, and I wish to accelerate my studies. Would you be willing to teach me? I can pay 100,000 Rio as tuition and offer an additional 100,000 Rio as a reward upon completion. Liuyun, with his eyes still closed, stated his intentions, entirely oblivious to the nurse who had now picked up a scalpel. So that is what you meant. The nurse's anger evaporated in an instant. What do you intend to do with that knife? Liuyun opened his eyes to see her, his expression one of confusion. It's nothing. I merely misunderstood the medical sister. He chuckled awkwardly and quickly discarded the blade in his hand. Liuyun felt somewhat perplexed but dared not close his eyes again. He had just sensed a chill in a certain aspect of himself, and the medical sister's unusual demeanor with the knife left him on guard. At your age, you should be in the 6th grade, right? Haven't schools recently added medical courses? Why not enroll? The medical sister offered a forced smile and continued to treat him. An hour of lessons was far too brief, mostly covering fundamental knowledge. At that pace, mastering medical ninjutsu would take at least 3 to 5 months. I believe I should be able to learn medical ninjutsu swiftly. I just lack a good teacher. Liuyun asserted as he sat up and extended his palm. Medical ninjutsu requires formidable chakra control, and while you can gather healing chakra in your palm, I can do the same. As he spoke, a brilliant blue lightning flickered to life in his hand. My chakra nature differs from yours, so I need to understand the secret to releasing this green chakra. The blue lightning subsided, and an orange flame quickly erupted from his palm. Witnessing this awe-inspiring scene, the medical sister was left utterly astounded. After a long pause, she accepted the reality. Your chakra control ability is remarkable. If that's the case, mastering medical ninjutsu quickly should indeed be feasible. However, I'm curious why you sought me out. Why not approach the school, or even Konoha to learn medical ninjutsu? With your talent, they would surely be eager to teach you. The medical sister voiced her confusion. Primarily, I wish to keep a low profile. Additionally, I do not want to trouble the school or Konoha. Lastly, I have ample money and free time. I simply seek a professional teacher for one-on-one guidance, Liuyun replied. What? A wealthy second-generation's line of thought. The sister expressed her bewilderment, yet she was determined not to miss such a lucrative opportunity. After healing his injuries, Liuyun and the medical sister established a schedule and location for their lessons. At 9:11 p.m., after the hospital's closing time, she would impart 12 hours of pure, unadulterated knowledge on medical ninjutsu, aiming for Liuyun to grasp the basics within 10 days. Upon returning home, Liuyun reclined on the living room sofa, indulging in some well-deserved laziness. With injuries still afflicting him, he could not exert himself just yet. He would have to set aside thoughts of Chidori and lightning armor for the time being, while the concept of using electricity to refine his body was theoretically sound. It would be prudent to consult Orochimaru for safety before proceeding. Resolute in his decision, he took out paper and pen to compose a letter to Orochimaru. After rolling the completed letter into a scroll, he entrusted it to the white snake previously given to him by Orochimaru. Having completed these tasks, Liuyun reclined once more on the comfortable leather sofa. He wondered about the state of the battlefield in the Land of Rain. He recalled that early in the war, things seemed to be going poorly. In truth, this was indeed the case. Every battle involving semi-divine beings had seen Konoha suffer defeat. Finding a way to counter the venom of the salamander was no simple feat. Chapter 107. The Caring Teacher's Invitation to Death, 6 months later. Far away on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, Orochimaru paused for a moment upon receiving Liuyun's communication through the white snake. However, upon reading the contents of the letter, a rare smile graced his lips. His named disciple was, once again, seeking to develop new ninjutsu. Moreover, he had taken the time to write to consult him, an action that acknowledged Orochimaru's abilities, filling him with immense pride. What good news could have elicited such a lecherous smile? Jiraiya jested from a distance. He understood the various smiles of his old companion, and now, Orochimaru's smile emanated genuine happiness. Since the death of his disciple, Shosuke, Orochimaru had seldom displayed such expressions. Is there anyone more lecherous than you big fool? Orochimaru quipped, tucking the letter into his pocket. What time is it? And you two idiots are still in the mood for jokes, Tsunade remarked, adjusting the potion in her cup. Though the three were bickering, the previously heavy atmosphere lightened considerably. Come on, don't be so pessimistic. Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. I believe that as long as we unite our efforts, we will inevitably defeat Hanzo the Salamander and win this war. Jiraiya suddenly burst into laughter. Unfortunately, The other two did not engage with him and carried on with their tasks. Tsunade continued her study of poisons, while Orochimaru left the small outpost, leaving Jiraiya awkwardly rooted in place. 2 days later, Liuyun received a reply from Orochimaru, along with a scroll of ninjutsu. Orochimaru addressed all the difficulties Liuyun encountered in his ninjutsu practice and even shared his personal insights on lightning armor from the land of lightning within the scroll, offering guidance on using electricity to refine the body. Liuyun felt fortunate to have such a dedicated and considerate teacher. He promised himself that he would never again partake in snake dishes. Much of the letter moved Liuyun deeply, but the final segment left him speechless. At the end of the letter, Orochimaru invited him to the battlefield in the land of rain, stating, "With your abilities, Liuyun-kun, graduating early should be a breeze. You should not remain dormant within the school. Growth cannot occur without battle and strife." Orochimaru sincerely invited him to join the fight, even adding a flirtatious remark about wanting to fight alongside him. Go to the land of rain, drenched daily, and then face the onslaught of semi-divine beings? But I truly cannot withstand poison, nor can I endure being beaten. Liuyun muttered, putting away the letter, sitting cross-legged once more, as he closed his eyes and focused. A brilliant blue electric arc soon emerged from his body. The arc was somewhat unstable and singular, but its limited quantity allowed him to easily control its flow. The blue electric arc generated from his palm eventually coursed throughout his entire being. This time, due to intentional limitations on the voltage, the areas affected by the electricity no longer experienced pain, but instead a peculiar light, tingling sensation. It felt quite pleasant. Next, he only needed to increase the number of arcs or the frequency of exposure to electricity, gradually finding the critical point suitable for body refinement. As for Chidori, once his body adapted to the current, increasing the output should pose no problem. Orochimaru truly deserved his reputation as a genius in ninjutsu. Liuyun could not help but exclaim in admiration. Often, he simply needed to propose a concept for a ninjutsu, and Orochimaru would swiftly devise a method to bring it to fruition. His understanding of ninjutsu was simply extraordinary. In a secluded training area by the river, Liuyun's various shadow clones had distinct roles. One was electro-fishing by the riverbank using new energy techniques. Another stood upon the flowing water, collecting the injured fish that had turned belly up, while another clone, emanating a green glow, diligently treated the near-death fish. Yet another clone was attending class at the ninja school. With the advantage of shadow clones and a robust mental fortitude, Liuyun could simultaneously learn multiple abilities within a short time frame, untroubled by a lack of energy, leading to an extraordinarily rapid growth. Time flew by like an arrow, and half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. In the classroom of the ninja school during break time, Minato, "Are you really going to graduate early?" Kushina expressed her surprise at Minato's sudden decision, while Liuyun remained remarkably composed. "Indeed, I have successfully passed the Chunin exam, and my Konoha forehead protector should be arriving shortly. Today may very well mark my final day at the Ninja Academy." Minato replied with a smile, preparing to bid farewell to his vibrant campus life, feeling a mix of excitement and a tinge of reluctance. Becoming a ninja entails a multitude of tasks, and I suspect it will be quite exhausting, Liuyun remarked, chuckling softly. In his view, Minato was akin to a freshly graduated university student, eagerly anticipating the onset of a monotonous 9-to-5 existence. "Haha, I'm fully prepared," Minato exclaimed with a hearty laugh, before revealing the reason for his early graduation. "Many ninjas have been dispatched to the battlefield in the land of rain, and Konoha is in desperate need of personnel to undertake missions. I wish to alleviate some of the village's burden." Upon hearing this, Liuyun couldn't help but applaud him. With such awareness at a young age, it was no wonder he would one day become the 4th Hokage. "Truly remarkable, Minato. I declare that the next Hokage shall undoubtedly be you." Liuyun's words instantly elicited a fit of laughter from Minato. "Wait, I also want to be Hokage. Let me first become the 4th Hokage, and then he can take on the mantle of the 5th. Kushina chimed in playfully, raising her hand. "You, with your cleverness, aspire to be Hokage? I oppose this." Liuyun chuckled. "Huh, how can you oppose me? And by the way, are you complimenting me or disparaging me with cleverness?" Kushina glared at him, her expression not particularly amiable. "Then enlighten me as to why you wish to become Hokage." Liuyun suddenly adopted a serious tone. "Becoming Hokage would mean gaining everyone's recognition. Don't you want that?" Kushina tilted her head, puzzled. "Why must I desire to be Hokage? Others' recognition matters little to me. As long as I acknowledge myself and those I care about recognize me, that's sufficient," Liuyun retorted casually. Upon hearing this, both Kushina and Minato displayed expressions of astonishment. Among the elementary ninja, it was rare to find anyone who did not aspire to be Hokage. This was the result of years of indoctrination in Konoha. Liuyun felt it necessary to correct Little Tomato's misguided notions in the future. Naturally rebellious, he did not expect her to share his perspective, but he certainly could not allow her to develop the terrifying idea of sacrificing herself for Konoha. Chapter 108. The early departure of the workhorses, assigning work teams, and the agreement with Orochimaru. Just as Liuyun was about to engage in a verbal spar, teacher Oda rushed into the classroom and called out 10 students, including Liuyun and Kushina, in one breath. The selected students were all high achievers, and upon seeing them, Liuyun was reminded of many things. Could it be that they were being forced into action? Liuyun wondered, suspecting that Konoha might very well send this group of elementary students to fill the manpower gap. In fact, that was indeed the case. In the 6th grade, there were 3 classes, and Sarutobi Hiruzen called out 30 students at once, intending to allow this group to graduate early to alleviate the pressure Konoha was facing, with a plethora of low-level tasks lacking ninja to undertake them. The higher-ups were becoming increasingly frantic. They unanimously agreed that there was no need to keep the young ninjas for an extended period. Graduating them a few months early was perfectly acceptable, since you have all mastered one of the techniques in throwing skills and the body flicker technique. I hereby declare you eligible for early graduation, Sarutobi Hiruzen announced with a smile, personally bestowing Konoha forehead protectors upon the group of young students. From this day forth, you are the proud ninjas of Konoha. As Sarutobi's words echoed, the young students erupted into cheers. Among them, Liuyun exhibited the most exuberant joy, and the moment he received his forehead protector, his tearful excitement brought a smile to Sarutobi's face. Haha, I thought you no longer wanted your forehead protector, Sarutobi teased, referencing an incident from half a year prior when Liuyun had declined early graduation. How could that be? Liuyun chuckled awkwardly, then promptly echoed a certain little son's earlier sentiments. Many ninjas have been dispatched to the battlefield in the land of rain, and Konoha is in desperate need of personnel to undertake missions. I wish to alleviate some of the village's burden. Very good. I am pleased that you understand Konoha's difficulties, Sarutobi said, patting Liuyun on the shoulder, genuinely surprised by the young boy's maturity. This was the child favored by his beloved disciple, and Sarutobi suddenly found this scruffy-haired boy particularly likable, considering he might be worth nurturing in the future. Once everyone exited the principal's office, Liuyun's demeanor shifted. Glancing at the cheerful Kushina beside him, he couldn't help but smirk. What are you so happy about? If one didn't know better, they'd think you found money. Haha, of course, I'm happy to become a ninja. But wait, weren't you just as happy? Kushina began, only to notice his sudden shift in mood. I'm not happy at all. Just wait until tomorrow. I assure you, you won't be happy then. Why won't I be happy tomorrow? And wait, so you weren't happy after all? Why pretend to be cheerful? Kushina tilted her head, confusion etched on her face. I can be whatever I want. You're so inquisitive, Liuyun shot her a glare. Kushina scratched her head, utterly baffled by Liuyun's thoughts. What a peculiar fellow he was. The 30 early graduating Chunin returned to the classroom to pack their bags before proceeding to a spacious classroom. Konoha's efficiency was remarkable. Graduating on the same day meant they intended to assign classes immediately. I hope I get assigned to Liuyun, Kushina silently prayed, not wanting to be teamed up with anyone else for missions. Minato, Dakai, and Uchiha, you 3 form a small team. The instructor's announcement took Liuyun by surprise. Minato had been paired with classmates from other classes. This is going to require a shift in my strategy to accommodate him. As names were called one by one, Kushina's anxiety escalated. Silly girl, why are you so nervous? Liuyun couldn't help but chuckle at her unease. How can I not be nervous? If I can't be assigned to you today, I'll go tell Granny Mito. I absolutely refuse to team up with anyone else. Kushina whispered. You. Liuyun gestured at her, realizing that her connections certainly made it feasible for her to approach Mito. Wan Uzumaki, Inazuka Ran, and Uchiha Mikoto, you 3 form a small team. At this stage, the class assignments were not as detailed as those in later years, and due to a severe shortage of medical ninjas, there was no notion of assigning a medical ninja to each team. Moreover, Tsunade was still on the battlefield in the land of rain and had not yet implemented any significant reforms. Upon hearing her name and the Uchiha surname, Kushina's face lit up with joy. However, when Mikoto's name was called, her smile instantly faded, and her spirit seemed to vanish. Well, if we're not on the same team, then so be it. We'll have plenty of time after the missions, Liuyun offered a comforting smile. Soon, the instructor called out Liuyun's name. One of his teammates belonged to the Sarutobi clan, while the other was from the Yamanaka clan. The 30 students were divided into 10 small teams, and due to the ongoing war, they had yet to designate a seasoned jonin leader for the teams. These 30 young ninjas were primarily tasked with manual labor. Once the three-member teams became familiar with the process, they would be able to undertake missions independently. Konoha intended to let them endure hardships for a few months before alleviating the pressure and assigning them a jonin leader. After departing from the academy, Liuyun and Kushina walked side by side, making their way directly to the Senju clan's territory. Along the way, Kushina vented her frustrations, her discontent palpable. Clearly dissatisfied with the recent class assignments in Konoha. At least I was placed in the girls' group, and even Mikoto is in my team. So Konoha must have some insight into my social interactions, she remarked. Liuyun patiently soothed her little emotional outburst. As for the class assignments, Liuyun harbored no grievances. In fact, his initial plan was to head to the battlefield in the Land of Rain after graduation. Over the past 6 months, he had exchanged letters with Orochimaru multiple times, each concluding with an invitation to visit. As the correspondence continued, Liuyun began to entertain the thought of refining his skills through combat. Thus, he made a pact with Orochimaru to join him in the Land of Rain after graduating as a genin. His strength had seen limited improvement over the past half-year, coupled with a lack of practical experience, which led him to contemplate testing his mettle on the battlefield. Kushina pondered Liuyun's sentiments. In truth, the group assignment wasn't entirely unacceptable to her, but the absence of Liuyun was the root of her dissatisfaction. Her ideal trio consisted of herself, Liuyun, and Mikoto. Regrettably, Konoha seldom placed two members of the same clan in the same team, rendering Kushina's aspirations unattainable. However, she longed to team up with him to tackle missions together. Expressing her feelings candidly, she appeared crestfallen. Haha. Liuyun couldn't help but burst into laughter, then playfully draped an arm around her shoulders, drawing her closer. You are my little shadow, aren't you? Following me every day. Kushina did not resist his affectionate gesture. In fact, she reveled in the intimacy. You are actually my shadow and little brother. Isn't that common knowledge? She teased, smiling brightly as she wrapped her left arm around his waist. The two continued their playful banter, thoroughly engrossed in each other's company. Chapter 109. The decision to head to the battlefield in the Land of Rain since the death of Shimoku, the spirit of Uzumaki Mito, seemed to have been drained. Her physical vitality visibly deteriorating at an accelerated pace, rendering her more taciturn than ever. Within the expansive confines of the two Senju estates, she often found herself sitting alone in solitude for hours, giving the impression of a dazed stupor. Notably, her Byakugan abilities appeared to have permanently shut down following Shimoku's passing. With a dying heart, the eyes can no longer see, she lamented, having lost her extraordinary perception and the ability to discern the hearts of others. Mito-sama. When Kushina and Liuyun appeared by her side, Uzumaki Mito snapped out of her stupor. Good children, you have come, she greeted with a gentle smile. With Shimoku gone and Tsunade deployed to the battlefield in the Land of Rain, only Kushina and Liuyun remained to keep her company. Liuyun would occasionally visit the Senju clan grounds to converse with her or even prepare meals, a request Mito had specifically made. Mito-sama, today Liuyun will join us for dinner, Kushina said, gleefully shaking Mito's arm. Is that so? How wonderful. I shall once again indulge in the delicious dishes that young Liuyun prepares, Mito remarked, acknowledging that Liuyun's culinary skills far surpassed Kushina's, though she felt it somewhat improper to have a guest cook, seeing no objections from the children. She refrained from voicing her concerns. As this was not Liuyun's first time cooking for them, he had gradually become accustomed to it. Despite being the same age as Shimoku, he indeed possessed remarkable culinary talent, and his dishes were genuinely delightful. Most importantly, this considerate young man demonstrated a keen understanding of the needs of the elderly, ensuring the food was soft and easy to chew, making it palatable even for those with dental difficulties. Grandmother, the third Hokage went to the academy today and distributed many Konoha headbands. Liuyun and I have graduated early. At the dining table, Kushina cheerfully shared the news. What an unexpected revelation. Did Sarutobi-sensei not give any prior notice? Just graduated without warning. Mito expressed her mild discontent. Indeed, it was rather abrupt. However, it is unavoidable. Konoha is in urgent need of manpower, and we shall commence missions starting tomorrow, Liuyun added with a smile. The decisions made by Konoha's higher-ups often overlooked the sentiments of the youth, thrusting children, who were still in school, into the throes of duty almost overnight. While the decision felt somewhat hasty, it was a necessary measure in times of war. Grandmother, I won't be assigned to the same team as Liuyun. We cannot undertake missions together. After contemplating, Kushina decided to voice her concerns regarding the team assignments, genuinely wishing to pair up with her beloved Liuyun. Is that so? Mito furrowed her brow, then spoke seriously. You two should visit the Hokage Tower and request to be placed in the same team, stating it is my wish. Haha. I knew grandmother was the best. Kushina exclaimed, her spirits soaring. Knowing that the third Hokage would always show deference to Mito, Kushina felt confident that her grandmother's words would hold sway. After dinner, Kushina initially intended to take Liuyun to the Hokage Tower, but for some reason, he showed no inclination to leave the house and gestured for her to sit down. Actually, I wish to go to the battlefield in the land of rain, he calmly stated. Upon hearing this, both Kushina and Uzumaki Mito's eyes widened in shock. What nonsense are you spouting? Kushina exclaimed, rising abruptly, her anxiety palpable. You are merely a genin. Why would you go to a battlefield? Are you trying to throw your life away? Her voice rose unconsciously. I made a pact with Orochimaru-sensei. After graduation, I am to proceed to the battlefield in the land of rain. Liuyun had intended to inform Kushina of this earlier to prepare her mentally. But Konoha's decision to graduate them early had disrupted his plans. Nevertheless, it was not too late to share his intentions. Delaying his departure for a few days was feasible, as it was his own choice, and no one was pressuring him. However, it seemed that Kushina's desire to team up with him for missions would have to wait until later. I will go with you. At that moment, Kushina disregarded any pretense of decorum before Mito, sitting beside Liuyun and clinging to his arm. Don't be foolish. What business does a girl have on a battlefield? Besides, you are too weak to defend yourself. Liuyun asserted earnestly, his words not meant to belittle Kushina, but rather to convey a harsh truth. How am I weak? I placed second in the ranking battle, and you were third. How can I lack the ability to protect myself? Kushina retorted, her face flushed with indignation, tears welling in her eyes, threatening to spill over. Liuyun's refusal to allow her to accompany him to the battlefield saddened her, but more than that, it was concern that weighed heavily on her heart. The death of Shimoku had left profound psychological scars on both Mito and her. The thought of yet another loved one venturing into such perilous territory filled them with dread. Foolish girl. Liuyun shook his head, chuckling softly, instinctively reaching out to stroke her silky red hair. The ranking battle was merely child's play, after all the time you have spent by my side. Do you not yet comprehend my true strength? Upon hearing this, Kushina was visibly taken aback. Measuring strength through rankings is evidently a moment of muddled thought arising from her impatience. Upon reflecting on Liuyun's formidable prowess, Kushina felt a sense of relief wash over her. You must possess the strength of a jonin by now, correct? Uzumaki Mito suddenly interjected. Her query was posed with a certainty that suggested she was already aware of the boy's immense capabilities. Over half a year ago, Liuyun had already exhibited the chakra levels of a jonin. It would be hard to believe that he merely possessed power without the accompanying ninjutsu and techniques. After all, Liuyun was also considered a disciple of Orochimaru, and this young man was skilled at concealing his true abilities. Even now, Uzumaki Mito found herself unable to discern the depths of this child's strength. She merely recognized that he was remarkably powerful, far surpassing her late grandson. Moreover, she was certain that Liuyun's strength was not as simplistic as it appeared on the surface. Chapter 110. No one values life more than I do. Is a kiss worth a slap? Indeed. In response to Mito's inquiry, Liuyun provided an affirmative answer. His assertive response served to assuage Kushina's worries, which evidently diminished considerably. Must you go to the battlefield in the land of rain? You are still quite young. Why seek peril in such a place? Uzumaki Mito posed another question, her tone gentle, inviting further dialogue. You previously urged me to stop Rope Tree, citing his youth and lack of ability. The mention of Rope Tree brought a melancholic expression to Mito's face. Clearly, you are aware of the dangers in the land of rain, and also of the need to avoid calamity. Why then, do you wish to court danger yourself? Upon hearing Mito's doubts, Kushina instinctively shook Liuyun's arm, urging him to clarify his reasoning. Liuyun remained silent for a prolonged moment. Speak clearly, do not think to evade my questions, and do not dare to deceive me. Seeing his silence, Kushina's frustration bubbled over. Liuyun turned to her, quietly gazing into her eyes. Observing her furrowed brow and tearful gaze filled with concern, a mysterious smile crept onto his face. What are you laughing at? Had Mito not been present, Kushina would have surely bitten him. I have my reasons for needing to go, Liuyun stated, placing his hand over Kushina's mouth to stifle her further inquiries. Grandma Mito has already indicated that I possess the awareness to avoid danger and the capability to respond to crises. You may trust me. No one values their life more than I do. You need not worry about my safety. Liuyun spoke with a grave sincerity, clearly reflecting a decision made after careful consideration, rather than a spur-of-the-moment impulse. He was not like Rope Tree, a reckless youth, and his prowess far exceeded that of his peer. But, Kushina began, yet Mito interrupted her. Have you not always believed in him? This child has always been resolute and clever. I have always found him to be reliable. You must see that too. Mito's words left Kushina momentarily taken aback. And after a prolonged silence, she grasped her grandmother's intent. In significant matters, Liuyun had never deceived her. If he believed it was safe, then it truly was. This boy was cautious to the point of being overly prudent, even in secure environments. He often felt that someone might conspire against him. Such a person hardly required others to fret over him. When he claimed that no one valued their life more than he did, Kushina pondered and found merit in his assertion. Ultimately, Kushina accepted Liuyun's decision to venture to the battlefield in the land of rain, having spent considerable time with him. She understood the kind of person he was. Once he made a decision, it was unshakable. Have you spoken to Aunt Asuka about this? On the rooftop, the two nestled together, gazing at the full moon above. Not yet. I plan to keep it from her. Just saying I'm going out of the village to undertake a time-consuming task. I have experience leaving the village, so she will likely be at ease, Liuyun replied playfully. You rascal, you truly weave tales. You dare to hide such matters from Aunt Asuka. Kushina pinched the soft flesh at his waist, causing him to grimace in pain. It's primarily to prevent her from worrying unnecessarily. My mother, if told the truth, would surely lose sleep over it, perhaps even insist that I refrain from being a ninja. Liuyun's words were devoid of jest. Their family's financial struggles had once necessitated his work as a ninja for Konoha, which Asuka had reluctantly accepted. Now that they were financially secure and her son was thriving, Asuka was quick to suggest that he pursue a career as a writer or chef, believing these paths superior to being a ninja. Given that her husband had perished as a ninja, if she were to discover her son was heading to the battlefield, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar. Her inability to cope with pressure was precisely why she had never become, or perhaps was unsuited to be, a ninja. Rather than burden her with the truth and invite unnecessary anxiety, it was better to conceal it. Upon hearing Liuyun's reasoning, Kushina instinctively nodded, finding it reasonable. However, she soon realized that he was likely concealing many other things from her. You'd better confess. How many more secrets do you have from me? Kushina glared at him fiercely. In response, Liuyun pulled her into an embrace, gently stroking her head. Having cared for cats in his past life, he knew that as long as a kitten was calm, it could be petted. The same applied to Kushina. If her red hair was not standing on end, it indicated no threat, allowing for affectionate gestures. I have nothing to hide from you. I didn't even think to keep my trip to the land of rain a secret from you. That alone should prove my honesty. You know more than my mother does. Consider that. I didn't intend to deceive you. Liuyun's final statement left Kushina feeling unexpectedly pleased. She buried her head in his embrace, happily rubbing her face against him, clearly enchanted to the point of losing her capacity for rational thought. Witnessing her joy and the proximity of her fair, delicate face, Liuyun found himself swallowing hard, a desire to steal a kiss blooming within him. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he slowly leaned closer to Kushina. What are you doing bringing your face closer? Kushina, who had been enjoying the softness of his abdomen, suddenly sensed his unusual behavior and instinctively frowned. It's nothing. I merely noticed something on your face and wanted to get a closer look. Liuyun hastily explained. After having been soundly slapped for his previous flirtation with Kushina, he now felt a twinge of fear. Is there something on my face? Is it still there? Kushina wiped her face and, seeing nothing, gestured for Liuyun to look again. Liuyun swallowed hard, quickly weighing the risks and rewards in his mind. A kiss followed by a slap didn't seem like a terrible trade-off. Let it be. I'll take the risk. Liuyun steeled himself, resolving to gather chakra to his face, ready to endure Kushina's slap. Chapter 111. The Legacy of Sealing Techniques. How to choose between a kiss on the face and a kiss on the lips. Just as Liuyun summoned his courage to lean in for a kiss, Kushina unexpectedly grasped his shirt and wiped her face against it. After this, she wriggled free from his embrace and turned her gaze to the full moon above. Tonight's moon is so round and so large. Kushina leaned her head against Liuyun's shoulder, expressing her thoughts with a sigh. Upon hearing this, Liuyun gathered his thoughts and turned his gaze towards the moon. To be precise, this was actually a powerful sealing technique, and Liuyun whispered softly. What sealing technique? Are you referring to the moon? Kushina asked in surprise. Yes, it is said that the Sage of Six Paths created this moon, and I believe he must have employed a sealing technique to bring it into existence, Liuyun replied earnestly. Do you actually believe such legends? What kind of sealing technique could be that formidable? Kushina couldn't help but chuckle. Is there none? Does the Uzumaki clan not have records in this regard? Your clan's sealing techniques are said to have been passed down from the era of the Sage of Six Paths, right? After pondering for a moment, Kushina explained, Indeed, the Uzumaki clan, claim descent from the Sage of Six Paths, and our sealing techniques seem to have originated from that era. But I have never heard the claim that the moon is a product of a sealing technique. Such a large moon being created by a sealing technique seems rather exaggerated. Exaggerated? Liuyun murmured, gazing at the moon. He too felt that the power of the Sage of Six Paths was indeed extraordinary, yet he was acutely aware of its existence. Speaking of sealing techniques, I have little left to teach you. My grandmother hasn't yet imparted all her knowledge to me. Kushina said shyly, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How about I ask my grandmother to teach you directly, or we can study together? If I don't understand something, you can remind me. My grandmother possesses many powerful sealing techniques in her collection, but with my current understanding and chakra, I am far from being able to utilize them. However, you should be able to. Kushina encouraged gently. You should focus on your own studies and teach me in your spare time. As for those treasured sealing techniques. Liuyun paused. Let's discuss that later. Sealing techniques are far too profound and complex. Mastering them requires immense time and energy in the early stages, with little immediate return. Over the past 6 months, I have only grasped the fundamentals of sealing techniques that you could understand, and I am merely at the threshold of learning. There is still much knowledge to acquire, and there is no need to rush. I think we should postpone this discussion until after I return from the Land of Rain. Oh, well then. Kushina continued. Actually, my grandmother already knows that I am teaching you the Uzumaki sealing techniques. She even praised your incredible intelligence and remarkable talent. She said casually. What? Liuyun exclaimed, startled, nearly causing the small tomato beside him to tumble off the roof. What are you doing? Why the commotion? Kushina glared at him fiercely. How did she find out? Did you tell her? Liuyun hurriedly inquired. No, it was Grandma Mito who guessed first. She thought I didn't seem like someone who would study diligently, suspecting I must be hiding something from her, and when she pressed me, I eventually told her. Grandma is quite clever. She possesses a special ability called Mind's Eye, so I cannot conceal anything from her. Kushina replied, nonchalantly. How could you tell her? What if she suspects I have ulterior motives? Grandma Mito is intelligent, but why are you so naive? Liuyun grasped her shoulders and shook her vigorously. Kushina, feeling dizzy from the shaking, instinctively opened her mouth to bite Liuyun's hand, but at the crucial moment, he dodged. You're the one who's naive. You don't trust Grandma Mito, which is why you think she would suspect you. The Uzumaki sealing technique is a hereditary secret of your clan. I am merely an outsider, Liuyun said, embarrassed, lowering his head. Who says you are an outsider? Can an outsider share a meal at the same table? Kushina retorted angrily, pinching his cheek. As for what you said about the family's secret techniques, it was indeed a tradition not to pass them on to outsiders. But now the Uzumaki clan is nearly extinct. If we don't find someone to inherit those techniques, it would truly be a disservice to our ancestors. With a sigh, Kushina released her grip and once again rested her head on Liuyun's thigh. Liuyun gently stroked her long hair. Given the situation, he had nothing further to say. Could you perhaps delay your trip to the Land of Rain? I will miss you. Kushina confessed her feelings once more. Upon hearing this, Liuyun's heart trembled. And after a moment of contemplation, he provided a specific time frame. I was initially considering leaving in 3 days, but since you will miss me, I shall postpone my departure to 5 days from now. Liuyun affectionately ruffled her nose. No, 5 days is too soon. At least 10 days. We must prepare adequately before venturing to such a place. Kushina insisted seriously. 10 days is rather excessive. Liuyun feigned difficulty, his face reflecting uncertainty. What do you mean excessive? Are you ignoring my words? 10 days is a bit much, unless... Unless what? Kushina pressed eagerly. Unless you allow me to kiss you. Then I will heed your words. Liuyun said with a mischievous grin. Kushina was taken aback by his unexpected remark, momentarily stunned, her face flushing crimson. After a brief silence, she ultimately nodded slightly, preparing to concede to this rogue of the Uchiha clan. You may kiss me, but only on the cheek. After that, you must listen to me. Kushina stammered, feeling shy, and immediately covered her face with her hands. That won't do. 10 days is far too long. A proper kiss is necessary, Liuyun said, gently pushing aside her hands, turning her face towards him, and his playful grin became even more pronounced. No, Kushina protested, hastily pushing away the approaching face. Embarrassment evident on her youthful countenance. If you wish to kiss me, that can be arranged. But you must promise not to go to the battlefield in the Land of Rain. If you agree to listen to me, then I will grant you a kiss. Oh, then I suppose a kiss on the cheek will suffice. In the end, Liuyun restrained his impulse. The next moment, he held Kushina's head and leaned in, kissing her directly. Kushina clutched her clothing, eyes tightly shut, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment. Liuyun's lips were like little suction cups, causing Kushina's cheek to slightly puff out. Feeling the unusual tug on her cheek, Kushina's eyes widened in shock, and she quickly pushed the rogue away. At the moment of separation, she distinctly heard a loud pop. One could only imagine how forceful that kiss had been. "You rogue!" Kushina exclaimed, instinctively slapping him without a second thought. Chapter 112. The oxen and horses begin to work. Who is the poop boy? After returning home from the Senju clan, Liuyun recounted to Asuka the details of his forced graduation and mentioned that he would likely commence ninja missions starting tomorrow. What on earth are the third Hokage's thoughts? Announcing graduation and immediately assigning missions without giving anyone a moment to prepare? It's simply outrageous. Asuka complained. Indeed, it's utterly absurd. The higher-ups in Konoha are truly deranged. Liuyun muttered in agreement. Hush, you foolish child. Speak softly, or it could be overheard by those with ill intentions, Asuka cautioned in a lowered voice. What is there to fear? If worst comes to worst, I simply want to do it. Liuyun feigned bravado. You can't just quit like that. After 6 years of ninja school, you must at least serve a full 6 years before Konoha will even consider your resignation, Asuka murmured. What? Mom, how do you know about such matters? Liuyun was taken aback. This was precisely what he had intended to say, yet his mother was already aware. Clearly having researched the subject. Humph, do you think your mother is an ignorant fool? Asuka huffed, though a hint of pride was evident in her demeanor. Truly, you are an impressive mother. You know so much. Liuyun flattered her before feigning a sigh of resignation. All right then, I shall work for Konoha for the full 6 years. Tomorrow marks the official start. Well then, you should rest early. I have heard that the missions for the lower ninjas can be quite taxing, Asuka remarked, gently ruffling his hair, signaling him to retire for the night. Good night, Mom. Liuyun replied, leaning in closer. Noticing her son becoming increasingly perceptive, Asuka chuckled and pulled him close, planting a hearty kiss on his forehead. This kiss was reminiscent of the one Liuyun had just bestowed upon Kushina, the sound of their lips meeting almost identical. Good night, my son. Upon returning to his room, Liuyun pinned a letter to Orochimaru, informing him of his recent graduation and expressing his intent to depart for the battlefield in the Land of Rain in 10 days, eager to meet him there. After completing the letter, he did not put away the paper and pen. Instead, he began to doodle aimlessly on the blank sheet. The next day, a group of freshly graduated rookie ninjas made their way into the Hokage building, where Hokage advisor Naruto began explaining the tasks and regulations to the eager children. In no time, this cohort of fledgling ninjas was assigned their very first D-rank mission. All 10 teams were given laborious and strenuous tasks, and even the all-female squad was not spared. Their assignments included tilling fields, weeding, hauling bricks, and even cleaning latrines. In contrast to the original story where finding cats and dogs or picking up litter were considered light duties, the better tasks had already been claimed by seasoned lower ninjas. Konoha concluded that these novices would have to endure some hardships. Commence your missions now. The future of Konoha relies on you. With effort comes reward. Strive diligently, young ones. The third Hokage has been watching over you all. You are all exceptional. Naruto filled the eager group with motivational words, and momentarily, their spirits soared, making them willing to tackle even the most arduous tasks without complaint. It was their first day as ninjas, and they brimmed with vitality, each exuding the vigor of a young dragon. However, it would likely take 3 to 5 days before they settled down to a more subdued demeanor. At the entrance of the Hokage building, Kushina stormed out, exclaiming, how could they assign a group of girls to help with moving? Clearly displeased with her initial task assignment, she was met with awkward smiles from her companions, Uchiha Makoto and Inuzuka Ran, who lacked Kushina's audacity to voice their discontent on their very first day. Liuyun, what is your mission? Would you consider swapping with us? Kushina inquired cheerfully as she approached him. What? You wish to exchange tasks with us? That sounds splendid. Before Liuyun could respond, one of his companions, Sarutobi Koichi, chimed in excitedly. Liuyun shook his head with a chuckle, then handed the mission scroll to Kushina. Liuyun-kun. Uchiha Makoto approached, offering a polite bow. Miss Makoto. Liuyun returned the gesture with a smile. Such a beautiful, courteous, gentle, and generous girl, yet ultimately, she was destined to end up with a dog, leaving Liuyun with a bittersweet feeling. Ah, you were assigned such a task? Ha ha. Upon reviewing the mission scroll, Kushina erupted in laughter. Liuyun's team had been assigned to clean latrines, and as Kushina continued to laugh, she handed the scroll back to Liuyun. Compared to the misfortunes of her trio, their task was far less desirable. Stop laughing. Can't you learn a thing or two from Miss Makoto? Be a bit gentler. A bit more reserved, do you understand? Liuyun playfully pushed her away, unable to suppress his own laughter. His words sent Kushina into fits of laughter, tears streaming down her cheeks. The two companions behind Liuyun wore expressions of discomfort, prompting Makoto and Ran to hastily pull Kushina away on either side. They feared that if she lingered, trouble would ensue. Latrine boy, ha ha ha, came Kushina's distant laughter. Please, my brothers, for my sake, forgive her. My girlfriend isn't quite all there. Liuyun chuckled awkwardly. The two boys merely scoffed, rolling their eyes in response. The infamous duo, known as the Black-Red Twin Devils within the Ninja Academy, bore their annoyance but dared not confront him. How about this? You two can handle the latrine duty while I take care of the other tasks. And I won't take any commission for the mission. What do you think? On the way to the task location, Liuyun casually draped his arms over their shoulders. Not a chance. You both can dig the latrines, and I'll cover everything else while foregoing any commission, Sarutobi Koichi replied defiantly, clearly reluctant to partake in the latrine duty that Kushina had so humorously labeled him with. You can handle the latrine work, and I won't take any commission. Plus, I'll even throw in extra for you too, the oil girl's descendant remarked nonchalantly. Wait, are all the youngsters these days so affluent? You casually dismiss mission commissions? Liuyun thought to himself, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Ultimately, it wasn't about the money. The two boys simply did not wish to start their ninja careers by cleaning latrines. Such a task would undoubtedly mar their resumes, serving as an embarrassing blemish on their budding ninja careers. How about this, since no one wants to do it? Let us settle it with a game of rock, paper, scissors to determine who will clean the latrines. That seems fair, right? Liuyun proposed. After a moment of silence, the two reluctantly nodded in agreement. Many at school claimed that the Black Devil was quite formidable, since Liuyun did not suggest that they decide based on physical strength. They were satisfied. In the end, after a round of rock, paper, scissors, Sarutobi Koichi was deemed the unfortunate latrine boy. As for why he lost instead of anyone else, Liuyun simply thought that the boy from the oil clan sported shades, fearing that illusions would not work on him, thus leaving his friend Koichi to bear the burden. Chapter 113. Preparations before departing for the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Time flew by, and 9 days had passed, leaving only 1 day before Liuyun would head to the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Over the past couple of days, he had not undertaken any grueling tasks. As Sarutobi Hisashi had granted him 2 days of leave, Liuyun informed him of his impending departure for the Land of Rain. And Orochimaru personally penned a letter to Sarutobi Hisashi, granting him approval to proceed. Sarutobi Hisashi held great esteem for such a young warrior willing to fight and embrace sacrifice. He specifically instructed someone to accompany Liuyun to the armory to select his combat gear, patting him on the shoulder and generously encouraging him to choose freely. Given that Liuyun was heading to the Land of Rain to risk his life, it was essential to provide him with the necessary equipment, weapons, and ninja tools. Konoha had not yet reached the point of forcing him to procure these items on his own. Soon, accompanied by a middle-ranking ninja, Liuyun ventured to the armory to begin selecting the various gear required for his mission. He gathered shuriken and kunai, intending to take a large box of explosive tags, only to be sternly halted by the middle-ranking ninja who had accompanied him. You may only take 10 tags at most. What? What is this? The third Hokage told me to take what I need. Liuyun frowned, his expression darkening. I heard him, and the Hokage says that to everyone. He mentioned selecting. And while you can choose the gear you wish, the quantity must adhere to the standards set for lower ninjas, the middle-ranking ninja replied, his expression unyielding. Lower ninjas could take a maximum of 10 explosive tags, middle ninjas could take 30, and upper ninjas had no limit as long as there was a mission requirement. Nanny? Liuyun's eyes widened, and he immediately cursed Sarutobi Hisashi's ancestors in his mind. The old man had put on a show of wealth, yet this was the reality? He had initially hoped to take advantage of Konoha's resources, but that plan was dashed. After gathering some small weapons and explosive tags, Liuyun selected an oversized shuriken weighing several dozen pounds and a foldable large shuriken. Do you know how to use these items? The middle-ranking ninja couldn't help but inquire. I have never used it, but I wish to give it a try, Liuyun casually remarked. This type of ninja tool requires the use of a storage sealing technique. It must be sealed onto one's person and retrieved when needed. Carrying it on you is quite cumbersome, and I do not recommend it for a genin. The Chunin rolled his eyes in disdain. How do you know I cannot perform the storage sealing technique? Liuyun shot him a sidelong glance. You are merely a freshly graduated genin. What do you know of sealing techniques? Can you refrain from being foolish? The Chunin retorted with a stern expression. Since you say so, I shall take it regardless, Liuyun declared, leaving the Chunin momentarily stunned. Once he regained his composure, his anger flared. You, what of it? Do not point your finger at me and presume to instruct me. The Hokage himself has permitted me to choose freely. You, a mere useless Chunin, dare to obstruct me? Liuyun swatted away the Chunin's finger. You little brat, I shall teach you how to respect your seniors. The Chunin exclaimed, launching an attack. He intended to instill a lasting lesson in this young upstart. Half a minute later, The Chunin lay sprawled on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Next time, remember not to strike at your juniors so easily, understand? Liuyun chuckled, crouching beside him. The Chunin clutched his abdomen, agony etched across his face, unable to utter a word. Ignoring him, Liuyun continued selecting his gear. On a nearby iron rack, he reached for a brand new set of beige anti-stab soft armor. The same model as that worn by the legendary Sannin. Logically, a Jinin would not qualify for such equipment. Yet Liuyun possessed the special permission of Sarutobi Hiruzen and found the armor's design appealing. So he casually took the smallest size available. Oh, there are even soldier pills, splendid. Upon spotting a large bottle of soldier pills, Liuyun's eyes sparkled. These could be considered strategic supplies. He suppressed the urge to package the entire bottle. If it were to vanish, Konoha would undoubtedly pin the blame on him. Besides, he had money and thus disdained resorting to petty theft. He casually grabbed a handful, taking 10 and deciding against taking more, as he would need to pass through an inspection later, which meant he couldn't simply take as many as he pleased. One of these pills could quickly restore chakra and stave off hunger. Moreover, they were crafted from precious materials like ginseng and deer antler, making them quite expensive. Lastly, he picked up a short dagger and exited the armory, satisfied. Wait, I need to record what you have taken. A patrolling Chunin stopped him, fulfilling his duty. Liuyun nodded and presented his items for inspection. These items are equivalent to those of a Jonin. You should still be a Jinin, correct? The patrolling Chunin frowned. Special permission from the Hokage. Do you have a problem with that? Liuyun replied nonchalantly. Is that true? The patrolling Chunin's expression revealed skepticism. Get over here and speak quickly. Stop playing dead. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to teach you another lesson. Liuyun shouted in a certain direction. Shortly after, a stumbling Chunin approached. Is it true about the Hokage's permission? The Hokage did say he could choose freely, so it should be fine. The Chunin, wary, glanced at Liuyun before relaying the truth to the patrolling Chunin. All right, I will register all these items under your name and report to the Konoha patrol. The patrolling Chunin nodded, then scrutinized Liuyun. Feel free to register. It's no issue for me to speak with the Hokage. The patrolling Chunin's hesitation began to irritate Liuyun. Had it not been for the difficulty of acquiring some combat supplies elsewhere, he would not have come to collect these items. After departing the armory, Liuyun sealed all his gear into a storage scroll and then lightly made his way to the Uchiha flower shop. For the past few days, he had spent most of his time at the flower shop with his mother. Kushina had taken a 2-day leave to stay with Liuyun, as returning from the battlefield in the land of rain would not be as easy. Son, you've come. Just then, Kushina was present. Quickly, bring out the cards. Let us continue our game of do-di-ju. Asuka eagerly set up a small table, while Kushina hastily produced a small stool and the cards. Ever since Liuyun had taught the two women to play do-di-ju, they had fallen completely in love with the game. However, recently, Asuka had lost quite a bit, handing over her money to the two youngsters. Thus, whenever she had free time, she sought revenge on them, neglecting her business duties. Mom, I need to tell you something. Liuyun began as he dealt the cards. What is it? Asuka replied absently, engrossed in her cards. I will be leaving the village tomorrow for a rather time-consuming task. I may not return for several days. Upon hearing this, Asuka immediately frowned, forgetting about her cards. What task? Chapter 114, Successfully Deceiving Mom. A mother-son do-di-ju match with a dash of strategy? As Liuyun mentioned this so-called task, Kushina paused, her face revealing a mix of sadness and displeasure. It's just a C-rank task. Konoha has asked us to act as bodyguards for a wealthy family. The task is not particularly dangerous, and it includes food and lodging. It just takes a lot of time, Liuyun stated casually, his calm demeanor drawing a look of disbelief from Kushina. This guy lies without flinching, and he shows no signs of a guilty conscience. It's impossible to find any flaws in his story. If Kushina weren't already aware of his intentions, she might have believed him at this moment. Really? You've been resting for the past 2 days. How suddenly do you have a task now? Asuka squinted at her son, a hint of suspicion in her gaze. Aunt Asuka, you're so clever. At this moment, for reasons unknown, Kushina felt a bit anxious. She could tell that Aunt Asuka was not easily fooled, and now it was a matter of how this rascal would handle it. I just went to the Hokage Tower. I just accepted the task. Konoha is in urgent need of manpower, so they certainly wouldn't let me and Kushina rest for too long. Liuyun replied without even glancing at her, for he knew that a mere glance would reveal to Asuka that he was attempting to deceive her. Liuyun focused intently on the cards, aiming to be the landlord this round, and consequently revealed 3 landlord cards. To his surprise, among them were a pair of wild cards. Did you cheat? How could a pair of wild cards appear among the landlord cards? Asuka's attention was immediately captured. Ha ha ha, it's just pure luck. Mother, you cannot slander me. I am your own son. How could I cheat you out of your money? Liuyun laughed heartily. With no wild cards. You dare to claim the landlord? Such behavior is bound to raise my suspicions, Asuka muttered. When playing cards, one must be bold. Liuyun grinned mischievously before returning to the earlier conversation. I figured that rather than engage in some dirty and exhausting D-rank labor tasks, it would be better to take on this out-of-village task and serve as a leisurely bodyguard. Spending a bit more time is worth it. Of course, it's others who take the tasks. As a genin, I have no decision-making power. Whatever they assign, I must comply. Upon hearing Liuyun's words, Asuka instinctively nodded. You have a point. Leaving the village is fine. Being a little bodyguard is certainly better than toiling in laborious tasks. Mother supports you. As someone who had experienced the exhaustion of such tasks, Kushina shared her sentiments with Asuka, even recounting to her how Liuyun had to work as a dung collector on his first day. As a mother, she empathized with her son, and considering this easier task, Asuka naturally supported him in undertaking it. Although it may take some time, it was still preferable to laboring in arduous tasks. Yes, I will set off tomorrow morning. Understood. I'll blow you up. Asuka initially nodded, but then suddenly broke into a sinister grin, tossing out 4 bomb cards. Auntie, Liuyun hasn't even played the rocket yet. How can you blow up now? Kushina exclaimed in shock. She believed Asuka had made a mistake. She had clearly seen the double king's rocket in the landlord's hand, and yet here she was, daring to play bombs. Kushina felt that this round was destined for disaster. Ha, what's so impressive about the double king's rocket? Nana, don't worry, I still have bombs in hand. Let him dare to blow up. Asuka laughed heartily, exuding an air of invincibility, causing even Liuyun to feel a moment of uncertainty. Liuyun rubbed his chin, contemplating one moment and scrutinizing Asuka's expression the next. Have you made up your mind? Why are you hesitating? Asuka scolded sternly, yet her eyes dared not meet Liuyun's gaze. Let me think. Mom, don't rush me. Liuyun observed the cards played on the table, mentally calculating the remaining cards outside. I have so many cards in hand, can't I just take flight? Hurry and make a decision. Asuka urged again as she laid her 8 cards on the table. All right then. As soon as Liuyun uttered this, a glimmer of joy appeared on Asuka's face. Just as she was about to discard her 8 airplane cards, Liuyun preemptively threw out 2 trump cards. Rocket, counter explosion. Why you? Asuka was completely taken aback that her son dared to counter her so swiftly. Wasn't he afraid there were still bombs outside? What's wrong? I want to play too. Liuyun chuckled, then began to play a small pair. The airplanes in Asuka's hand became utterly useless, and she could only watch helplessly as Liuyun and Kushina battled it out. If Liuyun hadn't used the ghost card to counter her, she and Kushina would have won directly this round. Auntie, quickly use the bomb against him. He only has 2 cards left. Kushina urged anxiously. Asuka, on the verge of tears, revealed her 8 airplane cards, clearly surrendering. She had merely intended to intimidate her son, hoping for a sneaky victory. Where were the bombs? Ha. You never rush me when we play cards, but suddenly you're impatient. I knew Mom was trying to pull a fast one. I caught you. Liuyun laughed so hard he nearly lost his breath. You brat, I'm done playing. With all these tricks, how can we compete with you? Asuka was momentarily blinded by anger. Ha. If you're not playing, you still owe me money. And you were just trying to trick me too. Pretending you had bombs to scare me, then deliberately rushing me to interfere with my play. Wasn't that also a scheme to win by taking shortcuts? It's only because I have a good mindset and boldness that I wasn't fooled by you and thwarted your sneaky plan. Your crafty mind is no less than mine, right? Liuyun spoke bluntly, and faced with this undeniable truth, Asuka's face flushed crimson, rendered speechless. Fine, you little rascal. Let us continue. You want to play mind games, huh? I'll play along. I refuse to believe I can't win against you. Asuka, exasperated, tossed several large bills onto the table, determined to press on. Witnessing this scene, Kushina wanted to raise her hand and declare she was done playing. Among the 3, she was the most innocent, and playing do di jus with 2 schemers made her feel like she might end up losing her pants. Even though her luck in cards had been quite good, having drawn several decent hands, she had only managed to win a little thus far. Liuyun had consistently drawn poor cards, yet his superior skills allowed him to win by stealth. Chapter 115, Pre-Battle Farewell, The Gallant Boy. Early the next morning, Asuka rose early to prepare breakfast for her son and bid him farewell at the doorstep. Take care of yourself outside. Remember to eat on time, and don't forget. Before he left, Asuka embraced him, softly reminding him of various matters. Her son was leaving home for an extended period, although she knew the mission was safe. She couldn't help but feel worried and reluctant. I understand, Mom. You take care of yourself too. If you encounter any trouble while I'm away that you can't resolve, just write to me. Just follow the method I taught you last night. and put the letter in Xiaobai's mouth. Liuyun also reminded her of several things. Ultimately, at the doorway, they exchanged a reluctant farewell. As Liuyun passed the intersection, he turned back, smiled, and waved at his mother, who had been watching him intently. Upon witnessing this scene, Asuka couldn't help but shed tears, yet she still smiled and waved back at him. After crossing 2 streets, Liuyun retrieved the gear he had prepared earlier from his storage scroll. He took off his casual jacket and donned a beige armor. This time, he was not alone in heading to the battlefield in the Land of Rain. A small reinforcement team of ninjas accompanied him, totaling 48 people. The Hokage would come to see them off shortly, and having gathered so much equipment yesterday, he certainly couldn't appear unprepared. He tied his long hair back with a headband, secured the short dagger to his thigh, attached 2 ninja tool pouches to his waist, and finally strapped the black chakra sword to his back. Once fully armed, he executed a body flicker technique and vanished from the spot. At the entrance of Konoha, even though it was only around 7 a.m., a considerable number of ninjas had already gathered. Liuyun arrived a bit late, yet his sudden appearance stunned many. Is that the body flicker technique? This kid is no ordinary ninja. Is this guy a genin? His gear is too cool. Many ninjas couldn't help but think this. Judging by his outfit, even Jounin would likely be outdone by his gear. Merely looking at his attire made others hesitant to underestimate him. Liuyun, Kushina excitedly called out to him. She had been waiting at the Konoha village gate for a long time, ready to see him off. Upon seeing Liuyun arrive, her eyes turned red with emotion. Liuyun smiled at her, but due to the presence of the 3rd Hokage, he followed protocol and approached Sarutobi Hiruzen first. 3rd Hokage. Oh, you're here. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with a smile, stepping forward to adjust Liuyun's armor personally as a gesture of favor. The armor fits well. You look quite spirited. Sarutobi Hiruzen was genuinely pleased with Liuyun's demeanor. Just a glance at his gear confirmed its worth. Do listen to Orochimaru's commands once you get there. Be cautious and avoid acting recklessly. We await your triumphant return. Sarutobi Hiruzen patted his shoulder firmly. The encouragement Liuyun received was notably more than that given to others. Yes, among the ninjas departing, merely possessing a great sword was already considered impressive. Most carried only kunai, and those eligible to wear armor were fewer than a handful, all of whom were elite jounin. Liuyun clearly enjoyed the Hokage's favor, receiving both equipment and honor, which made many others envious. After all, he was merely a lowly genin. Sarutobi Hiruzen believed that the one favored by his beloved student Orochimaru would not be inferior, but others did not share this perspective. Go bid farewell to Kushina. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and waved his hand. All right. Liuyun nodded, then turned and ran to Kushina. Kushina stepped forward, embracing him tightly, her eyes brimming with tears that revealed her reluctance. Promise me, you must protect yourself and absolutely come back safe and sound. Kushina wept, her voice choked with emotion. Liuyun gently stroked her back and nodded earnestly. I promise you. Upon receiving Liuyun's resolute assurance, Kushina's tears were instantly replaced by a radiant smile. In the next moment, she gently pushed him away from their embrace, only to wrap her arms around his neck and press her lips directly against his. Liuyun's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never anticipated Kushina's boldness and decisiveness. Before he could even savor the sweetness of her kiss, their first encounter was abruptly concluded. After the kiss, Kushina buried her head in Liuyun's embrace. Her cheeks flushed crimson like a ripe tomato, too bashful to face anyone. This audacious act of kissing Liuyun had been rehearsed in her mind for quite some time, and the execution had gone smoothly, leaving her utterly satisfied. Nana, may I have another kiss? I wasn't prepared just now, Liuyun hastily requested. Wait for me to return, and then I'll give you another one, Kushina replied. Her face a portrait of shyness, her voice trembling. But you kissed so quickly. Liuyun expressed his disappointment, lamenting that he had only tasted her warmth without truly experiencing it. Noticing Liuyun's dejection, Kushina bit her lip, determined to offer him a bit more sweetness. Close your eyes, she instructed, lowering her head. Upon hearing this, Liuyun promptly complied. In the next instant, Kushina planted a kiss on each of his cheeks before rising on her toes to place a gentle kiss on his forehead. Just as she kissed his forehead, Liuyun suddenly opened his eyes and seized the opportunity to capture her lips in return. Kushina was taken aback by this unexpected advance, her hands instinctively attempting to push him away, but to no avail. Gradually, she surrendered to the kiss, allowing Liuyun to take the lead, and to her surprise, she found joy in the experience, truly savoring the bliss of kissing. Liuyun was gentle, never overstepping the bounds of a gentleman, clearly aware of his limits. They both relished the sweetness of their shared moment, feeling the delightful moisture of their lips. Their innocent display of affection went largely unnoticed amidst the bustling crowd, as many were preoccupied with bidding farewell to one another. How do I look in this battle attire? Dashing, isn't it? Liuyun asked with a smile. Kushina, her expression earnest, nodded emphatically. You look handsome. Super handsome. Absolutely unparalleled. From the moment she laid eyes on Liuyun, she had been utterly captivated. The youthful boy, with his long black ponytail and sleek black attire paired with beige armor, exuded an air of calm confidence and striking features that made him appear extraordinarily gallant. Liuyun's figure had been indelibly etched into Kushina's memory, a vision she would never forget, even in her twilight years. As the clock struck 8 in the morning, the crowd of farewells naturally parted, and Liuyun stepped into the ranks of the combat unit, waving goodbye to Kushina one last time. Overcome with emotion, Kushina was in tears, wanting to follow him, but was halted by the third Hokage. With a heavy heart, she called out, "You must come back alive." "Absolutely." Liuyun replied with a voice full of strength, instilling reassurance in her. Observing this exchange, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. This bond, unbreakable and profound, was essential for the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and even for a prodigious youth like Liuyun. Such ties ensured their unwavering loyalty to Konoha. Depart. With the command of a leading jonin, the small battalion surged forth toward the battlefield in the Land of Rain. A day later, 48 Konoha ninjas entered the borders of the Land of Rain in an orderly manner and swiftly merged with the stationed forces at the battlefield. Liuyun located the tent where Orochimaru was stationed and encountered him directly. "Haha, Liuyun-kun, you've finally arrived," Orochimaru exclaimed with evident delight, even rising to greet him. "Orochimaru-sensei, it's been over half a year, yet you seem to have lost weight," Liuyun remarked with a smile. Orochimaru appeared noticeably thinner and his complexion pale, giving off a somewhat frail impression. This was a stark contrast to their last meeting. After fighting for over 6 months and enduring the relentless rain, it's only natural to lose a bit of weight, Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely. It was true that he preferred humid environments, yet he longed for the warmth of sunlight, as this dreary land was particularly cold. Indeed, who would want to remain in this perpetually rainy country for long? Liuyun mused, gazing at the drizzle. Orochimaru nodded in agreement before switching the topic to Liuyun's ninjutsu studies. "How has your research on the Chidori technique progressed? Have you succeeded?" The subject of ninjutsu was his greatest passion, and he became animated at the mere mention of it. Instead of answering immediately, Liuyun smiled mysteriously and extended his hand toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru, momentarily taken aback, soon understood Liuyun's intention. "Feel free to unleash the ability you've mastered. Just aim it at me without holding back," he said with a wicked grin, eagerly extending his own hand. However, before their hands could fully connect, a brilliant blue electric light erupted from Liuyun's body. Chidori. The lightning surged forth with astonishing speed, striking Orochimaru squarely in the chest before he could react, sending him flying out of the tent. "Apologies, Orochimaru-sensei. I was merely warning you to be cautious. That was an instinctive motion." Liuyun smirked as he helped Orochimaru to his feet, channeling healing ninjutsu to mend the charred wound on his chest. "You've even learned medical ninjutsu?" Orochimaru exclaimed in surprise, not blaming Liuyun for the injury, but rather marveling at his array of abilities. Having multiple skills is always beneficial. Each ability opens up new avenues, Liuyun replied casually. "I love to hear that." Orochimaru chuckled. "But on another note, your ninjutsu is indeed impressive. While its power may be slightly lacking, its rapid execution and defensive capabilities make it exceptional." Orochimaru assessed, his discerning eye catching the nuances of the Chidori technique. "This technique should be derived from the lightning release. Chidori, right? The lightning seemed to emanate from your palm first." Liuyun felt a tinge of embarrassment, but then resignedly nodded. Nothing could escape the keen perception of his teacher, Orochimaru. "This technique indeed derived from the Chidori, and I have named it Chidori Flow." As Liuyun spoke, he withdrew his hand from Orochimaru's chest, swiftly healing a minor wound. "Excellent, excellent. You truly possess a remarkable talent for ninjutsu." Orochimaru smiled with satisfaction. In truth, he had always believed that Liuyun's aptitude for ninjutsu far surpassed that of Narasaku by 100-fold. If the day ever came when he needed to select a successor, Liuyun would undoubtedly be his first choice. He sensed a kindred spirit in Liuyun, reminiscent of his own childhood fascination with experimenting and innovating new ninjutsu. Alas, his abilities at that time were nowhere near comparable to Liuyun's current prowess. "It's all thanks to Master Orochimaru's teachings. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to develop the Chidori," Liuyun said with a smile, flattering his mentor. "Haha. There's no need for such modesty. Your success is rooted in your own capabilities. My guidance merely expedited your achievement. Nothing more, Orochimaru replied candidly. What brings such merriment? At that moment, Jiraiya approached. Oh, what are you doing here, kid? Did you graduate early from the academy? Upon spotting Liuyun, Jiraiya expressed his surprise, especially given the boy's military attire and forehead protector, which clearly indicated his intention to join the fray. Yes, Lord Jiraiya, Liuyun greeted cheerfully. Could it be that your teacher, Orochimaru, sent you here? Jiraiya instinctively frowned. In his eyes, Liuyun was still a child, and having witnessed Narasaka's fate, he no longer believed that the battlefield was an appropriate crucible for youth. After all, even the most gifted child faced a daunting risk of perishing once thrust into combat. And despite Orochimaru's intentions to protect Narasaku, he could not shield him from the traps hidden beneath the ground. No, I came here on my own accord. It has little to do with Master Orochimaru. Chapter 117. Initial breakthrough against the venom of the pepper fish, Orochimaru's high-risk mission invitation. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback by Liuyun's candidness. You came on your own. Do you even realize how perilous the battlefield is? A single misstep could cost you your life, especially for a freshly graduated genin. Silence, you oaf. This is my disciple. There's no need for your unsolicited advice. Orochimaru interjected impatiently before Jiraiya could finish his sentence. Orochimaru, you scoundrel. Jiraiya shot him a sidelong glance, but chose not to dwell on the matter. Tsunade has made preliminary progress on the antidote. Let us go take a look, Jiraiya called out. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's expression brightened, and he beckoned Liuyun to follow. Soon, the three of them arrived at a rather chaotic small experimental tent. What are you doing here, you little rascal? Tsunade exclaimed, her surprise mirroring Jiraiya's as she approached Liuyun to scrutinize him closely. You graduated early? Yes, Sister Tsunade, Liuyun nodded, explaining how he had been forcibly graduated by the Hokage to serve as labor. It seems the village is beginning to show signs of a manpower shortage, Jiraiya sighed. In reality, the so-called shortage merely indicated a deficit of lower-ranked ninjas. Konoha accepted all missions, and as long as the payment was sufficient, even the most arduous tasks would find willing participants. The warfare was driven by finances, and it was the low-tier ninjas who bore the brunt of the casualties. Originally, many genin would undertake the lower-tier missions, but with many having perished and others deployed to the battlefield, this led to the current manpower dilemma. At this moment, Konoha still had the upper hand. There had been no talk of sending children to the battlefield during the Second Shinobi World War. Goodness, this gear of yours must have been specially authorized by the old man, Tsunade remarked, circling Liuyun with curiosity. Liuyun was now clad in the same soft armor as the legendary three ninjas, a rarity even among jonin, typically reserved for captains of the Umbu. For Liuyun to possess such gear indicated the third Hokage's regard for him. Noticing Tsunade drawing out his chakra blade, Liuyun quickly emphasized, the blade is my own. What are you anxious about? I'm just taking a look. I want to take it from you. By the heavens. This is a renowned blade from the land of iron. I assent it? Tsunade exclaimed, astonished as she examined a unique symbol on the hilt. Hee, Tsunade, you have a keen eye. It's crafted entirely from a precious metal capable of transmitting chakra, Orochimaru rasped with a chuckle. In the original narrative, Asuma Sarutobi's two flying daggers were made from this material. The long blade Liuyun possessed, solely in terms of material, could likely be used to forge 4 or 5 of those flying daggers. Such precious metal. Orochimaru, did you gift this blade to him? Tsunade scrutinized Orochimaru, thinking, this rascal actually bestowed such a fine item upon this kid. Narasaku never received such treatment. This blade is the child's personal property. He has completed 2 high-level missions with me, and he spent his earnings on this weapon. Orochimaru stated plainly, 1 A-rank mission, 1 S-rank mission. Along with substantial rewards from those tasks, Liuyun's willingness to invest such finances for a chakra blade underscored his determination and audacity. I see, very cool little rascal, Tsunade praised, after she sheathed the chakra blade back into its black scabbard and then affectionately draped an arm around his shoulders. At this moment, Liuyun indeed appeared quite impressive, exuding a unique aura that set him apart from his peers. Devoid of the typical childishness and naivety, he resembled a miniature adult. His appearance was strikingly handsome, leaving even Tsunade momentarily taken aback as she playfully leaned against him. Liuyun chuckled awkwardly but did not push her away. Tsunade's affectionate gesture was merely an acknowledgement of a sisterly bond. I heard you've made preliminary progress on the antidote, Orochimaru inquired. Yes. While it cannot completely neutralize the venom of the pepper fish yet, this antidote ensures that Hanzo's poison is no longer lethal, provided it's administered in a timely manner. Tsunade replied, producing a vial of green liquid. This concoction was the result of her extensive efforts and time. It could be said that she had been the most industrious among them over the past 6 months, balancing the demands of warfare with healing and combating various toxins to develop antidotes. Her contributions were undeniably significant. Her reputation as a medical miracle worker predated even that of the legendary 3 ninjas. Orochimaru examined the vial meticulously for a long while. Excellent. Let us leave the rest to Konoha. They can handle mass production. I have encrypted the formula and sent it to Konoha. The old man should have received it by now. However, some of the required materials are quite rare, making mass production in the short term challenging, Tsunade lamented. No worries. The day the antidote achieves mass production will be our day of victory. Jiraiya laughed heartily. You fool, we're far from victory. Overcoming the venom does not equate to conquering the land of rain. The war is far from over, Orochimaru scolded, his tone serious. Indeed, it's still early. Let us fight for another 6 months, Liuyun whispered to himself. This was merely the time required for Konoha to conclude its campaign in the land of rain. Soon, they would also have to engage with the land of wind. The Second Shinobi World War would not conclude in a brief span. Liuyun-kun, would you join me on a mission tonight? Suddenly, Orochimaru extended an invitation, eager to see how much Liuyun had grown in the time they had been apart. Are you planning to act alone again? Orochimaru, this time you even want to take him with you. Jiraiya scoffed. Orochimaru would occasionally leave Jiraiya and Tsunade to carry out missions alone. After all, with his exceptional ability to preserve his own life, even if he were to unfortunate enough to encounter Hanzo of the Salamander, he could effortlessly escape. All right. Liuyun nodded gently, his expression devoid of any panic or fear. Truly, a young calf fears not the tiger. Jiraiya couldn't help but mutter. Orochimaru, are you certain you wish to take him on this mission? Both Jiraiya and Tsunade believed that Orochimaru's tasks were inherently perilous, and bringing Liuyun along seemed reckless. Heed my words, do not underestimate this child, Orochimaru remarked, licking his lips in admiration for Liuyun. Listening to the conversation among the 3 legendary ninjas, Liuyun rarely interjected, primarily because he felt no need to prove himself and thus refrained from engaging in debate. Chapter 118, The Assassination Operation. At the current battlefield between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain, the Rain Village held a distinct advantage. The Rain Shinobi dared to venture beyond the confines of Hidden Rain Village, even projecting their military strength across a considerable portion of the Land of Rain, which substantiated their superiority. Naturally, waging war on home soil meant that even a victory would come at a cost, and the longer the conflict dragged on, the greater the price would be. In the deep of night, as the previously gentle drizzle intensified, 2 figures, one large and one small, stealthily approached the rear of a small enemy stronghold under the cover of the rain. According to intelligence, a high-ranking official from the Rain Village had arrived at this outpost, likely possessing the latest information from the Rain Shinobi. You will utilize your shadow clone technique to feign an attack and draw their fire while I exploit the chaos to infiltrate and eliminate that individual. Orochimaru outlined their respective tasks. Are you aware of the troop distribution within this outpost? Liuyun asked, his demeanor serious. Typically, a small outpost comprises around 2 to 3 upper ninjas, 48 middle ninjas, and no more than 12 lower ninjas. This outpost should be similar, Orochimaru replied. What? Do you intend to engage directly? He chuckled. Upon hearing Orochimaru mention such numbers, Liuyun instantly shook his head, although he was keen to test his abilities. He had no intention of courting death. Considering the new high-ranking official from the Rain Village, this outpost likely harbors 3 upper ninjas. You should first deploy your shadow clones for a feigned attack. Once I engage, you can then strike. Orochimaru suggested a more prudent approach. Understood. Liuyun nodded, in agreement with the plan. One last thing. Our operation must conclude within 10 to 15 minutes. There are enemy strongholds nearby, and to avoid being flanked by reinforcements, we must retreat within 5 minutes, regardless of whether I succeed in killing that individual. Do not become ensnared in a protracted battle. Orochimaru issued a stern warning. I understand. Liuyun nodded, subsequently commencing the hand seals. Shadow clone jutsu. Boom, boom, boom. He swiftly produced 4 shadow clones, each utilizing transformation jutsu, and the 4 distinct clones received weapons and explosive tags from Liuyun's main body. Excellent. Let us commence. Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction before vanishing from sight. Liuyun took a deep breath, nodded to his 4 clones, and began their respective actions. 2 clones formed a pair, while Liuyun's main body formed another, preparing to feign an attack on the stronghold from 2 directions using kunai with explosive tags, while waiting for Orochimaru to initiate the assault before striking from another angle. Boom. With the explosion of an explosive tag shattering the tranquility of the rainy night, the assassination operation officially commenced. Enemy attack. The small outpost was thrown into disarray, with numerous ranged shinobi scrambling to ascertain the source of the assault. However, before they could ascertain the enemy's numbers, a kunai, bound with an explosive tag, landed precisely at their feet. The explosions rang out incessantly, and the clones tossing bombs were relentless, quickly contemplating retreat as their primary goal was to draw fire and generate animosity. Just as the ranged shinobi were engulfed in chaos, a small snake darted swiftly into the stronghold. Did it get in? A pair of crimson, three-tomo Sharingan eyes silently observed the small serpent as it successfully infiltrated the stronghold. As the explosions continued, one group of clones, having exhausted their explosive tags, attempted to retreat, while another group rapidly resumed their bombardment. Damn it! Remain calm. Send out a signal for reinforcements, and prepare for combat. An elite upper ninja commanded in a low voice. He was the aforementioned high-ranking official of the ranged shinobi. This time, Orochimaru not only aimed to kill him, but also intended to procure his corpse or head to deliver to the Yamanaka clan's ninjas for intelligence on the enemy nation. Just as a portion of the personnel departed the stronghold, lured away by the clones, an inconspicuous little snake suddenly opened its gaping maw, and Orochimaru emerged from within. "Who are you?" the elite upper ninja cried out. Orochimaru had no intention of responding. The two immediately engaged in an intense battle. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Orochimaru formed hand seals, unleashing a terrifying fire dragon from his mouth, illuminating the night with its searing flames. This was a signal, a cue for Liuyun to launch his attack. Water release, water dragon bullet. The ranged shinobi upper ninja retaliated with a water release technique. Soon, a thick, scalding mist enveloped the entire stronghold. Liuyun drew his cold, gleaming long blade and began to stride toward the stronghold. As he approached, several ranged shinobi soon spotted him. However, in the next instant, they witnessed his figure flicker and vanish, moving with such swiftness that they could barely perceive him. Enemy. The ranged shinobi middle ninja had yet to utter a sound when he found his vision soaring high before he fell into eternal darkness. A sharp chakra blade severed his neck with precision. After dispatching one foe, Liuyun showed no sign of hesitation, charging into the stronghold and cutting down anyone in his path with clean, ruthless efficiency. His azure-long blade became an instrument of death, striking down all who stood before him. Occasionally, some shinobi raised their swords or kunai in a futile attempt to resist. But ordinary weapons crumbled before the might of the lightning chakra blade, shattering upon contact in mere moments, displaying an astonishing ferocity. Meanwhile, on Orochimaru's side, he clashed with two upper ninjas, engaging in a heated standoff, while Liuyun continued to decimate lower-ranked ranged shinobi, painting the scene in a gruesome spectacle of blood. Soon, Liuyun was spotted by a returning upper ninja of the ranged shinobi. Damn it! This upper ninja had just dealt with one of Liuyun's clones outside, and, upon hearing the sounds of battle within the stronghold, rushed back in a flurry. Sensing the formidable enemy approaching, Liuyun remained unfazed. He plunged his chakra blade into the ground and swiftly formed hand seals, lightning release, body flicker technique. Liuyun slammed his hands onto the sodden ground, unleashing a vast electric net that expanded rapidly toward the enemy. The ranged shinobi upper ninja evaded with a body flicker, but those behind him were not so fortunate. The electric currents seized them, causing their bodies to convulse, with some lower ninjas even spitting blood. Liuyun did not expect this lightning technique to kill anyone. He merely needed to incapacitate the enemies, slowing their movements, which sufficed for his purposes. With a single motion, he grasped the chakra-long blade and charged into the throng, moving with lightning speed as he dispatched ranged shinobi left and right. In the eyes of some ranged shinobi, the youth wielding the scythe of death appeared utterly consumed by bloodlust, his eyes glinting with an eerie crimson glow. Chapter 119. The battle concludes, Orochimaru's promise. At this moment, Liuyun indeed possessed the power of the three-tomo Sharingan. As the torrential rain fell and the night deepened, coupled with the inadequacy of illumination, he required the perceptive capabilities of the Sharingan to strike down his foes with utmost precision and swiftness. On the battlefield, any thoughts of concealing one's abilities could lead to an untimely demise. Liuyun was evidently not so foolish, with the downpour obscuring visibility. Discerning his three-tomo Sharingan was no simple feat, even if one were to catch a glimpse of it. What difference would it make? The uncertainty of surviving an encounter with him loomed large. In truth, his prowess had yet to reach the level where he could slay indiscriminately with his eyes closed. He He was entirely relying on the advantage of his lightning weapon and the element of surprise to catch a low-ranked rain ninja off guard. This was no mere skirmish in the village. He was engaged in a life-and-death struggle. To possess the formidable abilities of the Sharingan, yet fail to utilize them, would render him no different from a fool. A single misstep could lead to his own demise. Water Release, Water Dragon Ball. The Rain Ninja Jonin swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a colossal water dragon that roared as it charged fiercely toward Liuyun. In such inclement weather, water-based jutsu was the most chakra-efficient, rapid, and potent form of attack. Much of Liuyun's attention was diverted to the Jonin. As soon as his Sharingan caught sight of the hand seals being formed, he instinctively halted. The Water Dragon Ball technique required numerous seals, and as the water dragon lunged toward him, he successfully activated the body flicker technique. Lightning Release, Thunderbolt. A flash of lightning rapidly coalesced above the Rain Ninja Jonin, and in the blink of an eye, a bolt of thunder struck down with astonishing speed. Unfortunately, the Jonin was transformed into a mere scarecrow, a hallmark of the Rain Ninja's signature substitution technique. Water Release, Water Barrier. A Rain Ninja, Chunin, hastily formed seals to unleash his jutsu, sending a terrifying column of water crashing directly toward Liuyun. In a moment of peril, he deftly employed a substitution log to evade disaster, seizing the opportunity to meld into the shadows. Alas, my repertoire of jutsu remains woefully inadequate. Fire techniques are rendered futile in this downpour, and only lightning can prove effective. Liuyun mused inwardly. A rumble reverberated through the air as the entire stronghold began to tremble violently. A massive ochre serpent opened its gaping maw and lunged toward the remaining Rain Ninjas. Orochimaru was evidently beginning to unleash his power. The two Jonin, even when joined, could not withstand him for long. At this juncture, he had already dispatched the target Jonin and intended to utilize the summoned Great Serpent to swiftly eliminate the remaining foot soldiers. The agreed-upon 5-minute window was drawing to a close. If they did not expedite their assault, the two would have no further opportunities. Ideally, Orochimaru aimed to eradicate this small stronghold before reinforcements arrived. Water Release, Great Waterfall Technique. Accompanied by the Jonin's advanced water jutsu, a terrifying deluge surged forth, crashing against the colossal serpent before him. Even the serpent, as thick as a water barrel, appeared helpless before the A-rank jutsu. The entire stronghold was leveled by this man-made flood. This was a water jutsu that capitalized on both the time and terrain, its power truly terrifying. For the moment, both Orochimaru and Liuyun could only retreat from its ferocity, unwilling to confront it head-on. After the flood subsided, the remaining Rain Ninja Jonin gasped for breath. While the power of this water jutsu was immense, the instantaneous consumption of chakra was equally significant. Just as he stood atop the water's surface, panting, a multitude of venomous snakes suddenly erupted from the murky waters beneath him, startling the Jonin into a hasty leap. Yet, before he could land, the piercing cries of birds rang out ominously behind him. Chidori. The lightning release jutsu activated, as Liuyun's body surged forth with terrifying speed, propelled by the electric current. In an instant, he was upon the Rain Ninja Jonin's back. With a hand enveloped in crackling lightning, he delivered a crushing blow to the Jonin's heart. Observing this scene from a distance, Orochimaru displayed a satisfied smile. At that moment, Liuyun did not activate his Sharingan in his normal state. His eyesight far surpassed that of Kakashi. Even without activating his eyes, he was not susceptible to being blinded by the lightning. The Uchiha clan's eyes were not as frail as those of an ordinary person. Moreover, prior to his impending strike, he had already utilized the Sharingan to lock onto the enemy's landing point, requiring only to dash forward in the designated direction. Success was virtually assured. With the demise of the last Rain Ninja Jonin, this small stronghold was effectively obliterated by their combined efforts. Despite appearing to have fought for an extended period, it had only been slightly over 5 minutes since the explosion of the tag. Retreat. At this moment, there was no time for communication. Orochimaru uttered a single word, and their figures suddenly vanished from the spot. After running 10 miles, they finally slowed their pace, trudging forward shoulder to shoulder beneath the rain. Your strength has truly exceeded my expectations, Liuyun. It is hard to fathom that you are merely a freshly graduated genin from the Ninja Academy. Orochimaru glanced at the steady-footed youth beside him. Despite having just emerged from a fierce battle, Liuyun appeared remarkably composed, his breath steady and chakra evidently still abundant. Thank you for your kind words, Orochimaru-sensei. I still have many areas in which I must improve, Liuyun replied humbly. The battlefield of the Land of Rain has restricted the utilization of fire techniques. I wish to learn more jutsu. He proactively made this request. recalling Orochimaru's earlier suggestion that he could seek him out to learn techniques. Haha, very well. You should have already mastered the chakra transformations of fire and lightning, correct? Perhaps you could attempt to gather water chakra as well. In the humid environment of the Land of Rain, it should be easier to successfully convert chakra properties. Chakra attributes can be developed through diligent practice. Every Jonin possesses at least 2 distinct chakra types. Orochimaru believed it would be beneficial for Liuyun to try his hand at water techniques. After all, in the Land of Rain, various water jutsu were the primary means by which ninjas engaged their opponents. Simple water manipulation consumed less chakra, yet the techniques remained overwhelmingly powerful, offering great returns, truly worth Liuyun's efforts to master. Of course, aside from water techniques, lightning techniques are equally formidable here. Once we return, I shall provide you with 2 advanced lightning jutsu for you to learn before you begin cultivating water chakra. Orochimaru generously promised. Thank you, Orochimaru-sensei. Liuyun's face lit up with joy. A significant part of his motivation for venturing here was to acquire more skills from Orochimaru. Chapter 120. Intent on Rebirth. Unwilling to carry rice. Upon returning to the main base in Konoha, the sky had brightened completely. Their arrival attracted the attention of numerous early rising ninjas. Orochimaru-sama. Many ninjas bowed in reverence upon seeing Orochimaru, their eyes reflecting unmistakable admiration. However, Orochimaru did not linger as he passed by. He merely nodded slightly, not sparing them a second glance. You 2 rascals. Tsunade spotted the 2 as they emerged from the tent. Orochimaru was noticeably dirty, clearly having been through a fierce battle. Otherwise, given his fastidious nature, he would not have allowed himself to become so disheveled. Liuyun was even more striking, his beige armor stained crimson with blood, a testament to the bloody slaughter he had participated in, so much so that even the torrential rain of the previous night had failed to wash away the gruesome remnants. The front of the soft armor was stained with blood, while the back remained remarkably clean. This scene evoked a flurry of thoughts, and several onlookers regarded him with a hint of reverence. Orochimaru utilized the summoning technique to conjure a large serpent, which opened its gaping maw to expel a corpse before dissipating into smoke and returning to the dragon cave. This is a low-ranking shinobi from the Rain Village. Arranged for someone from the mountain clan to extract information, Orochimaru casually instructed a Jonin. Yes, I will take care of it immediately, the Jonin replied, bowing before swiftly removing the lifeless body. Are you injured? Tsunade inquired as she approached Liuyun, grasping his shoulders to scrutinize his condition. Aside from a conspicuous kunai scratch on his stab-resistant armor, there were no other visible injuries. I'm fine, Liuyun responded, flashing a sunlit smile, already feeling Tsunade's concern. However, just as he contemplated this, Tsunade delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head, causing him to stumble. You cannot recklessly follow Orochimaru like this. It will lead to trouble. She glared at him, and Orochimaru, Liuyun, momentarily dazed from the slap, was struck by the sheer force of the violent big milk cow, leaving him a bit lightheaded. This child possesses medical ninjutsu. There's no need for your worry, Orochimaru remarked, giving her a sidelong glance. All right, I won't meddle with you 2 anymore. Tsunade huffed, turning on her heel to leave. At that moment, Liuyun finally regained his senses, though his mind was filled with questions. Go change into dry clothes and rest. There's no need for you to participate in the other tasks today, Orochimaru advised, patting his shoulder with a smile. Okay, Liuyun nodded. He diligently scrubbed his armor, vigorously wrung it out, and hung it up to dry. After changing into clean clothes, he shared a meal with Orochimaru, warmed himself by the charcoal fire for a while, and then sought a somewhat dry spot to prepare for sleep. Lying on the moisture-resistant cloth, however, sleep eluded him, as his mind was rife with thoughts, somewhat chaotic. Dominating his thoughts was the image of a figure with red hair. Yet it was not his beloved tomato, Kushina Uzumaki, but rather another orphan of the Uzumaki clan, Nagato Uzumaki. At this moment, Nagato was likely still an ordinary child, while Uchiha Madara and Kagaya's will may still be by his side. Estimating the timeline, Madara must have already transplanted the Rinnegan into Nagato. Yet, the trio of Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan, while still mere mortals, had encountered the powerful and dangerous legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. Madara and Kagaya's will were seemingly not present at that time. How could they have been so assured? Did they know that the legendary 3 ninjas would not harm Nagato? Yet why were they so certain that the 3 ninjas would not covet the Rinnegan? This puzzled Liuyun tremendously. Later, the trio spent 3 years learning ninjutsu under Jiraiya. Throughout this time, it appeared that Jiraiya had not detected Madara or Kagaya's will. It was also plausible that the 3 ninjas were too weak to sense Kagaya's will. Considering that Kagaya could evade even the Sage of 6 Paths perception, escaping seals, and inciting conflict between the two sons of the Sage of Six Paths, leading generations of animosity. Kagaya's combat prowess was ambiguous in the original narrative, yet with a single strike, he had subdued the Rinnegan-wielding Madara, leaving Liuyun feeling utterly inadequate in comparison. Even if the current legendary three ninjas combined their strength, capturing that dark entity would likely be beyond their capabilities. Kagaya seemed difficult to eliminate, as evidenced by his survival even after being cleaved in two by the sword of the seven ninja swordsmen. Such beings could either be forcibly eradicated through the use of yin-yang release or sealed, with no other alternatives available. At this moment, although Liuyun harbored deep apprehension towards that malevolent entity, he could not help but covet Madara's Rinnegan. After all, if he could quietly seize the Rinnegan, Madara's grand designs would be thwarted, and Kagaya's maternal rescue plan would crumble. The power contained within those eyes was formidable, and Liuyun envisioned numerous possibilities to wield the Rinnegan's might, even if he might struggle to control both eyes. Awakening a single Rinnegan would likely suffice, given the current power dynamics in the shinobi world. Now that they had arrived in the land of rain, he murmured to himself, "No matter what, I must locate Nagato first." If given the opportunity to approach him, he would not hesitate to extract Nagato's eyes. Of course, Liuyun would not risk his own body to undertake such a venture. If he were to target an ordinary child, he had 100 methods at his disposal. It all depended on finding the right moment and whether anyone was there to guard him. Should Nagato, as depicted in the original narrative, have the chance to interact with outsiders as a regular person, he would certainly not shy away from attempting to seize the eyes. Compassion and leniency were not traits that could lead to great achievements. This world was a merciless realm that devoured the weak. Liuyun, being stronger than Nagato, naturally harbored thoughts of eliminating him. In situations like this, failing to act could render him incapable of overcoming Nagato in the future. The adage to fall behind is to be beaten resonated profoundly with Liuyun, letting him remain idle while watching Nagato develop in seclusion, only to later confront him or have him burden his mother with heavy loads, was simply unacceptable. If he were to carry those burdens, he could likely manage a few floors worth, but having his mother, Asuka, shoulder such weights? Liuyun would certainly not let that happen. First, he would disperse his shadow clones to seek out individuals before proceeding. Chapter 121, The Battlefield's Peril, The False Demigod. A day later, Konoha, having acquired valuable military intelligence from a low-ranking range shinobi's mind, assembled the majority of its forces and initiated a large-scale military operation. The legendary three ninjas were all deployed, and Liuyun, unsurprisingly, followed closely behind them. As for the specifics of this military operation, he, as a mere chunin, was not privy to such information. Orochimaru had not divulged it, and he had no inclination to inquire further. However, since this military operation was conducted during the day, it appeared to be a direct confrontation. In any case, he would follow Orochimaru's orders, whether it was to engage in battle or to receive guidance on how to fight. Once the battle begins, stay with everyone and be cautious. The battlefield is perilous, and you must avoid recklessness. Your life is the priority, Orochimaru warned him gravely in private. I understand. Liuyun nodded, displaying no hint of panic. His calm demeanor attracted the attention of many shinobi in the rear, who began to murmur among themselves. He is so young. He must have just graduated from the ninja academy, right? That's Lord Orochimaru's disciple. Don't be deceived by his youth. It said his strength rivals that of a jonin. No wonder he has such complete equipment, a longsword, armor, and even more ninja tools than others. What is that child's name? I heard he's from the Uchiha clan. What? He's from the Uchiha clan? He doesn't look like it. I'm not entirely sure. I think his name has cloud in it. I forgot what it was. I clearly heard Lady Tsunade call him that before. Liuyun. Liuyun turned to the crowd, smiling as he introduced himself. His powerful mental acuity and keen senses allowed him to overhear their discussions clearly. Ahaha. Yes, brother Liuyun. Many of them chuckled and nodded in acknowledgement. The battle is about to commence. Everyone, quiet down. An elite jonin commanded in a low voice. Laughter and noise instantly ceased as each individual gripped their weapons tightly, awaiting orders. Minutes later, the legendary three ninjas suddenly dashed forth without warning, launching a fierce frontal assault on a designated enemy position. Summoning technique. Toads, slugs, and colossal serpents. The three great summoned beasts emerged in unison as the Hidden Leaf Village, spearheaded by the legendary three ninjas, formally initiated yet another grand-scale conflict. Charge! An elite jonin bellowed, prompting the Leaf Ninjas to follow in the footsteps of the legendary trio and launch a frontal assault on a substantial rain ninja encampment. The air was soon filled with the cacophony of battle cries, as both sides engaged in a brutal struggle. The explosive tag's detonations rapidly drowning out the voices of the combatants. Flames of war blazed fiercely in the rain, while vivid blood gradually stained the damp earth. While the three ninjas surged into the enemy camp, Liuyun chose to maintain a considerable distance, employing throwing techniques to eliminate foes. In fact, most leaf ninjas, as well as their rain adversaries, opted for similar strategies at the onset of battle, exchanging shurikens and explosive tags from afar. After a sufficient exchange of long-range projectiles, they would then commence a contest of ninjutsu, still favoring mid to long-range techniques. Once their chakra reserves dwindled, the combatants would finally engage in close-quarters combat to determine victory and fate. Any reckless foolhardiness or disregard for strategy could swiftly transform one into a living target on the battlefield, either skewered by shuriken or obliterated by ninjutsu. Only the audacious three ninjas, confident in their resilient summoned beasts, dared to charge into the fray. Ordinary jonin typically exercised caution and opted for a more measured approach. Armed with numerous explosive tags and kunai, Liuyun expertly dispatched several rain ninjas with his precise throwing techniques. This style of combat required little finesse. He simply targeted where the enemy congregated and hurled his explosive tags and kunai accordingly. Once those were expended, he resorted to shuriken, and thereafter, to his 1,000 poison needles. Naturally, he had to remain vigilant against incoming projectiles as well. A nearby unfortunate chunin met his demise when struck by an enemy's explosive tag. His body propelled skyward by the blast, a sight that made Liuyun's eyelids twitch and heightened his senses. "Help me!" A poisoned genin lay writhing on the ground, frothing at the mouth and convulsing, clearly afflicted by the dreaded venom of the salamander fish, a toxin that instilled fear in leaf ninjas. This poison, widely utilized among the rain ninjas, was delivered via finely sharpened needles, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. A single wound could be fatal without the intervention of a medical ninja. Liuyun found himself beside the suffering genin, yet he made no move to assist. Though he possessed medical ninjutsu, there was simply no time to render aid amidst the chaos of battle. After forcefully tossing a shuriken, he immediately activated the body flicker technique. In the following instant, an explosive tag detonated beneath him, engulfing the poisoned genin in its blast and reducing him to a charred corpse. Indecisiveness was the bane of the battlefield. Even a moment's hesitation could spell doom for Liuyun. "Once again, you three ignorant youngsters, have you come seeking death?" roared Hanzo of the salamander from within the rain encampment. The very mention of Hanzo sent a tremor through Liuyun's heart. He was acutely aware that the leaf would likely face defeat. In the War of Rain, whenever Hanzo was involved, the three ninjas had never emerged victorious. Through his diligent research, Liuyun had learned that the three ninjas had suffered greatly at Hanzo's hands over the past several months. What madness compelled them to launch a direct assault now? Just as Liuyun grappled with his confusion, a triumphant laugh laced with chakra cut through the turmoil, unraveling his doubts. "Ha ha ha, a mere jester dares to impersonate Hanzo of the salamander? Die for your insolence." The three ninjas, having gleaned crucial intelligence the day prior, inferred that the Hanzo in the encampment was a mere impostor. This battleground housed a wealth of strategic resources that the leaf had long sought to destroy. Yet their scouts had frequently spotted Hanzo's figure nearby, dissuading any rash actions. Now, with the assumption that the demigod was absent, the three ninjas swiftly consolidated their forces for a vigorous onslaught. Confronted with the absence of their feared opponent, they felt emboldened, without Hanzo's oppressive presence. The three great summoned beasts wreaked havoc within enemy lines, sending the rain ninjas into disarray. Soon, the impersonator met his demise at Jiraiya's hands. If all went as anticipated, the Leaf's victory seemed assured. Chapter 122. The terrifying potency of the salamander's venom, self-antidote. Fire release, great fireball technique. Liuyun swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a massive fireball that crashed into the rain ninja encampment. He, alongside several leaf jonin, plunged into the heart of the enemy base, his prowess sharpening amidst the fierce clashes, as he adeptly harnessed a variety of skills. The battlefield served as a crucible for honing one's abilities. Yet it also harbored perilous threats. While vanquishing an enemy jonin, Liuyun felt a searing slash across his left arm from the foe's blade. The wound was not life-threatening, but the blade was coated with the dreaded salamander toxin. Within a minute of injury, Liuyun recognized the gravity of his situation. Clenching a chakra blade between his teeth, he forcefully expelled a copious amount of poisoned blood, channeling the Chidori technique into the wound in an attempt to neutralize the venom with intense heat. The salamander's venom, a potent animal toxin composed of various proteins and enzymes, bore striking similarities to snake venom. Such toxins were particularly vulnerable to high temperatures. Liuyun's chakra-infused electric currents could dismantle the toxin's activity, significantly diminishing its potency. Observing his arm take on a charred hue, Liuyun swiftly transitioned to medical ninjutsu to tend to his injury. However, as he treated himself, a rain shunin brandishing a blade charged toward him. Liuyun regarded his approach with cold indifference, while the enemy focused intently on him, aiming to sever his head with a downward strike. Just as the rain shunin believed victory was within his grasp, Liuyun's eyes ignited with a fierce crimson glow, the ominous three-tomo Sharingan manifesting without warning. The three black tomo quivered subtly, their gaze entirely fixated on him. In that instant, the rain shunin froze, his mind consumed solely by the resplendent, scarlet three-tomo Sharingan. In reality, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Liuyun spared him but a fleeting glance, his trembling hand reaching for a pouch of ninja tools. Retrieving a small vial of antidote, he uncorked it and downed the verdant liquid in one gulp. This was the latest antidote developed by Tsunade, scarce in supply. Orochimaru had procured a few vials, providing Liuyun with one for emergencies. Liuyun had not anticipated needing it so soon. The salamander's venom was indeed fearsome. Liuyun had personally felt its devastating effects. Despite his timely response, a small portion of the toxin still coursed through him, leaving lingering adverse symptoms: accelerated heartbeat, tremors, excessive salivation, and labored breathing. Grasping his chakra-long blade, he plunged it into the heart of the fallen shunin, ending his life. Afterward, he sought refuge in a relatively safe corner, collapsing to the ground as he gasped for breath, urging his chakra to circulate rapidly in a bid to mitigate the effects of the poison. At this moment, he was no longer suited for intense combat. Moreover, he was not the type to sacrifice himself for Konoha. Having been poisoned and injured, he certainly needed to rest, especially considering the meager salary he earned after a month of toil. What was the worth of his life? After nearly 10 minutes of recuperation, the fierce battle gradually came to an end. Supplies were set ablaze, and within 3 minutes, the entire army was to retreat without delay. An elite jonin issued a clear command. They could not carry away the vast amount of supplies, and since reinforcements from the Rain Village had already arrived, it was imperative that they flee. Being entangled now could spell disaster. The true Hanzo of the Salamander might already be en route. And should they be cornered at this critical juncture, the Leaf Ninjas would likely suffer heavy losses or worse. Thus, regardless of the quality of the supplies, they would not take them and would not linger any longer in this location. It was the small nation of the Land of Rain, which had been completely besieged, that suffered from scarcity. The Land of Fire was prosperous and abundant, lacking for nothing. Liuyun slapped his cheeks to rouse himself. He had started to regain his composure. He sheathed his chakra blade, slinging it across his back, and intended to clock out on time. Upon returning to the main camp, Liuyun discarded his blood-stained armor and, too fatigued to bathe, collapsed onto a moisture-proof mat, falling into a deep slumber. The effects of the poison had not yet fully dissipated, and his body was weary from combating the lingering toxins. He required ample rest to fully recover. In a hazy state, he sensed someone removing his clothing and wiping his body with a warm towel. Liuyun could vaguely perceive the external situation, but fully opening his eyes proved to be a formidable challenge. Through the narrow slits of his eyelids, he caught sight of the gentle Tsunade and her iconic formidable assets. What had happened to him? Orochimaru's raspy voice quietly echoed. He has developed a high fever. This is a sign that his body is fighting off the residual toxins. But it should not be a serious issue, Tsunade replied. The wound on Liuyun's arm had only been treated superficially, but upon Tsunade's arrival, she utilized her advanced healing technique to fully mend it. The high-level medical ninjutsu, healing palm technique, healed wounds at a cellular level, leaving no scars behind. This kid is quite the man. He managed to endure the venom of the salamander and return to camp without a word, keeping his ordeal a secret. Had it not been for Orochimaru's visit, no one would have known he had been poisoned. Jiraiya couldn't help but exclaim. After Orochimaru dealt with the aftermath of the battle, he thought to check on his beloved pupil's condition. Upon seeing Liuyun sleeping without bathing and unresponsive, he immediately sensed something was amiss and quickly sought out Tsunade. Through the darkened arm, the vanished antidote, and the fever symptoms following the detoxification, Tsunade confirmed that he had indeed been afflicted by the common venom of the salamander. However, she had not anticipated that Liuyun could manage such a degree of resilience. The venom had scarcely impacted him, which genuinely astonished Tsunade. Truth be told, if I had not come, this kid would have been perfectly fine upon waking. He may be the fastest and most adept at handling poison among all afflicted. What a clever little rascal. Tsunade chuckled, pinching his handsome cheek. Liuyun had disrupted the toxin's activity using electrical currents, a method that even Tsunade found admirable. At such a young age, he could independently navigate a life-threatening crisis. This boy's adaptability was truly formidable. Chapter 123. A Shared Pursuit. The Vicious Retaliation of Hanzo the Salamander. By the time Liuyun's fever had fully subsided, night had fallen. His immune system had successfully expelled the salamander's poison over the course of the day, allowing him to awaken refreshed. After a long slumber, he felt quite well, his body nearly restored to its normal state. Indeed, the medical sage was worthy of his title. He resolved to seek Tsunade's guidance on the healing palm technique at a later date. Glancing at his unblemished left arm, Liuyun couldn't help but sigh in admiration. His medical ninjutsu differed significantly from hers. The effectiveness of their healing methods was worlds apart, entirely on different levels. Liuyun-kun, you are finally awake. Shortly thereafter, Orochimaru approached, accompanied by a female genin carrying food. Sensei Orochimaru, Liuyun greeted him with a smile before accepting the food from the girl. Just then, his hunger struck, and the food arrived most opportunely. How do you feel? Better? Orochimaru inquired with a smile. I'm basically back to normal, Liuyun replied as he ate. You must have used up the previous antidote, right? Here are some more, just in case, Orochimaru said, retrieving 2 vials of green antidote from his pouch. Thank you, sensei. Liuyun quickly accepted the thoughtful antidote. His swift recovery from poisoning was largely thanks to this antidote, which proved life-saving in critical moments. You've performed admirably in the last 2 battles. Your accomplishments have been duly noted. It won't be long before the village receives word, and you should be promoted to Chunin, Orochimaru revealed to Liuyun. However, to Orochimaru's surprise, Liuyun exhibited little interest in his impending promotion, merely nodding without further inquiry. Haha, you sly little rascal, Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely, pulling out 2 small scrolls from his pocket. These are 2 powerful high-level lightning release techniques. I believe you will master them quickly given your talent. Upon receiving what he desired, Liuyun's excitement was palpable, his beaming expression causing Orochimaru to chuckle softly. He had come to understand what this child truly sought. Orochimaru felt a striking resemblance between himself and Liuyun. Their pursuits seemed remarkably aligned. Fame, wealth, and power held no allure for either. Liuyun's fervor for formidable ninjutsu appeared even more intense than his own. In truth, their goals diverged in essence. Though their proximity led Orochimaru to mistakenly perceive Liuyun as akin to himself, Liuyun sought power as a means of enhancing his own strength. He was not limited to ninjutsu alone. Taijutsu, Jinjutsu, ninjutsu, and sealing techniques. He sought to learn any form that would augment his abilities. The acquisition of these 2 powerful techniques would greatly enhance his strength, which was the root of his exhilaration. Orochimaru pursued ninjutsu for its own sake. He aspired to master all forms of ninjutsu in existence, driven by the brevity and fragility of life, yearning for immortality to gain the time and energy to learn more and uncover greater truths. Just as the master and disciple were deeply engrossed in conversation within the tent, a faint purple smoke began to waft into the Konoha base. Enemy attack! A voice called out from outside the tent. At the moment the shout echoed, Orochimaru vanished from sight. Liuyun dashed out of the tent, his keen senses immediately detecting the abnormality in the air. Poison smoke. He swiftly covered his mouth and nose, then hurried back into the tent, donned his still damp armor, grasped his chakra blade tightly, and rushed outside. Boom! Kill! Outside the main camp, the sounds of explosions and cries of battle reverberated, the rain ninjas retaliating swiftly, led this time by Hanzo the Salamander himself. The strategic supplies within the rain ninjas' camp had been completely destroyed, igniting Hanzo's fury. He resolved to directly assault the ninja base of the Land of Fire. Engaging Konoha in a brutal, life-and-death struggle, the Leaf Ninjas quickly mobilized, launching into a fierce battle against the invading rain forces. In the air swirled the lethal poison of the salamander, prompting the wind-release ninjas to exert every ounce of their strength to disperse the noxious gas. The commander of the stronghold, the leader of the Uchiha clan, bellowed with fervor. The resonant sound, imbued with chakra, reverberated throughout the entire base. As the wind-release ninjas from Konohagakure unleashed their abilities without regard for exhaustion. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, thousand-faced wind. Wind release, wind pressure. Wind release, wind wall. In an instant, the battlefield became a tempestuous maelstrom, with fierce winds scattering the toxic fumes, granting the Konoha ninjas a brief respite. However, despite their timely response, many still inhaled traces of the poison, quickly succumbing to symptoms of respiratory distress and tremors. The toxin was not fatal, yet it significantly diminished the combat prowess of the Konoha ninjas, placing their situation in dire straits. You three imbeciles. Tonight I shall ensure that you pay for your blood debts. Hanzo of the Salamander stood atop the head of a colossal salamander, glaring at the legendary trio from Konoha with murderous intent. Old fool, then bring it on. Tsunade retorted fiercely. Summoning technique. The three legendary ninjas simultaneously bit their fingers, swiftly forming seals to summon forth the grand beasts from the three great sanctuaries. The giant slug, Gamabunta, and Manda, the legendary serpent, immediately joined forces against the massive salamander. Thus began a terrifying battle of titanic creatures. The ninjas of Konoha confronted the onslaught of Rain Country ninjas, and soon both sides clashed in brutal combat. The scene quickly descended into chaos, with the darkness obscuring the origins of the enemies. This battlefield had devolved into a horrific meat grinder. The earth gradually stained crimson with blood. Liuyun, wielding a chakra-infused long sword, fought valiantly, drenched in blood. On the battlefield, his ferocity was unmatched. Lower-ranking ninjas fell to him in a single stroke, while even mid-ranking foes succumbed swiftly to their demise. Yet, his conspicuous display of prowess soon attracted the attention of formidable adversaries. An elite ninja had taken note of him. Rain ninjas would not allow Liuyun, armed with a deadly weapon, to slaughter their lower-ranked ninjas unchecked. At this moment, the Konoha faction was in a precarious position, unable to address the source of the poison. While the wind-released ninjas began to falter, the toxic gas evidently spreading further. Truly splendid. The taste of war and blood is simply exquisite. Not far from the battlefield, atop a towering tree, a grotesque shadow emerged, half concealed within the trunk. Chapter 124. 2 against 1. Turn and flee. Konoha's defeat is inevitable. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Liuyun plunged his chakra-infused long sword into the ground, his hands moving ceaselessly to form seals, and soon a massive fireball erupted from his mouth, hurtling toward an approaching Rain Ninja Elite. Water release. Water barrier. The Rain Ninja Elite retaliated with a jutsu of his own, and the fireball collided violently with the water wall, sending waves of heat and steam cascading across the battlefield. Liuyun's eyes glowed with an eerie crimson hue. This was not the time to conceal his strength. In this battle, there was a distinct possibility of losing his life. He did not believe the young legendary trio could rival Hanzo of the Salamander, and anticipated a defeat. He was still capable of fighting. But if he sensed that the situation was deteriorating, he had no qualms about fleeing. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of clashing metal echoed through the steam as Liuyun engaged in close combat. The Azure Chidori blade clashed repeatedly against the enemy's katana. The Rain Ninja's weapon was evidently no ordinary blade. After several exchanges, it bore only noticeable nicks, showing no signs of breaking. You little brat. Possessing a chakra blade and wielding lightning upon it. The Rain Elite cursed inwardly as he watched his prized sword sustain damage. However, a moment later, greed surged within him. He resolved to eliminate this young upstart and claim the chakra blade for himself. What is so special about a blade? You do better to focus on my eyes. Just as they were locked in a fierce struggle, Liuyun suddenly quipped with a light laugh. The Rain Ninja Elite instinctively met his gaze, locking eyes with Liuyun's three-tomo Sharingan, and he could distinctly perceive the quivering black tomo. Oh no, it's the three-tomo Sharingan. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan was infamous throughout the ninja world. As a Rain Ninja Elite, he was well aware of its formidable capabilities. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, regret washed over him. He could hardly fathom that such a young mixed-blood brat could possess strength comparable to an elite ninja and wield a three-tomo Sharingan. When had such a prodigy emerged in the ninja world? If he were to fully mature, it would spell disaster. Regrettably for the Rain Ninja Elite, despite his intent to eliminate the threat, he found himself powerless against the three-tomo Sharingan in close quarters, collapsing to the ground the moment their eyes met. Liuyun harnessed his formidable mental strength, bolstered by the three-tomo Sharingan, ensnaring him in an illusion. At that moment, he epitomized the well-known adage in the ninja world: when facing a three-tomo Sharingan user, one should flee at the first opportunity. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan Jinjutsu could easily ensnare an opponent. Without allies present, it was nearly impossible to break free, and even if one possessed the means to dispel it, the enemy would not afford them the time to do so. Just as Liuyun gripped his long sword, unhesitatingly preparing to cleave his opponent, several sharp poison needles shot toward his neck at breakneck speed. A Rain Country Elite, witnessing the battle unfold, had come to provide support. Sensing imminent danger, Liuyun had no choice but to abandon the Rain Ninja Elite, instead swinging his blade to deflect the poison needles. Water release. Water cannon technique. A powerful water cannon surged forward, and recognizing that he could not withstand it, Liuyun activated his body flicker technique, leaping away from his original position. In the next instant, a rain ninja elite extended his hand, injecting chakra into his comrade ensnared in the illusion. Jinjutsu Dispel. As the chakra stabilized within the rain ninja elite, he promptly regained consciousness. Yuya, that guy has a 3-tomo Sharingan. I fell under his Jinjutsu just by looking at him. Be extremely cautious. The awakened rain ninja warned urgently. I saw it too. A young boy with a 3-tomo Sharingan is a monster that must not be spared. Yuya, we must join forces to eliminate him, Yuya stated gravely. Upon overhearing the conversation between the two elite ninjas, Liuyun furrowed his brow, but before he could express concern, he sensed something amiss in the air, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Damn it, the poison gas has already spread this way. Having personally experienced the salamander's venom, he understood the potency of the rain ninja's poison. He could not ascertain the specific nature of the toxic gas, but instinctively refrained from inhaling deeply, and dared not engage in a fierce battle against the enemy in such an environment. Without a second thought, he turned to flee. The enemy was clad in gas masks, impervious to the toxins, while Liuyun had no such protection. In reality, the poison in the air was derived from the salamander's toxic mist. Liuyun had recently been afflicted by the venom, and thus possessed a certain degree of immunity. Yet, he was unaware of the specific poison and his own immunity. As the gas approached, he could only retreat in haste. Where do you think you're going? The two rain ninja elites pursued him without hesitation. Regardless of Liuyun's chakra blade, his 3-tomo Sharingan, or the potential threat he posed in the future, both had ample reason to prioritize his elimination. All Konoha ninjas, heed my command. Immediately retreat and make your way to the strategic reserve camp with all your might. As the three great sages summoned beasts falter under the toxic miasma of the salamander, it is evident that the three legendary ninjas are on the verge of another defeat. With the poison gas becoming increasingly uncontainable and showing signs of engulfing the entire Konoha encampment, the patriarch of the Yuhi clan decisively issued the order to withdraw. The outcome is clear. As the commander-in-chief, he must make resolute choices. Konoha's ninja forces cannot be entirely lost here. The Nara clan, the Akimichi clan, the Yamanaka clan, the Sarutobi clan, and the Yuhi clan shall remain behind to cover the retreat of their comrades. The Yuhi patriarch reiterated the command. Yes, the clansmen bellowed in unison, charging forward rather than retreating. Among these clans, aside from the Yuhi clan, the others are well suited to serve as a bulwark against the enemy's pursuit. Despite the immense risks of remaining, they resolutely chose to stay. Ninjas are bound by duty to obey orders. Military commands are as unyielding as mountains. Especially from the Yuhi patriarch, who himself did not flee. How could they dare to abandon their posts? At this moment, even in the face of peril, they could only brace themselves and press on. Liuyun, however, paid no heed to any foolish military directive. He had already taken flight before the Yuhi patriarch's retreat order was issued. Yet, despite his swift escape, two formidable figures relentlessly pursued him from behind. Did they truly believe I would cower in fear? A fierce glint ignited in Liuyun's crimson eyes. Realizing he could not extricate himself, he abruptly turned and unleashed a ninjutsu, Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Chapter 125, Solo Battle Against the Rain Country's 2 Elite Jonin. Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique. As Liuyun pivoted, several incredibly swift fireballs hurtled toward the two pursuing rain ninjas. Jonin Yuyo had initially intended to employ the water release technique for defense and counterattack. But in the next instant, he discovered the jutsu's momentum was so fierce that he had no time to form the necessary hand seals. Acting on instinct, the other Jonin forcefully shoved him aside and hastily activated body flicker technique to escape the immediate area. Witnessing both evade the fireball assault, Liuyun remained undeterred, brandishing his chakra-infused long sword as he charged at the rain Jonin known as Yueying. The opponent's weapon was merely an ordinary kunai, and Liuyun prepared to exploit his weapon's advantage to catch him off guard. Be careful of that boy's sword, Yuyo urgently warned, recognizing the imminent threat as Liuyun lunged toward Yueying. However, his warning was no match for Liuyun's body flicker technique. In a heartbeat, Yueying instinctively raised his kunai to parry the sword. With a sharp clang, the chakra blade, imbued with the power of Raijin's lightning, effortlessly severed the kunai and struck Yueying's shoulder. The chakra blade, having lost most of its force against the kunai, failed to cleave him in two, lodging itself instead within his scapula. Seeing that he could not kill his foe, Liuyun unleashed a torrent of lightning through the chakra blade, sending a surge of electric energy into Yueying, causing him to spew blood. Yueying, a hardened warrior of the enemy nation, despite being incapacitated and convulsing, summoned the strength of his indomitable spirit to grasp the back of the chakra blade, clearly intending to create an opportunity for his comrade Liuyun. Liuyun thought to kick him away, but as lethal glints approached, he had no choice but to relinquish the chakra blade. Leaping to evade the incoming Senbon, he deftly drew a dagger strapped to his leg, utilizing the keen insight granted by his three-tomo Sharingan to knock down the seemingly unavoidable deadly poison needles. As Liuyun elegantly deflected the Senbon and landed securely, a kunai rigged with an explosive tag fell directly at his feet. Boom! The resounding explosion erupted, engulfing his slender figure in a blaze. "Is it over?" Liuyun murmured, gazing at the explosion. The next moment, a charred wooden stump, propelled high by the blast, crashed to the ground with a sharp sound. Lightning release, lightning bolt technique. Liuyun abandoned the fully intact Liuyun and redirected his ninjutsu towards the severely injured Yue. With a gash on his shoulder and his body paralyzed by the electrical surge, now was the opportune moment to eliminate him. This is a case of taking advantage of your illness to claim your life. As the bolt of lightning streaked down, the once-seated Yue quickly formed a hand seal. The lightning struck down, but a toy representing a weather doll took the brunt of the impact. Substitution technique. Liuyun panted, observing Yue, who had narrowly escaped. Now sprawled on the ground, his complexion pale as a ghost, clearly exhausted. Elite Jonin possess formidable skills. They are certainly not so easily dispatched. Having fought fiercely until this point, Liuyun felt the toll on his energy was significant. He was beginning to feel overwhelmed. Regrettably, the enemy's sudden appearance left him no time to replenish the kunai, shuriken, and explosive tags expended in the previous battle. His arsenal had clearly diminished. Casting a glance at the chakra blade not far away, Liuyun swiftly tossed a smoke bomb to obscure his presence while disrupting Yuyo's assault. The momentum of Yuyo's charge momentarily faltered. He refrained from recklessly entering the purple mist to attack and instead stood outside, rapidly forming hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. As he completed his seals, a massive water dragon roared into the purple haze. The next instant, a figure was forcefully thrust out of the smoke by the dragon's might. Seeing his target, Liuyun could not help but smile. However, before he could revel in his triumph, another figure erupted from the mist at high speed, Liuyun brandishing his dagger as he charged towards the injured Yue. The moment he emerged, the figure previously struck by the water dragon exploded into mist. It was the shadow clone technique. Oh no! Realizing Liuyun's intention to prioritize eliminating the wounded, Yuyo's expression changed, and without a second thought, he pursued him. Yet, as he followed, another Liuyun sprang from the smoke, darting straight for the chakra-long sword left on the ground. Securing the sword was his true objective. Attacking Yue was merely a ruse. Even though Liuyun recognized this ploy, he had no choice but to rush to his comrade's aid. In short order, the shadow clone wielding the dagger was cleaved into mist, while Liuyun, at that very moment, bent down to retrieve the chakra-long sword. However, the instant he grasped it, a faint hissing sound pierced the air, and he caught a whiff of something ominous. In the next moment, a violent explosion consumed him entirely. Observing the explosion from a distance, Yue instinctively let out a cold laugh. The reason he had refrained from picking up the sword was to deliberately set an explosive tag trap, luring Liuyun to retrieve the sword. At last, he had successfully eliminated this troublesome brat. The chakra-long sword, whether affected by the explosion or by other means, traced an arc in the air before plummeting into the purple mist. That sword belongs to me now. Liuyun laughed heartily, eager to dash over and claim the chakra-long sword. That blade was no ordinary weapon. It could not be destroyed merely by the power of an explosive tag. As Liuyun excitedly approached, the purple mist gradually dissipated, revealing a familiar slender figure. Liuyun abruptly halted, and both he and Yue widened their eyes in disbelief as they beheld the prodigious youth wielding the chakra-long sword. Liuyun was not slain by the explosive talisman. Out of an abundance of caution, the one who had just gone to retrieve the blade was, in fact, his shadow clone. The recent scene where the Rain Village Jonin abandoned his weapon and fled, while it appeared hasty and without consequence, struck Liuyun as peculiar, making him doubt the negligence of a Jonin. Therefore, he remained vigilant, opting to dispatch an additional shadow clone to fetch the sword rather than risking his own safety. Had he foolishly rushed to seize the weapon, he would undoubtedly have met the same fate as his comrade, Shoju. Chapter 126. The Limits of Liuyun's Combat Power and the Hidden Watcher. As the violet mist dissipated completely, Liuyun found himself fully exposed before the two Jonin of the Rain Country. He utilized the sleeve of his garment to wipe away the charred remains and bloodstains from the surface of his chakra blade, then pointed the weapon at his adversaries. bracing himself for a life-or-death struggle. As always, he cautioned them not to gaze into his eyes but to focus their attention on his lower body during the fight. At that moment, Liuyun approached, having temporarily subdued his injuries and managing to muster enough strength for another engagement. Liuyun, steeling himself, nodded in acknowledgement. He remained deeply wary of the child's genjutsu. Attempting to observe Liuyun's lower half while engaging him in combat was easier said than done, and he understood the inherent risks involved. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Liuyun swiftly formed hand seals and forcefully struck the ground, initiating the first offensive with a ninjutsu attack. They believed it best to avoid close combat, opting instead for a kite-fighting strategy. Earth-style, Earth Spike. A barrage of sharp earth spikes erupted beneath Liuyun's feet. Sensing the impending danger, Liuyun immediately retreated to evade them, while simultaneously, Liuyun hurled a series of poison needles towards him. As Liuyun contended with the lethal projectiles soaring toward him and the deadly spikes rising from below, he was compelled to leap and dart about, constantly shifting his position and wielding his blade to deflect the needles. At that moment, even with his Sharingan activated to its fullest potential, he found it impossible to fully withstand the relentless onslaught from the two jonin. One of the poison needles struck his left arm, drawing forth a stark spray of crimson. Liuyun's pupils dilated in shock as he swiftly extracted the needle, a faint current of electricity curling around his injured arm. Ha ha ha, it's over. Witnessing the poison needle pierce Liuyun's arm, both Liuyun and Liuyun displayed expressions of delight. Each needle was soaked in the venom of the fugu fish, and they believed Liuyun was as good as dead. Their confidence in the fugu's potent poison was unwavering. As the two jonin approached with malevolent grins, Liuyun, gripping his long blade, assumed a defensive stance. But suddenly, without warning, he collapsed onto the ground, his eyes wide, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. His face turned ashen, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, and saliva uncontrollably dripped from his mouth. This was the manifestation of the fugu fish's venom. And Liuyun and Liuyun were certain he was beyond salvation. Even if they refrained from attacking, this boy was doomed. What a pity, such a young powerhouse. And yet he will never know your name, Liuyun lamented softly. Utterly incapacitated by the fugu's toxin, Liuyun could not even muster the strength to respond to an inquiry about his name. At that moment, Liuyun's Sharingan was closed, rendering him akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Ah, little one, I shall keep your chakra blade and Sharingan safe for you, Liuyun declared as he prepared to deliver the fatal blow, understanding the principle of killing first before claiming the spoils. However, unexpectedly, Liuyun unleashed two bolts of lightning. This unanticipated eruption, a swift lightning ninjutsu that required no hand seals, caught the two off guard, eliciting involuntary screams of agony as they were struck by the electric assault. How can this person still move despite being afflicted by the fugu's deadly poison? Why can he execute ninjutsu so swiftly without hand seals? Their minds were filled with shock and confusion, but Liuyun would not grant them the opportunity to uncover the answers. Seizing the moment while they were momentarily paralyzed by the lightning, Liuyun sprang into action, wielding his chakra blade. He propelled himself off the ground with tremendous force, and in a flash, he severed Liuyun's head from his shoulders. After neutralizing the most formidable threat, Liuyun strode purposefully toward Liuyun, who lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, appearing utterly drained of any fighting spirit. Why? You were clearly struck by the fugu's poison. Liuyun struggled to articulate, blood trickling from his lips. Because I preemptively ingested an antidote, Liuyun replied with an air of indifference. Within the violet mist, he had discreetly accomplished a great deal. He first consumed a chakra recovery pill to sustain his combat capabilities, then downed 2 vials of antidote provided by Orochimaru in one swift motion. His earlier injury from the poison needles was not due to negligence, but rather a calculated ruse to lure the two jonin into a false sense of security. In truth, Liuyun had intended to feign vulnerability, perhaps even dodging an attack or evading a ninjutsu. Yet they harbored such unwavering confidence in the fugu's toxin that they failed to suspect him after he had been poisoned. Consequently, he did not need to reveal any further tactics to achieve victory. The fugu fish's poison could not harm him. Firstly, he had ingested a substantial amount of antidote beforehand. And secondly, he had employed lightning release to cover his arm prior to being struck, continuously mitigating the poison's effects with electrical currents. Moreover, he had recently overcome the fugu's toxin and had developed a degree of immunity to it, rendering him largely impervious to the minor damage caused by the poison needles. Why you? Liuyun attempted to question further, but before he could complete his thought, Liuyun acted decisively. He first severed the arm that intended to strike him with his chakra blade. Then, In a swift motion, he cut through Yu Ying's throat. Your questions are far too numerous, were the final words the Jonin Yu Ying would ever hear. He had intended to ignite all the explosive tags within his ninja tool pouch, seeking to take Liuyun down with him and eliminate this potential future threat to the Hidden Rain village. Unfortunately, Liuyun denied him that opportunity. After dispatching the two Jonin, Liuyun collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. At this point, his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. Having recently recovered from a mild illness and having just engaged in fierce combat, eliminating over a dozen enemies, he had exhausted considerable chakra, and now facing two Jonin had pushed him to his limits. After resting briefly for about half a minute, Liuyun mustered the strength to escape the area. This location was perilously close to the previous battlefield, and he could not rule out the possibility of enemies approaching, so he dared not linger. He did not even bother to collect the forehead protectors from the fallen Jonin. While they might yield military merit, he held no interest in them. The moment he departed, a shadow emerged from the trees, fully revealing itself. The figure appeared as a mass of black sludge, a sinister and grotesque smile etched upon its face. This creature was one of the individuals Liuyun most dreaded encountering in the Land of Rain, Kuro Zetsu. To think the Uchiha clan has produced such a young wielder of the Sharingan. Kuro Zetsu mused, having recorded the recent battle. Liuyun's performance had utterly surpassed his expectations. A mere Chunin had managed to defeat two Jonin from the Rain country single-handedly. Both his Sharingan and his strength left Kuro Zetsu in disbelief. Perhaps this individual could serve as an asset to Madara, accelerating the initiation of the Eye of the Moon plan. I must immediately inform White Zetsu of this development. In the depths of his thoughts, Heiju contemplated these matters. In the next moment, he whisked away the two fallen Rain shinobi and vanished from sight. Chapter 127. The Gaze of Uchiha Madara. The Worries of the Three Shinobi. Such a young three-tomo Sharingan, and possessing the prowess to engage two Jonin in combat. It has been many years since the Uchiha clan has produced such an extraordinary genius. Within a dimly lit underground chamber, a gaunt old man gazed at the two corpses of the Rain shinobi on the ground, sighing deeply. This elder, whose frail form resembled that of a man on the brink of death, was none other than Uchiha Madara, the legendary figure who once dominated the ninja world. During the battle at the Valley of the End, he had bitten off a piece of flesh from the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, subsequently transplanting the latter's blood cells into his own body, ultimately awakening the Rinnegan before passing away in his twilight years. Through the power of the Rinnegan, he successfully acquired the Ten Tails vessel. Utilizing the strength of the Outer Path's golem, his life was prolonged, and with the aid of Yin-Yang release, he created both Aloe White Zetsu and Vortex White Zetsu, using Hashirama's cells and the golem's power. In the original tale, Aloe White Zetsu perished at the hands of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan Sasuke, while Vortex White Zetsu met his end only when Infinite Tsukuyomi was dispelled and the Divine Tree withered. With the assistance of Black Zetsu, Uchiha Madara was able to stay attuned to the movements within the ninja world, granting him the capacity to strategize from great distances. Investigate his background, and the details should be thorough, Madara commanded after a moment's reflection. This prodigious youth had captured his attention. His Moon Eye plan was in need of an executor, and he believed this child held remarkable potential, with a high likelihood of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, making him worthy of focused observation. Yes, Lord Madara. A Black Zetsu, upon receiving the order, slowly descended into the earth. At this moment, Liuyun remained oblivious to the fact that he had attracted the attention of the Shura of the ninja world. After a considerable journey, he found a relatively safe cave to take refuge. He was too weary to seek out the remnants of his defeated comrades, so he lit a fire to warm himself, planning to return only after he had regained his strength. The war between the Fire and Rain nations had resulted in a stalemate, with both sides experiencing victories and defeats, and chaos still reigned. Liuyun had no intention of accompanying Orochimaru in further exploits until his strength improved. Had he only been in the Land of Rain for a few days, he had already engaged in 3 major battles, 2 of which had brought him to the brink of crisis. He felt it was time to cease such reckless behavior, lest he suffer the misfortune Tsunade had predicted. A day later, Liuyun had largely recovered his stamina and was feeling quite well. Sitting before the warm campfire, he began to study the 2 advanced lightning release techniques bestowed upon him by Orochimaru. One technique was an A-rank ninjutsu called Lightning Release, Lightning Leopard, while the other was a B-rank technique named Lightning Release, False Darkness. The first technique required the simultaneous manipulation of both the nature and form of lightning release chakra, making it exceptionally challenging, hence its A-rank classification. The second technique, not requiring form alteration, was classified as B-rank. The lightning release. Lightning leopard technique bore a striking resemblance to the lightning release. Lightning tiger used by Kakashi Hatake in the original narrative. Both techniques involve the condensation of lightning power in the palm, which was then unleashed to vanquish foes. However, the speed of the lightning leopard surpassed that of the lightning tiger, albeit with potentially lesser power than Kakashi's technique. The essence of this ninjutsu lay in its swiftness, rendering even ordinary body flicker techniques difficult to evade. Given that Liuyun had already mastered the nature and form alterations of lightning release chakra, acquiring these two advanced ninjutsu posed no challenge, and he intended to employ shadow clones for swift mastery. Within the secluded cave, the rumble of thunder soon echoed. In a certain camp of the Leaf Village stationed in the Land of Rain, the defeated 3 shinobi were enveloped in gloom. The strength of Hanzo of the Salamander was overwhelming. Even though the 3 of them had taken antidotes beforehand and endured the toxic mist, they still could not triumph against him. At this juncture, the 3 shinobi were ultimately too young. I wonder how Liuyun is faring, Orochimaru murmured. Liuyun had not returned to this backup camp, leading Orochimaru to suspect that he might be in grave trouble. The battle had been exceedingly hasty. He himself had nearly been unable to escape, leaving no time to inquire about his disciples' whereabouts. He should be fine. That boy is quite formidable. Even if he encounters danger, he is likely capable of escaping. Tsunade offered a rare word of comfort. Has anyone been sent to search for him? Or have you inquired with others? Jiraiya asked. He believed that Liuyun's situation was likely dire, given the battlefield's peril. Even they could only manage to protect themselves, let alone a child. If Liuyun were unharmed, he would certainly return to the camp to regroup with his comrades, rather than simply vanish. Though he felt that Liuyun might have encountered misfortune, Jiraiya refrained from voicing his thoughts, not wishing to dishearten Orochimaru. Inquired? Someone saw him being pursued by 2 enemies, but due to the chaos of the battlefield and the rampant poison, no one was able to assist him, Orochimaru disclosed, lowering his head. He had learned of Liuyun's courageous actions on the battlefield. Orochimaru was convinced that his relentless ferocity had drawn the attention of his foes. Liuyun's strength is not inferior to that of a jonin. Only 2 jonin could compel him to retreat. Upon uttering this, Orochimaru noted Tsunade's anxious lip-biting, realizing that her brother was likely in grave danger. Someone! Tsunade shouted toward the entrance of the tent, determined to send someone to search for him. She demanded to see him alive or dead. But in the next moment, Jiraiya raised his hand to halt her. That area is currently enemy territory. It is far too dangerous. Jiraiya believed that they could not risk the lives of their subordinates in the search for one individual. Damn it! Tsunade slammed her fist down upon a low table, which promptly shattered under the impact. In contrast to Tsunade's fury, Orochimaru, the teacher, remained considerably calmer. I believe that child will not perish so easily in the Land of Rain. He possesses remarkable strength and is quite adept at feigning weakness. He is an exceptionally capable ninja. I do not think that 2 jonin could capture him. It is more likely that he has been delayed by some circumstance. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Tsunade paused in surprise, especially the mention of feigning weakness and the description of an exceptional ninja. Orochimaru's assessment echoed her grandmother's previous remarks about Liuyun. Liuyun's youth often led others to misjudge his strength. Tsunade was well aware of how extraordinary this child was, yet she still unconsciously perceived him as immature, instinctively doubting his capabilities. Now, upon reflection, she swiftly comprehended the implications of these evaluations. With the understanding of Orochimaru's words, Tsunade's anger and worry dissipated considerably. Orochimaru, has he awakened the Sharingan? Chapter 128, Shadow Clone Scout for Companions, returning to the Leaf Village. Tsunade's question momentarily caught Orochimaru off guard, while Jiraiya beside him widened his eyes in surprise. If this child possessed the strength of a jonin and had awakened the Sharingan, they need not fret over him. Orochimaru fell silent for a moment, offering no definitive answer. Instead, he countered with a question. Do you also find his eyes particularly striking? Indeed, they are exceptionally bright, more so than any child of his age, Tsunade replied with utmost seriousness. It seems you have noticed his uniqueness as well. I believe he is likely awakened. However, that child is excessively cautious and never readily reveals his true strength in front of others, Orochimaru remarked with a smile. Is he really that strong? Jiraiya couldn't help but interject. He had initially regarded Liuyun as a mere prodigy, but now, hearing the conversation between Orochimaru and Tsunade, he felt he might have grossly underestimated the boy. If Liuyun truly possesses the strength as described by Orochimaru, then he would be formidable enough to contend with him, especially considering he has only just turned 12, an age that is yet to reach the zenith of his potential prowess. One can only imagine the heights he will achieve at the peak of his abilities. Jiraiya found himself hesitant to contemplate such possibilities. You should be able to defeat him, Orochimaru remarked casually, casting a fleeting glance in Jiraiya's direction. Who do you think you're looking down on, you bastard? Jiraiya retorted, his face flushed with indignation. Feeling a surge of humiliation. Believe it or not, it matters not. I trust you as much as I would a headless ghost, he scoffed. 2 days hence. Within a secluded cave, Liuyun, through relentless effort alongside his shadow clones, successfully mastered 2 advanced lightning release techniques in a remarkably brief period. His strength had visibly surged. At that moment, he felt invigorated. Shadow clone technique. Liuyun declared, forming hand seals and simultaneously creating 6 shadow clones. Seek out Nagato and attempt to establish contact. If feasible, endeavor to retrieve Uchiha Madara's eyes for me, Liuyun commanded coldly, instructing his clones to utilize transformation techniques to alter their appearances and forms. This precaution was to prevent identification by Uchiha Madara or Kagaya in the event of failure, or to mitigate potential retaliation. At this juncture, he operated from the shadows while Nagato remained in the light. He believed the odds of success were still in his favor. Even if he were to fail, the loss of a mere shadow clone was inconsequential. Even if he inadvertently alerted Madara, it would serve to unnerve the aging veteran. Furthermore, upon the dissolution of the shadow clones, their memories would return to him, allowing him to approximate Nagato's location, which held significant importance. After all the clones had departed, Liuyun vacated his secluded refuge. He had no immediate intention of returning to camp. Instead, he sealed away his forehead protector, weapons, armor, and ninja tool pouch, camouflaging himself as an ordinary child. He then sought a nearby village, spending his money on a decent meal. Having subsisted on nothing but compressed biscuits and military rations for the past 2 days. After satisfying his hunger, he found a relatively clean inn and rented a room to serve as a temporary refuge. Sitting cross-legged on the soft, dry bed, he retrieved a small storage scroll, unsealing it to extract a box filled with learning materials. This was a gift from Granny Mito the day before his departure, containing the essence of the Uzumaki clan's legacy, a tacit acknowledgement of his belonging to their kin. As Liuyun leisurely absorbed the knowledge of sealing techniques, he quietly awaited news from his shadow clones. On the first day, 2 of the clones encountered peril, dissipating into smoke. Their memories of the journey and the dangers faced were relayed back to him. Liuyun promptly created 2 more shadow clones and adjusted their routes accordingly. The original purpose of the shadow clone technique, conceived by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was to gather intelligence, and Liuyun was applying this ninjutsu to its fullest potential. On the second day, the initial 4 shadow clones were dispelled, their chakra depleted. After receiving a wealth of memories, he gained a general understanding of several towns within the Land of Rain, leading him to assign 4 new shadow clones with a revised direction in their search. By the 3rd day, Liuyun could no longer endure the monotony of study, and felt it prudent to reassure his esteemed teacher of his safety. Thus, he departed the inn, embarking on the journey back to camp. On the 4th day, all 6 shadow clones vanished, yet he still could not ascertain Nagato's whereabouts, which left him somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, he resolutely dispatched another batch of shadow clones. Surely they are not in Amigakure. I recall that the trio of Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko were all orphans wandering about, and it is likely they have congregated, engaging in petty thievery across various towns. I refuse to believe that in this diminutive land of rain, I cannot locate them. Before long, Liuyun returned to the encampment of the Leaf, where he encountered the legendary Sannin. The temperamental Tsunade unleashed a torrent of scolding upon him. Had it not been for Orochimaru and Jiraiya intervening, Liuyun might have faced physical retribution. Recognizing that her ire stemmed from concern and aware of her volatile nature, Liuyun could only acquiesce, accepting his scolding without retort, even taking the initiative to apologize. This isn't my fault, Tsunade-sensei. The toxic gas was suffocating, and the battlefield was chaotic. I was relentlessly pursued by 2 formidable foes, and in the confusion, I lost my way, Liuyun explained with a look of grievance. You were lost for a week? Are you trying to pull one over on me? Tsunade questioned incredulously. You were pursued by 2 jonin, correct? Were you able to deal with them? Orochimaru inquired with a smile. His esteemed teacher was unconcerned with the duration of his absence, as long as he had returned alive. Everything else was merely a trivial matter. Well, Liuyun began, summarizing the events in a vague manner. Elucidate the details of the battle, Orochimaru insisted. Liuyun fell silent for a moment, reluctant to divulge the particulars. Just say it. Are you stalling to concoct some excuse? Tsunade interjected, pinching his cheek. Ouch. Let go. Tsunade-sensei. Your grip is too strong. Liuyun pleaded. Speak. Should you conceal anything, your life is forfeit. Subsequently, Liuyun relayed the general events of the battle. Though he simplified some aspects of the combat, the three Sannin grasped the inherent dangers within. You actually utilized an antidote, feigning poisoning? You endured the potent toxins, making the enemy lower their guard before defeating them. Tsunade exclaimed, unable to suppress her astonishment. In truth, the antidote did not completely neutralize the poison. She was well aware of this. After exposure to the venom of the pufferfish, the human body would develop a degree of immunity. At that moment, she could only remark on Liuyun's audacity, risking his life by bearing the toxin, and lament his remarkable fortune. Having encountered the antidote's development period and being at his peak immunity level after having previously detoxified. Chapter 129, The Akatsuki Trio Intervening? In a small town within the Land of Rain, three gaunt, disheveled youths with varying hair colors set their sights on a bakery. Famished. The aroma of the freshly baked bread wafting from within was tantalizing, and they plotted to steal some to stave off their hunger. Nagato, Conan. I'll distract the baker while you two make your move, proposed a boy with spiky orange hair, lowering his voice. Be careful, Yahiko. That baker is fierce, Conan warned, her expression tinged with concern. Don't worry, I'm quick on my feet. He won't catch me, Yahiko replied with a confident grin. Striding boldly out of the alley to commence the operation, he swaggered into the bakery, initially feigning interest in purchasing bread before seizing 2 loaves and making a hasty retreat. Hey, you haven't paid yet, you little thief. The baker shouted, momentarily stunned before erupting in fury and dashing after him. Why should I pay for bread I took by skill? Ha! Yahiko laughed heartily as he ran, inciting the baker's wrath to cloud his judgment in pursuit. Nagato, go now. I'll keep watch. Conan urged urgently. All right, Nagato affirmed, hastily entering the bakery and targeting the largest, most easily grasped loaves. Hey, what are you sneaking around for in front of my shop? A stout middle-aged woman approached, seemingly the bakery's owner. Upon hearing her question, Conan visibly flinched. It seemed true that fears manifest in reality. This woman had unexpectedly returned home at a critical moment, while Nagato was still inside the bakery, pilfering. It's nothing, Conan exclaimed, signaling Nagato, while attempting to block the woman's entry. If Nagato were trapped inside, it would spell disaster. She had to wait until he emerged before making her escape. What are you blocking me for? Get away from me, you little brat, the irate woman shouted. Inside the room, Nagato was startled by a signal, his face turning pale as he clutched a large bundle of bread and dashed out. At that moment, he resembled a frightened bird, summoning every ounce of strength to flee from the bakery. Help! Thief! A vigilant woman immediately grasped the situation, shouting loudly and seizing the escaping Xiaonan. No, I'm not a thief. Let me go? Xiaonan, terrified and tearful, pleaded desperately. You wretched thief. Even at this critical moment, you dare to argue. The middle-aged woman, enraged, prepared to strike Xiaonan's cheek. However, just as her hand was about to land, a delicate hand swiftly grasped her wrist. At this crucial moment, a strikingly beautiful girl intervened to save Xiaonan. Who are you? Are you in cahoots with this wretched girl? The middle-aged woman questioned, her expression unfriendly. You guessed correctly. The beautiful girl smiled sweetly, then exerted her strength, causing the woman to cry out in pain as her wrist was squeezed. The middle-aged woman, momentarily distracted, released Xiaonan and attempted to grab the girl's face, but in the next instant, the girl pushed her away with a single hand. Seizing the opportunity, the girl took Xiaonan's hand and turned to run. Damn thieves! You little brats! The middle-aged woman, unable to catch up with the 2 slender figures, trembled with rage, panting as she continued to hurl insults. Xiaonan, glancing back at the halted woman, couldn't help but let out a peal of laughter. She had finally escaped a dire fate. Thank you, big sister. Once they had run a considerable distance, Xiaonan panted while bowing in gratitude. Today, she owed her safety to this sister, otherwise, she would have faced another beating. It was nothing. The girl smiled warmly. Captivated by her sweet smile, Xiaonan found herself momentarily entranced. Can you take me to find your companions? I need to speak with that red-haired one, the beautiful girl inquired with a smile. Although she could have directly confronted the red-haired thief, seeing the frightened and tearful Xiaonan, she ultimately chose to rescue her first. Are you referring to Nagato? Xiaonan asked in surprise. Yes, indeed, Nagato. The girl nodded affirmatively. After a moment of hesitation, Xiaonan quickly agreed to lead the kind sister. All right, follow me. I'll take you there. Trusting the girl who had just saved her, Xiaonan led her to their secret base. At that moment in the secret base, Yahiko and Nagato were both present, anxiously awaiting Xiaonan's return. Just now, Xiaonan seemed to be captured, but when I went back to check, she was nowhere to be found. Perhaps she managed to escape, Nagato said, panic-stricken. Initially terrified, he had focused solely on fleeing, but upon realizing Xiaonan might have been captured, he rushed back, only to encounter the foul-mouthed woman, with Xiaonan's figure missing. Realizing she might have successfully escaped, he hurried back to the secret base, only to find Yahiko waiting. The thought of having possibly abandoned Xiaonan filled Nagato with regret. What? How could this happen? I led the bakery owner away. How could Xiaonan get caught? What do you mean she might have escaped? Clarify. Yahiko urgently pressed. I'm fine. Xiaonan's voice rang out just in time. Upon seeing Xiaonan return unscathed, both of them were overjoyed and rushed over. Xiaonan, you're safe. That's such a relief. Nagato's anxious heart finally settled. It was this sister, Liuyun, who saved me. Xiaonan quickly introduced the beautiful girl beside her. Hello, I'm Liuyun. It's a pleasure to meet you. Liuyun's gaze flickered, seemingly searching for something. Once she confirmed only the 3 targets were present in the secret base, she extended a friendly hand towards the 2 boys. Liuyun, Yahiko, and Nagato exchanged glances, both puzzled. Hello, I'm Yahiko. Thank you for saving Xiaonan. Yahiko, with his sunny disposition, smiled brightly and shook hands with Liuyun. Liuyun nodded, saying little, before reaching out to Nagato. With his head bowed in shyness, Nagato mustered the courage to extend his hand. Hello, I'm Nagato. Their hands met, and in that instant, Liuyun's gaze fell upon Nagato's eyes, the greed within her barely contained. Chapter 130. The Shadow Clone Mission Fails, Signing the Dragon Cave Conjuration Contract. As night fell, Liuyun, having established a rapport with the 3 boys, successfully remained in the secret base, earning their trust and becoming good friends. Xiaonan even invited Liuyun to sleep alongside her, but the offer was politely declined. Liuyun was not there for companionship. She had a mission to accomplish. After thorough sensing and probing, she had yet to detect the presence of Uchiha Obito or Kagaya's shadows. Indeed, it seemed there were no guardians around Nagato. She had deliberately approached Nagato several times, even attempting to befriend him, yet there had been no interruptions. Taking advantage of the boy's slumber, the beautiful girl, transformed from a flowing cloud, quietly approached Nagato's bed. Everything had appeared to progress too smoothly since her arrival, leaving her perplexed. Even standing right beside Nagato, she felt no signs of abnormality, as if Uchiha Obito and Kagaya had completely disregarded the existence of these eyes. In the next moment, she no longer hesitated, lunging forward with outstretched hands, directly aiming for Nagato's eyes. But just as she was about to succeed, a surge of white, sticky substance suddenly erupted from her hands. What is this? White Zetsu's spore technique. Liuyun realized she was completely immobilized. This was an exceptionally troublesome binding technique. In the original story, White Zetsu had silently ensnared the 5 Kage with spores, trapping them all simultaneously. Liuyun never anticipated that she would fall victim so quietly, despite her utmost caution. In truth, when she had approached Nagato, spores had already adhered to her in the wind. Even had she acted immediately upon encountering him, the outcome would have been the same. Ultimately, her lack of strength was to blame, compounded by the fact that she was merely a shadow clone. A white figure descended from the ceiling, suspended upside down, wearing a sinister smile, its gaze fixated intently on her. It seems this won't be so easy. Liuyun mused to herself, though her expression remained calm despite being bound. White Zetsu, intrigued by this sudden appearance, noticed her obvious intent to acquire Obito's Rinnegan. Though he had dealt with many thieves coveting these eyes, this woman's demeanor baffled him. It appeared she had aimed for the eyes from the outset. Her purpose crystal clear. Even after being captured, she regained her composure almost instantly. Despite her apparent weakness, with chakra levels only on par with the Chunin, she dared to attempt to seize the Rinnegan? Were it not for the fear of alarming Nagato and the others, White Zetsu would have surely laughed at her audacity. As he contemplated extracting the thief's chakra and dragging her out of the room for severe interrogation, the next instant, he was startled by the piercing scream of the thief woman. Help! Upon uttering this cry, Liuyun instantly exploded into a cloud of smoke, vanishing without a trace. This scene left the White Zetsu on the ceiling utterly dumbfounded. It turned out to be a shadow clone. The knight's desperate scream nearly frightened the souls out of Nagato and Yahiko. When the two awoke, they immediately noticed the soft shell of White Zetsu lying on the floor. What the hell is this thing? It seems to be wriggling. The brothers were so terrified that they dashed out of the room. This was Liuyun's final ploy to gross out White Zetsu. In the future, will Nagato associate the sight of such a creature with tonight's events, thus becoming wary? After all, a kind-hearted young lady suddenly vanished overnight, which was evidently linked to this white creature. Inside the Konoha camp in the Land of Rain, as Liuyun received the memories of the shadow clone. His pupils constricted sharply. It seemed that White Zetsu lacked formidable sensory capabilities and thus could not detect that individual. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu's ability to conceal themselves was proving to be quite a headache for him. What are you talking about? Orochimaru approached slowly, holding a massive scroll. Nothing. This is the summoning contract of the Snake Clan from the Dragon Cave. By leaving your blood handprint on it, you will be able to summon the Great Snake from the Dragon Cave in the future. As Orochimaru spoke, he presented a large scroll. He intended to teach Liuyun the summoning technique, which would enable them to communicate through the Snake Clan, alleviating the concern of losing track of each other. This could be seen as a form of inheritance from teacher to disciple. Liuyun even noticed the name of Shinjutsu on the Dragon Cave scroll. This fellow chose to inherit the Great Snake from the Dragon Cave instead of his sister S-Slug, perhaps believing the snake to be cooler and stronger. Orochimaru teaching Liuyun the summoning technique was a form of acknowledgement. He had just formally accepted this disciple, thereby solidifying their master-disciple relationship. Liuyun, filled with excitement, immediately bit his finger, smeared blood across his palm, and pressed it down as a blood handprint. When the contract was finalized, a smile involuntarily spread across Liuyun's face. At that moment, he had acquired a flashy mount, and even the sage arts from the Dragon Cave seemed to beckon him. Liuyun was eager to rush outside to utilize the summoning technique and attempt to call forth the Great Snake, but he was halted by Orochimaru. Go rest. Don't be so rash. It's not too late to practice tomorrow, Orochimaru advised with a smile. All right, teacher. Liuyun restrained his excitement, heeding Orochimaru's words. By the way, when using the summoning technique, be careful not to expend too much chakra at once. If you inadvertently summon the myriad snakes or some excessively powerful, irritable great snake, it could lead to dire consequences. Those creatures have quite the temper and may turn on their summoner. Orochimaru warned sternly. In the Dragon Cave, nearly half of the great snakes do not submit to the summoning control. Liuyun appeared momentarily stunned by this information, but soon nodded with a smile. I understand. The myriad snakes should hope not to be summoned by me. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind letting them know who the true master is. In the early dawn of the following day, Liuyun set out from the camp, heading towards a secluded location nearby. Along the way, he kept his head down, deeply pondering the matters concerning the Rinnegan. After the Shadow Clone's failure, sending another one now would likely result in losing even the person, even if they were found. It was improbable that he could seize the opportunity. Uchiha Obito, Black Zetsu, and White Zetsu were not adversaries he could contend with at this moment. In the face of absolute power, he truly couldn't conceive any useful strategies. The formidable Rinnegan lay before him, yet he lacked the ability to obtain it, which left Liuyun feeling a sense of regret. Chapter 131. The Great Black Snake That Eats Poisonous Snakes, a Disobedient Beast. Summoning Technique. In a secluded area far from the Konoha camp, Liuyun bit his finger, using his blood as a seal to attempt summoning the Great Snake from the Dragon Cave. His initial attempt resulted in the summoning of a colorful little snake. Observing the writhing snake on the ground, Liuyun kicked it far away. This little creature looked venomous. A bite would undoubtedly lead to significant trouble, as ninjas typically have high attack, but low defense. Summoning Technique. Liuyun began his relentless practice, continuously altering and enlarging his summoning targets. After half a day, having grasped the nuances of the summoning technique, Liuyun decisively increased the output limit of his chakra, determined to summon a sizable creature. Summoning Technique. Accompanied by the expansion of the summoning technique and the consumption of a vast amount of chakra. After a cloud of thick smoke cleared, a colossal black snake was summoned before him. This enormous black snake bore 2 horns on its head and, in terms of appearance, resembled a dragon even more than the 4-headed myriad snakes. Moreover, its terrifying size was estimated to exceed 100 meters. The suddenly summoned black snake appeared quite bewildered, still chewing on its food, and judging by the red tail protruding from its mouth, it was evidently consuming another large red snake. Wow! Witnessing this scene, Liuyun was momentarily taken aback. The immense black snake he had summoned with all his effort seemed preoccupied with devouring one of its own kind. Are you also a great snake from the Dragon Cave? Liuyun couldn't help but ask, realizing the absurdity of the situation. How could a snake that feasted on its own kind be allowed to exist in the Dragon Cave by the White Snake Sage? The black snake coldly regarded him, remaining silent as it continued to consume its meal, the red poisonous snake gradually disappearing into its body. Liuyun refrained from interrupting its meal, feeling quite satisfied with this snake. A snake that could eat other snakes should possess considerable strength. Observing the mindlessly grinning little human, The black snake felt a mix of confusion and irritation. A few minutes later, after fully swallowing the red snake, it finally regained the ability to speak. Was it you? This insignificant ant, who summoned me? Truly unaware of your own mortality. The black giant snake spoke ominously. Insignificant ant? Liuyun chuckled, sensing yet another uncooperative beast. In truth, more than half of the great snakes in the dragon cave reject humans, which relates to their inherent nature. To them, humans are merely one of the items on their menu, and a summoning by food often leads to some degree of resistance. Moreover, these great snakes tend to be rather irritable, and this particular one, which fed on other snakes, was among the most notorious. In the dragon cave, it might even be more despised than the one-eyed great snake named Shinya. After all, while Shinya is difficult to approach, it doesn't consume its own kind. Whereas this creature dares to do so. Insignificant beast? The black snake thought it must have misheard. Here it was, a cold-blooded creature, daring to consider itself superior? Liuyun smirked again. A mere great snake dared to call him an ant. Did it truly believe his chakra blade was insufficiently sharp? With countless great snakes in the dragon cave, slaying this one would not be a problem. And he certainly did not need to emulate Orochimaru by becoming a snake's lackey. You are truly courting death. In the next moment, the black giant snake lunged forward. Even though it had just consumed a large snake, its body was bloated, yet its sudden speed remained astonishing. Liuyun performed a body flicker technique to evade, as the powerful impact of the black snake obliterated the trees behind him. Dodging the black snake's attack, Liuyun swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a ninjutsu, fire-style, great fireball technique. A massive fireball hurtled straight towards the black snake's head. The black serpent regarded the approaching fireball with a scornful gaze. In the next moment, it lifted its colossal tail and struck down with tremendous force, cleaving the fireball in twain. As a serpent's hiss echoed, the diminished flames were extinguished in an instant. Liuyun, taken aback by this spectacle, barely had time to launch another assault before the massive black tail swung towards him once more. In an instant, he activated his body flicker technique, narrowly evading the attack. The ground where he had just stood was left riddled with cracks, the force of the blow sending tremors through the very area he occupied. The power of this strike exceeded his expectations. It was no exaggeration to say it could shake mountains. Given Liuyun's physical prowess, had he taken such a blow head-on, he would surely have sustained grave injuries, if not met with death itself. The might of the black serpent instilled a sense of caution within him, and he resolved to eliminate this unruly beast as an example to others. Lightning release, thunderbolt technique. As he narrowly dodged the black serpent's charge, Liuyun unleashed his lightning ninjutsu. With an increase in chakra output, a massive bolt of thunder struck the serpent's corpulent form. The tremendous surge of electricity compelled the creature to emit a pained wail. Lightning release, earth walk. Seizing the moment, Liuyun leapt onto its body to deliver another strike. A torrent of lightning coursed through the serpent, illuminating its entire form with crackling energy. It writhed in agony, and in a desperate bid, it flung Liuyun off its body, opening its mouth in a futile attempt to regurgitate the massive red serpent it had just consumed. This was a natural response for serpents in peril. Having just filled its belly, it found itself struggling to contend with this agile human. Its bulk made evading the lightning nearly impossible. Realizing the serpent's intent, Liuyun acted without hesitation, swiftly forming hand seals as a surge of lightning chakra flooded towards his throat. Lightning release, false darkness. He unleashed a formidable bolt of lightning aimed directly at the serpent's neck, intent on severing its head. As the solidified lightning rushed towards it, the serpent's pupils constricted in fear, acutely sensing the imminent threat of death. Liuyun had timed his attack perfectly, striking just as the beast was preoccupied with regurgitating its meal, leaving it unable to employ its substitution technique to avoid harm. In a desperate moment, the colossal serpent forsook its meal, twisting its body with utmost speed to evade the blow. The false darkness lightning struck, tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh from its neck, yet it narrowly escaped this lethal assault. Blood gushed from the wound, and the black serpent writhed in agony. The red serpent it had consumed now expelled in a frenzy. As it completed the act of regurgitation, a significant portion of its serpentine body reared up, quivering in a demonstration of its fury. Insignificant human, you truly deserve to perish. The black serpent loomed over Liuyun, its anger palpable. Unfazed, Liuyun gazed up at the towering creature, its upper half stretching dozens of meters into the sky, a crimson glint igniting within his eyes. Are you enraged? Chapter 132. A moment of life and death. The Sharingan Jinjutsu, forcefully broken. Are you enraged? Liuyun formed a hand seal with one hand, his blood red. Three-tomo Sharingan fixating coldly on the great black serpent. His words acted as a catalyst, igniting the serpent's rage and causing it to lose its composure. In the next moment, it lunged forward with incredible speed, akin to a bolt of black lightning, arriving before Liuyun in the blink of an eye. Liuyun stood resolutely in place, unflinching in the face of the terrifying beast, even displaying a hint of a relaxed smile. At the instant his smile appeared, the black serpent abruptly halted, three peculiar black tomo manifesting in its eyes. It was evident that it had fallen under the control of the Sharingan, far easier than anticipated. Liuyun allowed his hand seals to fall, confident in his spiritual power and the prowess of his Sharingan to deal with such a massive summoned beast with ease. I cannot move. The black serpent was consumed by terror, realizing it could not even retreat to its lair. Its body was entirely immobilized, its consciousness ensnared by the enigmatic Sharingan. Despite exerting every ounce of strength, it could not break free, only able to observe the human's movements. Liuyun approached the serpent's critical point with his chakra-infused blade, clearly intending to offer no chance of survival. The black serpent, frantic and fearful, did not wish to perish, yet bound by the three-tomo Sharingan, it found itself without even the opportunity to plead for mercy. No, dear mother, come to my aid. The black serpent's heart cried out, its body trembling in dread. It beheld the dazzling blue lightning emanating from the chakra blade in Liuyun's grasp, poised to pierce its fatal weak spot. In that moment, it comprehended the depths of despair and the essence of its own frailty. In comparison to this human, it was indeed nothing more than an insignificant ant. The arrogance it had once wielded now transformed into profound fear and regret. As the son of the sage of the Dragon Cave, the black serpent had thrived in its domain, a ruthless creature that even feasted upon its kin. Though feared by others of its kind, its noble lineage had shielded it from any form of punishment. Now faced with an incomprehensible young prodigy, a single glance had shattered its pride and dignity, revealing to it the existence of those beyond its lair and the stark reality of its own ignorance and vulnerability. The world outside was indeed vast, and here was a being capable of subduing it with but a gaze. The feeble serpent found itself with no chance to plead for mercy, and Liuyun appeared entirely indifferent to its submission. Since you cannot aid me, then perish. Liuyun's eyes narrowed, and without hesitation, he drove the chakra blade towards the black serpent's 7-inch weak point. Do not. In a moment of life and death, the black serpent's instinct for survival surged to its zenith, its bloodline power igniting in an instant, a formidable torrent of sage chakra erupting from within, breaking free from the constraints of the Sharingan's illusion. In the next heartbeat, it regained its mobility, hastily twisting its body to force Liuyun off balance, narrowly evading the deadly strike. Caught off guard by the serpent's sudden movement, Liuyun nearly lost his footing, but in a critical moment, he adhered to the serpent's form using chakra, stabilizing himself just in time. This chakra, Liuyun's three-tomo Sharingan, reflected his astonishment, leaving him little time to ponder as he thrust his chakra blade once more, only to witness the black serpent erupt into a cloud of smoke, evidently having retreated back to its lair. Damn it! Liuyun cursed under his breath, having struck nothing but air. Why did this happen? How could it suddenly unleash such potent chakra? His Sharingan had clearly detected the surge of chakra from the black serpent, which had multiplied exponentially in an instant. The overwhelming sage chakra had shattered the illusion of the Sharingan, allowing it to narrowly escape Liuyun's lethal assault. This great black serpent appeared to be unique. He recalled that the original text offered no description of such a creature. However, given the multitude of serpents within the Dragon Cave, it was hardly surprising that a few possessed unique traits. A colossal black serpent adorned with dragon horns, its form more exaggerated than that of myriad snakes, astonishingly managed to break free from the confines of my illusionary bind. Suddenly, Liuyun found himself intrigued by this formidable black serpent. Given his current ocular prowess and mental strength, bolstered by the three-tomo Sharingan, he could likely subdue a wild-tailed beast ranging from 1 to 7 tails in a brief span of time. Yet now, he had faltered against a summoned great serpent. In the spirit realm, the black serpent, having fortuitously returned to the Dragon Cave, could not suppress a cry that echoed toward the heavens. At that moment, its visage was contorted in agony, as if engulfed in searing flames, causing it to emit anguished howls. Mother! A heart-wrenching scream reverberated throughout the Dragon Cave. Upon hearing this desperate call, a white phosphorescent serpent, poised regally upon its throne, abruptly opened its vertical pupils and, with astonishing speed, sprang forth to stand before the black serpent. Dragon child, what has befallen you? The white phosphorescent serpent spoke with human articulation, its eyes brimming with shock. "Mother, my body burns with unbearable heat and torment." The black serpent writhed, its massive form contorting in distress. "When did you endure the tribulation of thunder? The bloodline power within you is awakening, my son. You are on the verge of becoming a dragon." The white phosphorescent serpent was suddenly overwhelmed with joy, disregarding the black serpent's suffering and the gaping wound upon its neck. Becoming a dragon is an extraordinary opportunity, and here was its beloved offspring, having ventured forth only to emerge from the thunder tribulation, already showing signs of impending transformation. The white phosphorescent serpent could sense the escalating power of sage chakra within the black serpent. The agony of metamorphosis was something it could not alleviate, only encircle its vicinity, preventing other serpents from intruding upon its space. What is happening? 3 beautiful serpent princesses emerged from the depths of the dragon cave. Loyal subordinates of the white phosphorescent serpent. "Do not approach. Keep your distance from my son. He is about to transform." The white phosphorescent serpent sternly reprimanded the eager princesses. "What? Transform into a dragon?" The princesses gasped in horror, yet they dared not approach due to the command of the white serpent sage, remaining at a distance, their eyes fixed on the thrashing black serpent. The black serpent's piercing howl grew increasingly unfamiliar, subtly shifting toward a dragon's roar. Its gargantuan body, through repeated contortions, began to split, torrents of blood gushing forth from the fissures, painting a gruesome scene. As the black serpent began its transformation, its entire form became drenched in blood. The pace of its evolution was alarmingly rapid and violently intense, evidently enduring immense suffering. However, such torment is a requisite of the serpent's metamorphosis. Onlookers could only watch helplessly, powerless to assist. Even the mighty white serpent sage could do nothing. "Brave child, you must endure." The white serpent sage, witnessing the ground stained crimson, paced anxiously, knowing that any intervention could jeopardize the chance for transformation, potentially causing harm to the black serpent. The dragon cave had long upheld a decree that any transformation into a dragon must not be interfered with, nor should any assistance be rendered beyond mere protection. Under the watchful eyes of numerous serpents, the thrashing of the black serpent gradually subsided, appearing lifeless in its sanguine state. "Is the black dragon dead?" One serpent uttered this instinctive query, only to be silenced by the white sage's lethal wrath. The inorganic sage art rendered it a mere sieve. A hush fell over the dragon cave, the serpents too afraid to breathe. "Lord Wanshi, you possess experience in dragon transformation. Could you elucidate the circumstances surrounding Lord Heilong?" A female serpent timidly inquired of Wanshi, who stood nearby. "I am not entirely certain. While I too evolved through fortunate circumstances alongside Lord Heilong, the nature of his transformation is evidently distinct. One thing is clear, though, the process is excruciatingly painful, far more so than shedding skin." The four-horned Wanshi, appearing somewhat grotesque, contrasted sharply with the black serpent, which bore 2 sharp, sturdy horns capable of serving as weapons. If one were to compare which serpent more resembled a dragon, there would be no doubt that it is the black serpent. This marked the second evolution for Lord Heilong, aside from certain ancestors of the dragon cave. No serpent had achieved such a feat in millennia. The outcome remains uncertain, yet one can only hope that Lord Heilong will create a miracle. As Wanshi pondered, the white serpent sage suddenly erupted in laughter. "I can sense it. Such potent chakra and vitality. My son has succeeded. Ha ha ha." With these words, from the battered form of the colossal serpent, a grotesque and unfamiliar dragon head forced its way out, followed by a slender neck, and in that moment, powerful dragon claws violently tore through the old flesh. The assembly of serpents gazed in utter astonishment. "The dragon claws have emerged," Wanshi stammered, utterly exhilarated. This evolution of the black dragon provided him invaluable experience. As the 3-toed dragon claws burst forth, an incredibly fierce black dragon unfurled its entire form. "A true dragon!" Countless serpents exclaimed in awe. In that instant, Lord Heilong had magnificently evolved into a genuine dragon. "Ha! I knew you could succeed. The dragon cave has finally realized its potential, welcoming the arrival of a true dragon." The white serpent sage laughed uncontrollably, even shedding tears of joy. Roaring, the black dragon fully extended its immense body. Despite its nascent dragon form appearing frail, it nevertheless released an astonishingly resounding dragon roar. Upon hearing this roar, all serpents within the dragon cave instinctively prostrated themselves. This was a fearsome bloodline pressure. At that moment, the 3 serpent princesses, Wanshi, and other great serpents lay flat on the ground, unable to move under the weight of the dragon's might. Just as the black dragon reveled in its newfound power, It was abruptly summoned away by a tenacious spirit. What is happening? The assembly of serpents were left in bewilderment. Lord Heilung has been summoned away. One of the princesses stammered. Quickly retrieve the summoning contract. I must see which audacious human dares to meddle, commanded the white serpent sage, a frost settling upon its countenance. Yes, yes. The three princesses hastily darted into the depths of the dragon cave to procure the summoning contract. In a secluded area of the Land of Rain, Liuyun gazed at the pool of blood left by the black serpent and was seized by the idea of another summoning. If I mix my blood with the black serpent's, I should be able to forcibly summon that creature back, he mused. In the next moment, as the summoning technique was invoked, the massive form reappeared within the swirling smoke. Ah, is that a dragon? As the mist dissipated, the enormous being before him caused Liuyun to instinctively retreat. You again. The black dragon exclaimed in surprise, instinctively recoiling just like Liuyun. Again? I merely utilized the blood of the black serpent, and it turns out like this. You are that black serpent, aren't you? The astute Uchiha Liuyun quickly deduced. I am not. The black dragon instinctively shook its head in denial. Originally, it intended to escape back to the dragon's lair, but in the next moment, it once again beheld a pair of blood-red, three-tomo Sharingan eyes. In an instant, this rather dim-witted serpentine dragon fell victim to the same trick once more. The Sharingan is particularly adept at countering tailed beasts and large summoning creatures. Even the high concentration of sage chakra within the black dragon proved futile at this moment. The reason it had previously managed to break free was due to a sudden surge of its bloodline power, which activated a significant amount of sage chakra, enabling it to shatter the illusion. One of the correct methods to dispel illusions is to disrupt them with another source of chakra or to restore one's own chakra to achieve the effect of breaking the illusion. The great black serpent awakened its bloodline power at the brink of death, and the sudden influx of sage chakra inadvertently helped it escape the illusion. While sage chakra is inherently far superior in quality compared to ordinary chakra, it does not possess the intrinsic properties to counter illusions. The ability to dispel illusions ultimately relies on the host's capabilities. The potency of chakra does not determine one's resistance to illusions. For instance, Naruto Uzumaki, despite having chakra many times more powerful than that of Kisame Hashigaki, found himself toyed with by Itachi Uchiha's Jinjutsu upon their encounter. Similarly, those formidable tailed beasts, when confronted with the might of the Mangekyo Sharingan, often end up as obedient pawns. At that moment, the sage chakra within the black dragon had stabilized, indicating the possibility of being manipulated by the Sharingan once again. I am curious, how did you suddenly transform from a serpent into a dragon? Liuyun, wielding a chakra blade, inquired with curiosity, standing atop the head of the serpentine dragon. At this moment, the newly transformed black dragon was at its most vulnerable. With its scales yet to fully harden, it would likely take just a single strike to bring it down. Chapter 134. What constitutes a true dragon? The black serpent submits. This time, Liuyun, utilizing the Sharingan to control it, intentionally granted it the right to speak. Wait, let's talk. As long as you don't make a move. I am open to any form of cooperation, the black dragon hastily exclaimed, fearing that if it delayed its response, it would be struck down before it could even plead for mercy, a fate that would be utterly deplorable. I am asking how you suddenly transformed from a serpent into a dragon. Liuyun furrowed his brow and pressed. Upon witnessing his expression, the black dragon shuddered in fear. I just awakened my bloodline heritage, having completed my evolution in the dragon's lair. The black dragon confessed honestly, not daring to conceal any details. Realizing that it had just undergone its second evolution, a time of burgeoning strength, and being killed by this little brat, while still weak, would be an immense humiliation. Surely there cannot be many serpents like you in the dragon's lair? Liuyun suddenly posed this question. Previously, when he watched anime, he had not seen any serpentine dragons in the dragon's lair, apart from the myriad snakes and the white snake sage, who bore a resemblance to a dragon with its horn. And there was also the second-generation serpentine dragon, created from the cells of the myriad snakes by Orochimaru. But that creature belonged to the realm of science rather than the dragon's lair. Throughout the entirety of the dragon's lair, I am the only one who has achieved a second evolution. I alone am the true dragon. The black dragon's voice brimmed with pride and arrogance. Humph. Do you even know what a true dragon is? You are merely a lowly serpent, far from the true essence of a dragon. Liuyun scoffed, his disdain palpable. You insolent brat. How could a mere human child possibly understand the dragon's lair better than I? What serpent? I am the black dragon, the true dragon. The black dragon roared, infuriated. Of course, I understand dragons better than you, for I am a descendant of dragons. Liuyun gazed at it calmly. his demeanor entirely devoid of deception. Are you joking? The black dragon's eyes widened in disbelief, brimming with skepticism. A human child claiming to be a descendant of dragons. Did it expect him to believe such nonsense? Believe it or not, that is your choice, Liuyun replied nonchalantly. Humph. I knew you were merely boasting, fabricating lies, and daring to question me without recognizing a true dragon. Silence. Liuyun suddenly interjected, his expression darkening as he interrupted the black dragon's words. A serpent is a serpent. You have no understanding of what a dragon truly is. If you comprehended the essence of a true dragon, you would not indulge in such arrogance, comparing yourself to a true dragon. A dragon can be grand or diminutive, capable of ascending or concealing itself. Great in size, it stirs clouds and exhales mist, summons winds and rain, and commands thunder. Small in form, it hides and conceals, leaving no trace, eluding the gaze of mere mortals. It ascends, soaring through the cosmos, traversing the heavens and the earth. It conceals itself, lurking within the waves, exerting dominion over the seas. A true dragon's roar can alter the very colors of heaven and earth, and a casual swipe of its tail holds the power to cleave mountains and sever rivers. Pray tell, which of these abilities does a true dragon possess that you currently hold? Liuyun questioned with an icy demeanor. You are merely a hollow vessel bearing the form of a dragon. Were you to claim to be a serpentine dragon, I would not bother to argue with you. But to consider yourself a true dragon is to be utterly ignorant of your own limitations. At present, you are but a trifling three-clawed serpent. Only when you grow to possess 5 claws will you be worthy of claiming the title of a true dragon. Do you understand, fool? At that moment, the black dragon was rendered completely speechless. It had initially thought this human child was merely boasting about being a descendant of dragons, but now, after hearing such words, even the black dragon had to acknowledge the truth within them. The ancestors of the dragon's lair had indeed mentioned the existence of a true dragon, a being that a mere serpent could never hope to attain. The founder of the dragon's lair had spent his entire life striving for the heights of a true dragon, yet had never surpassed the 4-clawed stage. If Liuyun could speak of a 5-clawed true dragon, then it stood to reason that his words were not mere fabrications. He might indeed be a being that understood dragons better than any within the dragon's lair. Perhaps he truly was the descendant of dragons. What exactly are you? At that moment, the black dragon no longer dared to consider itself a true dragon, nor did it feel insulted by Liuyun's comparison to a serpent. It had always known about the 5 claws of a true dragon. But since it was the only great serpent in the dragon's lair to reach the level of a dragon, it had felt justified in its arrogance. It never anticipated that its recent transformation would lead to such swift humiliation. Now, it found itself as nothing more than a helpless pawn. Do not be in haste. You must first make your choice before you are qualified to inquire about my identity, Liuyun said with a smile. What choice? The black dragon asked anxiously. Submission or death? Liuyun gazed at it quietly. Should he fail to receive a satisfactory answer, he would not hesitate to strike it down. After all, no matter how impressive a serpentine dragon may be, if it was not of use to him, it was merely a beast, and there was no need to spare a beast that posed a threat to him. Moreover, this creature appeared to be brimming with potential. If he could deliver its corpse to Orochimaru-sensei, perhaps they could uncover something remarkable from it. I submit. Ultimately, the black dragon had no choice but to bow its head in submission. Resistance was futile. Defiance would only lead to a swift end. Observing Liuyun's demeanor, it was clear that he was not one to jest. Previously, as a mere serpent, it had not even had the right to plead for mercy. Only after becoming a dragon did it gain the ability to speak. You swear, by the name of the dragon's lair, by the name of the true dragon, and by the punishment of thunder, that you will obey, Liuyun said with a smile. This creature had previously devoured its own kind. It was hard to believe it would remain compliant. What? The black dragon's eyes widened in anger, but under Liuyun's overwhelming presence, it ultimately complied, sincerely swearing the oath as instructed. For beings like it, who needed to endure tribulations, swearing an oath that could invoke divine retribution was a grave matter. And violating such an oath would be utterly catastrophic. It could be said that this time, it had truly submitted. Upon reflection, it is indeed not inconceivable for Liuyun to assert that he is a descendant of dragons, and thus, it is entirely justifiable for him to submit to a dragon's heir. After all, the pact established between the dragon's lair and humanity bears a similar connotation. Most importantly, the black dragon desires to extract further secrets regarding the true dragon from him, which elucidates its willingness to comply so readily. Excellent. Liuyun let out a hearty laugh, promptly dispelling the illusionary binds, allowing the black dragon's form to regain its freedom. This must be the power of the Sharingan. The black dragon, far from being an ignorant serpent, was well aware of the significance of those crimson eyes. However, it was astonished by the extraordinary strength of this child's ocular prowess, as the sheer force of mental restraint was utterly unreasonable. Chapter 135. Ensnared by Serpents. The Identity of the Black Dragon. I am Uchiha Liuyun. Liuyun boldly proclaimed his name, considering the black serpent to be tamed, and thus, his personal summon. What is your name? I am the Black Dragon. It began to reply, but before the words could fully escape its lips, it was abruptly engulfed in a puff of smoke. In an instant, both Liuyun and the dragon vanished, forcibly transported to the dragon's lair. What? Liuyun's expression morphed into one of bewilderment. At this moment, not only was he perplexed, but the black dragon, too, found itself in a state of confusion upon returning to the dragon's lair. Child, it is this wretch who summoned you here, is it not? I have now reversed the summoning. You may do with him as you please. The white snake sage observed the diminutive human with a cold gaze. Faced with the menacing assembly of various serpents surrounding him, Liuyun's mouth hung agape, his entire being rendered immobile. He had been reversed summoned into the dragon's lair, encircled by a multitude of colossal serpents. Can someone explain to me what is happening here? In such dire circumstances, even if he unleashed the full might of his Mangekyo Sharingan, it would likely be insufficient to fend off the onslaught of the serpents. Wasn't it merely a playful endeavor with a few disobedient snakes during the morning's summoning? Many more serpents had perished due to Orochimaru's summoning. Yet the dragon's lair had not sought retribution against him. No, the issue lay with the black dragon. Liuyun's gaze shifted toward the black dragon, recognizing its apparent significance within the lair. Amongst the throng of serpents, it was the only one adorned with 4 limbs, resembling a dragon the most. Could it be that the serpents were aware of his prior threats to subdue and coerce this creature into submission? As this realization dawned upon him, Liuyun instinctively swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He began to comprehend the gravity of the situation, his heart racing with trepidation. Had he known such a predicament would ensue, he would never have dared to act so recklessly. To speak reasonably, after Uchiha Sasuke had summoned the myriad snakes, the dragon's lair had not pursued him for trouble. Why should he, merely intimidating a single black serpent, face the wrath of an entire battalion of serpents? The black dragon possesses horns, and so do the myriad snakes, yet his lineage is Uchiha, and Liuyun bears the same surname. Why then should he be singled out for such exceptional treatment? Let's discuss this amicably. I merely forged a summoning contract with your lair yesterday. We are, at the very least, allies now. There is no need to resort to violence. Liuyun raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, forcing a smile, his complexion paling. Who said we are allies? You summoned the black dragon twice, once causing it grievous harm and once forcibly calling it forth while it was weakened. What are your intentions? You little brat? The white phosphor serpent fixed Liuyun with a malevolent stare, its raised scales betraying its ire, while a vast reservoir of sage chakra surged within its immense form. This chakra was likely more formidable than that of tailed beasts. Liuyun felt nearly crushed beneath the weight of its terrifying presence. Through the gaze of his 3-tomo Sharingan, he could scarcely fathom the immense compression of sage chakra within the white phosphor serpent, causing its exterior to shimmer with an ethereal glow. Isn't your black dragon in fine health? Liuyun struggled to articulate the question. His body felt utterly weak, supported only by chakra, but despite his physical fragility, his words remained defiant. Upon hearing Liuyun's remark, the white phosphor serpent paused momentarily before turning its gaze to the black dragon, seeking its judgment on whether to kill or spare him. Flustered now, are we? The black dragon slithered over, smirking at him. What am I flustered about? I have faith that my elder brother, the black dragon, is a dragon of his word and would not harm me. Liuyun chuckled nervously, his demeanor appearing somewhat humble and sycophantic. Did you not just declare that I am unworthy to be a dragon? How is it that your tune has changed so swiftly within mere minutes? I still prefer your haughty demeanor, the black dragon teased, deliberately circling Liuyun. What? This little brat dares to be so arrogant? To claim that the black dragon is not a true dragon? One of the serpent maidens hissed menacingly, while the other 2 soon joined in with spine-chilling hisses. In an instant, not just the 3 serpent maidens, but the entire assembly of serpents erupted in a terrifying chorus of hisses, a cacophony capable of instilling sheer terror in the faint-hearted. Confronted with this scene, Liuyun realized that merely feigning submission would do little to deter them. However, after a moment of panic, he strangely regained his composure. Are you all planning to bully the weak? And what if we are? You, a mere human child, dare to provoke the black dragon? Even Orochimaru would not speak so boldly to us. One of the myriad snakes interjected, fully aware of Liuyun's previous association with Orochimaru. This brat had once served it during meals, and in its eyes, he was no more than an insignificant insect, utterly unworthy of politeness. Silence. You wretched serpent have no right to speak to me, Liuyun suddenly bellowed. His audacious proclamation momentarily stunned several serpents, and his three-tomo Sharingan glowed ominously, exuding a powerful mental pressure. Little brat, you seek death. The upper half of the myriad snake reared up, only to launch itself at Liuyun like a dart. Its assault swift and lethal, sending shivers down spines. Liuyun regarded it coldly, standing his ground without flinching, allowing the serpent to close in. Just as it was about to reach him, a robust dragon tail, with tremendous force, struck it away at the last moment. The myriad snake, caught off guard, was sent tumbling through the air, its vast body rolling several times on the ground, a testament to the tail's formidable strength. Black Dragon. You. After a considerable interval on the ground, the myriad snake finally managed to rise. Did I permit you to act? Should you dare to show such disrespect again, I shall not hesitate to devour you whole. The Black Dragon's voice was dark and foreboding. Originally, the Black Dragon had utilized its long and massive form to encircle Liuyun, and the myriad snake's audacity in attacking Liuyun was perceived as an affront. I understand. The myriad snake, having received a severe reprimand, instantly subdued its defiance, lowering its head in submission before retreating into the depths of the dragon's lair, unwilling to linger any longer. In terms of both strength and status, the myriad snake was far inferior to the Black Dragon. In terms of brutality and temperament, it could not hold a candle to the Black Dragon. The latter held a noble lineage, being the progeny of the white phosphor serpent, and in the dragon's lair, it was entirely lawful to consume its kin on any given day. Should it feel inclined to feast upon the myriad snake, the white snake sage would likely not intervene. Due to age, the white phosphor serpent had long since lost its ability to reproduce, leaving only this singular offspring after millennia, doted upon unreservedly. The Black Dragon received unconditional support for all its endeavors. Even when it consumed serpents, the sage paid no heed, rationalizing that only the weak and infirm were consumed, which contributed positively to the dragon's lair's development. Furthermore, the Black Dragon had successfully transformed into a dragon, rendering the myriad snake utterly incomparable. Daring to retort, even without the intervention of the Black Dragon, the white phosphorus serpent would not allow it to escape unscathed. Chapter 136. One man and one dragon gazing skyward. Every coincidence is but the orchestration of fate. Ah, a bold one indeed. Are you not afraid that I might devour you? The Black Dragon thrust its fearsome head towards Liuyun, yet its gaze began to grow increasingly frigid. Have you forgotten our earlier oath? Liuyun responded calmly, meeting its eyes with a tranquil defiance. Do you truly believe I would place my faith in such ephemeral notions? The Black Dragon bared its teeth in a sudden display of menace. At this moment, the dragon scales upon its body had fully hardened with the passage of time, and its mouth no longer bore just a few serpentine fangs, but was lined with sharp teeth. Its period of weakness was gradually receding, and the power within began to surge forth. Then you may as well test it, see what the consequences of breaking an oath might be, and whether heaven will bestow its wrath upon you. Liuyun regarded it with an expression of serene composure, his demeanor reminiscent of his earlier self before entering the dragon's lair. The Black Dragon emitted a low, threatening growl. What oath exists between you? You impudent wretch, do you dare to threaten my son at this juncture? Have you grown weary of life? Or do you believe that by entering into a spirit contract, we would spare you? The white phosphorus serpent spoke coldly. Its murderous intent was palpable and intense. Liuyun sensed it, but remained unafraid, placing his hands behind his back and gazing up at the heavens. Oh heavens! Might you assist me with a clap of thunder? If there be no thunder, then at least send forth a single dark cloud. At that moment, the Black Dragon also cast its gaze skyward, but the sky was clear, devoid of any signs of divine retribution. Both man and dragon disregarded the reactions of the other serpents, fixating intently on the firmament. Though nothing adorned the sky, they gazed with earnestness, lost in reverie. After a prolonged silence, as Liuyun's neck ached from the strain of looking upward, the Black Dragon suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, indeed, you are worthy of my attention, human. I shall honor our previous promise. Whenever you require my aid, I shall be at your service. The Black Dragon's demeanor shifted from menacing to unexpectedly mild, and as its words settled, Liuyun exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. He had narrowly escaped a dire fate. Had the three great serpent queens arrived just a moment sooner to summon their powers, preventing the Black Dragon from uttering its oath, he would have undoubtedly met his doom this day. Serpent queens, Please escort this esteemed individual back to his original coordinates, the black dragon commanded casually. Yes. The three serpent queens responded in unison. Wait. Liuyun raised his hand to halt their advance. Do you have something else to say? The black dragon inquired. Curiosity etched upon its face. Indeed, I wish to learn the arcane arts of the dragon's lair, Liuyun declared without hesitation. What? The assembly of serpents displayed expressions of astonishment. Even the black dragon and the white serpent immortal mirrored this sentiment. You audacious fool. Do you think the arts of the immortal can be learned at whim? The white phosphorus serpent glared at him fiercely. Though it was unclear why its offspring had suddenly altered his attitude towards this human, it was resolute in not offering kindness to one who had threatened its son. Permission to learn the immortal arts would require its consent. Do you wish to learn now? The black dragon, instead of harboring any resentment towards Liuyun's audacity, expressed unabashed admiration. Upon hearing this, the white phosphorus serpent transformed into an elderly woman and shot at a disapproving glance. Liuyun fell silent for a moment before abruptly shaking his head. I am currently engaged in the battlefield of the Rain Kingdom and cannot extricate myself. I shall return to your lair in a few months to earnestly study the immortal arts. You decide. Should you wish to learn, summon me, the black dragon replied, casting a sidelong glance at him. Previously, when Liuyun utilized its blood, mingling it with his own to perform the summoning technique, every subsequent invocation of powerful energy would undoubtedly call upon it. Very well. Noticing that Liuyun had no further matters to discuss, the black dragon instructed the three serpent queens to jointly return him to the spatial coordinates from whence he came. My son, what oath did you make with him? And how did you manage to transcend and transform into a dragon in such a short span of time? The white serpent immortal could no longer contain her curiosity. Upon hearing this, the black dragon fell into silence, prompting the white phosphorus serpent to dismiss the other serpents, leaving only the mother and son in place. With a grave expression, the black dragon recounted its previous experiences and all dialogues exchanged with Liuyun, a descendant of dragons. Moreover, possessing such clarity regarding true dragons? The white serpent immortal gasped, revealing her true form in astonishment. When I likened myself to a true dragon, he became quite agitated, even explicitly stating the distinction between dragons and serpents. I sensed he was not lying. Moreover, I was under the control of his Sharingan. He had no need to deceive me. Faced with the threat to my life, and with a desire to learn how to further evolve into a true dragon, I entered into an agreement to serve him. The black dragon divulged its innermost thoughts. A true dragon, that is an evolutionary pinnacle unattained even by the ancestors of the dragon's lair. Can a mere human child truly possess such knowledge? The white phosphorus serpent murmured absent-mindedly. The black dragon refrained from answering her query and instead gazed excitedly into the sky, speaking to itself. A five-clawed true dragon, capable of both grandeur and subtlety. Soaring and concealing. When grand, it stirs clouds and exhales mist, commands wind and rain, conjures thunder. When subtle, it hides its form, leaving no trace. Imperceptible to the eyes of mere mortals. When it ascends, it soars through the cosmos, traversing the realms of heaven and earth. When it conceals, it lurks within the waves, exerting dominion over the seas. A single roar can alter the very fabric of heaven and earth, and a swipe of its tail possesses the might to cleave mountains and rivers. He has awakened in me the realization that beyond serpents, there exist dragons. I had previously been but a frog at the bottom of a well. Mother, I have grown weary of the dark confines of the cave. I yearn to soar amidst the cosmos, to exert my influence over the seas. I wish to become that five-clawed true dragon who commands wind, rain, and thunder, and to be the master of scales spoken of in ancient legends. Mother, can you comprehend my aspirations? The black dragon gazed at the white phosphorus serpent with wild anticipation. Liuyun's words ignited its ambition and desire, revealing to it a broader horizon. It had transformed into a dragon and was no longer merely a serpent. It longed for the tumultuous ocean and the boundless sky. The dragon's lair had become too confining for it. Ha ha ha. The white phosphorus serpent laughed heartily, its voice echoing far and wide, clear enough for all serpents to hear. My son, your aspirations soar high, surpassing all previous immortal serpents, rivaling even the ancestral dragon. That human, in his first summoning, inadvertently aided you in overcoming the thunder tribulation, allowing you to transform from serpent to dragon. This clearly indicates that he is a person of destiny, intertwined with you by significant fate. Perhaps he can indeed help you realize your ambitions. The white phosphorus serpent spoke its thoughts aloud, for as an immortal, it did not believe in mere coincidences. To it, all was the design of fate. Haha, mother. You truly understand me. The Black Dragon joined in laughter. Today marked not only Liuyun's selection of the Black Dragon, but also the Black Dragon's choice of a master of summoning. The Black Dragon may have doubted the divine retribution of the heavens, yet it steadfastly believed in the orchestration of fate. Indeed, Liuyun had bestowed upon it a trial. But it was precisely because of him that the Black Dragon successfully transformed into a dragon. The opportunity for dragon transformation is a gift from the heavens. Yet a mere human child, with a casual electric jolt, had awakened its dormant dragon blood. A mere snap of its jaws unleashed a bolt of thunder, rivaling the heaven's own retribution, nearly costing it its life, while simultaneously aiding it in transcending the thunder tribulation. Is not such a being the fabled person of destiny? Chapter 137. If one cannot attain it, then attempt to obliterate it. A suicidal assault. Upon departing the dragon's lair and returning to his secluded location, Liuyun sank to the ground in exhaustion. Today, he had come perilously close to meeting his end within the dragon's lair. The mere recollection sent shivers down his spine, his calves trembling. In such a scenario, had those serpents engaged in battle, he would have certainly met his demise, with no one capable of rescuing him, nor any means of escape. He truly did not anticipate being summoned without any forewarning, leaving him with no opportunity to react. Once the summoning contract was signed, it was not only he who could summon the great serpent without warning. The snake sage could also summon him unexpectedly. The crucial point was that the great serpents could return at will, while he was not afforded the same luxury of departure. This clearly illustrated the inherent inequity of the summoning contract held by Orochimaru. Fortunately, despite the peril he faced this time, the outcome was remarkably favorable. Having acquired a powerful dragon-like summoning beast, and laid a foundation for future mastery of sage techniques. After exhaling a breath of foul air, Liuyun strode joyfully towards the Konoha camp. In a certain underground chamber, the name Liuyun surfaced. Shadow clones. The target was unmistakably the Rinnegan? Upon learning that someone was plotting against his Rinnegan, a certain elder of the Uchiha clan could hardly remain composed. Who were these impertinent fools daring to set their sights on me? They truly do not know the meaning of danger. Uchiha Obito muttered darkly. Set aside the matter of Uchiha Liuyun for now. I must investigate who this Liuyun is. Very well, Lord Obito. Should we orchestrate a scheme to lure Nagato and his companions away from that small town? After all, the location of the Rinnegan has been compromised. White Zetsu inquired with a sinister smile. No need for that. I wish to discern the identity of my adversary. It would be best if they came to us. Uchiha Obito replied coldly, already harboring murderous intent. What if they only send a few shadow clones? White Zetsu chuckled mockingly. Do you think someone who dares to plot against the Rinnegan would be timid? Uchiha Obito shot him a glance. That may not be the case. After all, they are already aware that someone is guarding the Rinnegan, and they might proceed with greater caution. White Zetsu's words rendered Obito momentarily silent, as he found merit in the observation. Let us wait and see if they have the audacity to send their true self, Uchiha Obito finally concluded. After all, one can only be a thief for 1,000 days. There is no such thing as being on guard against theft for 1,000 days. He must root out and sever the dark hand reaching for the Rinnegan. In the ensuing days, Konoha refrained from launching any significant offensives against the Rain Shinobi. They were biding their time, awaiting the mass production of antidotes from the Land of Fire. Without the necessary potions to combat Hanzo's Rain Shinobi, the casualties would be too great. Liuyun enjoyed a relatively leisurely existence during these days, spending most of his daylight hours training or studying within the camp, and occasionally venturing out at night to carry out missions alongside Orochimaru. Whenever he encountered difficulties in his training, he would promptly seek Orochimaru's guidance, resulting in rapid improvement in his abilities. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Liuyun simultaneously created 6 shadow clones. One clone focused on honing water-style chakra. Another delved into the knowledge of the vortex sealing technique. One assisted Tsunade in the medical tent while seeking her wisdom in healing techniques. Another absorbed various minor ninjutsu lessons from Orochimaru, and the last 2 transformed using the transformation technique, preparing to head to the town where Nagato resided to stir up trouble. The original Liuyun remained safely within the camp, engaged in his daily physical training. Meanwhile, at the location of Nagato's trio, ever since a certain Liuyun faced an unfortunate incident, they had mourned her absence for a time. Regrettably, they lacked the means to uncover who had abducted her. One day, a certain Liuyun reappeared in the quiet town, but before she could unveil herself before Nagato and the others, a group of white Zetsu emerged, encircling her. Damn, it seems I can no longer make contact, Liuyun cursed under her breath. With the contact plan thwarted, she had no choice but to abandon this body. Do you believe in light? Liuyun sweetly inquired. posing a question that left the white Zetsu bewildered. Who the hell are you? One white Zetsu demanded sternly. First, answer me. Do you believe in light? Liuyun maintained her radiant smile. I believe you're about to die, a white Zetsu sneered. Humph. Since you all do not believe in light, allow me to show you its power. With her words, Liuyun's body suddenly emitted a series of strange, sizzling sounds. Run. At the moment the white Zetsu witnessed Liuyun transform into light, terror gripped them, and they scrambled to escape. Boom. A blinding flash engulfed the entire group of white Zetsu, and a violent explosion swiftly consumed them. The entire town echoed with the sound of the blast, causing the townsfolk to panic, believing Konoha's ninja had attacked, hurriedly closing their doors. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man seized the opportunity when a red-haired child was momentarily isolated, casting aside his cane and lunging towards the child's back. In the next instant, white spores erupted from his body, and the terrifying brilliance, accompanied by a fierce explosion, obliterated everything in its path. Ouch, that treacherous bastard is more sinister than we are. The vortex white Zetsu emerged from Nagato, having shielded him entirely from the explosion, absorbing the brunt of the blast. Consequently, its back was charred, indicating it had sustained significant injuries. Nagato merely suffered from the shockwave of the explosion, sustaining no further harm, having been exceptionally well protected. Obito, I told you they wouldn't be foolish enough to come in person. Yet you refused to heed my warnings and insisted on not relocating Nagato. Aloe White Zetsu remarked with evident displeasure. These two explosions are clearly aimed at destroying what they cannot obtain. Their intentions are unmistakably malign, it mused. The white Zetsu found themselves at a loss, unable to ascertain where the assailant had come from, nor could they identify the true form behind the attack, rendering even their gender uncertain. Get out there and find out. A furious Uchiha Obito commanded upon receiving the news, ordering the white Zetsu to investigate with all their might, leaving no time to manage intelligence concerning Liuyun. If the Rinnegan were lost, all of Uchiha Obito's plans would crumble, and Black Zetsu's scheme to save his mother would be in vain. Even if that boy named Uchiha Liuyun were the perfect candidate for wielding the Eye of the Moon, it would all be for naught. Chapter 138, A Million Sparring Bets. Orochimaru and Jiraiya versus Tsunade and Liuyun. Liuyun was unaware that his minor stratagem had inadvertently diverted Uchiha Obito's attention, a serendipitous twist of fate. The Vortex White Zetsu, Aloe White Zetsu, and the lurking Black Zetsu remained occupied at the small town, lacking the time to monitor Liuyun near the Konoha camp. Naturally, monitoring a skilled jonin like him necessitated formidable stealth capabilities, something ordinary white Zetsu could not achieve without detection. After all, the Konoha camp had an abundance of sensory-type ninjas, including those from the Hyuga, Yamanaka, Inuzuka, and Aburame clans, among others. During wartime, several squads of sensory ninjas were responsible for security patrols daily. The risk of discovery was considerable, and there was little significance in surveilling Liuyun's routine. Indeed, it was not so easily attainable. Upon receiving news of the Shadow Clone explosion, Liuyun exhibited no surprise. His actions were merely intended to prevent Uchiha Obito from having an easy time. With so many white Zetsu watching over Nagato, it was nearly impossible for Liuyun to seize the Rinnegan with his current capabilities, leaving him at a loss for a viable plan. Days turned to weeks, and 2.5 months passed in the blink of an eye. In a vast, uninhabited area, Liuyun, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade stood facing one another. In a rare moment of leisure, a few individuals, feeling the weight of ennui coupled with the lack of recreational activities within the confines of the camp, decided to heed Jiraiya's suggestion and engage in a rather unfriendly sparring wager. Liuyun, please refrain from bringing your chakra blade. It's cumbersome to control and perilous. Jiraiya remarked with an awkward chuckle, aware that fighting against Liuyun's Chidori with mere kunai would be an unfair disadvantage. One misstep could result in grievous injuries. This blade had already tasted the blood of ranged shinobi on the battlefield, and the other 3 ninjas were well aware that its edge, imbued with the lightning of Chidori, could not be hindered by ordinary weapons. Must you show such a lack of decorum? It's rather impertinent to impose such requests while wielding an advantage. Orochimaru retorted with a disdainful glance. Hey, the strength of one's abilities cannot merely be gauged by age. Moreover, we've already shown leniency by not employing summoning techniques. Besides, Liuyun possesses the prowess of a jonin. How can he still be regarded as a mere child? Jiraiya burst into laughter, his audacity leaving others astounded. TCH. Orochimaru has a point. Jiraiya, you are truly shameless. Tsunade couldn't help but interject, unable to suppress her disdain. As the banter escalated among the trio, Liuyun shook his head in bemusement. Fine, I shall forego the chakra blade. With that, he placed the weapon atop a nearby boulder. Hee. We'll each toss a die. Those with matching numbers will form pairs, or the two with the highest rolls will team up. Jiraiya explained cheerfully as he produced 4 dice. Upon sighting the dice in Jiraiya's hand, one eager gambler's eyes sparkled with excitement, fingers itching to participate. Soon enough, each of the 4 had a die in hand, and they cast them onto the ground simultaneously. Orochimaru rolled a 6, Jiraiya a 4, Liuyun a 3, and Tsunade, the notorious gambler, rolled a mere 1. Haha, it appears I am paired with Orochimaru. While Tsunade and Liuyun are together, Jiraiya laughed heartily, feeling confident about their prospects. The stakes for this sparring match had been prearranged, amounting to a staggering 2 million ryo. Liuyun's wealth was well known among the 3, having amassed significant winnings in recent card games against them, making him the wealthiest present. Why am I so unfortunate? Tsunade lamented, cradling her head in despair. That little brat usually has such good fortune. How could he only roll a 3 today? She cast a dissatisfied glare at Liuyun. Do you think I wanted to be your partner? Liuyun muttered under his breath, unable to contain his irritation. What did you say, you little brat? I don't care. If we lose, you must repay my share. Tsunade immediately resorted to underhanded tactics before the match had even commenced, burdened with debt. She doubted she could scrounge even a mere 10,000 ryo, let alone the potential loss of 1 million ryo, which would likely drive her to despair. She felt no confidence in their ability to triumph against the combined might of Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Haha, are we already witnessing infighting before the match has begun? Jiraiya relished the unfolding spectacle. Shut up. Tsunade shot him a fierce glare. All right, let us get started. Liuyun waved his hand in resignation. He was acutely aware of her financial woes, knowing that the bulk of the gambling money had found its way into his own pockets. Tsunade's resorting to trickery was somewhat understandable. Just as his words left his lips, Tsunade unexpectedly unleashed a flurry of poisoned needles. Her desperation for funds and desire to win became evident. Orochimaru, with a swift kick, sent Jiraiya, who was still unprepared, tumbling aside, narrowly avoiding the incoming projectiles. Despicable. Jiraiya glared at Tsunade, recognizing her treachery. Had she succeeded in landing a poison needle, both he and Orochimaru would have been left vulnerable for a critical period. Consider yourself fortunate, you big fool, Tsunade smirked. Shadow Snake Hand. As she spoke, Orochimaru sprang into action, unleashing a terrifying assault without a hint of restraint. Numerous venomous snakes lunged toward Tsunade. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Liuyun darted in front of her, quickly forming hand seals and unleashing a massive fireball that engulfed the serpents, continuing its trajectory toward his mentor. Quite impressive, Tsunade remarked, patting Liuyun on the shoulder with a smile. Earth style, earth flow wall. Jiraiya invoked his earth jutsu to shield against the overwhelming fireball. The moment the fireball collided with the wall, it erupted in a deafening explosion, prompting all 4 combatants to spring into action. Orochimaru, prioritize Tsunade. Jiraiya, focus on Liuyun. Both declared almost in unison, understanding that the easiest targets should be tackled first. Orochimaru believed it prudent to subdue Tsunade first, while Jiraiya considered Liuyun the weaker opponent. Their strategies, however, were diametrically opposed. Hold off Orochimaru for me. Once I deal with Jiraiya, I'll assist you. Tsunade believed herself to be the village's hope. The 2 combatants reached a tacit agreement. Earth style pillar. Orochimaru formed seals and struck the ground, causing sharp earth spikes to erupt beneath Liuyun and Tsunade. Both leaped away from their original positions. Ninjutsu, needle jutsu. Jiraiya, resembling a frog, crouched low, his hair transforming into hardened spikes that shot toward Liuyun in midair. He still believed they should eliminate Liuyun first. TCH. Orochimaru was displeased with Jiraiya's choice of target, knowing Liuyun possessed the 3-tomo Sharingan. Such an attack would likely prove ineffective. During a perilous mission, Liuyun had already revealed his Sharingan to Orochimaru, and it was clear that Tsunade and Jiraiya were also aware of it. The 3 shinobi had long conjectured that he possessed the Sharingan, but the manifestation of the 3-tomo had left them in stunned disbelief. Currently, Liuyun's eyes glinted with crimson light. Utilizing his formidable perceptive abilities, he swiftly drew a kunai and deflected the barrage of needles. Die! Tsunade leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick aimed squarely at the prone Jiraiya. Chapter 139. Their respective battles. Are the master and student truly battling with all their might? Faced with the ferocious kick, Jiraiya's hair stood on end as he narrowly rolled away, evading the lethal strike. The force of Tsunade's kick shattered the ground within a 10-meter radius, its power truly formidable. Seeing that her kick had missed, Tsunade immediately swung her fists, engaging Jiraiya in a fierce exchange of taijutsu. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Orochimaru hurled 3 shuriken before rapidly forming seals. In an instant, a multitude of shuriken appeared before Liuyun. Water style, water barrier. Liuyun opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of water that crashed through the incoming shuriken. In recent days, he had harnessed water chakra and utilized his Sharingan to replicate many water jutsu from his adversaries. Just as he successfully deflected the attack, 2 vividly colored poisonous snakes emerged from the water, one on each side, aiming to strike at Liuyun's neck. Orochimaru, his mentor, was ruthless and showed no mercy. Regardless of his student's youth, as the snakes lunged at Liuyun, he swiftly caught one barehanded, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, another snake erupted from the water, aiming for his thigh. Liuyun, utilizing his 3-tomo Sharingan, discerned the hidden danger lurking beneath the surface and calmly kicked the snake aside before decisively unleashing the lightning coursing through his veins. Chidori flow. The electrical energy surged from the snake in his grasp, rapidly directing itself toward Orochimaru. Well done, my young pupil. Orochimaru decisively severed the poisonous serpent in his grasp, and in the next moment, he executed the body flicker technique, leaping away from the ankle-deep water. Where there is water, there is electricity. And the conductive attacks of Liuyun were not solely aimed at the serpent in his hand. The water barrier had been conjured specifically to generate electricity. As a master of ninjutsu, Orochimaru was acutely aware that he could not afford to be at a disadvantage in this battle of techniques. Thus, he willingly expended his chakra to engage Liuyun in a fair ninjutsu duel. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. However, before his attack could manifest, he swiftly realized that Liuyun was forming the same hand seals opposite him. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. 2 identical fire dragons collided violently, unleashing a terrifying wave of flames that swept across the entire clearing. Jiraiya and Tsunade were startled by the sudden inferno, hastily retreating from the raging sea of fire. Wind style, Wind Vortex Technique. Orochimaru unleashed a whirlwind from his mouth, harnessing the heat from the raging flames to transform it into a fearsome tornado, swiftly enveloping Liuyun within. Truly, Orochimaru was an exceptional master. Feeling the overwhelming intensity of the fiery tornado and the suffocating heat, Liuyun could not help but admire Orochimaru's mastery of ninjutsu. Though the Wind Vortex technique was merely a low-tier ninjutsu, under Orochimaru's command, it wielded the might of a high-level technique. Liuyun found himself completely ensnared within the fiery cyclone, unable to utilize the body flicker technique to escape. However, it would be impossible to defeat me this way. In the face of the rapidly intensifying flames, Liuyun quickly formed hand seals and summoned a torrent of water around him. Water style, Water Prison Technique. He encased himself in a sphere of water to shield himself from the surrounding winds and flames. Liuyun. As the devastating fire tornado consumed Liuyun, Tsunade's face twisted in anxiety. She felt that Orochimaru, as a mentor, was too ruthless, employing such a formidable ninjutsu. Did he not fear inadvertently harming Liuyun? Though she yearned to intervene, she was abruptly halted by Jiraiya. Earth style, Yellow Spring Marsh. Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals and slammed his hands onto the ground, transforming the area beneath Tsunade into a sticky mire. You bastard. Glancing at the mud that rose above her knees, Tsunade cursed vehemently. Just concede, Tsunade. You are no match for me, and Liuyun stands no chance against Orochimaru. Hurry and give up so I can assist him. Jiraiya urged loudly. Shut up. There is no way I will concede. Tsunade retorted defiantly. She would not admit that she was inferior to Jiraiya, the big fool. In that case, Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. Jiraiya unleashed a searing fireball that hurled directly towards Tsunade in the mire. In a critical moment, Tsunade formed a hand seal, and a wooden stump took the brunt of the fireball's assault. A substitution technique? Even in this situation, she could execute it. Tsunade is quite capable, Jiraiya remarked with a smile. Tsunade was not merely proficient in taijutsu and medical ninjutsu. Underestimating her could lead to significant repercussions. The fire tornado in the clearing gradually subsided, allowing Orochimaru to assess the battlefield. Has it come to an end? Liuyun was now crouched on the ground, appearing severely burned. Orochimaru strode directly to Liuyun's side. Lightning style, Earth Walk. The palms that lay on the ground suddenly released a powerful current of electricity, catching Orochimaru off guard, and he let out a piercing scream. In the next instant, Liuyun leaped from the ground, swiftly plunging a kunai into his mentor's abdomen. At that moment, he bore no semblance of burns. His earlier plight had merely been an illusion crafted through the transformation technique, The fiery tornado had not harmed him at all. No way. Liuyun abruptly sensed something was amiss with the sensation of his thrust, having stabbed many during this time. He was keenly aware of subtle changes. Indeed, his beloved mentor had instantaneously transformed into a pile of mud. Body flicker technique. Without hesitation, Liuyun activated the body flicker technique with all his might, acutely aware of an imminent deadly threat. Boom! Unbeknownst to him, 2 explosive tags had been affixed to the mud figure's back. And as Liuyun executed the body flicker technique, the tags detonated violently. He found himself instantaneously transported over 20 meters away. Had he been even slightly slower to react, he would likely have sustained severe injuries, if not death. Orochimaru was not one to engage in jest, nor would he show any mercy. Hey, that bastard Orochimaru. Trying to kill him? That's his precious disciple. Jiraiya and Tsunade watched, their hearts racing. They had partially focused their attention on Liuyun. The master and disciple were now genuinely fighting with fervor, employing every technique without holding back, leading one to wonder if there was some deep-seated vendetta between them. If it were anyone else, Jiraiya and Tsunade would not have been surprised by such intensity, but the bond between this master and disciple was usually warm. Why were they now fighting so fiercely over such a trivial spar? Was it truly necessary? Did they not fear damaging their camaraderie? Liuyun panted heavily, casting a cold glare at Orochimaru, who was also panting, but with eyes that glimmered like a serpent fixated on Liuyun. The two had exchanged numerous techniques, and their chakra was evidently running low. Chapter 140. Piercing the teacher with a kunai, backstabbing Tsunade, ninjutsu, multi-snake binding technique. Orochimaru swung his hand, unleashing a multitude of slender serpents that lunged rapidly toward Liuyun. Although his chakra was dwindling, he still resorted to ninjutsu. For his most formidable asset lay in his mastery of techniques. He could not allow himself to be bested by his own disciple. Liuyun wielded his kunai, severing the oncoming snake heads, but these creatures seemed endless. Cutting one down merely spawned 10 more. Soon, Liuyun found himself ensnared by the serpents. Useless, sensei. Such tactics cannot harm me. Chidori stream. From within the snake ball, Liuyun's calm voice resonated, and the power of lightning surged through the serpents, causing them to writhe in agony, with currents redirecting back to Orochimaru, compelling him to sever the tails and abandon his snakes. You brat. Observing the boy standing atop a mound of charred serpents, Orochimaru felt an unexpected challenge. Unbeknownst to him, this child had fully matured. It seemed the teacher's chakra was also running low, but I still possess a modicum. I shall use this technique to conclude the battle. As Orochimaru gasped for breath, Liuyun spoke, swiftly forming hand seals. What is that seal? Upon witnessing Liuyun's hand seals, Orochimaru felt an ominous foreboding, and in the next moment, he dashed toward Jiraiya, his demeanor reflecting a palpable concern for this ninjutsu. Lightning style, lightning leopard. With the final hand seal completed, a brilliant surge of lightning emanated from Liuyun's hands, and a striking blue lightning leopard materialized in an instant, charging toward the fleeing Orochimaru with astonishing speed. The path of the lightning leopard's attack was akin to lightning streaking across the sky, its velocity rivaling that of a thunderbolt, far beyond the capacity for ordinary individuals to react. Amidst the blinding flashes and ear-splitting thunder, Orochimaru was brutally bisected by the oncoming lightning leopard. What? Orochimaru? Tsunade and Jiraiya momentarily ceased their combat, stunned into silence. It appeared as though Orochimaru had perished before their very eyes. The blood pooling around him confirmed that the figure before them was indeed flesh and blood, with no deception. Orochimaru is dead? Jiraiya stared in disbelief at the lifeless body on the ground. Flowing Cloud gasped for breath, feeling somewhat drained. This jutsu consumed a considerable amount of chakra. Were it not for its rapid attack speed and high accuracy, he would be reluctant to employ such a technique. While both Lightning Beast and Chidori were classified as A-rank ninjutsu, Flowing Cloud personally deemed the former to be more practical. He found the utility of Chidori to be rather lacking, even inferior to the Chidori stream, which explained why he seldom resorted to its use. Suddenly, Flowing Cloud's eyes widened in shock. He leaned back just in time to evade a lethal kunai that had unexpectedly lunged at his throat from the ground. At that moment, Orochimaru's form emerged from beneath the earth, appearing right before Flowing Cloud. His Sharingan, adorned with the 3 tomo, flickered with an eerie crimson light. After a brief moment of astonishment, he fixed his gaze upon Orochimaru with unwavering intensity. The Orochimaru that had just been severed was merely a layer of snake skin, filled with numerous small snakes, thus creating a bloody scene that made it appear as if Flowing Cloud's jutsu had cleaved him in two. After evading the deadly strike, Flowing Cloud retaliated by thrusting a kunai toward Orochimaru's abdomen. However, in the next instant, his wrist was firmly grasped as Orochimaru's hand transformed into a constricting serpent, his neck elongating with the ferocity of a snake. A gaping maw lunged toward Flowing Cloud's neck. Chidori. Flowing Cloud attempted to unleash the power of Chidori, but this time, Orochimaru was evidently unwilling to grant him the opportunity or time to channel the lightning. Sharp teeth sank viciously into his fair neck. It was over. Having savored the taste of blood, Orochimaru let out a raspy, sinister laugh. Not necessarily. Flowing Cloud's voice quietly echoed in his ear, the coldness of it causing Orochimaru's pupils to constrict into pinpricks. The sound of a blade piercing flesh reached Orochimaru's ears. A searing pain radiated from his abdomen, prompting him to dispel the Jinjutsu and swiftly retreat. Unbeknownst to him, the pristine neck he had gripped was now transformed into a serpent in his hand. Jinjutsu. How is this possible? Orochimaru's face was filled with disbelief. Before the Sharingan, nothing was deemed impossible. Defeating Orochimaru in ninjutsu was an arduous task, yet catching him off guard with the Sharingan's Jinjutsu was indeed achievable. Upon witnessing those blood-red, glistening eyes, Orochimaru instantly grasped the meaning of the warning about facing the Uchiha clan one-on-one, to turn and flee. He had not anticipated falling victim to a Jinjutsu, especially not to the formidable three-tomo Sharingan, which had ensnared him without him even realizing it. Teacher, in the future, when facing a three-tomo Sharingan, remember not to gaze into their eyes. Flowing Cloud earnestly imparted this piece of advice, considering it a profound lesson for his teacher. Perhaps this would prevent him from being defeated by outsiders and preserve his resolve. Orochimaru remained silent, his gaze filled with trepidation. Flowing Cloud struck with ruthless intent. Focusing solely on delivering wounds, not mercy, he was audacious enough to stab his teacher, and blood was indeed flowing from Orochimaru's abdomen. Noticing Orochimaru's rapid retreat, Flowing Cloud had no intention of pursuing him further. Instead, he turned his attention to the intense battle between Jiraiya and Tsunade not far away. In their physical confrontation, Tsunade held a slight advantage, yet Jiraiya appeared to be handling himself with ease. Flowing Cloud recognized that she was no match for Jiraiya. If he employed this technique, it should be sufficient to assist Sister Tsunade in securing victory. A sly smile crept across Flowing Cloud's face as he retrieved 3 shurikens from his ninja tool pouch and hurled them toward the 2 combatants. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone. In an instant, the 3 shurikens spun and multiplied, transforming into dozens in the blink of an eye, covering an extensive range and evidently including Tsunade in the onslaught. Flowing Cloud had launched an attack on his own allies. This is bad, Orochimaru exclaimed in alarm. He quickly realized Flowing Cloud's intent behind such an aggressive strike. A certain detestable sycophant was about to face dire consequences. Alas, he was too late to offer aid or a warning. Jiraiya soon noticed the multitude of shurikens hurtling toward them, and due to the angle, Tsunade remained oblivious to Flowing Cloud's treacherous assault. Be careful, Jiraiya bellowed, his white hair suddenly surging forth to shield Tsunade from the oncoming attack launched by the rebellious brat. Chapter 141. The suffering of the sycophant is not worthy of sympathy. Good looks enable one to speak nonsense with eyes wide open. Jiraiya's sudden shout startled Tsunade. However, realizing that the cascade of shurikens had merely obstructed her back without entangling her body, Tsunade promptly delivered a powerful punch to Jiraiya's side. Jiraiya yelped in anguish. His body sent flying several meters away before crashing heavily to the ground. Upon landing, he couldn't suppress a mouthful of blood. 2 of his ribs had surely been broken by that punch. Sister Tsunade, are you alright? Flowing Cloud rushed to her side, a devious smile tugging at his lips. How could I possibly be hurt? Hitting that big fool Jiraiya is merely a matter of having hands. Tsunade initially beamed with pride, but her attention was soon drawn to the kunai scattered on the ground. Did you just attack me? Connecting the dots from Jiraiya's shout and the long hair, Tsunade's expression shifted to one of suspicion as she scrutinized Flowing Cloud. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly strike you? We are allies. And you are my most beloved sister Tsunade. Flowing Cloud furrowed his brow before suddenly wrapping his arms around Tsunade's arm, shamelessly adopting a cute demeanor. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's suspicion vanished, replaced by a warm smile. Ha ha ha, you truly are my wonderful little brother. My efforts in raising you have not been in vain. Tsunade, as usual, embraced Flowing Cloud, fully trusting his words without further doubt. There's no need for that, but once we secure the money, can you settle the gambling debt you owe me? Flowing Cloud inquired cautiously, a thundercloud resting atop his head. Gambling debts are to be settled at the gambling table. Do you understand the rules? Tsunade teased, pinching his cheek. But this battle was essentially a gamble, Flowing Cloud retorted with a sheepish grin. Tsunade's expression froze at his words, leaving her momentarily speechless. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Jiraiya's cough interrupted their conversation as Orochimaru approached, clutching his abdomen. He was not gravely injured and still had the strength to fight, but he clearly had no intention of continuing. Let us tend to the injuries of the teacher and the others first, Flowing Cloud suggested. I can't believe you managed to injure Orochimaru, Tsunade gasped upon seeing the blood flowing from his abdomen. Earlier, as she and Jiraiya had witnessed Orochimaru's survival, they had been too engrossed in their battle to pay attention to how he was hurt. The teacher went easy on me, Flowing Cloud explained with a smile. In terms of ninjutsu, I gained no advantage and was even at a disadvantage. To defeat Orochimaru, I had to rely on the genjutsu of my Sharingan. Upon hearing Flowing Cloud's claim that he had gone easy on him, Orochimaru's eyelid twitched involuntarily. He wanted to clarify that he had been bled dry, not merely given a light touch. Teacher, allow me to treat you, Flowing Cloud said reverently, his demeanor suggesting that the one who had just stabbed him was not himself. Very well. Orochimaru chuckled wryly, accepting Flowing Cloud's offer of treatment. He was not the type to shy away from defeat, nor was he narrow-minded. Your Sharingan is quite powerful, Orochimaru remarked, gazing into the luminous eyes so close to him. There are many eyes that are stronger than mine. You must be cautious in the future. You little brat. Incorrigible scoundrel. Cough, cough, cough. As Liuyun had yet to finish speaking, Jiraiya, having regained his composure, could not help but unleash a torrent of curses. You foolish idiot. What reason do you have to berate Liuyun? Tsunade interjected, her voice laced with discontent as she tended to Jiraiya's injuries. I didn't merely insult him. I intend to give him a good thrashing. And you, imbecile, are still defending him, even after that wretched brat attacked you. Jiraiya's frustration was palpable. Who are you calling an idiot? Tsunade glared at him coldly. Do you think I won't refuse to treat your wounds? That guy just threw shuriken at you, Tsunade. How can you act like this? Jiraiya exclaimed, his eyes burning with indignation as he glared at Liuyun. How can you wrongfully accuse me, Jiraiya? Sister Tsunade is my ally. What motive would I have to attack her? What benefit would I gain from harming her? Those shuriken were clearly aimed at you. Liuyun feigned confusion. Jiraiya, upon hearing this, paused momentarily, and as he pondered the situation, it began to make a certain sense. He even questioned whether his concern for Tsunade's safety had clouded his judgment. Huh. Orochimaru suddenly chuckled, shaking his head. He was well aware of the underlying dynamics, but had no intention of exposing them, for he believed that any suffering endured by a sycophant was unworthy of his sympathy. In that moment, it would be advantageous for Tsunade to sustain minor injuries, forcing a rift between the two, thereby providing him an opportunity to strike. After all, Liuyun possessed the three-tomo Sharingan, and his attack trajectories were meticulously calculated. The shuriken he had thrown, though seemingly aimed at Tsunade, would have only inflicted minimal harm even if Jiraiya had not interfered. With two medical ninjas proficient in healing techniques on the scene, was there any need for concern over injuries? Liuyun's assault on Tsunade was merely a tactic to provoke Jiraiya into revealing a flaw. Although such a strategy might be deemed underhanded, ninjas often engaged in unsavory tactics, and this sparring match was designed to reveal one's shortcomings and vulnerabilities. Human emotions and weaknesses could, at times, be lethal. Had Orochimaru been in a similar situation, he would have never considered aiding Tsunade. Indeed, even a slightly more composed individual would not suspect Liuyun of deliberately attacking an ally. Naturally, had that individual been Orochimaru, Liuyun would not have employed such a strategy. It can be said that Jiraiya's downfall stemmed entirely from his sycophantic disposition. No, your attack clearly included Tsunade. I cannot be mistaken, Jiraiya retorted loudly. You big fool. Orochimaru muttered disdainfully, recognizing that Jiraiya was oblivious to where he had faltered, and it was certain he would face further hardships in the future. Why would I attack Sister Tsunade? Give me one reason. Liuyun blinked innocently, feigning naivety. Indeed, what motive did Liuyun have to harm his own comrade? Was he not on the same team? Or was it that his Uchiha throwing technique was lacking? Was he merely throwing blindly? Witnessing her younger brother, who had just helped her win a substantial sum, being wrongfully accused by Jiraiya, Tsunade was incensed. One must accept defeat when outmatched. She demanded her due, 1,000,000 ryo. Not a single coin less would suffice. Tsunade would not indulge in the whims of a fool. Her generosity was reserved for the adorable. As the trio expressed their grievances towards him, Jiraiya felt the sting of tears welling in his eyes. Why must misfortune always befall him? It was clearly that wretched brat's fault. Could good looks justify such blatant falsehoods? Chapter 142. How to Handle Tsunade. 2 letters home. 1,000,000, 1,000,000. Having only partially healed Jiraiya's injuries, Tsunade was already impatiently pursuing her debt. She was in dire need of funds. Her pockets had been emptied by a certain wretched brother, and she had incurred a gambling debt of 500,000 Rio. When playing cards with others, Tsunade's win rate barely reached 19%, yet against Liuyun, it soared to 37%. While she could manage to win small amounts, as soon as the stakes increased, she found herself losing vast sums. Her odious brother provided her with immense emotional value, instilling in her a false sense of confidence that ensnared her unwittingly. Thus, Tsunade cherished playing cards with him. And even after losing her undergarments, she remained undeterred, convinced that she would soon recoup her losses. It was this very belief that caused her to squander the earnings she had fought for on the battlefield over the past 6 months, filling someone else's coffers in the process, and it seemed unstoppable. "What's the rush?" Jiraiya shouted in exasperation, pulling out a small storage scroll from his ninja tool pouch. Upon unsealing it, a copious amount of cash materialized before them. Sister Tsunade," Liuyun said, rubbing his hands together as he approached. Having swiftly healed Orochimaru's abdominal injury, he now saw Jiraiya produce money and came over, drawn like a moth to a flame, eager to collect his due from Tsunade. He dared not accept Orochimaru's money, but Tsunade's was most enticing. After all, losing to his little brother was better than losing to someone else, at the very least. Liuyun was willing to generously assist his struggling sister. "Get away from me. Just seeing you irritates me." Tsunade snapped while counting her money, her eyes narrowing at Liuyun, who was rubbing his hands together with a mischievous grin. The moment she saw him approach, her joy at winning diminished significantly, and she feared that even the cash she had just won might soon dwindle. With borrowing comes repayment. It's not hard to lend again. "I know Sister Tsunade values her credibility." Liuyun grinned, flattering her. "Sister, times are tough for you lately. How about you grant your dear brother a few more days?" Realizing the futility of being stern, Tsunade quickly changed her demeanor. Her tone became sweet and coaxing, a demeanor that left Jiraiya momentarily awestruck. If only Tsunade would treat him like that, he would gladly offer his life. Cough, cough. "But you still have 50,000 Rio, which is quite a sum," Liuyun tactfully pointed out. "You heartless little brat. Have you forgotten how diligently I taught you the healing arts? Who cared for you when you were ill? Who shared their delicious food with you first?" Tsunade scolded angrily. She had forcibly taken 1 million Rio in gambling debts to offset his own dues. Yet he still claimed there was no debt owed between them. "You took 2 of my sweet cakes and extorted 20,000 Rio from me. My dear sister, I'm utterly heartbroken," Liuyun lamented mockingly. "Of course, if you promise to never gamble again, I shall consider your 50,000 Rio settled, as a gesture of filial piety. But if you insist on gambling with me again, let us clear the previous debts first." Liuyun calmly laid out the situation, and his final statement caused Tsunade to erupt in fury. "Fine, I'll pay you back, you ungrateful wretch." In an instant, Tsunade hurled several stacks of large bills at Liuyun. She was counting on a night of triumph, and if Liuyun chose not to gamble, whom could she rely on to recover her losses? Having previously lost far too much, it was too late for her to reconsider. 1 million Rio was merely enough for one night of play, and with poor luck, it could vanish in a matter of hours. At this juncture, Tsunade had no choice but to go all in. If she could win back half her money that night, she would cease her gambling. Liuyun stuffed the bills into his pocket, unable to suppress his exuberance. He planned to win every last bit of cash from Tsunade before persuading her to teach him the secrets of her strength, effectively exchanging knowledge for the wealth she had lost to him. By taking this approach, he not only spared himself the humiliation of having to beg for favors, but also avoided accruing excessive debts of gratitude, and could even turn the tables, placing Tsunade in his debt. Furthermore, he was keen to avoid appearing overly fixated on power. Throughout the past year, he had harnessed shadow clones for training, resulting in an astonishing rate of growth that stirred concern among many observers. If he continued to project an image of disinterest in fame and profit, solely focused on acquiring strength, it was only natural that others would harbor fear towards him. Even the higher-ups in Konoha, including the third Hokage, would surely be alarmed. Within the confines of the Konoha camp, upon returning to his own solitary chamber, a small white snake swiftly captured his attention. The sight of the tiny serpent brought an involuntary smile of delight to his face. This was a messenger snake, bearing news from his mother. Gently pressing on the creature's back, it promptly regurgitated a scroll. Unfazed by the act, he opened the scroll to extract 2 letters. The first letter, penned by his mother, Asuka, overflowed with maternal affection, inquiring when he would return home and when his mission would conclude. It contained numerous mundane details, yet he read it with great interest, finding no annoyance in her words. At the end of the letter, Asuka revealed a piece of astonishing news. Dai's child has been born, named Might Guy. With the birth of Kai, it seemed that the arrivals of Kakashi and other pivotal figures were not far behind. He murmured softly, feeling an inexplicable urgency upon learning of the births of these fateful characters. Setting aside the first letter, he turned to the second one within the same scroll. This letter, from the charming little tomato, brimmed with longing, her affection practically spilling over the paper. He read it with great joy, grinning foolishly to himself for a good while. Kushina briefly recounted her recent experiences and shared amusing anecdotes from her missions. She then used a coded message, taught in ninja school, to inquire about his safety and the situation on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, expressing her hopes for the war's conclusion and his return. With two beloved women, each sending heartfelt letters, his heart swelled with warmth, making him yearn to return home immediately. The damp and dreary atmosphere of this rainy land left him with no fondness whatsoever. After reading their letters, he penned replies to both women. To my dearest mother. To my sweetest little tomato. Chapter 143. The Challenge of Awakening the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The Key to Konoha's Victory. As night fell, shortly after dinner, Tsunade hurriedly sought out Liuyun, intending to invite her troublesome little brother to join her for a game of cards, her gambling addiction proving insatiable even amid enemy territory. Enough with the nonsense, Tsunade. If you have too much free time, perhaps you could refine the antidote a bit more. A few games to unwind might be acceptable. But who thinks of playing cards on the battlefield? Orochimaru reproached her with a stern expression. You're so tedious. I'm not here to find you. Tsunade pouted, her large, captivating eyes casting playful glances at Liuyun. I'm busy tonight. We can talk later, Liuyun replied coolly, not even glancing her way as he lightly dusted his chakra blade with a small packet of moisture-absorbing powder. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback by his response, then knelt before him, her gaze fixed intently on him as he tended to his blade. In merely a few months, the once pristine edge of the blade was now riddled with countless tiny nicks, indicative of the ferocity of Liuyun's daily battles. Even the finest weapon could not withstand prolonged use and wear, and due to the blade's hard composition, it was challenging to restore its edge without sending it to the land of iron for professional sharpening. Nevertheless, despite the numerous small chips on his chakra blade, it remained a deadly instrument, bolstered by the power of lightning. In terms of the number of enemies he had slain in the Land of Rain, Liuyun had surpassed even Tsunade, perhaps even outdoing Jiraiya. Orochimaru had often taken him along for the dirtiest of jobs, making murder in the rainy nights a commonplace affair for him, sometimes engaging in 2 battles in a single night. Since the onset of war, Orochimaru had maintained the best record within Konoha, boasting the highest enemy kill count. However, Liuyun's tally surely ranked within the top 5. Despite his arrival at the battlefield being 6 months later than others, his fierce combat style and willingness to fight had propelled him forward. Liuyun's uncharacteristic fervor stemmed from a desire to awaken the kaleidoscope Sharingan through the brink of life and death. Such moments were fraught with immense terror. Yet they also presented great opportunities, a notion even his mentor, Orochimaru, recognized, having confirmed its feasibility through the Black Dragon. He sought to see if he could awaken his kaleidoscope Sharingan without sacrificing his loved ones, relying instead on the intense emotional fluctuations of life-or-death battles. Liuyun was a calculating and composed individual, unlike the Uchiha clan members who were often obsessive and extreme. Thus, the challenge of awakening the kaleidoscope Sharingan was likely formidable. And thus far, he had no leads. He had never even entertained the notion of resorting to Indra's method of killing close friends to awaken the Sharingan. And he had no companions close enough to incite such a transformation within him. The only exceptions would be if the 2 women at home were harmed or if Orochimaru and Tsunade perished before his eyes. The 2 women in his household were in Konoha, where their safety was relatively assured. While the risk of losing his mentor and Tsunade would mean he would have already perished in battle, leaving them likely unharmed. Since his participation in the war began, he had faced numerous perilous battles, yet to this day, there had been no signs of awakening his kaleidoscope, which troubled him greatly. Are you heading out again tonight? More combat missions? Tsunade inquired softly, regarding her troublesome little brother. This boy, with his seemingly innocuous and charming face, could be ruthless in battle, displaying a decisive and cold-hearted nature. She sensed that he had clearly been influenced by Orochimaru, exhibiting a somewhat bloodthirsty demeanor. This stark contrast left a lasting impression, particularly on a woman with a sensitive disposition. Liuyun's gaze remained calm and unwavering, exuding an aura of reliability, and his prowess further substantiated his role as a dependable comrade. Following today's skirmish, his reliability in Tsunade's eyes had ascended several tiers. She even deemed him more trustworthy than Jiraiya and perhaps even Orochimaru. After spending considerable time together, No one in the Konoha camp dared to regard him as merely a child any longer. It's not a combat mission. It primarily involves intelligence gathering and reconnaissance. Orochimaru clarified, addressing her inquiry. With the distribution of antidotes nearly complete, ensuring that nearly every individual had one, the issue of poison was somewhat resolved. The commander deemed it time to engage in a decisive battle. The venomous salamander posed a significant challenge for the Konoha ninja forces, but with this problem addressed. According to the strategies formulated by the former head of the Yuhi clan and Orochimaru, Konoha had no possibility of defeat. Dragon Gate Town. If we can seize this strategic stronghold, we can sever a substantial portion of the Land of Rain's waterway transport capabilities, thereby enabling us to dismantle the Land of Rain comprehensively and subsequently threaten the hidden Rain village, Orochimaru stated, pointing at the map of the Land of Rain affixed to the wall. As long as we capture Longmen Town, we will have one half of this war. The two stood over a map, discussing the state of the battlefield, while Liuyun busied himself with inspecting his combat gear, utterly disinterested in their strategic deliberations. He had no desire to waste his mental faculties pondering tactics or strategy. He simply needed to follow the orders of Orochimaru, with the intent of assessing his disciple. Orochimaru would occasionally inquire about Liuyun's perspective on the war, even asking if he had any ingenious strategies for overcoming the enemy. However, Liuyun's views remained steadfastly limited to 2 points. First, the emergence of an antidote to poison. Second, to avoid Hanzo of the salamander. As long as these two conditions were met, victory would be assured, provided Konoha was not foolish in its command. Orochimaru wholeheartedly agreed with the first point, but he was skeptical of the second. When he asked Liuyun why he held such an opinion, Liuyun retorted, "Can you defeat them? The combined might of the three Sannin is insufficient to contend with him. No one can restrain a demigod. The morale of the Konoha forces will falter, while the spirits of the Rain ninjas will soar, introducing uncertainty into the battle, a simple truth." The third Hokage dispatched his 3 beloved disciples to the battlefield of the Land of Rain primarily to counterbalance Hanzo. At this juncture, Hanzo could rightly be considered the spiritual pillar of the Rain ninjas, as long as he remained undefeated. It was impossible for Konoha to determine the outcome based on a few skirmishes. Orochimaru-sama, Tsunade-sama, Liuyun-kun. At that moment, a branch member of the Hyuga clan entered the room. He was one of the operatives tasked with gathering intelligence tonight, and would accompany Orochimaru and Liuyun to Longmen Town for reconnaissance. "Since you are here, let us depart." Liuyun rose from the tatami mat, securing his chakra blade behind him. Tsunade stepped forward, adjusting his armor and earnestly advising him. "Longmen Town is a strategic stronghold of the enemy, heavily defended. Be sure to exercise utmost caution." "I understand." Chapter 144. Information is more crucial than personal safety. Split and breakthrough. On a rainy night, after 4 hours of swift travel, Orochimaru led Liuyun and a Chunin named Hyuga Nichiaoi to the outskirts of Longmen Town. Upon Liuyun's inquiry, it was confirmed that this Hyuga was indeed closely related to Hyuga Hizashi and Hyuga Hayashi, being Hizashi's cousin. Although he was born before Hizashi, misfortune befell him. His father belonged to the branch family, and he was thus marked with the caged bird seal at an early age. "Nichiaoi, use your Byakugan to document the distribution of the nearby guards," Orochimaru instructed in a hushed tone. "Understood. Byakugan, activate." With the veins around his eyes bulging, Hyuga Nichiaoi began to record all visible ninja guards on a white cloth. The trio spent nearly 2.5 hours wandering the outskirts of Longmen Town, gathering intelligence on the forces within the Byakugan's range. It was now time to enter the town. By a murky stream, Orochimaru solemnly cautioned, "This place is not suitable for lingering." Liuyun and Nichiaoi nodded gravely. With a series of hand seals, Orochimaru summoned 3 extraordinary serpents, and the 3 cautiously slipped into their bellies. At a riverbank within Longmen Town, the 3 serpents, each the thickness of an arm, emerged from the murky waters. Soon, the serpents opened their disproportionately large mouths, and Orochimaru's trio slowly crawled out from within. As soon as they emerged, Nichiaoi gasped for breath, while Liuyun and Orochimaru appeared relatively unperturbed, their breathing steady. "We cannot stay here long." Orochimaru seized Nichiaoi's body with his serpentine grip and activated the body flicker technique, vanishing from their original location. In an instant, they found themselves in a damp, dimly lit room. "This feels too easy." As Nichiaoi utilized his Byakugan to record intel on the guards, Orochimaru unconsciously furrowed his brow. They were now quite close to the Rain ninja encampment, yet had encountered few ninjas along the way. Given the importance of Longmen Town, one would expect a robust patrol. However, the actual defensive presence seemed alarmingly inadequate. A clear inconsistency. Have there been any unusual movements among the rain ninjas? Orochimaru inquired. Using his Byakugan, Nichi detected clusters of moving humanoid chakra, but this did not provide a complete picture of their intentions. For now, there are no significant movements. Orochimaru fell silent for a moment. Continue documenting what you observe. Understood. Nichi nodded, resuming his recording on the white cloth. I have an ominous feeling, Liuyun murmured, standing by the window and watching the gentle rain. At this, Orochimaru frowned. Until all information was fully recorded, they could not afford to leave even if danger loomed. Stay outside and keep watch for a moment longer. Allow Nichi to finish his notes before we make our exit. Liuyun silently jumped out the window and ascended to the rooftop, activating his 3-tomo Sharingan. The rain fell. As Liuyun caught the droplets in his palm, his unease deepened. In the original narrative, Pain had employed a technique called the Rain Tiger Freezing Technique, a sensory ninjutsu. Liuyun suspected this technique might originate from the Hidden Rain Village, and he sensed a subtle discrepancy in the downpour. Just moments ago, a light drizzle had graced the outskirts of Longmen Town, but upon entering the town and approaching the Rain Ninja encampment, the rain had intensified significantly. Liuyun did not believe this to be mere coincidence. Regrettably, despite his suspicions, for the sake of intelligence, and given Orochimaru's nature, he doubted they would retreat even if they sensed trouble. Thus, Liuyun felt it unnecessary to voice his concerns. Orochimaru had evidently sensed something amiss as well, yet still instructed Nichi to continue gathering intel. Suddenly, a throng of rain ninjas began to mobilize. They must have discovered us. Nichi exclaimed in shock. Do not panic. Identify which direction has fewer rain ninjas, Orochimaru calmly instructed, snatching the intelligence cloth from Nichi hands. Southeast. The guard strength is weakest in that direction. Nichi replied urgently. In the next moment, a vividly patterned serpent lunged forward, swallowing the terrified Nichi whole. This chilling scene was witnessed by Liuyun from outside the window. The likelihood of Chunin Nichi's demise was exceedingly high. There may be something amiss with the rain, Liuyun stated calmly, voicing his thoughts. He had long witnessed Orochimaru eliminate comrades. Truthfully, he had been unsettled at first, but as his strength grew, so too did his mindset. In the original tale, when the Konoha Sannin were besieged by the rock ninjas within a mountain, Orochimaru's first thought was to eliminate the injured Jiraiya to prevent him from becoming a liability. Nichi had now completed his task. His value had been exhausted. In the ensuing breakout, neither Orochimaru nor Liuyun could afford to concern themselves with Nichi. Better to have their comrade erased than risk him divulging information to the rain ninjas. Retreat to the southeast. As Orochimaru's command echoed, the two vanished from their location. Shadow clone technique. While fleeing, sensing the relentless pursuit of their enemies, the two swiftly created shadow clones to disrupt the opponent's line of sight, while their true selves continued to sprint towards the southeast. A moment later, in the southeastern corner, for Rain Ninja Jonin, alerted to the enemy's incursion, along with a small group of Chunin and Jinin, blocked their path. Moreover, upon their encounter, one Rain Ninja Jonin immediately unleashed a powerful ninjutsu, water release, great waterfall technique. Amidst the torrential rain, a ferocious deluge surged forth, barreling towards the fleeing duo. The two individuals abruptly halted their steps. Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals and invoked the earth release technique. Earth release, triple earth flow wall. With a thunderous roar, 3 formidable earthen walls surged from the ground, and the torrent of water, after crashing through 2 of the walls, began to split. Do not linger in battle, disperse and break through, Orochimaru bellowed, making a beeline to the right. Following his command, Liuyun darted to the left. Summoning technique. Orochimaru bit his finger, summoning the great serpent from the Ryuchi cave, and, upon standing upon its head, charged fiercely towards the town's outskirts. This tactic bore both advantages and disadvantages, although his speed had increased. It inevitably attracted attention due to the conspicuous nature of the colossal summoned beast. Liuyun contemplated allowing his esteemed teacher to draw more enemy fire. Hence he momentarily suppressed the urge to employ the summoning technique. At this juncture, 3 of the 4 elite Jonin had fixed their gazes upon Orochimaru, while 1, accompanied by a cadre of lower-ranked rain shinobi, had set their sights on Liuyun. Chapter 145. The Siege Beneath the Torrential Rain, the Black Dragon's Debut. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. A slender water dragon loomed before Liuyun, obstructing his path. Drawing his chakra-infused sword, he leapt high into the air, aiming to vault over the imposing water dragon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several rain shinobi seized the opportunity to launch a barrage of poisoned sunbon and shuriken. Liuyun tirelessly swung his long sword, deflecting all incoming projectiles. Just as he landed, 2 explosive tags were hurled at his feet. Body flicker technique. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted, prompting a majority of the ranged shinobi to hastily converge upon the scene. Liuyun, unwilling to engage, summoned all his strength and charged in a single direction. Body flicker technique. A ranged shinobi jonin. Unreservedly expending chakra and disregarding the toll of consecutive body flicker techniques, swiftly closed the gap with Liuyun. He had discerned Liuyun's intentions and was solely focused on hindering his progress. As long as he could entangle him, the boy's fate would be sealed. Clang. 2 long swords clashed violently against one another. It was the Sharingan. The moment he beheld the crimson eyes, the ranged shinobi jonin felt a sense of foreboding. The red light surged within Liuyun's gaze, and the formidable power of his eyes caused the 3 tomo to tremble subtly. The Sharingan's Jinjutsu activated, momentarily freezing the jonin in place, and in a swift arc of his chakra sword, Liuyun ended the man's life. In the brief span of their confrontation, the ranged shinobi jonin's head was severed by the relentless assault of Liuyun. With each battle he encountered, he grew increasingly adept at efficiently dispatching foes, honing his ability to seize opportunities with precision. In clashes between the strong, a single moment of negligence could spell disaster, rendering any unutilized powerful techniques utterly futile. Earth release, double earth flow wall. Liuyun and the ranged shinobi jonin had merely delayed for a brief moment when several more skilled ranged shinobi arrived, unleashing potent earth release techniques. He was abruptly halted by the sudden rise of earthen walls, with both paths now sealed by enemies. Damn it! How can there be so many foes? The crimson 3-tomo Sharingan scanned his surroundings, and he realized he had been encircled. Water release, great waterfall technique. Seizing the opportunity, one of the ranged shinobi unleashed a powerful water technique. Liuyun found himself wedged between 2 walls. As the jutsu was cast, its potency surged dramatically. Should he leap atop the earthen walls, his demise would be swift, for the 2 groups of ranged shinobi were already poised atop the newly risen barriers, rushing towards him. If he jumped, he would undoubtedly become the prime target, and even with extraordinary abilities, he would likely be overwhelmed by a barrage of poison projectiles. Aware that he could not withstand the impending deluge, Liuyun, who possessed few defensive techniques, held steadfast to the belief that offense was the best defense. Faced with such a formidable water release technique, he resolved to employ his own powerful water release technique, leveraging the enemy's use of the walls to amplify his attack. With hands flying through seals, Liuyun forcefully clapped them together. Water release, exploding water colliding wave. As chakra surged violently from within him, the torrential rain and moisture around him were forcibly drawn in. A deluge more ferocious than a waterfall rapidly took shape, and 2 terrifying water torrents collided with tremendous force. The earth trembled violently under the impact of the 2 torrents, and the earthen walls crumbled in an instant, inundating the numerous ranged shinobi atop them, sending them sprawling and swiftly engulfing them in the flood. Water release, water cannon technique. Seizing the moment while Liuyun unleashed his grand technique, a ranged shinobi launched a rapid-fire water technique at him. A massive column of water barreled directly toward Liuyun. In a split second, he could only raise his arm to shield his vital points, and then was violently propelled away by the force of the water column. With so many adversaries surrounding him, escaping the Dragon Gate town unscathed seemed utterly impossible. Even Orochimaru could not achieve such a feat at this moment. Orochimaru was also being pursued, forced to flee with his hands over his head. He had initially used the Serpent-S Earth release to burrow underground, attempting to evade capture. But the enemies had countered with Earth release techniques that forcibly expelled him. His summoned beast had been slain, leaving him with no chance to return to the Ryuchi cave. Now, he plunged into a river, hoping to utilize the waterway to escape his pursuers, but the ranged shinobi jonin was clearly unwilling to let him slip away, pursuing him relentlessly and putting Orochimaru in grave peril. Liuyun, having been struck by the water blast and spitting blood, swiftly wiped the corner of his mouth with his thumb, summoning forth his most formidable beast with his blood as a catalyst. Summoning technique. Amidst a cloud of smoke, a fearsome black dragon revealed its massive form. Huh? Finally summoned me, huh? Sensing the torrential rain around him and the figures above, the black dragon exhibited a demeanor of excitement. There are too many enemies. Retreat in that direction and escape the encirclement first. Liuyun commanded loudly to the dragon beneath him. Retreat? This great one, doesn't he even step onto the battlefield before you want me to flee? I am a dragon. How embarrassing would that be if word got out? The black dragon expressed its dissatisfaction. Obey. More and more foes are gathering. Soon, it will be too late to escape. Liuyun urged anxiously. What are you panicking for? The more enemies there are, the more I shall devour. Watch closely, boy, the black dragon declared, charging directly into the throng of ninjas. Damn it, Liuyun cursed vehemently, lamenting his misfortune in encountering such a disobedient and reckless dragon. A dragon. It's a real dragon. A voice of astonishment erupted among the rain shinobi. In the water country, with its intertwining waterways, many legends of great serpents and water dragons existed, and the appearance of the black dragon momentarily stunned them. It's coming. Quickly, block its path. That's the enemy's summoning beast. A vile dragon. Kill it. Water release. Water dragon bullet. As the black dragon charged forward, a rain shinobi promptly executed a water technique. A massive water dragon surged forth to collide with the advancing black dragon. Ants showing off before a dragon. The black dragon disdainfully scoffed, not flinching as it barreled straight into the water dragon. In an instant, the water dragon was shattered into droplets. Such an attack posed no threat to the black dragon, failing to even slow its advance. In a heartbeat, the black dragon plunged into the midst of the crowd, opening its fearsome maw to seize two unfortunate souls, its tongue flicking them into its gaping maw. The presence of chakra-wielding ninjas serves as a sumptuous feast for the flesh-eating summoned beasts, and the black dragon would not overlook such prime sustenance. Despite the diminutive stature of humans, having already transformed into a Jianglong, why do you still crawl about like a mere four-legged creature? Unable to contain his curiosity at the comical sight of the black dragon scuttling below, Liuyun finally voiced his perplexity. Is it truly fitting to call you a Jianglong if you cannot soar through the clouds? You appear nothing more than a common lizard. Chapter 146. The Might of the Black Dragon, a fantastical dream of riding the dragon. Having already become a Jianglong, how is it that you still crawl like a four-legged beast? Surely you can't be incapable of flight? The black dragon momentarily appeared taken aback by Liuyun's query. To take flight requires the aid of the natural winds and an exceedingly potent celestial chakra as propulsion. It's not as simple as merely declaring one can fly. The black dragon retorted, slightly stuttering in its defense. I shall dub you the most pitiful Jianglong in the entire universe. Liuyun could not help but scoff. You insolent fool. Keep your tongue in check, or I shall return to my lair at once. The black dragon bellowed, its tail lashing out violently, nearly obliterating two rain ninjas, leaving them in a state of near death. I have been diligently honing my celestial techniques without a moment's respite, all in hopes of one day riding the winds and soaring through the heavens. Grasping one of the approaching rain ninjas with its claw, the black dragon spoke leisurely. As the son of the white serpent sage, do you not inherently possess celestial techniques and chakra? Why must you toil so, despite the multitude of enemies surrounding them? Liuyun could not suppress his inquiry. And what of my progeny? I was preoccupied with mating to bolster the serpent clan, and scarcely had time to cultivate celestial techniques or consolidate my chakra. The black dragon replied awkwardly. Liuyun was momentarily rendered speechless by its remarks, but he quickly dismissed any banter, wielding his blade to deflect incoming projectiles. Water release, great waterfall technique. One of the rain ninja's upper ranks unleashed a formidable water jutsu, a deluge of mud crashing towards the black dragon. Yet, the black dragon remained unfazed, a flicker of excitement crossing its visage. Steady yourself, grasp my horn, and do not let the torrent sweep you away. The black dragon boldly charged into the flood. As a creature of water, the Jianglong thrived amidst such chaos. The torrent could not deter it, and it maneuvered with remarkable agility, swimming upstream with astonishing speed. Within mere moments, the black dragon closed in on the aforementioned ninja. Lightning release, 1,000 bolts. Liuyun hurled a multitude of lightning needles. The rain ninja, caught off guard, was struck in the foot, faltering just as the black dragon caught up, devouring him whole. We must retreat. The enemy numbers are increasing, Liuyun urged, anxiety evident in his voice. Wait, they're not that formidable. What is there to fear? Thunderous roars echoed. Before the black dragon could finish its sentence, a powerful bolt of lightning struck it, eliciting an involuntary roar of anguish. A lightning adept among the rain ninjas had arrived. Liuyun, however, was not directly impacted and, at the crucial moment, released Chidori to counter the incoming electrical force, sustaining no significant harm. Even an ant can bring down an elephant. Do not underestimate ninjas. Liuyun shouted. Lightning release, divine punishment. The adept unleashed another devastating bolt, forming rapidly in the dim sky. Unfortunately, this strike failed to reach the black dragon, veering off course and inadvertently injuring several of its fellow rain ninjas instead. This is impossible. The rain ninjas stared in disbelief. That brat diverted my lightning technique. At that moment, Liuyun held aloft a sphere of lightning, using Chidori as a conduit, skillfully disrupting the enemy's lightning jutsu. This technique ideally required the presence of natural lightning. Alas, the conditions fell short of unleashing the lightning Kirin. Well executed, lad. The black dragon could not help but commend him. Despite having transformed into a Jianglong, it still harbored an innate fear of lightning, a dread rooted in its very bloodline. Unless it evolved into a true dragon one day, it would forever be haunted by this psychological shadow. Enough chatter, let us flee. Liuyun's patience wore thin. The black dragon, rolling its eyes, reluctantly swam rapidly southeast. Before departing, it inhaled deeply, causing the surrounding rainwater to spiral into a funnel, which it inhaled voraciously. Celestial technique, water dragon pillar. In the next instant, a tremendously powerful water column erupted from its mouth. The unstoppable torrent of water instantly obliterated a rain ninja upper rank, scattering everything in its path, people, structures, trees, into mere fragments. The might of this celestial technique left Liuyun astounded. With a mere shift of the dragon's head, the trajectory of the water column expanded, shattering numerous rain ninjas and tearing a wide gap in their encirclement. With the opening before it, the black dragon darted forth with astonishing speed, reminiscent of a four-legged beast. Thunderous explosions erupted as countless explosive tags and shuriken were launched beneath it. Undeterred by the violent blasts, the black dragon roared defiantly as it sped away from Dragon Gate Town. Having undergone a second evolution, the black dragon's body was as resilient as steel. Even when buffeted by the shockwaves of the explosions, its speed barely diminished. The detonations merely offered it a momentary sting, failing to damage a single scale. The robust nature of the Jianglong elicited a begrudging admiration from Liuyun. Impressive, old black. I never imagined you could endure so much. And that celestial technique of yours is immensely powerful. Liuyun praised. Old black. From now on, you shall address me as Dragon Lord. Understand, brat. The black dragon snorted, releasing steam from its nostrils while shaking its head as a warning. We cannot let this creature escape. A rain ninja upper rank shouted urgently. As the pursuing enemies closed in, Liuyun found himself devoid of any inclination for banter. He anchored himself to the black dragon using the chakra beneath his feet, swiftly making his way from the dragon's head to its tail. Water release, great waterfall technique. Liuyun formed hand seals rapidly, unleashing another powerful water jutsu. With a massive surge of chakra, the deluge surged towards the pursuing enemies, forcefully halting much of their advance. Seizing the opportunity, the black dragon quickened its pace, soon bursting through the encirclement and diving into a river. Submerged, the black dragon accelerated even further, and as it gazed upon the tumultuous dark waters, the rain ninjas on the shore lost all desire to continue their pursuit, captivated by the sight of the massive shadow drifting away. Ha! Liuyun, standing atop the dragon's head, could not contain his laughter. At this moment, he felt exuberant and elated. The sensation of riding a dragon was simply exquisite, a fantastical dream of every man from Huaxia, now realized in this world. Though the night was dark and the rain heavy, obscuring his heroic figure as he rode the dragon, the thrill of cutting through the waves brought forth an involuntary smile. Chapter 147. The dragon's limbs have been deceived into crippling. What are you laughing at? The black dragon inquired, unable to contain its curiosity. Haha, nothing, Liuyun chuckled, shaking his head. The contrasts of his past mundane existence and the exhilarating life of riding a dragon could only be truly understood by him. Others would find it difficult to grasp. Young one, the black dragon inquired earnestly, you previously claimed to be a descendant of dragons. Do you know how I might undergo a transformation into a true dragon? At this, Liuyun appeared momentarily taken aback. How could he possibly know how to evolve into a true dragon? However, having boasted so grandly before, he felt compelled to maintain his facade rather than admit ignorance, fearing it might sour their relationship. To demonstrate his knowledge of dragons, he began to recite legends from Chinese culture regarding them. It is said that every scale possesses the potential to transform into a dragon, particularly among serpents, as they harbor the most bloodline factors of true dragons. This lineage is also the most prone to ancestral regression, thus achieving the status of a true dragon. As Liuyun spoke, he cast a glance at the black serpent beneath him, noticing its rapt attention. Encouraged, he continued, a serpent reaches maturity in 49 years, a python in a century, a Hawaiian 5 centuries, and finally, a true dragon in a millennium. Upon hearing this, the black dragon erupted with a flurry of questions. What does it mean to become a python? Isn't a python also a serpent? How can one become a python in just 49 years? I am not even of the pythonid family. Silence. Liuyun interjected sharply, cutting off its barrage of inquiries. Each question must be addressed one at a time. The term python refers to a mature large serpent. It does not denote a taxonomic classification. Ah, so it is. The black dragon nodded slowly, before posing another question. But why does it take 49 years to become a python? Can't a large serpent reach maturity in just 7 years? They can mate after 7 years, after all. Liuyun faltered slightly at this, realizing that the black dragon was not easily misled. However, he quickly concocted a plausible explanation. Do you think that every corner of the world is blessed with the rich natural energy and abundant resources found in dragon lairs? As he spoke, utilizing his Sharingan's insight, he waded through the water and seized a python that was frolicking on the river's surface. The python, as thick as a human leg, was dragged before the black dragon, highlighting the vast disparity in their sizes. What do you think of this python? It has reached several years of age. You claim that a few years suffice to become a mature serpent. Then, pray, show me how you would mate at that age. Ah, I see your point, the black dragon responded, somewhat embarrassed. Liuyun was referring to serpents from across the land. Indeed, the large serpents of the dragon's lair were exceptional. What is a huai? The black dragon pressed on, cautious not to provoke further reprimand from this dragon expert. A huai is your state prior to becoming a true dragon. Liuyun explained, seated atop its head. Then, he had a sudden thought and asked, by the way, how old are you now? I haven't been paying much attention. But I should be around 500 years old, the black dragon replied after a moment of contemplation. The white snake sage of the dragon's lair and the great toad sage of Mayaboko Mountain were contemporaries, both exceeding a millennium in age. As a descendant of the sage snake, the black dragon had nearly reached 500 years. Serpents do not keep track of birthdays like humans. They are wild beasts who drift through life, relying on fate to determine their longevity, showing little interest in marking their age. Thus, even if you advance from a common serpent to a python or a huai, you cannot escape the fixed destiny of becoming a huai in 500 years. Liuyun continued confidently. Wait, that can't be right. My mother, the white snake sage, is over 1,000 years old, yet she remains in the huai state. She hasn't transformed into a true dragon in 500 years. The black dragon's eyes widened in confusion. Liuyun's smile faltered momentarily, but after a brief silence, he steeled himself to provide an explanation. Not every serpent is destined to evolve into a huai. Moreover, the white snake sage possesses a greater amount of sage chakra than some tailed beasts. She is clearly a sage serpent, and living over 1,000 years is entirely normal. I never claimed that age guarantees evolution. Each stage of dragon transformation hinges on opportunity. Upon hearing this, the black dragon fell silent, but then it nodded, increasingly convinced by the reasoning. Even the great serpents of the dragon's lair must rely on chance to evolve into huai. Those with dragon horns are exceedingly rare. Only by overcoming the tribulations of dragon transformation can one achieve the huai form. Very well, then. What is my opportunity to transform into a true dragon? And where might it lie? The black dragon inquired humbly. I do not know. I am not a fortune teller. How could I possibly discern where your opportunity resides? Liuyun replied nonchalantly. You have only just become a huai. You still have over 500 years ahead of you. There is no need to rush after evolutionary opportunities. Nor should you aim too high. For now, you should learn sage techniques from your white snake mother and focus on accumulating sage chakra, seizing the opportunity for a lecture. Liuyun criticized the black dragon, which had spent centuries enveloped in the comforts of a female serpent. It was only after 500 years of becoming a huai that it thought about learning sage techniques. Truly a lackluster dragon. He wished for the black dragon to grow stronger. After all, it was his personal summon, and he would rely on it in future battles. And refrain from indulging in female serpents too often. Ensure you maintain a robust supply of essence within you. Should you encounter the opportunity for transformation into a dragon, you must have sufficient vitality to endure the trials. Liuyun felt compelled to prevent it from squandering its potential through reckless pursuits. Learning sage techniques and gathering sage chakra. I have indeed been diligently studying lately. The black dragon admitted, but to abstain from mating is entirely out of the question. I must contribute to the proliferation and growth of the dragon's lair. Forbidding the black dragon from indulging in its desires was a futile endeavor. Serpents are inherently lustful, and dragons are even more so. Recently, every young female serpent had praised its prowess, enamored by the dragon's charm. The unlikely pair continued their banter as they floated along the river, with Liuyun sharing numerous tales about dragons. Some stories grew increasingly fantastical, almost evolving into myths, yet he narrated them with such conviction that they seemed plausible. In no time, he had thoroughly enthralled the black dragon beneath him. The more the black dragon listened, the more excited it became, convinced of Liuyun's profound knowledge and understanding. Eventually, The Black Dragon delivered Liuyun to a relatively safe harbor, and after indulging in several large pancakes and sips of chicken soup, it returned to the spirit realm, content. Once ashore, Liuyun made his way back to the Konoha camp, though he found no sign of Orochimaru. Chapter 148, Striking East, Invading the Void. A battle deciding the fate of two nations. As dawn broke, Orochimaru returned to the Konoha camp, visibly weary. "You little brat, you sure can run fast," he rasped. Upon seeing Liuyun return unscathed, "Much of that is thanks to you for drawing their fire," Liuyun chuckled, stepping forward with the intention of using sage techniques to heal Orochimaru's wounds. "Thank you for your assistance," Orochimaru replied, removing his Jounin vest to reveal the charred wound on his back. Liuyun's hands glowed with green light as he began the healing process. Since his apprentice had learned sage techniques, Orochimaru had not sought Tsunade's help for injuries. "When do we plan to attack Longmen Town?" Liuyun inquired, observing the white cloth that contained intelligence gathered at the cost of Hyuga Hinata's life. In his view, the sooner they attacked Longmen Town, the better. Given the events of the previous night, the Rain Shinobi would surely be aware of Konoha's intentions, prompting Hanzo the Salamander to swiftly bolster their forces there. "There is no need to rush. Since we have already alarmed them, let Hanzo draw forces away from Longmen Town first," Orochimaru replied without lifting his gaze. Hearing this, Liuyun first frowned but then quickly relaxed. "So you intend to strike where they are weakest and take control of the towns surrounding Longmen Town first?" "Huh, Liuyun-kun. Your mind remains as sharp as ever," Orochimaru praised, setting the white cloth aside. "Wherever they are vulnerable, we shall attack. In the battle of fire and rain, the advantage lies with us, and we hold the initiative. We need only to proceed steadily, gradually encircling them. Once we form a blockade, they will be unable to defend Longmen Town. At this moment, the Land of Rain must contend not only with the Land of Wind, but also with the samurai of the Land of Iron, leading to significant friction. The Hidden Rain Village is utterly incapable of amassing a formidable force to confront the Leaf Ninja, resulting in an undeniable predicament of being unable to manage both fronts effectively. The Leaf Ninja, on the other hand, are becoming increasingly confident and at ease in battle. Orochimaru even speculates that it won't be long before Hanzo proactively seeks peace with the Leaf Village to halt the conflict. Half a day later, the Leaf encampment began to brazenly assemble their combat units, their intentions for attack glaringly apparent. That very night, instead of advancing on Longmen Town as originally planned, the ninja forces pivoted unexpectedly, launching an assault on the neighboring town. The towns surrounding Longmen had only just received orders for troop mobilization, and soon after the ninja forces had departed for Longmen, the town they had recently vacated fell victim to a fierce assault by the Leaf Ninja. The Rain Ninja garrison was caught off guard, suffering rapid defeats. In the span of half a day, the Leaf Ninja captured 2 towns with remarkable ease, incurring far fewer casualties than anticipated, thus achieving considerable success. Realizing they had been outmaneuvered, the Rain Ninja were infuriated yet found themselves helpless. Refraining from recklessly deploying their strategic forces for fear that the Leaf would seize Longmen Town, thereby jeopardizing the overall situation. 10 days later, during which the Leaf Ninja maintained a public facade of intending to assault Longmen Town, they stealthily began to encroach upon the adjacent towns and villages. 5 days later, the Leaf feigned an attack on a specific town, successfully luring a contingent of Rain Ninja from Longmen to provide assistance. This ambush resulted in the elimination of nearly 100 Rain Ninja, marking yet another minor victory for the Leaf. On that same day, capitalizing on the heightened morale of their forces, the Leaf swiftly captured the town that had been the subject of their ruse. At this point, the only relatively significant town remaining around Longmen was Guyu Town. The loss of Guyu Town would sever the land route to Longmen, prompting Hanzo to grit his teeth and reluctantly allocate some of his forces to bolster the town's defenses, temporarily stabilizing the deteriorating situation. The 2 towns gradually transformed into the front lines of conflict between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain. After much deliberation and probing, the Leaf Ninja resolved to assault Guyu Town, which was geographically less advantageous. Over the course of more than half a month, various skirmishes ensued, ultimately culminating in the forcible breach of Guyu Town by the Leaf Ninja. Following this battle, the Leaf did not immediately proceed to attack Longmen Town. Instead, they consolidated their defenses, leveraging their numerical superiority to withstand several counterattacks from the Rain Ninja, taking nearly 10 days to thoroughly solidify their gains. The Leaf's strategy proved prudent, eschewing the notion of a risky, swift victory, a tactical intent that was evident to all. Yet the Rain Ninja found themselves at a loss for effective countermeasures. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye. When the Leaf Ninja were adequately prepared, The stage was set for a decisive battle that would determine the outcome of the war between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain. Within the Leaf encampment, the commander, the patriarch of the Hinata clan, convened a meeting of all elite shinobi, issuing the order to besiege Longmen Town. Liuyun, the youngest newly promoted elite shinobi in Leaf history, was fortunate enough to participate in the entire decision-making conference. He had ascended from a graduate genin to elite shinobi in less than half a year, and despite such meteoric advancement, no one dared question the legitimacy of his rise within the Leaf village. His promotion was founded upon his combat achievements, which carried more weight than any other means of advancement. Even those who might begrudge it could not deny his merit. He had climbed to his position by stepping over the corpses of enemies, having accounted for at least 100 lower-rank shinobi and over 10 elite shinobi slain by his hand. Such a formidable individual could not be overlooked, and the Leaf leadership was compelled to consider his sentiments, as well as those of other villagers, in bestowing upon him his rightful recognition. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, both of you possess the art of summoning, and your summoned beasts are both water-type combat creatures. Therefore, you shall lead companions adept in water release to obstruct the water routes, preventing the enemy's reinforcements and buying us sufficient time to seize Longmen Town. The commander specifically named the two and assigned them their operational tasks. The Dragon Caves Orochimaru and the Great Toad of Myaboku are most suited for dealing with the enemy's large vessels. Understood. Both answered in unison. Given the distribution of waterways, the main river upstream from Longmen Town connects to the Hidden Rain village, making it highly probable that you will encounter Hanzo, the salamander, flowing downstream. Please ensure you intercept him upon the water's surface. Once we capture Longmen Town and align with the surrounding towns, even a demigod's intervention would hold no chance of reversal. At the conclusion of the meeting, the patriarch intentionally retained the two to underscore the importance of their mission, asserting that they would be pivotal to the success of the siege on Longmen Town. Rest assured, Commander, we pledge to complete the task, Jiraiya declared, thumping his chest solemnly. Orochimaru nodded earnestly in agreement. After leaving the conference room, the three shinobi summoned Liuyun once more to discuss more specific operational strategies, also sharing experiences from their previous encounters with Hanzo. Chapter 149, The Interception Battle. The Submerged Dragon. Hanzo, the salamander, is exceptionally skilled in the use of poison and possesses remarkable swordsmanship, making close combat with him exceedingly perilous. Furthermore, he wields an almost unparalleled speed with his water instantaneous technique. Orochimaru recounted Hanzo's formidable prowess in detail. In his eyes, this man was nearly invincible, and he had yet to discover a method to defeat him. Hanzo's weakness lies within the poison sac located in his abdomen, and his summoned salamander requires approximately 5 minutes to regenerate after expelling its toxic mist. Liuyun shared the intelligence he possessed. How do you know all this? Tsunade exclaimed in astonishment, while Orochimaru and Jiraiya looked at him with equal disbelief. Utilizing the hypnotic abilities of the Sharingan, I gathered information from an elite rain ninja. Liuyun replied nonchalantly. As a traveler from another world, how could he not possess such trivial information? Unfortunately, these two pieces of intelligence held limited practical value. The original work provided scant description of Hanzo. Thus, the weakened state of Hanzo in his reanimated form would undoubtedly be a significant disadvantage for him. At this stage, Hanzo still possessed a powerful resolve, being at the pinnacle of his life. Even 5 elite shinobi might not suffice to contend with him. Furthermore, in the original work, the reanimated Hanzo did not even seem intent on engaging seriously with the 5 shinobi, ultimately resorting to his indomitable will to perform seppuku, slicing open his own poison sac, which led to his sealing by the allied ninja forces. Liuyun felt that if the reanimated Hanzo were to confront the current demigod, the outcome would be decidedly grim. Regarding the countermeasures against Hanzo's poisonous mist, the commander planned to prioritize the distribution of existing gas masks to us. Jiraiya interjected, those toxic weapons are saturated with lethal poison. Even if you are not afraid of the mist, you must consume antidotes in advance, just in case. Tsunade, with a serious demeanor, cautioned, moreover, Hanzo's poison is more insidious than ordinary salamander venom, carrying a potent paralyzing effect. You must avoid being injured by his scythe at all costs. The group fervently deliberated their combat strategies, and soon the next day arrived. This day was a rare respite from rain, and seizing this opportune moment, the Leaf Ninja launched a full-scale assault on Longmen Town. Orochimaru led Liuyun, Jiraiya, and dozens of elite shinobi skilled in water release, departing from Guyu Town under cover of night, traversing the river to appear at an upstream juncture of Longmen Town. Conceal yourselves, Orochimaru signaled, and in an instant, everyone concealed themselves. Their mission was to intercept the enemy reinforcements, with minimal involvement in the attack on Longmen Town itself. Longmen Town is currently besieged on 3 sides, with only the waterway remaining safe and unobstructed. The reinforcements from the Hidden Rain Village, wishing to reach Longmen Town, cannot possibly arrive by land in time. The fastest and most efficient route is undoubtedly by boat. Incoming. A warning was issued in advance by Hinata Hyuga. Prepare for battle. We must not allow a single soldier to set foot on land. Orochimaru declared solemnly. Reiyun, Jiraiya, the two responded in unison with a nod. Summoning jutsu. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Reiyun simultaneously bit their fingers and invoked the summoning technique. Orochimaru, you'd better deliver. The monstrous serpent within the smoke intended to extort Orochimaru. But as the mist cleared, it was met with the imposing figure of the black dragon. How can there be a dragon? Frog Wenta recoiled in terror at the sight of the fearsome dragon beside him. A dragon. A true dragon. Reiyun's summoned beast is indeed a black dragon. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and a host of elite leaf ninjas gazed in astonishment at the magnificent black serpentine creature beneath Reiyun's feet. Is this the dragon you spoke of? Reiyun, you are truly remarkable. Orochimaru licked his lips, trembling with excitement. What is happening? The deep voice of the black dragon resonated. First, conceal yourselves below the river's surface and wait for the opportunity to destroy the enemy ships. Reiyun calmly explained, reminding everyone that this was not the time for astonishment. The enemy was approaching swiftly. Yes, prepare yourselves. Orochimaru was the first to react. 10,000 snakes, enter the water. Despite his displeasure at Orochimaru's command, the serpent dared not protest in front of the black dragon, especially since it was Reiyun's master. Wenta submerge. Jiraiya instructed his large frog. Frog Wenta, wary of the menacing black dragon, promptly leapt into the river upon receiving the command. Why hide? Can't we just fight openly? The black dragon disregarded those around him, casting his eyes upward at the young boy above. The enemy is formidable. It is prudent to exercise caution, Reiyun explained patiently. Caution? What do I need to be cautious about? Isn't it merely stirring up trouble? I am invincible in the water, the black dragon declared with confidence. Enough chatter. Get into the water quickly, Reiyun admonished, unable to suppress his urgency. If they wasted any more time, the enemy's ships would arrive. TCH. The black dragon scoffed, taking a few strides before plunging into the river. In the next moment, all the leaf ninjas on the shore concealed themselves. They were fortunate to witness such an awe-inspiring black dragon today, and in the future, they would have ample opportunity to boast about it. While they revered the genius Reiyun, they were also filled with confidence regarding the impending battle. With a true dragon aiding them, how could the land of fire falter in this war? On the river's surface, a multitude of ships from the Hidden Rain Village flowed downstream, heading straight for Longmen Town with astonishing speed. Everyone hurry! Longmen Town must not fall. An elite jonin from the land of rain shouted to the fleet trailing behind. Amidst the throng of boats, Hanzo the Salamander stood upon the deck of a large vessel. His demeanor calm and composed, instilling a sense of reassurance in the rain ninjas around him. Under the river's surface, the 3 great summoned beasts concealed themselves beneath the rushing waters, propelling themselves upstream with incredible speed towards the enemy fleet. The black dragon, having entered the water last, surged ahead, disregarding the river's resistance. With every twist of its body, it unleashed tremendous power, its stealthy speed bordering on the unbelievable. Standing atop its head, Reiyun found himself struggling. Merely bracing against the violent currents was exhausting. Everyone, be careful. There's movement beneath the water. Countless fish leapt from the surface, startled by the colossal creature. The massive commotion and ominous shadow instantly heightened the vigilance of all the rain ninjas. Chapter 150. The fierce battle of the malevolent dragon on the river's surface. What in the world? The rain ninja at the forefront of the fleet, with a keen eye, could discern the enormous black shadow darting beneath the river's surface. There's a monster below. Get to shore. Someone screamed in terror. In the next moment, a ferocious black dragon violently overturned the troop transport ship above them. Oh my god, it's a dragon! The emergence of the dragon was far more shocking than the sight of over 20 ninjas from a large ship toppling into the river. However, upon seeing the leaf ninjas atop the dragon, the rain ninjas quickly regained their composure, realizing this was the enemy's summoned beast. Seizing the moment while the enemy was momentarily disoriented, the black dragon whipped its tail, demolishing a warship, then opened its cavernous jaws to devour the fallen ninjas from the river's surface. It's truly a black dragon. Such a summoned beast really exists in this world. Even the unflappable Hanzo the Salamander was visibly taken aback by the appearance of the fearsome black dragon. Moreover, it was not just the dragon that astonished him. The youth standing atop its head was equally incredible, for that young man had awakened a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan, his blood-red eyes exuding a formidable spiritual pressure that instilled fear and demanded respect. Additionally, the fact that this boy wore a gas mask suggested he had anticipated the dragon's arrival and prepared accordingly, a detail that weighed heavily on Hanzo. After a brief moment of distraction, Hanzo quickly reined in his thoughts, forming seals with his hands and hastily performing the summoning technique. At the front of the fleet, with the black dragon initiating the assault, the 10,000 snakes and frog went to swiftly emerge from the water, seizing the opportunity to destroy several enemy vessels. The 3 great summoned beasts engaged in a fierce battle with the ninjas skimming across the water's surface. The destruction of ships merely disrupted their support for Longmen Town. Most rain ninjas had mastered the art of walking on water, thus possessing combat prowess on the river. Of course, against the 3 formidable water-based beasts, they found it exceedingly difficult to even defend themselves, let alone repel the summoned creatures. Leveraging their significant geographical advantage, the 3 summoned beasts inflicted substantial casualties upon the rain reinforcements. Regrettably, this advantage did not endure long, as 3 gigantic salamanders soon emerged from the river, viciously snapping at the rampaging summoned beasts. A grand battle among the colossal summoned creatures had officially commenced. The black dragon's combat prowess was exceptionally formidable. When its tail was bitten by a salamander, it executed a powerful motion, flinging the gigantic creature out of the water. Before the salamander could regain its footing, the black dragon twisted its body and clamped down on it with its jaws. Lord Black Dragon, these creatures possess toxic glands. Their skin secretes paralyzing venom. As the black dragon viciously tore at the salamander, the 10,000 snakes could not help but shout a warning. The black dragon heard the warning but paid it no heed. It was a proud dragon, a direct descendant of the immortal serpent, and had long since disregarded any major snake venom. Having consumed all varieties of venomous snakes, it was unfazed by the meager toxin of the salamander. Roar! With a mighty pull of its jaws, even the thick-skinned salamander could not withstand the assault and let out a piercing cry of despair. Previously, it fiercely sank its teeth into the tail of the black dragon, only managing to tear some scales without inflicting any real damage. Yet, when the black dragon bit back, it did so with a ferocity that was both brutal and terrifying. The skin of the sculpin began to ooze a copious amount of venom, and it opened its mouth to unleash a thick cloud of toxic mist directed at the dragon's eyes, simultaneously allowing its venomous blood to pour into the dragon's mouth. However, to its utter despair, the black dragon completely disregarded the toxins, and under the influence of the potent poison, it seemed to grow even more frenzied. In the instant the dragon's claws ensnared the sculpin, the black dragon brutally bit down, tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh. A chilling scream echoed, startling all who witnessed the gruesome sight, leaving several nearby beasts trembling in fear. After ripping off the piece of meat, the black dragon ignored the venom and swallowed the bloody morsel whole. Its bloodthirsty and savage demeanor instilled a sense of dread in all onlookers. What manner of monster is this, that it completely disregards the sculpin's potent venom? The sculpin, Hanzo, on the ship, could no longer maintain his composure. Soon, a horrifying bloom of blood erupted upon the river's surface, and having tasted the sweetness of blood, the black dragon lunged once more towards the sculpin's neck. Faced with the onslaught of the gaping maw, the sculpin had no choice but to retreat back into the spirit realm to save its own life. Clearly, the ordinary sculpin could not contend with it. It was time to summon a more formidable ally. Realizing that the sculpin was swiftly pushed back into the spirit realm by the black dragon, Hanzo understood the true terror of this fearsome creature and recognized that even a greater number of ordinary sculpins would be futile against it. In the next moment, Hanzo appeared on the river's surface, swiftly cutting his thumb with a kunai to summon forth an exceedingly large creature with the utmost chakra. A colossal black sculpin plunged into the river, then immediately resurfaced, lying flat upon the water's surface. Hanzo, what is going on? The black giant sculpin inquired with a perplexed female voice, the only one in its clan capable of human speech, having attained full consciousness. I apologize for summoning you, but I am in dire trouble and require your assistance to combat a formidable foe. Hanzo expressed with a face full of regret. The giant sculpin fell silent for a moment, then its gaze was drawn to a terrifying black figure. Is that the vile dragon? The giant sculpin instinctively gasped, feeling a potent sense of danger emanating from the black dragon. With a roar that echoed across the waters, the black dragon, having noticed its presence, unleashed a thunderous dragon's roar, startling the giant sculpin into taking a few instinctive steps back. Indeed, that dragon nearly killed my companion, the big gray. Which is why I summoned you, Hanzo explained candidly. The bloodstains in that beast's mouth must belong to my son, Big Gray. The mother sculpin seethed with fury. Yes, that dragon completely ignored the toxic mist, biting off a significant piece of Big Gray's flesh and swallowing it whole. Hanzo added, fanning the flames of her anger. Damn it. In the next moment, the giant sculpin lunged fiercely at the black dragon. Chapter 151, The Battle of Dragon and Fish. The Clash of Beings. The black dragon appeared to be entirely immune to the venom. You must exercise utmost caution. Once I eliminate the boy atop the dragon's head, the creature will no longer pose a threat. Hanzo articulated the plan, having set his sights on Liuyun. As the giant sculpin charged forward, the black dragon met it head-on without a moment's hesitation. A demigod? Liuyun observed Hanzo atop the giant sculpin with a grave expression. Jiraiya, forget everything else. Hanzo has targeted Liuyun. We must hurry. Orochimaru shouted, leaping onto the river's surface, unconcerned with the ongoing battle against the sculpins, and dashed towards Liuyun's position. Wentai, I entrust the sculpins to you. I need to join them in confronting Hanzo. Jiraiya bellowed, swiftly jumping onto the river's surface and racing toward Hanzo. Damn it, Jiraiya. Can't you handle this on your own? The toad, Wentai, cursed under his breath. Even as one of the legendary toads of Mount Mayaboku, he found himself troubled by the toxic sculpins. As a creature of poison, he possessed some resistance to their toxic mist, but he could not achieve the same immunity as the black dragon. Moreover, he was not alone in this predicament. The massive snakes nearby faced the same challenge. While the sculpin's venom was not lethal to them, it was far from ineffective. Any exposure would still lead to symptoms of paralysis. Water release, exploding water wave. Hanzo, standing atop the giant black sculpin, quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a powerful water-style ninjutsu. A torrent of water surged beneath the giant sculpin, propelling it violently towards the menacing black dragon. The synergy between man and beast seemingly overwhelmed the black dragon in sheer momentum. With a resounding roar, the black dragon met the approaching duo with another thundering dragon's roar. Then, in the next moment, it lashed its tail against the river's surface, unleashing a surge of Senjutsu chakra. A massive bubble of water erupted beneath its feet, lifting the black dragon high into the air, and it collided fiercely with the oncoming giant sculpin. As a serpentine dragon, the black dragon, even without Liuyun's assistance, could summon torrential floods at will to counter Hanzo's ninjutsu. Boom! The two towering walls of water, each dozens of meters high, crashed into one another, creating a terrifying spectacle that echoed far and wide. Yet, both colossal water beasts ignored the deluge, engaging in an intense and brutal melee. The dragon's razor-sharp horns lunged towards the black sculpin's head, but at the critical moment, the sculpin dove swiftly to evade the attack and retaliated with a powerful bite aimed at the black dragon's body. In a split second, the black dragon's claws caught the sculpin's head, its terrifying strength piercing through the resilient skin and sinking into its flesh. However, due to the sculpin's massive inertia, the black dragon was also toppled over, and the two colossal summoned beasts crashed into the turbulent waters. Liuyun and Hanzo leaped high into the air as the giant beasts collided, their chakra-infused weapons clashing together. Neither party possessed the ability to fly, so their collision was brief. But in the instant they separated, Hanzo forcefully swung his chain, aiming the sickle's other end towards Liuyun's head. The speed of this attack was astonishing, but it held little significance against the perception of Liuyun's three-tomo Sharingan. He deftly twisted his long blade to block the weighted end of the chain. Clang! As the metallic clash resounded, Liuyun was sent hurtling away by the force, yet he quickly steadied himself, using the river's surface to absorb the impact. Just as he regained his balance, he saw Hanzo vanish in an instant, reappearing before him with unbelievable speed. So fast, his three-tomo Sharingan barely captured Hanzo's form. And in a split second, Liuyun raised his long blade to block the lethal scythe aimed at him. The extreme velocity brought with it a terrifying force. And although Liuyun successfully parried the deadly strike, he was still sent flying over 100 meters by the overwhelming power. At this stage, his physical strength remains his weakest attribute. After all, at the tender age of 12, he is still merely a child. His physical capabilities are insufficient to be compared with the pinnacle of ninjas, such as demigods. Without granting Liuyun a moment to rise, the formidable Hanzo of the Salamanders surged forward, wielding his death scythe with lethal intent. His techniques were executed with astonishing speed and ferocity, resembling a full frontal assault aimed at swiftly eliminating Liuyun, the summoner of the dragon. Faced with Hanzo's relentless onslaught, Liuyun found himself momentarily overwhelmed. If he did not first defend against the lethal strikes, he would not even have time to perform ninjutsu or any other technique. The adage that speed is the ultimate form of combat was not mere rhetoric. Clang! Another resounding metallic clash echoed as Liuyun braced his long sword across his chest, successfully deflecting the lethal blow. Yet he was forcefully driven to the river's depths by the sheer force. Ninjutsu, hidden shadow snake hands. At this moment, Orochimaru finally arrived, raising his hand to summon a swarm of venomous snakes to assail Hanzo. Hanzo swiftly evaded the attacking snakes with a deft retreat, swinging his chakra scythe to sever the serpent's grasp. Fire release, great fireball. A colossal fireball hurtled toward Hanzo, as Jiraiya joined the fray. Body flicker technique. Hanzo executed a simple body flicker technique, effortlessly dodging the fireball. However, during this exchange, both parties momentarily disengaged. Orochimaru plunged his hand into the water, and Liuyun was swiftly ensnared by the serpent's coils. Cough, cough. Liuyun expelled the river water, his gaze toward Hanzo marked by profound trepidation. At this moment, his palms were torn and bleeding from the immense force, and his hands were soaked in crimson. Today, he finally grasped the terrifying power of the legendary demigod. After only a few exchanges, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. It was no wonder that even the combined might of the three legendary ninjas could not rival a demigod. Any entity associated with the divine was undeniably formidable. Are you all right? Seeing blood dripping from the young boy's hand, Orochimaru could not help but inquire softly. I'm fine. Liuyun emanated a green glow from his palm, simultaneously wielding his sword while employing healing ninjutsu. It was clear that one alone could not triumph over him. It was time to adhere to the original plan and unleash the full power of the trio. Watch your footing, Jiraiya suddenly bellowed. Amidst the tumultuous river, two ferocious beasts burst forth from the waters, unleashing towering waves. Chapter 152, A Clash of Fish and Dragons, Extreme 2-for-1. Although the river was tumultuous, dozens of elite water-release ninjas from Konoha were still engaged in fierce combat with the supporting forces of the Rain Ninja. The chaos above the river was palpable, as the colossal summoning beasts and water-release ninjutsu collided. The relentless waves made it exceedingly difficult for the ninjas on the river's surface to maintain their footing, let alone fight to the death. This scenario severely tested the individual's chakra control. Those lacking a solid foundation could easily be swept away by the surging waters. The Black Dragon, a beast of the water element, and the Salamander, both colossal entities, quickly unleashed their true might in a matter of moments. The aquatic dragon, agile as ever, swiftly gained the upper hand in close combat, sinking its teeth into the massive body of the salamander and forcing it to the surface. Roar! The black salamander let out a wretched cry. Upon hearing this, two smaller salamanders nearby went into a frenzy, attempting to rush to its aid, only to be thwarted by the myriad of snakes and gamabunta. For a moment, the battle between the massive beasts intensified, with the two salamanders exhibiting a fierce determination to avoid returning to the summoning realm, placing immense pressure on the snakes and gamabunta. After being bitten, the black salamander's surface secreted a copious amount of viscous and terrifying poison. Upon contact with the toxin, the black dragon instantly felt its tongue tingle, a sensation of uncontrollable numbness spreading through its jaws. Moreover, the poisonous fluid of this colossal salamander had a lubricating effect. As the creature writhed, the dragon felt its grip slipping. Recognizing that the slippery salamander was difficult to hold onto, the black dragon extended its claws in an attempt to secure its prey. However, with a tremendous twist of its body, the salamander ultimately broke free. As the first round concluded, the black dragon bore no significant injuries, but the massive salamander exhibited visible signs of blood seeping from its body, indicating it had sustained damage. Unfortunately, due to its transformation, the black dragon's teeth had lost their venomous potency. Otherwise, with its previous formidable fangs, it might have been able to inflict serious harm or even slay the massive salamander. Given that it had successfully bitten down on it, the black dragon possessed endurance, explosive power, and biting force far superior to that of snakes, alongside powerful limbs and impenetrable scales, gaining abilities beyond its original earth manipulation. Yet, it had lost the capacity for lethal venom. Lady Matriarch, how are you holding up? Can you withstand this? Hanzo leaped back onto the salamander's head, his tone laden with concern. The black salamander did not respond, but suddenly opened its gaping maw, expelling a dense cloud of potent toxic mist. A purple haze began to rise above the river, prompting Hanzo to shout in alarm. The Konoha ninjas were puzzled by his warning, while the Rain Ninja, despite their injuries, resolutely began their retreat. What is going on? The Konoha ninjas appeared confused. What threat did the toxic mist pose? Did they not all wear gas masks? Yet, within moments, Orochimaru's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Beware the toxic mist. Retreat at once." Although his reaction was swift, some Konoha ninjas and others engaged in battle were momentarily engulfed by the toxic haze. The toxic mist can penetrate the skin. A Konoha ninja made a startling observation. As his words fell, many realized their skin was developing red rashes, symptoms that were neither painful nor itchy, but accompanied a deeply unsettling sensation of numbness. Sage Art, Water Dragon Bullet. Ignoring the toxic mist, the black dragon concentrated sage chakra and unleashed a terrifyingly powerful jet of water. However, due to the enveloping mist, its movements were slightly impaired, allowing the black salamander to deftly dive into the river and narrowly evade the deadly attack. Hanzo, atop the salamander, also executed the water body flicker technique, swiftly retreating to a safe distance. A cry of anguish emerged from Gamabunta amidst the toxic mist. Both he and the myriad of snakes found themselves within the noxious fog, which rendered their bodies paralyzed. Meanwhile, the two salamanders remained entirely unfazed by the toxic mist. Seizing the opportunity, one salamander viciously clamped down on Gamabunta's forelimb, causing him to drop his short blade into the river. The salamander's fangs were laced with venom. For the sake of its life, Gamabunta had no choice but to disperse into smoke and retreat back to Mount Myaboku. Not far off, the myriad of snakes was entangled with one of the salamanders, its fangs having pierced the creature's flesh, and the snake coiled tighter, attempting to strangle it. With its capabilities, the snake could indeed contend with a single salamander. However, the arrival of the toxic mist, combined with Gamabunta's escape, left the myriad of snakes facing a dire 1-against-2 predicament. As another salamander unleashed its toxin, and the bitten salamander began secreting venom, the myriad of snakes ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming assault of multiple toxins. Lord Black Dragon, I can no longer withstand this. With a deafening roar directed at the Black Dragon, it subsequently erupted into a cloud of smoke, retreating swiftly into the dragon's lair. Had it not been for the Black Dragon's presence, it would undoubtedly never have exerted itself to such an extent for Orochimaru. Nor would it have wholeheartedly engaged in the battle for Konoha, even in its final moments of escape. Its last utterance was an apology to the Black Dragon for its inadequacies, rather than a demand to Orochimaru for 100 living sacrifices. What a pitiful failure. The Black Dragon scoffed disdainfully. At that moment, it remained ensconced within the thinning toxic mist, harboring no intention of retreating. The mere paralyzing mist was insufficient to drive it to flight. Simultaneously, the two giant salamanders, now devoid of an adversary, swam towards it. Notably, one of them suddenly sank to the riverbed and subsequently exploded into smoke. It had just been struck by the myriad snakes, and as time passed, the serpent's venom began to take effect, rendering it devoid of the strength to continue fighting. The salamander, as a summoning beast, possessed individual combat prowess rivaling that of the three great sage lands. However, their population was exceedingly sparse and lacking the legacy of the sages. They did not enjoy the same renown. In the original narrative, Hanzo's summoned salamander battled against the toad Jiraiya, the slug Tsunade, and the myriad snakes, only for Hanzo's salamander to remain unscathed at Hanzo's feet, while the three great summoning beasts had vanished back to the summoning realm, leaving the exhausted Konoha 3 ninjas behind. This illustrates the formidable nature of such summoning beasts. The fact that the myriad snakes could replace one was truly a testament to their desperation. Chapter 153, A Fierce Battle with the Demigod, barely evenly matched. Faced with the dual onslaught of the enormous salamanders, the Black Dragon exhibited no hint of trepidation. Instead, it plunged into the river, engaging the two salamanders in a bloody melee. As the toxic mist dissipated, a cadre of rain ninjas charged towards the Konoha shinobi. In an instant, several heavily poisoned Konoha elites were slain, and the remaining forces quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. Regrettably, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Liuyun were too preoccupied to concern themselves with others. As they faced the demigod, a moment's inattention could result in their own demise. Water release, water cutting technique. Hanzo the salamander initiated the assault, unleashing a high-pressure stream of water from his mouth, sweeping towards the trio with lethal intent. Orochimaru was the first to evade the sharp water line, while Liuyun propelled himself into the air with powerful legs, and Jiraiya, the last to be targeted, crouched down like a frog. In midair, Liuyun hurled a flurry of shuriken, and at the same moment, Jiraiya unleashed the ability of the thousand-needle jutsu. Body flicker technique. Hanzo the salamander formed a hand seal with one hand, evading all attacks while simultaneously vanishing from sight. Sensei, below the water. Just as Orochimaru and Jiraiya were scanning for Hanzo's silhouette, Liuyun, employing the inside of his three-tomo Sharingan, successfully spotted the fleeting shadow beneath the water. Lightning release, earth walk. Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals and struck the water's surface with force. In an instant, a powerful electric net engulfed a swiftly approaching figure, electrifying it into a puddle of liquid. This was merely Hanzo's water clone technique. Aware that the three-tomo Sharingan could see through him, he had deliberately exposed himself to distract their attention. His true target was not Orochimaru, but rather Jiraiya. A cold glint sliced through the murky waters. Faced with the imminent threat of the deadly scythe, Jiraiya, having learned from past experiences, dared not confront the blade with kunai. Hanzo's weapon was of superior quality to Ryun's chakra blade, and his swordsmanship was profound. Engaging him in close-quarters combat would be tantamount to courting death. Jiraiya's hair elongated dramatically, ensnaring the scythe while swiftly wrapping around Hanzo's body. Wait! Jiraiya suddenly exclaimed in alarm, realizing that it was too effortless. Instantly comprehending that he had fallen into a trap. The next moment, Hanzo's form transformed into a puddle of mud, revealing a multitude of explosive tags within. Jiraiya was instantly struck with panic, rolling away and hastily employing the body flicker technique. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated across the river's surface. Despite his quick reflexes, Jiraiya was violently propelled away by the shockwave. Before he could regain his senses, a chain shot up from the riverbed, ensnaring his ankle. Ninjutsu, serpent binding hand. Just as Jiraiya was about to be dragged beneath the water, Orochimaru seized him with the snake binding hand. Both sides grappled. Jiraiya's ankle quickly became bloodied by the chain. Yet he gritted his teeth, stifling any cries of agony. Liuyun! Orochimaru suddenly bellowed. In the next instant, Liuyun appeared in an instant. Rather than attempting to sever the chain with his chakra blade, he grasped the chain with one hand, channeling the full force of the Chidori stream. Beside him, Jiraiya was instantly stunned by the electric shock, and as Liuyun arrived, Orochimaru managed to release his grip, narrowly escaping disaster. The other end of the chain suddenly lost its tension. The adversary clearly recognized the might of the Chidori stream and promptly abandoned the chain. Liuyun did not squander precious time unbinding the injured Jiraiya. Instead, he exerted all his strength, flinging both the chain and Jiraiya towards Orochimaru. He then pressed his hands against the river's surface, channeling the lightning power of the Chidori stream into the riverbed. He was aware that Hanzo was lurking beneath the water, and this technique might potentially inflict harm, as water could conduct electricity. Water release, water tornado technique. The river beneath Liuyun suddenly churned violently, enveloping him within a rapidly rotating vortex. In a critical moment, Orochimaru once again employed the snake binding hand to pull Liuyun out of the water tornado. The water tornado, which failed to ensnare anyone, did not dissipate. Rather, it was intentionally controlled by Hanzo, hurtling towards the three with alarming speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jiraiya and Liuyun simultaneously hurled several explosive tags, and the kunai swept away by the tornado detonated with tremendous force. The shockwave instantly quelling the further formation of the water tornado, effectively dismantling Hanzo's assault. The three stood guard on the water's surface, while Hanzo slowly emerged from the river. Among the four, Liuyun and Orochimaru had merely expended some chakra, while Jiraiya appeared the most disheveled, his ankle injured and further struck by Ryun's Chidori stream. However, he bore no resentment towards Liuyun. Instead, he found that strike to be ingeniously executed, resulting in a net gain for them. For on the opposing side, Hanzo had lost half of his weaponry, retaining only a single scythe. Moreover, judging by the rising and falling of Hanzo's chest, it was evident that he had also been on the receiving end of a Chidori stream strike, much like Jiraiya. Regrettably, Liuyun's heart was still not ruthless enough. He had hesitated to amplify the current, allowing Hanzo a fleeting opportunity to escape while Jiraiya was cast aside, and the subsequent attempt to channel electricity into the water failed to eliminate the foe. Liuyun, you take the offensive. I will coordinate with Jiraiya, Orochimaru stated earnestly. In combat upon the river's surface, Jiraiya's fire release techniques and Orochimaru's earth release techniques were both hindered, preventing them from exerting their utmost strength. While conventional water release ninjutsu was unlikely to pose a threat to Hanzo, after much contemplation, it was clear that only Liuyun's potent lightning release techniques possessed the capability to determine the outcome of the battle. Young lad, this round depends entirely on you. At that moment, despite his poor condition, Jiraiya managed to smile. Three ignorant youngsters, do you truly believe you can defeat me? Hanzo of the Salamanders spoke with a grim expression. And you, despite your youth, possess remarkable strength, and have awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan. You will undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. I cannot allow you to live. Hanzo's gaze was piercing as he fixed his eyes on Liuyun. And then he launched another attack. Chapter 154. Each unleashes their unique techniques. The nearly inexorable body flicker technique. As the battle in Longmen Town raged on intensely, Hanzo of the Salamander realized he could no longer afford to waste time there. This time, he resolved to exert his full strength, aiming to eliminate these troublesome juniors as swiftly as possible. Summoning technique. Hanzo formed hand seals and slammed his hands onto the ground. In the next instant, a gray-brown salamander, only a few meters tall, was summoned forth. The sudden appearance of this small salamander momentarily stunned the group, as they believed that summoning beasts were typically larger and stronger. Why had Hanzo summoned such a subadult creature? Moreover, this salamander was peculiar. Its mouth appeared wider than that of an ordinary salamander, yet its body was considerably slender. Jingfu. With Hanzo's command, the salamander named Jingfu immediately opened its mouth and expelled a thick, noxious fog. Its speed in releasing poison was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the toxic haze enveloped the nearby area. The 3 quickly donned their gas masks once more. We have gas masks. What is Hanzo doing? Jiraiya could not help but inquire. He's obstructing our vision. Liuyun replied gravely. Not only does this toxic mist harm the eyes, Orochimaru soon detected the abnormality of the fog. Orochimaru. Quickly use a wind release technique to disperse the poison. Jiraiya's eyes stung and watered from the fumes, urging Orochimaru to employ wind release ninjutsu. You fool. I'm wearing a mask. How can I blow? Orochimaru retorted. A single target wind release technique would be ineffective against the toxic mist, while a wide area technique required inhalation first. If he inhaled the poisonous fog, Orochimaru felt that he might as well give up on fighting. They're coming. As the two continued their banter amidst the life and death crisis, Liuyun could not help but shout a warning. In the next moment, a figure as swift as lightning appeared before Liuyun, Hanzo's scythe slicing down towards him. Liuyun had been on high alert. As Hanzo approached, he caught a fleeting glimpse of his movement and could only raise his blade to parry the strike. Whoosh! Speed equated to power, and with Hanzo exerting his full effort, Liuyun was instantly sent flying by a single, powerful blow. Water release, water dragon bite. Utilizing his sensory perception, Orochimaru accurately pinpointed Hanzo's silhouette within the toxic mist. Swiftly forming hand seals, he slammed his palms against the water's surface. In an instant, the river beneath Hanzo's feet suddenly caved in, and a massive water dragon head rapidly took shape, aiming to snap its jaws shut on Hanzo. Body flicker technique. The speed of Orochimaru's ninjutsu was rapid, but Hanzo's body flicker technique was even faster. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared behind Jiraiya, his scythe glinting with lethal intent as it swung towards Jiraiya's nape. Jiraiya, wounded, had become Hanzo's primary target for elimination. Drawing slash. Sensing the intense killing intent from behind, Jiraiya's long hair suddenly flared up, spreading out like the quills of a porcupine. The terrifying glint of the scythe flashed momentarily, severing a significant portion of Jiraiya's hair. Hanzo, unwilling to sacrifice his arm to be pierced by countless strands, allowed Jiraiya to escape decapitation. Yet, even with Jiraiya's timely reaction, the unique structure of the scythe inevitably left a thin cut on the back of his neck. Feeling the sharp pain at his nape, Jiraiya immediately realized the grave danger he was in. The blade of Hanzo's scythe was coated with the deadly poison of the salamander, a highly potent paralytic toxin. Seizing the moment before the toxin could fully take effect, he hastily employed a body flicker technique to distance himself from Hanzo. Prior to the battle, they had all taken antidotes, but regrettably, the antidote could not completely neutralize the poison. Having received such a blow, Jiraiya estimated he had lost a significant portion of his vitality. To avoid burdening the others, he retreated as far as possible to position himself behind Orochimaru. Lightning release, false dark. Liuyun leapt high into the air, momentarily escaping the toxic mist, and aimed a powerful lightning release at the salamander, expelling poison. A fierce bolt of lightning surged forward. Sensing the impending danger, Jingfu immediately released the chakra from its feet, closed its mouth, and swiftly sank into the river. Its movements were so rapid that even the false dark lightning could not strike it. However, a beast is still a beast. When panicked, it is prone to errors. Sinking into the water was not an advantageous choice, as water conducts electricity. Although the false dark lightning did not hit its body, it struck the river with tremendous force, creating a massive bubble. Jingfu was electrocuted, convulsing violently, and soon flipped onto its back. After eliminating the toxic spitting creature, Liuyun hurried to support Orochimaru. But before he could get close, a terrifying flood pushed him back significantly. Both Orochimaru and Hanzo unleashed powerful water release techniques, making it difficult to maintain balance in the river, let alone continue the fight. Aware that he was at a disadvantage in close combat against Hanzo, Orochimaru resorted to risky measures, deploying a wide-range ninjutsu in hopes of creating an opening for Liuyun. Indeed, mere moments later, as the river began to stabilize, the sound of bird calls echoed in everyone's ears. Orochimaru recognized this as the sound of the A-rank ninjutsu, Chidori. As the toxic mist thinned, Liuyun's three-tomo Sharingan immediately discerned Hanzo's figure, and in the next instant, he charged towards him. So fast, Hanzo widened his eyes in surprise as Liuyun closed the distance in the blink of an eye, his Chidori thrusting fiercely towards him. In a critical moment, Hanzo once again executed his nearly insurmountable body flicker technique. Ninjutsu, Thousand Needle Jutsu. Jiraiya, seizing Hanzo's landing point, mustered his aching body to perform a ninjutsu once more. Hanzo swung his deadly scythe, continuously deflecting the incoming hair needles. Ninjutsu, Twin Serpent Bind. Orochimaru suddenly surged from another side. A multitude of slender serpents lunged toward Hanzo. As Hanzo swung his scythe and retreated, the overwhelming number of serpents soon found their mark, tightly ensnaring his body. Liuyun, Orochimaru shouted. In truth, there was no need for him to call out. Liuyun had already charged back towards Hanzo in an instant. Unfortunately, Hanzo's water body flicker technique was simply too swift. Hanzo's form transformed into a puddle of clear water, allowing him to escape the serpent's grasp. Moreover, not only did he successfully evade, but he also lured Liuyun into a deadly trap. The serpents that had ensnared Hanzo's body were suddenly adorned with several explosive tags, without anyone noticing. As he departed, a hand seal was completed, and the very spot he had occupied erupted in a violent explosion. Amidst the tumultuous chaos, Liuyun found himself directly before the serpent, engulfed by an explosion that seemed to consume him entirely. Chapter 155, An Unconquerable Foe, the Rampaging Dragon. Liuyun. As he witnessed the explosion devour Liuyun, Jiraiya could not help but let out a cry of anguish and fury. Orochimaru, having just employed the snake technique, found himself caught in the aftermath of the explosion, the shockwave forcing him to stagger backward. Just as he steadied himself, a massive, brownish-gray giant salamander erupted from the water's surface, swallowing him whole in an instant. This was the salamander that Liuyun had previously incapacitated with an electric shock. It had regained its composure and stealthily submerged itself into the river, while Orochimaru's attention was diverted by the explosion, rendering him oblivious to the looming threat beneath the surface. Body flicker technique. In the very moment the explosion resonated, Liuyun formed a hand seal with one hand, activating the body flicker technique. At that moment, he was in the midst of the Chidori's cellular activation, and the synergy of both techniques propelled his speed to an extraordinary peak. So swift, in a flash, he reappeared before the salamander Hanzo, unleashing a fierce thrust of Chidori from his hand. Water body flicker technique. Ultimately, his most decisive strike fell short. Liuyun quickly retracted his thrust of Chidori, his left hand rapidly forming additional seals. Lightning release, lightning leopard. Under his deft control, the Chidori transformed into a lightning form, morphing into a leopard as it surged toward the salamander Hanzo. Although Hanzo's water body flicker technique was indeed astonishingly swift, powerful ninjutsu often harbors certain limitations. Having just executed the technique, Liuyun doubted Hanzo could summon it again in such a brief span of time. The body flicker technique demands exceptional physical prowess. Even proficient jonin seldom employ it frequently due to the significant strain it places on the body. Liuyun had just unleashed an incomplete lightning release body flicker technique, and now his legs ached painfully, his muscles clearly strained, having exceeded his physical limits. What? Faced with the approaching lightning leopard, Hanzo exhibited a look of sheer astonishment for the first time, a reaction born from his inability to control the situation. This youth's strikes grew swifter with each passing moment. Liuyun's formidable lightning manipulation capabilities utterly surpassed his expectations. The lightning leopard's speed was so rapid that it left Hanzo no opportunity to form seals for defense. And having just executed the water body flicker technique, he was rendered incapable of performing it once more in such quick succession. In a moment of desperation, Hanzo felt his body grow heavy, just as the lightning leopard lunged at him. In an instant, he dispelled the chakra beneath his feet and plummeted into the river, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Witnessing this, Liuyun could scarcely afford to feel disheartened. With a swift motion of his hand, he directed the lightning leopard into the water. fervently hoping that the electrical energy would traverse through the river and harm his elusive adversary. Having exerted so much energy, Liuyun collapsed to his knees in the river, gasping for breath. On the other side, Orochimaru had indeed been swallowed whole by the salamander, yet just before being engulfed by its stomach, he crossed his arms and executed the shadow clone technique. With a multitude of shadow clones materializing, even the salamander's cavernous jaws could not accommodate so many at once, forcing it to expel Orochimaru and his clones. Afterward, instead of blindly attacking the recovering Orochimaru, the salamander plunged into the turbulent waters. Before long, it resurfaced, gasping for air, with the weary Hanzo still able to stand. Liuyun's final jutsu had indeed inflicted damage upon him, yet it was insufficient to determine the outcome of their confrontation. The three combatants found themselves in dire straits. Jiraiya was still suffering from the effects of paralysis and was far from combat ready. Orochimaru, having been swallowed by the salamander, found himself coated in toxic secretions from its mouth, leading to immediate swelling on his skin, prompting him to wash himself in the river. Liuyun, having strained his muscles from his rapid movements and expended significant chakra through several powerful lightning release techniques, still managed to maintain a relatively better condition among the trio. Run! As Hanzo's warning escaped his lips, a cry of alarm from the ranged shinobi echoed nearby. Three terrifying behemoths had stealthily approached their vicinity. The Black Dragon, combating two foes at once, unleashed a brutal melee that churned the river into a maelstrom. At this moment, it sported numerous missing scales, and from its fearsome maw dripped a viscous, toxic fluid. Whenever it found a moment to breathe, it would lower its head to gulp down river water to rinse away the toxins. These bothersome toxic secretions severely hindered its ability to bite down on the slippery salamander, and the overwhelming dosage of poison caused a tingling sensation in its mouth, impairing its biting strength. Nevertheless, it maintained the upper hand in battle, inflicting grievous wounds upon the black salamander, while a smaller salamander had even lost its tail to the black dragon's jaws. The black salamander yearned to retreat to the spirit world, realizing that it was utterly outmatched by the black dragon. Its once proud venom proved nearly ineffective, and its bites barely scratched the dragon's tough scales. This malevolent dragon was the strongest adversary it had ever encountered, and it could only hope for Hanzo's assistance, awaiting his arrival, which seemed perpetually delayed. With no other recourse, the black salamander was compelled to shift the battlefield closer to Hanzo. If he too proved ineffective, it would have no choice but to retreat in defeat. Roar! The black dragon let out a fearsome roar of fury. Its frustration mounted as it struggled to subdue the black salamander. After all, it was a dragon, and in the most favorable riverine terrain. It found itself repeatedly bitten by a mere fish. This outcome was simply unacceptable, leading it to unleash the full force of its sage chakra, entering a state of rampage. With a powerful swing of its robust tail, the waters of the river boiled violently, creating towering waves that surged higher and higher, transforming into a formidable torrent that no mortal could withstand. The enraged black dragon unleashed its ability to summon storms, commanding monstrous waves that crashed mercilessly against the black salamander. At that moment, all present on the river's surface were caught within the range of the impending waves, and as it wielded this ability, it could no longer concern itself with the safety of others. This was a large-scale sage technique, one that only the dragon could ignore the consequences of the rising waters. Damn it! Liuyun cursed vehemently, forcibly employing the body flicker technique to reach Jiraiya, intent on rescuing him. We can't escape now. Orochimaru. The colossal waves loomed ever closer, yet they remained far from the riverbank, and Jiraiya resolved to withstand the oncoming deluge. In an instant, Orochimaru appeared beside the two, and the next moment, Jiraiya's long hair flared dramatically, enveloping all three in a protective cocoon. Not feeling secure enough, Orochimaru extended his hand beyond the sphere, summoning a series of serpents that entwined around the white-haired barrier, providing an additional layer of protection for the trio. Boom! The colossal waves crashed violently upon them, sweeping all living creatures into the depths of the river. The vast waters surged over the riverbanks, inundating nearby desolate villages and submerging countless fields. Chapter 156. The conclusion of battle, the Uchiha clan's reaction. Cough, cough, cough. As the tumultuous waters began to recede, Liuyun, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya struggled to crawl onto the riverbank. A colossal wave violently hurled them into an unfamiliar stretch of river, where now, the silhouettes of their fellow ninjas had vanished. And even the roar of the black dragon was but a distant memory. Occasionally, a few lifeless bodies drifted across the surface of the water. Liuyun, exhausted, endeavored to retrieve the remains of an ally, only to discover that the individual was beyond salvation. their mouth and nose clogged with mud and debris, the kind of lifelessness that could not be reversed. With a heavy heart, Liuyun returned to the two men, seated himself upon the ground, and invoked his healing techniques to mend their wounds and alleviate the poisonous effects. Are we not to survive? Orochimaru inquired casually. Indeed. Liuyun replied with a solemn nod. With a sigh, Orochimaru closed his eyes. Those who had accompanied him were all elite from Konoha, and now, an entire battle had been swallowed by the river. In truth, he had mentally prepared for such an outcome. After all, ambushes were inherently perilous, especially under the command of Hanzo of the Salamander. The fact that the three of them had narrowly escaped was a stroke of fortune. The elite of Konoha alone would have struggled against the remaining range shinobi, were it not for the sudden rampage of the Black Dragon. Their chances against Hanzo would have been dire. A monstrous wave had effectively equalized the strength of both sides, and Orochimaru felt inclined to express gratitude towards that formidable black serpent. The survival of Hanzo and a handful of range shinobi was ultimately futile in their current state. They would simply meet their demise in Longmen Town. Victory in this war was assured. Liuyun had largely healed the external injuries of both men, and then, disregarding his dignity, laid down upon the ground. After regaining some strength over the course of half an hour, the three finally assisted one another to their feet. The two still affected by the lingering toxins draped their arms over the shoulders of the youth, leaning heavily upon him. Liuyun cast a dark look at the two shameless individuals flanking him. My body feels quite numb and fatigued, Orochimaru chuckled, offering an explanation. We both shielded you. So it seems the burden now falls upon you, Jiraiya added with a mischievous grin. With no choice left, Liuyun pinched his nose and bore the weight. At that moment, his chakra was nearly depleted. He didn't even possess the strength to summon Orochimaru as a steed. Shall we return to camp or head elsewhere? Let us proceed directly to Longmen Town. As the trio made their way to Longmen Town at a leisurely pace, they discovered it had indeed been fully occupied by Konoha ninjas, just as Orochimaru had predicted. According to Tsunade, Hanzo had indeed arrived, but recognized the futility of further resistance. To persist would only lead to total annihilation. Reluctantly, he led the remnants of the range shinobi away from Longmen Town, decisively abandoning this strategic stronghold. Konoha had secured a crucial victory in the Fire Rain War. The credit for this triumph primarily belonged to Orochimaru, Liuyun, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, who had shone brightly during the assault on Longmen Town. Although the trio failed to intercept Hanzo, they systematically obliterated the reinforcements, a result that astonished everyone and could even be considered the best possible outcome. The renown of the three shinobi spread once more, while a 12-year-old wielder of the three-tomo Sharingan became the talk of the ninja world through the accounts of the range shinobi. Information regarding Uchiha Liuyun began to flow into the 5 great ninja villages, and his formidable achievements were quickly unearthed by those with vested interests. This exceptional genius, merely 12 years of age, had awakened the three-tomo Sharingan and even tamed a terrifying black serpent as his summoning beast, his overall prowess nearing the threshold of a jonin. Such an extraordinary talent instilled apprehension in many, and he was soon catalogued by the Underground Exchange as a significant entity. Furthermore, substantial bounties were placed on his head across the 4 great nations, rivaling even those of the legendary Sannin. When the news of Liuyun's three-tomo Sharingan reached the Uchiha clan, the entire family erupted in a frenzy. Particularly, when the clan's elder received all pertinent information about Liuyun, he stormed into the Hokage building, demanding to know from Sarutobi Hiruzen why Liuyun's achievements had been deliberately concealed from the Uchiha clan, preventing them from knowing of such a hero within their ranks. Having produced a figure comparable to the Sannin, who had rendered outstanding service to Konoha, the fact that the Uchiha clan was the last to learn of it drove the clan's leadership to fury. Yet, when the Uchiha elder confronted the third Hokage, he was met with a counter-question. Why is it that your clan's three-tomo prodigy is unknown even to his own kin, yet you come to question me? Every jonin's information in Konoha was classified, and the third Hokage had a duty to keep it confidential. But why was he not notified when he went to the battlefield? Why was his promotion to jonin not communicated to us? Does Konoha truly disregard the Uchiha clan? Inside the Hokage's office, the Uchiha elder appeared increasingly agitated. Firstly, Konoha is not obliged to inform any clan when mobilizing its members. Moreover, the Uchiha clansmen who went to the Fire Rain battlefield were few. Does Konoha need your permission to send an Uchiha genin into battle? Tsunade interjected coldly. The Hokage's advisor should not twist concepts. I am speaking of notification. The Uchiha clan never stated that Konoha could not mobilize troops. The Uchiha elder retorted fiercely. Should you not reflect on why your clan members went to the Land of Rain to fight, without even a word to the family? How can you have the audacity to blame us for not informing you? Tsunade mocked with a frosty demeanor. You enough? Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted, rapping his pipe to quell the escalating argument. I have inquired with Liuyun about your concerns. He stated there was no need to inform the clan and even specifically asked for his mother, Mikasa, to be kept in the dark. Additionally, we chose not to publicize his promotion to Jonin for his safety. As you know, unwanted notoriety is not beneficial. A 12-year-old Jonin, once known by other nations, would inevitably become a target. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained patiently, though his words failed to gain the Uchiha elder's approval. I care not. All I know is that he bears the Uchiha name, and our clan has the right to knowledge. With that, the Uchiha elder stormed out. A war hero of Liuyun's caliber was a tremendous asset to the Uchiha clan, representing a highly valuable political bargaining chip, especially as he was tied to the Sannin, potential heirs to the Hokage title. The political implications of such a figure were immense, and the Uchiha leadership would be remiss to underestimate him. Chapter 157. A boy of renown, heir to the will of fire? This exceptionally young three-tomo prodigy, Liuyun, was surprisingly little known within the Uchiha clan, with the upper echelon's knowledge of him even less than that of the clan's younger members. The elder was somewhat aware of Liuyun's victory over Fugaku, but at that time, Liuyun had not yet awakened his Sharingan, while his own grandson had awakened the two-tomo Sharingan post-battle. In light of this comparison, he instinctively undervalued the youth, believing his talents to be inferior to those of his own grandson. Little did he know, Liuyun had graduated and ventured to the battlefield in the Land of Rain, achieving a series of astonishing feats, culminating in significant contributions to the crucial battle of the Fire-Rain War. The renowned semi-divine Hanzo even deemed him the most threatening prodigy of the new generation in the ninja world. This assessment from Hanzo was not born of admiration, but rather carried a sinister undertone. Fame is a double-edged sword. After this battle, Liuyun's intelligence and capabilities have been deliberately publicized, rendering any attempts at maintaining a low profile utterly futile. Such circumstances are, in truth, unavoidable. Liuyun is aware that his abilities will inevitably come to light. Concealing them for this long is already quite commendable. Moreover, he has matured significantly, disregarding the five shadows. There are few who pose a genuine threat to him in the shinobi world, making further attempts at secrecy unnecessary. The exploits of the third Hokage's three beloved disciples, alongside the prodigious talents of Uchiha Liuyun, have reverberated throughout the battlefield of Fire Rain, returning as tales of glory to Konoha. Villagers buzz with excitement, discussing and praising these four heroes of the leaf. Among them, the most talked about is the 12-year-old Uchiha Liuyun, whose youth serves as a striking highlight. The Uchiha clan has taken to promoting Liuyun's past achievements, even disclosing the number of enemies he has vanquished. In a fleeting moment, Liuyun has ascended to the status of a household name in Konoha, and the Uchiha clan has reaped significant benefits, with public discontent towards them noticeably diminished. Previously, there were families that covertly besmirched the Uchiha clan, criticizing them for harboring so many shinobi yet hiding within the Konoha police force, daring only to dominate in their own territory while avoiding the battlefield. No matter how the Uchiha clan attempted to clarify this misconception, it was not easily altered. However, with the emergence of Uchiha Liuyun, those naysayers have been rendered mute. Liuyun's household has seen an influx of visitors drawn by his newfound fame, with the Uchiha clan being the most frequent. They sought to have Asuka return to the clan's territory, only to be met with her irritable dismissal. Asuka, infuriated by her beloved son's deception, particularly regarding such a crucial matter as the battlefield, felt betrayed, especially since even her ever-loyal companion, Little Tomato, had concealed the truth from her. How dare they hide something so significant from me? When he returns, I shall not hesitate to tear that deceitful mouth of his apart. The news of Liuyun's safety and his remarkable contributions to Konoha eventually calmed Asuka's heart somewhat. Please, Auntie, have some tea to ease your anger, Kushina said respectfully, presenting a cup of fragrant tea, a forced smile plastered on her face. Nana, how could you conspire with him to deceive me? Do you even care about Auntie? Asuka's cold gaze pierced through her. Upon hearing this, Kushina dropped the teacup and immediately knelt down, clutching Asuka's long legs in a plea for forgiveness. It was Liuyun who made me say this. I'm so sorry, Annie. Tears flowed freely from Kushina, her sincerity evident. Asuka felt a pang of sympathy and relented, helping her up from the ground. I'm sorry, I promise I won't hide anything from you again. I adore you, Annie. Asuka, please don't hate me, Kushina exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Asuka's slender waist, her sobs intensifying. What nonsense are you spouting? When did I say I disliked you? Asuka chided gently, yet her hands instinctively cradled Kushina's head. Overcome by Asuka's tenderness, Kushina's tears flowed like a torrential river. All right, I forgive you. Just stop crying, Asuka said, feeling overwhelmed. Okay. Kushina quickly stifled her sobs, adopting a demeanor of obedience. You need to help me gather information about him. I must know what that rascal has been up to behind my back. The little tomato could be somewhat unreliable and often sided with Liuyun. Asuka had little choice but to rely on her now. After all, Kushina was a shinobi and undoubtedly possessed more knowledge than she did. Of course, Auntie. Kushina eagerly agreed. In truth, Kushina's knowledge was limited. She only knew that Liuyun had performed exceptionally on the battlefield and had been promoted to Chunin early on. Today, she learned about his astonishing ascension to Jonin. Many of his former classmates were abuzz, eagerly approaching her to discuss Liuyun, this illustrious youth who had inspired numerous young shinobi to consider the battlefield. Many impulsive young genin failed to contemplate the dangers of war, fixating instead on the prospect of rapid promotion to Jonin, a title they believed would earn them respect. Konoha was far from desperate enough to require the involvement of such youths in battle, thus they would not allow such recklessness. Nevertheless, the emergence of Liuyun, this youthful hero, had undeniably invigorated the training spirit and enthusiasm of Konoha's youth. This was precisely the aim of Konoha's higher-ups in establishing heroic exemplars. Among adult male heroes, there were figures like Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who embodied the virtues of the common man, while Tsunade represented the indomitable spirit of women. When it came to the new generation of heroes, none could be more fitting for this honor than Uchiha Liuyun, a youth of noble lineage, exceptional strength, and unwavering resolve. The higher-ups in Konoha regarded him with great optimism. The fact that he did not share a unified stance with his clan made him even more worthy of robust support. The third Hokage has repeatedly praised him within the Hokage Tower, proclaiming, Uchiha Liuyun is an outstanding shinobi who has grasped the will of fire. Chapter 158, The Heirs of the Three Sacred Lands, discussing celestial beverages. As a bodyguard? No danger? How could that little rascal speak such blatant lies with a straight face? So eager to be a hero, is he? Perhaps he should just stay away and let me forget about this little scoundrel. If he dares return, I'll break his legs and tear that deceitful mouth of his to shreds. After reading a letter brimming with maternal love, Liuyun unconsciously wiped his forehead, realizing it was drenched in sweat. How can one sweat so profusely over a letter? Tsunade inquired, her curiosity piqued. At that moment, the legendary three, seeking to pass the time, had gathered in Liuyun's room, planning to indulge in some clandestine drinking during wartime, a bold act that only this irreverent quartet of misfits would dare attempt amidst the chaos. Let me see, Tsunade declared, snatching the letter from Liuyun. Give it back. Why are you so nosy? Liuyun protested, attempting to retrieve the letter. But Tsunade held him at bay with her formidable strength. Calm down. Let me take a look. It won't kill you, Tsunade replied, her eyes scanning the letter. Ha! You even dared to keep secrets from your own mother on the battlefield. When you return home, expect a good thrashing. As she read the letter, filled with profound resentment, Tsunade nearly laughed herself to tears. I must see what this is all about. Jiraiya chimed in, approaching to inspect the letter's contents. Tsunade hastily passed it to him, eager for everyone to witness the folly of this wayward son. Meanwhile, she seized Liuyun's hands to prevent him from reclaiming the letter. Let go of me. Aren't you guys tired of meddling? Liuyun struggled against her grip, but his efforts were futile against Tsunade's overwhelming strength. Ha! It's evident your mother cares for you deeply, Liuyun. Jiraiya guffawed, then passed the letter to Orochimaru. In essence, a dignified mentor simply shook his head with a faint smile after reading the letter, contrasting sharply with the two uncouth individuals who erupted into raucous laughter. A pair of gossiping hens, Liuyun retorted, swiftly seizing the letter from Orochimaru's hands and glaring at the duo in indignation. Hey, Orochimaru also read it. Why are there only 2 hens instead of 3? Jiraiya teased with a mischievous grin. Because I am not as despicable as you two. Orochimaru shot back with a playful insult. Alas, this little rascal will surely be sent home for a spanking by his mother, Tsunade mockingly sighed, her expression exaggerated. Ha! Orochimaru could no longer maintain his composure and joined in the laughter. In a moment of exasperation, Liuyun's face flushed with anger, and he charged directly in front of the gambling fool, extending his palm and demanding, return the money. After a bout of playful banter, the four settled around a low table. Notably, while Orochimaru and Tsunade knelt, Jiraiya and Liuyun sat cross-legged. Jiraiya's posture was a reflection of his carefree nature. Having never subscribed to the formalities of decorum, while Liuyun preferred cross-legged sitting, as it was more comfortable than kneeling, a practice uncommon in his homeland. Atop the low table, there were only 4 cups of tea, as Liuyun had tidied away the previous alcoholic beverages and gambling paraphernalia. What are you up to? I advise you not to dampen my spirits, or the consequences will be dire, Tsunade warned coldly. There's no rush. It's a rare occasion for us all to gather. So let us discuss a topic today, Liuyun replied calmly after taking a sip of fragrant tea. Just get to the point and stop beating around the bush, Tsunade retorted. Visibly irritated. The impatient gambler is eager to resume his bets, she added. What topic do you wish to discuss? Jiraiya inquired, intrigued. Liuyun did not respond verbally, but instead dipped his finger into the tea that had dripped onto the edge of the low table and inscribed a character in the center. Sage. The 3 shinobi exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, sage. As heirs of the 3 great sanctuaries, you should be familiar with the concept of sages, should you not? Liuyun smiled enigmatically at Jiraiya. You know about sages? Did Orochimaru inform you of my affairs? Jiraiya asked, frowning. Orochimaru merely cast him a sidelong glance, dismissing the need for argument. My mentor merely mentioned a few things. Surely, Jiraiya-sen has heard of sage mode, or at least begun to explore it. Liuyun posed a provocative question. You know of sage mode? Jiraiya exclaimed, genuinely astonished, for he had never mentioned it to Orochimaru or Tsunade. Moreover, he had yet to master such techniques. Had he been able to, he would not have been so easily overpowered by Hanzo the Salamander. It seems you have also encountered sage techniques. Does the Dragon Cave possess a similar sage mode? Jiraiya asked, his expression grave. While the name sage mode may be the same, there are substantial differences in practice. This is precisely the topic I wish to discuss. I seek to understand the distinctions among the various sage modes, Liuyun stated directly, with the 3 shinobi present. Should he grasp some of the mysteries surrounding sage mode, it would significantly aid his own training in the art. The snake sage mode from the Dragon Cave requires one to be bitten, and the risks involved exceed those of the toad sage mode. Even Orochimaru could not master it, as he transformed into a grotesque hybrid after a single bite. The monstrous white phosphorus snake defeated by Uchiha Sasuke in the original story was, in fact, Orochimaru's true form. A consequence of failing to learn the sage arts of the Dragon Cave. Based on descriptions, the snake sage mode becomes more perfect the more one resembles a dragon, while the toad sage mode becomes more perfect the more one resembles a human. The disparities are vast. If possible, Liuyun would prefer to learn the sage mode of Myaboka Mountain. After all, both Orochimaru and Kabuto, who had experienced sage mode, had transformed into forms akin to the white-scaled serpent. Liuyun had been pondering this matter of late, realizing he was unprepared to become such a grotesque being. Rather than overthink and hesitate, he believed it wiser to pool their insights and openly discuss the issues at hand, as perhaps the 3 heirs of the sanctuaries could uncover a sage mode suitable for human cultivation. Have you perhaps discovered the entrance to the Dragon Cave? Orochimaru finally could not contain his curiosity, as Liuyun had not mentioned this matter to him. Orochimaru had long been searching for the entrance to the Dragon Cave, and at this moment, he had yet to even see the white snake sage, let alone comprehend what sage mode entailed. I apologized, sensei. I did not intend to conceal this from you. However, I believe that in the presence of Jiraiya-san and Tsunade-san, sharing it might provide you with better understanding, Liuyun clarified. Having no intention of withholding information about sage mode from Orochimaru, the serpents of the Dragon Cave have permitted my request to learn their sage arts. Yet due to significant flaws in their techniques, I sought your counsel, he continued. Chapter 159, The Medium for Sensing Natural Energy and the Cost of Unacceptable Power. In fact, I have been in contact with sage mode for quite some time, yet I have yet to master it, Jiraiya admitted, scratching his head. I cannot teach you what I do not know, Tsunade added. Is there no sage mode in the Wetbone Forest? Being one of the 3 great sanctuaries, it cannot lack a legacy of sage arts. Liuyun furrowed his brow. After a moment of silence, Tsunade sighed and explained, of course, there is a legacy of sage arts. However, to learn the sage arts of the Wetbone Forest, one must possess an extraordinarily vast amount of chakra, a requirement I do not meet. To date, only my grandfather has mastered the sage mode of the Wetbone Forest. The first Hokage? He mastered the sage mode of the Wetbone Forest? Orochimaru inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Yes, to learn the sage arts of the Wetbone Forest, one must obtain the consent of the Great Slug Sage. I would like to learn, but I lack the qualifications of my grandfather. The Great Slug Sage advised me to give up, claiming I could not learn it and that it was too dangerous. Mastering the sage mode of the Wetbone Forest requires one's chakra to forcibly suppress natural energy. Tsunade recounted her experiences, revealing vital information. To learn the sage mode of the Dragon Cave, one must first be bitten by the white snake sage. allowing it to inject natural energy into the body to achieve mastery of Sage Mode. Liuyun shared insights about the Dragon Cave's Sage Mode. Being bitten to inject natural energy? What a peculiar method, Tsunade remarked, continuing to unveil what she knew. Seeing Tsunade and Liuyun openly disclose information about their sanctuaries, Jiraiya felt compelled to join in, saying, "The temporary medium for the Toad clan to absorb natural energy is a special frog oil from Mayaboka Mountain. Applying it to the body allows natural energy to flow swiftly into the individual. So, the slug possession and frog oil are merely temporary means to facilitate faster perception of natural energy?" Liuyun posed a question. He believed that the transformation of the Sage Mode from the Dragon Cave into a snake was closely related to the bite from the white-scaled serpent. Perhaps it was possible to master Sage Mode without being bitten, but one would need to independently sense and absorb natural energy. As a time traveler, Jiraiya was aware of much of the information, but he could not access Mayaboka Mountain. Lacking the aid of frog oil and the guidance of a frog to manage uncontrolled natural energy, he found himself unable to learn Sage Mode despite knowing certain tricks. Such abilities could not be casually acquired. Natural energy was perilous, and without a sage from the sanctuaries personally overseeing the process, mastering Sage Mode was virtually impossible. Blind attempts could easily lead to one's demise. One could assert that the foremost challenge in attaining Sage Mode lies in perceiving natural energy. For an ordinary individual, it is exceedingly difficult to sense such energy without a medium, and even harder to comprehend the sensations accompanying its infusion into the body. Jiraiya elucidated the necessity of a medium. Yet, I contend that success and failure alike hinge upon this very medium. The risks inherent in Sage Mode may indeed stem from the consequences of utilizing such conduits, as Liuyun articulated his perspective. "What? This is inconceivable," Jiraiya exclaimed, taken aback by the audacity of Liuyun's assertion. "There is nothing impossible about it. The Sage Mode of the Dragon Cave relies on the white snake's venom. Regardless of success or failure, one inevitably transitions towards a non-human form. The same principle presumably applies to the Sage Mode of Mayaboka Mountain, does it not? I suspect it results in a transformation into a toad." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's eyes widened in astonishment. "You are entirely correct. The toad oil of Mayaboka Mountain indeed induces toadification and even petrification. Thus, a question arises. If one were to eschew these mediums entirely and refrain from entering the three great sanctuaries, what transformations might occur in the human body after absorbing external natural energy? Would it result in snake-like, toad-like, or slug-like changes, or perhaps none at all? Liuyun posed this query, which weighed heavily on his mind. The trio exchanged incredulous glances. Having failed to master Sage Mode themselves, they found Liuyun's question unanswerable. Or perhaps they had never contemplated such a possibility. In truth, the three great sage arts were never designed for humanity. The so-called side effects pertain solely to humans. True sage arts suitable for humanity may yet to be conceived, or perhaps they existed previously, but their lineage has been severed. From Jiraiya, Liuyun learned that without the aid of a medium and the rich natural energy found within the three great sanctuaries, an ordinary person of mediocre talent would require at least 2 to 3 decades to perceive natural energy. Furthermore, this would necessitate years of diligent meditation and mental cultivation. To absorb external natural energy through sheer mental will, an ordinary person would need a minimum of 8 to 10 years. The amalgamation of natural energy, spiritual energy, and physical energy to form what is traditionally termed as sage chakra requires a substantial accumulation, inevitably consuming vast amounts of time and effort. While it is not impossible for an individual to cultivate themselves into a sage, it is likely that by the time one achieves such mastery, they may have already aged considerably. Once the body succumbs to the ravages of time, one may find themselves in a predicament of abundant natural and spiritual energy, but a deficiency in physical energy, rendering the synthesis of sage chakra nearly impossible. Thus, a lifetime devoted to the pursuit of becoming a sage may culminate in a disheartening outcome of utter futility. With the average lifespan in the ninja world barely exceeding 50 years, and even less during times of war, who would willingly devote their entire existence to the arduous task of sage cultivation? The absence of a sage art tailored for human practitioners is indeed understandable, especially in an era where the prowess of chakra prevails. The ability to effortlessly cultivate chakra power diminishes the incentive to delve into the complexities of sage arts. Jiraiya's remarks left Liuyun feeling disheartened. The difficulty of mastering Sage Mode without relying on a medium was overwhelmingly high. His covenant sanctuary was the Dragon Cave, and to learn its sage arts would necessitate enduring a bite, which would inevitably lead to a serpentine transformation, rendering him a ghastly hybrid of man and snake. Moreover, this is contingent upon success. Should he fail, he would face the dire consequence of being devoured. Although, given his connection with the Black Dragon, it is unlikely he would meet such a fate. Yet, the mere prospect of being transformed into a snake was a cost he found difficult to accept. Despite his intense yearning for the powers of a sage, the thought of abandoning the Dragon Cave for Miyaboka Mountain filled him with reluctance, for he had painstakingly subdued a formidable dragon. Additionally, the whims of fate were seldom in his favor. Jiraiya's summoning contract was not something one could simply alter at will, nor was it a matter of merely wishing to learn the sage arts of Miyaboka Mountain. Perhaps it would be prudent to postpone such decisions until after the war had concluded. Liuyun momentarily quelled his thirst for power. Chapter 160, Malicious Eyes in the Shadows. The chaotic ninja world. In a dimly lit underground chamber, the most formidable prodigy of the new generation in the ninja world, this young lad undoubtedly possesses significant talents. After listening to Black Zetsu recount the intelligence regarding Uchiha Liuyun, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but smile and praise. Recent wartime conditions had prevented Liuyun from dispatching clones in search of his Rinnegan, affording Madara the opportunity to refocus his attention on him. I tasked you with investigating his identity and background. What have you uncovered? Uchiha Madara inquired casually. Uchiha Liuyun, the son of Uchiha Seiji, who passed away several years ago. His mother, Uchiha Asuka, for reasons unknown, has moved out of the Uchiha clan compound and now lives alone, running a flower shop, Black Zetsu reported. Summarizing the findings from recent inquiries. An orphan mother and son? That should foster a close bond. Uchiha Madara mused quietly. What of his other relationships? After a moment of contemplation, Black Zetsu replied, his master, Orochimaru, appears to maintain a good rapport with the other two disciples of the third Hokage. Before departing for the battlefield in the Land of Rain, Uchiha Liuyun was often seen in close company with a girl named Uzumaki Kushina. They were suspected to be romantically involved. Uzumaki? At the mention of this surname, Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow. Where does this Uzumaki Kushina reside? Formerly the Senju clan's territory, in the estate of Senju Hashirama, Black Zetsu answered truthfully. Uchiha Madara fell silent, his expression contemplative. She is likely to become the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, as she is no longer young. A pair of foolishly idealistic spouses, blindly believing that love can alter the course of fate, yet ultimately achieving nothing. A fleeting peace built solely upon Hashirama's formidable strength, once he departs from this world. Who will advocate for peace with Konoha? Sons lost in battle, a daughter-in-law fallen, and in the end, all that remains is a solitary, destitute old woman. Is this truly the outcome Hashirama sought at any cost? A short-sighted idealist. Uchiha Madara began to soliloquize, while Black Zetsu stood quietly by, accustomed to the routine, offering no response. After Madara's musings subsided, he resumed the previous topic. Have you uncovered any additional intelligence? Uchiha Liuyun's relationship with the Uchiha clan is strained, though the precise reasons remain unclear. However, the Uchiha clan has likely recognized his potential and significance by now. Black Zetsu relayed the current information and his insights. Anything else? None for the moment. That is all I have discovered thus far. You have done well this time. Continue to delve deeper into Uchiha Liuyun. Particularly focusing on his close friends and acquaintances, Uchiha Madara commended Black Zetsu, a rare expression of praise. Understood. Should I monitor Uchiha Liuyun's activities? Black Zetsu inquired cheerfully. Unnecessary. Observing his daily life is futile and may inadvertently alert him. Merely keep track of his general movements, and pay closer attention when the next great conflict arises. Uchiha Madara replied cautiously. Understood. In a certain training ground within Longmen Town, Liuyun was intermittently enveloped in azure lightning, his body swiftly maneuvering beneath Orochimaru's vigilant gaze. Under his teacher's guidance, he endeavored to execute the lightning release, body flicker technique, activated by electric currents to invigorate his cells. Moreover, he sought to integrate his own body flicker technique, striving to create a style uniquely suited to himself. The water body flicker technique of Hanzo the Salamander was alarmingly swift. He needed to ensure he could match, if not exceed, his opponent's speed to have any chance of defeating the demigod. In the training arena, after only a few attempts at flickering, Liuyun voluntarily came to a halt. Cannot endure any longer? Orochimaru asked gravely. Yes, I believe I have strained my leg muscles. The flowing clouds emitted a green light, engaging in self-healing. You are still too young. Your physical constitution is no match for that of an adult. In just a few more years, you should be able to disregard such burdens and even achieve greater speed. Orochimaru encouraged with a smile. How does my recent teleportation compare to Hanzo the Salamander's water body technique? Liuyun casually inquired. It is evidently much faster than the ordinary body flicker technique, yet still somewhat slower than his water body technique, Orochimaru replied. Whether it is the body flicker technique or the lightning body technique that activates cells, both require a robust physique as support. However, your current physical weakness renders it unrealistic to surpass your opponent in speed. Moreover, one must be cautious not to overexert oneself in such training. Leaving hidden ailments in your body would be counterproductive. Mastering sage techniques is not an omnipotent solution. Upon hearing Orochimaru's admonition, Liuyun nodded solemnly in understanding. The ordinary body flicker technique already imposes a burden on the body, let alone the technique that utilizes lightning to stimulate the physique. That guy, Hanzo, is far too formidable. His teleportation speed cannot be restricted, and the initiative will always lie with him. Moreover, he possesses an extraordinary wealth of combat experience, rarely committing errors in battle, Liuyun remarked, reflecting on the strength of demigods. Indeed, in combat against him, we are always at a disadvantage. Only by leveraging the Chidori flow to catch him off guard and the swift lightning leopard were we able to inflict any injury. Orochimaru mused. The lightning release techniques are indeed quite suitable against him. It is just a pity that the lightning leopard is slightly slower. If only it could be quicker. Orochimaru couldn't help but express his thoughts. He did not believe there existed a lightning release technique faster than the lightning leopard, and the other four elemental techniques, fire, earth, wind, and water, could not compare in speed with lightning release, likely making it extremely difficult to even touch Hanzo the salamander. A faster lightning release. Liuyun murmured as he gazed up at the overcast sky. 2 months later, the war between the fire and rain countries continued unabated. Simultaneously, a sudden signal of war emerged along the border where the wind, fire, and rain countries converge. The Sand Shinobi launched an assault on a military outpost of Konoha, resulting in the deaths of over 100 Konoha ninjas and the plundering of substantial military resources. The higher-ups in Konoha were incensed upon receiving the news, and the two great nations subtly hinted at expanding the conflict. Numerous Konoha ninjas were dispatched to the shared border of the wind, fire, and rain countries. At this moment, it was not only the fire, wind, and rain countries embroiled in conflict. The land of thunder was also engaged in battle with the land of earth. The earth country, driven by insatiable ambition, recklessly expanded its military might while brazenly plundering the lands and resources of neighboring countries, inciting extreme dissatisfaction among its neighbors, including the land of fire. Thus, the Second Shinobi World War progressed into one of its most chaotic periods. It seemed that every nation was compelled to contend with multiple adversaries, leading to battles erupting across the shinobi world. Few nations could escape the turmoil, especially the smaller countries caught between the larger powers, serving as war buffers and bearing the brunt of despair. The Land of Rain stood as a prime example of such a nation. In the war between the fire and rain countries, the Land of Fire possessed no moral high ground. However, in the current shinobi world, might equated to justice. Chapter 161. A request for assistance from the daimyo of the Land of Rice, a special relationship independent of Konoha, within Longmen Town. Just as Orochimaru and his apprentice were immersed in the joy of researching ninjutsu, a letter of distress from the Land of Rice was delivered to Orochimaru by the White Snake of Communication. What has transpired? Liuyun inquired curiously, noticing the troubled expression on his teacher's face. The Land of Rice is under invasion by the Land of Thunder, and there are also numerous bandits from the Land of Earth ravaging their territory. Orochimaru replied matter-of-factly. Has Konoha not intervened on their behalf? After all, the majority of the tasks from the Land of Rice have been assigned to Konoha, Liuyun questioned, puzzled. Perhaps it is precisely because most of their domestic tasks are entrusted to Konoha that it has drawn the ire of the Cloud Village. The daimyo of the Land of Rice stated that Konoha, citing the high risk of war, is only willing to provide protective forces but cannot supply shinobi to repel the invaders from the other two countries. Orochimaru explained with an unreadable expression. It seems Konoha has effectively betrayed the Land of Rice. What a pity for such a valuable ally. Liuyun remarked with a shake of his head, bemused. The Land of Rice had indeed signed a treaty with Konoha, one stipulating that it would not be subjected to invasion. Every year, the Land of Rice paid a hefty protection fee to Konoha, and the majority of tasks were delegated to Konoha ninjas, allowing them to reap substantial commissions. Konoha's actions would undoubtedly dishearten the daimyo of the Land of Rice, should they push him to desperation. It would not be surprising if he turned to the Cloud Village for support, for nothing is more paramount than the stability of a nation. The daimyo of the Land of Rice is writing to you. Could it be that he seeks your assistance to repel the invaders? Liuyun finally connected the dots. Orochimaru's ambiguous relationship with the daimyo was evident. His intent in reaching out was unmistakable. However, Orochimaru was currently engaged on the battlefield of the Land of Rain. How could he possibly assist? Abandoning his post would carry severe consequences, especially in wartime. Should he be discovered, even the third Hokage might not be able to protect him. Indeed, he has agreed to several of my conditions, on the premise that I assist him in repelling the invaders. Orochimaru gently nodded. What conditions? Liuyun couldn't contain his curiosity. Financial support, resources, manpower. Orochimaru glanced at him, offering only a vague overview. This was indeed the privilege of being his apprentice. And he felt a kinship with Liuyun. Otherwise, he likely would not have divulged a single word. At this moment, he was already contemplating the establishment of a biological research laboratory. To construct a high-standard, qualified laboratory, substantial financial investment at various stages was essential, necessitating the support of a nation. The daimyo of the Land of Rice expressed his willingness to support Orochimaru in his letter, as he found Orochimaru's reliability commendable, trusting him with the condition that he resolve the domestic crisis and troubles. So, you truly intend to assist him in resolving his troubles? Leaving your post without the Hokage's approval could lead to dire consequences, Liuyun warned, his eyes wide. Orochimaru fell silent for a moment, his previously hesitant demeanor gradually shifting to one of determination as he stated solemnly, I require your assistance, Liuyun. Currently, the battlefield between fire and rain is relatively stable. Perhaps we can venture to the Land of Rice and return in time, Orochimaru said earnestly. Stability or timeliness is determined by Hanzo the Salamander. What if the rain shinobi suddenly attack Dragon Gate Town during our absence? Liuyun questioned, rubbing his forehead in skepticism. Orochimaru could not refute this possibility. Yet he ultimately shook his head gently, resolutely deciding to proceed to the Land of Rice. We cannot allow the Land of Rice to align with the Cloud Village. That would be detrimental to Konoha and a significant loss for me. I need to leave the Land of Rain for a few days. Liuyun, are you willing to take the risk and assist me? Orochimaru's gaze bore into him. Since you have said so, how could I not lend my aid? This is not my first brush with danger. Liuyun rolled his eyes in mild exasperation. Haha, then let us not delay any further. We shall depart immediately. Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely, and between teacher and student, there was no need for formalities. We should leave a shadow clone behind and devise a reason to inform Jiraiya or Tsunade. We wouldn't want the rain shinobi to attack while the commander cannot locate us, Liuyun cautiously suggested. Orochimaru nodded in acknowledgement, I understand. And this journey to the Land of Rice must remain absolutely confidential, including the concealment of our identities. I will elaborate on the specifics during our journey. Consequently, the master and disciple each left a shadow clone behind, and under the veil of secrecy, they traversed a significant portion of the Fire Country at full speed, heading towards the Land of Rice. After 2 days of relentless marching, they finally reached the borders of the Land of Rice, where they soon met the daimyo of the region. Haha, I never expected you to truly come, and so swiftly as well. You never ceased to amaze me. The daimyo of the Land of Rice dismissed the surrounding guards and attendants, gazing at the 2 masked figures before him with a satisfied smile. Orochimaru and Liuyun removed their masks, revealing their indifferent visages. My time is limited. After repelling the invaders from both nations, will Konoha be able to fulfill its subsequent protective duties and prevent further incursions from the Lightning and Earth countries? Orochimaru cut straight to the point without any preamble. I have already corresponded with the third Hokage regarding this matter, the daimyo replied. He assured me that as long as the Land of Rice can expel the invaders independently, they are willing to provide subsequent support to ensure that the Land of Rice does not suffer further invasions. You and Konoha cannot deceive me on this matter, otherwise, I would not hesitate to ally with the Land of Lightning, despite the considerable cost, as enduring repeated betrayals from allies is far worse. The annual protection fees cannot be paid in vain. The daimyo expressed his discontent with Konoha once more, affirming his stance. We are distinct entities. Konoha is Konoha. You should recognize this when you write to me. Orochimaru disregarded his grievances and spoke with a stoic expression. Indeed, that is my fault. I should have known better. The daimyo lightly tapped his mouth, signaling a concession to Orochimaru. The letter from the daimyo was directed solely to Orochimaru, bypassing Konoha entirely. Fundamentally, it was a matter between him and Orochimaru, with Konoha having no bearing on the situation. Are all the preparations in place? Everything is ready, including 200 accompanying ninjas, awaiting your command to repel those wretched invaders. The ninjas referred to by the daimyo were not from the Hidden Leaf Village, but rather the local ninja forces, predominantly comprised of genin, with only a few chunin and merely 2 jounin. Chapter 162, Dividing Forces, each with their own objectives. Upon receiving a document of intelligence from the daimyo of the Land of Rice, Orochimaru examined the information while cross-referencing it with the topographical map of the region. Orochimaru-sama, if possible, please focus on expelling the invaders, particularly the ninjas from the Cloud Village. The daimyo hesitated before offering his counsel. Even though the victims were from his own country, the daimyo feared that excessive casualties among the invaders could provoke a backlash from the great nations, potentially sending large forces to trouble him. The sorrow and helplessness of a small nation is that they cannot retaliate against their aggressors. I understand the gravity of the situation. Orochimaru replied without lifting his gaze. Time is of the essence, Liuyun. We shall divide our forces. You take half of our group to deal with the bandits from the Earth Country, while I confront the Cloud Country's ninjas. Orochimaru gestured towards the map for direction. There are 4 jounin in the Cloud region, alongside over 100 mid to low-ranking ninjas. Perhaps we should prioritize eliminating this larger threat? Liuyun suggested. No. We do not have the luxury of time to handle them one by one. Very well, just be cautious. The Cloud Village possesses formidable combat strength, and you cannot utilize those signature jutsu. Liuyun reminded him with a hint of reluctance. This time, they represented the land of rice, and they could not afford to expose their true identities to either enemy nations or Konoha, lest they face countless troubles in the future. Yes, be careful as well. There is a jounin among the rock ninjas, along with a suspected member of the Iwagakure demolition team, whose strength should not be underestimated. I understand. After an extensive discussion of over an hour regarding the intelligence and the map, the two led 100 ninjas each, splitting their forces to pursue their respective objectives. Ryuin's target was the bandit ninjas from Iwagakure, who had taken advantage of the military vulnerability of the land of rice, pillaging and burning as they pleased, acting as if there were no consequences. Their methods were far more despicable than those of ordinary mountain bandits, showing no decorum or morality befitting a ninja of a great nation, clearly exploiting their power over the weak. The invasion of the land of rice by the Lightning Country was primarily to seize territory and resources, intending to teach the land of rice a lesson and coerce the daimyo into submission. The invasion by the Earth Country, however, was marked by brutality, as they sought to plunder all valuable resources, including women, exhibiting extremely heinous conduct. The daimyo of the land of rice despised such banditry, declaring that there was no need for mercy. If they could kill, they should kill. Brother, ahead lies the village of Saika, which was overtaken by the bandits from the Earth Country yesterday. Those wretched scoundrels should still be there. An upper ninja from the land of rice explained to Liuyun. Despite the mysterious figure's diminutive stature, the daimyo had explicitly appointed him to lead, instructing everyone to follow his orders. What is your name? Liuyun inquired casually. My name is Ito, the jounin responded with poise. Should we send someone in first to scout for enemy intelligence? Unnecessary. I am in a hurry. We will charge in directly. See any Iwagakure ninja, and eliminate them without hesitation. As he spoke, Liuyun had already led 100 ninjas to the village entrance, commanding the ninjas from the land of rice to initiate a frontal assault. Inside Saika, the opposition comprised merely a small contingent of Iwagakure ninjas, numbering around 20. Faced with the overwhelming numbers of the land of rice ninjas, they were quickly forced into retreat. Among the Iwagakure forces were 6 chunin, significantly stronger than the others, who fiercely counterattacked the ninjas from the land of rice. Observing the situation, Liuyun took matters into his own hands, utilizing a body flicker technique to swiftly dispatch one of the resisting chunin with his blade. The remaining stronger Iwagakure ninjas soon followed suit, their defeat inevitable. Leave a small group to tend to the wounded and clean the battlefield. The rest, follow me to the next point of conflict, Liuyun instructed the upper ninja. Yes, Ito replied respectfully, promptly rushing to assemble the troops. Having witnessed Ryuin's prowess and confirmed his superiority, the jounin named Ito acknowledged him completely. The Iwagakure ninjas, emboldened by their numbers, dared to seize a village with a mere 1,000 fighters, and when exceeding 50, they would even attempt to conquer a town. Displaying an audacity that bordered on lawlessness, Liuyun led his forces to cleanse 3 villages in succession, resulting in the death or capture of approximately 50 Iwagakure ninjas. Among these captives, no jounin were found. Although Iwagakure possessed thousands of mid- and low-ranking ninjas, truly powerful high-ranking jounin were exceedingly rare. My lord, we have arrived at Chinshue Town, the stronghold of the Iwagakure bandits, where nearly 100 Iwagakure ninjas are stationed, including 2 jounin. Their forces are not significantly fewer than ours, Ito cautioned, his expression grave as he sought to confer with Liuyun about their battle strategy. I will charge in from the front. You lead the others to flank from the side, aiming for a swift resolution, Liuyun decided, opting for the most straightforward approach. You intend to enter alone? Ito exclaimed, astonished. Isn't that reckless? Even with strength, one should not act so carelessly. Yes, you lead your men around. I will handle it, Rian stated as he boldly advanced towards Qingshui town, exuding an air of composure that left no room for jest. My lord, you. Ito Jonin intended to speak further, yet in the next moment, Liuyun cast a cold glance at him. I am pressed for time. Do not compel me to issue a second command. The task of clearing 3 villages consumed an entire day, and it was estimated that the complete eradication of the Tanagakure mission would require another 12 days, followed by an additional 2 days to return to the rain country. He had no time to linger. Follow closely. With no other recourse, Ito Jonin reluctantly acquiesced to Liuyun's orders and prepared to approach from the flank. Who are you? Halt. Liuyun strode boldly into Qingshui town, his presence swiftly alarming the IWA shinobi within. The response to these IWA shinobi was a lethal kunai rigged with explosive tags. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated throughout the town, startling all the IWA shinobi, who immediately converged towards him. Armed with a broadsword, Liuyun swiftly closed the distance, dispatching several IWA shinobi who had survived the explosion. Subsequently, he concealed himself, preparing to ambush the first wave of arriving IWA shinobi. Within 2 minutes, 2 squads of ninja arrived at the scene, and Liuyun stealthily unleashed a flurry of poisonous needles, eliminating 2 genin in an instant and incapacitating 3 others. As he faced the horrified expressions of his enemies, Liuyun charged forward with his sword drawn. Chapter 163, Severely Countered Ninjutsu. What are you barking for? It's the ninjas of Tanagakure. Kill them. A voice boomed from an IWA shinobi chunin. However, before anyone could respond, Liuyun dashed forth, toppling him to the ground within 3 moves, and in a swift motion, decapitated another genin. Liuyun's combat experience was now exceedingly rich, and each strike he delivered was swift, precise, and lethal. Lower-tier ninjas found themselves dispatched almost instantaneously, showcasing his exceptional efficiency in battle. Soon, 7 members from the 2 4-man squads had been eliminated, leaving only 1 elite chunin remaining. Doton de Tetsuho. The remaining elite chunin unexpectedly did not flee. Instead, with eyes ablaze, he executed the Earth Release ninjutsu. A barrage of hardstone bullets hurtled toward Liuyun at remarkable speed. Liuyun exerted force and leapt high into the air, evading the stone projectiles while swiftly forming hand seals. Katan, Hosenka no Jutsu. A multitude of fireballs rained down from above, engulfing the chunin. The IWA shinobi leaped from side to side in a desperate attempt to evade, appearing somewhat disheveled. Just as he thought he had evaded all attacks, he noticed that the figure above had vanished without a trace. Sensing a deadly threat from behind, the IWA chunin decisively cast a defensive Doton technique. Doton, Koka no Jutsu. Clang. The sound of ordinary steel meeting flesh echoed as Liuyun's sword failed to penetrate the chunin's heart, merely grazing his skin. This ninja had utilized Earth Release to reinforce his exterior. The IWA shinobi spun around, thrusting a kunai towards Liuyun's temple. Liuyun crouched just in time to evade the lethal strike, and with a powerful swing of his sword, he struck upward. The sound of steel slicing through flesh resonated ominously, and the IWA shinobi's eyes widened as he stood frozen in shock. In the next instant, a horrific line of blood spread from his right side to his left chest. Even the hardening technique could not withstand this ruthless, fatal blow, for Liuyun's sword was enveloped in a strange, crackling electric light. The elemental advantage of lightning against earth had rendered the chunin's hardening technique ineffective. Upon slaying this elite chunin, Liuyun had no time to sheath his sword before 2 peculiar white clay birds darted towards him. Drink! A sudden, fierce shout echoed from afar, and the clay birds beside Liuyun exploded violently. Utilizing the body flicker technique, Liuyun appeared atop the roof of a nearby house, his black eyes coldly fixated on 2 figures soaring above. You, the cowardly infiltrator, must be a ninja from Tanagakure, daring to slay our IWA shinobi. Are you not afraid that we will send troops to annihilate your Tanagakure? Questioned a stern IWA jonin named Awayu. 2 IWA jonin swiftly arrived at the scene, the strongest in Qingshui town. Humph, you despicable bandits, invading my land to pillage and burn, and yet you threaten to destroy our country. I doubt there exists a more shameless village than Awagakure in the entire ninja world. You prey on the weak, and that old fool Anoki speaks of no honor. Do you not fear the world's condemnation? Liuyun could not help but retort, utterly appalled by Awagakure's banditry. The law of the jungle prevails. The strong deserve everything, while the weak are destined to be trampled. What value does morality hold? Enough with your prattling. Just kill him, interjected an IWA jonin named Dian. a member of a Wagakure's demolition squad, adept at explosive clay. Seizing the moment while Liuyun spoke with Uchiha, he had secretly shaped several explosive clay figures. With a flick of his wrist, he launched several grotesque little birds, which rapidly enlarged and surged towards Liuyun with blinding speed. Raitun, Raijin Sunban. In the face of the oncoming explosive birds, Liuyun remained unfazed and unleashed a barrage of lightning needles. Swish, swish, swish. With remarkable eyesight and exceptional throwing skills, Liuyun struck all the lightning needles into the bodies of the clay birds. Dian shouted in panic, yet nothing happened. All his explosive birds had inexplicably failed to detonate. What are you barking about? Liuyun mocked with a smirk. Upon seeing the explosive clay birds, he had already discerned the means to counter them. What is happening? Dian instinctively exclaimed, still unaware that the needles were transformed by lightning. After deflecting the first attack, Liuyun swiftly launched his counteroffensive. Forming a hand seal, he grasped a massive shuriken weighing dozens of pounds in his hand. Without hesitation, he hurled it towards the two riders atop the clay bird. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The speeding shuriken instantaneously split into three, significantly broadening the attack range. However, hitting a target from ground to air was no simple task. Dian maneuvered the giant bird to evade all three shurikens. Fool, do you think such an attack could strike my flying bird? Dian sneered, quickly molding clay to prepare an explosive trap for the fool below. Watch out from behind. Uchiha suddenly shouted from atop the flying bird. The shuriken that had previously flown past them abruptly reversed direction as Liuyun grasped a thin steel wire. Manipulating the shuriken's trajectory, Dian hurriedly directed the bird to evade, narrowly escaping the attack thanks to Uchiha's timely warning. However, before the two jonin could breathe a sigh of relief, Liuyun leaped after taking a few steps forward, propelling himself off the rooftop and launching two kunai embedded with explosive tags. At this moment, the flying bird was merely gliding at low altitude, making it easy for Liuyun's hidden projectiles to find their mark. The kunai struck precisely beneath the clay bird's belly, resulting in two colossal explosions. The white bird in the sky disintegrated instantly. However, this assault did not eliminate the two jonin atop the bird. Dian quickly molded another ugly flying bird, catching Uchiha just before he plummeted. Yet, due to time constraints, the second bird was smaller and less stable, clearly insufficient to support their combined weight, causing it to descend uncontrollably. Damn it, Uchiha, you're too heavy. Dian could not help but cast blame upon his teammate. You scoundrel, your clay bird is utterly incompetent, roared Uchiha in frustration. The IWA shinobi named Dian, possessing neither the skill nor the swiftness of the prodigious Deidara from the original tale, found himself at a severe disadvantage. As the two began their descent, Liuyun brandished his great sword, pursuing them with a palpable aura of menace. Utilizing the clay bird as a cushion, Uchiha promptly employed the body flicker technique, leaping from the bird's back to land atop a rooftop, allowing the grotesque clay bird to soar once more. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Chapter 164, The Battle Unfolds. With his hands forming seals, Uchiha summoned a dragon's head made of earth that erupted from the rooftop, unleashing a barrage of rocky projectiles. Liuyun deftly maneuvered to the side, executing another body flicker technique to evade the incoming earth dragon bullets. Such remarkable speed. Uchiha couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Liuyun rapidly formed seals, releasing a colossal fireball from his mouth. In response to the ferocious attack, Uchiha immediately utilized a defensive ninjutsu, Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. A sturdy wall of earth rose, colliding with the fireball and resulting in a tremendous explosion. As dust and debris engulfed the two combatants, a swarm of agile clay insects infiltrated the smoke, launching themselves at Liuyun. Drink! Dian shouted from the clay bird above. And amidst the smoke, a series of violent explosions erupted. Is it over? Uchiha waved his hand, convinced that his adversary had likely been obliterated by his ally. However, before he could assess the battlefield, the sharp sound of a wooden stake hitting the ground caught his attention. Simultaneously, a bizarre, piercing avian cry echoed nearby, sending a chill down Uchiha's spine. 3 breaths later, a flash of lightning streaked through the dust, as a hand imbued with the power of thunder brutally pierced through Uchiha's chest. Regrettably, the anticipated sanguine aftermath did not materialize. Earth Clone. Liuyun's pupils constricted in realization as the IWA, a shinobi before him, morphed into an enormous clay effigy, which possessed a peculiar stickiness, rendering Liuyun unable to withdraw his hand immediately. Uchiha emerged swiftly from the ground behind Liuyun, thrusting a kunai with lethal precision into Liuyun's heart. This is truly the end, Uchiha declared with a grin. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, a voice unexpectedly arose from behind him. You speak the truth. With a muffled thud, a lightning-infused great sword pierced his heart entirely. The Liuyun before Uchiha dissipated into smoke, revealing that he had merely struck a shadow clone. The Uchiha who now bled profusely was undoubtedly the real foe. As the dust settled, Liuyun withdrew his sword, and the seasoned IWA shinobi's eyes widened in shock as he fell to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. Uchiha, Dian, perched upon the clay bird, was taken aback by the scene, disbelief etched across his features. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and hastily retrieved a large mass of explosive clay from his tool pouch, kneading it before preparing for aerial bombardment. Explosive clay bombs were hurled downwards towards Liuyun. Boom! The resounding explosions echoed throughout Qingxi town. Liuyun evaded with remarkable agility, appearing somewhat disheveled. Yet his keen gaze remained fixed upon the airborne Dian, calculating the distance between them. Given the altitude at which Dian launched his clay bombs, evasion was relatively simple. Liuyun even deemed it unnecessary to detonate the explosives. Furthermore, his actions were a deliberate ploy to entice Dian to close the distance. Anticipating the moment when he could strike true. Curse you, if you have the guts, don't run. Dian shouted frantically. Weren't you so formidable earlier? Having slain Uchiha, I will ensure you accompany him to the grave. With wild fervor, Dian continued to hurl small bombs, while simultaneously molding a significant chunk of clay. Let this scoundrel experience the true power of the C3 bomb. The sizable mass of clay began to take shape, but before he could launch the high-explosive projectile, Liuyun abandoned the pursuit and charged towards the reinforcements of IWA shinobi. Liuyun's incursion into the crowd momentarily froze Dian's hands, which were poised to unleash the C3 bomb. Damn it! Dian's expression soured as he realized Liuyun's strategy to disrupt his big move. Fearing collateral damage to the townspeople, he refrained from releasing the C3 bomb. Meanwhile, IWA shinobi Jonin Ito led nearly 100 ninjas from the flank, igniting a full-scale battle against the IWA shinobi. Seeing the enemy forces approaching from the other side of Qingxi town, Dian swiftly maneuvered his clay bird in that direction, but just as he prepared to take flight, a mocking laugh rang out from below. Haha, the coward in the sky, thinking of fleeing when you can't best me? Liuyun cackled, flashing forward to decapitate an IWA shinobi. You bastard, I'll kill you. Dian dove towards Liuyun, and as he soared over him, he frantically dropped the C3 bomb. If it kills innocents, so be it. That scoundrel is alone. Liuyun, anticipating the attack, had already prepared, forming seals as the C3 bomb expanded 100-fold in the air, plummeting towards him. Yet before Dian could utter a word or the bomb could detonate, Liuyun unleashed a devastating bolt of lightning. Lightning release, false darkness. The lightning surged upward, striking the rapidly descending C3 clay bomb with a blinding speed. No, Dian cried out, attempting to trigger the explosion, but the outcome was entirely unexpected. The massive C3 bomb fell silent. What? This is impossible. Dian realized, with clarity, that his adversary was a lightning user, and his clay techniques were most vulnerable to electricity. Liuyun propelled himself with a powerful leap, using chakra to adhere to the surface of the C3 bomb. The distance between him and Dian shrank dramatically, and a brilliant flash of lightning erupted from his palm. Lightning release, lightning leopard. A thunderous bolt transformed mid-air into the form of a lightning leopard, pouncing ferociously upon Dian. Dian could not suppress a scream, as he and his bird spiraled uncontrollably towards the ground, crashing in a manner that rendered them unrecognizable, seemingly beyond salvation. As the C3 bomb struck the ground, Liuyun seized the moment, leaping to absorb the impact. However, the instant he landed atop a rooftop, 2 IWA Chunin launched a surprise ninjutsu attack. Earth release, rock iron cannon. A barrage of iron projectiles sped towards him. Liuyun had no time for intricate defenses. He stomped his foot, shattering the rooftop tiles, and plummeted downwards, narrowly escaping the onslaught of iron projectiles. Chapter 165, The Rain of Fire in Decisive Battle. Having dispatched 2 formidable jonin, the remaining disarrayed IWA shinobi were swiftly overwhelmed by the allied forces of the Land of Rice, led by Liuyun. This battle captured nearly 30 IWA shinobi, and Jonin Ito, wary of annihilating them entirely, requested Liuyun to spare them as bargaining chips for negotiations. Liuyun was reluctant to become overly entangled in the troubles of the Land of Rice fields, thus he readily acquiesced to the request of the opposing party. This confrontation had largely dealt with the invaders from a Wagakure within the borders of the Land of Rice fields. However, Intelligence obtained from the captives indicated that 2 squads, comprising a total of 72 Iwagakure ninjas, would arrive by sea the following day. Liuyun was uncertain regarding the specific strength of these 2 squads, particularly how many upper ninjas would accompany them. In accordance with the intentions of his master and himself, Liuyun was expected to wait an additional day before departing, ensuring that these 2 squads were resolved before his departure. Before he could contact Orochimaru to solicit his teacher's opinion, he observed that Orochimaru had already dealt with the invaders from the Land of Lightning and had approached him willingly. While Liuyun was tasked with eliminating bandits from various villages and towns, Orochimaru was not burdened with such responsibilities. Thus, after successfully repelling the Cloud Ninjas, he transferred the remaining tasks to the Leaf Ninjas. This was, in fact, the desire of the daimyo of the Land of Rice Fields. For only a great nation could contend with another great nation. Having already deceived the daimyo once, the Leaf Village dared not be negligent in this matter again. Why don't you return to the Land of Rain first? I will deal with the 2 squads of IWA ninjas before I leave, Liuyun suggested proactively. Perhaps it would be best if you departed first. I shall remain to handle matters, Orochimaru insisted, believing his disciple should take precedence. You should go back. The overall commander will inevitably grow suspicious if he does not see you for several days. If Hanzo the Salamander seizes this opportunity to strike, we could find ourselves in dire trouble, Liuyun explained earnestly. Unlike you, the commander seldom seeks me out, but he frequently consults you regarding battle strategies. My remaining here for an extra day poses little risk, whereas your prolonged absence would endanger us both. Liuyun further articulated his reasoning. Moreover, you possess the authority to mobilize me. Any excuse you fabricate would render my absence justifiable. 2 mere squads, at most, will consist of only 2 leading upper ninjas. This is a task I can easily manage. Liuyun's compelling arguments persuaded Orochimaru, who relented and, after issuing a few instructions, prioritized his journey back to the battlefield in the Land of Rain. He had complete confidence in Liuyun's abilities. His disciple had never disappointed him, proving himself to be a reliable individual. A day later, when Liuyun arrived at the coastal port of the Land of Rice Fields, he did not encounter the anticipated IWA ninjas. He had initially intended to hand over the mission to the Leaf Ninjas upon its completion, but was abruptly informed in the early hours of the following day that enemy ships had docked. Thus, another fierce battle ensued, with Liuyun leading the ninjas of the Land of Rice Fields to successfully repel the new wave of IWA bandits. This time, the daimyo requested that they focus on driving the invaders away, as the newcomers had yet to commit any atrocities. Should they annihilate them entirely, that Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, Onoki, would undoubtedly seek vengeance against the Land of Rice Fields, potentially igniting a war. The previous group of invaders had left behind irrefutable evidence of their crimes. Their deaths would only lead to a quiet grievance from Iwagakure, not a cause for war. However, eliminating these 2 newly arrived squads would alter the situation entirely. By the time Liuyun had fully resolved matters in the Land of Rice Fields, twilight had approached. Persuaded by the fervent hospitality of the daimyo, he chose to stay an additional night at the daimyo's residence. With his teacher having departed earlier for the battlefield, there was no immediate need for him to rush. Liuyun indulged in music, dance, sumptuous food, foot baths, and massages, enjoying the privileges of a distinguished VIP for an entire evening. In the grim environment of the battlefield in the Land of Rain, he had been either training or fighting. It was indeed time to relax and rejuvenate his weary spirit. After a restful night, Liuyun and the daimyo enjoyed a lavish breakfast together before he set off directly towards the battlefield in the Land of Rain. No need for money, nor gifts, and I shall not entertain any of the lovely ladies, the daimyo mused quietly. This young man clearly has great ambitions. Truly a worthy disciple of Orochimaru. The daimyo reflected on Liuyun's elite strength at such a young age, contemplating how fortunate it would be if such a talent were to arise in the Land of Rice Fields. As a protective upper ninja of the daimyo's estate, Ito couldn't help but express admiration at the daimyo's thoughts. Indeed, the Land of Rice Fields is sorely lacking in talent. Otherwise, we would not be subjected to the whims of larger nations. The daimyo's thoughts began to drift towards the notion of establishing a ninja village to comprehensively develop military strength. Liuyun returned to the Land of Rain in 2 days. However, before he could reach Longmen Town, he was met with the shocking sight of raging warfare surrounding him. Hanzo the Salamander had indeed led a contingent of Rain ninjas to invade. Fortunately, he had foreseen this and had instructed Orochimaru to return 2 days earlier. Otherwise, both master and disciple would have undoubtedly faced severe repercussions for abandonment of duty. Liuyun felt a surge of relief but quickly set aside his thoughts, and rapidly joined the fray, aligning himself with the main forces of the Leaf to fiercely combat the invading enemy. Liuyun, what are you doing here? A Leaf ninja exclaimed, as Liuyun dispatched a rain ninja with his long blade, subsequently saving a Leaf chunin. Liuyun found himself momentarily at a loss for an answer, as he too was still trying to grasp the current situation. Thus, he replied with a question of his own. Where are teacher Orochimaru and the others? Upon hearing Liuyun's inquiry, the chunin appeared momentarily taken aback before promptly gesturing in a particular direction. They are on the main battlefield outside Longmen Town. The situation is highly unstable. The leader of the Rain Village has personally brought a large number of forces, seemingly determined to reclaim Longmen Town. Without hesitation, Liuyun wasted no time and set off towards the indicated direction. Along his path, he encountered numerous rain ninjas attempting to impede his progress, but he frequently assisted his fellow Leaf ninjas. The battlefield was chaotic, with both sides engaged in fierce combat. Due to the Leaf's precautions against the rain ninjas' toxic mist attacks, they had deliberately dispersed their forces into smaller teams to avoid being caught in a single onslaught. Liuyun, unable to locate the legendary Sannin or Hanzo amidst the turmoil, drew his chakra-infused long blade and engaged the enemy directly. Thus commenced the final climactic battle between the Fire and Rain nations. Chapter 166. Their respective titles, the red-eyed youth riding the dragon. On the rain-soaked battlefield, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade struggled in a grueling battle against the demi-god, Hanzo the Salamander. Despite their combined efforts and seamless cooperation, they remained outmatched in the face of Hanzo's incredible speed and toxic abilities, barely managing to hold their ground. Observing the formidable figure poised atop the massive head of the salamander, Tsunade felt a wave of despair wash over her. She sensed that death was imminent. The three Sannin were battered and bruised, their chakra reserves nearly depleted. In stark contrast, Hanzo appeared entirely unfazed, exuding an air of dominance, clearly capable of annihilating them at will. If only Liuyun had not ventured out on a solo mission. Tsunade lamented internally. With him here, we would surely triumph over the demigod. A hint of reproach flickered in her gaze as she glanced at Orochimaru. That dependable younger brother possessed the power to challenge Hanzo. Liuyun was, thus far, the only one capable of inflicting injury upon the peak demigod. It seems the victory in this battle will ultimately belong to you Leaf ninjas. I shall generously spare your lives, Hanzo declared, looking down upon the three Sannin from his elevated position. Don't you dare presume to grant us mercy. We will continue to fight. Jiraiya, battered yet unyielding, strained to stand. Enough, Jiraiya. Katsuyu's voice trembled as she whispered urgently. Now was not the time for bravado. The trio had already exhausted their chakra, and Jiraiya bore the most grievous injuries among them. What means did they possess to engage in further conflict? Moreover, their adversaries had graciously agreed to spare their lives. Why then should they seek to provoke their own demise for the sake of pride? Your prowess is commendable. You have survived my relentless onslaught, declared Hanzo, the salamander. From this day forth, I shall bestow upon you the title of the legendary Three Ninjas of Konoha. This name has been earned at the cost of your very lives. I hope you will cherish it dearly. The three ninjas exchanged glances, a wave of relief washing over them as they basked in the exhilaration of victory and the recognition from a demigod. However, before they could articulate their gratitude, a thunderous roar echoed from the distance. Turning towards the sound, they beheld a striking young man with flowing hair and piercing red eyes, commanding a formidable black dragon that surged towards them with ferocity. Sage art, water dragon bullet. The dragon opened its cavernous maw, drawing in vapor from the atmosphere, before unleashing a powerful torrent of water from its mouth. Earth release. Hanzo, perceiving the imminent threat posed by the dragon's sage technique, promptly instructed Katsuyu to burrow into the ground while he executed the body flicker technique. The massive water column struck the distant mountainside with devastating force, creating a gaping chasm and sending tremors through the earth, a testament to the terrifying power of the sage arts. It is his summoned beast. A dragon indeed. Liuyun, Tsunade exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy and tears of relief. Her loathsome little brother had finally arrived. As Liuyun approached atop the black dragon, a colossal salamander erupted from the ground, attempting to seize the dragon by its neck. In a split second, the dragon reared up, its serpentine form towering as it opened its fearsome jaws to snap at the giant salamander. As a dragon born of the depths, it possessed far superior sensitivity to the earth and mastery of earth techniques compared to the salamander. Attempting to ambush it underground was akin to courting death. The black dragon had sensed the salamander's presence long before, and in a swift motion, it accurately clamped down on the giant salamander's neck, its claws piercing through its defenses, releasing a torrent of venomous blood. The trapped salamander could not even emit a cry of anguish as the dragon's ferocious strength tore a chunk of flesh from its throat. With no chance of retreating to the summoning realm, the giant salamander succumbed to its fate, collapsing in the torrential rain. Damn it! Hanzo seethed, his face contorted with rage as he swung his scythe, forcing Liuyun to retreat repeatedly. At that moment, the black dragon struck at Hanzo with a vicious claw, compelling him to evade the assault. The combined might of the man and dragon pressed heavily upon Hanzo, who realized that summoning his clan's matriarch would likely yield the same grim outcome as before. To conserve his dwindling chakra, he resolved to confront the duo alone. Liuyun leaped atop the dragon's head, glancing at the oppressive storm clouds above before swiftly weaving hand seals to initiate his jutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. Despite the downpour, the fireball surged forth with ferocity, hurtling towards Hanzo. Earth release, earth flow wall. Hanzo clapped his hands to the ground, erecting a sturdy earthen barrier that successfully absorbed the impact of the fireball. The black dragon, however, executed a powerful tail sweep, shattering the wall and forcing Hanzo to leap aside. As he evaded the attack, Hanzo retaliated by launching 2 kunai embedded with explosive tags towards the dragon's eyes. Liuyun, quick to react, countered with 2 kunai of his own, resulting in a series of detonations. The black dragon lunged at Hanzo, its massive jaws snapping in frustration as it failed to connect, inciting a flurry of curses from the enraged beast. Annoying little monkey. After several missed attempts, the dragon roared in exasperation. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Liuyun unleashed a scorching fire dragon, just as Hanzo narrowly evaded the dragon's assault, finding himself once again threatened by the jutsu. At that moment, Hanzo, regardless of chakra conservation, executed the body flicker technique once more. Why does Liuyun persist in casting fire techniques? Though his fire jutsu remained formidable even in the rain, such usage is a tremendous drain on chakra, Jiraiya remarked, casting a glance at Orochimaru. I cannot fathom his reasoning. Orochimaru replied, observing the fire dragon quickly extinguish in the downpour. However, as steam began to rise and the sky rumbled ominously, Orochimaru began to realize a potential strategy, the pupils of his eyes narrowing instinctively. Chapter 167. The Battle Against the Demigod. After evading the fire dragon, Hanzo suddenly formed a hand seal. Fire release, explosive flame array. In an instant, explosive tags erupted from the ground beneath the dragon's hind claws, wrapping around them as if they possessed a will of their own, clinging tightly to its scales. Sensing the foreign objects on its claws, the black dragon thrashed violently, but to no avail. With a fierce shout, Hanzo commanded all the explosive tags to detonate. The ensuing explosion resounded like thunder, causing the dragon to emit a pained roar as its hind claws were bloodied by the force of the blasts. Even the dragon's steel-like scales could not withstand the relentless barrage of explosions. This technique was not the minor explosive array that had once harmed Tsunade and Nagato. I shall slay you. The injured black dragon began to exhibit signs of a frenzied resurgence, its sage chakra rapidly accumulating within its maw. Witnessing the furious dragon preparing to unleash a powerful sage technique, Liuyun swiftly formed hand seals, aiming to create an opportunity for his dragon to attack. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Streams of scorching fire erupted from Liuyun's mouth, racing towards Hanzo. Water release, water barrier. Hanzo countered, conjuring a massive wall of water that not only blocked the fireballs but also obscured the dragon's line of sight for its impending attack. Senjutsu, wind release, dragon breath. The dragon unleashed a powerful tornado from its gaping maw, shredding through the water barrier and carving a deep trench into the earth, its terrifying force leaving the 3 ninjas of Konoha in shock. The power of that wind technique is certain to spell doom for Hanzo. Tsunade exclaimed in alarm. She felt that no mortal could withstand such a ferocious assault. The tornado possessed a terrifying cutting ability. Even the hardened earth could be gouged into a lengthy trench with merely a graze. If a person were to be struck by such a force, they would undoubtedly be reduced to a mere heap of flesh. However, it was not that simple. Hanzo's water instant body technique was nearly insurmountable, and the black dragon's ninjutsu could not harm him. Orochimaru's expression grew grave as he shook his head. The black dragon's charged attack was far too conspicuous. How could an old fox like Hanzo easily fall for such a trap? Indeed, as Orochimaru's words trailed off, Hanzo had already appeared behind the black dragon in an instant. Although the black dragon's attack was exceptionally fierce, it evoked the absurd image of using a cannon to swat a mosquito, no matter how powerful the sage arts. If they could not strike their target, they were of no consequence. Even though this technique belonged to a category of potent area of effect sage arts, Hanzo could still evade being obliterated. In the face of absolute speed, all attacks were merely ostentatious displays. Fire style, Great Fire Dragon technique. Hanzo swiftly formed hand seals and inhaled deeply, then unleashed an exaggeratedly massive fire dragon from his mouth. Judged solely by the form and might of the ninjutsu, this fire dragon was clearly capable of posing a threat to a large summoning beast like the Black Dragon. In terms of fire-style ninjutsu, Hanzo believed himself to be on par with anyone, even against the Uchiha clan, renowned for their fire control. Yet, facing the enormous Black Serpent with its extraordinarily robust defenses, he found himself lacking somewhat in means to combat it. Therefore, even amidst the torrential rain, he was compelled to unleash his most powerful fire-style ninjutsu. As a colossal fire dragon surged towards him, Liuyun felt a surge of exhilaration rather than fear. He immediately countered with his own most formidable fire-style technique. Fire style, Great Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. A slightly less powerful, yet still immense fire dragon rapidly coalesced and collided violently with Hanzo's approaching flame dragon. The clash of the two gigantic fire dragons ignited a skyward burst of flames and excruciatingly intense heat. The Black Dragon writhed uncomfortably beneath the scorching wall of fire, instinctively crouching low to escape the scorching inferno, letting out a piercing roar. Liuyun continued to unleash flames, channeling chakra without respite. After a fierce struggle, he barely managed to withstand Hanzo's fire dragon. The ominous dark clouds above rumbled as they absorbed the heat from the flames, unleashing a deep, thunderous sound. Liuyun could even see flashes of lightning hidden within the clouds. As the blinding light of the flames faded, both sides found themselves panting heavily, chakra reserves severely depleted. Especially Hanzo, who had already engaged in a fierce battle with the legendary three ninjas of Konoha, was left in a state of exhaustion, feeling utterly powerless. Of course, Liuyun had also expended considerable chakra on the battlefield. After all, one could not traverse to their current location without incurring some cost. You are indeed strong and exceptionally gifted, Hanzo acknowledged. At such a young age, your mastery of ninjutsu may one day rival my own. I, Hanzo of the Salamander, recognize your potential. Noting that the boy atop the dragon was also gasping for breath, Hanzo considered that since neither could prevail over the other, perhaps it would be wise to offer him recognition and, like the legendary three ninjas of Konoha, grant him a chance at life. After all, the war had already determined its victor. Amage Cure had lost. It was time to seek peace with Konoha to halt the fighting. Killing Konoha's new generation of prodigies, along with the three disciples of the third Hokage, would only hinder future negotiations. I shall spare your life today. Take your leave with the legendary three ninjas of Konoha. Silence. Liuyun's sharp rebuke interrupted Hanzo's lengthy speech. I, Uchiha Liuyun, have no need for your recognition. Spare my life. You truly speak with reckless audacity. Before you boast, perhaps you should assess your own predicament? Liuyun stood atop the dragon, looking down imperiously at Hanzo. Predicament? Humph. You don't truly believe you can defeat me on your own, do you? Or do you think those three beside you still possess the strength to fight? Hanzo scoffed dismissively. The legendary three ninjas were currently focused on recovering their chakra, but they posed no threat to Hanzo just yet. Under normal circumstances, I indeed could not defeat you, but today, your defeat is inevitable, Liuyun declared, as sparks of electricity began to dance across his body. Since you insist on seeking your own demise, then I shall oblige. Hanzo, realizing the gravity of the situation, swallowed a soldier pill to rapidly restore his chakra. Chapter 168, The Lightning Release Secret Art. The unraveling of the invincible myth of the demigod. Does he intend to continue fighting? Tsunade's face was etched with concern. She believed Hanzo had already conceded this battle, and there was no need for further conflict. Moreover, she felt that Liuyun alone could not possibly defeat Hanzo, and there was a risk he could be slain, considering the overwhelming strength of the demigod. Why not fight? Instead of worrying here, we should use this opportunity to recover more chakra and then assist him, Jiraiya suggested, pulling a soldier pill from his ninja tool pouch. Are you trying to get yourself killed, you fool? You've already consumed 3 soldier pills today. If you take another, your body will suffer, Tsunade exclaimed, quickly swatting the pill from Jiraiya's hand and scolding him. While soldier pills were effective, they had side effects. To replenish chakra, one could only consume a maximum of 2 pills in a single day. If Jiraiya took a 4th pill today, he would likely be incapacitated after this battle. Jiraiya, I have faith in Liuyun. He may very well have a way to defeat Hanzo. Let's wait and see, and if it comes to it, we can intervene. Orochimaru observed the young combatant on the battlefield, his eyes glinting with intrigue. He was curious about how Liuyun would proceed and how he would counter Hanzo's swift, instant body technique. The ninja world refers to you as a demigod. I wonder if you've ever witnessed what divine retribution truly entails. If you can endure this attack, then I shall acknowledge your title of demigod. Liuyun raised a sphere of lightning high in his hand, and the thunder rumbling within the dense clouds seemed to respond, echoing the ominous energy of the Chidori. Divine retribution? You insolent child, cease your grandstanding. Whatever abilities you possess, show them now. Do you think you're worthy to measure yourself against me? Hanzo feigned calmness and retorted sharply. As the lightning flashed above, the cries of the Chidori resonated, sending a chill down Hanzo's spine as every hair on his body stood on end. A profound sense of danger enveloped him. It was a particularly terrifying sensation, akin to being targeted by a bloodthirsty beast. And it wasn't just him. The black dragon beneath Liuyun also began to tremble. Being the tallest creature nearby, it felt the oppressive weight of the storm clouds, its horns acting as receptors. Sensing that a bolt of lightning could strike at any moment, the tension was palpable, especially with Liuyun wielding that concentrated mass of lightning. The sounds of thunder only exacerbated the dragon's anxiety, fueling its desire to flee. Old Black, create an opportunity for me to attack. To ensure success, Liuyun directed the black dragon beneath him. Understood. The black dragon, shedding its rebellious nature, resolved to cooperate with Liuyun. It raised its forepaw high and then slammed it down, causing two massive, sharp earth spikes to erupt beneath Hanzo's feet. Hanzo quickly leaped away from the spot. Water style, water dragon bullet. The black dragon unleashed a massive torrent of water, and faced with such an assault, Hanzo dared not stand firm. Reluctantly, he activated his instant body technique. However, just as he executed the technique, Liuyun's lethal strike fully manifested. Perish alongside the thunder. Lightning release secret art, dragon's descent. As the storm clouds billowed and the lightning descended like a flock of avian harbingers, a fearsome thunder dragon suddenly emerged from the dense tempest, lunging with a swiftness that defied the senses towards Hanzo of the salamander. This was the signature technique of Uchiha Sasuke from the original narrative, lightning release. Kirin, preemptively unleashed by Liuyun, thus granting him the privilege of renaming it. After all, it was intolerable that the oblivious Naruto would mislabel this thunderous beast as a Kirin. What manner of ninjutsu is this? Hanzo's mind barely had time to conjure this thought before the formidable thunder dragon struck with a deafening crash. This was an S-rank lightning release technique, nearly impossible to evade, unless Hanzo possessed spatial speed. In the absence of such prowess, no body flicker technique could outpace the wrath of the heavens. The chill running down his spine was merely a precursor to the lethal targeting by the lightning. Boom! A blinding flash enveloped the battlefield, carving an exaggerated crater into the earth, as the thunderclap heralded the shattering of Hanzo's undefeated legend. In the aftermath, the once mighty Hanzo lay charred and bloodied in the abyss of the crater, utterly devoid of the strength to continue the fight. What divine sorcery is this? Liuyun has conjured such a grotesque display of lightning release. In the distance, the legendary three ninjas of Konoha gaped in astonishment at the breathtaking spectacle. They were momentarily baffled by the principles of this S-rank technique, mistakenly believing it to be a manifestation of Liuyun's chakra. This lightning was threefold more potent than natural thunder, and the fact that Liuyun could execute it with dwindling chakra was what left the trio most astounded. The explosive might and unparalleled speed of this technique rendered it capable of subduing any one of them. Ultimately, they realized they had gravely underestimated this prodigious anomaly. The three ninjas had previously guided Liuyun in his training, but in this moment, they felt as if the once humble youth, who had earnestly sought their wisdom, had surpassed them without their awareness. Liuyun leaped down from the subdued dragon's head, panting heavily, as he approached Hanzo, his long blade gripped firmly in hand. This is what I call divine retribution. It appears you are merely a formidable individual, not a god. Hanzo of the salamander, do you have any final words? Liuyun inquired, raising his chakra-infused blade. Cough, is this how it ends? Very well, losing to a youth holds no shame, especially to a genius such as yourself. Alas, my country and my subordinates, I regret that they will never know peace. With that, Hanzo closed his eyes. Make your move. Liuyun remained silent as he swung his blade towards Hanzo's neck. No, wait, don't. The voices of the three ninjas rang out in unison. In a split second, Liuyun halted his assault, the blade poised perilously close to Hanzo's throat. Liuyun furrowed his brow, glancing towards the hastening three ninjas, perplexed by their interjection. Would severing Hanzo's head not end this battle definitively? Liuyun, spare him. The war has already concluded. Tsunade spoke first, advocating for mercy. Orochimaru and Jiraiya nodded in agreement, sharing her sentiment. Just moments ago, Hanzo had spared them, granting their trio a chance at survival. The three ninjas could not stand idly by, at least attempting to negotiate a path to mercy for him. This was a rare sense of morality within the ninja world. At this juncture, both Hanzo and the three ninjas shared this moral obligation. Chapter 169, Persuading Hanzo of the Salamander. The Rain of Fire battle concludes. Just now, we were defeated, and he did not strike the killing blow. Seeing Liuyun still holding his blade aloft, Orochimaru quickly interjected. I see. Since you have not sought total annihilation, I shall grant you a reprieve. Liuyun declared as he sheathed his blade. This also served as a way to repay the favors owed to his mentors. Lord Hanzo, accompany us to conclude this war. You are aware that the Land of Rain has lost. Ending this sooner will spare lives. Jiraiya, half kneeling, spoke with respect, attempting to sway Hanzo. Setting aside their positions, the three ninjas held a measure of admiration for this semi-divine figure. Hanzo had once endeavored to persuade the 5 great shinobi villages, advocating for peace. But many matters did not unfold as he had hoped, leading him to abandon this impractical ideal in favor of wielding the sickle. He took up the sickle primarily to rid his homeland of the tumultuous elements, striving to safeguard his territory and ensure the Land of Rain could enjoy tranquility. The conflicts between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind on the territory of the Land of Rain were entirely unjustifiable. The three ninjas were not ignorant. But once war erupted, they were compelled to comply with orders, as ninjas must. We can pledge not to kill or mistreat captives. After a ceasefire, you may negotiate further matters with the upper echelons of Konoha. Noticing Hanzo's silence, Tsunade crouched down as well. Originally, Hanzo had intended to use the defeated Konoha 3 ninjas as bargaining chips, hoping to secure better terms in future negotiations. Yet, with Liuyun's emergence, Hanzo's defeat rendered him the bargaining chip, and the Land of Rain faced utter ruin. Come to terms with reality, Lord Hanzo. You have lost. The village hidden in the rain has fallen, Orochimaru urged. Seeing Hanzo remain mute, the impatient youth could no longer contain himself. Why waste words? Just execute him for all to see. Send his head back to the village hidden in the rain. I refuse to believe they will still have the courage to resist. Liuyun exclaimed, raising his blade once more. Impudent wretch, I did not say I would not accompany you. Hanzo finally spoke, unable to suppress his fear of being slain by this impetuous youth. Why die when I can live? Then why feign ignorance? Has no one ever told you that you are quite skilled at playing dumb? Liuyun retorted. At his core, Hanzo was indeed a coward. And after the despair of the original narrative, he became even more fearful of death, surrounding himself with an entourage of guards and indulging in pleasure. Yet ultimately, he could not escape the clutches of pain. Though his spirit remained resilient at this moment, Liuyun had shattered his arrogance, forcing him to acknowledge that he was merely human, not a deity. He had lost all bargaining power. Do not be disrespectful, Orochimaru admonished, pushing aside the blade. Regardless of one's strength or status as a semi-divine figure, a certain degree of respect is always warranted. Oh, I suppose I must heed the esteemed Orochimaru-sensei. Liuyun chuckled awkwardly, sheathing his chakra blade once more. Liuyun, let your summoning beast carry us a distance, Jiraiya suggested with a smile. Given their current states, the 3 ninjas were not in the best shape, and Hanzo was gravely injured and unable to move. Moreover, riding a dragon is infinitely more impressive than riding a frog. Jiraiya longed for this novel experience. Jiraiya's words sparked excitement in Orochimaru and Tsunade, who looked at Liuyun with eager anticipation, clearly wishing to experience the thrill of dragon riding. Old Black, lend us a hand and carry us, will you? Liuyun asked the black dragon with a grin. You think I'm your beast of burden? I can barely allow you to stand on my back. Don't expect me to carry you around, the black dragon retorted, causing Liuyun's smile to fade. Ultimately, under the oppressive gaze of the Sharingan, the black dragon had no choice but to obediently assume the role of a mount. However, it only allowed the flowing clouds to rest upon the dragon's head, while others were relegated to the uneven back of the beast, which could be seen as its final act of defiance and persistence. As the colossal black dragon traversed the battlefield, this protracted war could finally be deemed at an end. The ninjas of Konoha steadfastly believed that this magnificent creature heralded victory and peace. Indeed, some fervent devotees prostrated themselves in earnest worship before the divine dragon. Surrounded by countless adoring gazes, the flowing clouds felt a surge of pride. In that moment, it seemed as though the world belonged solely to him. In simpler terms, his ego swelled. After all, few could remain unperturbed in the face of such a spectacle. While he managed to feign calmness, the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha bore proud postures. their lips curling skyward in joy. The four great figures had vanquished a demigod. Konoha had triumphed. Elated cheers erupted around them, and the joy of victory swiftly spread throughout the entire Konoha camp. Lord Madara, the War of the Fire Rain is nearing its conclusion. Hanzo of the Salamander has been defeated by the three ninjas of Konoha, yet he was ultimately vanquished by the arriving Uchiha Flowing Clouds. In a clandestine chamber deep within the ninja world, Aloe White Zetsu was reporting the latest intelligence to Uchiha Madara. "Come here," Madara said in a measured tone. As Aloe White Zetsu approached, Madara grasped its forehead, initiating the process of extracting its memories. After a lengthy pause, he released his hold. Such a lightning release. Hanzo was not unjustly defeated. This individual has grown too powerful too swiftly. Perhaps it would be prudent to take action sooner rather than later. Madara's expression turned serious as he began to regard Uchiha Flowing Clouds with increasing gravity, biding his time for the right opportunity to drag the boy into the abyss of darkness. What should we do? That fellow possesses formidable strength and seems to be highly regarded by Konoha's upper echelons. Even the Uchiha clan now views him with newfound respect. Aloe lamented, though a sinister smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Madara remained silent, contemplating his next move. He had yet to devise a suitable scheme. There was still too little intelligence. He resolved to gather more information regarding Flowing Cloud's personality, preferences, and habits. Within Konoha, numerous spies loyal to Madara were gathering intelligence, many of whom were white Zetsu. Some ninjas had already been eliminated after leaving the village, subsequently replaced by Zetsu clones. They blended in with the populace, remaining cautious and discreet within Konoha. Moreover, similar spies existed in other major ninja villages, enabling Madara to orchestrate his plans effectively. Indeed. Chapter 170. Good news, unstoppable foes. The young ones of Nagato have recently been restless, seemingly in search of a mentor to impart skills upon them. Aloe White Zetsu shifted the conversation, seeking to learn skills. Are they? It is indeed time for them to do so, Madara murmured softly. Nagato would inevitably come into contact with the outside world. This was unavoidable, and acquiring skills was essential. If he could not even gather chakra, how could he hope to wield the Rinnegan's power to resurrect himself? Presently, Uchiha Flowing Clouds and Nagato were of similar ages. One had already forged a formidable reputation, while the other was still engaged in petty theft. Madara's ideal plan was to lead both into darkness and eventually unite them in executing the Moon's Eye plan to resurrect the Ten Tails. If one was too strong and the other too weak, such a pairing could never coalesce. While he believed that Nagato, possessing the Rinnegan's power, would ultimately rise, he feared that a slow ascent could lead to unforeseen complications. Let them search for a suitable mentor for now. If no one can be found, I shall intervene later. At this point, Madara still had the ability to act. Should the time come when no one was available to guide Nagato, he would still be ready to step in. He was not yet too old to act, though he preferred not to present himself to the world in such a frail state. Even years later, when he had grown old and weary, he would still possess the ability to mentor Uchiha Obito. Konoha Village. When the frontline reports reached Konoha, the entire village erupted in jubilation, with every villager exulting in the ultimate victory achieved by Konoha. The names of the three ninjas and Uchiha Flowing Clouds were once again thrust into the spotlight of public discourse. The tale of how the four had united to defeat and capture a demigod quickly spread throughout the land of fire and resonated across the entire ninja world. The triumph of the four Konoha heroes solidified their ultimate victory, bolstering the morale of figures like Sarutobi Hiruzen and instilling great confidence in all of Konoha. The upper echelons of Konoha could finally shift their focus to combating the Wind Country, another of the 5 great nations. Upon hearing the victory report from the Konoha broadcast and the mention of her son's name, Asuka was overwhelmed with joy, her worries dissipating with the cessation of the war. Her son had become a hero on par with the 3 ninjas of Konoha, and as a mother, she now garnered warmth and respect wherever she went. The floral shop owned by her was so bustling with business that it was forced to close its doors. Auntie, Flowing Clouds has become a hero of Konoha. You should forgive him. He will be home soon. At Flowing Clouds' home, Kushina was dutifully massaging Asuka's shoulders, her actions filled with affection. The war in the Land of Rain was nearing its end, and the boy she adored, who also cherished her, would soon return. Moreover, he would return with victory and glory. The mere thought of seeing him again filled Kushina with excitement, as she could hardly wait to earn Flowing Cloud's affection. What of the Konoha hero? Does being a hero grant one the liberty to deceive their parents? Natsuki, you mustn't always speak in his defense. I will never forgive that scoundrel, Asuka declared, though her words belied her evident elation. She was more pleased than anyone that her son had achieved such success. The anticipation of his return brought her immeasurable joy. "Auntie, if you refuse to forgive him and deny the Konoha hero entry home, he might just cause a scene at your doorstep, and others will speak ill of you," Kushina teased. "Let them dare to speak. I shall tear their mouths, break their legs, and banish them from my home. At the very least, one of these must be done. That ungrateful child is truly detestable," Asuka declared, her fist clenched in determination. Observing Asuka's fierce demeanor, Kushina could only smile helplessly while secretly thinking, the Konoha hero cannot be a cripple, his mouth cannot be torn apart. If it is, how could she kiss him? As for being cast out from home, that could be reluctantly acceptable. Flowing Clouds had wealth. He could easily rent a place nearby, and they could indulge in a rather shameless semi-cohabitation, conveniently avoiding Aunt Asuka. With this thought, Kushina couldn't help but chuckle. "Natsuki, what is you laughing? Why the sudden outburst of laughter? Do you also think he deserves it?" Asuka inquired, unaware that someone had already betrayed her in their heart. No, nothing. I just feel sorry for him," Kushina quickly replied with a sheepish grin. "Feel sorry for him? What on earth is pitiable about him? I haven't even punished him yet, and you're already feeling sorry for him? Why not feel sorry for me instead? I am the one who has been deceived," Asuka retorted, casting an exasperated glance at her. It was evident that this girl had been thoroughly enchanted by her son and was no longer on the same page as her. "Isn't it pitiful to have a broken leg, a torn mouth, and to be cast out of one's home?" Kushina remarked with a smile. "If that were the case, wouldn't he still be unpunished? Once he returns, after I enforce the family discipline, you may pity him then." Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, it had been 10 days since the last great war between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain. The post-war negotiations between Konoha and Amigakure had concluded, and the ninjas of Konoha had received orders to return to their village. "Where's Jiraiya-sama?" "We are about to return to the village. Yet I haven't seen him these past few days," Liuyun inquired curiously, glancing at Orochimaru and Tsunade. "That fellow intends to remain in the Land of Rain for a while to address some residual issues from the war," Tsunade casually explained. Upon hearing this, Liuyun raised an eyebrow slightly, pondering a possibility. He has taken a liking to 3 orphaned children from the war and plans to stay in the Land of Rain to look after them. Despite the presence of numerous other ninjas, Orochimaru lowered his voice to clarify for his beloved disciple. "Indeed, Uchiha Madara remains audacious." Liuyun could not help but admire Madara's audacity. After all, he had been scheming against Madara's Rinnegan not long ago. Yet Madara still dared to send Nagato into the fray and allowed him to freely interact with the Legendary Three. Perhaps Madara had never regarded the so-called Legendary Three of Konoha with any seriousness, or perhaps he had never considered anyone other than Senju Hashirama worthy of his attention. Faced with this situation, Liuyun found himself bereft of any effective countermeasures. Nagato was now under the protection of Jiraiya in the open and had the hidden support of White Zetsu, leaving Liuyun powerless to obstruct his rise. With Ryun's current strength, he was not yet capable of confronting Uchiha Madara. Whether in open conflict or covert schemes, he was still unqualified. Even if he possessed knowledge of many matters, it would change little. Change requires power, and altering the trajectory of the ninja world demands extraordinary strength Liuyun had yet to attain. Chapter 171, The Triumphant Return. Publicly kneeling to embrace the hero. Morning. Outside the gates of Konoha. Today marked the return of the first batch of ninja troops from the Land of Rain. And since dawn, numerous friends and family members had been deliberately waiting. Although Konoha had announced the approximate time of the ninja troops' return, the long-awaiting onlookers still yearned to see their loved ones and friends at the earliest opportunity. The battle between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain had lasted over a year, and very few ninjas survived from the onset of the conflict to its conclusion. The brutality and peril of the battlefield instilled fear in the hearts of the waiting families, where even a brief separation felt like an eternity, dreading the day they might receive grim news from the battlefield, fearing their loved ones might remain forever in that foreign land. Thus, upon hearing the war had ended, many were so excited they could hardly sleep. Arriving early at the gates of Konoha, eagerly anticipating the return of their heroes. Among them were Asuka, the mother of Uchiha Liuyun, and his young girlfriend, Kushina Uzumaki. As time passed, the area outside the gates of Konoha quickly became a sea of humanity, to the point where the third Hokage, the 2 advisors of Konoha, and many clan leaders from various ninja clans had gathered. Not only were there villagers from Konoha, but even many influential and wealthy citizens from the Land of Fire had intentionally come to await the hero's triumphant return. Before long, a ninja rushed to report to Sarutobi Hiruzen. 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man clad in a special Jonin vest strode forth confidently from the distance. His countenance was resolute, and his gait was steady and composed. maintaining his poise even amidst the throng of people at the gates of Konoha. Hero! 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 The chorus erupted as the crowd cheered. The Yui clan leader approached the third Hokage, smiling in response to the adoration of the populace. Thank you for your hard work. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke solemnly, while the two advisors beside him bowed slightly in respect to the hero. I have not disgraced my mission. The Yui clan leader nodded with a smile. Their exchange was completely drowned out by the cheers of the villagers, their words inaudible to one another, communication reliant solely on lip movements. A minute later, Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured towards a direction, indicating that his family awaited him. The Yui clan leader then spotted his wife and children. The family embraced, and others respectfully lowered their voices, yielding space for the reunited families to express their longings. With the arrival of the Yui clan leader, the bulk of Konoha's ninja forces soon appeared in an orderly fashion before the crowd. At the forefront of the troop were three figures: Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Uchiha Reborn. These three heroes of Konoha had become well-known figures across the land. The trio at the front. On the left was Lord Orochimaru, on the right was Lady Tsunade, and in the center stood Lord Reborn, so remarkably young. Some gasped in astonishment, effectively introducing the three Konoha heroes to the crowd. For seeing them in person was far more impactful than mere hearsay. Many villagers had yet to recognize their heroes' appearances, especially Uchiha Reborn. Adorned in a jonin vest with a long black sword slung across his back, his flowing hair and delicate features presented an image of striking elegance that left the onlookers in awe. Some who saw Reborn for the first time were utterly captivated. This hero, with formidable achievements, bore a seemingly gentle and delicate demeanor, complemented by a fair and beautiful face. Such a hero, marked by a distinct personal flair, would be unforgettable. And the stark contrast only served to amplify Reborn's popularity in Konoha. Many who had previously admired Orochimaru and Tsunade found themselves instantaneously enamored by the youth, while countless others fell head over heels upon encountering Reborn's striking appearance. At this stage, Uchiha Reborn had reached a level of universal appeal, captivating both young and old alike. As the ninja troops drew closer, the villagers' cheers reached a fever pitch, with the entire village of Konoha resonating with cries of hero. The morale of this highest martial force of the Land of Fire peaked at that moment. On behalf of all citizens of the Land of Fire, I welcome the heroes of Konoha home and thank you for your sacrifices and contributions. You have all worked hard. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, proclaimed loudly, channeling his chakra, and slightly bowed to express his respect. To protect the village and the nation is not a burden. The ninja troops chorused in unison. Konoha's external war slogan was to shatter the hegemonic ambitions of Amige-Cure's demigods, and the troops' response was fitting. Though the pair at the forefront clearly did not adhere to the directive, Reborn at least opened his mouth to feign compliance, while Orochimaru barely moved his lips, and Tsunade shouted with great enthusiasm, clearly exhilarated. After initially meeting with the third Hokage, the ninja troops officially approached the crowd of family members. Reborn, we're here, Kushina shouted, and seeing that Reborn could not hear her, she dashed through the crowd, reaching the young man. Nai. Reborn's eyes widened at the sudden appearance of the bright red hair, and upon realizing who it was, he immediately called out with uncontainable joy and excitement. Kushina leaped into Reborn's embrace, tears streaming down her face. Ha ha ha. Reborn held the fragrant, warm, and soft young girl tightly, laughing joyously. Asuka and Uzumaki Mito, waiting for Tsunade, were temporarily blocked by the throng, unable to approach their only loved one. Nai, where's my mother? Where is she? Reborn inquired with a smile, caressing Kushina's back. Oh, Auntie is over there. As Kushina regained her composure, she hastily pointed in a direction, realizing that she had inadvertently left someone behind. Witnessing the chaotic throng around her, she saw her mother, an ordinary woman, struggling to navigate through the crowd, appearing somewhat flustered. In that moment, Liuyun gathered his chakra at his throat and bellowed, "Everyone, make way." His voice resonated powerfully, completely overshadowing the surrounding clamor, momentarily silencing the crowd, causing all to instinctively turn towards the source of the booming sound, assuming that something significant had occurred. As Liuyun strode confidently towards the tearful, lavender-haired beauty ahead, the tumultuous crowd parted before him, creating a clear path. Upon reaching Asuka, Liuyun immediately knelt down with a thud, disregarding the astonished gazes of those around him, and embraced her leg, weeping profusely. "I'm sorry, Mom. Wah, I miss you so much." Chapter 172. The Devoted Son of Konoha? Tools and Implements. What is happening? Isn't that Lord Liuyun? Why is he kneeling publicly? That woman can't possibly be his mother, can she? It must be his mother, otherwise. How could he so easily kneel and cling to a stranger's leg? The onlookers were captivated by Liuyun's unexpected display of devotion, unbeknownst to the villagers from other towns. This esteemed Liuyun was not only valiant in battle, but was also renowned as a dutiful son within Konoha. A woman in the crowd spoke up, embellishing tales of how Liuyun had been remarkably understanding and filial since childhood. His acts of cooking and delivering meals to his mother, who worked tirelessly at the factory, had already circulated among the women of Konoha. Everyone envied Asuka for having such a devoted son, particularly one who had achieved the status of a celebrated hero. Every parent in Konoha yearned for a son like Uchiha Liuyun, hoping their own still innocent children could grow to be like him. Yet, with hope often comes disappointment, as many children faced unwarranted scorn and punishment from their parents. This young man returned triumphant, witnessing his mother's tears, and knelt down to weep, a rare display of filial piety that was truly extraordinary, living up to the title of a devoted son, indeed. An elder, upon hearing of Liuyun's deeds and witnessing his devotion, could not help but express their admiration. The crowd, upon hearing these sentiments, nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Liuyun growing even more affectionate and reverent. Liuyun's kneeling was, in fact, a preemptive measure prompted by his mother's letter, which threatened to break his legs to preserve her own soft-heartedness. Thus, he found himself kneeling in apology, tears streaming down his face in a plea for forgiveness. Asuka was momentarily taken aback by his dramatic display, her tears abruptly ceasing. After a brief pause, she realized the attention of the surrounding crowd was upon them, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment as she reached out to lift this shameless boy from the ground. "Mom, please forgive me. I didn't mean to deceive you." Liuyun sobbed softly. "Get up first," Asuka gently replied, wiping the tears from her face. "I can't stand until you forgive me. As long as you're safe, I forgive you." After a moment of silence, Asuka suddenly nodded in acquiescence. "Wah, you're the best mom," Liuyun exclaimed as he sprang up and enveloped Asuka in a tight embrace. Inhaling her familiar scent, his heart settled with a sense of peace and joy that surpassed even the embrace of Kushina. Asuka tenderly stroked Liuyun's long hair, her gaze radiating warmth and affection. Her precious son had returned safely. "Let us go. It's too crowded here. We should head home." As Asuka took hold of Liuyun's hand, preparing to invite Kushina to join them, she heard her speak up. "Auntie, Liuyun, you two go ahead. I'll come by later." Tsunade had returned home, and she felt it necessary to meet the young man, believing it would be rude to accompany Liuyun directly. Kushina pointed towards her two grandchildren nearby. "Make sure to come quickly. I'll be waiting at home," Liuyun replied with reluctance, casting a longing glance at Kushina, whose heart fluttered at his adorable demeanor, nearly compelling her to disregard everything and follow him home. Kushina's face flushed crimson as she nodded earnestly and began walking towards the Uzumaki residence. "Son, you are now a jonin. In just over half a year, you have reached the pinnacle of a ninja and become a hero of Konoha. If your father knew of your accomplishments, he would surely be overjoyed," Asuka remarked wistfully as they approached their doorstep. Liuyun paused, taken aback by her words, and then offered a humble smile, tightening his grip on Asuka's arm in a gesture of comfort. However, upon entering their home, Asuka suddenly withdrew her smile, firmly shutting the heavy iron door behind them. Her demeanor shifted dramatically, her expression darkening, causing Liuyun to feel an involuntary surge of anxiety. "Mom, do you still consider me your mother?" Asuka coldly inquired, extending her hand as if to pinch Liuyun's ear. Understanding the gravity of her intentions, Liuyun quickly dodged and leaped onto the wall surrounding their home. "But you said you forgave me. You think you can deceive me? Come down this instant, or you'll never come down again, nor will you ever step foot in this house again," Asuka threatened, hands on her hips, her anger palpable. Realizing she was genuinely furious, Liuyun refrained from further cleverness, gently leaping down from the wall and standing before Asuka, head bowed, adopting a posture of submission. "Kneel." As her sharp command rang out, Liuyun knelt without a second thought. Asuka walked into the house's corridor, retrieving a pair of pliers and a wooden stick from a corner. "Mom, I'm sorry. Please forgive me this once," Liuyun hastily pleaded. "Choose one, the pliers or the stick." Asuka disregarded his pleas, even granting him the option to choose his fate. "What are those for?" Liuyun forced a stiff smile onto his face. "As I mentioned in my letter, I'm going to tear that deceitful mouth of yours to shreds and break one of your errant legs. Since Kushina pleaded on your behalf, I will retract one of the punishments. Now you decide, tear your mouth or break your leg. If you choose neither, you can leave. And I'll pretend I never gave birth to you. A hero of Konoha? I couldn't care less." Asuka spoke coldly, her face devoid of any humor. Liuyun's mind raced with memories, realizing his mother was serious and genuinely enraged. After all, how could any parent not be furious upon discovering their 12-year-old child had secretly ventured into a brutal battlefield? Miraculously, he had survived and returned unscathed. Had he met a more tragic fate, leaving Asuka unprepared for such a loss, the outcome would have been catastrophic and profoundly unfair. Asuka felt deceived and betrayed. Upon receiving the news, she had harbored intense resentment towards her wayward son, even dreaming of exacting vengeance. She sensed that Liuyun had grown independent, no longer in need of her as a mother. Having spared him in public, she felt compelled to discipline him now that they were home, lest she miss her opportunity to correct his course. Chapter 173. To be beaten and then heal the wounds of the assailant? A request from the Uchiha. Gazing at the pliers and stick in his mother's hands, Liuyun's complexion paled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I'll take the stick. Ultimately, he opted for a relatively milder punishment, torn between a torn mouth and a broken leg, for the claw looked exceedingly intimidating. The moment Liuyun made his choice, Asuka promptly discarded the pliers in her hand, seizing a stick and without further ado, began to strike Liuyun's legs with considerable force. As she struck, she muttered to herself, I let you deceive me. I let you weave lies. I let you play the hero. Liuyun winced upon the first blow, instinctively gasping and letting out a cry of pain, yet from the second strike onward, he felt no pressure at all. With his divine protection and chakra concentrated in his legs, Asuka, being an ordinary person, could break the stick, but his legs remained unscathed. Of course, no matter how it was said, he had to let his mother vent her frustrations. He was to cry, plead for mercy, and shed tears and snot without fail, focusing on playing the victim. Mom, I was wrong. I won't dare again. Unfortunately, Asuka remained unmoved, continuing to strike his thighs and backside with fervor. You enjoy playing the hero, do you? Have you forgotten how your father died? Have you ever considered me? If you were to perish on the battlefield, what would become of me? You're my only remaining family, do you understand? Asuka scolded as she struck, and amidst her tirade, tears began to fall. Hearing her words and witnessing her tears, Liuyun was momentarily taken aback, then fell into a contemplative silence. He remained silent, allowing Asuka to strike him. No longer in the mood to feign indifference, he realized that he had indeed been too selfish and headstrong, only thinking about not worrying her, without considering the feelings of her, a mother. Gradually, whether from exhaustion or compassion, Asuka, after discarding the stick, sat down on the corridor, panting heavily. Seeing that she had ceased her assault, and that her hand had reddened from the force of her strikes, Liuyun quickly crawled over and used his healing technique to treat her hand. Mom, perhaps you should engage in more physical exercise, or refine your chakra. That way, you won't be so prone to injury or illness. As he held Asuka's hand, he gently offered her advice. Doesn't it hurt you? Asuka couldn't help but inquire. The stick was nearly broken from her strikes, and her own hand was sore. How could her son appear unfazed? What strikes me pains you more. Mother suffers more than I do, Liuyun replied earnestly. Asuka, taken aback by his words, instinctively pulled him into her embrace. I should have chosen to tear your mouth apart to prevent you, you little rascal, from speaking, Asuka said, lightly pinching his cheek, unable to suppress a smile. Oh, I was wrong. Liuyun chuckled awkwardly, seeking forgiveness once more. Now, tell me, what have you been doing on the battlefield? No concealing. Asuka stroked his long hair, her tone gentle. Having scolded and struck him, she had forgiven him. There wasn't much to say about the violent affairs of the battlefield, but Liuyun still recounted some light-hearted and amusing anecdotes for her amusement. The mother and son conversed for a considerable time on the corridor until Kushina arrived, at which point they concluded their discussion. You little rascal, you must not gamble outside anymore, and return all of Tsunade-sama's money. You are not to keep any gambling debts. Asuka admonished him one last time. Her son had won back the money that was exchanged for lives, and still owed so much. Asuka found it utterly disrespectful. I've already returned it. I was merely playing with her. With Tsunade having promised to teach him how to harness brute strength, how could Liuyun not return the money? Clearing his debts and returning half of the winnings, Tsunade was exceedingly grateful, often flattering him thereafter. You too, Chad. I'll go prepare some delicious food for you. Asuka gently pinched Kushina's pretty face before leaving the two to their time together. Kushina, I've missed you so much. Liuyun rushed forward, enveloping Kushina in a hearty embrace and fiercely kissing her cheek, his fervor nearly overwhelming her. Don't get my face all wet with saliva. Kushina laughed, attempting to push him away, though her struggling hands lacked any real strength. Kushina, have you missed me during this time? Liuyun began to engage in overly sentimental banter. Of course. Why would you even ask? Kushina replied, her face flushed with warmth. How much did you miss me? Is it like me, thinking of you day and night? Liuyun grinned at her lovely face. So cheesy. Aren't you embarrassed? Kushina buried her head in his chest, her earlobes turning crimson. Ha ha. Liuyun laughed heartily, relishing in teasing Kushina. Her youthful shyness was always so amusing. The two exchanged sweet nothings in the living room, and soon Asuka had prepared a feast of delicious dishes. The trio enjoyed their meal while engaging in cheerful conversation. Returning home made Liuyun feel exceptionally relaxed and at ease. The tension of being in a crisis environment finally eased, making him the most talkative at the dinner table, while the two women mostly listened intently to him. Liuyun spent the afternoon at home playing cards and chatting with Asuka and Kushina, until around 4 o'clock when two members of the Uchiha clan arrived at his doorstep with an invitation. Qingmang, Qianyi, what brings you here? The visitors were none other than Uchiha Qingmang and Uchiha Qianyi, longtime acquaintances. Haha, Liuyun Kuan has made quite a name for himself in the land of rain. Now that he has returned triumphantly, we simply had to come see you. Uchiha Qingmang laughed heartily in praise. Liuyun Kuan, several elders have prepared a celebration banquet in the clan, and they sent us to invite you and your mother to graciously attend. Uchiha Qianyi smiled as he conveyed their purpose, bowing slightly and presenting the invitation. Upon hearing this, Liuyun furrowed his brow. He had just returned to the village and had not spent enough time with his family. The Uchiha clan was already seeking to disrupt his peace. It was well known that the higher-ups in Konoha allowed returning ninjas a day's time to reunite with family before summoning them the next day to the Hokage building for commendation and reports. Yet here the Uchiha clan was, asking for him that very afternoon. Although they claimed it was a celebration banquet, Liuyun was well aware of their ulterior motives. You can return and inform them that I appreciate the elders' kind intentions, but I am quite exhausted today and wish to spend time with my family. Let's discuss this in a couple of days. Liuyun replied coolly, showing no interest in the arrogant members of the Uchiha clan. Given his current strength and reputation, there was no need for him to humiliate himself by currying favor with the Uchiha. Uchiha Qingmang and Uchiha Qianyi exchanged glances, both appearing rather flustered. If their mission were to return empty-handed, they would undoubtedly leave a poor impression of ineffectiveness before the elders. Liuyun, you should accompany your two friends. It would be best to go, Asuka gently urged, though she harbored a dislike for the Uchiha clan. If several high-ranking elders had jointly invited him, they would surely have considerable opinions if Liuyun did not attend. Moreover, the celebration was a form of acknowledgement for her son, which could be seen as a good thing. It was wise to maintain friendships rather than create enemies when possible. Yes, Liuyun Kuan, please join us. Otherwise, we will struggle to explain ourselves. The elder's invitation is indeed out of goodwill, Uchiha Qingmang said with a forced smile. Please. Liuyun Kuan, Uchiha Qianyi pleaded directly. Fine, I'll go just this once. Liuyun reluctantly agreed as he saw the insistence in their eyes. Aunt, will you come with us? Uchiha Qingmang looked at Asuka, indicating that the elders had wished to invite both mother and son. I won't be going. You all can go. The elders primarily wished to invite Liuyun, so my presence is not vital, Asuka replied. Asuka smiled and spoke. A clever woman who was acutely aware that the elders' respect for her was entirely predicated on her son. Auntie jested. The elders specifically instructed to invite you as well. Uchiha Aomon smiled awkwardly. All right, since my mother does not wish to attend, we shall proceed without her. Liuyun waved his hand to set the tone. Very well. Both Uchiha Aomon and Uchiha Qianyi possessed enough self-awareness. With Liuyun's words, they dared not insist otherwise. Nana, wait for me at home. I shall return soon. And then we can go to the night market with mother. Liuyun instructed the quiet little tomato at the side. Oh, yes, you go. Kushina nodded obediently. Shortly thereafter, Liuyun followed the two into the Uchiha clan grounds. The trio soon arrived at a vast estate, where Liuyun was introduced to the 5 ruling elders of the Uchiha clan. Haha, our little hero has arrived. The Uchiha Grand Elder stood up, pointing at Liuyun with a smile of praise. The other elders also rose from their seats, demonstrating their respect and welcome for the guests. Young man, I have met all of you elders. Liuyun did not act presumptuously, but instead bowed respectfully to the 5. Haha, good lad. There is no need for such formality. Please sit. The feast will commence shortly. Uchiha's second elder smiled amiably. Upon hearing this, the third elder, Uchiha Foam, frowned. Liuyun belonged to his faction, being the one most closely related to him by blood, yet before he could even speak, the second elder Uchiha Chuan had already begun to ingratiate himself. The dialogue Liuyun had with him over half a year ago still resonated in Uchiha Feng's memory. He regretted being overly arrogant at the time, causing what could have been a genuine alliance to be dismissed as a mere jest. Given Liuyun's current achievements and prowess, his earlier request for several high-level fire release or jinjutsu techniques was not an unreasonable demand. It was indeed worth the price. Moreover, had Uchiha Feng known earlier that Liuyun was a disciple of Orochimaru, he would have readily provided anything asked for, without a hint of reluctance. It could only be said that all of this was a result of his own short-sightedness. If only that lad had not passed away at such a young age, he would surely have been proud to see his son so accomplished, Uchiha Feng mused softly. Liuyun merely chuckled lightly in response to these pleasantries, acknowledging them with a nod. At that moment, an elder from the Uchiha clan could no longer restrain himself and admonished, "You, young man, truly ought to inform the family before heading to the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Achieving the rank of Jonin without notifying the clan is unacceptable. You must remember that you bear the Uchiha name. Everything you do should prioritize the clan, and you cannot act in secrecy." He was the fourth elder of the Uchiha clan and a staunch supporter of the Grand Elder. The Uchiha clan only learned of Liuyun's rise to Jonin and his renown in the ninja world much later, which displeased the ruling elders, especially the Grand Elder, who had a rather unpleasant confrontation with the higher-ups of Konoha over this matter. Thus, he felt compelled to address Liuyun's perceived transgression. In truth, at the time Liuyun entered the battlefield, he was merely a newly graduated genin. Even if the Uchiha clan had known of his deployment, they would have likely disregarded it entirely, considering a mere genin seeking to become cannon fodder on the battlefield not worthy of concern. It was only due to Liuyun's remarkable tenacity and achievements that the Uchiha clan began to take notice of him, especially after the legendary battle involving the three legendary ninjas of Konoha and Uchiha Liuyun against the demi-god, culminating in victory. By this point, the Uchiha clan's realization of his worth was undeniably belated. Hence, the elders' claim that Liuyun had deliberately concealed his actions was utterly absurd. Upon hearing these words, the previously faint smile on Liuyun's face vanished. He fell silent, not uttering a word, but it was evident to all that his displeasure had mounted. The atmosphere in the reception hall grew tense, with everyone watching Liuyun, eager to see how he would respond. Yet Liuyun remained reticent, his expression devoid of emotion, which rendered Uchiha's fourth elder instantly awkward. This cold demeanor made the fourth elder feel ignored and disrespected. Although he longed to reprimand this younger generation for their lack of reverence, Liuyun's silence left him at a loss. To openly criticize him would risk appearing overly aggressive. Yet to remain silent would be to compromise his own authority. Liuyun's attitude was a profound affront to him. Haha. We should also consider the difficulties faced by the young one. After all, having been in the brutal battlefield of the Land of Rain, communication has been quite inconvenient. Leaving little room for him to contemplate matters thoroughly, Uchiha Chuan interjected to alleviate the tension. What of the three Tomo Sharingan? Surely, it cannot just manifest as three Tomo right off the bat? This lad is deliberately guarding against the clan. Do we not all bear the Uchiha name? Would we truly harm him? Is it necessary to conceal such matters? Uchiha's fourth elder persisted, unwilling to relent. Had you disclosed your three Tomo Sharingan to the clan earlier, we, as elders, would have certainly nurtured you. His remarks left the other elders in a state of silence. It was evident that Liuyun was wary of the clan, a fact not lost on Asuka and her son, who had long since moved out of the clan grounds. His sense of belonging to the family was undoubtedly minimal. The elders felt it prudent to take this opportunity to engage in some ideological persuasion. Heh! Liuyun suddenly let out a cold chuckle. I am here to dine, not to receive your lectures. Chapter 175, the protagonist of the banquet, the clan's favor. I am here to dine, not to receive your lectures. Liuyun's unapologetic words left the elders astonished, particularly causing the fourth elder's expression to shift dramatically, his face flushing with indignation. Liuyun did not even recognize which elder was admonishing him, yet here he was, being reprimanded and lectured. Concealing one's affairs is fundamentally a personal matter. Since when did such decisions fall under the clan's jurisdiction? Was it necessary to seek the family's approval for such matters? This elder was clearly overstepping his bounds. These elders had neither nurtured him nor genuinely assisted him. Now they sought to lecture him. And Liuyun had no intention of tolerating it. Previously, he had not needed to rely on these elders, and now he had even less need for them. On the contrary, the reason they were hosting this celebratory banquet was solely due to his current reputation and the political clout of the three legendary ninjas behind him. The Uchiha clan had seemingly lost its soul since Uchiha Madara's departure. The clan was in desperate need of a heroic figure, both internally and externally. Presently, it was the clan that required him, not the other way around. Some clearly failed to grasp the situation, perhaps having grown accustomed to their high positions. mistakenly believing that Liuyun was merely a brash young boy easy to manipulate, and sought to dominate the conversation. You cough, cough. The fourth elder was about to chastise him when a single cough from the grand elder interrupted him. Let us not forget that our primary purpose tonight is to hold a celebratory banquet. It is Liuyun who is the protagonist of this gathering, and in such circumstances, we should refrain from discussing unpleasant matters. The grand elder's words immediately subdued the fourth elder, though his expression remained less than favorable. Soon, the banquet commenced in earnest, attended by many prominent clan members within the Uchiha clan grounds. Ladies and gentlemen, during this banquet, I would like to introduce to you a youthful hero. The Uchiha Grand Elder announced, stepping beside Liuyun with a beaming smile as he patted his shoulder. Renowned throughout the ninja world, Uchiha Liuyun stands as one of the few who achieved remarkable feats during the Fire Rain War, having actively participated in the defeat and capture of a demigod. He is also the youngest jonin in the history of Konoha and has ascended to this rank with unprecedented speed. On the battlefield of the Land of Rain, Liuyun has annihilated hundreds of foes and accomplished numerous perilous S-rank missions, earning illustrious accolades for both the village and his clan. Tonight's banquet is specifically organized in his honor, providing an opportunity for everyone to become acquainted with this young hero. Upon the elder Uchiha's words, the guests erupted into applause and cheers, their gazes towards Liuyun filled with admiration and astonishment. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. Liuyun's prowess and achievements are truly exceptional, particularly considering he is merely 12 years of age. Given another 10 or 20 years of growth, it is beyond imagination what heights he might reach. Such a prodigy undoubtedly merits their acquaintance, friendship, and even admiration. Liuyun, holding a cup of sake, rose from his seat. At that moment, all the guests, along with the elders, stood in unison. I express my gratitude to my clan for hosting this celebration. The title of hero is one I do not deserve. I am but an ordinary ninja, fortunate to have survived the battlefield. I am deeply appreciative of the elders' regard and the enthusiastic support from all clan members. Tonight, I would like to raise a toast to all of you. Liuyun lifted his cup, casting a quick glance over the assembled clan members, who, in that instant, all raised their cups in response. He took the first sip of the sake, prompting everyone to follow suit, draining their cups in a show of respect. All attendees of this banquet are elite jonin of the clan, each exuding a formidable aura. Nevertheless, Liuyun's presence remains commanding. This aura stems not from reputation or status, but is a reflection of his inherent strength and confidence. Additionally, he possesses a youthful brilliance, accentuated by the sharp intensity in his gaze, a remnant of his experiences on the battlefield, which naturally instills a sense of reverence in others. The elite jonin sensed his uniqueness, feeling a palpable pressure emanating from Liuyun, even before he had taken any action. For jonin, assessing another's strength requires no words. Merely appearing before them and exuding an extraordinary sense of formidable pressure is enough for them to understand the truth behind his renown. In just over half a year, Liuyun transitioned from a graduate genin to a jonin, advancing through merit-based promotions, a feat so rare in the ninja world that few can rival it. Many elite jonin approached Liuyun to engage in conversation and offer toasts. Liuyun, gracious and approachable, welcomed the toasts from unfamiliar clan members, winning the favor of numerous clan jonin, making the banquet a resounding success. It is noteworthy that the younger generation of the Uchiha clan had scarcely any attendees, including the elder's grandson, Uchiha Fugaku. The reason lies in the necessity of both strength and status to attend. Those present represented the clan's elite. They all wished to befriend Liuyun. Optimistic about the young man's future, the elders felt compelled to accommodate the wishes of these representative jonin, resulting in tonight's celebratory banquet. After the feast concluded, Liuyun intended to take his leave, as he was not particularly fond of such social gatherings. However, the elder Uchiha discreetly requested his presence. Liuyun, I wish to discuss matters concerning Fugaku with you. Liuyun raised an eyebrow in surprise. My rebellious grandson offended you previously. I have reprimanded him severely. I kindly ask you to forgive him this once, in light of my age. The elder's humble demeanor astonished Liuyun. You exaggerate, elder. I harbor no ill feelings regarding Fugaku's actions. Moreover, I acknowledge my own shortcomings in that incident. Let us simply move past it. The last encounter had seen Fugaku suffer the consequences, while Liuyun had emerged unscathed, thus he bore no grudges. Furthermore, the elder had refrained from seeking retribution or accountability, which demonstrated a degree of magnanimity on his part. As long as Fugaku did not provoke him again, Liuyun held no ill will. Nonetheless, as a gesture of apology, please accept this token. The elder commanded someone to bring forth a scroll. This contains the experiences of predecessors regarding the utilization of the three-tomo Sharingan. You may take it home to study. Liuyun's eyes lit up at the mention of the scroll, and upon opening it to glance through its contents, he broke into a broad smile, gratefully accepting the gift. Thank you, Elder. This invaluable knowledge will prove immensely beneficial to me. Liuyun accepted the elder's goodwill. As long as it is useful, I am pleased. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. The elder was far more forthright than the third elder, providing practical benefits without the usual grandiose promises, leaving Liuyun with no cause for resentment. After lingering in the estate for an additional 20 minutes, Liuyun concocted an excuse to take his leave. However, before he could exit the Uchiha compound, he was intercepted by a female chunin from the clan. Liuyun, please wait. Noticing her approach, Liuyun instinctively furrowed his brow. What brings you here? The third elder sent me to invite you to join him. The female chunin replied with a bow, directly stating her purpose. What business does he have with me? Liuyun inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. He was well aware of the third elder's intentions and had little interest in engaging in further pleasantries, especially after their last unpleasant encounter. The chunin, sensing his demeanor, hesitated momentarily before hastily clarifying. The third elder did not give specific instructions. He merely asked me to wait for you. Relay my message back to him. Before Liuyun could finish, a youthful voice called out from a distance. Liuyun. As he turned to see a girl approaching with a bright smile, his expression shifted to one of surprise. Miss Makoto, what brings you here? The newcomer was Uchiha Makoto, who could barely be considered a classmate. My grandfather sent me to invite you. I wonder if you have time to join us. Uchiha Makoto smiled as she extended her invitation. May I ask, which elder is your grandfather? Liuyun scratched his head in curiosity. My grandfather is the second elder of the Uchiha clan. Liuyun found it puzzling why all the elders were so eager to invite him, as they had scarcely interacted during previous gatherings. The female chunin bowed to Uchiha Makoto. Cousin, are you also here to find Liuyun? After returning the bow, Makoto expressed her surprise. Indeed, I am. The chunin pondered for a moment before nodding in affirmation, though she did not disclose the third elder's invitation. However, Liuyun interjected, clarifying her purpose. This lady was sent by the third elder to invite me, while you were dispatched by the second elder. It seems the two elders are quite synchronized in their efforts. Which invitation should I accept? Liuyun chuckled, shaking his head. Both young women fell silent, momentarily contemplating whether to persist in fulfilling their elders' requests. Yet, before they could speak, Liuyun looked at the chunin with an expression of helplessness. The two elders extended their invitations simultaneously, and I found myself in a delicate position, unable to decline either without causing offense. However, considering that Miss Makoto is an old classmate of mine, it would be remiss not to accept her invitation. Thus, I reluctantly had to apologize to the third elder. Your words are too weighty, Liuyun. Please, both of you, feel free to proceed. I can always visit you at a later date, I reassured them. Indeed. The female ninja did not linger, instead bowing respectfully before departing with discretion. As a boy and girl strolled side by side, Uchiha Makoto occasionally cast furtive glances at the graceful young man beside her, her eyes brimming with admiration and a faint blush adorning her cheeks. Liuyun remained blissfully unaware of the girl's shyness and clandestine glances. However, the delightful fragrance of Makoto's perfume was undeniably captivating, causing his breath to deepen involuntarily. Why does this scent feel oddly familiar? A fleeting thought crossed Liuyun's mind, though he could not ascertain why. Thank you, Liuyun, for graciously accompanying me. Otherwise, I would have no one to invite, and my grandfather would surely complain, Uchiha Makoto said, her smile radiant. Huh. How could I refuse an invitation from the esteemed Miss Makoto? Even if I were to decline the elders, I could never turn you down. Liuyun quipped with a playful grin. Makoto blinked in astonishment at his words before bursting into a fit of giggles, her laughter delicate and charming. As a well-bred noblewoman, even in her merriment, she covered her mouth to conceal her pearly whites. By the way, Liuyun, you are now a celebrated hero of Konoha. I heard from Kushina that your classmates are even planning to throw you a jonin celebration. May I attend as well? After all, you are the only jonin in our entire grade. Uchiha Makoto gazed at him with hopeful eyes. Ah, I've already heard about that from Kushina. I would be honored to have you, Miss Makoto, Liuyun replied casually. Then it's settled. I shall prepare a gift for you as well, Liuyun, Makoto said, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, her demeanor brimming with delight. There's no need for such fuss. Your presence is gift enough, he dismissed lightly. That simply won't do. She insisted. Their conversation flowed with laughter and ease, the atmosphere light and joyous. Unbeknownst to them, they soon arrived at Uchiha Makoto's home. where Liuyun was once again greeted by the esteemed second elder of the Uchiha clan. "Ah, my dear child, you have arrived." The second elder rose to welcome Liuyun, his demeanor warm and inviting, devoid of any airs of superiority. "It is an honor to meet you, second elder." Liuyun bowed respectfully, taking a seat at the elder's behest. Mikoto dutifully brought forth 2 cups of fragrant tea. "May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" "Second elder?" Liuyun asked directly. "Ah, nothing of great import, really. It primarily concerns the land holdings of your family within the clan territory. With your recent accomplishments and promotion to Jonin, the family has decided to grant you a suitable residence. I oversee such matters. So I wish to ask if there is a particular location that catches your eye. I could arrange for its acquisition. However, I have heard that you and your mother have relocated outside the clan territory. Could you enlighten me on that?" The second elder elaborated, shedding light on his invitation and inquiring about his situation. Liuyun was taken aback, not having anticipated that the second elder sought him for such a matter. Achieving the rank of Jonin in Konoha came with numerous benefits, one of which included land allocation. However, the Uchiha clan held tight control over land distribution, and most benefits were granted by the clan rather than Konoha itself, which contributed to the loyalty of many Uchiha members to their family. As for the residence, it is unnecessary. My mother and I simply found it uncomfortable living within the clan, which is why we chose to move out. Liuyun reflected before declining the so-called reward. The second elder appeared quite astonished at his response, and even Uchiha Mikoto, who had remained quietly observant, showed a look of surprise. "Could you elaborate on the reasons behind your decision? If there are any troubles or grievances, you may voice them. I assure you I can assist," the second elder pressed, as he was not privy to the reasons for Liuyun's family's departure from the clan. "Thank you for your kind offer, but it is nothing grave. My mother is an outsider, a former member of the Senju clan, and thus we inevitably face some peculiar glances and exclusion from certain individuals. I was unaware of the connection between Asuka and the Senju until I overheard Tsunade mention it during a conversation over drinks. Living within the clan became uncomfortable, so we decided to relocate. Our happiness is what matters, regardless of our residence." Liuyun candidly expressed his sentiments, succinctly passing over the topic. Chapter 177. The second elder's persuasion and the object of the young girl's admiration. Upon hearing Liuyun's account, the second elder fell into a contemplative silence. If such were the circumstances, it was indeed beyond his ability to remedy, for he was aware that a small fraction of the clan harbored exclusionary sentiments, and the family could not entirely prevent such occurrences. Moreover, Asuka's ties to the old Senju clan remained a sore spot for some elders who still remembered the historical enmity between the two clans. "Liuyun, you are welcome to reside with us. The people here are quite amiable," Uchiha Mikoto unexpectedly suggested earnestly. "That is a commendable proposal. I could assist in selecting a suitable residence for you and your mother here, should you be interested. I can have everything arranged within 3 days." The second elder attempted to persuade Liuyun to remain within the clan territory. For someone of his caliber would be an invaluable asset to have close at hand. His intentions to recruit Liuyun were glaringly evident. Hearing this, Liuyun chuckled softly, shaking his head lightly. "I have no interest in residing within the Uchiha clan territory. Besides, my mother and I are quite content in our little home outside. I appreciate your kind intentions, but I must take my leave. I am quite fatigued from my journey back to the village last night, and need to rest," Liuyun stated, rising from his seat, aware that time was not on his side. "Very well, if Liuyun is determined, we shall set this matter aside for now. Whenever you wish to return to the clan territory, feel free to seek me out," the second elder lamented, wishing to draw Liuyun closer, but uncertain of what truly motivated him. "Are you still planning to visit the third elder?" Uchiha Mikoto inquired, rising to accompany Liuyun, thus taking the initiative to ask. Upon hearing her question, the second elder was visibly taken aback. "I'm not going. That old codger invited me over once, but then promptly kicked me out of his residence. Even if you hadn't come, I had no intention of visiting that woman," Liuyun stated bluntly, his unabashed words causing Uchiha Mikoto to involuntarily burst into laughter. This was the first time she had witnessed a clan member so openly disregard the authority of an elder, and he did so without any concern for her grandfather's presence. "Have you had a falling out with Elder Toyo?" The second elder could not resist asking, as he trailed behind them, clearly intending to see Liuyun off, demonstrating his regard. "Not exactly a falling out. He approached me over 6 months ago, inquiring whether I wished to stay by his side and assist him, even promising to cultivate my abilities and bestow upon me a plethora of benefits and a luminous future. At that time, I took him at his word and presented a few modest requests. He merely scoffed, claiming I was being overly greedy, and had me promptly ejected from his estate. Liuyun divulged the prior incident. Upon hearing this, both individuals were momentarily taken aback, with the second elder of the Uchiha clan instinctively inquiring, "What request did you make at that time?" "Oh, it was nothing much, just a few high-tier fire release techniques or some Sharingan Jinjutsu," Liuyun replied, which left the Uchiha second elder rendered speechless. Over half a year ago, he had not even graduated from the academy. He was merely an elementary student. Yet here he was, boldly requesting advanced ninjutsu. It was understandable that Uchiha Fugaku, with his limited vision, would not grant such a request. However, inviting someone over only to dismiss them did seem rather disrespectful. And the elder couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of the third son's short-sightedness, rejecting a top-tier jonin who could potentially contend with demigods. Now, as he contemplated reaching out to mend relations, it was evident that Liuyun had no intention of providing an opportunity. After all, what were a few high-level ninjutsu? Had the elder been better prepared, he might have granted them on the spot. Nevertheless, realizing what Liuyun required allowed him to formulate a plan to win him over. "My dear child, I possess several high-tier ninjutsu in my repository. I shall have someone deliver them to you tomorrow. If they prove insufficient, do let me know, for there are likely many more in our clan's treasury," the Uchiha second elder pronounced with grandiosity. "Oh, I cannot accept rewards without merit. That would be inappropriate," Liuyun replied, suppressing the smile that threatened to spread across his face, striving to appear genuinely flattered. "Foolish child, you have already achieved remarkable feats on the battlefield in the land of rain. How can you speak of meritless rewards? Otherwise, why would our clan celebrate your accomplishments tonight? Moreover, since you currently have no need for land holdings, let us consider ninjutsu as your reward. Our clan operates on a principle of clear rewards and penalties, so there is no need for you to decline or feel embarrassed." With those words from the Uchiha second elder, Liuyun found it impossible to refuse. "Very well then. I shall express my gratitude to the second elder." Liuyun bowed respectfully to Uchiha Chuan. The elder's heart swelled with joy upon hearing this, and he felt particularly satisfied. Liuyun was thanking him personally, rather than the clan, which added to the elder's contentment. "Safe travels, Liuyun. My child, do feel free to visit me often. Or simply come to chat with this old man," the elder said as he and his grandson escorted Liuyun to the door. "All right, I will come and disturb you again when I have the time. You two take care." Liuyun smiled, and then turned to leave the Uchiha compound. As she gazed at the retreating figure of the dashing youth, Uchiha Mikoto couldn't help but feel somewhat entranced. It was a pity that she had been betrothed to Fugaku since childhood. Had her grandfather discovered this heroic young man sooner, he might have opposed the elder's matchmaking. This boy, who was of the same age, might have been a more suitable match for her than Fugaku. The admiration in her eyes for the young man was unmistakable, and the second elder, understanding her feelings without needing to guess, knew the girl was smitten. Women, whether young or old, are often drawn to strength, and a person like Liuyun possessed an overwhelming allure for young girls. With his striking looks, considerable fame, and formidable abilities, it was indeed difficult to find any young girl who would not be enamored by him. "Grandfather, what nonsense are you speaking?" Uchiha Mikoto exclaimed, her cheeks flushing crimson. "Liuyun and Kushina are acknowledged as a couple, and their relationship is quite strong. Please do not speak of such things again." As she spoke, there was a hint of disappointment in her tone. "Kushina, is that the red-haired girl who came to our home last time? I believe she is an orphan from the Uzumaki clan, correct?" the elder inquired, astonished. "Yes, that is her." Liuyun dotes on Kushina immensely. He even risked his life to shield her from kunai. Uchiha Mikoto nodded, her words laden with envy. "I recall the incident where Uchiha Hayato used kunai against his classmates. It stirred quite a commotion, and I have heard some whispers about it," the Uchiha second elder remarked. "Indeed, that scoundrel dared to attack an unarmed girl with kunai. It is utterly disgraceful. I cannot fathom what Fugaku was thinking in accepting such a person into his ranks," Uchiha Mikoto said, her indignation growing. Chapter 178. Curiosity about the future acorn, cornering Kushina. By the time Liuyun returned home from the Uchiha compound, it was nearly 8 in the evening. Due to the time constraints, Liuyun's family decided against visiting the night market, planning to wait until the following evening instead. Additionally, that night, Mike Guy had come over with his son, Mike Guy, to visit, and as the host, Liuyun naturally made it a point to engage in pleasant conversation with him. "Liuyun, I never expected that in just over half a year, you would ascend from a graduate genin to a jonin. Meanwhile, I have been stuck as a genin for many years," Mike Guy lamented. Mike Guy was known in Konoha as the eternally low-ranking genin, lacking both ninjutsu and jinjutsu skills. And he struggled with the written aspects of ninjutsu theory, which had always been his Achilles heel during the Chunin exams. If it weren't for my son being so young, I would have long since ventured to the battlefield to carve out a future for myself, he continued, pondering that the only way for him to advance to Chunin was through military merit. However, since his son, Might Guy, had just been born, Konoha would not permit someone like him to go to war. As a genin, he could only undertake low-tier missions and was unable to accept more lucrative higher-tier tasks, which added to Might Guy's financial burden. For someone of Guy's physical prowess, Konoha's refusal to promote him was a significant loss. The third Hokage was far too rigid. Even if one only excelled in taijutsu, as long as it did not impact actual combat effectiveness, promotions should still be granted. As Liuyun entertained little Kai, he offered words of comfort. When you unleash the 8 gates, you can even overpower elite jonin teams like the 7 ninja swordsmen. It is a grave injustice to keep you as a forever low-ranking genin. It was crucial to note that the combined strength of the 7 ninja swordsmen surpassed that of most Kage-level shinobi. Encountering them could be life-threatening for ordinary Kage. Each of the 7 swords wielded unique abilities, making them formidable opponents. Only someone like Might Guy, with an extraordinary talent, could hold his ground against them. Hey, what are you doing? Why are your hands wandering? Don't be shameless. As Asuka and Kushina watched him examining baby Kai, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. In the face of such a situation, Might Guy, the father, showed no intention of stopping. The Chunin exam written test is just too difficult. I feel like I can't remember anything, Might Guy lamented, tears streaming down his face. The various questions were far too complex for him, and he lacked the ability to cheat during exams. Given his current situation, aside from risking his life on the battlefield to earn military merit, advancing through conventional means seemed insurmountable. Liuyun had no effective solution to aid him in this matter, but resolved to speak with the third Hokage about Might Guy's true capabilities, hoping to secure an exception for his promotion. Don't lose heart, brother Guy. Now that I am a jonin, we can team up for high-tier missions whenever I have the time. Once you accumulate enough high-tier mission experience, Konoha will have no choice but to acknowledge your abilities and promote you. Liuyun offered another comforting remark along with a splendid suggestion. Really? That would be fantastic. The thought of going on high-tier missions with you fills me with excitement. Might Guy exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. Had it not been for Asuka and Kushina being present, he would have insisted on sharing the fervor and camaraderie of brotherhood with his younger companion. Brother Guy, have you been going for morning runs lately? How about we go together tomorrow morning? Liuyun proposed a training invitation. Indeed, there are times when I carry little Kai along for a run. Tomorrow morning, we shall meet at the usual time and place to continue sweating out the vigor of our youth together. The mere mention of the word youth elicited a radiant smile from Might Guy, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Liuyun couldn't help but feel that Might Kai's early years must have been incredibly challenging, having encountered a father so spirited and vivacious. Shortly thereafter, Might Guy rose to take his leave, and Liuyun personally escorted him to the door, reminding him gently, "Brother, raising children is costly. If you face any financial difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." Taken aback by Liuyun's words, Might Guy paused for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter, assuring him that the family was managing just fine. Yet, witnessing Liuyun's unwavering insistence stirred a wave of emotion within Might Guy, and he vowed to reach out to his good brother should any hardships arise. After bidding farewell to Might Guy, Liuyun settled in the living room, engaging in casual conversation with Asuka and Kushina. As their chatter continued, Asuka produced a deck of cards and proposed a game of dodiju. It was evident that her mother had quite the gambling spirit. Although Asuka seldom participated in external wagers, she had a particular fondness for the card game dodiju, a pastime known only to Liuyun's family in this world. The three of them enjoyed the game for hours until late into the night. When Kushina reluctantly prepared to leave for home, "It's getting late. Auntie, I should head back now," she announced. Yes, it's quite late. It isn't safe for a girl to return home alone. Let Liuyun escort you," Asuka instructed. "I'll take you home," Liuyun offered eagerly. "No need. You would have to make a round trip," Kushina replied. "It's no trouble at all. A run is just a run," Liuyun insisted, taking hold of Kushina's hand. The flustered delight was evident on her face. With Liuyun accompanying her, her sense of safety and happiness soared. "Be careful on your way home. And don't linger too long," Asuka cautioned. "Got it, Mom. You're so nagging," Kushina retorted, rolling her eyes playfully. As they turned the corner near her home, Liuyun's playful instincts took over, and he impulsively pressed Little Tomato against a nearby wall. "What are you doing?" Kushina gasped, her hands pinned against the wall, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Gazing at the mischievous grin of the young man before her, a wave of panic washed over her, accompanied by a peculiar sense of anticipation. "What do you think I'm doing?" Liuyun teased, puckering his lips with unmistakable intent. No, you can't. Kushina's face flushed crimson, and she shook her head vigorously, trying to thwart Liuyun's advances. It was clear he intended to kiss her. Noticing her resistance, Liuyun firmly held her head in place, preventing her from escaping. Having shared kisses before departing for the Rain Country battlefield, he was determined not to let those sweet memories fade away now that he had returned. Although Kushina was still quite young, Liuyun felt that sharing a kiss was not an egregious act, especially considering his own moral compass was not particularly high. Don't. Chapter 179. What's wrong with kissing in a relationship? The reality of the Nine Tails, Jinchuriki. After being showered with affection by Liuyun, Little Tomato felt too shy to meet anyone's gaze, walking while clinging to his arm. What's there to be embarrassed about? This isn't our first kiss. Liuyun chuckled, glancing at the girl beside him. Do you think I'm as shameless as you? You big bad wolf. Kushina shot him a fierce glare, feeling an urge to bite his arm in retaliation. Kushina experienced a unique sensation whenever Liuyun kissed her. It was a feeling she could not quite classify as bad. Even intriguing, yet it left her blushing and her cheeks aflame. Why be shy? You'll get used to it after a few more kisses, Liuyun said with a grin. Kiss my foot. From now on, you're not allowed to do that without my permission. Kushina was relatively conservative. She feared that if she got accustomed to kissing, Liuyun would push further. Previously, she had only allowed the kiss because he was heading off to battle. Now that he was safely back, she certainly couldn't let her sense of modesty slip away, especially since she was only 12 years old. If she did not learn to restrain herself, who knows what could happen by the time she turned 14. The thought alone was quite daunting. Why can't we do that? What's wrong with kissing in a relationship? Liuyun argued, trying to reason. Because no means no. There are no explanations needed. Kushina lowered her head, her expression serious and somewhat displeased. Seeing her demeanor, Liuyun relented. All right, whatever you say. Patience is a virtue. And since Little Tomato's heart already belonged to him, there was no need to rush. Noticing Liuyun's concession, Kushina's face lit up with joy as she hugged his arm and happily swayed. After escorting Little Tomato home, Liuyun intended to pay a visit to Uzumaki Mido. But Kushina informed him that her grandmother typically retired early, so he refrained from disturbing her. Upon returning home, Liuyun chatted with Asuka for a while before she, feeling fatigued, hurried off to bed. She had been too excited to sleep the previous night, eagerly awaiting Liuyun's return, and had even risen early to wait at the entrance of Konoha village for an extended time, resulting in a severe lack of sleep. Liuyun, being naturally energetic and requiring little sleep, found himself wide awake despite the late hour. He opted instead to peruse the experience scroll gifted to him by the Uchiha elder. The following morning, Liuyun rose early to keep his appointment, engaging in a lengthy run around the village with his brother Might Dai, followed by an intense sparring session focused on taijutsu. Might Dai remarked on Liuyun's significant progress, stating that, in terms of taijutsu, he was nearly on par with him. Taijutsu had always been a crucial aspect of Liuyun's training. After all, in the later stages of the Naruto saga, the significance of ninjutsu and jinjutsu diminished compared to that of taijutsu. Consequently, regardless of how busy he was, he consistently committed to a regimen of physical training each day. However, despite his dedication, his age and physical condition still limited the growth of his taijutsu skills, rendering it a relative weakness compared to his prowess in ninjutsu and jinjutsu. Previously, when he had faced formidable opponents like Hanzo of the Salamander, he had been utterly outmatched and barely managed to endure a few blows before being forced to resort to ninjutsu, highlighting his youthful physical shortcomings. Regrettably, taijutsu training could not be aided by shadow clones. Only skill, learning experience, or ninjutsu training could significantly reduce the overall training time through their assistance. Thus, the growth of his physical capabilities and taijutsu skills required steady, methodical progress. There was no room for haste. By 9 o'clock in the morning, Liuyun arrived punctually at the Hokage building to attend the latest meeting of the Jonin. In a large conference room within the building, he received financial rewards from the Hokage, along with public commendation and recognition. As the youngest Jonin in Konoha, he finally made his appearance before many of the seasoned Jonin, as several had not yet had the opportunity to meet him, and there were also a number of recently promoted Jonin elites who had returned from the Rain Country battlefield. It was essential for the new and old Jonin of Konoha to become acquainted with one another. The efficiency of Konoha's higher-ups was commendable. After the commendations, an advisor to the Hokage took the floor to discuss the current situation on the battlefield in the Wind Country. At present, tensions between the Wind and Fire countries were escalating, with ongoing skirmishes but no formal declaration of war. The reason for this was the conflict between the Wind and Rain countries, compounded by Konoha's release of Hanzo and the Rain country's defectors. A peace treaty had been signed between the two nations, which even included an agreement to jointly oppose the Wind country. Konoha aimed to let the Wind and Rain countries exhaust each other, while the Fire country merely prepared for the necessary war measures. Naturally, during this rare period of truce, Konoha also intended to address border issues. In the Land of Earth, the rock-hidden bandits have been traversing the almost defenseless borders of the Land of Grass, plundering the wealth of the Fire Nation, which is the most prosperous in the shinobi world. The Leaf Village has long been planning to deal with them decisively. The meeting of the elite shinobi lasted the entire morning. After returning home to share a lunch with his mother, Liuyun commenced his physical training, while Asuka reopened the immensely popular Yunko flower shop. It is worth mentioning the manga Dragon Ball. Liuyun had already handed over the contents of the first season to Akira Usuyama prior to his departure for the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Nearly 4 months have passed since the conclusion of the first season, and regrettably, Liuyun has yet to resume work on the second season. The first season concluded at the end of the World Martial Arts Tournament arc, with the second season promising to be even more thrilling, focusing on the formidable Piccolo Daimao arc. However, as Liuyun no longer finds himself in need of money, he is yet to put pen to paper for the second season. In the afternoon, Liuyun visited the Senju clan territory to check on Uzumaki Mito. After more than half a year, he noticed that Mito had visibly aged, her vitality dwindling. During Liuyun's absence on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, Mito had shared with Kushina the truths surrounding the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, clarifying her role as the vessel for the Nine Tails. As a ninja, Kushina has the right to know this reality, and it is imperative to inform her ahead of time to prepare her mentally. Mito reassured Kushina that being a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails does not preclude her from experiencing happiness, as long as love resides in her heart. The Nine Tails would remain under the powerful seal of the Uzumaki clan. Mito believes that Kushina, as the future Jinchuriki, understands the essence of love and knows that love already exists within her. Thus far, Kushina has not dared to broach this subject with Liuyun, as both the third Hokage and Mito had insisted on absolute secrecy. Moreover, with the impending sealing of a terrifying tailed beast within her, she fears that Liuyun would be unable to accept it, or that he might cause turmoil among the higher-ups of Konoha if he were to learn of it, potentially leading to hostility towards them. Chapter 180. Learning the Power of the Uncanny Strength. You should be grateful to be a Konoha ninja. Liuyun is acutely aware that Kushina is destined to become the next Nine Tails Jinchuriki. This knowledge serves as a thorn in his heart, causing discomfort whether he acknowledges it or not. Despite his burgeoning reputation and success in Konoha, his current standing does not afford him the power to influence the decisions and policies of the village's higher-ups. Preventing Kushina from becoming a Jinchuriki is beyond his capabilities at this stage. However, he could feasibly escape Konoha with her. His strength would allow it, and he bears little psychological burden in that regard. Yet, he worries that Kushina, along with her mother Asuka, may not agree, knowing well the challenges that such a proposition would entail. The contemplation of this matter is burdensome for Liuyun, as he sincerely wishes for Kushina to live freely like any ordinary person. The life of a Jinchuriki is fraught with anxiety, where every moment is overshadowed by fear, and restful sleep becomes a luxury. The potential for her identity to be revealed would invite disdain from others, and apart from Konoha, her movements would be severely restricted, subject to constant surveillance and even house arrest in the early stages. Anyone who truly loves would not wish to see their beloved endure such torment. Nana, what's wrong? You seem a bit distracted, Liuyun inquired, observing her intently as he fed the koi by the pond within the Senju territory. Oh, it's nothing, Kushina stammered, wishing to confess the truth but feeling unable and fearful, resulting in her absent-mindedness. Nothing, yet I sense you are concealing something from me. Liuyun's keen gaze pierced through her facade, quickly noticing her unease. I'm not hiding anything. Stop being paranoid. Kushina chuckled nervously. Liuyun stepped closer, scrutinizing her eyes. Oh? Your catchphrase has slipped out. What are you anxious about? Dare you say you're not hiding anything from me? Whenever she becomes nervous or excited, her habitual phrase slips out, making it arduous to deceive someone as perceptive as Liuyun. Fortunately, at that moment, a distant voice provided Kushina with an opportunity to escape the spotlight. Hey, you little brat. I just fed those koi not long ago. Don't overfeed them, or you'll have to pay for it if they die. Tsunade approached with a fierce glare directed at Liuyun. What's wrong? What's the harm in feeding them a little more? Just because you fed them earlier doesn't mean they can't eat again. Did you eat yesterday? Did you eat today? Liuyun retorted defiantly. Have you gotten cheeky because I haven't dealt with you for a few days? I'll teach you a lesson for speaking to your elder like that. Tsunade rolled up her sleeves, ready to strike. Seeing this, Liuyun bolted, leading Tsunade in circles around a landscaped area. Frustrated and unable to catch up, Tsunade began to curse loudly. Watching this scene unfold, Kushina couldn't help but laugh heartily. After their playful antics, Tsunade commenced her lesson on the technique known as Uncanny Strength Fist. This technique involves concentrating chakra into one's fists and feet, allowing for an explosive surge of power that exceeds one's baseline strength. Mastering this technique necessitates exceptional chakra control, and given that Liuyun has mastered medical ninjutsu, he might quickly grasp the technique, while Kushina still has considerable room for improvement in her chakra manipulation. Under the pavilion, both Liuyun and Kushina listened attentively to Tsunade's teachings. They had invested a significant sum for this instruction, making it imperative for them to take it seriously. The entire afternoon was spent in rigorous training, with Liuyun employing shadow clones to expedite his practice, earning Tsunade's admiration for his innovative use of the technique created by her grandfather. As dusk approached, Tsunade intended to invite her troublesome younger brother and her teacher Orochimaru for a meal and drinks, but Liuyun declined, citing his responsibility to ensure his mother was not alone at home. Even when Kushina suggested that he join Mito for dinner at the Senju clan grounds, he firmly refused. On his way home, Liuyun was still pondering the techniques of the Uncanny Strength Fist when a ninja clad in soft armor and wearing a peculiar mask intercepted him. Uchiha Liuyun, Lord Danzo requests your presence at 8 o'clock this evening at the Root Base. The ninja, affiliated with Danzo's Root organization, spoke with a cold, detached tone. These individuals are largely devoid of emotion and social intelligence, mere human weapons. I'm busy at 8. Let us make it 10, Liuyun replied dismissively, unwilling to waste breath on idle conversation, straightforwardly expressing his intent. You will come at the appointed time as instructed by Lord Danzo. Such orders are not to be disregarded, the Root ninja stated coldly. Upon hearing this, Liuyun chuckled. Huh, a mere lapdog dares to issue commands to me? One more word, and I assure you, your demise will be most unpleasant. With that, he stepped forward, locking his piercing black gaze onto the Root ninja. The latter could palpably sense an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, drenched in cold sweat from the oppressive chakra emanating from Liuyun. Despite being merely a young boy, Liuyun's presence was as formidable as a raging tempest, causing the ninja's hair to stand on end, his instincts screaming of impending danger. Yet, as a Root ninja molded by countless battles, he was bound to follow Danzo's orders without question. Even when facing a hero of Konoha on par with the legendary Sannin, the members of the Root organization dared to disregard even the third Hokage, and subsequent events revealed that Root's Yamato attempted to assassinate the Hokage. Their loyalty lies solely with Danzo, and they harbor only reverence for him. Are you defying Lord Danzo's orders? At this proclamation, the three-tomo Sharingan in Liuyun's eyes flared to life. Before the Root ninja could complete his sentence, he suddenly found the world spinning around him, as he was instantly ensnared in an illusionary realm by the three-tomo Sharingan. By biting his tongue and disrupting the chakra within his body, this elite ninja swiftly dispelled the genjutsu within 2 seconds. However, in those fleeting moments of control, Liuyun could have beheaded him twice over. The instant he broke free from the illusion, a heavy iron fist struck his face, shattering his peculiar mask into several pieces and sending him careening backward. Liuyun followed up with a body flicker technique, landing a fierce kick on the airborne Root ninja, sending him crashing to the ground. The impact caused the Root ninja to vomit a copious amount of blood. With the mask broken, his true visage was revealed. Yet Liuyun remained indifferent to his identity. You should consider yourself fortunate to be a Konoha ninja, otherwise, a worthless wretch like you would have met your demise upon uttering a second foolish word. With a tone as frigid as ice, Liuyun observed the Root ninja's panic-stricken expression, and seeing that he dared not retaliate, he gradually withdrew his foot from the ninja's back. The Root ninja wiped the blood from his mouth and, avoiding eye contact with the ominous three-tomo Sharingan, silently turned and departed. Watching his retreating figure, Liuyun's gaze remained as cold as frost. Danzo's summoning could only portend ill tidings. Yet, he could not refuse, for in terms of hierarchy, Danzo's authority was second only to the Hokage, granting him the right to command other ninjas. Having arranged to visit the night market with Asuka and Kushina later that evening, he decided to arrive at 10 o'clock. Since this individual sought to provoke him, Liuyun felt compelled to teach him a lesson. Even if Danzo were to learn of this incident and be displeased, it would not matter at this moment. His reputation was soaring, and he was not afraid of any trouble Danzo might bring. Naturally, if Danzo had any sense, he likely would not tear apart their relationship over the actions of a mere subordinate. As he approached the corner near his home, Liuyun spotted a purple-haired beauty waiting for his return. The sky had darkened, and Asuka, as usual, was at the door, anxiously awaiting her child's return. "Mom, why are you back so late? Dinner is already on the table." "Perfect timing. I can eat right away," Liuyun replied with a playful grin. "First, I need to wash my hands." "Oh right." After enjoying a sumptuous dinner, Liuyun found 3 ninjutsu scrolls delivered by the second elder of the Uchiha clan waiting for him in the living room. After brewing a cup of fragrant tea for himself and Asuka, he settled on the sofa to examine the scrolls. A member of the Uchiha clan brought these this afternoon. Since no one was home, he left them at the flower shop, saying they were sent by the second elder. Asuka explained as she washed the dishes. "I know," Liuyun replied without looking up. Among the 3 scrolls, 2 contained high-level fire release techniques, while 1 was a high-level Sharingan Jinjutsu. The 2 high-level techniques included a B-rank fire release technique, Great Fire Annihilation, and an A-rank fire release technique, Dragon Flame Song technique. Both of these techniques required immense chakra to perform, having been utilized by the original character, Edo Tensei Madara. One is a wide-area attack technique, while the other is a high-speed, single-target ranged attack technique. Their practicality is exceptionally high, particularly the A-rank Dragon Flame Song technique. While not as powerful as the B-rank Great Fire Annihilation, boasts an incredibly rapid casting speed, with the original text claiming it has an almost 100% hit rate. Ordinary individuals find it nearly impossible to evade unless they withstand the attack. During the 4th Great Ninja War, the Mizukage Meiterumi encountered this technique and was unable to form hand seals in time to counter with water release. It was only Tsunade who took the blow to protect her at a crucial moment, due to the advanced fire control required. This technique is rated higher than Great Fire Annihilation. While the latter's learning curve is relatively low, it demands a strict amount of chakra, making it rare for anyone to achieve its full potential or endure its consumption. Only Uchiha Madara dared to use it as an opening move. And its terrifying power was evident, as a line of ninjas using water release could only match Madara's fire release technique, considering that water is effective against fire. After thoroughly examining the 2 high-level fire release techniques, Liuyun picked up the 3rd scroll. It was a high-level Sharingan Jinjutsu known as Illusionary Shackles, which requires a 3-tomo Sharingan and a robust ocular power to execute. In the original text, this high-level Jinjutsu was used by Uchiha Itachi, with Liuyun's esteemed mentor, Orochimaru, being one of its victims. Uchiha Itachi, lacking martial ethics, unleashed high-level Jinjutsu from the start, resulting in the tragic demise of the seasoned shadow-level powerhouse, Snake Uncle. Liuyun was exceedingly pleased with the 3 high-level ninjutsu sent by the Uchiha second elder. Mastering these techniques would undoubtedly enhance his strength. While Liuyun engrossed himself in the scrolls, Kushina, having finished her dinner, soon joined them. The 3 of them sat in the living room for a while, and once Liuyun completed his examination of the Jinjutsu scroll, they set out together for the bustling Konoha night market. As the 2 women wandered through the streets, everything seemed novel to them. Chattering excitedly as Asuka eagerly bought various items, Liuyun trailed behind, becoming an unfortunate human carrying a plethora of bags, laden with goods and with several more dangling from his neck. "Are you too serious? Letting me carry all this? Had I known, I wouldn't have come." Seeing the 2 women with empty hands, Liuyun expressed his frustration, feeling they were being excessive. "What's wrong? Is it such a big deal to carry a few things? You're just putting in a little effort, aren't you? Why complain? I never saw you complain when you were running around with sandbags." Asuka halted, bombarding him with questions. "Exactly. Just think of it as weight training," Kushina chimed in. In that moment, Liuyun found a semblance of logic in what his mother and Kushina were saying. Training was exhausting, and now carrying an assortment of items felt burdensome. He could consider it as physical training after dinner. With this thought, his spirits lifted considerably. The trio wandered from one end of the Konoha marketplace to the other until it was nearly 9:30 p.m., at which point Liuyun finally suggested they head home. Although the 2 women were thoroughly enjoying themselves and felt it was a bit early to return, they nodded in agreement upon hearing Liuyun had matters to attend to. Upon returning home, Liuyun let out several heavy breaths as he dropped the goods. Accompanying women on a shopping trip was far more exhausting than an entire session of physical training. He felt completely worn out, his back aching and body fatigued. "Kushina, are any of those items yours? Hurry up and gather them so I can take you home. It's getting late." He pointed at the assortment of goods scattered on the floor. "Oh, wait a moment. Let me find my things," Kushina replied, not daring to delay, quickly retrieving her belongings from the ground. Among these goods, 90% were purchased by the affluent Asuka, while the remaining 10% were gifts for Kushina. Soon, Kushina selected her items, and the 2 departed together towards the Senju clan's territory. Within the underground headquarters, as night approached 10 o'clock, Shimura Danzo raised his gaze to the wall clock, his facial muscles twitching involuntarily, a flicker of anger brewing within him. Chapter 182. The Will of the Roots. The Hokage can only act if permitted. The agreed-upon hour had already elapsed by 10 minutes, and just as Danzo grew impatient and prepared to leave for the night, a subordinate finally conveyed the news that Uchiha Liuyun had arrived at the root. Suppressing his fury, Danzo retook his seat. Shortly thereafter, Liuyun entered a relatively secluded room, guided by a root ninja, and came face to face with the head of root, Shimura Danzo. To be truthful, Liuyun despised such an environment. For the root headquarters provided him with no sense of security. He understood the wisdom behind the adage that a gentleman should not stand beneath a perilous wall. Yet, there was no avoiding it tonight. In a place like this, should a confrontation arise, Liuyun, given his current strength, would find it exceedingly difficult to escape. There were no weak ninjas within the root, each one a paragon of excellence. The only reason Liuyun dared to come tonight was the knowledge that Danzo would not act against him at this moment. I have met Lord Danzo, Liuyun said, bowing slightly in greeting. You not only harmed my people, but also exceeded the time you yourself set. Is this the hero of Konoha? Might it be a tad too overbearing? Danzo's expression remained impassive, his voice betraying no hint of emotion, yet it was evident that his words were far from complimentary. My apologies, Liuyun replied, lowering his head slightly, readily admitting his fault without the intention of offering any justification. Danzo gazed at him coldly, yet Liuyun's eyes remained unwavering, inscrutable in their intent. A peculiar silence enveloped the room as both parties remained mute for an extended period. Do you understand what kind of organization Root is? Danzo finally inquired after a prolonged silence. Liuyun nodded gently. Oh, then enlighten me, Danzo urged, his tone revealing a slight shift in emotion. Konoha is akin to a robust tree, the villagers its leaves, the ninjas its branches, the Hokage its trunk, while Root represents the roots. The roots may be hidden from light, yet a healthy tree cannot thrive without the unseen roots that absorb its nourishment. Upon hearing this, Danzo involuntarily nodded, evidently pleased with Liuyun's profound insight. He was certain that no one had ever articulated such a perspective to him, not even the Hokage. Yet here stood a youth who grasped the essence of Root so deeply that Danzo felt assured of Liuyun's allegiance to it. Root was, after all, the most vital underground institution of Konoha, capable of achieving what Konoha ninjas could not, and undertaking tasks that remained beyond the village's purview. This clandestine group, often shunned by society, selflessly dedicated their lives to Konoha, remaining unrecognized and willingly dwelling in darkness. These were the true lifeblood of the village, the unsung heroes of Root. As these words left Liuyun's mouth, both he and Danzo felt an involuntary shiver run down their spines. Liuyun felt the chill from the revulsion of his own words, while Danzo was struck by the sincerity in Liuyun's praise of Root. Danzo had initially intended to inquire about Liuyun's understanding of Root before explaining its nature and significance, subsequently inviting him to join. However, Liuyun's comprehension surpassed even his own as the founder of Root. A person of such insight would require no indoctrination. Danzo could easily manage someone of Liuyun's conviction. Who imparted these words to you? Danzo, suspicious, could not help but ask. Liuyun's expression reflected confusion, internally mocking. This is wisdom imparted by the original text of the 55th generation Hokage. Who would tell me such things? This is merely my own reflection. Konoha openly embodies the will of fire, yet secretly harbors the will of roots. These two philosophies, one illuminated and the other obscured, complement each other, resulting in the current strength of Konoha. Clap, clap, clap. Liuyun's heartfelt declaration prompted Danzo to applaud in admiration. You are the first to genuinely comprehend my thoughts. The sole individual capable of grasping the essence of Root without direct exposure. Your words bring me great comfort. Come, assist me, child. Danzo extended his invitation. Liuyun fell into a contemplative silence. What? Do you not wish to join Root? Were your previous remarks merely jesting? Danzo inquired, his brows furrowing, his gaze growing colder. Do you believe I am fabricating tales? Liuyun retorted, casting a sidelong glance. Then why the reluctance to join Root? Danzo did not genuinely suspect that Liuyun was mocking him or spinning fanciful tales to amuse him. His insightful words had evidently been considered carefully. Spontaneous fabrications would surely reveal inconsistencies. In Danzo's eyes, Liuyun's commentary had encapsulated the will of Roots, indicating a profound understanding and recognition of the institution. It is not that I am unwilling, but rather that I cannot, Liuyun said, his demeanor reflecting a sense of difficulty. Reason? Danzo pressed succinctly. Given my capabilities and current standing, I am ill-suited to develop within Root, My contributions are better suited for the battlefield. Moreover, the third Hokage would never permit my entry into Root. Liuyun spoke plainly, even invoking the name of Shimura Danzo's most unwelcome adversary. Joining my Root does not require the Hokage's permission. If I say you can, then you can, Danzo replied, suppressing his anger. I am, after all, the grandchild of the third Hokage. It would be improper not to inform him before joining Root. He would consider me disrespectful. Of course, should the third Hokage grant me permission to join Root, I would promptly report to you. After all, the distinction of where one serves is insignificant. Both Root and the Umbu are core organizations serving Konoha, and my efforts would remain unchanged. Liuyun's subtle, cunning smile suggested the underlying message. Your authority pales in comparison to that of the Hokage. To transfer personnel, one must first obtain the Hokage's consent. If the Hokage deems it acceptable, then it shall proceed. Should he disapprove, your say holds no weight. Liuyun articulated this without needing to involve his master, Orochimaru. In dealing with Danzo, the presence of the third Hokage sufficed. Faced with the insurmountable obstacle of the Hokage, Danzo found himself resorting to impotent rage. Devoid of any other recourse, Liuyun could even envision Danzo's reaction, uttering words of regret to the Hokage, followed by a resounding slam of the door. Upon hearing Liuyun's statements, Danzo's breathing grew noticeably heavier, his chest rising and falling with evident agitation. However, his years of temperance bore some fruit, preventing him from losing his composure in that instant. Moreover, Liuyun was not the target of his ire. After all, he had made it clear that he would join only if the Hokage approved, showing no aversion to Root itself. The true impediment to his admission lay with Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, whose authority overshadowed Danzo's. Chapter 183, The Promotion Celebration for Jonin. Not long after, Liuyun emerged from the Root headquarters unscathed. He had effortlessly dismissed Danzo's invitation with just a few succinct words. The rationale he provided was plausible. Yet if Danzo were truly to petition the third Hokage for Liuyun's inclusion, Sarutobi Hiruzen would undoubtedly refuse. They had only just established Liuyun as a youthful hero. How could they possibly turn around and have him don a mask to carry out unsavory tasks? Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated the prospect of appointing Liuyun as a division leader within the Umbu, making it implausible for him to cede anyone to Danzo's Root. Liuyun had effectively passed the ball to the third Hokage. Danzo, despite his displeasure, could only vent his frustrations upon his close friend, Sarutobi Hiruzen, or perhaps upon the door of the Hokage's office. Liuyun had no intention of serving Danzo. To hell with the will of Root. He was neither Uchiha Shursui nor Uchiha Itachi, and thus would not heed Danzo's commands nor pledge his allegiance to him. This man was indeed a significant nuisance. Anyone who associated with him would not meet a favorable fate. On a moonlit night, Liuyun lay on the rooftop, idly gazing at the moon while contemplating how to acquire greater strength. His previous endeavors on the battlefield aimed at awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan had ultimately failed. Although he had experienced substantial growth during the war, it was still woefully insufficient. To succinctly summarize his current predicament, he possessed ample means for self-preservation but lacked the ambition to advance further. No, he mused. The power of Sage Mode is of utmost importance. I cannot forsake this strength due to its side effects. Liuyun resolved within himself that once he managed the trifles of the next few days, he would venture to the Dragon Cave. While he could not currently harness the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, he could not easily relinquish the prospect of obtaining another form of formidable strength. The following morning, after diligently completing his early training, Liuyun attended a celebration organized by his classmates in honor of his promotion to Jonin, accompanied by Kushina. At the celebration, he was met with the warmth of his peers and received a multitude of gifts. In return, he decisively reserved the most prestigious and expensive barbecue restaurant in Konoha, inviting the entire class, including their teacher, Oda, to a lavish feast of grilled meats. Hey, what are you doing? Why won't you let us in for a meal? Outside the barbecue restaurant, 3 boys were halted by the staff. I sincerely apologize, but the restaurant has been fully booked for a private event today, and you are not among the invited guests. Unfortunately, there is no space available. The security personnel stated with an apologetic demeanor. Damn it, we often dine here. You must make room for us. One chubby boy protested. Having looked forward to this barbecue feast all morning, I'm afraid it's impossible. The hosts have reserved the entire venue, making it unfeasible to accommodate anyone else. The staff replied, visibly troubled. Who is this arrogant individual taking over such a large barbecue restaurant? I must see who it is. The chubby boy declared defiantly. Please, you cannot enter. Come back another time. I truly apologize, the security urged, attempting to reason with him. Come on, Let us just eat something else for lunch. One boy with a yellow ponytail and another with spiky black hair chimed in to dissuade him. However, the chubby boy remained obstinate, unwilling to yield to his craving for barbecue. Inside the restaurant, Liuyun instructed the owner, "Please pack a portion of barbecue for me to send to Yunxiang Flower Shop. Lord Liuyun, takeout barbecue may affect the taste. Would you like me to arrange for someone to bring a charcoal grill and ingredients to prepare a fresh meal for your esteemed mother?" The restaurant owner inquired respectfully. "Is such a service available? Can takeout be prepared on-site?" Liuyun responded with surprise. "While others may not be able to, for you, Lord Liuyun, it is certainly possible." The owner smiled. "As long as the payment is assured, we can have a Konoha ninja run the errand for you. After all, you are not short on funds at the moment." "Very well, please arrange it," Liuyun replied with a smile. "What is all the commotion outside?" Curious about the noise, Liuyun stepped out of the restaurant and soon found himself confronted by the three noisy boys. "Isn't that the Inoshikacho trio?" he exclaimed. "Shikaku, Inoichi, Dingzwa. What are you all doing here?" Liuyun-kun. The trio expressed their surprise upon seeing him. Could it be that the person who booked the venue is Liuyun-kun? Akimichi Dingzwa exclaimed in astonishment. After a brief exchange, Liuyun learned of the situation outside and graciously invited the trio into the restaurant. Although they felt somewhat embarrassed, they could not resist Liuyun's insistence and agreed to his invitation. "Liuyun-kun, we feel so bad. We didn't prepare any congratulatory gifts for your promotion to Jonin. Allow us to treat you to this meal as a token of our appreciation from the three of us," they proposed after enjoying a hearty feast. Amidst the merriment, the trio raised their glasses in a toast beside Liuyun. "Haha, there's no need for that. I've already taken care of the bill. Your thoughtful gesture is more than enough," Liuyun replied with a grin, then playfully patted Akimichi Dingzwa's ample belly. "Dingzwa, you must still be hungry, right? Since I reserved the venue, the owner promised a flat rate regardless of how much you eat. If you eat less, the owner profits. And I'd be at a loss." "What? An all-you-can-eat barbecue?" Dingzwa's eyes widened in disbelief. "Precisely," Liuyun confirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, Dingzwa rushed back to his grill, shouting for the waiter to bring 10 more servings of barbecue. This amusing scene elicited laughter among their classmates, while Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi instinctively covered their faces, feeling embarrassed for their friend. Yet, as seasoned food enthusiasts from the Akimichi clan, they deemed that sacrificing a little dignity was a trivial price to pay for a delicious meal. Chapter 184, Jonin Council, with wine and gambling. What need is there for love? Recently, Orochimaru had been rather elusive, often absent from sight, and Tsunade had been unable to locate him despite several attempts to invite him for drinks. Liuyun had also been searching for him, and after several fruitless endeavors, he utilized the communication of the White Snake to inquire about his whereabouts, learning that he had ventured to the land of rice. Orochimaru was presently preoccupied with establishing a biological laboratory, requiring his personal oversight for numerous matters. When Liuyun suggested accompanying him to the Dragon Cave, Orochimaru immediately abandoned his laboratory, eagerly returning to Konoha. The Dragon Cave held the legacy of sage techniques, a power that transcended ninjutsu. How could someone like Orochimaru, who was so infatuated with techniques, possibly resist? Before Orochimaru could return to the village, Konoha convened another full Jonin meeting. The meeting's agenda focused on the detailed and diversified reform of ninja forces, including the allocation mechanisms for ninja teams. The primary goal of the reform was to better utilize the unique abilities of various ninjas, allowing those with singular skills to find opportunities to demonstrate their worth. Konoha intended to implement a multi-unit cooperative combat system for ninja forces, further subdividing them into specialized teams. This included the eventual establishment of intelligence teams, tracking teams, combat teams, as well as control, logistics, and other types of ninja units, all of which required deliberation during the meeting. During this time, Tsunade proposed the comprehensive integration of medical ninjas into every ninja team, insisting that each team must include at least one medical ninja. This configuration would significantly enhance the survival rates of ninjas within the teams. Tsunade believed that the immediate priority should be to cultivate medical talent broadly, even suggesting that some combat ninjas be transitioned into medical roles. However, this proposal failed to receive the approval of the third Hokage, who reasoned that with the impending war, converting combat ninjas into medical ninjas would not be cost-effective. Mastering medical ninjutsu is not something that can be achieved in a short time. It requires extensive and intricate knowledge, and Konoha simply cannot manage to fully disseminate medical ninjas. When Sarutobi Hiruzen vetoed the proposal, Tsunade immediately stood up and unleashed a torrent of invective, showing no restraint whatsoever. Witnessing this fierce yet somewhat familiar scene, Liuyun felt a sense of déjà vu until a man stepped forward, prompting him to realize that this was a snippet from the original manga. I believe she speaks the truth, Kato Dan declared with a serious demeanor as he rose to address the assembly. We cannot continue to repeat the same mistakes. Just like on the battlefield of the Land of Rain, countless ninjas perished under the venom of the salamander. If we had more medical ninjas at that time, the initial casualties would not have been so devastating. Upon hearing Kato Dan's words, many of the jonin present found them to be quite reasonable. I too support Lady Tsunade's proposal. The widespread implementation of medical ninjas is essential. Even if this may affect the proportion of combat ninjas in the long run, the benefits will outweigh the drawbacks. At that moment, Liuyun, the youngest elite jonin present, also stood to voice his agreement. The most crucial asset in battle is the ninja. While annihilating the enemy's living forces is undeniably vital, we must also strive to preserve our own, which cannot be overlooked. Liuyun, Tsunade, and Kato Dan were the most renowned individuals present, aside from the higher-ups of Konoha, and all three had truly fought valiantly on the battlefield. Their unified stance compelled the Hokage and the two advisors to reconsider this topic. Tsunade, observing the support from these two individuals, felt a surge of emotion, particularly towards the man named Kato Dan. As for her insufferable little brother, would he dare not stand up to support her? Seeing the youngest, most articulate, and visionary youth, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but nod in silent approval. His disciple was becoming increasingly remarkable, even exhibiting no flaws in any aspect, seemingly more perfect than his most cherished pupil. Regarding the issue of medical ninjas, we will conduct further research, he stated. Tsunade, please draft a detailed proposal later. Upon hearing this, Tsunade maintained her sour expression. But the third Hokage was too weary to engage her further and promptly moved on to the next topic. Sister Tsunade, shall we go for drinks after the meeting? Liuyun whispered, lowering his voice. Faced with her younger brother's first unsolicited invitation, Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, her eyes reflecting surprise. Has this insufferable little brother taken some strange medicine today? Why is he inviting me to drink without any apparent reason? In truth, Liuyun simply wished to prevent her from interacting with Kato Dan, who was destined to meet an untimely demise soon. In the original tale, Tsunade confessed her feelings to him and gifted him a crystal pendant, but shortly thereafter, he would tragically die. His death would profoundly impact Tsunade, even leading her to develop a phobia of blood. Liuyun did not want her to endure such suffering, especially considering their close relationship. If he refrained from giving the cursed necklace or sharing a kiss, perhaps Kato Dan would not meet his end. If they avoided contact, Tsunade might not experience pain. This arrangement would benefit everyone. Following the meeting, Tsunade would typically wait for Kato Dan to express her gratitude. Is there something you need my assistance with? Tsunade asked, eyeing Liuyun with suspicion. His unsolicited kindness and invitation to drink surely indicated some trouble lay ahead. Is it not permissible to invite you for drinks without ulterior motives? Liuyun replied, feigning innocence. Do you not find alcohol distasteful? Besides, your tolerance is lacking. Inviting me to drink in the daylight naturally raises my suspicions about your intentions. Tsunade scrutinized him. Just say whether you will come or not. Liuyun shot her an exasperated glance. Let's discuss it later, Tsunade muttered quietly, intending to wait until she expressed her gratitude to Kato Dan before proceeding. Discuss later? Nonsense. After this meeting, I plan to engage in high-stakes gambling at the Shimura clan's Grand Casino, and we can split the winnings. Will you accompany me or not? What? Tsunade was taken aback by Liuyun's statement. He intended to take her to the renowned casino in Konoha for high-stakes gambling? This was something she had suggested multiple times, only to be met with indifference. The fact that Liuyun, a seasoned champion of the gambling realm, claimed he would share the winnings made it impossible for Tsunade to resist. Shall we leave immediately after the meeting? All right, I will go with you. She eagerly agreed. With both alcohol and gambling on the agenda, she felt neither loneliness nor emptiness. Who needed love? Pursuing a doctorate and drinking were Tsunade's two greatest passions in life, and with Liuyun's dual offerings, her fondness for Kato Dan was swiftly eclipsed by an intense sense of anticipation. At that moment, all she could think about was how to dominate the casino alongside Liuyun. Chapter 185. Using the God of Misfortune as a guiding light. Inside the Hokage building, as Sarutobi Hiruzen declared the meeting adjourned, Tsunade immediately dragged Liuyun out, heading straight for the large casino operated by the Shimura clan. Observing the hasty departure of the two, Kato Dan appeared momentarily stunned. Wait. What are you in such a hurry for? Let me explain the rules first. Liuyun had severely underestimated the gambling addict's fervor and was nearly yanked off his feet, prompting him to call out for her to slow down. What rules? Tsunade asked, her face a portrait of confusion. First, you can only play small bets. Ultimately, You must follow my lead, Liuyun explained the rules. What nonsense. I can win too. Why must I follow you? If you have a strategy. I can also place my bets accordingly, Tsunade retorted, her dissatisfaction evident. Enough chatter. If you want to win, you must heed my advice. Additionally, you can only bet on the same outcomes as me. Let's try to stay at the same table and place our bets independently. Liuyun's words left Tsunade momentarily bewildered, and she struggled to comprehend his intentions. For now, she decided to put her questions aside. Upon their arrival at the casino, they were required to seal away their chakra. As per the establishment's rules, while they allowed ninjas entry, it was mandatory for a professional to perform the sealing technique. Is that you, Lady Tsunade? It has been quite some time since your last visit. A casino employee recognized her as a lucrative patron. Lady Tsunade, would you like to open a VIP room for higher stakes? A member of the Shimura clan inquired with a sycophantic demeanor. No need. I just wish to play casually today. I'll stick to the main hall and keep my bets small. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively and proceeded to the casino hall, ignoring the others. Upon hearing Tsunade's response, the Shimura clan member's face fell in disappointment. Is that you, Lord Liuyun? Are you here to try your luck as well? Someone recognized Liuyun. Yes, I'm just here to pass the time, Liuyun remarked, glancing at the rather rudimentary chakra sealing technique applied to him. Lord Liuyun, do you prefer to play big or small? The Shimura clan member eagerly asked. I'd like to play big. Are there any limits on the betting tables in the main hall? Liuyun inquired with a smile. Does Lord Liuyun wish to play big? Allow me to prepare a VIP room for you, the Shimura clan member suggested, beaming with excitement. No need. I will request it if necessary. For now, I just want to have a bit of fun in the main hall. Liuyun waved his hand. Very well. If you need anything, please do not hesitate to ask. The betting tables in the main hall have a limit of 200,000, the Shimura clan member explained. 200,000? That's acceptable. Liuyun nodded and made his way to the casino hall, approaching the table where Tsunade was seated. At that moment, Tsunade noticed his arrival and understood that she could finally place her bets. They were at a table for dice games, wagering on size, points, and pairs. Due to the sealing of their chakra, coupled with the specially treated dice cup, even someone as mentally formidable and perceptive as Liuyun could not discern the number of dice by sound alone. Thus, the two of them were merely gambling on luck this time. Naturally, in the world of ninjas, no one dared to cheat in large-scale games. Otherwise, they would be swiftly exposed by other ninjas, leading to dire consequences. Tsunade anticipated a high roll for the next round, so she placed a bet of 1,000 taels on large. In truth, she yearned to wager a sum of 10 or even 80,000. For 1,000 felt remarkably paltry given her stature. Such a meager stake was beneath her. However, Liuyun had repeatedly cautioned her to refrain from betting excessively, insisting that as long as she won, any amount was sufficient. Reluctantly, Tsunade acquiesced. After placing her bet, Liuyun, upon observing Tsunade's wager on large, immediately produced 200,000 taels and unhesitatingly bet on small. This scene momentarily stunned Tsunade. What? He threw down 200,000 taels right away. This kid is exceptionally wealthy. My goodness, is that not Lord Liuyun? Someone recognized him, and the entire casino hall soon buzzed with excitement. The dealer, indifferent to titles, began shaking the dice cup as time elapsed. The result, 123, a small 6. In the first round, Tsunade lost 1,000 taels, while Liuyun gained 195,000 taels. With such high stakes and significant cuts taken by the house, Liuyun remained unfazed. In the second round, Tsunade again bet on large, while Liuyun, undeterred, chose to wager 200,000 taels on small. As anticipated, Liuyun's uncanny luck led to another win. The dice revealed 224, an 8-point small. The staff and patrons alike were left agape. The first two rounds had merely been a spectacle, but as Liuyun continued to win in the third, fourth, and fifth rounds, many eager gamblers began to follow his lead, placing their bets alongside him. Liuyun, however, paid them no mind, fixated instead on the stakes Tsunade would place next. At this point, Tsunade was thoroughly aware of what was happening. That brat was clearly treating her as a harbinger of misfortune. He was betting against her every round, convinced of her inevitable defeat. Watching Liuyun rake in nearly 1,000,000 taels, Tsunade could not shake her displeasure. It was the first time she found her doctoral pursuits utterly uninteresting. How infuriating. I refuse to believe that I can't win at least once. Seething with indignation, Tsunade proceeded with her next wager, once more betting on large. After 6 consecutive small rolls, many speculated that a large roll was due. Yet, in the next moment, Liuyun again placed 200,000 taels on small. Most players hesitated only briefly before following suit. Despite the string of small outcomes, Liuyun's confidence was contagious. They felt assured that betting alongside him was the way to win. The table quickly filled with spectators, and even the casino owner became alarmed, rushing over to observe. The amount wagered on small had exceeded 1,000,000 taels. Should the result be small, it would mean a significant loss for the casino. The dealer announced, trembling, rolling 124. 7 points small. His face paled, and his lips quivered. Haha, another win. I knew following Lord Liuyun was the right choice. The crowd erupted in cheers, while Tsunade and a few others wore grim expressions. Wait, Lord Liuyun, you've surpassed 1,000,000 in the hall. According to casino rules, you must either move to a VIP room to continue gambling or leave the hall. The casino owner panted, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He could not allow Liuyun to continue playing with all these patrons. Winning 6 high-stakes rounds in a row was either due to cheating or some unknown method of winning, and he could not permit the young man to continue. Chapter 186. Preparations before entering the Dragon's Lair. The so-called VIP rooms were for high-stakes gambling, with most dealings conducted one-on-one with the dealer. Once inside, Liuyun's plan to use Tsunade as a beacon for winning would become exceedingly difficult to execute. Contemplating this, he decided to take his winnings and leave, having enjoyed the game. However, the gambler in Tsunade was unwilling to settle for just a few rounds. Just wait a moment. At least let me win one more round before we go, Tsunade exclaimed, visibly displeased. Don't be ridiculous. You think you can actually win? Liuyun retorted mercilessly. Get lost. I refuse to believe I can't win today. Tsunade rolled up her sleeves, determined not to yield. All right, you can wager 3 more rounds. If you win even one, you can keep going. I won't stop you. But if you fail to win a single round, then you must leave quietly. Dealing with someone like Tsunade was straightforward. A direct bet against her would suffice. Tsunade hesitated at the mention of just 3 rounds, her confidence wavering. What? You can't even win a single round? In that case, you might as well just hand over your money. Giving it to the casino is just foolishness. Liuyun chastised sternly. 3 rounds it is, but I'm not guaranteed to lose. Tsunade shot him a fierce glare. After the 3 rounds concluded, Tsunade found herself 3,000 taels poorer. Accept your losses gracefully. Don't be the type who can't afford to lose, or you'll be looked down upon. Liuyun smirked. Ugh, fine, let us go. Tsunade shoved past him, striding towards the exit. Once outside the casino, Tsunade promptly extended her palm towards Liuyun, demanding 585,000 taels. Before coming, Liuyun had stated that winnings would be split evenly. Seeing this audacious woman demand her due with such conviction, Liuyun rolled his eyes and handed her 500,000 taels. Yet, she audaciously requested the remaining 85,000 taels. Don't you count your own losses? Liuyun couldn't help but scoff. How much did I even lose? Hurry up and give me the money. I won't settle for a single tael less. Do you think I'm a fool to rely on you for my winnings? Tsunade seized his collar, lifting him off the ground, her threatening demeanor reminiscent of a ruffian. Please, have some dignity, Liuyun replied, exasperated. Dignity? I want money. Do you understand? Hand it over. Ultimately, succumbing to Tsunade's relentless pressure, Liuyun conceded and gave her the 85,000 taels. With the money in hand, Tsunade's spirits lifted, and she immediately declared her intention to treat her dear brother to drinks. However, Liuyun, weary of her company, had little desire to join her, as he had already accomplished his goal of severing her ties with Kato. What? You're the one saying you'll go, and now you're saying you want tea? Can't you be a little less of a buzzkill? You're going whether you like it or not. Tsunade once again seized his collar, dragging him towards the tavern. As they enjoyed drinks and cards in the tavern, relaxing and unwinding, Orochimaru arrived at that moment. Orochimaru, where have you been the past few days? I haven't seen you since returning from the land of rain, Tsunade inquired. You two seem to have plenty of time on your hands, Orochimaru rasped with a smile. Downing a glass of exquisite wine sent over by his disciple, Liuyun did not inquire about the status of the biological laboratory, for that place might eventually transform into a clandestine human experimentation facility, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. When are we going? Orochimaru couldn't help but ask. Now, or tomorrow will suffice. I'm just waiting for you, Liuyun casually replied, discarding a card. Let it be now, Orochimaru explained. As you know, my time is rather limited. Fine. Liuyun tossed all the cards in his hand onto the table, followed by a small stack of cash, signifying his immediate concession. Where are you headed? Tsunade could not help but inquire. To the Dragon Cave, to seek the sage's techniques, Liuyun and Orochimaru replied simultaneously, rising from their seats without concealing their intentions from Tsunade. If the third Hokage wished to summon them, Tsunade would have a valid reason to respond on their behalf. The sage's techniques. Tsunade gasped, her eyes widening as she watched their departing figures. Shadow Clone Technique. As soon as they left the tavern, Liuyun crossed his hands and formed a seal to create a shadow clone, then sliced his finger to draw blood, which he transferred into the small vial he held. What are you doing? Orochimaru could not restrain his curiosity, finding Liuyun's actions rather peculiar. Aren't we headed to the Dragon Cave? What is this about? After all, it is the territory of the Serpent Clan, a race not particularly friendly towards humans. It is prudent to keep a contingency plan, Liuyun replied casually, casting a sidelong glance at him. In a place like the Dragon Cave, whether one can return is not entirely up to us. Liuyun was cautious in his endeavors, typically striving to avoid unnecessary peril. Though he trusted the Black Dragon, the White Snake Sage was another matter entirely. He could not guarantee his ability to withstand the natural energy without being consumed. Pay close attention to the technique in your hands. Should it dissipate, use my blood to summon me with all your might, Liuyun instructed, leaving a vortex-shaped seal in the palm of the shadow clone while issuing a solemn warning. I understand. The shadow clone nodded and promptly made its way to the Yunsang flower shop. Do you really think this will keep you safe? What exactly is your plan? To summon yourself back using your blood? It can't be that simple, Orochimaru remarked with a quizzical expression. Of course, my blood cannot summon myself. But it can summon the Black Dragon. If our attempt at learning fails and communication falters, I will immediately use the Sharingan to control the Black Dragon. Then, guided by the seal, the shadow clone will perform the summoning technique, and as long as we enter the Black Dragon's mouth, we will return together. This was a method inspired by how Sasuke utilized Manda as a means of escape. The principle was similar, but the tool for the summoning had switched from Suigetsu to the shadow clone. Upon hearing Liuyun's strategy, Orochimaru's eyes brightened. Impressed by Liuyun's cleverness in devising such a crafty plan, with a swift pace, Liuyun led Orochimaru into the Death Forest near Konoha. In a relatively spacious area of the woods, Liuyun bit his finger, smeared the blood onto his palm, and quickly formed the hand seals. Summoning technique. Boom. Accompanied by a dense cloud of smoke, a fearsome black dragon revealed its enormous form. The Black Dragon looked on with a puzzled expression. Old Black, we wish to go to the Dragon Cave, Liuyun stated directly. To the Dragon Cave? Do you wish to learn the sage's techniques? The Black Dragon inquired, casting a downward glance at him. Liuyun had previously mentioned that once the war concluded, he would head to the Dragon Cave to study the sage's arts. It seemed he had now completed his trifling matters and sought to learn from the White Snake Sage. Indeed, both my teacher Orochimaru and I wish to learn. Please have that Snake Princess summon us as she did last time, Liuyun affirmed with a nod. No need to trouble the Snake Princess. Just enter my mouth, and I will release the summoning technique. At that point, you will return to the Dragon Cave with me, the Black Dragon declared. Aligning its thoughts with Liuyun's contingency plan, it opened its foul-smelling maw wide. Liuyun observed the remnants of flesh caught between the dragon's teeth, his mouth twitching involuntarily. Ever since its transformation, the Black Dragon had developed a penchant for tearing flesh and savoring the taste of blood, leading to an unpleasant odor and a filthy mouth. Let us proceed. Orochimaru seemed unfazed by the situation, even giving Liuyun a gentle push, appearing somewhat impatient. The two of them leapt into the Black Dragon's mouth, and as the foul maw closed around them, Liuyun was instantly coated in thick saliva. He held his breath, momentarily oblivious to the stench. After a peculiar jolt, merely 10 seconds later, the Black Dragon reopened its gaping maw, and the duo found themselves in an unfamiliar place. Water release, water flow technique. Upon emerging from the Black Dragon's mouth, Liuyun immediately activated a cleansing water technique to wash away the vile saliva from his body. Come on, I will guide you into the cave, the Black Dragon instructed casually. They were currently within the Dragon Cave's territorial domain, but not yet in the true Dragon Cave itself. The two of them leapt lightly, one landing atop the Black Dragon's head and the other on its back. As the Black Dragon ambled toward a specific direction, before long, they arrived at a concealed location where the true entrance to the Dragon Cave awaited them. Along the way, Liuyun and Orochimaru encountered countless vibrant serpents of various sizes. However, these serpents appeared quite fearful of the Black Dragon. Few dared approach the great Black Dragon, and some larger snakes, upon seeing it enter the cave, immediately turned tail and fled deeper into the Dragon Cave, demonstrating the terror the Black Dragon instilled in them. Inside the Dragon Cave, the lighting was dim, yet the temperature was surprisingly stifling, making it quite suitable for serpentine habitation. The ground bore the terrifying scars of massive serpents slithering through, and the Black Dragon had once been among those who carved these winding paths. But now it had long since departed from the ordinary way of serpents. With each step, it left unique claw marks imprinted upon the earth. Guided by the Black Dragon, The white phosphor great snake and the three great snake princesses sensed their arrival. This time, none of the snake princesses dared to test the humans entering the dragon cave with illusions. After all, Liuyun was recognized as a favored individual by the great black dragon, and they naturally dared not overstep their bounds. This boy from the Uchiha clan is the most extraordinary human I have ever encountered. I have always struggled to discern the trajectory of his fate. It remains shrouded in ambiguity, a chaotic haze. The white phosphor great snake murmured, narrowing its eyes. What? There is a fate you cannot see. The three great snake princesses exclaimed in astonishment. To possess the ability to act as an agent of fate, perhaps not being able to discern this one's destiny, is no mere coincidence. This individual's future is worthy of investment. The white phosphor great snake then transformed into the form of an elderly woman. Shortly thereafter, the black dragon brought the two of them before the white snake sage and the three great snake princesses. Lord Black Dragon. The three great snake princesses bowed in unison. Liuyun and Orochimaru dismounted from the black dragon's body before encountering the white snake sage, as they had come to seek knowledge, and it would be improper to do so while standing on the back of her son. Upon seeing the white snake sage, the black dragon immediately contracted its form, transforming into a human shape within mere breaths. Ah, you can transform into a human, Liuyun exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment at the sight of the young man beside him, who bore the long black horns of a dragon and was clad in a simple black robe. Did I ever claim I couldn't transform into a human? This esteemed lord has mastered the sage's arts to a certain extent. Transforming into a human is hardly a challenge, the black dragon smirked. Resembling a character Liuyun had once seen in a drama from his previous life, a crooked-mouthed dragon king. Sage serpent, sage arts. Orochimaru licked his lips uncontrollably, his excitement bordering on the grotesque as his entire body trembled with exhilaration. We pay our respects to the white snake sage. Liuyun bowed deeply, offering a gesture of respect to the elderly woman above. Noticing this, Orochimaru promptly followed suit, bowing in reverence to the white snake sage as well. Once again, we find ourselves in each other's company. Is your purpose here today to seek the wisdom of the dragon's cave? The white serpent sage nodded slightly, cutting straight to the chase. Observing the sage's forthrightness, Liuyun promptly affirmed, "Indeed, I have come today in pursuit of knowledge." At this moment, Orochimaru hastily echoed his sentiments. Those who seek knowledge from us are invariably a band of individuals fixated on power. It is not impossible to learn the sage arts, provided you can endure the trials of natural energy. Should you succeed, I shall impart the knowledge unto you. Conversely, if you fail to withstand the test, be prepared to face the fate of being consumed by me. The white serpent sage remarked with a sinister grin, considering the favor of the black dragon. The dragon's cave has graciously bypassed the illusionary trials of the three great serpent queens, thus granting Liuyun a backdoor entry. However, should the two falter, it would merely affirm that the so-called fated ones are nothing of the sort. The white serpent sage would consume them without a second thought. Upon hearing the sage's words, both Liuyun and Orochimaru felt a tightening in their chests, harboring a deep aversion to such a method of importation, especially Liuyun. What exactly does this trial entail? Although he had long anticipated the nature of the sage's teaching methods, he felt compelled to inquire further. Despite being a transmigrator, he could not afford to appear omniscient. It is quite simple. Merely extend your arm and allow me to take a bite, the white serpent sage replied with a beguiling smile. Deliberately downplaying the significance of this bite, she sought to ascertain the fervor with which these two pursued the sage arts. Those audacious enough to seek knowledge within the dragon's cave were, without exception, individuals consumed by an obsession for power. And the white serpent sage was curious to see just how far these two would go, whether they too would dare to wager on the unknown risks and permit her to take a bite.